I snatched my younger brother's fiancée at his wedding and spent the night with her. Instead of blaming me, my family members all laughed and even my brother jokingly handed Qin Yan over to me. It's because Qin Yan was the youngest generation of the Yaoqi's most talented saintess. But a year ago her power suddenly dissipated and she became a useless person, eventually becoming a tool for the family's marriage alliance. Today should have been the day to fulfill the marriage contract set by the two families, but the Lin family suddenly backed out, preferring to let their younger brother marry a maid rather than marry a disabled person who cannot cultivate. Just as tensions were rising between the two sides, I stepped forward. Father, I am willing to marry Miss Qin from the Qin family in place of my younger brother. Big brother, what are you? A powerless waste, jumping out for? Younger brother Lin Feng saw me and sarcastically said, but you are a waste, and Qin Yan is also a waste. To be honest, you two are quite compatible. Lin Feng's words are not false. As a time traveler, I have been a waste since birth, not only unable to cultivate, but also possessing the legendary absolute spirit body, which means a constitution that cannot sense spiritual energy. I didn't want to attract attention in public, but unexpectedly, I suddenly awakened the Empress Development System. As long as you subdue a woman with a special emperor's physique, you can get a reward. I hadn't had time to be happy yet, and the first task of the system poured cold water on me. The novice task has been activated, marry and have a relationship with Qin Yan, who has the Taiyin holy body, within 3 days to obtain the ancient wilderness holy body and the Yin-Yang union technique. If the task fails, you will be hung at the city gate of Yunhai City, exposed to the sun for 49 days and die. Seeing this, in order to save my life, I stepped forward and prepared to be a scapegoat. Father, please agree to Big Brother, because I really don't want to marry Qin Yan. Younger brother Lin Feng saw the hesitant look of father Lin Lai and quickly reminded, anyway, letting Big Brother marry Qin Yan, we will just be raising another useless person. Lin Lai smiled slightly at the words and agreed instantly. Before long, the Lin and Qin families finally reached an agreement and immediately held the wedding. It was a simple wedding, with only a few people from the Qin family attending. An hour later, thank you all for coming. I want to go to the bridal chamber as soon as possible, so I won't accompany you. At this point, I completely disregarded the gazes of others and directly pulled Qin Yan towards the bridal chamber. Madam, I'm sorry. I lifted Qin Yan's red veil and saw an unparalleled beauty. My breathing couldn't help but quicken. The next moment, I pressed Qin Yan onto the couch, and the two of us gradually entangled with each other. Qin Yan had some resistance, but she soon stopped struggling. A bitter smile appeared on her face. She had already married a useless man, so why bother thinking too much? That's it. Qin Yan completely gave up, thinking about being with a commoner in the future. She felt an immense sense of despair in her heart. She just widened her eyes at that moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the novice mission and obtaining the ancient sacred body and Yin-Yang union technique. The pleasant system voice sounded, and I was stunned, feeling the changes in my body in just an instant. Now that the body of the jeweling has disappeared, I can finally perceive the flow trajectory of spiritual energy. At the same time, a practice method and experience of the Yin-Yang union technique have been added to my mind. Subconscious operation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the pure essence of the Taiyin body, and the host is now nourishing the ancient holy power to repair Qin Yan's foundation. In an instant, I felt a terrifying force circulating through my limbs, and my cultivation was also continuously rising at this moment. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he had already reached the second level of the Wheel C. The second level of the Wheel C? Did he just give birth to the fountain of life? Qin Yan's heart trembled, and she instinctively turned to look back. Wasn't he the body of the absolute spirit that could never cultivate forever? Why did he suddenly break through? And Qin Yan felt a surge of power coming from Lin Mu's body, slowly repairing her own foundation in her body. Her Tao foundation has been cursed and has long since collapsed beyond recognition. Even the ancestors of the Yaoqi Holy Land have determined that she cannot recover. As a result, when Lin Mu refined her body, he was able to repair her Tao foundation, which made her feel incredible. Madam, I know your situation. If you marry me, you will be able to recover to the peak in no time, I whispered. At this moment, I was practicing the Yin-Yang union technique while refining the body with Qin Yan. Perhaps because Qin Yan's physique is very special, my realm continued to rise, and soon I reached the third level of the Wheel C, the Divine Bridge realm. One Night God Bridge? Was he pretending to be a waste before? Qin Yan bit her teeth, almost calling out. When they were refining their bodies, the Qin family welcomed an unexpected guest. In the hall of the Qin family mansion, there was a tense atmosphere in the air at this time. The Qin family members present all looked flustered as they looked towards a young man in the main seat. Humph, your Qin family is really fast enough. A wisp of anger appeared on the young man's face as he stared at the Qin clan's second elder in front of him and said in a cold voice, It just so happens that I married off Qin Yan the day before I came here. The moment these words came out, the cultivators in the entire lobby all trembled, and none of them dared to reply. This young man was none other than from the Yaoan Holy Land. He was an inner disciple of the Yaoqi Holy Land, named Wang Yu. Humph. What a bunch of idiots. Wang Yu's eyes were gloomy. As a person from the Holy Land, he naturally knew the value of Qin Yan, even though Qin Yan became an invalid. However, Qin Yan was once the holy maiden of the Holy Land, and was even in existence of the Four Extreme Realm, the Sea of Wheels, the Palace of the Way, the Four Poles, the Dragon of Transformation, and the Immortal Platform. A cultivator of the Four Extremes realm was a powerful party anywhere. Many of the sect's supreme elders did not necessarily have such a realm. Thus, Wang Yu had come this time precisely for the chance on Qin Yan. Elder, Qin Yan and the Qin family really don't have any relationship anymore. If you want to find her, you can only go to the Lin family. The Qin family head said in a low voice. The Lin family? Looks like I'll have to make a trip over there. Wang Yu frowned. He had to hurry up himself. There were a bit too many people who looked at the inheritance on Qin Yan. Many of the disciples from the Yaoqi Holy Land were on their way to Yunhai City. Humph. I hope you guys aren't lying to me. If I don't find Qin Yan, I will definitely take you guys to task. Wang Yu dropped a harsh sentence, following which he took a step towards the Lin family's territory. Chapter 4, The Reality of Husband and Wife. The Lin family, Lin Mu's wedding room. At this moment, Qin Yan was again and again certain that his collapsed Dao foundation was indeed being slowly repaired. During every intercourse, she could all feel a mysterious power in Lin Mu's body, rushing into the depths of her sea of bitterness. The genus is so marvelous. Qin Yan's eyes flowed, slightly blushing as she looked at the man on top of her. Lin Mu's aura was still climbing upwards. This one, the youngest master of the Lin family, the invalid in other people's mouths. It is really a true supreme heavenly pride. In just a few moments, Lin Mu had transformed from a mortal into a divine bridge realm cultivator. In the chakra sea realm, there are 4 levels. They are the sea of bitterness, the fountain of life, the bridge of God and the other side. As long as one erects the divine bridge and successfully reaches the other shore, one will have the opportunity to peek into the corner of the Dao Palace realm. The yin-yang harmonization technique. It's really quite extraordinary. Lin Mu was immersed in joy as he and Qin Yan kept on copulating while crazily absorbing the pure elemental force in Qin Yan's body. Perhaps it was because Qin Yan possessed the body of Tai Yin, or because Qin Yan was once a cultivator of the Four Extremes realm. This caused Lin Mu to receive more and more energy, and his realm rapidly soared. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura swept out. Lin Mu finally succeeded in setting up the divine bridge, and there was a dazzlingly colorful bridge of light spanning the entire spiritual bitter sea over the sea of bitterness in his dantian. His consciousness sank in, and he actually saw a shore at the edge of the sea of bitterness. There is a mandarin flower swaying in the wind on the bank, which is very wonderful and weird. The Wheeling Sea Pilgrimage Realm? Qin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Is he or she dreaming? Even with her talent, it had taken her more than 3 years to barely reach the pilgrimage realm. Now, Lin Mu had only used half an hour. This scene is truly amazing. If it was said, I'm afraid that no one would be willing to believe it, right? It didn't take long. Lin Mu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his breath restrained internally, and slowly opened his eyes as 2 divine auras flowed by, causing one to feel a palpitation. It finally worked. Lin Mu was very excited, but he looked at Qin Yan underneath him and instantly calmed down. That was impulsive. One careless move and Qin Yan was overwhelmed. Lin Mu coughed dryly twice and said with an apology, Qin Yan, I've wronged you, but don't worry, I'll take good care of you from now on. Absolutely no harm will come to you, and in the future, if you don't agree, I won't force myself to have conjugal relations with you again. These words caused Qin Yan to freeze. Qin Yan looked at Lin Mu's face. Lin Mu was very handsome, and was very durable, making people feel better the more they looked at him. In fact, there was nothing wrong with giving Lin Mu his body. We're all married, therefore the conjugal thing that should be done is still done. Qin Yan's face was expressionless. In fact, her heart was still a bit resistant. It's just that, just now, she was flipping off Lin Mu. Her Dao foundation was actually slowly repairing. It gave her a little hope at last. If the Dao foundation was successfully repaired, perhaps she would be able to return to the top and become a powerful party once again. Should it be done or should it be done? Lin Mu's expression was odd. He had thought that Qin Yan wouldn't allow it anymore. Who would have thought that Qin Yan would be willing to do that kind of thing? So, let's do it again. Lin Mu asked carefully. Qin Yan slightly hung her head, her fair cheeks colored with a touch of scarlet. Her long eyelashes gently trembled, as if she was hiding her inner shyness and resistance. She bit her lower lip lightly, her hands unconsciously cupping the corners of her coat. and answered softly in a faintly inaudible voice. Aha! Next moment, the two figures were once again entangled together. While there were constant flashes of light, the charming spring weather fills every inch of space. Ding! Detected that Qin Yan meets the requirements for female empress nurturing, hereby opening the nurturing mission. Task 1, repair Qin Yan's Dao base within half a month, and you'll receive the dancer's secret code *1. 9 revolutions of God-slaying technique *1. Void sword technique *1. Mission failure punishment, the host will be thrown into the dark abyss and burned by fire for 100 years and die. A pleasant system sound rang out. Lin Mu froze for a moment. He and Qin Yan had just finished a night of lingering and the system came with a mission? Moreover, this time, the mission is really a bit difficult. Although the yin-yang harmony technique was indeed able to repair Qin Yan's Dao foundation, however, the system only gave half a month. Half a month? Wouldn't you have to work hard day and night to do that? Isn't the system afraid he'll be bled dry? Lin Mu smiled bitterly. It seemed that he wouldn't need to rest for the next few days. But with the Empress nurturing system, it's normal to activate the nurturing quests. Perhaps if I cultivate Qin Yan to become a female emperor, at that time, my cultivation will also be able to reach a terrifying level. Lin Mu muttered. And he couldn't help but think of his father and 3 sisters. Wait until you reveal your own extraordinary talent. With invincible strength. Will the father and the 3 sisters regret it? And if they regret it, do they make changes? Qin Yan, finally found you. While Lin Mu was pondering, a voice outside the door pulled his thoughts back. The wooden door creaked and opened slowly. A tall figure walked in, and it was none other than Wang Yu of the Yaoqi Holy Land. The 1-year ban has arrived. Qin Yan, it's time to hand over your inheritance. Wang Yu took out a golden disc, which was a domain array disc. After he activated the array disc, a bright and dazzling light enveloped the entire wedding room. From this moment on, no movement in the bridal chamber will ever get out. Not only that, it was impossible for Qin Yan to escape. Who are you? Lin Mu's nerves instantly tensed. The young man in front of him was aggressive, obviously coming from a bad place. Wang Yu turned a deaf ear and ignored Lin Mu's questioning. A mere mortal, not worth his attention at all. He is Wang Yu, the bottom-ranked inner disciple of the Yaohai Holy Land. At the peak of the Wheel Sea realm, Qin Yan's eyes were cold. She had long predicted that today would come. Only, I didn't expect this day to come so quickly. A year ago, when I left the Yaoqi Holy Land, my master gave an injunction that the disciples of the Yaoqi Holy Land are not allowed to look for me for a year. Now that the statute of limitations on the ban has expired, they have come here to try to take away the inheritance that I possess. Qin Yan gritted her teeth. Once Wang Yu was part of her army of suitors. Now, this suitor, however, coveted the inheritance on her, and went out of his way to come all the way to Cloudsea City. Chapter 5, The Holy Land Comes to Town. Lin Mu came to a sudden realization. In other words, the young man in front of them today was an enemy, not a friend. Elder sister, I've liked you for so many years, and I've never been able to get you. Now I'll give you a chance. Later on I'll take your body while you hand over the inheritance and I can keep you alive. Wang Yu stared at Qin Yan's body with a ray of greed on his face. In the past, Qin Yan was the #1 beauty of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Countless disciples admired it. Wang Yu similarly tries to woo Qin Yan. Only Qin Yan refused it lightly. At that time, Qin Yan was the high and mighty holy maiden. After Wang Yu was rejected, he could only put away the adoration in his heart. Now, at last, he has a chance to get his hands on this soulful woman. Not only that, Wang Yu licked his lips. He wanted to ravage Qin Yan and conquer this high and mighty holy maiden. Are you okay, brother? Qin Yan is my wife. How dare you covet her body? Do you think I'm transparent? Lin Mu couldn't help but break out in curses. This Wang Yu simply had no one in his sight and completely ignored his existence. He and Qin Yan are not emotionally grounded. However, he and Qin Yan had already married, and were even more married. Therefore, it was impossible for him to let anyone, in front of him, harm Qin Yan. You're the wasteful youngest of the Lin family, aren't you? I asked for information pertaining to you while I was in the Qin family. A mortal who grew up with an absolute spirit physique and no semblance of cultivation talent. With a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, Wang Yu swept a contemptuous glance at Lin Mu and said bluntly, "Rubbish. Isn't it normal for me to treat you as if you're transparent? What can you do when I ravage your wife later? In front of you?" When these words came out, it immediately caused Lin Mu's heart to be flooded with a ray of killing intent. This Wang Yu is simply looking for death. You can try and see how I can. Lin Mu's face was expressionless as he stared at Wang Yu's figure and sentenced Wang Yu to death in his heart. It was just as well that he had just possessed cultivation, so he could try out what level of strength he had reached. As if he had heard the funniest joke, Wang Yu couldn't help but sneer. A mere mortal, Do you believe that I can slap you into mush with just one slap? In this world, the gap between mortals and cultivators was immense. Even a cultivator who had just opened the sea of bitterness could easily exterminate any martial arts master in the mortal world. Whoever it is that wants to harm my wife will not do so until he steps over me. Lin Mu stood up. He might not know any spells, but he was not a coward. No matter who the enemy before you is, as long as it was trying to hurt his wife, then he would inevitably step in and fight the other party to the death. Lin Mu. Xin Yan's eyes were complicated. She looked at Lin Mu's back in a daze, and the lake deep inside her felt like a small stone had been thrown into it, causing ripples to spread out. She had thought that Lin Mu, knowing Wang Yu's identity, would inevitably flee in fear. Only, Lin Mu chose to stay and even blocked in front of her. Such behavior made Xin Yan feel incredulous. This was the first time she felt warmth. When she was in the Holy Land in the past, even the Saint's son, who claimed to love her the most, couldn't act like this when facing danger. Humph. Rubbish. It seems like you're thinking of finding death quickly, so I'll fulfill you. Wang Yu let out a cold laugh as he didn't place Lin Mu in his eyes at all. To him, a mortal was not worthy of much attention, because, with his cultivation and physical strength, even if he let a mortal attack, he wouldn't suffer a single injury. Wang Yu is in the same realm as you, but you certainly haven't learned any spells. You might have a chance if you treat your spiritual energy as internal energy and use mortal martial arts to attack him, Xin Yan said in a low voice. She thought to herself that at this time, Wang Yu didn't have any defense, so maybe Lin Mu still had a chance to win. If it's a real life and death battle, Xin Yan believed that with Lin Mu's strength, he was definitely not a match for Wang Yu. I know. Lin Mu took a deep breath. At this moment he was a bit nervous and excited. After all, this was the first time he had ever engaged in a fight with a cultivator. Kill! Lin Mu let out a loud shout and suddenly charged forward. His speed was extremely fast, leaving a residual shadow in its place. Boom! In an instant, Lin Mu came close to Wang Yu, and with a simple but direct punch, he heavily struck the other party between his mouth and nose, causing Wang Yu to fly out horizontally on the spot. Wang Yu slammed hard into the barrier of the spell formation and then fell to the ground. Didn't wait for him to stand up, Lin Mu moved again, knowing that he couldn't give Wang Yu any chance. As long as Wang Yu reacted, then it would be difficult to win or lose. Lin Mu's right arm had a chic beauty when he swung it, and every time a punch landed, blood splattered about 10 feet. It's happening right now. Lin Mu sensed that between his flesh and blood, a special kind of power was actually bursting out, fusing with his spiritual power. This is the power of the holy body. The aura of the desolate ancient sacred body erupted in an instant. What's that? The experts of the entire Lin clan all gave a start and looked at the location of the wedding room. Sacred body scent. Has someone activated a special physique? That's Lin Mu's wedding room. Could it be that Lin Mu? Impossible. Get over there and take a look. One by one, all of the Lin family's experts came outside Lin Mu's wedding room as fast as they could. It's just that the bridal chamber is shrouded in a phalanx. Even when Lin Lai utilized his Heaven's Eye aptitude, it was difficult to see the specifics inside. However, he could sense some faint fluctuations and a wisp of the aura of a holy body. Back when Lin Feng activated the Star River King body, there was a similar movement and aura. Lin Lai muttered, feeling very strange in his heart. After all, Lin Mu was an ironclad waste. It was absolutely impossible for him to possess such an aura. Lin Feng and his three sisters likewise came to this place. They looked different, staring at the wedding room in silence, making it impossible to guess what was going on inside. Boom! At this point, the wedding room was constantly and violently shaking. About an incense stick of time passed. The commotion in the bridal chamber faded and all was quiet. At the same time, the light of the spell formation that enveloped the wedding room gradually dimmed. Go in and take a look. Lin Lai's face was expressionless as he pushed the wooden door forward and led a group of Lin family experts inside. What a battle to go through! There's a corpse on the ground. It seems to be a Wheeling Sea Realm cultivator. An exclamation of surprise followed. Lin Lai's pupils shrunk slightly as he looked at the corpses on the ground, then at Lin Mu and Qin Yan. A huge wave rippled within him. Could it be that it was his eldest son who activated the special physique and subsequently killed the cultivator on the ground? Chapter 6, Qin Yan's Lies. The Lin family members present were all stunned. They looked at the scene in front of them, then looked at Lin Mu covered in blood, and felt incredulous. How could a loser kill a Wheeling Sea Realm cultivator? Even the most ordinary Wheeling Sea cultivator could casually kill any mortal. A supreme expert in the martial arts could not withstand a single strike from a Wheeling Sea cultivator. Now, the strength Lin Mu had displayed was beyond everyone's expectations. Could it be that my loser brother has been hiding himself? Lin Feng's eyes were cold. If that was the case, didn't he have to be more ruthless? Only by being ruthless can he sit as the next head of the family. It is indeed a cultivator of the Wheel Sea realm. At this moment, Lin Lai squatted down and carefully examined Wang Yu's corpse. A short while later, he said softly, "This person has a divine bridge and a pilgrimage in his body. So it seems to be a pilgrimage realm cultivator. The Sea of Chakras is a major realm with 4 minor realms within it. The Sea of Bitterness, the Fountain of Life, the Bridge of God and the other side. Cultivators on the other side of the Sea of Wheels could be considered a party of minor experts." This made the Lin clan members at the door even more shocked. They really couldn't believe that an invalid could have the means to kill a cultivator of the Wheel Sea pilgrimage realm. At this moment, Lin Mu became the center of attention. All eyes focused on him. "Shouldn't you guys give me an explanation?" Lin Lai asked gently. Lin Mu sniffed, but he didn't give a direct answer, because he didn't want to expose his strength. Once he exposed his strength, he would inevitably become involved in the Lin family's strife. Lin Mu only wanted to develop in a low profile unless he had invincible strength, and at that time it wouldn't be much of a problem if he let it be known. While Lin Mu was just about to open his mouth, Qin Yan took the initiative to stand out. "Uncle, I'm really sorry. This person is called Wang Yu, a suitor of mine. After he found out I was married, he snuck in secretly and tried to force sex on me. It just so happens that I have a piece of defense on me, so I'll make use of it and destroy him." Qin Yan was smart enough to weave out a direct lie. She feigned a look of watering eyes while removing her hairpin seemingly without a second thought. The turquoise hairpin was actually vaguely emitting a special kind of Dao rhythm. Extreme magic weapon? Lin Lai judged the grade of the hairpin just by looking at it. The grades of magic weapons range from beginner to intermediate, advanced, and then extreme. Extremely high-quality magic weapons were often only possessed by some big families, or cultivators of the 4 extremes realm. Qin Yan was once a 4 extremes cultivator, and she was even the holy daughter of the Yaohe Holy Land. Even if she's reduced to an invalid, it's not unusual for her to have a protective artifact on her body. Lin Lai muttered. Only the doubts in his heart still hadn't dissipated. Lin Feng and the others felt equally strange, because they all remember one thing. While outside, the inside of the bridal chamber had the scent of a special body spreading outward. The power of an extreme magic weapon is terrifying. Even releasing a small portion of its power is enough to obliterate cultivators at the Wheel Sea realm. But you are an invalid who has lost all his cultivation. What's more, when I was outside, I clearly sensed the aura of a special physique. Now after coming in, this aura of a special physique is gone. Lin Lai stared deathly at Qin Yan's face, trying to discern a bit of clues. "I am devoid of cultivation, but there are some magic weapons that can be used without cultivation as well. And I don't think Uncle would be unaware of the fact that I possess a special physique, right?" Qin Yan said calmly, as if he was just stating a fact. At this moment, the people around her, seeing her look so calm and self-assured, all subconsciously chose to believe in some of her wording. Lin Lai withdrew his gaze, and at this point, the doubts in his heart had completely disappeared. "I didn't realize your suitors were so crazy, but don't worry about it. Now that you're a member of our Lin family, no one will be able to defile you." Lin Lai's eyes were complicated, only for him to regain his composure in an instant. Originally, he had thought that it was Lin Mu who had activated the special physique, but now it seemed that he had thought too much. "Ha ha ha. I knew Lin Mu couldn't possibly have the strength to kill a Wheel Sea cultivator. Waste is waste after all. Scared me." So it was Qin Yan who struck out. Worthy of being the previous holy maiden of the Yaohe Holy Land, even after being reduced to an invalid, she still has this kind of ability. Lin Mu's 3 sisters did not hide their inner thoughts at all. When they looked at Lin Mu, there was a hint of disdain and contempt in their eyes, and they didn't put Lin Mu in their eyes at all. Lin Mu faced the ridicule of the crowd as he looked deeply at his 3 sisters. 3 sisters. Snobbish as always. If they knew that they possessed the desolate ancient sacred body and had the cultivation of the other side of the Sea of Wheels, would they not admit their mistakes to themselves? At this moment, Lin Mu gave birth to thoughts of anticipation. He was kind of looking forward to the reactions of his 3 sisters later on after he showed his talent in cultivation. "Clean up the body." Lin Lai didn't stay long, and after dropping a sentence, he turned around and left with the crowd. Some servants quickly came forward and cleaned up the body and the blood in the wedding room. "Is it really Qin Yan?" Lin Feng muttered. And of all the Lin clan members present, he was the only one who remained skeptical. Only he didn't say a word more. If it's really your own big brother activating a special physique, then he would inevitably only be able to reduce his big brother to a cripple again. Only then would he be able to sit in the position of family head and enjoy the endless resources of the entire Lin clan. It didn't take long for the wedding room to become quiet. The entire bridal chamber was made new under the servants tidying up. "It's finally over." Lin Mu finally let out a big breath of relief. Thinking about the battle he had just fought, it was still difficult to calm down his heart. It was the first time he had actually fought someone. It was also the first time he had fought with a wheeling sea cultivator. "It's more like the first time you've killed someone." Actually, Lin Mu hadn't been sure. It was just that he activated the power of the desolate ancient sacred body the moment he struck. The power of the holy body, fused with his own power. The combination of the two forces made it possible for him to beat Wang Yu without the ability to fight back. Without the desolate ancient sacred body, it was a little hard for Lin Mu to imagine his end. Lin Mu, I'm sorry, this is a personal vendetta of mine, and now it's brought you into it. Qin Yan looked complicated. She hadn't thought of involving anyone. It was just that she really couldn't imagine that Lin Mu had struck so decisively. Even when Lin Mu knew Wang Yu's identity and killed him, he didn't even have the slightest hesitation. Chapter 7 Crisis from the Holy Land. You're my wife. No one can hurt you. Lin Mu had a wide smile on his face, giving an unwavering response. He and Qin Yan were married, and even more so, they were husband and wife, whether Qin Yan was willing to admit it or not. But Lin Mu didn't care. Lin Mu only knew that Qin Yan was his wife. Even if the god of heaven came, he couldn't harm Qin Yan. Wife, Qin Yan muttered to herself as a wave rippled through her heart. But she still had some resistance. Before that, she had no emotional basis with Lin Mu and just married a stranger. Even with a married couple, it still made it difficult for her to accept the outcome. Nowadays, this kind of resistance has subsided a lot. She looked at Lin Mu's face with a wisp of unspoken meaning in her eyes. Lin Mu, aren't you afraid? The Yaoqi Holy Land is full of experts, and today's Wang Yu is just a bottom-ranked inner disciple. Once the other disciples come, I'm afraid that with your cultivation at the Sea of Wheel realm, it will be difficult to protect me. Qin Yan tilted her head and smiled, saying bluntly, now you still have a chance to completely sever your relationship with me and stay far away from me. That way, you won't be implicated. When these words came out, Lin Mu fell silent. The whole atmosphere in the wedding room became dull at once. When Qin Yan saw this scene, the good feelings that had just arisen disappeared once again. As expected, Lin Mu's outburst just now was just an impulse. Qin Yan felt a bit disappointed, but she quickly adjusted her mood. One couldn't ask a stranger one had just met to throw everything away for her. Lin Mu, don't worry, I'll leave of my own accord. While Qin Yan was opening her mouth, she was interrupted by Lin Mu. Lin Mu showed his big teeth and revealed a bright smile as he asked, Mother, I want to ask, what realm of cultivators can fight against the Yaohu sacred ground and still let you survive? I don't blame you. Ha? Are you asking what realm of cultivators can fight against the Yaoqi Holy Land? Qin Yan reacted, and her entire body was a bit confused. She stared at the expression on Lin Mu's face, as if she wanted to see if the man in front of her was deliberately teasing her. It was just that Lin Mu had a serious face and didn't look like he was joking at all. Yeah, as long as I have the strength to deal with the entire Yaoqi Holy Land, then you'll never get hurt. Lin Mu shrugged his shoulders. He didn't care how terrifying the power of the Holy Land was. He only cared that Qin Yan could live peacefully. Only cared that Qin Yan would not be harmed. Lin Mu, don't be naive. The Yaoqi Holy Land is not an ordinary Holy Land. Even if you are a powerhouse of the Dragon Transformation Realm, you will not be able to fight against the Yaoqi Holy Land, unless you reach the Immortal Terrace Realm. Only then will you be able to fight against the Yaoqi Holy Land. Qin Yan thought to herself that Lin Mu must not have realized the terrifying nature of the Yaoqi Holy Land. There were so many experts in the Yaoqi Holy Land, and back then, as a cultivator of the Four Extremes realm, she was only a disciple in the Holy Land. Even with the status of a holy maiden, it was only because her talent was better. The Sea of Wheels, the Palace of the Way, the Four Poles, the Dragon of Transformation, and the Immortal Platform. Back then, when she even had supreme talent, she didn't even dare to be sure that she could become an Immortal Terrace cultivator, let alone fight against the entire Yaohu sacred ground. How many geniuses there are in this world. Many heavenly prides had spent hundreds or thousands of years, and it was difficult to reach the Dragon Transformation realm in their entire lives, let alone the Immortal Terrace realm. And Sentai cultivator was enough to dominate anywhere. Sentai? It does seem a bit difficult. Lin Mu bowed his head in contemplation. Now that he was only a wheeling sea cultivator, it seemed that there was still a long way to go if he wanted to become an Immortal Terrace cultivator. Qin Yan sniffed, but instead, she breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, just now, Lin Mu was simply because he didn't know about the terrifying aspects of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Now that Lin Mu knew how difficult it was to challenge the Yaoqi Holy Land, it looked like he was going to give up. Qin Yan was not surprised. There were few of the many powerhouses in the entire central region who had the guts to confront the Yaoqi Holy Land. Not to mention that Lin Mu was just a wheelsea pilgrim cultivator with good talent. Only, in the next moment, Qin Yan froze. Mother, don't worry about it. I'll work a little bit harder. I should be able to become a Sentai cultivator in a short period of time, and protect your safety. Lin Mu smiled brightly once again. He hadn't considered giving up on fighting against the Yaoqi Holy Land at all. Now he's all activated the system. As long as you complete the system's tasks step by step and raise one empress after another, not to mention becoming a Xiantai cultivator, even becoming a red dust immortal wouldn't be a problem, right? Of course, the prerequisite was that there were more people with the qualifications of a female emperor that he could find. Lin Mu thought to himself that he would have to go out and walk around a bit more, utilizing the system's detection function to see if he could take a chance on some female emperor embryos that met the requirements. Mu, have you thought about it? When you decided to fight against the Yaoqi Holy Land, you could die at any time. Qin Yan looked grave. Although she didn't have any feelings for Lin Mu, she didn't want Lin Mu to bury his good cultivation talent for nothing and be reduced to a cold corpse for himself. Worried that Lin Mu didn't realize the seriousness of this matter, she continued, the one-year ban has arrived, and in just the last few months, there could be cultivators from the Dao Palace and the Four Extremes coming here to look for me. Could it be that you have a way to break through to the Four Extreme realm in just a few months? It wasn't that Qin Yan didn't believe in Lin Mu's talent. One night on the other side of the ocean, Lin Mu's talent was a supreme talent that Qin Yan had never seen before. However, even with the best talent, even with resources to match, it was impossible for a Wheeling Sea cultivator to become a four-pole cultivator in a few months. Qin Yan thought of her own situation. She had once been the holy daughter of the Yaoqi Holy Land, and her qualifications in cultivation were all enough to amaze most cultivators. But it had taken her all of about 10 years to climb from a Wheeling Sea cultivator to the Four Extremes realm. There is a death in life. Isn't it my duty to fight to the death for my mother? Lin Mu looked at Qin Yan's stunningly beautiful face and laughed softly. As for whether or not I can, within a few months, become a Four Extreme cultivator, we'll have to see what your mother can do. Qin Yan felt Lin Mu's blazing gaze and instantly reacted. It wasn't long ago when she was copulating with Lin Mu. Lin Mu then managed to break through to the Wheeling Sea pilgrimage realm, while his own Dao foundation was slowly being repaired by a force. Such circumstances were enough to prove that the technique that Lin Mu cultivated was a certain type of top-notch combined cultivation technique. As long as they kept copulating, Lin Mu would be able to keep getting stronger. Lin Mu, be gentle. Qin Yan's pretty face was blushing. Her body fragrance was like an orchid. Her slender neck, white as jade, had a bit of luster shining, and her hair floated on Lin Mu's face, like a spring breeze. Chapter 8, The Qin Family's Attitude. Springtime is infinitely better. Qin Yan's heart was a little resistant. When she thought about Lin Mu's promise, this little bit of resistance slowly dissipated. Maybe it's a good thing to marry Lin Mu, although she understood that her being with Lin Mu would only bring Lin Mu endless crises. However, Lin Mu wanted to protect her for the rest of her life. So let's face the coming storm together. While Lin Mu and Qin Yan were cultivating, the mountain gate of the Yaoqi Holy Land was incomparably lively at this moment. Senior brother Yin Hao, are you also planning to head to Cloud Sea City? It seems we all think alike. No, I only want to see if I can take away Qin Yan's root bone. As for the inheritance in her, I don't dare to be interested at all. Ha ha ha, in that case, we can cooperate. A disciple of the Holy Land greeted each other. At this point they all know what each thinks. Anyone who wanted to arrive at Cloud Sea City as soon as possible and take away everything from Qin Yan. The many disciples of the Holy Land transformed into a stream of light and sped towards Cloud Sea City. At the same time, on a mountain peak in the Yaoqi Holy Land, an old man looked out in the direction of the mountain gate and murmured in a low voice, "Disciple brother, it's all because Master's strength is too weak. When you suffered a reckoning back then, I couldn't even stand up for you. I could only buy you a year's time. Whether you can live or not nowadays can only depend on your own destiny." Yunhai City, Qin family. The people of the Qin family waited anxiously all night. In the end, he just waited for the news of Wang Yu's death. It seems that Smokey has long anticipated this day, and has actually hidden a protective treasure. The Qin family head sat in the main seat as he looked at the people underneath and said bluntly, "Next, we'll set aside our relationship with Smokey as much as possible. There's no way that the Yaoqi Holy Land would come with just one person. When the time comes, we just need to draw the scourge to the Lin family. Once the Lin family is gone, it will be a good thing for us instead." When these words came out, many members of the Qin family deeply agreed. In their opinion, marrying Qin Yan off was the most correct decision for the Qin family. After all, today's Qin Yan was a calamity that could bring about the end of the Qin family at any time. This Qin Yan is really too much, knowing her situation, but she keeps relying on the Qin family. Yes, I really hate her. Now she's with a loser, and that's where she deserves to be. The combination of a wastrel and a wastrel is funny just to think about. All of the Qin family members present were sneering, and some of them even had a trace of disgust on their faces. This shows how Qin Yan was not treated well in the Qin family after he was reduced to an invalid. Once when Qin Yan was a holy maiden, she had worked hard for the Qin family, but in the end, she had only received such treatment in return. From today onwards, no one is allowed to take the initiative to go to the Lin family and contact Qin Yan. As for the words of Qin Yan's provincial relatives, we also set aside our relationship with her as much as possible. Only then, when the people from the Holy Land come, we'll be fine. The head of the Qin family gave the order that both Qin Yan's former maidservants and the clansmen who had better relations with her were all grounded. Anyone from the Qin family is not allowed to contact Qin Yan. At this very moment, Qin Yan, who was far away from the Lin family, didn't know what was happening in the Qin family. She and Rimu went from night to day and back again, until the third day. Lin Mu took the initiative to call a halt. He just couldn't carry on anymore. A man can't say no when he feels too tired. Is this stopping? Qin Yan had a look of intent, as she could sense her own Dao foundation, which had already been repaired by 1/3. If it continues to come on for about 10 days, Qin Yan believed that he would be able to repair his Dao foundation to a perfect state. The power of the curse in her body was still difficult to remove. However, as long as the Dao foundation was fine, she would be able to recultivate and return to the top in a short period of time. I'll have to digest that. Lin Mu wasn't physically exhausted, but he had utilized the yin-yang harmonization technique to raise his realm to the peak of the Wheeling Sea pilgrimage, just one step away from stepping into the Dao Palace realm. Nowadays, his body was accumulating majestic energy that needed to be digested little by little to stabilize his realm. In fact, Lin Mu could now quench the 5 organs of the human body and try to break through to the Dao Palace realm. The 5 organs of the human body: heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys. Any organ that was successfully quenched would be able to step into the first level of the Dao Palace. Moreover, each organ is like a secret treasure, which, if opened, will be able to unlock the endless potential of the human body. If the 5 viscera are cultivated to perfection, they will also be able to peek into the 4-pole realm. Lin Mu's eyes blazed, and nowadays he was incomparably eager for strength. Only strength could guarantee Qin Yan's safety. There was a sense of urgency within him. Perhaps he wouldn't have to face the entire Yaoan sacred land for a short while. However, he knew that the disciples of the Yao Qi Holy Land would definitely arrive here in a steady stream. Therefore, Lin Mu had to get strong as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the time came to face the disciples of the Holy Land, he and Qin Yan would easily become lambs to the slaughter. However, the yin-yang harmonization technique could only allow him to reach the peak of the Chakra Sea realm. The only way to break through to the Dao Palace realm is to complete the quest and obtain the 9 revolutions divine regicide technique. Lin Mu muttered. Then he used the spiritual energy in his body and began to quench his internal organs. Hardened words in advance. After obtaining the technique, he would be able to quickly enter the Dao Palace realm. Grand Young Master. Young Master. It was at this moment that a maid knocked on the door and shouted, "The family competition has begun. Do you want to go over and take a look?" A family competition? Lin Mu froze for a moment. The Lin family's inner circle would conduct a great competition every year. As long as they got a better ranking in the grand competition, they would be able to get more resources allocated for the next year. A family's resources are always limited. It is because of this that the allocation of resources is something that is very important. After all, if every clan member was allocated exactly the same cultivation resources, it would naturally be very unfair to some of the talented children. "I'm not going." Lin Mu waved his hand. He didn't want to expose his cultivation for the time being. Once he exposed his cultivation, he was worried that Lin Feng would do it secretly. He knew Lin Feng very well, and all along Lin Feng had wanted the position of family head, even tried it on him several times before. It was just that Lin Mu never cared about the position of the family head, so Lin Feng hadn't even laid a hand on him before. After all, a waste of an elder brother wouldn't pose a threat to Lin Feng at all. However, once Lin Mu showed his talent and strength, he was afraid that Lin Feng's mindset would change. Chapter 9 9 Revolutions of God-Slaying Technique. Young Master, you're doing it for Lady Smoke's sake. A maid was wearing a light pink dress. She hurriedly barged in. When she saw Lin Mu and his duo, she slightly curtsied and her clear voice rang out. "If you didn't participate in the family competition, next year it's 1 or 2 pieces of silver you won't be able to get." She was Lin Mu's personal maid and had an excellent relationship with him. In the entire Lin clan, perhaps this one maid was the only one who treated Lin Mu with sincerity. "Greenie, I know you mean well, but whether or not there's monthly silver, it doesn't matter to me anymore." Lin Mu smiled faintly as he signaled the maid named Lin Xinger not to worry, because from now on, he won't even be able to use silver. "Young Master, no need to say anymore. You go and rest." Lin Mu waved his hand and whisked Lin Xinger back to rest. He didn't want to get involved in anything with the Lin family. Nowadays, if he wanted to do so, he only wanted to complete the mission as soon as possible, and then help solve Qin Yan's troubles while searching for the next person who possessed the qualifications of a female empress. "Mother, let's get on with it." Lin Mu digested the energy in his body almost to the point where he looked at Qin Yan on the bed, who was half covered by a pipa, and still couldn't suppress the impulse in his heart. And like a hungry wolf pouncing on Qin Yan, he pounced on her again. It was while he was lingering with Qin Yan at the Lin clan's martial arts arena. Lin Feng got the news from his servant. He looked at the house where Lin Mu was and said strangely, if he really activated his special physique or had cultivation, he shouldn't have kept such a low profile. Does it mean that he deliberately hides himself and wants to come up with a hit? Since the last time Wang Yu was killed, Lin Feng always felt that this matter was very odd. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Qin Yan's ability. Rather, he thought that the special aura he perceived last time was not like Qin Yan's physical aura. The aura that emanated from the body of Tai Yin was the most yin and pure aura. However, Lin Feng remembered that the last time he perceived an aura, it was a supremely masculine aura. It's clearly two extremes. Looks like we'll have to think of a way to test him again. The position of family head must belong to me. A ray of cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, and in the next moment he walked into the martial arts arena and lifted a clan member off the ground. Even cultivators on the other side of the Wheeling Sea were no match for him in a single move. This was the horror of the Star River King body. Not only was the cultivation speed extremely fast, but when facing an enemy of the same realm, it was able to achieve a crushing force. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Almost half a month. Lin Mu and Qin Yan hardly went out except to wash up. Meanwhile, anyone who tried to disturb them was sent away by Lin Mu. This made Lin Feng completely unable to find an opportunity to test Lin Mu's reality. It worked! Suddenly, Qin Yan let out a high cry, and after such a long time, the collapsed Dao Foundation had finally been completely repaired successfully. She looked at her dantian in which both the Sea of Bitterness and the Divine Bridge were slowly recovering. At the same time, a strand of spiritual energy, at an incredible speed, came towards her frantically. This allowed her to restore the peak of the Wheel Sea realm in an instant. Only, when she was about to recover to the Dao Palace realm, a strange and sinister force erupted out, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood, interrupting the process of recovering her cultivation. Sure enough, the power of the curse is deeply rooted. If I recover to a higher realm, it will inevitably cause the Dao Foundation to suffer another heavy blow. Qin Yan's face turned white, the joy in her heart vanished, and her entire mood hit rock bottom. The power of the curse is like a parasite. Once Qin Yan's cultivation level was high, the power of the curse would be able to draw on her strength and inflict heavy damage on her. Never mind. I should have accepted this result a long time ago. No matter how special Lin Mu is, he can only restore my Dao Foundation. It's impossible to eliminate the power of the curse in my body. After all, even a sacred land elder of the Xiantai realm is unable to remove this cursed force. Qin Yan calmed her mind as she realized that it was impossible for her to return to the top. However, now that the Dao Foundation had been restored, at least her life would not be in danger for the time being, and she would not have to worry about the Dao injuries erupting at any time, causing her to lose her life, as she did before. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first nurturing quest, successfully repairing Qin Yan's Dao base within half a month, obtaining the Dancer's Secret Code *1, 9 turns of God-slaying technique *1, and Void Sword technique *1. The Dancer's Secret Code has been automatically enshrined. The 9 turns of Deicide has been automatically instilled. The Void Sword technique has been automatically instilled. At the same time, a pleasant system sound rang out. A stream of knowledge poured into Lin Mu's mind. Pounds of knowledge overwhelmed him all at once. Ah! Lin Mu hissed in a low voice. His entire body couldn't stop trembling. At this moment, he only felt like his head, like it was going to explode. Lin Mu, are you okay? Seeing Lin Mu's painful appearance, Qin Yan hurriedly went forward to hug Lin Mu's body and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Just for a moment, Lin Mu was drenched in sweat. He sat paralyzed on the bed and laughed feebly. "It's fine. Just now the spiritual energy in my body fluttered. It's fine now." Hear that? Qin Yan let out a huge sigh of relief. Just now, she was really startled, thinking that Lin Mu had suffered a backstabbing. Now that she sensed that Lin Mu's breath was stable, her lifted heart was finally able to let go. "I'll just take a little break." Lin Mu smiled slightly as he sat down on his knees, closed his eyes, and began to look at a memory. The Dan Master's Secret Code, the 9 Revolutions of Godslayer, and the Void Sword technique. This time, the rewards were an alchemist's inheritance, a technique, and a sword technique, worthy of being a system, letting me grasp quite a bit of knowledge about alchemy after installation. Lin Mu muttered as he looked at the knowledge related to the Dan Master's Secret Code in his mind. The Dan Master's Secret Code is the cultivation method of an alchemist. As long as one cultivated according to the above, once one cultivated to the extreme, one would be able to become a divine alchemist. Divine, heavenly, earthly, Xian, yellow. In this world, There are 5 levels of alchemists. A divine alchemist, an existence equivalent to the level of a great emperor. In a place like Yunhai City, the most powerful alchemist was only at the 6th rank of the yellow product. As for Lin Mu's current alchemy strength, after the initiation, it directly reached the 3rd stage of the yellow product. There's also the 9 revolutions of deicide, another absolutely rare technique. Lin Mu looked at the introduction of the 9 revolutions god-slaying technique and an uproar rippled within him. It was a devouring technique that allowed him to devour all kinds of energy through the technique as a way to rapidly increase his strength. Not only today, but the 9 revolutions god-slaying technique, as long as there was enough energy, would allow him to make constant breakthroughs. In other words, there would be no more bottlenecks in any of his cultivation in the future. Chapter 10, A Good Harvest. Lin Mu was so agitated that he couldn't wait to shout. He looked at the knowledge of the Gongfu in his mind while running it the next moment. In the next moment, he seemed to transform into a black hole. All kinds of energies in all directions converged towards him. Not only that, Qin Yan all felt a devouring force that was crazily absorbing the spiritual energy within her body. Lin Mu. Qin Yan's face changed slightly as she hurriedly warned, "Your gong method is devouring my power." This statement was made. Lin Mu immediately came to his senses, and when he saw Qin Yan's pale face, he was startled. Just now, when he was running his gongfu, his entire body was immersed in the pleasure of devouring power. That sense of pleasure overwhelmed him. That's wicked. Lin Mu frowned, but he understood the power of the 9 revolutions deicide technique through Qin Yan's reaction. The 9 revolutions god-slaying technique was tantamount to a technique that plundered the power of others to enhance the self. Once cultivated to the extreme, even a divine king could resist it. Your kung fu was very weird. I didn't even have the ability to resist just now, but you seem to have broken through? Qin Yan didn't ask more questions. After all, she knew that Lin Mu's body was bound to have many secrets. If there was no secret, it was impossible to be burdened with an absolute spirit body and still be able to cultivate. Not to mention that in a single night, he had gone from a mortal to an existence at the peak of the Wheeling Sea realm. It was even more unlikely that he would become a cultivator of the Dao Palace realm in just a little over half a month. Yes, I successfully quenched my heart and now feel as if my body is filled with endless power. Lin Mu checked his realm and then looked inside his body. This was because for some time he had utilized the yin-yang harmony technique to continuously quench his internal organs. Now that he had learned the 9 revolutions god-slaying technique, he had made a breakthrough in just an instant. Next, just quench the other organs. He would then be able to continuously raise his realm and become a cultivator at the peak of the Dao Palace. An existence at the peak of the Dao Palace was an expert in Cloud Sea City. The next moment, Lin Mu opened the system panel and looked at it carefully. Name, Lin Mu. Age, 30. Cultivation, 1st level of the Dao Palace, heart-quenching success. Physique/bloodline, desolate ancient sacred body, shackle release progress, January 9th. Techniques, yin-yang harmony technique, 1st level. 9 turns of deicide technique, 1st turn. Dancer's secret scripture, yellow grade, 3rd level. Spell/martial art, void sword technique, 1st level. Female emperor raising target, Qin Yan. Lin Mu couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he saw the desolate ancient sacred body. Progress on unshackling? His own desolate ancient saint body actually had 9 kinds of shackles. He didn't even know this before. Lin Mu calmed down as he utilized his divine thoughts and sensed every inch of his flesh and blood. As expected, the power of the holy body in the flesh and blood seemed to be suppressed in a way. Vaguely, it was as if Lin Mu could see a chain that was suppressing the power of his holy body. Just unlocking a single shackle can give me such terrifying power. Wouldn't it be even more terrifying if all the shackles were undone? Lin Mu muttered. At the same time he thought of the last time he killed Wang Yu. After Lin Lai and the others came in, they didn't notice his special physique or any abnormalities in his cultivation. Originally, he thought it was because he had collected his breath well enough. Nowadays, it seemed that it was because of the existence of these shackles. The shackles of this part of the bloodline, in addition to suppression, could also make it impossible to see his exact reality. However, when he cultivated, he would involuntarily emit his own aura. Hence, Qin Yan was able to sense his cultivation. Right, there's also the void sword technique. Great Emperor sword technique. 3 layers in total. The first layer, it allows me to utilize 10 times my power. The second layer, on the other hand, exerts 100 times its power. 3rd level, 1,000 times more powerful. Lin Mu saw the knowledge of the void sword technique, and once again, a huge wave rippled within him. 1,000 times more powerful. Lin Mu thought to himself that if he were to control the 3rd layer of the void sword technique, with his strength at the 1st layer of the Dao Palace, he would be able to easily kill an existence at the peak of the 5th layer of the Dao Palace, right? Only, when he carefully sensed it, he noticed that the cultivation of the void sword technique was, in truth, a bit too difficult. The second layer in the void sword technique is simply obscure. If it wasn't for the system's installation, I'm afraid I'd have trouble even controlling the first layer. Lin Mu couldn't help but spit out some words, but now that he had mastered the first layer of the void sword technique, at least when he fought with someone, he could explode with 10 times the power. 10 times the power, which didn't seem like much, was enough to allow him to fight across the border. It was just that Lin Mu didn't have a reference point to pinpoint his exact strength today. You're getting stronger. Qin Yan felt Lin Mu's aura and had an unexplained flavor inside. At this point, she finally realized that Lin Mu was not a flash in the pan. Lin Mu's talent was definitely better than even hers. In half a month's time, one could become a cultivator of the first level of the Dao Palace. If such things were to be said, I'm afraid that none of them would be believed. If Lin Mu had such a talent, he would definitely be qualified to become a holy son if he was in the Yaoqi Holy Land. It's all because of you. If it wasn't for you, it would be impossible for me to break through so quickly. Lin Mu gently stroked Qin Yan's hair and said with gentle eyes, thanks to your dedication over this period of time, it gave me the opportunity to break through to the Dao Palace realm in half a month. When these words came out, Qin Yan's face turned slightly red. She naturally understood the meaning of Lin Mu's words. Compared to half a month ago, she had already changed her opinion of Lin Mu. At one time, she thought Lin Mu was a waste of space, a mere mortal who could only spend his days drinking. It's just that, after half a month together, Qin Yan understood that Lin Mu was by no means a creature of the pool, and that he would be able to transform into a dragon as soon as he met water. Young master, the day of Lady Smoke's province has arrived, and the master asked me to come and inform you of it. You'll have to go over to the Qin family today. It was at this moment that a sharp knock came at the door. Lin Mu's personal maid is here again. Unlike Lin Mu's last life, after getting married in this world, it was 13 days that passed before returning to the door. Not only that, but the rules for returning to the door are equally different. It had to be Lin Mu who prepared a thick gift to show his sincerity and took Qin Yan back to the Qin family with him. Mother, do you want to go back? Lin Mu asked softly. If we don't want to face the Qin family's people, then we won't go. Qin Yan's expression was stunned when he heard this. In fact, she didn't really want to have to meet the Qin family. It's just that she thought of her mother's situation inside. I want to go see my mother. Her health has been very bad. I'm a bit worried about her. Once these words came out, Lin Mu didn't hesitate and pulled Qin Yan outside. Anyway, with him by Qin Yan's side, there was absolutely no way that Qin Yan would be bullied. Chapter 11, Stop Barking. Lin Mu held Qin Yan's hand and whispered in her ear. Don't worry, ma'am. I'll accompany you back to the Qin family together. A hint of emotion appeared in Qin Yan's beautiful eyes. Lin Mu, you're so good to me. Lin Mu laughed. Mother, it's already this time. Do you still call me Lin Mu? Qin Yan's jade face was slightly red, and only after a long time did she use an extremely low voice to softly say, husband. Lin Mu laughed out loud, his heart full of joy. Qin Yan being able to address him as husband was really making the coolness soar. On the contrary, it was the personal maid who led the way in front, who turned back and gave Lin Mu an odd look. Young master, you're still in the mood to laugh? Lin Mu shook his head and said, why can't I laugh? The maid sighed and didn't say anything, but Lin Mu understood what she meant. In the maid's opinion, she herself was an invalid, and Qin Yan was also an invalid. Waist united, returning to the Qin family together, that would certainly be met with a blank stare. The valet was still carefully instructed as they walked to the door. Young master, young madam, you must be careful this time when you return to the door. Lin Mu didn't think so, but Qin Yan whispered, husband, your maid is quite good. It's amazing that she cares so much about you without knowing what's going on inside. A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Mu's mouth. That's for sure. I trained her. Qin Yan glared at him without a good look. Husband, that's ambiguous. Lin Mu asked rhetorically. Nyangzi, you actually understood what I was saying. It seems like you're not honest either. A trace of shyness flashed across Qin Yan's face as she murmured. When I was in the holy land of Yaoqi, I also went out and fought against demonic people of the Devil's Path. So naturally I have heard some nasty things. Lin Mu's gaze flickered, and he had the presence of mind to ask more about the pattern of the immortal cultivation world. However, he saw that he was about to come to the Qin family, so he suppressed the thought. It didn't take long for the two of them to arrive before the Qin family's gate. There were two tall, thin men standing at the doorway, and after they saw Lin Mu and Qin Yan, their faces were filled with indifference. Lin Mu, Mrs. Lin, what is the purpose of your visit to the Qin mansion today? Qin Yan's jade face instantly turned white with anger. She had known that the Qin family would definitely take the initiative to clear their relationship with her in order to avoid being affected. This was evidenced by the fact that a few days ago, they had hurriedly sent themselves to the Lin family, even allowing her to marry the punk Lin Mu. but she hadn't expected that the Qin family would actually do such a great job. She even addressed her directly as Mrs. Lin, refusing to even call her by her real name. It was as if she had never been a member of the Qin family. Qin Yan's fists were clenched, and his body was shaking slightly. At this time, Lin Mu reached out and put his hand on top of her fragrant shoulder, pulling her to his side. Then to the two gatekeepers. I'm bringing the lady back to the door to save her family this time. Just to meet Smokey's parents for a while. Don't you stop us, let us in quickly. The two gatekeepers frowned and remained silent for a moment. Well then, I'll go in and pass the word. So don't trespass. After saying that, one person hurriedly ran into the Qin mansion, while the other looked at Lin Mu and Qin Yan warily, as if they were guarding against thieves. Qin Yan's heart was touched when she saw Lin Mu stand up for himself once again. She softly said, "Husband, you're so good." Lin Mu shook his head. "Where am I better? In fact, according to my original intention, I should have just angrily rebuked the Qin house. It's just that I don't know your parents' attitude towards the Qin family either. I'm just afraid that after saying something harsh, your parents will be caught in the middle and have a hard time." After hearing this, Qin Yan froze and stared at Lin Mu, causing Lin Mu to be a little embarrassed. He coughed a few times. "What are you staring at me like that for, ma'am?" Only then did Qin Yan come back to her senses and took a deep breath. "I just think that I'm really lucky. I can't believe I got to marry my husband." Seeing Qin Yan in this state, Lin Mu was overjoyed in his heart, but he spat. It's a pity that this system doesn't display Qin Yan's favorability. Otherwise, by this time, it would have been full. At this time, the gate of the Qin mansion opened wide. The man who had just gone in to pass out rushed out at a trot. Then, a majestic old man walked out. This person was none other than the head of the Qin family, Qin Zhong. Qin Zhong coldly looked at Qin Yan. "Mrs. Lin, if you are here today to save your family, then you can go back here. Since you've married into the Lin family, don't return to our Qin family in the future." Lin Mu sensed that Qin Yan began to get angry again and held her hand with some concern. However, Qin Yan gave him a reassuring look. He then broke away from her hand and came to Qin Zhong. "Family master, I came back this time just to see my parents for a while. After the meeting, I won't come back to your Qin family." When she said the words "your Qin family," her body began to tremble again. But Qin Zhong didn't eat this at all. He coldly said, "Mrs. Lin, if you really care about your parents, then you shouldn't have gone to see them. Do you not realize that there is a heavenly trouble in you? You'd be doing them a favor if you didn't go see them." It seems to be an exegesis of the sentence. As soon as Qin Zhong's words fell, a golden rainbow light flew from the sky. The rainbow light landed directly in front of the Qin mansion's gate, and a youth was revealed. Good. I thought that you would still be hiding, Qin Yan, but I didn't expect." "Ah, I just arrived at your door and blocked you." A hint of excitement appeared in the man's eyes. "Although that Wang Yu set out the earliest, he fell behind me instead. It seems that this heavenly Tao also looks after me and deserves to let me take this chance." Qin Yan looked at this person coldly and said expressionlessly, "Zhou Su, could it be that you don't know that Wang Yu is already dead?" Zhou Su froze for a moment, then sneered, "Oh, that brat is dead? It seems that the Qin family behind you, there are a few points to bear." He immediately misunderstood and thought that it was the Qin family that had struck. When Qin Zhong heard this, he was shocked and said, "This Yao Qi disciple, that what's his name Wang Yu, we didn't kill him. It must be the Lin family." He reached out and pointed at Lin Mu behind Qin Yan. "You don't know, a dozen days ago, Qin Yan had already married into the Lin family, and is no longer related to our Qin family." When Qin Yan saw this scene, he suddenly burst out laughing. "Family master, thanks to me treating you as a senior before." Her gaze turned cold. This Zhou Su was nothing more than the most ordinary disciple in the Yao Qi Holy Land. He relied on his own massive amount of pills to break through to the Dao Palace realm last year. "And you're actually groveling to him like this?" Qin Zhong angrily rebuked. "What do you know? This is a disciple of the immortal sect. Although his cultivation is poor now, he will have a great future in the future." This horse's ass was very pleasing to Zhou Su. "Ha, you old thing can talk." After Zhou Su laughed, he resumed staring at Qin Yan, his eyes filled with excitement. "Qin Yan, if you are sensible, then come over obediently and let me take your root bone. If you have to resist, then when the other few senior brothers come over, your end will only be worse. At that time, you just can't beg for life, can't beg for death, and even be sold into the youth. After they are tired of playing with you." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Lin Mu. "Come on, stop barking." Chapter 12, 9 Revolutions of God-Slaying Technique. Zhou Su's face instantly rose to a pig's liver color. No one had dared to speak to him like that since he was born. It was in the Yao Qi Holy Land. Even though his cultivation was ordinary and no match for those heavenly prides, but given his background, no one would actively abuse him. How dare you? You say that to me? You really don't want to live. Only after a long time did Josu recover, and he stormed out. Lin Mu, however, snorted out a laugh. You're still a stupid dog. Why are you asking questions back when I've made it so clear? Hearing Lin Mu still cursing himself, a hint of killing intent appeared in Josu's eyes. Good. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill you. Let me see if your life is as hard as your mouth. With that, he stretched out his hand and a long sword appeared out of thin air in his hand, crossing over Qin Yan and rushing to stab at Lin Mu behind her. A trace of anger flashed across Qin Yan's face. Bold, she stretched out her jade hand and pinched the sword's body, then flicked the long sword aside with a vicious flick. Josu was so surprised that he was actually staggered a few steps by the long sword. However, Qin Yan was also not easy to bear. Her jade face was red. At a glance, she was lightly injured. Qin Zhong had been watching coldly, and when he saw this scene, he exclaimed, Qin Yan, you have returned to normal? Qin Yan glanced at him and was about to speak when Josu interrupted. Oh, old thing, don't you think about this beauty? This Qin Yan hasn't returned to normal. Her current realm is clearly only the peak of the Wheeling Sea as well. Josu's eyes blazed even more. It seems that this Taiyin body of yours is truly extraordinary. That Wang Yu. It was because he didn't know that you had regained some of your cultivation that he was sneak attacked by you, right? Humph. But you can sneak attack him, but you can't deal with me. Josu reared up with a hint of loneliness on his face. As you know, between cultivators, even if there's only this one small realm difference, it's still a difference of clouds and mud. And while I'm already a Dao Palace cultivator, you're only at the peak of the Wheeling Sea. Qin Yan also knew the importance of lightness at this point. She hurriedly retreated to Lin Mu's side and gritted her teeth. Husband, I'll go stall him. So you hurry back to the Lin family. Lin Mu glanced at Qin Yan and shook his head. Ma'am, why are you raising others' aspirations? This Josu is only at the district Dao Palace realm. You don't need to worry like this. Without waiting for Qin Yan to speak, Qin Zhong shouted. You brat. You really don't know the heights of heaven. In order to once again draw a line with Qin Yan, he jumped out again. But that's right. You're an absolute spirit physique. No matter what your cultivation level is, you can be crushed. Of course you can't tell who's better. After Qin Zhong finished speaking, he nodded his head and smiled carefully at Josu again. Do you see that I'm right? Josu coldly grunted a few times, signaling Qin Zhong to back away. Then he took a step towards Qin Yan and Lin Mu. Kid, you dared to say big words like that just now because you knew that Qin Yan had recovered some cultivation, right? But did you ever think that Qin Yan's sneak attack would fail? Are you sorry now? He deliberately slowed down his pace, trying to see a look of remorse on Lin Mu's face. But Lin Mu responded to him with nothing but a disdainful sneer. That's a lot of crap. Ma'am, is your Yaoi Holy Land an immortal sect? Or is it an acoustic hall? I'm telling you, with crap like that, he'd starve himself to death just going out on the street and selling. Josu was instantly furious. What a death wish. He came barreling over. But Lin Mu didn't panic in the slightest. He raised his hand and threw out a golden disc. A formation instantly appeared and enveloped the three of them. Josu raised an eyebrow, recognizing the origin of this golden disc. It looks like you picked this up after Wang Yu died. But do you think this array disc can trap me? Or what? At this moment, Lin Mu also sneered. I just didn't want anyone to see me strike. Just you? How do you want to strike? Josu shook his head disdainfully, but the next moment, his complexion was horrified. What are you doing? It turned out that while Josu was shaking his head, Lin Mu had already rushed to him and reached out to put his hand on his shoulder. 9 revolutions of deicide. Instantly, Lin Mu's hand seemed to open the dam. The spiritual energy within Josu's body, like a flood, gushed out along his shoulders and was then collected by Lin Mu. You let go. Josu was startled and tried to break free, but Lin Mu was originally at the same realm as him. Just now, he had taken the lead again and absorbed part of Josu's spiritual energy. At this point, Josu was no longer Lin Mu's opponent. No matter how much he struggled, Lin Mu's hand was dead on his shoulder. Soon, Josu's face paled, and he stopped talking tough. Lin Mu, hurry up and let go of me. Then I can leave immediately and just pretend that today's incident didn't happen. And it won't reveal your devil's way technique, either. Although Josu didn't know what Lin Mu's 9 revolutions of god-slaying technique was all about. However, he had already been preconceived and recognized him as a disciple of the devil's way. Finally, he added threateningly, but if you don't let me go, then I'm definitely going to spread the word. When the time comes, there will be people who will come after you. A devil Daoer like you, that's for everyone to kill. Lin Mu let out a cold snort. You don't think that you can still walk out of this formation alive, do you? What? You still dare to kill me? Josu didn't seem to believe it at all. I'm Elder Joe's son. If you kill me, Elder Zhou will surely be immortal with you. At this time, Qin Yan also came over worriedly. Husband, if you kill him, then I'm afraid there will only be real trouble. Lin Mu was unmoved and asked in return, Mother, this kid's father, is he the patriarch of the Yaoqi Holy Land? Qin Yan shook his head. That's certainly not true. Lin Mu asked again, then is he a Xiantai cultivator? Qin Yan didn't know what Lin Mu wanted to say and still shook her head. Again, no. Only then did Lin Mu say, since this is neither here nor there, what are you worried about? Ma'am, didn't I tell you a long time ago to face the entire Yaoqi Holy Land head-on? Since even the Yaoqi Holy Land is going to fight, then why worry about it? What with him being one more Elder Zhou? Qin Yan's heart and mind were shaken after hearing this, and only after a long time did she sigh. Husband is right. I've been taught. In her heart, she even thought, husband actually has such a heart, so he really is a good match. Qin Yan took the initiative to lower her head, a hint of happiness showing in her eyes, and at that moment, Lin Mu had already looked at Zhou Su. Alright, surname Zhou, after you go down there, remember to work harder. At this moment, the spiritual energy in Zhou Su's body was almost sucked clean by Lin Mu. He said weakly, what do you mean by that? Lin Mu looked at him coldly, because it won't be long before many of you Yaoqis will be going down to meet you in the netherworld. It's not easy for you to get a head start. You can't waste it. As he spoke, he sucked away the last trace of Zhou Su's spiritual energy. It also crushed his vitality. As he watched Zhou Su's body slump to the ground, Lin Mu slightly narrowed his eyes and felt the spiritual energy that he had just inhaled into his body. This 9 revolutions divine regicide technique, it really is somewhat powerful. Lin Mu muttered. Chapter 13, why talk about death when you can see it for a long time? Husband, what are you talking about? Qin Yan asked curiously. Lin Mu shook his head slightly and didn't answer the question, instead feeling the situation inside his body. Zhou Su's spiritual energy was very refuted. It should really be that it had been hardened by countless spiritual medicines. Fortunately, the 9 turns of deicide had its own magic. This refuted spiritual energy, after entering his dantian, directly converged into the sea of bitterness. After washing and refining in the sea of bitterness, when it gushed out again, it had actually taken on Lin Mu's own breath. It was no different from his original spiritual energy. Spiritual energy rose up from the divine bridge and turned around in his heart, then rushed towards his liver. Lin Mu's heart moved, and he took the initiative to control that spiritual energy, turning it in the direction of the kidneys. And the spiritual energy was actually really quite compliant, turning downward and merging into the liver. Feeling this pure spiritual energy, Lin Mu opened his eyes, and a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. If I were to suck dry 3 or 5 more people like Zhou Su, then I would be able to finish quenching my kidneys again. This divine power is truly powerful, he once again lamented. Seeing that Lin Mu had been silent, Qin Yan had gotten a little nervous. She hurriedly asked, husband, are you alright? Was it the fight with Zhou Su just now that caused you to suffer a secret injury? Seeing Qin Yan sticking to his side, he looked at himself with concern. Lin Mu's mouth revealed a bad smile. Mother, you don't have to worry about me. I'm fine. If you have time, you might as well care for yourself. What do you mean by that, husband? Qin Yan was filled with bewilderment. Lin Mu didn't say anything either. He just mobilized a spiritual energy from his kidneys for Qin Yan to feel. Although Qin Yan was only at the peak of the Sea of Will now, she had been a strong driver realm practitioner before. She instantly discovered the clues, her pretty face slightly reddening as she said, husband, why did you go to quench your kidneys first? Lin Mu laughed out loud and said, isn't this all for you, ma'am? Afterward, Lin Mu waved his hand to lift the formation. Outside, Qin Xiong was already a bit impatient. This Zhou Su has been in for so long, hasn't he solved Lin Mu yet? Or is he going to take on Qin Yan again after he kills Lin Mu? Gee, should I just go back, or stay here and wait? Just then, the formation suddenly disappeared, and Qin Xiong sighed in relief and rushed over. Zhou Su, you, where is Zhou Su? He stared at Lin Mu and Qin Yan, his eyes filled with astonishment. He hadn't expected that these two would still come out alive. Lin Mu sneered, you old thing, could it be that you're blind? Look down. Qin Xiong looked down, and only then did he see Zhou Su's corpse. He exclaimed, how is this possible? What's impossible about that? Lin Mu said blandly, are you looking forward to seeing us die? This was naturally what Qin Xiong thought, but he didn't dare to say it directly now. He hesitantly looked at Qin Yan. Qin Yan, could it be that you have restored your Tao foundation and also lifted the curse? Qin Yan no longer had any feelings for the Qin Xiong in front of her at this point. She said disdainfully, if I say yes, am I to be allowed back into the Qin family? A trace of embarrassment flashed in Qin Xiong's eyes, but he still nodded. That's natural. You are, after all, a member of my Qin family. Qin Yan grunted coldly. Then you don't need to bother with this. I still have a curse on my body, and at most I can only recover to the peak of the chakra sea. Qin Zhong seemed to be a bit disappointed after hearing this, but soon he grew angry. In that case, how dare you pretend with me just now? His attitude of arrogance was so arrogant that it made Lin Mu laugh. Lin Mu walked over, pulling Qin Yan in one hand and patting her back, telling her not to get angry again. Then he said to Qin Zhong, since that's the case, then in the future, Qin Yan will have nothing to do with your Qin family, ever again. As for Qin Yan's parents, however, you must take good care of them. If anything happens to them, I will personally come to the door and come to settle the score with you. After saying that, he pulled Qin Yan and turned to leave. How dare you speak to me like that? A wave of anger arose in Qin Zhong's heart, but he was somewhat abashed when he remembered the tone of Lin Mu's words just now. Isn't this Lin Mu kid an invalid? What makes him so bold? Could it be that his brother gave him courage? But I heard that Lin Feng, he also looks down on his brother. Forget it, I still don't have to ask for trouble. There will definitely be someone else in the Yaoqi Holy Land who will go after them. Lin Mu and Qin Yan took the initiative to speak up, so I can breathe a sigh of relief. Qin Zhong shook his head as he looked at the direction the two were heading away. Let them be happy for a few more days. When those big shots come, they'll naturally have their sufferings. He turned his head and shouted into the Qin mansion. Men, keep Josu's body in good condition. When the other disciples from the Yaoqi Holy Land come, hand this corpse over to them, and lest they misunderstand. After delivering these, Qin Zhong looked in the direction of the Lin family again. Humph. After the Lin family is finished, this Cloudsea city, it will be my Qin family that will dominate. Although Qin Yan is ruined, he has still contributed to my Qin family. The other side. After Lin Mu left the Qin mansion with Qin Yan, he suddenly apologized to Qin Yan. Mother, just now, I directly cut ties with the Qin family for you. You won't blame me, right? Qin Yan leaned tightly in Lin Mu's arms and said seriously, how could I blame you, husband? Actually, even if you don't say anything, I'm going to take the initiative to cut them off. From now on, I, Qin Yan, will be your Lin family's man in life and your Lin family's ghost in death. Lin Mu exclaimed. Your words, my lady, are half right and half wrong. It's naturally true that you were born as my person, but it's not like you're going to become a ghost of my Lin family. Qin Yan's eyes revealed a hint of incomprehension, and even more so, she was a bit angry. What do you mean by that, husband? A hint of a smile appeared in Lin Mu's eyes. Mother, you and I are bound to be immortalized and live a long life, so why should this be about what happens after death? Qin Yan's heart shook dramatically, and she said blankly, longevity? Yes. Lin Mu hugged Qin Yan tightly. Could it be that the lady doesn't believe me? Qin Yan did have some disbelief in his heart. After all, the matter of becoming an immortal, where is it so simple? However, when she remembered the miraculous things in Lin Mu, she had a few moments of expectation. If that's the case, then naturally it's for the best. At that moment, Lin Mu suddenly tapped his head. Gee, if that's the case, there's another problem. Qin Yan was puzzled. What trouble? Lin Mu's face was filled with a bad smile. If we live forever, then won't we have more heirs than we can count? Isn't it going to be a pain in the ass when it comes time to name them? Qin Yan's face turned red with shame. Husband, what are you talking about? Lin Mu put himself in her ear and said playfully. What? Don't you want to give me a child? Qin Yan lowered her head. Husband, you are bad. Seeing Qin Yan in this state, Lin Mu couldn't wait to fly back to the bedroom immediately. However, when they reached the entrance of the Lin mansion, they were stopped. Young master, young madam, you're back? Lin Mu's personal maid had a resigned face. Chapter 14. Actually, I'm an alchemist. Lin Mu could tell at a glance that she was aggrieved. What's wrong with you again? He smiled and asked. We've only been out for a short time and you're this pissed off. The little maid turned her face away. Young master, even you bully me. At this time, Qin Yan walked over instead. She said to the little maid, what the hell is going on? Seeing Qin Yan being so gentle, the maid was in a much better mood. Young lady, it's the people in the mansion who are finding excuses to deduct our silver again. Originally, young master is the eldest son of the Lin family. Even if he never participated in family competitions, he should always have a few dozen taels of silver for daily expenses. But, before the maid could finish her sentence, Qin Yan had already understood. Ever since she was cursed and had to leave the Yaoqi Holy Land, she had seen the cold and warmth of the world. Is it true that this time, you actually didn't even receive a silver or two? Qin Yan asked softly. The maid answered immediately. Yes, you know about it, young lady? Qin Yan coaxed her a few more times in a low voice, telling her to take it easy for now. Only then did she look at Lin Mu. Husband, This situation at your home isn't much better. It's not like your father is going to come forward and cut ties with us after a while, is it? Lin Mu saw Qin Yan smile and knew that this mother, her mood had calmed down. He shook his head. This has nothing to do with father. It's only someone else testing me. Trying? Qin Yan was puzzled. Lin Mu, however, didn't explain, but instead calculated in his mind. He knew very well that his cheaper brother was no slouch either. It must be because that kid sensed something, so he deliberately found an excuse to see if I'm able to cultivate. This kid has a deep heart. At this time, Qin Yan seemed to have thought of something as well. She came to Lin Mu's side. Husband, since that's the case, what can you do about spreading the news that you're able to cultivate? Lin Mu shook his head. There's no rush on this, though I'm going to fight the Yaoqi Holy Land sooner or later to seek justice for you. It's just that the Yaoqi Holy Land isn't exactly a cutie pie. If they treat us like we're lost, and come in waves to give away our heads, then we're the easy difficulty. But if they found out that I, a wastrel, was suddenly able to cultivate, then they would surely be immediately curious, and at that time, they would directly send over a great power of the dragon transformation realm, and that would be troublesome. Although Qin Yan felt that these words were a bit odd, and certain words used seemed abnormal, still, the meaning of the words was lost on her. Husband turned out to be for me? She gripped Lin Mu's hand tightly. Husband, you are so good to me. I would have thought that you would have been able to cultivate with great difficulty, and even more so, having broken through the Dao Palace realm in one fell swoop. You would have been impatient to notify the entire city. Lin Mu reached out and scratched her delicate nose. Hey, it's enough that my lady knows that. Come on mama, let's hurry up and go and start a branch for the Lin family. Husband, you are bad, Qin Yan softly exclaimed, but did not resist in any way. Allowing Lin Mu to pick her up with one hand, he carried her back to the bedroom. Soon after, a gasp came from the room. The maid had wanted to come to Lin Mu and discuss how to live in the future, but when she came to the door and heard voices inside, she was afraid to go in. Young master is really something. He doesn't know how to cherish his body. The maid lightly bawled and trotted to the entrance of the courtyard to keep watch, never daring to go over there again. All the way into the night, Lin Mu climbed up from Qin Yan and asked with a smile, Mother, why can't you do this? Qin Yan gave him a look without any good humor. Husband, it wasn't you who had to quench the kidneys. Lin Mu laughed out loud and waved his hand slightly, putting away the soaked mattress and replacing it with warm and dry bedding. Then he gently hugged Qin Yan. After a whole day of fighting, Qin Yan was already too much to tart up, and he didn't continue to do anything. Qin Yan was relieved to see that he didn't mess around, hastened to the serious business. Husband, even though the Qin family broke with me, my mother secretly prepared some dowry for me before I got married. Although those dowries aren't anything good, but if you take them out and sell them, they should be able to be exchanged for a few hundred taels of silver, right? Qin Yan had been sent to the Holy Land of Yaoqi ever since the discovery of the Tai-Yin sacred body, not really familiar with the purchasing power of mortal gold and silver. So when she spoke, she didn't have much of a backbone yet either, for fear that she would say too much. As she spoke, she removed a ring on her finger and gently waved her hand, surprisingly transforming into a pile of jewelry. Lin Mu had seen this ring a long time ago, but hadn't put it on his mind. Seeing this scene at this moment, he couldn't help but be surprised. What is this? Qin Yan immediately explained. Husband, this is the nascent sword, but this nascent ring in my hand, which was also given to me by my parents, doesn't have much space inside. As for the one that was given to me by the patriarch when I joined the Yaoqi Holy Land, it has already been retrieved by the sect. A hint of loss showed in her eyes as she said this. Seeing this, Lin Mu patted her back with concern and resolved in his heart that he would definitely ask for that nascent sacred ring back in the future. Only then did he look at the pile of jewelry. He said with some surprise, it seems that these in-laws of mine are quite good to you. If these treasures were to be sold, not to mention a few hundred taels, or even tens of thousands of taels, it is estimated that someone would take them. Before awakening the system, Lin Mu had posed for so long, and had also had the idea of doing business, but the Lin family refused to give him the capital, and that was all that mattered. Yet he also knows the market. A hint of a smile appeared in Qin Yan's eyes as he heard this. In that case, husband, hurry up and sell them all. This way, we don't have to worry about silver. Lin Mu, however, shook his head. Ma'am, that's an outrageous statement. Not to mention that we can't use silver at all right now, and even if we do, we don't have to use your dowry. He blandly said, you may not believe me when I say it, but I'm actually an alchemist. As long as I refine a few pills, then are you still afraid of not having any silver? Qin Yan nodded. If you, husband, are truly an alchemist, then let alone silver. Even the spirit stones of the immortal cultivation realm, that would be easily obtainable. Just, husband, are you actually an alchemist? She asked with some curiosity. If you really have such a skill, then even if you can't cultivate, the Lin family shouldn't treat you poorly. Lin Mu smiled without saying anything. He wouldn't tell Qin Yan that he had only just been imbued by the system and reached the third stage of the yellow product. Lin Mu said, this matter, that's a long story, so I'll leave it at that. Qin Yan had thought that Lin Mu would make a long story short, but who knew that he wouldn't explain it all. She sighed, husband is really good at surprises. Lin Mu laughed out loud a few times before walking out of the room and said to the maid at the entrance of the courtyard, you go to the butler and ask him to fetch me these materials. Saying that, he followed the records of the Dan Master's secret codex in his mind and uttered the recipe for a pair of pills. You ask them to send another alchemy tripod. I'll be equally useful. Chapter 15, First Grade Pill. Bridge Building Pill. Upon hearing this, the maid hurriedly trotted out and found the butler of the Lin mansion. Repeated Lin Mu's request. Once again, the butler immediately sneered. This young master Lin Mu of ours, he doesn't think that after he gets married, he'll really become some kind of powerful person. He's a waste. He can neither cultivate nor refine pills. So what's the point of him needing the alchemy tripod? Is he going to turn around and sell these and make the difference? If that's the case, then this young master of ours is really eating out of his hand. The other subordinates around them immediately laughed in agreement. You're right, steward, if so, isn't the boy a house thief? Our second young master is a Star River Saint King body, and in the future, he will lead our Lin family to dominate the immortal cultivation world. Yet the first young master is trying to poach our family. This is really a case of people getting killed and goods getting thrown away. Both sons born of the same pair of parents. Why is the gap so wide? They laughed their asses off. When the maid heard this, she immediately turned red with anger. Don't you dare insult the young master. The butler sniffed in his face immediately went cold. How dare you, a maid, talk to me like that? He raised his hand and was about to fling a slap. However, at this time, Lin Feng walked out. Stop. Seeing that the second young master had arrived, everyone from the housekeeper to the subordinates didn't dare to make a move. Good day, second young master. Lin Feng nodded bashfully, then asked what had happened. The butler hurriedly repeated it, then screamed, second young master. It's not that I'm making things difficult for the eldest young master. It's really just that it doesn't make sense for him to ask for this. Not to mention our family, we don't even have that alchemy tripod. To buy an alchemy tripod, it costs spirit stones. Lin Feng's eyes, however, showed a hint of contemplation. A moment later, he waved his hand and said, no harm done. Go to the treasury and withdraw a sum of spirit stones. Go out and buy them now. The butler couldn't believe it. Second young master, didn't you hear what I said? Go out and buy it. Lin Feng said angrily. The butler saw this and didn't dare say anything else. So that's what happened? Lin Mu played with the alchemy cauldron that his maid had brought back, looked at the pile of materials on the table, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The maid nodded. Yes, it is. After the second young master finished speaking, the butler ran his ass out yet. Young master, it seems like we usually misunderstand the second young master. Lin Mu hummed softly a few times. Think so then. The maid always felt that there was something odd about Lin Mu's words, but without waiting for her to ask again, Lin Mu kicked her out of the room. After the maid left, Lin Mu placed the small tripod on the table and turned his head to Qin Yan. Mother, is this alchemy tripod so small? Qin Yan walked over and explained to Lin Mu. Husband, although this alchemy tripod is inconspicuous, it is still considered a magic treasure, similar to that Wang Yu's array disc. Is it not as simple as it looks? As she spoke, she stretched out her jade hand and injected a trace of spiritual energy into the alchemy cauldron. In an instant, the alchemy tripod became 100 times bigger out of nowhere, directly collapsing the table. Lin Mu nodded. So that's how it is. I didn't realize that this Dan Ding actually had such a wonderful effect. Qin Yan shook his head instead. This is just the most ordinary Dan Ding, and it's not even close. We Yao Qi have a divine alchemy tripod in that Yao Qi Holy Land. That is truly wonderful. It's said that even if you put the most ordinary mortal medicinal herbs in there, you'll be able to concoct Xian-grade pills. Lin Mu burst out laughing. According to you, that Dan Ding must have been pickled and flavored, just like a teapot with a tea mountain. Pouring in fresh water gives it a few tea flavors. Qin Yan didn't reply to this, but only looked at Lin Mu curiously. Husband, are you really going to refine pills? Lin Mu nodded. If it's alchemy, then why am I bothering with this? With that, he threw those pills into the cauldron and urged his spiritual energy again. However, a moment later, a spiritual light gushed out from the mouth of the tripod. Qin Yan looked curiously, only to see that at the bottom of the Dan tripod, there were already 10 pills lying. It's just over? Qin Yan was a bit dumbfounded. Lin Mu, however, laughed. Then what else do you want? I'm a hallowed yellow grade third order alchemist, refining these first order pills. That's not a piece of cake. At the same time, in his heart, there was a flash of joy. It turned out that when the alchemy was done, the system in his head, too, reacted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for refining the first elixir, the bridge building elixir. Your comprehension of the dancer's secret code has increased. The first level of the chakra realm is the sea of suffering. The sea of bitterness has no boundaries, and turning back is the shore. How can we cross the sea? Only the bridge of God. That was why the most usual elixir in the immortal cultivation world was called the bridge building elixir. It was actually similar to the foundation building pills that Lin Mu had seen when he read novels in his previous life. It's all about helping people cultivate. Lin Mu hurriedly checked the system, only to see that on his panel, in the column of feats, there had been a change. Techniques, Yin-Yang Harmony Technique, first level, 9 turns of Deicide Technique, first turn, Dancer's Secret Scripture, yellow grade, third step asterisk. How's this for more annotations? A few black lines popped up on Lin Mu's head, but he still concentrated and clicked on the tiny asterisk. A new panel then popped up. Rows of question marks appeared before his eyes. Among the countless question marks, the words bridge building pill appeared at the top of the panel. It's followed by a little 10. So it is. Lin Mu instantly understood. Isn't this just collecting illustrations? It seems that if I refine all the pills, all of them, once, there should be other benefits as well. He kept this matter in his heart, then picked up the 10 bridge building dan in the dan ding, walked to the door, and said to the maidservant outside, "You go and take these to the steward, and then ask him to send more materials." The maid nodded her head in a hurry and found the steward with the elixir. Who knew that the butler just looked at it and shook his head dismissively? The eldest young master seems to have become a counterfeiter. He actually went out to buy pills on purpose and then came back to fool me. If he can make his own pills, then I'll cut off my own head and send him to be kicked as a ball. At this time, Lin Feng actually appeared behind the housekeeper with a divine appearance again, snatching those pills and studying them carefully. "Second young master, why are you here again?" The butler was startled, but Lin Feng didn't even bother with him. Instead, he still stared at the elixir to go. A moment later, he looked up, a brilliant light flashing in his eyes. Kind of. After saying that, he didn't speak again, but with a flash, he disappeared. Lin Feng came in front of Lin Lai and handed over the elixir in his hand. "Father, look." At this moment, Lin Mu's 3 sisters, who were also around Lin Lai, were talking about something. "Father, then since Lin Mu is already married and burdened with a trouble, it would be better for you to hurry up and separate from him and have him move out." "Yeah, I've also heard that kid, again, is messing around, actually asking the housekeeper for some kind of alchemy tripod. This is just nonsense." Lin Lai couldn't be bothered and was relieved to see Lin Feng come over. "Oh, bridge building Dan?" He was no stranger to Lin Feng handing over pills. Lin Lai curiously said, "Fenger, what are you showing me these for?" Lin Feng said seriously, "This elixir itself, it's really nothing, but these things, it's Lin Mu who took them out." Lin Lai was still puzzled, and those 3 sisters had already jumped out. "What? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Chapter 16, Void Sword Technique. One move to break the enemy. A hint of thought appeared on Lin Lai's face. In fact, in his heart, he still had doubts about Lin Mu. It always seemed as if he had some secrets in this eldest son of his. A brilliant light flashed in Lin Lai's eyes. "This matter ends here, and you will not spread the word about it for a while. As for these pills, just say that my Lin family invited an alchemist from outside." The 3 sisters laughed immediately upon hearing this. "What you said, Lord Father, is so right. How could that Lin Mu know how to make pills? These presumably would have been where he bought them from. The boy is married and still likes to make false pretenses," they twittered. But Lin Feng was very dissatisfied. In his heart, he thought, "Father is clearly protecting Lin Mu by doing this. Humph, obviously I am the hope of the Lin family, but why is father so biased?" It was just that Lin Feng had forgotten that Lin Lai's so-called favoritism was actually nothing at all. Lin Feng was silent and turned his head to leave. He waited until he had walked out of the Lin family before he let out a cold snort, causing people to spread the news. "Since father wants to protect Lin Mu, it would be a bit troublesome for me to strike directly at him. It's better to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Anyway, that Yaoqi Holy Land. The people who came to find trouble with Lin Mu and Qin Yan are probably already arriving one after another." The Qin family. A young man dressed in white sat at the main seat, a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. "So you're telling me that Qin Yan actually regained some of his cultivation? So he killed Wang Yu first and seized the array plate from him, and then had the presence of mind to kill Zhou Su as well?" He knocked on the table, and although his voice was not loud, the Qin family members present all went weak. Qin Zhong hurriedly said, "How dare I lie to you? All these things are, indeed, true. All you need to do is a little research and you'll see that I'm not telling lies." The white-clothed young man swept his gaze over Qin Zhong as if he wanted to look him through. A moment passed before he nodded. "Forgive me if you don't dare lie to me. All right, get lost, all of you." He turned the tables on the Qin family and made all the people of the Qin family leave the Qin mansion's lobby. It was only after these people left that the young man mused. This Taiyin saint body of Qin Yan is really something. And that husband of his, there seems to be something odd about him as well. If I just hit the door, how humiliating would it be if I took a loss? Not as good as. A lewd smile appeared in his eyes as he flipped his palm and took out a pink jade bottle. Just in time. I have long entrusted someone to refine this bottle of potion in order to deal with Qin Yan that. Even a strong person of the dragon transformation realm can't escape the power of this potion. That Qin Yan has fallen in realm though. Using this on her seems a bit of a waste. But it would be worth it to be sure. With that, the middle-aged man stood up and put away the jade bottle before leaving the Qin clan and arriving over Cloud Sea City. "Qin Yan, come out here." The voice instantly spread throughout the entire Cloud Sea City. "What's that noise? Could it be a mighty cultivator from somewhere that has come to my Cloud Sea City? And who is Qin Yan? Could it be that previous genius of the Qin clan? Not good. It must be that Qin Yan has messed with an enemy before, and now that she has wasted herself, that enemy has come to the door." Many people poked their heads out and looked at the youths in the sky, whispering something, fearing that a loud noise would disturb the cultivators in the sky and lead to a killing. The Lin family. Qin Yan's heart trembled. Backhandedly, he pulled Lin Mu beside him. "Not good. Zhou Ziyuan is coming." Lin Mu naturally heard the voices outside. He smiled and held Qin Yan's jade hand as he also raised his head to look out. "Ma'am, this Yaoqi holy land of yours is a bit of a fun." Qin Yan didn't have a clue in her heart, and when she heard Lin Mu's words, she casually asked, "What happened to the Yaoqi Holy Land?" Lin Mu had a cold smile on his face. Everyone else's family hits the little one and causes the old one to come out. That Yaoqi Holy Land is good. It causes the little one and the one that comes out is still the little one. Hearing Lin Mu address Zhou Ziyuan as little one, Qin Yan snorted out a laugh. The heart was a little less tense. "Husband, that Zhou Ziyuan isn't a villain, but a powerful person of the Dao Palace mysterious realm, and a Dao Palace perfection that has quenched all 5 organs. Qin Yan explained seriously. "Truly speaking, he's also a genius. It's just that after he reached Dao Palace perfection, he was unable to make a breakthrough, so that's why he set his sights on me." Lin Mu realized. "Yes, mother, you used to be a cultivator of the 4 extremes realm. He must have wanted to take over your inheritance and root bones and then break through to the 4 extremes just the same, didn't he?" Qin Yan sighed. "If my husband already knows, then why ask more?" She gritted her teeth. "Husband, this person is not easy to deal with. I know he has always had bad intentions for me. I will go out and attract his attention. Husband, you, just hurry and run." Hearing Qin Yan's words, Lin Mu was moved in his heart and said on his lips, "Mother, don't say that. I'll go out and meet this Zhou Ziyuan for a while." With that, he walked out of the room and leapt up, flying above the roof. Looking up to Zhou Ziyuan in the sky, he said, "Where are the punks coming from? Making noise and disturbing people's dreams here?" Zhou Ziyuan lowered his head. Although he had never met Lin Mu, he had long inquired and knew that the man in front of him was Qin Yan's husband. I didn't expect you, this person, to have quite some guts. It's just a pity that you're an absolute spirit physique and can't cultivate. Otherwise with your heart, that might be something to say." Lu Yuanshan didn't put Lin Mu in his eyes. "You hand over your mother quickly. If that's the case, I can still think about it and see if I should bypass your Lin family. If you don't hand it over, then I'll personally go in and capture Qin Yan. And by then your Lin family will have no chickens or dogs left." At this time, the rest of the Lin family also ran out. A hint of anger appeared in Lin Lai's eyes. "This Yao Qi disciple, what is my Lin family's offense that you want to drive us to extinction?" Lin Mu's 3 sisters even said, "This matter is all because of Lin Mu and Qin Yan. You just killed them. What's the point of looking for trouble from us?" Hearing them say that, Zhou Ziyuan froze for a moment. Interesting. Ah, Lin Mu, it seems like you're not well liked in the Lin family." He grimaced again. "Your family has said so why don't you hurry up and give me the man?" Lin Mu looked at Zhou Ziyuan in the sky, his mind already calculating. The void sword technique was created by the great emperor of the ancients, and just the first layer alone can increase my strength tenfold, and after I drain that Jiusu, I'm already heading towards the 2nd realm of the Dao Palace. Even if that Zhou Ziyuan is a Daogong perfection, I still have the power to fight him. Thinking of this, a wave of confidence arose in Lin Mu. Qin Yan is my mother. I'm not going to hand her over. Zhou Ziyuan, If you have the guts, then come over and die. Zhou Ziyuan was instantly furious. You kid really doesn't know the heights of heaven. Fine. Since you're looking for death, then I'll fulfill you. As he spoke, he violently rushed to Lin Mu. Qin Yan's pupils shrunk violently, and a cry of shock escaped from his mouth as well. Lin Mu's three sisters, on the other hand, were already laughing. Good. Killing this loser will be considered helping our Lin family. Lin Mu, however, stood firm. Void sword technique. With a movement of his mind, spiritual energy gushed out from his body, condensing into a giant sword behind him. In the next moment, the huge sword swept out horizontally, hitting the charging Zhou Ziyuan squarely. Boom! A loud noise came out. Zhou Ziyuan's body was shaken and flew backwards. Blood was even sprayed out of his mouth. At first glance, he was seriously injured. Chapter 17, Great Emperor's Legacy? It should have been mine. What? How is this possible? Again, it was Lin Mu's three sisters who were the first to exclaim. This loser, how could he possibly knock the Yaoqi Holy Land disciple away? Yeah, and what's the origin of that giant sword behind him? Lin Lai's gaze was dead set on the giant sword, feeling the terrifying aura from above, and his heart was somewhat disbelieving. Although he had always suspected that Lin Mu was hiding something, he didn't expect that he actually had such a hand. It was Lin Feng, who had long since secretly left the Lin family and was watching from afar, who was equally wide-eyed. That's impossible. On that huge sword, how could it have the aura of an ancient great emperor? Although his cultivation wasn't high, he was endowed with the physique of a Star River Saint King. After that huge sword appeared just now, his blood was boiling. It seemed to be encountering a familiar scent. I know. Lin Feng's eyes showed a hint of killing intent, and a hint of fire. It must be that when Qin Yan married over, she still had the inheritance of a great emperor on her. She couldn't use this inheritance, so she gave it to that punk Lin Mu. I'm so angry. The thought of such an inheritance could have been attributed to himself. Lin Feng's hair stood up violently. If I had known that, I should have married Qin Yan, my Star River Saint body, combined with the great emperor's inheritance. Then I can even impact the Sea of Will realm in a very short period of time. And at this time, it wasn't just Lin Feng. In Cloud Sea City, there were other cultivators who could see the extraordinary nature of the giant sword behind Lin Mu. That giant sword is bound to have an extraordinary origin. It seems that Qin Yan isn't that simple either. Yes, we all thought that she had become an invalid with her Dao Foundation destroyed, but we didn't think that she still had such a chance on her. It actually let Lin Mu pick up a big bargain. Zhou Ziyuan climbed up from the ground, and when he looked at Lin Mu again, there was already a hint of fear in his eyes, especially when they saw the huge sword behind Lin Mu. They were trembling. In fact, he's really a genius, but he doesn't have the will to go all the way. That's why it took so long to break through to the Four-Pole realm. Even to seize Qin Yan's inheritance and root bone, he had to plan before he moves. He waited for the other disciples to set off before advancing slowly, just to let the others go and test the waters for him. Now that he saw Lin Mu's giant sword, he was naturally terrified and no longer dared to fight Lin Mu. Good, Qin Yan, you're hiding it well. When you were in my Yaoqi Holy Land, you actually hid this great emperor's inheritance so well, not telling the clan at all. Then you have already committed a great sin. The matter of seizing someone's root bone could not be put on the table, so the higher-ups of the Yaohu sacred ground, none of them made a move. Just let your offspring and disciples depart. However, if it could be established that Qin Yan was hiding the inheritance, then the Yaoqi hierarchy would have a reason to strike. At this time, Qin Yan walked out and first gave Lin Mu a surprised look. Husband, you have a lot of secrets on you. Lin Mu laughed out loud. That's right, I don't have many secrets, so how dare I take you as my wife? Qin Yan's face reddened slightly and she didn't pick up on the words. She looked toward Zhou Ziyuan in the distance and said earnestly, this inheritance was not handed over to my husband by me. Don't you dare spit blood. Zhou Ziyuan sneered. Oh, it's not something you can say, and it's not something I can say. It's better to ask the elder to decide. With that, a jade talisman appeared in his hand and he crushed it again. Instantly, the face of an old man appeared in mid-air. Zhou Ziyuan quickly said, Elder Wang, the situation has changed. After he spoke about what had just happened, a trace of faintly undetectable greed flashed through that Elder Wang's eyes. Great Emperor inheritance yes, I'm on my way. After that face dissipates, Zhou Ziyuan stood up and glanced at Lin Mu and Qin Yan but then lost his head a little. After Elder Wang came, this Great Emperor inheritance will have no chance with me. Lin Mu, Lin Mu, after the elders take away your inheritance, I will definitely make you beg for your life and death. It's your Lin family that will be crushed together. Lin Mu's three sisters burst into tears. Lin Mu, you're inviting disaster to our Lin family again. Father, You should hurry up and expel them from the Lin family, so as not to involve us. Lin Lai pursed up his lips and quickly walked to Zhou Ziyuan's side. This Yao Qi disciple, my second son Lin Feng, is a Star River Saint King body. It is the many Holy Land immortal sects that have sent invitations to my son to recruit him. It's just that this second son of mine hasn't made a good decision yet. If you were to strike against my Lin family, wouldn't that be slapping the faces of the other Holy Lands? Zhou Ziyuan turned his head coldly. What? Are you threatening me? Lin Lai hurriedly laughed. How dare I threaten a disciple of the Holy Land? I'm just telling you a fact. Zhou Ziyuan coldly grunted. That's good. He was a bit of a wimp after all. Alright, in that case, then I won't make a move against the Lin family. It was only when he said that, but with a grim gaze, he looked at Lin Mu's three sisters, and then at Qin Yan. In his heart, he even thought, deadly sins can be spared, but living sins are hard to escape. That Lin Feng does have something, but when I'm his brother-in-law, that's not bad. Between thoughts, the pink jade bottle, again, appeared in his hand. He spoke again. I have no deep hatred with your Lin family. Originally, for the sake of the Star River Saint King body, I'll let you guys off the hook. When these words came out, all of the people in the Lin family breathed a sigh of relief. But the way they then looked at Lin Mu and Qin Yan was even more as if they were looking at a pair of dead people. They this time, that's definitely dead. Qin Yan was also a bit anxious. She walked behind Chen Fan, held his hand and said seriously, Husband, let's hurry up and go. That Elder Wang, he's also a cultivator of the Four Extreme Realm. You can't possibly be his opponent even if you're carrying the inheritance of a great emperor. Humph. Want to escape? Zhou Ziyuan secretly held the jade bottle in his hand while staring at Lin Mu's side. I tell you, it's too late. As soon as the words fell, Elder Wang appeared in midair out of nowhere. Yes, it is indeed late. He looked at Lin Mu with a face full of excitement. I didn't think that there would be any unexpected gains from this outing. Qin Yan was shocked and said angrily, Elder Wang, even if you're a Four Extreme powerhouse, it's impossible for you to arrive at Cloud Sea City so quickly. It must be that you've been thinking of making a move on me for a long time, so you left early, didn't you? Elder Wang did not change his face. Not only are you a sinner harboring the great emperor's inheritance from my Yao Qi Holy Land, but you're even spitting blood. It seems that we really didn't make a mistake in our decision to expel you from the division in the first place. With that, he stopped talking to Qin Yan and looked at Lin Mu. Lin family brat, if you hand over the inheritance, I can still let you off the hook. Absolutely not. As a result, Elder Wang didn't even finish his sentence before he was similarly interrupted. Elder Zhou? Elder Wang's heart jumped as he looked back. That's right, it's me. Elder Zhou said angrily. This Lin Mu killed my son and has a blood feud with me, so how can I spare him? It turned out that the news of Zhou Su's death had already traveled back to the Yao Qi Holy Land. This Elder Zhou, he really did come all the way here. Lin Mu, I don't care what inheritance you have. This time you're going to die. Looking at the two Four Extremes realm elders in the sky, Lin Mu frowned slightly. Qin Yan was even leaning dead against Lin Mu's side. In Cloud Sea City, there were already countless people who had rolled up onto the roofs of their houses and looked at the situation over here from afar. AI. One Yao Qi elder is enough for that Lin Mu to die a few times, but this time there are even two elders here. So this Lin Mu, there must be no way to live. Chapter 18. You don't want your secret to be exposed, do you? With the crowd watching, Lin Mu wasn't too nervous. Instead, he was still distractedly focusing on Zhou Ziyuan in the distance. This kid is a Dao Palace perfection. If I suck him dry, I'll still be able to raise at least one more minor realm. At that time, with the tenfold increase of the Void Sword technique, then with these two old undead, they can still maneuver for a while. However, this behavior of his was misunderstood by the two elders. Kid, are you trying to beg for mercy? I'm telling you, it's late. Elder Zhou even said coldly, I'm going to skin you and tear your bones apart. And then I'll ask a great power to draw out your true spirit and forge it into a precious weapon, so that you can't transcend for eternity, suffering day and night. Lin Mu looked up at him. You old fart, you just know how to talk tough, don't you? Come here if you can. These words really caused Elder Zhou to become enraged. If it wasn't for the fact that Elder Wang was afraid that he would strike too hard and directly kill Lin Mu so that he wouldn't be able to get the inheritance. I'm only afraid that Elder Zhou has already killed them. Elder Wang hurriedly said, Elder Zhou, wait a moment. This kid will definitely die, but before he dies, let's torture his inheritance first. Just between the two pulling, Lin Mu came to Zhou Ziyuan's side. Zhou Ziyuan hadn't realized that something was wrong. What are you boys doing close by? Lin Mu gave him a slight smile. I came to thank you. Zhou Ziyuan was baffled. What are you thanking me for? Of course, thank you for sending me psychic energy. Lin Mu grabbed Zhou Ziyuan's shoulder. 9 revolutions of deicide. In an instant, The spiritual energy from Zhou Ziyuan's body entered Lin Mu's body in a steady stream. This time, Lin Mu had experience and just absorbed it with all his might, no longer guiding where the spiritual energy went. In just a moment, Zhou Ziyuan was drained of his spiritual energy. His face was as white as a sheet of paper, and he was out of breath. Snap! The pink jade bottle in his hand fell to the ground, and spilled something out. What's this? Lin Mu looked at it and didn't care, but he still took the initiative to move a few steps aside. At this time, the two elders finally realized that something was wrong. Good brat! How dare you kill my Yaoqi disciple under our noses? The two men burst into a rage. If this news gets out, they won't want their faces. After all, in their eyes, Lin Mu was nothing more than an invalid. Even if there was a great emperor's inheritance, it was only equivalent to a Dao Palace cultivator, and they could all be great powers of the Four Extremes realm. Lin Mu had killed their junior disciple in front of them. It's no longer a slap in the face. Instead, they run septic tanks in their faces. Seek death. The two men struck out in unison. Husband, Qin Yan exclaimed loudly, wanting to rush over. At this time, however, there was a soft chuckle. Kind of. A man in green clothes appeared beside Qin Yan. Fairy Qin, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. The man was oily and flirted with Qin Yan. Qin Yan was startled and looked back. Su Yu? How come it's you? Why wouldn't it be me? Su Yu laughed lightly. Surely you know, Fairy Qin, that I'm very concerned about you. Never mind. Let's not talk to you yet. His figure turned and appeared in front of Lin Mu. Turning to the two elders who came over to meet him, he said, "You too, give me face." Lin Mu almost didn't laugh out loud. Do you kid have a face fruit? And letting people give you a face. Su Yu froze for a moment. What fruit? Forget it, pretend I didn't say it. Lin Mu shook his head. But with these two words of yours, you can make them stop? Su Yu glanced at Lin Mu and proudly said, other people naturally can't, but my words will definitely work. Sure enough, as soon as his words fell, those two elders did stop their forms. Su Yu, why are you here all of a sudden? Su Yu said indifferently, could it be that you guys don't know that I've always been interested in Qin Yan? Then it's only natural that I should come here. Lin Mu also understood at this time. Good boy, are you here to steal my wife from me? At this time, the two elders also reacted. Elder Zhou hurriedly said, then why did you stop us? You want Qin Yan, we want Lin Mu. Wouldn't that be two different things? Su Yu actually really pondered. That seems to be true. He smiled and looked toward Qin Yan in the distance. Fairy Qin, what do you think? If you begged me nicely, that would help you save the boy. A hint of anger appeared in Lin Mu's eyes and he was about to angrily rebuke Su Yu. But at this time, a system prompt suddenly came to his ears. Ding! Great Emperor bloodline detected, void descendant. Lin Mu instantly understood that this system must have been unleashed on Su Yu. He rolled his eyes. What's wrong with the system? Why is it still activated on men? It's not like I'm good at male bonding. No matter how handsome this kid Su Yu really is, I won't be attracted to him. Ding! The mission has been triggered. Have sex with Su Yu within 3 days to unlock the second level of Void Sword technique. Penalty for failure. Taken to a place that cannot be detected by any probe. No way. System, you really want to play me? Although Lin Mu didn't know exactly what that punishment meant, looking at the punishments given by the system in the past, it definitely wasn't a good thing. I can't really take a shot at a man, can I? But at this time, Lin Mu suddenly remembered something. That's not right. Isn't my system called the female emperor raising system? How can a man be an empress? So he said tentatively to Su Yu. Ah, Su Yu, you don't want your secret to be exposed either, do you? Su Yu blinked and turned back oddly. What are you talking about? What secrets can I have? Lin Mu said. You're actually a woman, aren't you? Su Yu's pupils shrunk violently and he took 2 steps backwards, even stepping on a jade bottle. He stumbled a bit before standing up straight again. What are you saying? I can't even understand you. But looking at him like this, Lin Mu already understood. He laughed and said, so you're really a woman. Su Yu gritted his teeth and raised his hand to throw out a purple array disc, enveloping the two of them. Only then did he say, Lin Mu, how did you know? This is a disguise made by the elders of my family themselves. There's no way you can see through it. Lin Mu laughed a few times. Don't worry about that. In any case you can't hide it from me. However, he thought in his mind, it's true that I didn't see through it, but the system is still powerful. He coughed a few times and then said, ah, Su Yu, if you don't want to expose your secret, then shouldn't you do something about it? Su Yu stared at Lin Mu dead on, and after a long time, he suddenly laughed. Lin Mu, are you threatening me? What do you think this is going to do even if I reveal my gender? My bloodline is not fake, and my realm is even less fake. Other than not being able to tease Qin Yan in the future, what do I have to lose? Lin Mu froze before realizing that Suyu was really right. It did seem as if she couldn't threaten her on her own. Suyu sneered and came closer, raising his hand to pinch Lin Mu's neck. But for some reason, after she raised his hand, she directly wrapped it around Lin Mu's neck, and the whole person even threw herself at him. Suyu's face suddenly reddened. It's not right. There's something odd. Although Lin Mu didn't know what was happening, he still said, "This young lady, please behave yourself. I'm not a random person." Chapter 19, Want to see my big sword? Suyu forced down his body's dryness and glared at Lin Mu, then turned his head to look around before seeing the jade bottle he had just stepped on. So it is. She clenched her teeth. There was still camouflage on her face, but a few hints of pouting could already be seen. It must have been that Yao Qi disciple who prepared the winks just now, and it turned out that I ran into them. What kind of medicine is this? It's actually so powerful. Suyu's spiritual energy was agitated all over his body. Good Yao Qi Holy Land, cultivating and practicing is not working, but engaging in these evil ways is number one. She didn't know if she was angry, or if the medicine had taken effect, but she leaned into Lin Mu's arms and exhaled like an orchid. Lin Mu hugged Suyu and watched as the disguise on her face gradually disappeared, and suddenly smiled. It turns out that you're still really a beautiful woman. Fairy Su. It's really icy, like a fairy. Then why do you usually have to do disguises? Suyu gritted her teeth and said, "It's up to you. Get the hell off me or I'll make you look good." The words were sharp, but Suyu was so powerless at this time that any more powerful words would be similar to flirting. Lin Mu took the initiative to release his hands. Fairy Su. It's not that I'm hugging you, it's that you're hugging me. Suyu then realized that Lin Mu was right. She said helplessly, "Then hurry up and push me away." However, Lin Mu was really a bit embarrassed this time. Fairy, it's not that I don't want to push you away, it's really because your cultivation realm is higher than mine. Suyu froze for a moment, and at this point, she was all a bit regretful. If I had known this, why did I usually cultivate so seriously? But at this point, it was useless for her to think about anything. The winks prepared by Zhou Ziyuan had already worked. Suyu rolled over and pressed herself against Lin Mu. Lin Mu said in a loud voice, "Fairy Su, you must respect yourself." Suyu broke the pot and said, "Self-respect my ass. You kid got a bargain." With that, she pressed her whole body down. The spring tide with the rain comes in the evening. The wild fairy no one boat crosses itself. After a long time, Suyu suddenly got up and gave Lin Mu a hateful look. "You're a lucky boy. Taking advantage of Qinyan's curse, he even married her, and today." She blushed a little. However, Lin Mu sat up and said to her seriously, "Fairy Su, that's the wrong thing to say. Qinyan had a heavenly trouble on him, and I still married him. How can this be called luck?" Suyu froze for a moment, then nodded and said, "What you said makes some sense. Forget it, I'm not talking to you much." She spun around and got up of her own accord. Between one turn and the other, the clothes on his body were back in place. Even the looks, they revert to their original appearance. She looked at Lin Mu, who was still lying on the ground, and coldly said, "If you hurry over and beg me, I might even help you get rid of those two elders outside. Otherwise, after I remove the formation, you just won't be able to die even if you want to." Lin Mu was smiling. "Fairy Su, you're too late to say that." It turned out that when he connected with Suyu just now, several prompts came from the system in a row. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest. Void Sword Technique unlocked at the second level. Void Sword Technique Auto Infusion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for seizing the pure essence of the great emperor's descendant. Ding! The host is unlocking the shackles of the ancient sacred body. The second yoke is undone. In addition to the system's rewards, his intercourse with Suyu itself brought him many benefits. Countless spiritual energy converged into his dantian, traversing the sea of bitterness along the divine bridge, and finally converging into the five viscera. Plus, he had just absorbed Zhou Ziyuan's spiritual energy. Lin Mu quenched the two major divine collections of the liver and spleen again, together with his already quenched heart, and his mostly quenched kidneys. He's already in the fourth realm of the Dao Palace mystic realm. Lin Mu stood up. The breath on his body changed slightly. His strength had already increased considerably, plus the second shackle. In the eyes of outsiders, he turned into a cultivator at the beginning of the Chakra Sea realm. Suyu's gaze changed slightly. Seemingly remembering something, she lightly poo-pooed. "You bad egg." It turned out that Suyu had also known for a long time that Lin Mu was an absolute spirit physique and was unable to cultivate. In her opinion, it must be that Lin Mu had made love to herself and then used her body, which had reversed her physique. "Lin Mu, you don't think that just because you're able to cultivate, you can deal with those two old guys outside, do you?" Suyu saw the smirk on Lin Mu's face and subconsciously opened his mouth to strike. However, Lin Mu shook his head. "With just my cultivation realm, I naturally can't deal with them, but you may be too late to see my great sword. Great treasure sword? Suyu froze slightly, then red-faced angrily said, "What the hell are you talking about again?" Linmu suddenly laughed out loud. "Fairy Su'a, it seems you're not honest even when you're dressed as a man. I am indeed talking about the real great sword of treasure, not the one you are thinking of." With that, he once again condensed the void giant sword. "So you didn't take it to heart at first. Humph. Greaseball." However, when the giant sword appeared in front of her eyes instantly widened. "How is this possible?" She reached out her hand and tried to touch the giant sword of the void, but Linmu took half a step back and deliberately said, "Fairy Su, you can't touch my great treasure sword. It's very sensitive." "You're kidding." Suyu glared at Linmu. "This sword was condensed by you. What's so sensitive about it?" This time, she finally realized something was wrong. So helplessly, he said, "I'm telling you something serious." She hesitated for a moment, and a trace of aura was suddenly revealed on her body, surprisingly sharing the same root as the void giant sword. Suyu asked, "Do you see it?" Even if Linmu didn't see it originally, now after Suyu's reminder, he naturally understood it. Again, he remembered the system's prompt just now. It's also true. At that time, the system said that in this Suyu, there is some kind of void emperor's bloodline. In that case, could it be that this void sword technique of mine really has an origin with her? But on Linmu's lips, he was babbling. "Fairy Su, could it be that when we connected just now, the breath of this precious sword of mine actually entered your body? Then hurry up and force them out with your spiritual power." Suyu was so angry that he almost broke his defense. It took a while for her to calm down. "Linmu, I don't care where you got this void inheritance from. Anyway, when you have time, you must come to my Su family." After saying that, she gently waved her jade hand and put away the array disc. The next moment, the old faces of the two elders appeared outside the formation. After Suyu threw out the array disc, they didn't dare to act recklessly and just stood guard outside. At this moment, they hurriedly said, "Suyu, what did you say to Linmu? You're not really going to protect him all the time?" Suyu coldly grunted a few times. "Protect him? I can't wait for him to die in a hurry." It sounded, though, with murderous intent. But Linmu smiled. "Then I will wait for Su Xian. Cough. Suyu to kill me. At that time, my great treasure sword, too, will surely kill with you again." Suyu was mortified in her heart, but it was not good for her to retort with a straight face, so she lightly stomped her jade foot. With a flash, he rushed up into midair. At this time Qin Yan ran over worriedly. "Husband, how did that Suyu leave? He has a big background and is originally a cultivator of the Four Extremes realm. If he's here, then we don't have to worry." Linmu patted her shoulder. "Don't worry, ma'am. Before Suyu left, he had actually given me a big gift." "What great gift?" Qin Yan asked curiously, but Linmu didn't say anything. He took a deep breath, and his giant sword suddenly appeared, sweeping towards his side. It turned out that just a moment ago, when the two elders saw Suyu leaving, they immediately launched a sneak attack. The sword hit them right on the head. Chapter 22 Swords. 4 stages. Boom, boom. With the two loud bangs, the entire Cloud Sea city kept trembling. Many of the old houses have collapsed. What a commotion. What's going on here? Could it be that the two elders have finally made their move to kill Linmu? That's impossible. That Linmu is nothing but a piece of trash. Why would the two Yaoqi elders go to such great lengths to kill him? Many cultivators directly approached over, ignoring the possible dangers and probing the Lin family's situation. But just one look made their jaws drop. How did this Chen Fan turn around and repel the two elders? I must be looking at this all wrong? Some people even saw the end of it. That Linmu's body. Why has the aura of spiritual power suddenly appeared? Is this him being able to cultivate? But even if he can cultivate, looking at his cultivation realm, he's only at the beginning of the Sea of Wheeling, so how can he repel 4 extreme mysterious realm elders? Can't figure it out. The two elders, however, had sensed that something was wrong. Your great emperor's inheritance. Why has it suddenly enhanced several times again? Did that Suyu give you something just now when he brought you into the array plate? I've long heard that their Su family appears to have a great emperor bloodline. And today, when I see it, it's true. Just what makes him give you the benefit of the doubt? It was Qin Yan who was also a bit worried. She held Linmu's hand and asked with concern. Suyu gave you such a great favor. He wouldn't ask for something else, right? Linmu smiled oddly. Don't worry, ma'am. I've already thanked her. Thanked you? Qin Yan frowned slightly. Your thanks are only not enough. Linmu waved his hand. Don't worry. It's definitely enough. What about a few $100 million in a big deal? If that's not enough, then I have nothing to say. Qin Yan couldn't understand what Linmu was saying, but seeing his expression of indifference, she couldn't say anything else. At this moment, the Lin family's crowd also revealed their heads. Lin Lai looked at Lin Mu, but instead, he was a little disappointed. So the aura I felt last time really wasn't him activating his physique. He only just reversed his physique to be able to cultivate AI. It seems that our Lin family, indeed, cannot produce a second sacred body. He didn't care too much about Lin Mu repelling the two elders. In Lin Lai's opinion, as long as his second son didn't fall in the middle of the journey, he would have the stature of a great emperor. The two Yao Qi elders in the district were nothing at all. He himself had just lowered his suit to be small, but he was just selling them a face. As for Lin Mu's three sisters, they were already furious. What makes this kid able to cultivate? Since he is a waste, he should be a waste for the rest of his life. But they were the only ones on the scene who still couldn't see the situation. The women from the other several great clans in Yunhai City were already looking at Lin Mu with fiery gazes. Although his cultivation isn't high, he carries the inheritance of a great emperor. To be able to fight against a four extremes realm mighty cultivator at just the Sea of Will realm, wouldn't his future be unlimited in the future? Lin Feng is the Star River Saint King body. It's really unattainable. But this Lin Mu, on the contrary, can be fought for. Many women smiled up at Lin Mu. Lin Mu, however, didn't care about any of this. He couldn't even look at these mediocre people right now. Lin Mu looked at the two elders and said indifferently, "What else do you have to say now?" Elder Wang's eyes rolled and he already had the idea of retreating. He had come here for the sake of benefits, and now that Lin Mu was not easy to deal with, he naturally thought of going back to Mu for help. However, Elder Zhou's eyes were already red. "You killed my son and you ask me what I have to say? Come to your death." With that, he charged once again. Instead, Elder Wang had already flown up into mid-air, intending to take a look at the situation first. If Elder Zhou got the upper hand, he would go down to help. If Lin Mu had the advantage, then he would turn his head and run. However, the next scene was still beyond his expectations. Lin Mu's sacred body. After unlocking the second layer of shackles, all sorts of miraculous things appeared again. When his spiritual energy was channeled into the giant sword in the void, his body unexpectedly trembled slightly as well, forming a chorus with that giant sword. The power had actually increased a lot more. Elder Zhou struck with hatred, but he couldn't stop Lin Mu's giant sword at all. Only seeing a flash of sword light, Elder Zhou's face turned pale as he glanced down and laughed bitterly. What a fast sword. What a powerful inheritance. It turned out that the sword just now had actually cut him off at the waist. Elder Zhou relied on his last breath of spiritual energy to hold on before he could finish his sentence. After that, the upper and lower halves of his body, each fell to the ground. Snap, snap, with two sounds coming out. The Lin family fell silent for a moment. Dumb and dumber. The crowd looked at Elder Zhou's corpse, not daring to believe it at all. Although they felt that they had overestimated Lin Mu, thinking that he could fight against Elder Yao Qi. However, it did not occur to him that he would be able to directly decapitate this elder with just an ordinary sword. As for Elder Wang, he was even more in a daze. Is this me falling into an illusion? He bit the tip of his tongue and felt the slightest hint of pain, which made him realize something was wrong. No, this Lin Mu is not right. I have to hurry and report this news back to the sect. Without a word, Elder Wang turned his head and flew off into the distance, fast as lightning. But Lin Mu had been on to him for a long time. Humph, want to escape? Look at my lightning. Cough, look at my void giant sword. Lin Mu waved his big hand out, and the giant sword in the void turned with it. The void sword technique operated at full power, drawing spiritual energy from Lin Mu's sea of bitterness, though injecting it into the giant sword. It was then increased 100-fold and rushed to stab the fleeing Elder Wang in the back. Deception. Elder Wang's soul was in danger as he roared under his breath. How do you still dare to hunt me down? You really don't put the Yao Qi Holy Land in your eyes? In the past few days, you have killed 3 of my Yao Qi disciples, and just now you killed Elder Zhou, so why are you still trying to kill me at this time? Old thing, you do talk a lot of nonsense. Lin Mu's face showed killing intent. What do you mean by that? Could it be that as long as I let you go, your Yao Qi Holy Land, you'll pretend that nothing happened? Humph, I've already offended you guys hard anyway, so I might as well just offend you to the end. Come one and I'll kill one. Come two and I'll kill a pair. After saying that, he continued to urge the giant sword. Elder Wang's eyes widened. Dan Tian, the 5 organs, the 4 limbs, all the spiritual energy he had cultivated for years instantly surged out from the secret realm in an attempt to stop the huge sword, but it was all in vain. As the giant sword slashed through, Elder Wang also split into 2 and fell from the sky. It landed right next to Elder Zhou's 2 cut-off bodies. Now, no one dared to speak. At the Wheeling Sea mysterious realm, he was able to continuously decimate 2 4 extreme realm powers. It was really beyond their most extreme imagination. Even Qin Yan looked at Lin Mu with surprised eyes. Husband? You? Lin Mu smiled. Mother, what's wrong with me? Didn't you already know the power of this great treasure sword for me? Chapter 21, Expulsion? Who gave you the courage? Qin Yan blushed slightly and whispered. Husband, don't joke with me. When did I know the power of this precious sword of yours? Lin Mu leaned into her ear and laughed. Don't be in a hurry. I'll let you see it tonight. The people present saw that Lin Mu was actually talking and laughing with Qin Yan after he had killed 4 extreme realm powerhouses. All of them can't help but feel emotional. Although Lin Mu's realm isn't high, this heart is truly powerful. This Lin Mu's future achievements will only be not much worse than his brothers. Hearing these words, a hint of satisfaction appeared in Lin Lai's eyes. Whether it was Lin Mu or Lin Feng, they were both his sons after all. But Lin Mu's 3 sisters were trembling with anger. Lin Feng, he's a Star River Saint King body, a character destined to become a great emperor. Lin Mu was only just able to cultivate. How can he compare to Lin Feng? Humph. He's just relying on an external object like the great emperor's inheritance. The 3 of them sang in unison, degrading Lin Mu to nothing. Even the crowd of onlookers felt that they had gone a little too far. Although the great emperor's inheritance is powerful, if it falls into the hands of incompetent people, it won't be able to exert much power. The fact that Lin Mu was able to kill a 4 extremes cultivator with a cultivation level that was only at the beginning of the Sea of Will realm is enough to show his talent. However, Lin Mu's 3 sisters still kept shaking their heads. What talent? It's just his luck. They remembered something and suddenly turned around, staring at Lin Mu dead in the face. By the way, didn't that Yaoqi Holy Land elder say just now that this inheritance was brought by Qin Yan? Qin Yan was supposed to be Lin Feng's wife, but you cut her off. Lin Mu, give us an honest explanation. Is it possible that you sensed something a long time ago and that's why you intervened and took away Lin Feng's chance? You hurry up and hand over the great emperor's inheritance and give it back to Lin Feng. Lin Mu's face sank. Oh, is that what you guys think? At this moment, Lin Feng also drilled out from nowhere. He looked at Lin Mu with fire in his eyes. Lin Mu, the words of several sisters are well spoken. Since that inheritance was brought by Qin Yan, it should be mine. I think it's my Star River Saint King body that has attracted this great emperor inheritance from the underworld. If you intervene, although you can get some benefits now, you're bound to suffer a backlash later. Lin Feng said it in a decisive way, as if he was saying something to the point. I can let the matter of you marrying off Qin Yan go, but that inheritance, you need to give back to me. Speaking here, Lin Feng looked at Lin Lai. Lord Father, if I were to obtain that inheritance, then I would be the undoubted pride of a generation. There would be a real hope of certifying a great emperor. Lin Lai's heart shook as he listened. In the past, when he had said that Lin Feng had the appearance of a great emperor, he had actually felt weak in his heart. After all, although the Star River Saint King body was powerful, it was not unique. The immortal cultivation world was so big that all kinds of strong physiques came out. Many of them were even from immortal sect holy places, or immortal cultivation families. This little bit of power that their Lin family had, the resources that their Lin family could provide to Lin Feng were really insignificant. For example, the Qin family, which was also in Cloudsea City, had sent Qin Yan, a Taiyin saint body, to the Yaohe Holy Land after he was born in their family. It was nothing more than not being able to afford such a future great power. But if Fenger has a great emperor's inheritance, then there's no need to join another clan. Doesn't this mean that my Lin family alone possesses a great power, or even a future great emperor? Then, in the future, I, Lin Lai, will certainly remain famous for ages to come as well. Lin Lai was almost so excited that he was trembling, and with a trembling voice, he said to Lin Mu, Mu, you are my eldest son. This being a big brother, you must have the appearance of being a big brother. Not to mention that great emperor's inheritance should have been Fenger's. You hurry up and hand it over. When Lin Mu heard this, he was first silent for a while, seemingly hesitating. Qin Yan hurriedly held his hand and whispered, Husband, cannot this inheritance cannot be. Qin Yan, shut up. Seeing that Qin Yan was about to spoil his good deed, Lin Feng yelled out, You were supposed to be my Dao couple and become a great power with me, but as a result, you didn't know how to love yourself and destroyed your own Dao foundation, which was already one of your great sins. You secretly brought out the inheritance, which should have been handed over to me directly, but you ended up deliberately concealing it and handing it over to Lin Mu instead, which is the second major sin. And now you're going to compel Lin Mu to take the chance that should have belonged to me for himself? Qin Yan, no wonder you were expelled from the Yaoqi Holy Land. A sinister woman like you deserves to end up like this. When Qin Yan heard this, her fists clenched violently, only feeling that Lin Feng's face was repulsive. Lin Feng, you're really bloodthirsty. That inheritance wasn't brought out from the Yaoqi Holy Land. It was. Qin Yan wanted to explain, but Lin Mu pulled her back. Oh, mother, we don't have to talk to him much. After Lin Mu pacified Qin Yan, he turned his head to look at the Lin family members. He first turned to Lin Feng and asked, brother, I've actually always been curious. What you've awakened? Is it really the Star River Saint King body? These words confused Lin Feng. What makes you say that? Lin Mu then sneered. I see that you are sharp-tongued and don't think of relying on strength when it comes to things, but always want to rely on a mouth to ask for favors. I thought you had awakened some kind of mouth-breathing king body. Lin Feng's face instantly turned red. Lin Mu, how dare you? It was the other onlookers who also felt that Lin Mu's words were a bit excessive. That's a hallowed Saint King physique, and Lin Mu is not afraid of heaven's wrath if he belittles it like that? This kind of holy body has its own heavenly blessing in the netherworld, so if you casually mock it, you will definitely encounter bad luck in the future. Lin Mu rolled his eyes at them. You guys know quite a bit, too. You guys have the business of inquiring and spreading gossip, so why don't you practice and cultivate more, and maybe even raise your realm a bit more? This didn't sit well with the onlookers either, but without waiting for them to sneer back, Lin Mu had already looked at Lin Lai. Lin Lai, do you really want me to hand over the inheritance to Lin Feng? Lin Lai immediately nodded his head. As long as you hand over the inheritance, you will still be my eldest son in the future, and it is the position of the head of this Lin family that I can hand over to you. Lin Feng nodded his head in the same way. Compared to the great emperor's inheritance, the resources of this district's Lin family were really not worth mentioning. However, Lin Mu saw their reactions and instead made up his mind. You guys die. This great emperor inheritance. I won't hand it over to you. Lin Lai was instantly furious. How dare you disobey me? Although you are able to cultivate, you are only at the beginning of the chakra sea realm. I can turn over my hand. Lin Lai wanted to let out a harsh word, but without thinking, he saw the 4 extreme realm elders who had just been killed by Lin Mu and didn't dare to say anything. He grunted a few times and turned to say, if you don't listen, I'll expel you from the Lin family. Let you become a lonely ghost. Lin Mu laughed coldly. Do you think I care about the identity of this Lin family member? He pulled Qin Yan into his arms and blandly said, it wasn't you who expelled me from the family, but I left you, the Lin family, on my own. In the future, I will set up another Lin family, even to the point of completely obscuring any traces of your existence. When the Lin family is mentioned in future generations, they will only know my name, Lin Mu, and you, in the long river of history, will be completely worn out. Everyone froze at this statement. They really couldn't imagine that Lin Mu would be able to say something like this. Lin Mu, however, didn't care about their gazes. He said in a loud voice, does anyone want to leave the Lin family with me? Chapter 22, if you want to spread your branches, you can only take concubines. Lin Mu was already unpopular in the Lin family, so naturally no one would stand out at this time. Lin Mu's 3 sisters, taking advantage of the opportunity, jumped back in. Lin Mu, what kind of daydream are you having? And you're talking about wearing down our Lin family's existence. I think you're just talking big. Who do you think will go with you? Lin Feng similarly coldly hummed a few times at this moment. He said to the Lin family members, if you dare to leave after Lin Mu, then you won't be able to come back in the future. Everyone was silent. After a long time, Lin Feng had an open smile on his face. Although Lin Mu refused to hand over the inheritance, he didn't quite dare to go out and take it by force, but the scene before him still gave him a hint of pleasure. Lin Mu, did you see that? This is what the hearts of the people want. Lin Feng first laughed lightly, then it gradually turned into a big laugh. I'm telling you, I'm not only going to crush you for the rest of your life, I'm going to crush you for the rest of your life. However, at this time, that personal mate of Lin Mu came forward. Young master, I'll go with you. Lin Feng almost choked to death. He suppressed the fire in his heart and said angrily to the maid, how dare you leave my Lin family? You don't really think Lin Mu can have a good life after leaving the Lin family, do you? I'm telling you, the Yaoqi Holy Land will definitely not stop. He, Lin Mu, can deal with the 4 extremes realm, but he can't possibly deal with a dragon transformation cultivator. When the Yaoqi Holy Land reacts and sends out a true powerhouse, then Lin Mu, he just won't be able to die even if he wants to. The maid sighed. Second young master, I have served the eldest young master since I was a child. If I don't follow him at this time, then what can I do? Saying that, she trotted behind Lin Mu. When Lin Mu saw this, a smile appeared in his eyes. Not bad, not bad. It seems that I haven't stayed in the Lin family for these 30 years in vain. It's enough to have one person leave with me. He signaled the maid to follow him. Then he slowly left Cloudsea City under the watchful eyes of the entire city. After walking out of the city gates, Lin Mu suddenly turned around and smiled faintly at the maid. Since we're leaving the Lin family, I'll have to change your name. As he spoke, he kept summoning the system. This maid dared to leave the Lin family with me. So maybe she's also a female empress. System, come out of there. However, even though he called out for half a day, there was no response from the system. Lin Mu finally died. It seems she's just a little too bold. He shook his head and sighed. At this time, Xin Yan instead said, "Why is husband sighing?" It was naturally impossible for Lin Mu to say anything about the system. He shook his head. "I just think it's a really hard thing to name people. By the way, since you like to wear pink, let's call you Pinky." The maid's face stiffened. "Young master, are you serious?" Even Xin Yan couldn't help herself a bit. "Husband, where is this little powder a human name?" Lin Mu rolled his eyes. "How is that not a human name anymore? There are also names like Little Red, Little Green, and Little Black." But in the end, he didn't really let the maid call Pinky. He casually said, "I see you're quite courageous, so why don't we call it?" Lin Mu purposely sold his words and waited until the maid was a bit helpless before he finally opened his mouth. "Then let's call it Lin Yun." The maidservant let out a sigh of relief in a hurry. It was Qin Yan who also whispered, "Husband, I thought you would call her Lin Yong." Lin Mu shook his head. "Where is this a girl's name?" Qin Yan laughed angrily. "Humph, Lin Yun doesn't look like a woman's name either. Besides, what does this character Yun have to do with the character Yong?" Lin Mu laughed out loud. "You don't understand this, do you? In ancient times there was a general who was all courageous and very brave, and this man had the word cloud in his name. I'm using the dictionary here. You need to learn more, my lady." The three of them talked and laughed as they walked out of Cloud Sea City. At this time, however, Qin Yan waved her hand and released a smokescreen, obscuring Lin Yun's sight and hearing. She then asked seriously, "Husband, are you going to take Lin Yun as a concubine?" Lin Mu froze for a moment. "Why do you ask, my lady?" Qin Yan sighed. "Husband, you also know that I am burdened with a curse. Although after double cultivation with you, and you, I have already repaired the foundation of the Tao, and there is no longer any worry about my life. But I'm only afraid that it will also be difficult to have children. Husband, you're going to establish another Lin family. That's always going to open up with a woman." Lin Mu pulled Qin Yan and asked in a low voice, "Then won't you be jealous, ma'am?" Qin Yan raised her head and said seriously, "Husband is so good to me. Where would I want to be jealous of you?" Lin Mu laughed a few times, then nodded and said, "Let's talk about this later." If Lin Yun really had the potential of a female emperor, then Lin Mu would definitely not talk nonsense. It was just that since Lin Yun didn't have such qualifications, Lin Mu wasn't in a hurry. At this time, Qin Yan, however, added, "Husband, what your second brother said just now is also correct. Although you beheaded the two elders of the Yaoqi Holy Land, the news that you are carrying the inheritance of a great emperor is bound to spread. Anyone with a heart will be able to smell it. The Yaoqi Holy Land is the closest to here, and I used to be a disciple of the Yaoqi Holy Land. They will definitely use this as an excuse to come after you. Husband, what should we do?" Lin Mu didn't panic in the slightest. "Humph, my lady, you were in their Yaoqi Holy Land and somehow incurred this curse. I should have brought you to fight on their mountain gates to seek justice for you. If they dare to come here of their own accord, it's just the right thing to deliver." Qin Yan was touched in her heart, but she was still a little worried. "Husband, if Yaoqi sends out a great power in the dragon transformation realm, you won't be able to deal with it." Lin Mu reached out and scratched her nose. "It doesn't matter. We just need to cultivate harder and raise our cultivation realm before they come. Then we'll be fine." Qin Yan shook her jade head. "It's not that simple." Lin Mu laughed lightly. "What's not simple about it? As long as we double-cross more often, that's fine, husband." Qin Yan let out a soft chant from her voice, then backhandedly hugged Lin Mu. When she was so moved, the smokescreen that had just covered Lin Yun also instantly disappeared. When Lin Yun, who was next to him, saw this scene, his little face turned red. "Young master, young madam, this is still the wilderness. We aren't. You guys should at least go into town first and find a stagecoach station." Lin Mu laughed out loud. "What's in it? Those of us who cultivate should have absorbed the essence of the sun and moon. Cultivate in the wild to refine faster. What are you all talking about?" "Young master," Lin Yun lightly poo-pooed, still trotting away. Lin Mu didn't say anything, but just backhanded Qin Yan underneath her. After a long time, a stream of pure spiritual energy passed between the two bodies to each other, gradually growing. Chapter 23. No, we need more money. Lin Mu was holding Qin Yan, who had fallen into a deep sleep, and was looking at the starry sky in the sky. Instead, there was a sudden burst of laughter in his ears. "Ha, kind of." Lin Mu was startled in his heart, but he quickly calmed down again. "Fairy Su, where's the fun in that?" It turned out that he had already heard Suyu's voice from this voice. Suyu suddenly appeared. This time she didn't make a disguise. She was directly wearing women's clothing, with a white coat draped over her. She did look like a fairy. So you glanced at Lin Mu and shook his head. You killed someone from the Yaoqi Holy Land. And you actually dared to leave the Lin family. And you actually dared to leave Yunhai City. And then to actually have the audacity to fool around in the wild. Isn't that interesting enough? After hearing this, Lin Mu carefully put Qin Yan, who was beside him, onto the grass aside. Again, the clothes that were supposed to cover both of them were draped over Qin Yan. Then he took a leap of faith. That doesn't mean anything. I'm just grasping at straws to practice. Lin Mu was still half naked when he got up. Suyu turned his head to look when he was about to say something. As a result, he happened to see Lin Mu's lower half, and his face instantly turned red. Lin Mu, how dare you mess around? Lin Mu put on his clothes while laughing in a low voice. Where did I fool around? I'm just standing up normally. Besides, it's not like you haven't seen it, touched it, or eaten it. You shut up. Suyu opened her teeth and claws, finally blocking Lin Mu's mouth. Didn't let him finish his sentence. A moment later, when Lin Mu was dressed, she let go of the hand covering Lin Mu's mouth. Lin Mu first took a big breath, then sighed deliberately. It's after midnight, and we're kind of like a couple for a day, but I didn't expect Fairy Sue to be so ungrateful for old times, almost murdering my own husband. Hey, if I'm bored to death by you, what will outsiders say? The descendant of a Void Emperor actually murdered his own husband. The entire immortal cultivation world is bound to explode. Suyu took a deep breath as his chest fluctuated. It took a long time for her to suppress her anger. Lin Mu, thanks to me even giving you a favor. As a result, you're just going to take advantage of me with your mouth. Lin Mu smiled and asked, oh, what favor did you do for me? Fairy? Suyu rolled his eyes before saying, Humph, I killed a few people who went back to the Yaoqi Holy Land to report for you. Does that count as a big favor? Lin Mu was really moved in his heart after hearing this. Fairy Sue, you're so kind to me. I thought you really did just walk away during the day. I didn't realize that back there, I was actually given these tales to deal with. Alright, don't be so fleshy. Suyu rejoiced in his heart, but his mouth didn't acknowledge it in the slightest. She went on to business. Although I killed a few people for you, this can only be hidden for a time, not for a lifetime. You'd better hurry up and raise your cultivation. Really not you come to my Sue family. My Sue family is not as big as it used to be, but I can still protect you. As she said that, Suyu's face also turned a little red. Lin Mu looked in his eyes, smiled and shook his head. That's not good. If I were to go directly to your Sue family, wouldn't that make me a member of the family? I'm a character who will be certified as a great emperor in the future, so I can't easily join the family. Suyu hadn't had this intention in the first place, but when she heard Lin Mu say that, she was a bit moved instead. Oh, you really won't join the family? Let me tell you, our Sue family has a peak dragon transformation powerhouse. After you join my Sue family, no one will dare to belittle you anymore. Lin Mu shook his head seriously. Well, it's impossible to get into a family. Unless what? Suyu asked hurriedly. Unless you add money. Suyu was stunned at first, and after a long time, he laughed out helplessly. Hey, you're kidding me again. How can such a big matter be decided by a little bit of silver or spirit stones? That's just it. Just take care of yourself. Suyu sighed, slightly disappointed in his heart. Lin Mu was burdened with the void inheritance, so if I take him back, my family probably won't object. It's just a pity that Lin Mu himself doesn't agree. Suyu shook her head and turned her head to leave, but Lin Mu pulled her back. Fairy, don't go. I can't repay you for this great favor. Then let me give myself to you. Suyu was shocked and struggled up in a hurry, but Lin Mu whispered in her ear. Fairy Sue, if you struggle now, you're going to wake up Qin Yan. How do you think she'll feel when she sees this? Oops, that Suyu who used to pursue me is actually a woman? This last sentence was said by Lin Mu in Qin Yan's tone. As expected, after Suyu heard this, his struggling movements suddenly became much smaller, and he cursed in a low voice under his breath. You really took advantage of the situation. Lin Mu shook his head. Where is this taking advantage of someone? I'm grasping all the time to cultivate. After all, cultivation is important. That's what you just told me. Suyu glared at him unhappily, but the struggling movements became weaker and weaker. Soon, Lin Mu got what he wanted, then once again operated the yin-yang harmony technique. Although Suyu didn't say anything with his mouth, his movements were honest. She waved her hand, similarly summoning a smokescreen that covered Qin Yan's head, so that she couldn't hear the movements of the outside world. Only then did he let out a yell. But there was one person she had overlooked. Lin Yun covered his ears and jogged away. Young master is simply annoying. It wasn't until the next morning that Qin Yan opened her eyes and saw Lin Mu, who had long since gotten dressed. She smiled. You're up early, husband. At this time, she couldn't help but feel a little shy when she saw Lin Yun with a dark circle under his eyes again. Cloud. I made a lot of noise last night. Lin Yun looked at Qin Yan, then at Lin Mu, and helplessly said, who am a maid? How dare I blame madam and young master? At this time, Lin Mu waved his hand, signaling Lin Yun to shut up. He asked Qin Yan, Ma'am, that Yaoqi Holy Land won't be coming to look for trouble from us in the short term, either. In my opinion, we might as well find a place to land first. Around this Cloud Sea city, are there any other large cities? When Qin Yan heard this, a trace of doubt arose in his heart. How does husband know that this Yaoqi Holy Land won't look for trouble? It is. Husband seems to have a lot of secrets on him. Perhaps the division behind him stepped in and did some covering up for us. So Qin Yan didn't ask much. Husband, to the north of Cloud Sea City, there is another large city called Jade Tripod City, so it's just right for us to go over there. Lin Mu didn't really care about where to go. It was only when the three of them continued on their way that Lin Mu asked again, Jade Tripod City? That name has some meaning. Chapter 24, The Legendary Heavenly Phoenix Body. Qin Yan laughed. Husband is really sensitive. He heard it all at once. Lin Mu quickly said, What are you talking about? Ma'am? When was I sensitive? Qin Yan gave Lin Mu an odd look, not knowing what he meant by that. But she didn't ask more questions. She just said it differently. Husband is indeed resourceful. This Jade Tripod City is indeed a place where alchemists gather. Husband, since you're also an alchemist, you're bound to be like a fish out of water here. Lin Mu nodded his head at this. This is a proper arrangement you've made, my lady. Good. Then let's go to this Jade Tripod City and rest for a while. Soon, the three of them arrived outside the city. This Jade Tripod City was really as Qin Yan had said, and without waiting to enter the city, one could feel a stream of immortal spirit chi. Not time, more can be seen somewhere in the city. Suddenly gathered a burst of black clouds, and then as the lightning fell, Lin Mu recalled the knowledge in the Dan Master's secret code and immediately understood. Those black clouds and lightning bolts were precisely the lightning tribulation that the heavens and earth descended upon when a high-grade elixir was refined. This thunderbolt, however, is not so much a calamity as it is a notification and publicity. The power of this thunderbolt was not even as powerful as the lightning of an ordinary thunderstorm, but it is said that a divine elixir. It is then different again. Lin Mu bowed his head and mumbled something, but by this time, the three of them had already entered the city. Lin Yun was even more dazzled as she suddenly pointed to the distance and said, Young master, young madam, why is it so lively over there? Qin Yan glanced over, and sure enough, he saw a bunch of people gathered together. She shook her head and said, It's nothing, it's most likely that someone was seriously injured, so they came here to seek medical attention. After hearing this, Lin Mu suddenly looked up and asked Qin Yan, Mother, you came here when you were first cursed, didn't you? Qin Yan seemed to remember something inside. I really can't hide it from my husband. Lin Mu nodded, and was about to ask Qin Yan which alchemists she had met back then, and which pills she had eaten. At this time, the system's voice suddenly came to his ears. Ding! Special physique detected, Heavenly Phoenix Body. Zhou Rao, Heavenly Spiritual Root, Heavenly Phoenix Physique, Tenacious Life Force, almost impossible to kill, seriously injured and in a coma, waking up. Lin Mu rolled his eyes. This is outrageous. Doesn't this Heavenly Phoenix Body say that it can be reborn in Nirvana? Then why was she sent to Danding City when she was seriously injured and didn't find a place to retreat to Nirvana? Lin Mu, half curious and half moved, pulled Qin Yan and said, Mother, you come with me, let's go see the action. Qin Yan was puzzled. What's all the fuss about? Let's see where the big smarts come from to play a good hand. She brought Qin Yan and Lin Yun with her and squeezed into the crowd beside her. In the center of the crowd lay a woman with a stunning face and an even more outrageous figure. Despite lying flat on the jade bed, her chest still towered above the clouds. Lin Mu swept a few glances and frowned. So stiff? It can't be silicone, right? Qin Yan's ears twitched. Husband, what is the silica gel again? Lin Mu waved his hand. One of those things that men like. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Mother, do you know that woman? Qin Yan glanced at the woman and shook her head. I don't know her. Why would you ask that? Husband? Lin Mu hesitated for a moment before whispering. This woman's physique is special. She should be a big deal. I thought that you should have known quite a few heavenly prides when you were burdened with the Tai-Yin sacred body in the past. That's why I asked this question. After hearing this, Qin Yan first took another serious look at Zhou Yao to make sure that he had indeed never seen her before. Only then did he ask in surprise, Husband, you actually have such a skill? Lin Mu didn't explain, just nodded his head. He pulled a person next to him and asked him casually, that woman lying on the jade bed, what exactly is the situation? The passers-by of this Jade Tripod City were equally enthusiastic, and the news is just as good. The passerby sighed. This little brother. It looks like you just came to my Danding city. That's why you're asking. This woman actually comes from an immortal cultivation family and was once a famous genius when she was a child. It's just that a few years ago, when the Yaoqi Holy Land accepted disciples for the grand ceremony, she also went over to participate, and as a result, something went wrong, and not only did she not join the Holy Land, but instead, she fell into a coma. That Zhou family isn't an ordinary family either, so naturally they didn't want to see their own genius sink, so they spent countless spirit stones over the years to seek pills for them. But who knows that years have passed, and not only did this woman not wake up, but she has been sleeping. This is why the Zhou family had no choice but to place it in the center of the road, only hoping that a passing powerhouse, or a high-ranking alchemist, would lend her a helping hand. As for the jade bed underneath her, it's actually the same treasure, capable of providing a constant supply of spiritual energy to protect the woman's 5 secret treasures, so that her vitality won't be cut off. Lin Mu had just heard half of it and already understood what was going on inside. This Zhou family is also unlucky. The heavenly phoenix body already has the ability to repair itself. It's just leaving it alone. It's actually no big deal. As a result, they had to slam spirit medicine into her, which instead delayed her self-recovery. Lin Mu turned back to Qin Yan and smiled. Mother, why did you just tell me you didn't recognize her? Isn't she also in such a state because of your Yaoqi Holy Land? Qin Yan was silent for a moment, then raised her head and said, Husband, I really don't recognize this person. After I joined the sect, not only did my master teacher never tell me about this, but also the other disciples in the sect. No one knew about this at all. Lin Mu froze for a moment after hearing this instead. After a long time, he laughed coldly. It seems that this Yaoqi Holy Land of yours is really not simple. It looks like a fairy treasure, but in fact, it might be harboring dirt instead. Lin Mu turned to the passerby again and asked, By the way, you said that this woman has been sleeping for many years, so how old is she now? It's not a couple 100-year-old aunt, is it? The passerby gave him an odd look. This merchant, you are way off the mark. Before that woman fell asleep, she had only just broken through the Dao Palace realm. With this realm, where could she live for hundreds of years? Actually, she's only 20 now. Lin Mu nodded, his mind already set. He pushed through the crowd and walked over to Zhou Yao's jade bed. Gentlemen, you may not believe me when I say it, but I actually have a way to save this woman. Hearing Lin Mu's words, an old man hurriedly raised his head and looked at Lin Mu with eyes that were tinged with anticipation. However, when he saw Lin Mu's age, he bowed his head in disappointment. Kid, looking at your appearance, where do you look like an alchemist? You'd better back off and stop kidding me. As for the crowd of onlookers, they were pointing at him. This kid, could he be a crook from somewhere? It's a pity that he's not very clever at this deception. If he had pretended to be an old man, then there might have been a few more chances of success. Chapter 25, You call this a panacea? Seeing the crowd questioning himself, Lin Mu smiled faintly and didn't get angry. He flipped his palm and a pink jade bottle appeared in his mouth. Ahem, got the wrong one. Lin Mu hurriedly put away the jade bottle and took out another small box. Inside this is an elixir I've refined, so as long as I feed it to this woman, it will definitely make her instantly awake. Although the crowd didn't quite trust Lin Mu, they couldn't help but be a little curious when they saw the box in his hands. What the hell is in here? That box doesn't look anything special. It's not just the box that's the problem. Those top-grade pills, they all come with their own special aura. It's just that they can't be suppressed at all even if they're deliberately suppressed. But the box in his hand doesn't emit any special aura. As for the old man, he was equally skeptical. However, when he saw Lin Mu's verbal demeanor, he still got up and said, This young man, my name is Zhou Quan, and I am my young lady's Taoist protector. Do you really have a panacea in your hands? Hearing the old man declare himself, the surrounding passers-by were instead a bit surprised. He's Zhou Quan? I heard that decades ago, he was already at the 4 extreme perfection realm, so how strong would he be now? This Zhou family is also really willing to give up, to send such a figure to escort Zhou Yao. Hey, when I saw that I had been guarding the jade bed, I had thought that he was just an ordinary cultivator. I should have known better than to get close to him. Hearing these people's voices, Lin Mu suddenly frowned. Zhou Quan, since you have been incognito for many years, why do you suddenly reveal your name to me? You're going to be in a lot of trouble later when you give your name. A bitter smile immediately appeared on Zhou Quan's old face. Hey, that's something you don't know. In fact, my young lady's condition is already very unstable. I'll just have to be sick. In fact, even if I hadn't met you today, I would have directly brought the young lady and gone to the city lord of Danding City. The passerby was surprised again. The city lord that Senior Zhou spoke of. Could it be that heavenly alchemist, Yu Hui? If that person had made a move, I guess he would have been able to make a potion to revive that woman. When Lin Mu heard this, his heart became even stranger. Zhou Quan, then why didn't you beg that you Hui what's his name earlier? Zhou Quan helplessly said. Naturally, I have long wanted to go over. He seems to have some hard feelings. Seeing this, Lin Mu didn't ask. He said to Zhou Quan, then do you want to try this elixir of mine? Let me tell you, I can't buy this elixir without being fooled. Zhou Quan gave Lin Mu a serious look, then said, then you should always show me this so-called spiritual medicine, right? Lin Mu naturally wouldn't object. He opened the box and the crowd immediately looked at it curiously, but the next moment, a wave of laughter spread instantly. Ha ha, I thought you really had some kind of treasure, but it turns out to be the bridge building Dan. But it's true that you can't buy this medicine without being fooled. This kid couldn't be a cultivator who drilled out of some ravine and has never seen the world. So he took this kind of rags and took it as a treasure, right? Zhou Quan's face was also instantly gloomy. Boy, are you kidding me? As soon as he said this, the temperature around him, it seemed, dropped a few degrees. It seemed that Zhou Quan's cultivation was indeed extraordinary. Lin Mu smiled. Where do I have the leisure to tease you? Let me tell you, this elixir in my hand, although it looks like it's just a bridge building pill, it actually has another wonderful use. As long as your young lady eats it, she is guaranteed to awaken immediately. As he spoke, Lin Mu called out the system again. Seriously injured and in a coma, soon to be awakened. He grimaced, then added, do you want to try it? Lin Mu was clear in his heart, but where the Zhou family was a little less powerful and couldn't take so many treasures to guard Zhou Rao, this woman was probably recovering on her own. So just move her off the jade bed and she'll probably be awake immediately. The so-called medication she was given was just a diversion. Zhou Quan looked at Lin Mu's chesty appearance, and his heart was a little shaken. Could it be that the elixir in this kid's hands is really extraordinary? Forget it. Anyway, that's just a bridge building pill. Even if it's just an ordinary pill, it won't worsen Mrs. situation. So he composed himself, nodded his head and said, alright, then I'll let you try. Just remember, if this Watsitol elixir of yours doesn't work when the time comes, then I won't spare you either. Lin Mu said unconcernedly, we'll talk about it when the time comes. The crowd laughed again at the sight of him. This kid is really confident. Is he really not afraid that Zhou Quan will just kill him in a fit of rage? He turned out not to be a crook, but a gambler. At this time, Lin Yun was also worried in his heart. His pair of lower hands tangled together. Qin Yan patted her shoulder instead. What are you worried about, Cloud? Husband is not such a simple character, so don't worry. In fact, when Lin Mu was refining pills, she was watching from the side. Qin Yan was very sure that those were just ordinary bridge building Dan, but when she thought of all the special things Lin Mu usually did, she also had confidence in him. Husband won't do anything he's not sure of. Under the gaze of many gazes, Lin Mu arrived beside Zhou Rao. As he watched it up close, he couldn't help but feel it again. There's definitely something wrong with this heavenly phoenix body. It definitely has some hidden effect of adjusting the body shape. Seeing Lin Mu muttering with his mouth, Zhou Quan was a bit anxious. Kid, you're not afraid, are you? That broken elixir of yours, isn't it really useless? Only then did Lin Mu roll his eyes. Old man, I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. You help your lady up from the jade bed so I can feed her medicine. Zhou Quan's face became a few more ugly. This kid talks, he really doesn't have a big mouth. As for the surrounding crowd, at this time, they had some admiration instead. If boldness is also a talent, then this kid can be called a heavenly pride. He's more than just a death wish, it's a death wish. I would call it boldness over elixir. At this time, Lin Mu, however, did not panic and continued to Zhou Quan. What? You won't lift her up? Then I'll do it myself. Zhou Quan then sighed. That's just it. It's better for me to carry it. Kid, you remember, if this elixir of yours doesn't work, I won't spare you. Lin Mu laughed and wouldn't answer that. When Zhou Quan pulled Zhou Yao up from the jade bed, Lin Mu glanced at the system once more before stuffing the elixir into her mouth. Then nothing happened. Zhou Quan was instantly enraged. Good boy, you really are lying to me. The crowd, on the other hand, simply retreated a few steps away, lest they be caught in the crossfire. Only Qin Yan took a step forward with the intention of stopping Zhou Quan. However, at this time, behind Zhou Quan, a soft cry came out. Oh, where is this? Chapter 26, Fame spreads throughout the city. Zhou Quan turned back in surprise. Miss, you're awake? The other onlookers, too, looked over in surprise. She actually really woke up? I remember back then, the Zhou family had hired an earth-grade alchemist who failed to revive her. What that kid took out just now was really just the most common pills. I must have been mistaken. Someone desperately rubbed his eyes. but when he looked over again, he realized he hadn't been mistaken. In the crowd, there were already a few alchemists who were staring at Lin Mu with dead eyes, all pondering in their minds, what the hell is going on here? They were quite certain that there was really nothing peculiar about the pills Lin Mu had taken out. If one was willing, one could casually refine dozens of them, yet such an elixir was able to revive Zhou Yao. There's bound to be a problem here. If I tell this news to the city lord, the city lord will definitely give me some favors. An alchemist's mind moved and turned his head to leave. That's when he noticed that there were others not far away who turned their heads as well. He became even more anxious. Not good. I probably can't let anyone else get the jump on me. So he couldn't help but pick up speed. And the same goes for everyone else. So many people turned their heads away so suddenly that they drew attention. Qin Yan frowned slightly and came to Lin Mu's side. Husband, should we stop those people? Lin Mu glanced back, then shook his head. What's the point of stopping them? Don't mind them. By this time, Zhou Yao had completely come to her senses. A thoughtful look flashed in her eyes as she listened to Zhou Quan whisper something in her ear. A moment later, she waved her hand slightly and put away the jade bed, coming to Qin Fan's side and slightly bending down to perform a salute. Thank you for your great kindness. I just don't know the name of my benefactor, Lin Mu blandly said. My name is Lin Mu. Lin Mu, Zhou Yao repeated, memorizing the name in her heart. At this moment, Zhou Quan also walked over excitedly. He gave an equally deep salute. Just now I actually underestimated Mr. Lin. It's really because I have no eyes. Zhou Quan was full of sincerity. Mr. Lin, I don't know what sect you come from, or which sect you are a disciple of. My Zhou family will be rewarded later. At this time, Lin Yun's eyes lit up and he trotted behind Lin Mu. Our young master is from the Lin family of Cloud Sea City, and as for our young lady, she's from the Yaoqi Holy Land. Lin Mu's face sank as he turned around and said, Yuner, didn't I tell you? We no longer have anything to do with that Lin family in Yunhai City. As for the maiden, she doesn't have any lingering attachment to that Yaoqi Holy Land. Zhou Rao raised her willow eyebrows, turning a deaf ear to what was going on in Cloud Sea City. Instead, he asked, Yaoqi Holy Land? Lin Mu nodded. Exactly. My mother was originally a disciple of the Holy Land of Yaoqi, but because of certain things, she was expelled from her master's school by Yaoqi, and even more so, she turned against Yaoqi and formed a grudge. Before Zhou Yao could say anything, Zhou Quan laughed out loud. That's quite a coincidence. My Zhou family has a deep hatred with Yaoqi, too. Zhou Quan seems to be very angry. When Miss had her accident back then, it was related to that Yaoqi. Previously, I was merely concerned about Miss and had no time to settle the score with Yaoqi. Now that Miss has recovered, it's just about time for me to go to Yaoqi and ask those guys to give me a statement. As he spoke, the sound of thunder was hidden in his body. Lin Mu was slightly puzzled. However, Qin Yan walked over and whispered in Lin Mu's ear. It seems that Zhou Yao, the Tao Protector, has broken into the Dragon Transformation mysterious realm. He has tempered his spine, and at this time, his spiritual energy is traveling through his spine, which is why he has this sound. Without waiting for Lin Mu to speak, Zhou Quan burst out laughing. Mr. Lin, your wife is quite insightful. He glanced at Qin Yan and suddenly froze again. On your ladyship, something seems to be wrong. Qin Yan was afraid that Lin Mu would be worried, so she hurriedly said, I was cursed in the past, and even damaged my Tao Foundation, and relied on husband's help to restore my Tao Foundation, but I'm quite content to have recovered this far. When Zhou Quan heard this, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Mr. Lin was even able to repair the foundation of the Tao? But soon, he sighed again. Also, Mr. Lin is only an extremely powerful alchemist, and it's not completely impossible to do this. Zhou Quan turned back to Zhou Rao and asked, Miss, do you want to go back directly, or stay in Yuding City for a period of time? Zhou Rao smiled. I'll just stay here for a few more days, just so I can spend a few more days with Yuan as well. Saying that, she actually came directly to Lin Mu's side, grabbed one of his hands and held it tightly in her arms. Young Gio, let's take a look around the city. Lin Mu felt Zhou Yao's 7 feet of great thunder and always felt a little uncomfortable. What's with this woman? Even if she doesn't know the truth and thinks I saved her life, she shouldn't be so enthusiastic. Zhou Quan sighed instead. Hey, the young lady was still a child when she fell into a coma. Now she's in an adult body, but her heart is still the same as it was back then. Lin Mu, just please take care of Miss for a while. I have to go back to the Zhou family first and tell my family about this. After saying that, his body flew up out of thin air, then rushed far away to the west, as fast as lightning. Looking at the location where Zhou Quan had disappeared, Lin Mu finally understood the reasoning behind this. He was even more speechless in his mind. Good lord, A certain elementary school student is the body of a child and the mind of an adult. Zhou Rao is the other way around, isn't she? However, Zhou Yao body, but also warm and soft jade. Lin Mu did not take the initiative to push away. He glanced back at Qin Yan and realized that she didn't look any different either. Lin Mu couldn't help but ask curiously, "Mother, aren't you jealous?" Qin Yan smiled and shook his head. "How could I be jealous of her? Not to mention." She lowered her voice and said in Lin Mu's ear, "This woman is the Zhou family's heavenly pride. Husband, get on good terms with her, and in the future, the Yaohe Holy Land won't dare to take casual action against husband." Lin Mu nodded on the surface, but in his heart, he thought, "This is the fact that Nyangzi doesn't know yet that I've already gotten mixed up with Su Yu. Even if I don't have the Zhou family to protect me, I still have the Void Emperor's family to cover me." But naturally he would not tell the truth. Just nodded and said, "Well then, let's find a place to stay first." A few people went around the city and then rented a courtyard. Lin Mu directly pulled Qin Yan and went straight to the bedroom. Seeing this, Zhou Yao also wanted to follow her in. Lin Yun hurriedly stopped her. "Miss Shou, you can't go over there," Zhou Rao naively said. "Why not? Could it be that Ungung and his wife are going to do something unseemly?" Lin Yun's small face was red. "It's not unseemly. Anyway, it's something that can't be known to outsiders," Zhou Yao said unhappily. "I'm not an outsider." Lin Yun was even more speechless. "You, forget it, can't talk to you. Let's sit here for a while, shall we?" By the time she had managed to pacify Zhou Yao, and then looked in the direction of the bedroom, she was already helpless. "Sir, can't you be a little more restrained for a few days? You're comfortable yourself, but you're making me suffer." She remembered the scene she had inadvertently seen and suddenly went a little limp physically. And by this time, what Lin Mu had done during the day had already spread throughout the city. Chapter 27, Surely a Genius. "Oh, did someone really use an ordinary bridge building pill to revive that Zhou Yao? That's what they say, but that may not really be an ordinary elixir." That's true. The immortal cultivation world is so big that even wheeling sea cultivators don't dare to say that they know all the hidden secrets. Perhaps that elixir is just ordinary on the surface, but actually has a hidden mystery within. This statement is reasonable, such as that legendary human king body, just born, will not be able to see the end. Only after embarking on the road of cultivation, will reveal one or two. Countless alchemists in the city began to talk about what happened during the day, and the city lord of Jade Tripod City was also informed of this matter. There's some meaning. Wan Lin sat in front of a large purple cauldron with a hint of exploration in his eyes. "Have you guys inquired about the origin of that Lin Mu?" Immediately, someone spoke up, reporting back to the city lord. "We have already investigated clearly. This Lin Mu was originally..." They told Lin Mu's origin experience, as well as Qin Yan's situation. Even that maid of Lin Mu's was briefly introduced. It just doesn't say anything about the maid changing her name. But even then, it's a no-brainer. Wan Lin's curiosity intensified as he listened. Interesting. That Qin Yan was cursed. I know about that as well. That Lin Mu has a way to mend her Dao foundation. Although this means is good. It's not like I can't do it. But he himself is an absolute spirit physique. Yet he was able to embark on the path of cultivation. This is somewhat interesting. Sure is fun. Wan Lin waved his hand violently and put away the purple cauldron in front of him. "I'm going to meet that Lin Mu for a while." With that, he stood up and walked out of the city lord's mansion. But after a few breaths, he arrived outside the compound Lin Mu had rented. A soft knock followed. "Is Lin Mu available?" Lin Yun and Zhou Yao in the courtyard both turned their heads curiously. "Who's coming over at this hour?" Lin Yun looked at the bedroom with some concern. He was afraid that Lin Mu was still double cultivating with Qin Yan, and that would be too embarrassing. But she was overthinking this. Although Lin Mu wanted to cultivate the yin-yang harmony technique for a while longer, Qin Yan didn't last long. So Lin Mu had already gotten up long ago. He heard the commotion outside and immediately walked out. "Who is out there?" A hint of pride appeared on Wan Lin's face. Said through the door panel, "I am the local city lord, Wan Lin. Lin Mu, I heard that you used a single elixir to revive the Zhou family's heavenly pride. So I've come to meet you for a while." And at this time, the alchemists in the city had all caught wind of it, gathering in unison toward the place. This alchemist had a low cultivation level, but not a poor one. Even the cultivators with low cultivation levels, one by one, they all offered up their respective treasures and floated in midair, eyes glued to the compound. Lin Mu was speechless. He glared up at the men. "You guys really don't know the rules, just spying on me in this yard. Can't you see that your city lord is honestly waiting outside? How rude." Those alchemists were a bit angry after hearing that. "You brat is only a cultivator of the district, we'll see. How dare you talk to us like that? That is, it's not easy to say whether that elixir of yours is a panacea. Or you're just a blind cat who stumbled upon a dead rat. But Wan Lin was nearby, and they didn't dare make a move. He could only stare at Lin Mu with a vicious gaze. Seeing this, Lin Mu snorted coldly and went over to open the gate, saying to Wan Lin outside, "City Lord Wan, your local alchemists are just too unruly." Wan Lin did not change his face. "Even though I'm the local city lord, I don't have any restrictions on those alchemists. When they give me face, they call me city lord. If they don't give me face, then there is nothing I can do about them. So Lin Mu, it really doesn't make sense for you to be angry with me." Although he said so, he still flipped his hands and set up a formation outside the compound. Insulate the sound inside and out, lest the alchemists outside talk nonsense. After Lin Mu heard this, he instead changed his opinion of Wan Lin a bit. This old thing actually reasoned with me? He moved aside the courtyard gate, signaling Wan Lin to enter the courtyard, and again entertained him to sit down. Wan Lin glanced at Zhou Yao and saw that she had indeed recovered as usual, a hint of surprise flashing through his eyes. He didn't even bother with pleasantries, and asked straight to business. "Lin Mu, how exactly did you wake her up?" Lin Mu glanced at Zhou Rao and didn't answer the question directly, but asked in return, "City Lord Wan, I wonder if you've seen Tian Ping?" Wan Lin frowned. "Lin Mu, why are you asking this?" At this moment, the alchemists gathered in the sky saw a change in Wan Lin's face. All of them were surprised. "Ha ha, that Lin Mu kid really doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth, and he even made the city lord angry." In a moment, when the city lord strikes out in anger, I'll see how he'll respond. They were isolated by the formation and couldn't hear the sounds in the courtyard, so they had to observe Wan Lin's expression. That's what led to the speculation. Wan Lin didn't know anything about this, and he continued to ask, "It's the alchemists who are just starting out that don't use a mortal tool like a balance. Lin Mu, are you trying to taunt me?" Lin Mu laughed out loud and shook his head. "That's not what I'm talking about, but I'm just going to make an analogy. City Lord Wan, the original condition of Zhou Yao's body is like a scale, with her injuries on the left side and her vitality on the right. As soon as the two are back in balance, she'll come to her senses." Lin Mu hadn't finished speaking. Wan Lin then grew up and slammed his head. "I got it. Are you trying to say that if you want to cure Zhou Yao, you don't actually need to use any pills? Instead you should stop?" Lin Mu nodded. "That's exactly the point." Although Wan Lin was surprised in his heart, upon careful consideration, he also felt that Lin Mu had a point. He stared at Lin Mu and said with some hesitation, "Did you already know this? Or did you think of this only after you got lucky and cured her with ordinary pills?" Lin Mu lightly laughed. "I naturally see it." Wan Lin naturally didn't believe it. He resumed his seat and casually asked, "Then I have a few small questions that I would like to ask Mr. Lin. I wonder if you could be so kind as to give me some advice." Lin Mu knew that this Wan Lin was trying to use the opportunity to test himself. His eyes rolled back, but he didn't roll his eyes. "Yeah, well, go ahead and ask." Wan Lin narrowed his eyes and asked Lin Mu about some points of alchemy. As for Lin Mu, he had been imbued by the system and had long been familiar with the Dan Master's secret code, although the grade of alchemist had not been raised up yet. On paper, he was nobody's fool, but after 3 or 5 questions, when Wan Lin looked at Lin Mu again, he was already filled with admiration. "Lin Mu, you really are a genius." He took Lin Mu's hand as soon as he could. "Are you coming to my Jade Tripod City this time to stay for a long time? If that's the case, you can just move into my city lord's mansion." Before Lin Mu could speak, the sky outside the courtyard was in an uproar. What is the city lord doing? Why is he so courteous to Lin Mu? There's definitely something wrong here. Some people were even unable to hold back, and even directly broke through the formation set up by Wan Lin and came into the courtyard. "City lord, you're not letting this kid fool you?" Chapter 28, The Dumping Out and Bringing Them In. Wan Lin's face sank. The man who rushed into the compound was immediately scared and took a few steps back. Although Wan Lin himself said that he couldn't control the alchemists in the city, he had been the city lord for so many years and had his own majesty. He said angrily, "How dare you all come charging over here like that?" That alchemist hurriedly bowed his head and admitted his mistake. It was only at this time that Lin Mu answered Wan Lin's earlier request. "City Lord Wan, I will indeed be staying in your Jade Tripod City for a period of time, but the matter of moving into your city lord's mansion, that's done. No credit is due." Wan Lin was slightly disappointed after hearing this. "Hey, that's fine. If you are in trouble in the future, then just come to me." After that, he walked out shaking his head and sighing. Under his breath, he also muttered, "Such geniuses are really rare." And at this time, all the alchemists in the sky were dumbfounded and frozen. What? The city lord actually invited Lin Mu to move into the city lord's mansion? And that Lin Mu actually refused. Quite a few people were casting envious and jealous eyes at Lin Mu. Wan Lin's city lord's mansion was a stash of many rare materials. If one could use those materials to make pills, even the most poorly talented alchemist would be able to raise his grade in a very short period of time. What gives this kid the right? I'm so angry. I really want to make trouble for Lin Mu. Don't mess around. The city lord is so attached to him. If you dare to strike out at him, then will the city lord be able to spare you? Humph. If I can't deal with him, then naturally someone else can deal with him. Lin Mu turned a deaf ear to the voices in the sky. He returned to the house with his hands behind his back. After the alchemists outside discussed for a while, they also dispersed individually. However, the alchemist who had just said that he wanted to make trouble for Lin Mu had a twinkle in his eye and remembered something. I've heard that this Lin Mu seems to be from the Lin family of Yunhai City. I could go over there and poke around. Though, this alchemist hurriedly left Jade Tripod City and headed to Cloudsea City. By the time he figured out what had happened in the past few days, his face was filled with ecstasy. Ha ha, it turns out that you, Lin Mu, have provoked the Yaohu Holy Land and have been kicked out of your home again. So like a lost dog, you hid in Jade Tripod City, yet you still don't think about going incognito and actually dare to make a splash. Then you really don't know how to write the word death. His tone was filled with killing intent, and he turned his head and came to the holy ground of Yaoqi, informing Yaoqi of this matter. The Holy Land's gatekeeper disciples were also startled when they heard about this. It's true that 2 elders went out a few days ago, and they never returned, so we just assumed that they were otherwise occupied. But they actually died in Cloudsea City? They didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly reported the news up the layers, informing the Yaoqi patriarch of the news. When Lin Qiu heard about this, he said with an expressionless face, "Ring the spirit bell, and call the sect elders, all of them, with me." Soon, the sound of a bell spread throughout Yaoqi. All the disciples looked up blankly, a hint of panic in their eyes. The immortal bell actually rang? What great thing has happened here? It's said that back then, the Holy Land fought a great battle with a devilish sect before the immortal bell was struck. What the hell is it about this time? The ordinary disciples were so puzzled, and the Yaoqi's elders were even more so. A streak of golden light rose up from all parts of the Holy Land, heading straight for the sect's main hall. But when they reached the front of the great hall, they landed honestly on the ground. The entire Yaoqi was enveloped by a powerful grand formation, and outside of this great hall, there was another formation that Lin Qiu had set up on his own. If he rushed in, that was not only not giving face to Lin Qiu, but he would also be counterattacked by the formation. After the elders looked at each other, they all immediately looked at an old man. He, Elder Ding, why do you look so haggard? I see, you must be worried about that apprentice of yours, aren't you? It turned out that this Elder Ding was Qin Yan's master teacher. He laughed a few bitter laughs. Although Qin Yan has been expelled from the sect, I have after all been her master for so many years. Who is not a human being? The other elders revealed a hint of disdain when they heard this. Where do people like me who cultivate need such feelings? If that Qin Yan is still a heavenly pride and you look at her differently, then so be it. But she's wasted, so why should you worry? There was a middle-aged woman like Elder who even shook her head. Elder Ding, let me advise you a few times. You should hurry up and take in a few other new disciples. As for the matter of Qin Yan, the remaining few elders were even sneering in their hearts. This Elder Ding is just too soft-handed. If that Qin Yan was my disciple, I wouldn't have let her walk out of the mountain gate after she suffered the curse. Instead, they directly took her root bones and bestowed them on other disciples, or even took them for themselves. Elder Ding, however, couldn't be cruel enough to do so. Instead he had to plead on Qin Yan's behalf, leaving her with a buffer for a year, which in turn caused him to fall into a passive position and be disliked by the sect. But at the end of the day, what he did was nothing but useless. That Qin Yan is said to have married a waste of space from the Lin family who can't cultivate, and at this point I'm only afraid that she's already dead. Just then, Lin Qiu's voice came out from the great hall. Elders, please come in. The elders were suddenly in awe and carefully walked into the great hall. As soon as he entered, he heard Lin Qiu open his mouth. Just now, someone informed this patriarch that the 2 elders, Zhou and Wang, who traveled to Yunhai City, have been beheaded. Before the words fell, the elders present all rose violently. This can't be right. The 2 elders can both be great powers of the 4 extremes realm. Who in Cloudsea City can decapitate the 2 of them? Lin Qiu coldly glanced at that elder. So, you think this patriarch is lying? That elder hurriedly said. Don't dare, don't dare. Lin Qiu nodded at this. It's rumored to be Qin Yan's husband, Lin Mu, who obtained the great emperor's inheritance, which is why he killed the 2 elders. At this time, the couple has already fled Cloudsea City and traveled to Jade Tripod City. This matter has already been investigated by this patriarch, and the 2 elders' life lamps have indeed been extinguished. Elders, tell me, how should we respond to this matter? After the elders heard this, In the eyes of many of them, greed also appeared. Worthy of being from the same clan, their brain circuits, like Elder Wang and Elder Zhou, were practically identical. That great emperor inheritance must have been taken away from my Yaoi's sacred ground by Qin Yan when he left the sect. Patriarch, we should send someone immediately to capture the two back. I would like to volunteer to do it myself. Only in Elder Ding's eyes, a hint of relief appeared, and under his breath, he whispered, Fortunately, Lin Xiu took in the expressions of these elders and lightly grunted in his heart. This group of people, do they really think that I don't know what's in their minds? If we send them out, they will absolutely never return after taking that great emperor's inheritance. Lin Xiu shook his head. No, this patriarch intends to take everyone in the clan and pour out to go and capture the Lin Mu couple back. Chapter 29, Sky Falling Yao Qi. Tarzan presses down on the top. Hearing Lin Xiu's words, the elders were both disappointed and a bit puzzled. Patriarch, how strong can that Lin Mu be even if he has a great emperor's inheritance? The two elders, Zhou and Wang, were already at the bottom of the cultivation scale among the elders. If you're not at ease, then just send a few more elders in addition. And why bother bringing everyone in the clan together to go over and capture them? Elder Ding also hurriedly said, Yes, Patriarch, you only need to send 1 or 2 elders out to capture them. Yet his mind was already guessed by all. Elder Ding definitely hoped that the elders who captured Qin Yan and Lin Mu were as few and weak as possible. Lin Xiu didn't care about Elder Ding's words at all, but coldly hummed, Shallow. As he stood up, a strong sense of oppression spread out, and all the elders didn't dare to speak anymore. Lin Xiu said, That Lin Mu decapitated 2 elders. Do you guys dare to say that's all he's got? What if he's still hiding his cultivation? Not to mention the 2 elders fell. Such a big matter. Yunhai City unexpectedly did not have any news transmitted back, or the Jade Tripod City's alchemist notified us, and that's how we came to know. It's evident that behind Lin Mu, I'm only afraid that there are other forces sheltering him as well. Also, this patriarch has heard that Jade Tripod City's city lord is also very appreciative of Lin Mu. Humph. If we don't pour out our nests, how can we have a 10% certainty that we can completely take down Lin Mu? Lin Xiu had said this much, and the other elders didn't dare to say anything more. Only Elder Ding still wanted to speak, but Lin Xiu waved his hand violently and sealed his mouth shut. Lin Xiu said blandly, You guys go back now and spread this patriarch's decision throughout the sect. In 1 hour, this patriarch will activate the clan's grand formation and bring out the entire clan. He actually had something else in mind with this move. Over the past few years, the Yaoqi sacred land's reputation had become lower and lower, gradually lagging behind the other several great sacred lands. That was why Lin Xiu also wanted to use this action to demonstrate the power of the clan. But a mere Lin Mu and Qin Yan are still too small a target. Why don't we take the opportunity to sweep up Jade Tripod City again? As well, Lin Xiu stood proudly, his body overflowing with spiritual energy, causing everyone to not dare to look directly at him. This time, I will make sure that the entire immortal cultivation world will know the greatness of my Yaoqi Holy Land. Not long after, the immortal bell in the center of the Yao Pond suddenly flew up out of the air and kept on trembling. Subsequently, a burst of strong vibrations came from the entire Yaohu sacred ground. Countless cracks appeared around the Yaoqi Holy Land. The cultivators and mortals not far away looked over in horror. What's going on here? The Earth Dragon turned over? Impossible. That side is where the Yaohu Sacred Ground sect is located. What kind of Earth Dragon dares to make trouble here? It must be the Yaohe Holy Land that's trying to do something. In the next moment, they all opened their mouths wide and looked in the direction of the Yaoqi Holy Land. The great emperor is above, and Yaoqi can still fly? It turned out that after the vibrations stopped, the entire sect of Yaoqi actually really floated up, and then flew in the direction of Jade Tripod City. And at this point, Lin Mu knew nothing about it. 7 feet. You've almost got it. You have a special physique, but you're not afraid of these. I can't. Lin Mu sighed helplessly. Zhou Yao asked curiously, What are you calling me 7 feet for? Also, it's not dangerous. She looked at Lin Mu as she messed around in the large formation under the city lord's mansion. Lin Mu stared at Zhou Yao's chest and shook his head. I was complimenting you. Also, this big formation is what the city lord usually uses for alchemy. And the smoke and fire inside is something that even an ordinary Dao Palace cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand. Other than this heavenly phoenix body of yours, who else can withstand it? Zhou Yao scratched his head. Seems about right. She jumped out of the big formation and another wave came over her. Lin Mu took all of this in, and his heart was on fire again. This stupid girl, but if she was more mature, I'd have taken a shot at her. But she's like this now. Hey, make me seem like I'm bullying a little cutie. Like, I'm embarrassed to do it. Lin Mu sighed. Zhou Yao was unsuspecting of him, and the Zhou family was not present at this time. If he wanted to take a shot at Zhou Yao, then no one could stop him. Never mind. It's better to have some more days. Lin Mu was shaking his head when someone suddenly barged in. Mr. Lin, my city lord has an invitation. Lin Mu nodded his head and led Zhou Yao out of the large formation to the ground. Only Wan Lin was full of smiles. Lin Mu, that method you told me about last time was really very useful. Just by slightly modifying the order in which the ingredients are put in, the efficacy of the bridge building pill can be increased by 3 points. Where the hell did you learn that? The bridge building pill was just the most common pill in the immortal cultivation world, and even if it was enhanced by 3 points, it was actually nothing. But that's precisely why this elixir is instead the most versatile. Even those immortal cultivation sacred places would hoard vast quantities of bridge building pills for emergencies. When viewed in this way, Lin Mu's method of improvement was terrifying. Once it was popularized, it was bound to squeeze all the other bridge building pills, so much so that they couldn't be sold. Lin Mu smiled without saying anything. Only in his heart did he say, where else could this be learned from? Naturally, it was instilled by the system. Seeing this, Wan Lin only assumed that Lin Mu was not in a good position to reveal his master, so he did not ask again. In his mind, however, he was already guessing. It is said that a famous teacher makes a great student, and vice versa. To be able to teach a disciple like Lin Mu, then his master, I'm afraid he's only a very powerful figure. I don't know if it's the one from the Jiang clan or that Go powerhouse from Taichou. Right at this moment, Wan Lin suddenly felt a shaking coming from the ground. There were even countless cries of alarm from outside. Wan Lin frowned. What's going on here? These guys, they're really getting unruly, he said to Lin Mu. Mr. Lin, you sit here for a while. I'll go out and take a look. Lin Mu shook his head. That won't be necessary. Let's go out together. At this time, Zhou Yao also ran and jumped over, still leaning beside Lin Mu. Yeah, let's go out too. Wan Lin took in this scene and felt some envy in his heart. This Lin Mu is blessed. He spoke. Well, then we'll go out together. The three of them had just stepped out of the city lord's mansion when they realized that the sky was a bit dim. Wan Lin frowned. Is someone undergoing a robbery? So it summoned the robbery clouds? He looked up curiously, and in the next moment, his pupils shook. It turned out that the sky was not a robbing cloud, but a huge mountain peak that covered the Jade Tripod City with clouds. At the bottom of the mountain peak, countless more debris fell, but they were stopped by the formation. Wan Lin exclaimed, this is the Yaoqi Holy Land? How did they suddenly appear over my Yuding city? At this time, a roar spread throughout the city. Lin Mu, Qin Yan, you guys get out here quickly. Return my Yaoqi's great emperor's inheritance to us. Chapter 30 Your Yaoqi's elders, are they wholesale? After the voice spread, countless people instantly turned around and looked in the direction of the city lord's mansion. And Qin Yan in the courtyard was also shocked in her heart. Not good. The Yaoqi Holy Land has really found its way here. She hurriedly ran out of the compound and was about to find Lin Mu. However, in the next moment, Wan Lin instead brought Lin Mu and the others and appeared outside the compound. Wan Lin then flew into midair and shouted loudly to the Yaoqi Holy Land in the sky. Patriarch Lin, I, Jade Tripod City, have no grievances or enmity with you, Yaoqi Holy Land, so why have you come all of a sudden? Soon, Lin Xiu's voice came, and it was simply deafening. Wan Lin, this matter has nothing to do with you. If you quickly hand over Lin Mu and Qin Yan, I will immediately leave with the clan. As his words finished, the Jade Tripod City's alchemists, moreover, all roared loudly. City Lord, Patriarch Lin is right. You should hurry up and hand over those two. Wan Lin felt the pressure, but still gritted his teeth. Patriarch Lin, you're a dragon transformation cultivator, and you're going to such great lengths for the sake of 2 juniors. Isn't that a bit petty? Lin Xiu was silent for a moment before he sneered. It seems like you still don't understand the two of them. City Lord Wan, then Qin Yan won't say much more. Just that Lin Mu. A few days ago, he was still an absolute spirit physique, and now, he has set foot on the path of cultivation. A few days ago, he even beheaded 2 of my Yaoqi's Dao Palace Mystic Realm elders in Cloudsea City. Tell me, is such a character worth my personal effort? The crowd was shocked at this statement. Wan Lin looked down at Lin Mu as if asking, why didn't you tell me that you're actually this powerful? Those alchemists were even more unbelievable. That Lin Mu's aura is just the We'll See realm. What makes him capable of beheading a Dao Palace cultivator? You should know that the gap between one small realm is already difficult to cross, and between the Sea of Wheels and the Dao Palace, it can be at least one great realm. Suddenly there was a tap on the head. Wait, just now, that Yaoqi person, did he say that Lin Mu has, in his body, the inheritance of Yaoqi? If that's the case, it makes sense. But soon, they looked at Lin Mu with fiery gazes. This inheritance can actually allow this kid to kill enemies across levels. So just how strong is this inheritance? If I can get this inheritance. Sensing their malicious gazes, Qin Yan stopped in front of Lin Mu again. Husband, I really didn't expect that the Yaoqi Holy Land would actually pay such attention to us. A hint of apology showed in her tone. If it wasn't for me, husband could have cultivated in secret until he truly grew up and then pressed across the world. Husband, I'm so sorry. Qin Yan was very clear that so-called great emperor's inheritance was not something she had brought out from Yaoqi at all. It's not like she knew about the system. So in her opinion, this was the chance that Lin Mu had already gotten. And in these past few days, Lin Mu's cultivation had skyrocketed, and he was practically the seed of a great emperor. Without his own appearance, Lin Mu would have inevitably cultivated in silence and then hit the ground running. Yet because of his appearance, he drew the attention of Yaoqi. Husband, Qin Yan held Lin Mu's hand tightly and said with apologies, "It's all my fault." Lin Mu patted Qin Yan's shoulder. "What are you so pessimistic about, mother? Look at you, as if we're dead today." Hearing Lin Mu's words, before Qin Yan even opened her mouth, among the surrounding alchemists, someone immediately spoke up. He, Lin Mu, are you stupid? The Yaoqi Holy Land has pressed the mountain gate over your head, and you still think you can escape today? Lin Mu snorted coldly and looked at the man. That alchemist hadn't been too scared, but all of a sudden, he remembered the battle results of Lin Mu that he had only just heard, and all of a sudden, he was scared. Take a few quick steps backwards and get back into the crowd. Only then did Lin Mu smile disdainfully and continue to say to Qin Yan, "Don't worry, mother, a mere Yaoqi Holy Land. I haven't put them in my eyes yet." Finally, he came back to Qin Yan's ear and whispered, "If you really want to thank me, then tonight you'll listen to me and play that trick I was talking about." Qin Yan blushed. "If we can get through one, then I'll do everything my husband says." And at that moment, another man yelled, "Bold!" This time, it wasn't the alchemist who spoke. In the middle of Yaoqi's mountain gate, an elder rushed out, transformed into a golden light, and came straight towards Lin Mu. "Kid, let me teach you a lesson." Qin Yan exclaimed quickly. "Husband, this is Elder He. He's a peak powerhouse of the Four Extreme Realm, quenching all of his limbs. It's different from Elder Zhou and Elder Wang. Husband, be careful." As she spoke, she pulled Lin Mu back and was about to meet Elder He. Seeing this scene, Wan Lin also wanted to rush over to stop Elder He, but Lin Qiu snorted coldly. Immediately afterward, Wan Lin felt a stiffness in his body and could no longer move. Blood was showing in his eyes as he looked in Lin Mu's direction, his heart already lamenting. "AI, poor Lin Mu. Such a genius. I'm only afraid he's going to fall today. This Yaoqi Holy Land does things that are really overbearing. It's really a waste to call it an immortal sect." Lin Mu looked at Elder He, who rushed over and suddenly smiled. "Ha ha 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 ha." Elder He froze and actually stopped in midair. "Lin Mu, what are you laughing at?" "Humph. I know. You must be faking it." Killing intent appeared in his eyes. "But you don't scare me." Lin Mu shook his head. "Who's scaring you? I just think you're out of luck." "I'm unlucky?" Elder He asked rhetorically. Lin Mu nodded. "If those two idiots weren't the ones who went to Cloud Sea City a few days ago, but you, then I guess I would have really suffered a loss. But now, you're late." Elder He grinned at the corners of his mouth as he listened. "You really are bluffing. No matter how much of a genius you are, how much progress can you make in these few days?" After saying this, he stopped talking nonsense and charged straight at Lin Mu. And Lin Mu stopped talking. Void Sword Technique. First level. A giant sword appeared behind him out of nowhere. It exudes terror. At this moment, not only all the alchemists, but also Lin Qiu, who had always been so profound, suddenly probed and stared at the huge sword behind Lin Mu. Lin Mu is only at the Sea of Wheel realm, but looking at the aura of this giant sword, it has the strength of the Four Extreme Mysterious Realm. It really is a great emperor's inheritance. Good. The heavenly Tao has indeed taken care of my Yaoqi Holy Land. As for that Elder He, his heart was even hotter. This is that inheritance? I'm already at Four Extreme Perfection. If I can obtain this inheritance, won't I be able to compete with the Patriarch? He just got distracted and his speed decreased quite a bit, but he wasn't the least bit flustered either. In his opinion, although this Lin Mu's inheritance was powerful, that couldn't help him. Lin Mu, however, suddenly laughed softly. "Since you distracted yourself, it's not my fault." Void Sword Technique. Second level. The second layer of the sword technique was enough to increase Lin Mu's strength 100-fold. In an instant, the aura on the giant sword strengthened much more out of nowhere. Lin Mu's mind moved, and the giant sword violently rotated and slammed against Elder He. "What? Wait for." Elder He stopped abruptly, looking at his chest incredulously. It turned out that the sword cut through his chest. How is this possible? The light in Elder He's eyes disappeared instantly after he squeezed out such a sentence from his throat. the entire person also fell to the ground out of thin air. At this moment, no matter if it was the Yaoqi Holy Land in the sky or the Jade Tripod City on the ground, they all instantly fell into silence. In the end, the first one to speak up was still Lin Mu himself. Ha ha, that one surnamed Lin. You're Yaoqi's elder. Is it wholesale from somewhere? It wouldn't hurt to give it to me to kill. Would it? Chapter 31, If you want to die, I'll let you. When Lin Qiu heard Lin Mu's words, he couldn't help but burst into a rage. Good you Lin Mu, how dare you talk to me like that? He stretched out his hand and pointed at the immortal bell in the center of the Holy Land. In the next moment, the immortal bell suddenly vibrated and a bell sound came out, but all who heard the bells hastened to cover their ears. Even more so, he mobilized the spiritual energy in his body, trying to resist the intrusion of this bell sound. But all this is useless. Anyone who heard the bells bled from both ears and their spiritual energy was disorganized. Seeing this, Lin Mu backhanded Qin Yan's hand and protected Lin Yun behind him. Void swordsmanship. The giant's sword reappeared. The bell's ripples stopped around the giant sword, almost materializing, but it couldn't move an inch. Lin Yun asked blankly, "Young master, what is this situation?" However, Qin Yan had already understood. That's right, the immortal bell of the Yaoqi Holy Land is nothing more than a saint's legacy. Nature can't help the great emperor inheritance. If the sovereign directly strikes with the immortal bell in hand, the great emperor's inheritance may not be able to block it, but he's just ringing the fairy bell. Qin Yan didn't finish her sentence, but Lin Yun already understood. She clapped her hands and laughed. Ha ha, so it's your patriarch of Yaoqi who wanted to show her face, but ended up showing her ass. Although Lin Yun was only a mortal and spoke in a small voice, but at this time, under the sound of the bell, everyone dared not speak. Lin Yun's passage was amplified quite a bit more by the sound of the bell. Almost instantly, it spread throughout heaven and earth. I wanted to show my face, but I ended up showing my ass. Lin Qiu was trembling with anger. A mere maid. How dare you denigrate this patriarch? With a flash, he appeared next to the immortal bell, and then actually injected his spiritual energy into it. As the spiritual energy pooled in, the immortal bell gradually shrunk, finally turning into the size of a fist. Lin Qiu held the immortal bell in his hand, then flew out of the Holy Land and landed in front of Lin Mu. Lin Mu, I originally wanted to leave you alive, but seeing as how you're not strict in your command, you're not a peaceful person either, so this sovereign won't bother to train you anymore. You quickly hand over the great emperor's inheritance, so I can make your death easier. Lin Mu had a cold smile on his face and was just about to sneer back. Qin Yan then rushed out. Patriarch, this matter has nothing to do with Lin Mu. When I was expelled from the clan had thoroughly examined me. You surely know that inheritance was not brought out of the sect by me. Lin Qiu said coldly. Qin Yan, you really are very naive. Do you really think that this patriarch believes that great emperor's inheritance came from my Yaoan Holy Land? Qin Yan instantly froze. If you know, patriarch, then why are you still? Lin Mu pulled Qin Yan into his arms at this moment and said to her while patting her shoulder, Mother, don't you get it? This Yaoqi Holy Land of yours, which appears to be an immortal clan, is actually similar to those mortal gangsters. When you see someone else with a treasure, then you just rush up and kill them for it. It's naturally good to have an excuse to seize the treasure, but if not, there's no harm in that. After comforting Qin Yan, he looked up at Lin Qiu. Patriarch Lin, am I right? Lin Qiu listened and nodded with a smile. You're a smart kid. I'm a little reluctant to kill you. Lin Mu coldly said. Oh, then I'm really flattered. At this time, Qin Yan also finally recovered. She stared at Lin Qiu as if she was recognizing the sovereign for the first time. Qin Yan spoke. Patriarch, we weren't the only ones who heard what you just said. It's the alchemists of the entire Jade Tripod City that have heard it. Do you really have no scruples? Lin Qiu smiled disdainfully. Qin Yan, why do you think this patriarch brought the entire clan here? After today, there won't be any Jade Tripod City. All the alchemists in the city, whoever is willing to follow my Yaohu sacred ground, then they will be my clan's guests. If they won't, then they have their own place to go. Qin Yan was chilled to the bone. She couldn't believe at all that the Yaoqi Holy Land was actually such a place. Lin Mu was not surprised, although he couldn't cultivate after crossing over. He had figured out the underlying logic of the immortal cultivation world through the clues in his life, which was that the weak were the strong. At every turn, bad people's Taoist foundations, and even take over people's physiques. It would be strange if a sect like the Yaohi Holy Land was really a harmless little white rabbit. Lin Mu patted Qin Yan's back and told her not to be too sad. Then he looked at Lin Qiu. Lin Mu opened his mouth. Patriarch Lin, you've actually caused my mother to be so sad. What is your offense? Lin Qiu laughed in anger when she heard this. Oh, you still dare to raise hell at me? With a hint of disdain and amusement, he asked rhetorically. And what do you think I'm guilty of? Lin Mu's gaze went cold. Of course it's a capital offense. Lin Xiao almost thought she had heard wrong. It was only a moment later that he laughed openly. Lin Mu, you're dying and you still dare to speak out of turn? At this moment, the Yaoqi disciples in the sky also all reached out and pointed at Lin Mu, angrily cursing under his breath. You are so rude. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Scoop out his bones and refine them into a fabulous treasure. Even the alchemists in the Jade Tripod City felt that Lin Mu was a bit of a death wish. AI. If he had said a few good words to Patriarch Lin Xiao, he might still have a way out. This is great. He's dead. Even the Lord of Wanlin City was similarly helpless. Although Lin Xiao's main focus was on Lin Mu, but he still couldn't move. It was evident that the difference in strength between him and Lin Xiao was just too great. Lin Xiao took in everyone's words and then looked at Lin Mu. Oh, what else do you boys have to say? Anyone with eyes can see who's strong and who's weak. At this time, a female voice suddenly came. Brother Lin Mu. Who is this old man? Why is he so rude to you? Lin Xiao's face sank and he turned around to see Zhou Yao. He sneered. Lin Mu, where did you find a demonic? I'll kill her first, then I'll come after you. With that, Lin Xiao raised his hand and rushed to hit Zhou Yao. However, the next moment, a fluctuation appeared in front of Zhou Yao. Zhou Quan appeared and coldly looked at Lin Xiao in front of him. Patriarch Lin, we meet again. Lin Xiao was shocked in his heart. Zhou Quan? Why are you here? Zhou Quan pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes. Of course I'll be here, and I'm not the only one coming. As soon as his words fell, there were countless fluctuations that appeared in the distance. A silhouette appeared out of thin air and surrounded Lin Xiao in the center. The aura on their bodies was at least at the Four Extremes realm. The aura of a few of the old men among them even made Lin Xiao feel a little tricky. Lin Xiao laughed bitterly in his heart. Why are they here too? The only remaining elders of the Yaoqi Holy Land instantly recognized the visitor. Those Zhou family elders of the Dragon Transformation realm actually came to Jade Tripod City as well? This is not going to be easy. Lin Xiao naturally knew the importance of lightness. He squeezed the immortal bell in his hand to death, took a deep breath, and coldly said, Gentlemen, are you here for the year? I made it clear to you guys a long time ago that your eldest miss falling into a coma has nothing to do with my Yaoqi Holy Land. Zhou Quan shook his head dismissively. Let's talk about this later. Tell us first, why did you disrespect my lady? Chapter 32, requesting Patriarch Lin to bow his head and apologize. When did I disrespect your Zhou family's young lady? Lin Xiao said through gritted teeth. Zhou Quan gave half of his body away, revealing Zhou Yao behind him. And you dare say you didn't disrespect our lady? Patriarch Lin, can you forget even this thing you just did? Lin Xiao stared at Zhou Rao with wide eyes, not daring to believe. This is your Zhou family's young lady? She's Zhou Rao? Lin Xiao recalled Zhou Rao's appearance back then and looked at the beauty in front of him, still not quite believing it. However, he saw that all the Zhou family members were glaring at him angrily. He also had no choice but to nod his head and say, Good. Even if I am being rude to your Zhou family's young lady, I'm going to apologize to her. Lin Xiao slightly bent down, considered a bow to Zhou Yao. Then he straightened his back. Well, I've apologized. Are you Zhou family satisfied? Now you guys quickly get out of the way and let me settle the score with Lin Mu. Lin Xiao looked at Zhou Quan coldly, as if he hoped that they would just leave. Then the weekly full inches. Patriarch Lin's words. Why can't I understand them? What kind of score do you, Yaoqi Holy Land, have to settle with Mr. Lin? Lin Xiao took a deep breath and didn't bother talking more with Zhou Quan. Zhou Quan, is your Zhou family really going to protect that Lin Mu? Zhou Quan did not speak, but instead took half a step back and looked at an old man. That old man's body exuded the aura of the Dragon Transformation mystic realm. The old man nodded his head and said, If Mr. Lin saved and awakened my Zhou family's heavenly pride, then he is a friend of my Zhou family. If Patriarch Lin wants to make a move against him, then we won't turn a blind eye. Seeing the old man say that, Lin Xiao sneered instead. He had just lowered himself to the ground, just hoping to muddle the Zhou family away, not really being afraid of the Zhou family. After all, he was the patriarch of the Yaoqi Holy Land, a cultivator of the grand circle of the Tantric Dragon Transformation mysterious realm. In his hand, he was even cupping the saintly Dharma treasure that had been passed down from the previous patriarch. Would he be afraid of these people in front of him? Lin Xiao said proudly, Fine, since you guys refuse to leave, there's no need to leave. I, Lin Xiao, am not afraid of you. He crossed over the Zhou family's crowd and looked at Lin Mu anew. Lin Mu, so this Zhou family member is your bottom card. Oh, then you're overthinking it. Anyone I, Lin Xiao, want to kill, they can't keep. Lin Mu skimmed his lips. Old thing, you're so good at playing with your mouth. It's a shame that you don't go to the streets to sell your art. Also, who told you that I'm using the Zhou family's crowd as a bottom card? I actually This time it was Lin Mu's turn to not finish his sentence. Without waiting for him to say the real bottom line, another fluctuation appeared behind him. Su Yu, dressed in men's clothes, appeared behind Lin Mu in a panic. Lin Mu, are you alright? I suddenly received news that the Yahoo Sacred Ground has made a big move. At this time, Su Yu saw the situation around him and hurriedly stopped his mouth. Anyone who wasn't blind could see Lin Xiu, and the holy land of Yao Qi in the sky. At this moment, Lin Xiu stared at Su Yu and frowned. A descendant of the Void Emperor? How did you appear here? Su Yu coldly said, why can't I come? And it's not just me, there are other people here too. At this moment, a round arch suddenly appeared behind her. An old white-bearded man walked out with a smile. Jade, why did you let the old man come here with you? Seeing this white-bearded old man, Lin Xiu's circumference tightened and he actually took half a step back. Su Xia, you're actually still alive? Didn't you travel around the cultivation world and get lost in the depths of the wilderness? Su Xia laughed. This is all a rumor. And you actually believe it? Lin Xiu's heart was bitter. He knew very well that Su Yu had just appeared and shushed Lin Mu, that he was clearly on Lin Mu's side. As for that Su Xia, she was naturally the savior that Su Yu had moved in with. A single Su Xia is tricky, yet there's also the Zhou family crowd on the side. Who exactly is this Lin Mu that he could attract two great clans to be his backing? He was already having withdrawals at this point. However, he could not save face, so he put in a few harsh words. Lin Xiu gritted her teeth and said, Lin Mu, it seems that you do have some background. No wonder you dare to steal that great emperor's inheritance from my Yahoo Holy Land. I'll let you off the hook today, and I'll pay you back in the future. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. However, at this moment, Lin Mu called out to him again. Lin Xiu, take it easy. Lin Mu spoke. You come when you want to come and leave when you want to leave. Is there such a good thing in the world? Lin Xiu turned around and stared at Lin Mu dead in the face. What are you trying to say? Lin Mu raised his head and narrowed his eyes at Lin Xiu. What I'm about to say is really quite simple. You have to apologize to Zhou Rao. To apologize. To me, Lin Mu. Apologize. To my mother, Qin Yan. Apologize. To the left and right alchemists of Jade Tripod City. Apologize. Lin Mu's face reddened with every additional sentence he said. You kid is looking for death. When Lin Mu finished, Lin Xiu gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. But at this time, Zhou Yao clapped her hands. Good, good, good. This old thing should indeed apologize to me and to everyone else. As for Su Yu, she glanced back at Su Xia before she also said, that's right, you should indeed apologize. Patriarch Lin. Lin Xiu's breath hung in his throat. You guys actually made me apologize too? However, he looked at those great powers of the Zhou clan and then at Su Xia. In the end, you can only bite your teeth hard. I apologize. After saying that, he actually did bow to everyone present. Boom! Countless people instantly whispered. From the holy land of Yao Qi in the sky to the Jade Palace on earth. From the disciples of Yao Qi, to the alchemists, all of them whispered with emotion. This Lin Xiu actually really bowed his head? He was pressured by Lin Mu and had to bow his head and admit his mistake. How could the patriarch do this? If this news is spread, how will the immortal cultivation world look at my Yao Qi in the future? AI. My Yao Qi Holy Land's 10,000 years of clean reputation has been ruined. No, senior brother. You're angry. But don't discount the history of our Yao Qi Holy Land. Our clan has a history of 1,000,000 years. Everyone's voices were not loud, but when brought together, they were deafening. Lin Xiu's face darkened with darkness, as if even the surrounding light had been absorbed into it. He stared at Lin Mu dead on, trying to memorize his face. Lin Mu, however, didn't care about this at all. He waved his hand and said, since the patriarch has apologized, then you can get lost. Lin Xiu was so angry that she couldn't say anything. So she turned around and flew back into the sky, landing in the middle of the Yao Qi Holy Land. When the Yao Qi disciples saw this, they all instantly shut their mouths and no longer dared to speak out of turn. Fear of being angered by Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu had nowhere to vent his evil fire, so he could only say angrily, what are you guys still standing there for? Immediately activate the formation. Let's return to the mountain gate. However, at this time, Lin Mu's voice came again. By the way, Patriarch Lin, that master of my mother's, please take good care of her. Soon, I will personally come to the door and fetch him out, and then we'll settle the score with you. In fact, Lin Xiu had, originally, really had the idea of taking it out on Elder Ding. However, after he heard Lin Mu's words, he dropped this intention. Good thing too, as long as we keep Elder Ding, we can seduce Lin Mu, the Zhou and Su families, willing to guard his safety. But if he dares to come to the door on his own initiative, these two families may not be willing to follow him there again. Lin Xiu raised his voice and said, Then I'll be waiting for you to come and die at the Yaoqi clan gate. Chapter 33, It's true that I'm attracted to you, but not to you. Watching the Yaoi sacred land fly away from the sky, the sunlight fell back onto the earth. Jade Tripod City also instantly lit up. Many alchemists finally breathed a sigh of relief, then cheered. Finally, they escaped. This Lin Mu is truly extraordinary. Since he has such a deep background, he even made Patriarch Lin Xiao, too, bow his head and admit his fault to him. Terrific. Just terrific. As for Wan Lin, he was also finally able to act at this time. He landed in front of Lin Mu and looked at him, his face full of emotion. Lin Mu, why didn't you tell me this earlier? Lin Mu shook his head and didn't explain, instead looking at the Zhou family crowd. Thanks a lot guys. The Zhou family members all shook their heads. Mr. Lin saved my lady. We came over to help. That's nothing. After they finished talking to Lin Mu, they came back to Zhou Yao's side. Miss, you should hurry back with us. A lot of great things have happened in your home during the years you have been asleep. Yes, back then, the several heavenly prides with the same name as you, but they have long since broken through to the Four Extremities realm, and some of them have even reached the Four Extremities perfection. If you can't catch up, then this time on the road to immortality, you'll be too late. If we miss this one, then we'll have to wait another million years. Zhou Yao seemed to be a bit reluctant. She was still girlish despite her physical maturity. What's the big deal about it? I haven't accompanied brother Lin Mu enough. There's no hurry in this matter. I'll go back with you after another 10 years or so. When the Zhou family heard this, they all laughed bitterly. Miss, you've already delayed for more than 10 years. If you delay for another 10 years, then it will really be too late for anything. They looked at Lin Mu again. Mr. Lin, please also persuade my lady. Lin Mu frowned slightly and lowered his head in thought. Not only was Zhou Yao a heavenly phoenix body, she was also defenseless against herself. If she wanted to double cultivate with her, it would simply be a matter of words. Moreover, since Zhou Yao was able to invoke the system, it meant that she was bound to have the potential of a female empress. He was really a bit reluctant to let her go back to the Zhou family just like that. However, looking at the Zhou family's meaning, if he refused to persuade Zhou Yao, then he would definitely turn against the Zhou family. That's a bit of a loss too. Anyway, the day is coming. Lin Mu's heart stirred as he looked up and smiled. Yaoer, since you still have urgent matters at home, you'd better go back with them. If we want to meet in the future, then there's always a chance. Although Zhou Yao was very unhappy, after hearing Lin Mu's words, she still tooted her lips and said, alright, then I'll listen to you and go home with them first. When the Zhou family members heard this, they all breathed a sigh of relief, and their hearts burst with great joy. Miss has finally agreed. But soon, they were somewhat speechless again. We said so much, but the young lady took it all as a whisper, and Lin Mu said something, but it immediately had an effect. Then in the future, if Lin Mu makes a wave at Miss and Miss runs off with him, then what should we do? They both laughed bitterly, but at this time, it was not good for them to voice out the concerns in their hearts. One could only nod and say, alright then, Miss, let's go back this time. Zhou Quan came to Lin Mu and handed him a nascent sacred ring. Lin Mu, here is some small token from my Zhou family. It's not a token of respect. Please accept it. Lin Mu indifferently took the nascent sacred ring and casually handed it over to Qin Yan, who was at the side. I'll take it then. Zhou Quan nodded at him and then came to Zhou Yao's side. In the next moment, a gust of ripples appeared beside them, and the Zhou family crowd actually disappeared just like that. At this moment, Su Xia suddenly laughed. Kind of. Lin Mu looked back. This senior, what kinda mean? Su Xia shook her head and didn't say anything, only staring at Lin Mu, then glancing at Qin Yan beside Lin Mu. Gee, it's a shame. He beckoned to Suyu. Go back with me. But Suyu shook his head. Uncle, although that Lin Xiao has left, who dares to say that he won't sneak back and find trouble with Lin Mu again? Let's stay at Lin Mu's side for these few days. Su Xia helplessly glanced at Suyu and nodded. Alright, then I'll listen to you on all counts. Only then did Suyu reveal a smile and said to Lin Mu, then we'll have to trouble you for the next few days. At night, Qin Yan carefully set up several formations before blushing. Husband, you made me wear it. Is it still called clothes? It turned out that just after nightfall, Lin Mu used the promise made by Qin Yan to get her to accompany him in this trick. Lin Mu gazed at Qin Yan. It's naturally clothes. Qin Yan narrowed her eyes and asked in a low voice. Husband, you won't lie to me, right? Lin Mu hurriedly nodded his head. When have I ever lied to my lady? Qin Yan thought for a moment, then smiled and nodded, then spun in place. Husband, does it look good? Lin Mu swallowed his saliva, scanning Qin Yan's entire body up and down. He nodded his head repeatedly. Of course it looks good. Qin Yan didn't hesitate anymore and took the initiative to approach Lin Mu. since husband thinks it looks good. Let's see more. Lin Mu said hoarsely. Not only do I want to look, I also want to make good use of this dress of yours. Soon after, Qin Yan covered her mouth to death, not daring to make too much noise for fear that it would spread too far and be heard. Waiting for Lin Mu to take a break from his cultivation, she reached out and blocked Lin Mu. Husband, wait a moment. I'll go ahead and set up another formation. Lin Mu was a bit curious. What are you being so careful for, mother? Qin Yan gasped. Of course I have to be careful. That Suyu actually refused to leave. She must be harboring thoughts about me. We'll have to be careful just in case that kid snoops around. Husband, you don't want other people to see us like this, do you? Lin Mu always felt that these words were somewhat familiar. He coughed dryly a few times. Mother, don't always doubt Suyu. She's actually a good person. Qin Yan shook her head and said, what kind of good person is he? Humph, I think he's just lusting after me. That's why he brought someone to help husband. Lin Mu nodded. Well, she does see color. But he didn't say anything about who Suyu was seeing color. Lin Mu watched Qin Yan set up a new formation before he rushed over again. Mother, let's continue. The next morning, Li Mu walked out of his room with satisfaction, only to feel his ears and eyes clearing up quite a bit. He said in his heart, last night's overnight cultivation. Among the 5 organs, the kidneys have been quenched again. I'm only afraid that it won't take more than a few days to completely quench it. By then I will have quenched the 4 great divine treasures. It's only the last step, quenching the lungs again, and then we'll be able to enter the 4 extreme realm. And at this time, he also heard the Jade Tripod City filled with chattering voices. That Lin Mu, is he really that powerful? Many people rushed to Jade Tripod City to inquire about Lin Mu. Chapter 34, I, Lin Mu, am a family of my own. The alchemists who had experienced yesterday's big scene were with honor. That's natural. You guys didn't see the scene at that time. Yaoqi Holy Land directly flew their mountain gates, all the way to the top of the city. It's simply a titanic pressure. And Lin Mu didn't panic at all, even angrily rebuking Lin Xiao. You know Lin Xiao, right? It's the patriarch of the Yaoqi Holy Land. The new cultivator who had entered the city looked at him helplessly. Can I not know this? Even if I didn't know it originally, I know it now. That alchemist waved his hand, not caring about his attitude, and continued. In short, Lin Xiao became furious and wanted to strike at Lin Mu. Right at this moment, countless figures from the Zhou clan suddenly appeared, followed by the sudden appearance of the Su clan's great powers. All of a sudden the storm clouds and thunder and lightning are indescribable. Those great powers did not move, but in fact, the divine sense has long been fighting for 800 rounds. Fighting the great Tao are worn out. The alchemist was serious at first, but when he got to the back of the room, he just took his word for it. If the great Tao of the immortal cultivation realm was that easy to wear out, then what the hell was everyone cultivating for? But out of all the alchemists, this one was still slightly more reliable. Other more unreliable alchemists had already directly deleted the Zhou and Su families. It was said that Lin Mu had faced the Yaoqi Holy Land alone and forced Lin Xiao to bow down and admit her mistake. Those foreign cultivators, though, didn't quite believe these claims, but they also knew that Lin Mu must have some skills. Jade Tripod City. Lin Mu. I'll remember this name. When you meet this person in the future, you must be careful. Never mess with him. Soon, the news spread in all directions with Jade Tripod City as the center. Yunhai City. Second young master. There seems to be some rumors lately. An underling found Lin Feng and wanted to speak. Lin Feng coldly said, what rumors? The subordinate hurriedly bowed his head and whispered, it's about the eldest young master. It's about Lin Mu. The subordinates didn't dare to mention Lin Mu's identity in front of Lin Feng anymore, so they had to call him by his name. Lin Mu seems to have made a big noise in Jade Tripod City. Lin Feng listened quietly, and the more he listened, the more angry he became in his heart. He knew very well that the subordinate would never dare to lie to himself. Since he dared to tell himself about it, it must be true. But the more he did, the angrier he became. That bastard Lin Mu. He must have relied on the great emperor's inheritance to gain the favor of the Zhou and Su families. If that inheritance is returned to its rightful owner and handed over to me, then the 2 great clans will only hold me in even greater esteem. Lin Mu, you deserve to die. A hint of killing intent appeared in Lin Feng's eyes as he pushed the subordinate away and hurriedly went to find Lin Lai. And when he arrived in front of Lin Lai, he saw the 3 sisters, who were also surrounding Lin Lai, talking about the Jade Tripod City. Father, that Lin Mu is simply shameless. How does he still dare to use the Lin family name when he's been expelled from your house? Luckily, the Yaoqi Holy Land was still reasonable and went directly to Jade Tripod City instead of coming to our Yunhai City. Otherwise our Lin family, wouldn't it have already gone up in smoke? Father, you hasten to spread the word to strip that Lin Mu of his family name, and forbid him to bear the surname Lin again. Lin Lai's face was filled with hesitation. For Lin Mu, his eldest son, he had very complicated emotions, especially after he heard that Lin Mu had forced Lin Xiu to bow down and admit his mistake. He regretted expelling him from the family. I shouldn't have let him go if I had known that even the Yaoqi Holy Land couldn't help him. The more Lin Mu accomplished, the more he regretted it. Lin Feng took in Lin Lai's expression and grunted coldly in his heart. The old thing is really regretting it. He immediately walked over. Father Sama, are you alright? Lin Feng first shushed Lin Lai before talking about serious matters. The three sisters are right. Even though Lin Mu survived this hurdle, he's not a savior either. You're bound to attract trouble in the future. If he still carries the Lin family name, that will inevitably implicate me. Lin Lai said blankly. How can he implicate you? Lin Feng said coldly. I am the Star River King body, so if I want to make a breakthrough all the way through, I won't be able to avoid a great battle with my enemies. In the midst of all the conquests along the way, who dares to say that they can't touch the enemies Lin Mu has caused? Even if those people know that Lin Mu has been expelled from my Lin family, they can't help but see Lin Mu's name, and they can't help but feel a little more hatred towards the Lin surname. Father, the path to my certification is one where not a single risk can be tolerated. When Lin Lai heard this, he finally made up his mind. Fenger, you're right. So what do you say? Lin Feng was satisfied. This is also simple. Father, you can just take back Lin Mu's surname. Let him have whatever last name he likes. Lin Lai nodded. Good. That's it. A few days later, Wan Lin stood outside Lin Mu's compound with a tangled face. Only after a long time did he speak. Lin Mu, are you in there? Inside the bedroom. Xin Yan pushed Lin Mu away in a panic. Husband, the city lord is here to see you, so hurry out and meet him. Lin Mu said unhappily. We're in the middle of a critical time of cultivation. What's he doing here all of a sudden? But he remembered that it was not bad when Wan Lin protected him. Lin Mu wasn't really angry either. A smile had replaced his face as he dressed and pushed his way out the door. City Lord Wan, you've come to find me. Is there something you want? Wan Lin sighed. Lin Mu, I do have something to tell you. Your Lin family has expelled you from the family, and you have to take back your family name. A coldness flashed in Lin Mu's eyes after hearing this. Is that really what they said? Wan Lin nodded. Indeed. Lin Mu, I won't lie to you. Lin Mu was silent for a moment before smiling instead. Wan Lin was shocked. Lin Mu, you're not going to go crazy with anger, are you? Lin Mu rolled his eyes. What are you saying? City Lord Wan? Where would I get so angry that I lose my mind because of this small matter? I'm actually happy. The more Wan Lin heard, the more wrong he became. He had already touched out a few pills, intending to ask Lin Mu to take them as soon as he saw that the situation was not right. Only after doing so did he continue. Why are you happy? Lin Mu rightfully said. Lin Mu, will inevitably be certified as a great emperor in the future, and at that time, all the people of the Lin family will also have their chickens and share the benefits. Now that they cut themselves off from me, they naturally won't enjoy any preferential treatment when the time comes. Then how can I not be happy? When Wan Lin heard this, he was at a loss for a moment, and then he sighed with emotion. You're really open-minded. Lin Mu. Lin Mu waved his hand. What kind of open-mindedness is that? I call it having confidence. But he mentally added, I'm more confident in the system. He then thought for a moment before speaking to Wan Lin again. City Lord Wan, please also help me publicize it. Lin Mu, will be my own family from now on, and this Lin of mine will have nothing to do with the Lin family of Yunhai City. After sending Wan Lin away, Lin Mu rubbed his hands together and went back to his room to double cultivate with Qin Yan. But just as he turned his head, he saw Su Xia sitting in the center of the compound. Ha, you're a funny kid. Chapter 35, what is that title of yours? The Great Emperor? Seeing Su Xia, Lin Mu's eyes narrowed. Elder Su, when did you arrive in my courtyard? Su Xia sighed. When else could I be here? Naturally, I just got here. I just rushed in to pick up a bargain when I heard about your family. It's just a shame. It seems I was overthinking it. Lin Mu laughed awkwardly a few times and continued to ask, what bargain do you want to pick up? Senior? Su Xia gave him a look. When I heard that you had your surname taken back, I wanted to ask you to take the surname Xiao. Lin Mu was surprised for a moment. What makes you say that, Elder Su? Su Xia faintly said, isn't it obvious? You are carrying the legacy of the Void Emperor, and you were originally destined to be with my Su clan, and you've even double cultivated with so it's all the more reason to join my Su clan. Lin Mu hurriedly coughed a few times. Senior Su, you even know about this? Su Xia was not the least bit embarrassed. It's nothing to see. What are you coughing about? Our Su family's old ancestor. In the beginning, then all around. Otherwise it will not even their own inheritance. Do not know where to stray. You get it. After Lin Mu heard this, he was able to lift the doubts in his heart. No wonder the Su family has never actually pursued the origin of the inheritance on me. It turns out that Void Emperor back then was really an old-timer. He left behind countless descendants. Even if the Su clan, which is a genuine direct descendant, doesn't know which line of descendants got the inheritance. I'm only afraid that over the past countless years, the Su family has seen so many legacies inexplicably popping up that it doesn't matter. He was relieved to have a heart attack removed from his mind. Then he shook his head again and said, "This great Emperor Senior is truly extraordinary." Unexpectedly, when Lin Mu said this, Su Xia also came to her senses. "That's natural. Lin Mu, you only don't know that back then. Before my ancestor proved his path, he had a great battle with a female demon race Heavenly Pride. The two of them fought to the edge of the universe. And in the end, it was only by relying on the strength of their chi and blood that they finally fought that female demon to death. When it is the essence blood left behind by the ancestors' momentary carelessness, it remains in the border wilderness to this day. Every year, there are countless cultivators that try to get the essence blood to refine it, but no one has succeeded so far." Lin Mu didn't hear anything wrong at first, but the further he listened, the more he felt there was something wrong, especially when coupled with what Su Xia had just said, the daily behavior of that Void Emperor. Lin Mu suddenly asked, "That old ancestor of yours? Wouldn't he be called Su Qin, Taoist named Qin Emperor?" Su Xia was puzzled. "Why would you ask that? My family's old ancestor is the Void Emperor, and there is no other alias. As for his name, that has long since drowned in the river of history and cannot be mentioned at all. Even we, the juniors, are totally unaware of it." Lin Mu nodded and didn't continue the topic. He turned to ask, "Senior Su, don't say anything about joining your Su family. I won't agree." Su Xia was not angry. "Well then, I'll be off then. By the way, be careful yourself." Lin Mu froze for a moment. "What am I careful of?" As Su Xia walked, she said, "There aren't many people who are as nice as I am. You boys must be careful not to let anyone else abduct the family. What you said to Wan Lin just now wasn't wrong. Anyone who can be certified as a great emperor will inevitably feed back into the family. You've shown your potential, and someone is bound to be attracted to you. Don't blame me for not warning you if you are taken captive and used as a mating machine when the time comes." A few black lines appeared on Lin Mu's forehead. This Su Xia is really an old misanthrope. How can she speak so directly? But even after being a mating machine, Lin Mu's heart was a bit heated. But in the end, he shook his head. "I still like to take the initiative. Besides, I can't look at women in general." At this time, he summoned the system and sighed. "AI. System. Zhou Yao has already left. When are you going to discover a new prospect for me?" However, the system was unresponsive. Lin Mu had no choice but to re-enter the bedroom. 1,000 birds in the forest are better than one bird in the hand. "Mistress, in order to keep me from going to the mating, let's double up." Qin Yan didn't know what had just happened, but she had blushed in shame when she heard those words. "Husband, I really can't." "Why don't you? Go find Yuner. She was originally your maid, and she has been obedient to you, so it would be reasonable for you to accept her into your room." Lin Mu, however, shook his head. Although Lin Yun was a maid, she was almost 10 years younger than him. He himself had completely watched this girl grow up, so Ben didn't have much desire. "Never mind, there's a spare tire anyway." Lin Mu waved his hand at Qin Yan. "There's no rush on this one. Rest first, my lady. I'll be right there." After leaving the compound, Lin Mu walked on the road for a moment and suddenly spoke. "Su Yu, are you there?" In the next moment, Su Yu appeared beside him. "How did you know that I was by your side?" Su Yu asked curiously. Lin Mu had actually asked casually, but since Su Yu had appeared, he smiled. "That's naturally because our hearts are in the right place." Su Yu's cheeks immediately reddened. Oily mouth, but she was very sweet inside. As for herself, she even directly leaned on Lin Mu's body. The people on the road were a little surprised to see this scene. These two men, how do they lean together? Wait, isn't one of them? Seeing that someone was about to recognize Lin Mu's identity, Su Yu hurriedly waved his hand and took Lin Mu to disappear in thin air, arriving outside the city. Su Yu sighed. "Lin Mu, you're really careless." Lin Mu laughed. "Where is it that I'm careless? It's clearly you who are careless. You usually always wear men's clothes, and that's what got you in trouble." Upon hearing this, Su Yu hurriedly turned in place and changed back into her female attire. Lin Mu was staring deathly from the side. Su Yu blushed. "What are you looking at?" Lin Mu laughed. "I'm just curious. When you change, will you reveal what you look like inside your clothes?" Su Yu shook his head in a good-natured manner. "What are you thinking about? I'm not going to make that mistake. Don't say you're only in the Chakra Sea realm. Even if you're in the Dao Palace secret realm, you'll never be able to see the gap where I change my clothes." Speaking of which, Suyu was rather self-congratulatory. But Lin Mu heard the clues. Looks like I should be able to see things after I break through to the Four Extremes realm? When the time comes, I'll have Suyu keep dressing up. He laughed suddenly. Suyu looked down and asked curiously, "What are you laughing at?" Lin Mu didn't reply, but directly pulled Suyu into his arms. "I'm with you, so of course I have to laugh, or else I have to cry?" Suyu's heart rejoiced and he bowed his head. "Count on it." She felt the changes in Lin Mu's body and said shyly, "Does Qin Yan not even double cultivate with you at night?" Lin Mu said as he leaned into her ear. I can't actually say. Why don't you try it?" "How do I try?" Suyu had actually understood Lin Mu's meaning, but asked knowingly. Lin Mu laughed. "This is simple. Let's even double cultivate a bit. You see how long I can hold on. Then naturally I'll know." Chapter 36, Early Preparation. "Humph. I'm on my way." Suyu stood up and looked at the sun above his head. His face flushed a little. "You're such a dick. Actually pulling me into double cultivation for such a long time." Lin Mu looked at Suyu and suddenly sighed. "Suyu, you are really ruthless. Just a moment ago you were all over me, and then in the blink of an eye, you're putting up your pants and disowning me. Hey, I'm really entrusted with something." Suyu was all angry and laughing. "How in the world did you say something like that? You guy? Isn't it always you men who bring up your pants?" Lin Mu shook his head rightfully. "Don't you usually just like to pretend to be a man? So I'm complimenting you on your manhood. You should be happy." Suyu rolled her eyes in a good-natured manner and didn't bother to say much to him. "Humph. Don't talk to me about all this nonsense. Think about how you're going to explain to Qin Yan when you get back first. She's not going to take kindly to you staying out all night." Lin Mu shook his head carelessly. "Mother wouldn't care about that. She even advised me to take a concubine not long ago. By the way, Suyu, are you willing to be my concubine?" Suyu's face reddened and she stomped her foot. "Your mouth is full of strange words. Forget it. I won't talk to you." A fluctuation appeared behind her and her entire body disappeared. Lin Mu looked at where she disappeared and became a little envious. This Void Emperor's bloodline is indeed convenient, but he didn't think much about it. After all, he had the system in place, and it wasn't so bad to have such an aptitude. Besides, it seems that after cultivating to the Xiantai mysterious realm, one would have similar means. After Lin Mu returned to Jade Tripod City, Qin Yan really didn't get angry and instead smiled and asked, "Where did husband go last night?" It couldn't be because of what happened a few days ago, that he was targeted by some young lady and abducted back to be a dragon son-in-law, right? Lin Mu shook his head. "Gee, if only. You may not believe me when I say it, but I was actually with Suyu all night yesterday." A hint of surprise appeared in Qin Yan's eyes. "Suyu? Husband? You stayed with a man all night?" Her face grew odd. "Husband you will not be." It was then that Lin Mu burst out laughing. "Mother, don't you know me yet? I'm not interested in men. I'm with Suyu to discuss something." Only then did Qin Yan return to normal. She recalled that a few days ago, when the holy land of Yaoqi had beaten down her door, Suyu's protector had come to her aid. Then he nodded his head as well. "You should indeed thank him, husband." Lin Mu didn't want to talk more about this matter and turned his head to go to the city lord's mansion again. Alchemists along the way, when they saw Lin Mu, they all took the initiative to make a path and bent down to salute him. Even if one didn't consider that on that day, Lin Mu had forced Lin Xiu to bow down and leave because of the Zhou and Su families. Just by looking at the very beginning, when he used the Void Giant's sword to decapitate the elder of the Yaoqi Holy Land, it was enough for them to report their respect. Lin Mu walked into the city lord's mansion, found Wan Lin, and asked him, "City Lord Wan, how are your preparations for that new style bridge building pill? The path of cultivation is nothing but wealth and couple-in-law." Although Lin Mu himself had a system plus, he knew that this system of his was not for him to fight alone, but to open a wide harem, in case one day he took in a woman with special potential, but the woman turned out to be a mortal streamer, but he didn't have enough spirit stones. Wouldn't that delay things? That was why he had found Wan Lin, wanting to earn spirit stones from pills. Wan Lin immediately smiled and nodded. "Lin Mu, I've already made arrangements to spread the news of the new elixir, and I'm also changing the name of this elixir, naming it the Divine Bridge Elixir to differentiate it from the traditional bridge building elixir." Lin Mu didn't care much about the name thing. He casually said, "Divine Bridge Pill? Not bad at all. So shouldn't we talk about the split?" Wan Lin said with a smile. "Even if you don't say anything about this matter, Lin Mu, I will take the initiative to find you. That elixir of yours is 3 points stronger in potency than the original bridge building elixir, so I think a price 2 points higher would be most appropriate. We'll split the 2 cents of profit in half. What do you think?" Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction. All he did was come up with a recipe. The materials and alchemists for refining pills had to be provided by Wan Lin. It's naturally best when you get a point of profit out of thin air yourself. While a point of profit may not seem like much, a basement is a mountain. It is also unimaginably astronomical when accumulated over time. Lin Mu laughed out loud and said, "Good. City Lord 1 is really painfully fast. Then the matter is settled." Within a few days thereafter, Jade Tripod City was bustling with activity. Not only were there countless cultivators rushing into the city, wanting to get to know Lin Mu, this rising star, it was that latest divine bridge pill that drew the attention of countless people. This Wan Lin is indeed a very powerful alchemist. But how did he suddenly come up with such a new formula without a word? The recipe is said to be provided by other alchemists. Oh, just what kind of god is it that has such a skill? It is said that this alchemist, is that Lin Mu? Ha ha ha, don't joke. That kid is said to be carrying the inheritance of a great emperor. Where would he have the heart to be an alchemist? It's also true that although alchemists also depend on talent, it's even more important to study hard. So where does Lin Mu have the time to learn all this? Qin Yan listened to the murmurs beside her and gently stabbed Lin Mu's waist. "Husband, they don't believe you," Lin Mu blandly said. "There's no need to care about them. They don't have insight and have eyes that don't recognize Tai. You have to be pissed off if you pay too much attention to what they think." Qin Yan nodded her head and said, "Husband really does have a heart of gold." Lin Mu lowered his head. "Well, my heart is still not as big as yours, ma'am." Qin Yan immediately understood his words. "Husband, this is still in the street. How can you say such shameful words?" Lin Mu laughed out loud and said, "Don't worry, no one will hear you. Besides, we're an old married couple. Why are you always shy?" Qin Yan whispered, "That's different. It's outside. People come and go. So, if you were in the bedroom, you wouldn't be shy, Mama?" Lin Mu asked with a smile. Qin Yan shyly bowed her head, remembering the past few nights, and never spoke again. Seeing this, Lin Mu stopped teasing her. He pulled Qin Yan and walked to an auction house, lifting his leg to go inside. At that moment, however, someone else stepped in ahead of them. After entering, he even turned around and said disdainfully, "You're a tiny wheeling sea cultivator. Is this place for you to come to?" The cultivator glanced at Qin Yan again, and his eyes instantly lit up. "But this is a nice woman you have with you. Come on, raise your head and let me get a good look at her." Chapter 37 Heavenly Pill. Lin Mu's face clouded over, but without waiting for him to open his mouth, the two cultivators standing at the entrance of the auction house suddenly opened their mouths. "This is an important place. No fighting." After hearing this, that cultivator was indeed a bit abashed. "Humph, don't let me see it even if I don't." After waiting for the cultivator to enter, Lin Mu frowned and said, "Recently, this Jade Tripod City is indeed a mixed bag of fish and dragons. There are all kinds of people." Qin Yan nodded her head and said, "Husband is right." At this moment, the duo walked into the auction house and into a room. This was specially prepared by Wan Lin for Lin Mu, and just as the two of them entered, a formation fell out of thin air. You can only see the outside scene from the inside and hear the outside sounds. Outsiders, however, can't see what's going on inside. Only at this point did Qin Yan continue. "The divine bridge pill you took out, husband, has already caused a stir. Countless sects and clans that have sent people here will naturally attract many unrelated people. Also, another what?" Chen Fan had either dragged Qin Yan to double cultivation in the past few days, or continued to study the Dan Master's secret code. Rather, he didn't have the heart to care about what was going on out there. Qin Yan sighed. "Husband, didn't you know it originally? In order to promote your divine bridge pill, City Lord 1 has specially taken out a heavenly pill that has been treasured for many years. This elixir has also attracted the coveting of countless people. That's why this auction is extra attention-grabbing." Lin Mu nodded slightly and sighed in his heart. This Wan Lin is really something. At this time, a burst of zither sounds suddenly came from the distance. It turned out to be Wan Lin who finally made his entrance. With a smile on his face, he paid his respects in all directions before speaking. "Many thanks to all of you for coming to my Jade Tripod City today. I'll cut to the chase. This time, I, Jade Tripod City, have refined 10 million divine bridge pills. If you all have the heart, then just make a direct offer." After saying that, Wan Lin made a flash and disappeared once again. Lin Mu had been a bit curious, only feeling that Wan Lin's behavior was a bit odd. They had already set the price in the first place, so why did Wan Lin have to come up with such a trick? But the next moment, he realized, there were quite a few great families that came to Jade Tripod City this time, and many of them, along with the clans, had old grudges. Once bidding is liberalized, they are bound to compete with each other. Even if this divine bridge pill, there wasn't really anything particularly precious about it. It was merely a bit more cost-effective. They are also bound to raise each other's prices, and these premiums naturally fell into the pockets of Wan Lin and Lin Mu. This City Lord Wan is also a treacherous businessman. Hearing this, Qin Yan turned around and asked uncertainly, "Husband, what are you talking about?" Lin Mu told her what he had just thought of. Qin Yan couldn't help but feel emotional after hearing this. "Husband, I don't know if City Lord Wan is a treacherous merchant, but you understood his mind at once. It seems like you're smart as hell too." "Husband." Lin Mu held his head high and said, "That's natural. If I'm not smart, how can I be your wife's husband?" By this time, those cultivation clans had already made a lot of noise. In the end, it was the pride of a large clan that threw away money and smashed out 20 million spirit stones before pocketing all the pills. That heavenly pride laughed out loud. "Ha ha, thank you all. Thank you." The others were naturally less than pleased. "Humph, you kid bought these divine bridge pills. I'll see how you can still buy that heavenly grade pill. That's it. You're totally putting the cart before the horse." However, that heavenly pride sneered. "Sacrificing the basics? I think you guys are the ones who are not in your right mind. The heavenly grade pill that City Lord One has taken out this time has already been targeted. So even if you guys prepare more spirit stones, it's impossible for you to buy it. Since that's the case, why don't we buy the other elixirs first to get a head start?" Hearing this, Lin Mu asked curiously, "What is he talking about?" Qin Yan sighed. "Husband, you really don't hear anything outside the window. Have you heard of the Dan sect?" Of course Lin Mu had never heard of it. He shook his head. "That's an odd name." Only then did Qin Yan explain. "Husband, most people in the cultivation world cultivate by absorbing spiritual energy, and there are also those who cultivate by relying on their natural bloodline. But there are very few of them that rely on pills to cultivate." Lin Mu suddenly interjected, "I understand this. The mortal stream will only get high?" Qin Yan gave him an odd look. "Husband, we are all cultivators. What is there to say about mortals?" Lin Mu didn't explain, but just gestured for her to continue on. Qin Yan sighed in her heart. Husband always says amazing things, but also never explains them. It seems that there are quite a few secrets in him, but she also decidedly didn't ask any more questions and continued. "This Dan sect is relying on the power of pills to quench the secret stash on their bodies." This time the Dan sect's new generation of heavenly pride then came to J Tripod City on purpose. Lin Mu suddenly opened his mouth to interrupt it this time. "Mother, then according to you, since the Dan sect's demand for pills is so great, shouldn't they have raised countless alchemists themselves? Then why did you have to travel far and near to buy Patriarch Wan's pills again?" Now Qin Yan was a bit speechless. "Husband, you are an alchemist yourself. Can you actually still not figure out such a simple thing? In order to become an alchemist, one must inevitably have an overwhelming talent and spend countless hours of time and effort to become the lowest level of alchemist. Each level up thereafter is not much simpler than for us cultivators to raise our realms. Even the Dan sect can't afford to raise too many alchemists, which is why Lord Wanlin City's pills are so sought after." Lin Mu thought for a moment and then immediately understood. He nodded his head and said, "I see. I've seen too many alchemists here. That's why I didn't think that this alchemist is actually quite scarce. But yes, the most powerful alchemist in Cloudsea City is only at the third stage of the yellow product." Lin Mu was just about to say something else, but his eyes suddenly fixed. Qin Yan hurriedly asked, "Husband, what's wrong with you?" Lin Mu shook his head without saying anything, but his eyes were dead set on a certain place. "There's actually a female Empress qualified character here as well?" It turned out that just a moment ago, the system suddenly sent out a prompt. Ding! Special body type detected, body of elixir. Anmo, the body of the spirit elixir. Can't raise the realm through normal cultivation methods, but the efficiency of utilizing the elixir is 10 times that of a normal person. He's poisoned and in critical condition. Lin Mu narrowed his eyes and stared at a pale-faced young girl. The young girl was also originally in the middle of the formation, and the onlookers couldn't see her. However, ever since that person had just thrown down 20 million spirit stones and bought all the divine bridge pills, she had taken the initiative to reveal her true appearance. An old man beside the young girl spoke. "City Lord Wan, we all know your intentions. Since you've already sold those divine bridge pills, it's also considered opening up sales for them. Then it's about time we got right down to business. Please also take out that elixir directly." Chapter 38, You Think Too Highly of Him. Wanlin suddenly revealed himself and glanced at the young girl. Frowning, "Could this be that heavenly pride from your sect? She doesn't seem to be doing well," the old man said indifferently. "This has nothing to do with you, City Lord Wan." After finishing speaking with Wanlin, the old man turned his head again and looked around the entire auction house. Although there was a formation to isolate him, Lin Mu had already developed a feeling of being seen through. Qin Yan sensed Lin Mu's nervousness and spoke. "Husband, this old man should be the Dan sect's patriarch. No one knows his real name anymore. The world calls him Dan Lao. His cultivation level should also be a dragon transformation great perfection." Lin Mu noticed the word also and asked curiously, "Mother, Could it be that the patriarchs of all the great clans can't get up or down and are stuck in the dragon transformation realm? Qin Yan nodded, then shook her head. That's not true. The patriarchs of those sects don't actually get stuck here on purpose, but once they break through to the Xiantai realm, they often have no time for mundane matters. Instead, I've been concentrating on closed-door cultivation. For example, in the Yaohe Holy Land, there are actually Taishan elders of the Xiantai realm. Speaking of this, Qin Yan's complexion was a little bleak. Lin Mu was clear that this was because the curse on Qin Yan required the intervention of a Xiantai realm cultivator to completely eradicate it. When she was still in the Yaoqi Holy Land, she had inevitably gone and begged those supreme elders as well. However, looking at Qin Yan's appearance, he also knew that those Taishan elders were bound to be unheard of. Lin Mu held Qin Yan's jade hand tightly and said seriously, "Don't worry, ma'am. In a few years at most, I will be able to cultivate myself to the Xiantai realm. When the time comes, I will personally take action. And not only will I remove the curse for you, but I will also find out the person who inflicted the curse on you, and return it to him tenfold, 100-fold. Qin Yan rejoiced in her heart, but on her lips she said, "That's not necessary. If this kind of curse is retaliated back, it is estimated to be twice or 3 times as much, and that person is going to die." Just as they were whispering, that old Dan had already overpowered all the cultivators present. Wherever his gaze went, the elders and patriarchs of the other clans lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. In fact, when it came to real cultivation, they might not be afraid of Dan Lao, but they had more or less heard the news of Anmo's accident. This old thing has gone a little crazy for the sake of his own heavenly pride. Let's not provoke him and just give him that heavenly pill. Seeing that no one dared to refute himself, Elder Dan turned back to Wan Lin and said, "You quickly hand over the pills." Wan Lin, however, was less than pleased. "Elder Dan, I'm on auction this time. Wouldn't you be breaking the rules a bit by just letting the others quit?" Dan Lao's face sank as he said angrily, "I am the rules. If you take out this elixir, then I will give you spirit stones, but if you won't give it, then I'll get it myself." Saying that, he actually reached out his hand directly. A strong spiritual energy instantly enveloped the entire auction house. Wan Lin's expression stiffened and his body was once again unable to move. He laughed bitterly in his heart. These sect lords, they all like to come to this, don't they? The situation was stronger than the man, and he had decided to go soft. But at this time, a lazy voice came out. "Elder Dan, it's indeed a bit bad for you to do so." Wan Lin was shocked in his heart and hurriedly said, "Lin Mu, this matter has nothing to do with you. You don't have to stand up for me." Lin Mu walked out of the formation and shook his head. "Don't say that. City Lord Wan, I remembered the favor you gave me the other day. Besides, this auction of yours was originally organized for me. So if I were to sit back and do nothing, it wouldn't make sense." At this moment, Elder Dan's face was gloomy as he stared back at Lin Mu. "You're Lin Mu?" He swept his gaze over Lin Mu's entire body, as if he wanted to see him clearly. A moment later, he grunted coldly, "Just a stupid kid who got lucky. You're just the most ordinary physique, and you've only just broken through the Fate Spring realm. There's no business for you here, so stay out of it." Lin Mu didn't get too angry when he saw him belittling himself. He spoke, "Elder Dan, did you just wander off? I've already said I can't turn a blind eye to this today. How can you call this nothing about me?" Elder Dan's eyes suddenly went cold. "You don't really think you can run amok just because someone is in the background, do you? Humph. The Yaoqi Holy Land is afraid of you, but I'm not afraid of you." With that, he directly reached out and attacked Lin Mu. Wan Lin immediately cried out in alarm. "Elder Dan, no!" Qin Yan even madly rushed out, trying to block Elder Dan's hand, but it was all for nothing. No matter how hard they tried, they didn't stop Elder Dan's hand. However, Elder Dan wasn't really crazy enough to put his death hand on Lin Mu. He had a very poisonous mouth, but he was still very measured in his strikes. This kid is burdened with a great emperor's inheritance, so he might as well be a big deal. Plus the Zhou and Su families. I'd kill him for the slightest thing, and that'd be a pain in the ass, too. Might as well give him some pain. Elder Dan snorted coldly in his heart, then waved his hand over Lin Mu and summoned a formation to trap him in it. Qin Yan's eyes were red with anger. "Elder Dan, if anything happens to my husband, I will definitely not rest in peace with you." She then looked back to Anmer. "Not only you, but also your clan. This what's-his-name Heaven's Pride by your side, will also be buried with you." Although Elder Dan had a high level of cultivation, he felt Qin Yan's eyes and was somewhat chilled inside. "That's not right. Didn't this Qin Yan say that he's already wasted? How can it still make me so frightened?" He couldn't speak for a moment. However, at this time, Anmo sighed. "This sister, you don't have to be in a hurry. My master didn't lay a deadly hand on him. That formation of his is nothing more than a trap formation. There's just some puzzles in there. If he can solve the puzzle, he'll come out unscathed. But even if he can't solve the puzzle, he won't have much of a problem. At most he'll suffer some pain. After hearing Mo's explanation, both Wan Lin and Qin Yan were relieved. Wan Lin even said, "Then I'm relieved. Lin Mu is a genius. Elder Dan, you definitely can't trap him with this formation." He had some understanding of this formation, and knew that the puzzles in it were all related to the knowledge of pills. Elder Dan sniffed with disdain. "You have too much faith in that kid too. Humph. Even if you enter that formation, you have to suffer a lot." Elder Dan wanted to say something else, but then his face suddenly changed drastically. He looked back at the formation with disbelief. His eyes filled with incredulity. How is this possible? It was the extremely weakened Mo who turned her head curiously, then exclaimed, "That Lin Mu even came out so quickly?" Chapter 39, Professional Counterpart, Another Breakthrough. Lin Mu wasn't in too much of a hurry after being trapped by the formation. Speaking of which, he had seen too many formations in the recent past. From the very beginning, Yao Qi disciple Wang Yu took out the domain array disk to the various site isolation formations that Qin Yan had set up in the back, and then a few days ago, the mountain protector formation displayed by the Yaoan Holy Land's Taishan pressure. But this formation in front of me, there was also something really peculiar about it. Why is this thing like a game? Lin Mu spat softly. It turned out that after he entered the formation, 4 clusters of crimson flames immediately sprang up beside him, and there were several medicinal herbs floating in front of him, as well as a small Dan tripod. Lin Mu shook his head. Isn't this the recipe for refining that earth-grade pill Xian Ling Dan, as recorded in the Dan Master's secret codex? He stretched out his hand and put the pills into the Dan cauldron in the order recorded in the secret codex. Again, those several flames were mixed in a special way. Place it under the Dante's cauldron. If it was in the real world, these flames were all unruly, and it was very difficult to manipulate them even for alchemists of the 4 extremes realm. A cultivator of the Dao Palace mystic realm like Lin Mu, that was even more impossible to approach at all. However, in the middle of this formation, the flame was very honest and was simply as good as any other. Lin Mu had just finished operating when a crunching sound came from his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for refining the elixir Xian Ling Dan. The iconography has been unlocked. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, summoned the system panel, opened the alchemist's illustrated guide, and sure enough, he saw that a new name had been unlocked on the page of Earth grade pills. Dan Masters are categorized into 5 grades, and so are pills, and the lower the level of the elixir, the greater the variety. The lowest grade of yellow pills were almost thousands, and when it came to the page of Earth grade pills, there were only a few hundred of them. Lin Mu's heart stirred. It looks like I'll be able to unlock quite a few illustrations early in this formation instead. I still have to thank that Elder Dan. Lin Mu was clear, not to mention the flames that were difficult to control. It was the herbs used to refine the pills that were rare and precious, very hard to find in the outside world. What's more, in reality, there was no time for thinking when it came to alchemy. Once there is a slight doubt, the elixir will be refined and wasted. But in the formation, there was no such concern. Lin Mu was perfectly capable of scrutinizing the secret codex and having an open book exam. Excitedly, he moved forward and came to another puzzle, and once again began to solve it, as recorded in the secret code. But after dozens of breaths, he had refined 8 pills in a row. It was only when he came to the last puzzle that he realized things weren't quite right here. Not only was there only one type of flame left, but there was also only one spirit grass. Lin Mu frowned and said, all of the heavenly grade spiritual pills in front of this require dozens of flames to work with and hundreds of herbs to refine. How did it change this time? But when he took a closer look, he instantly understood. It turned out that this was a divine elixir, immortality pill. This time, instead, it was the system that issued the prompt first. Immortality pill, legendary elixir. If you take one, you can extend your life by 1,000,000 years, comparable to the red dust immortals. It can only be made by special spirit roots. Lin Mu swallowed his saliva and said suspiciously, this formation is really outrageous. I don't know who left it behind. There's actually even a formula for this immortality pill. He memorized the look of the immortality pill and then followed the means of the secret codex to repeatedly manipulate that divine fire. Finally, the immortality pill will be refined. In the next moment, gusts of spiritual light appeared from beside him. Boom! Lin Mu was shaken. As for his ears, another system alert came. Ding! Congratulations to the host for refining a divine elixir, the pill of immortality. Congratulations to the host for becoming an earth-grade alchemist. System rewards are being distributed. The host has unlocked the 3rd yoke of the holy body, and as Lin Mu finished refining it in the void, the formation arranged by Elder Dan also dissipated with a bang. Lin Mu appeared in place, his aura steeply stronger. After the third shackle was unlocked, his cultivation speed was much faster again, but the short-term impact, just his revealed cultivation, enhanced by a few more small realms, it has come to the perfection of the chakra sea. Yet to the casual observer, this is even more unbelievable. This, before he entered the formation just now, he was only the second minor realm of the district. Will see mysterious realm. How is it that when you come out, you become a chakra sea perfection? Some people even looked at Elder Dan with fiery gazes. Elder Dan, if you have such a method to raise your cultivation realm, why didn't you tell us earlier? Yes, if you had said so earlier, I would have definitely worshipped your Dan sect back then. Elder Dan forced down his surprise and turned back angrily. What you guys are saying is bull asterisk 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 asterisk. When did I have such tactics? It's clearly this brat himself who was eccentric. He turned back again and stared at Lin Mu dead in the face, as if he wanted to see his secret. But no matter how high his cultivation level was, he couldn't see the shackles on Lin Mu's holy body, much less see his system. It's weird. Elder Dan scratched his own head and didn't bother to take control of Wan Lin anymore, instead falling into deep thought. When did this formation handed down by the old ancestors still have this effect? Actually, even I don't know about it? At this time, Qin Yan rushed to Lin Mu's side and asked in surprise, "Husband, are you okay?" Lin Mu laughed out loud. "What can I have to do?" He looked toward Elder Dan and said with intent, "This is also thanks to Elder Dan. Don't you defile someone's innocence out of thin air." Elder Dan turned around and said angrily, "Our Dan sect's formations don't have the effect of aiding breakthroughs. Don't talk nonsense." Elder Dan was clear that if this matter were to be realized, there would be no peace for their Dan sect in the future. This means of breaking through a few minor realms at once would definitely attract countless people's covetousness. Even the Dan sect couldn't withstand it. Lin Mu said good-naturedly, "It depends on your sincerity." "What sincerity?" Elder Dan frowned. Lin Mu said seriously, "You made a sudden move to trap me in a formation. This you have to apologize for, right?" Elder Dan's teeth itched with hatred at the words, but in order not to take the blame, he could only grit his teeth and say, "Fine, I'll apologize to you." Okay. Boom. Everyone in the auction house stared wide-eyed and deadpan at Elder Dan. As for an M.O., who was beside Elder Dan, his eyes also instantly lit up, staring earnestly at Lin Mu, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Such a proud master teacher would actually apologize to a junior like Lin Mu? Her heart jumped and she was about to say something when she suddenly coughed again. Elder Dan immediately turned his head and asked with concern, "An M.O.? What's wrong with you again? Is it another attack in your center?" Because there were outsiders in the neighborhood. Elder Dan didn't make his words clear, but Lin Mu spoke up. "Alright, old thing, don't pretend in front of me. That celestial pride of your family was counted and poisoned, wasn't it? I think she must have a special physique. Not only absorbing ordinary pills can have a tenfold effect, it's just the same tenfold absorption for poisons. So even you can't cure her, right?" Chapter 40, Then Be a Maid. Elder Dan turned around violently and stared at Lin Mu dead in the face. "How do you know that? Could it be that this has something to do with you?" Lin Mu bristled. "Don't be so sensitive when you're an old man. Old thing, when your precious disciple was poisoned, I was still lying flat in Cloudsea City. What can this have to do with me?" Elder Dan frowned, recalling the background of Lin Mu that he had investigated, and nodded in return, but he was still unsure. "Then how did you know about Anmo?" Lin Mu laughed. "Why can't I know?" Elder Dan wanted to ask again, but Anmo pulled his hand. "Senior," Lin Mu coughs. "He all but unlocked that formation. You just don't care about the details." Elder Dan's brows instantly stretched. "Also, that formation was left by an old ancestor, and if Lin Mu can break through it, then he does have something." It was Lin Mu's turn to frown. "What exactly is the origin of that formation?" "I merely broke the formation and made him trust me so much." At this time, Elder Dan looked at Lin Mu again with an eager gaze. "Since you can tell what's wrong with Anmo, do you have a way to cure her?" "Don't worry, as long as you can take out a technique or a potion, my Dan sect will take out everything it has to exchange with you." At this time, the people in the auction house had already exchanged words. What the Dan sect has accumulated for countless years. It's truly astronomical. This Elder Dan is really willing to give it up too. Don't take it too seriously. Their Dan sect's countless supreme elders, over the years, have probably taken quite a few of the sect's treasures. That's why the things given by the Dan elders aren't that terrifying. Immediately there was a rebuttal. "Come on, you're just saying grapes are sour when you can't eat them. Those Taishan elders are all Xiantai realm powerhouses. They took away even more, but it's impossible for them to not give a single penny back. They definitely have to put something back. It's these things, that's an endless amount of benefits." Someone even sighed. "Hey, that Lin Mu is only at the Wheeling Sea realm. If he can get these things, Then I'm afraid he'll only be able to cultivate all the way to the dragon transformation realm. The others nodded. No matter how mediocre a person's qualifications were, as long as they had enough resources, they could still cultivate to the dragon transformation realm. At this time, Lin Mu suddenly shook his head. Oh Elder Dan. Those things of yours are very good. It's just a pity that I'm not blessed to enjoy them either. It's true that I can't get a pill or a gongfu that can cure this precious disciple of yours. Dan Lao was instantly disappointed. Pity. The people from the other clans, on the other hand, were relieved. So much the better. I told you, this Lin Mu couldn't possibly have such a blessing. How can he solve a problem that the Dan sect is unable to do anything about? Instead, at this time, Lin Mu gasped again. But then again, Elder Dan's heart lifted, and all the spiritual energy in the secret stash of the heart nearly exploded. Say what? He asked hastily. Lin Mu paused for a few breaths before continuing. That said, although I don't have any techniques or pills, I do have the means to cure this disciple of yours. Elder Dan was overjoyed, but he quickly frowned again, pulling Lin Mu and Qin Yan with him. This is not the place to talk. You guys come with me. Soon, a few people disappeared from the spot. The other clans were very disappointed. Such an important matter, and Elder Dan actually doesn't let us know about it? But yes, this is a matter of great importance, and it is true that outsiders should not be allowed to sit in on it. Tell me, does that Lin Mu really have a way to cure an MO? This is not easy to say. If he really had such means, would he have remained silent? In the middle of his sentence, the man suddenly stopped talking. After the Yaoqi Holy Land incident, Lin Mu had already become famous in the cultivation world. Not for lack of fame. This Lin Mu, there is indeed something magical about him. Many people sighed. On the other hand, Elder Dan appeared outside the city with a few people. He took Lin Mu's hand. Kid, hurry up and tell me, what kind of means are you going to use to treat this disciple of mine? Lin Mu laughed a few times, then said, this means is actually not difficult, but I'm afraid that your old man won't be able to give it up. Dan Lao slapped his chest. What's there to give up? Don't worry, what I just said still counts. No matter how many treasures or pills you want, as long as my Dan sect has them, you can take them all. Only then did Lin Mu say, what I want is not your things, but your people. Elder Dan's face changed. Then he gritted his teeth. Could it be that you have your eyes on any of our Dan sect's female cultivators? Also, strike. As long as you can cure an MO, I'll personally come out and matchmaker for you, so that you can become a Taoist couple with a female cultivator from my Dan sect. This Dan Lao is really bloodthirsty. But Lin Mu laughed again. Oh Elder Dan, you thought wrong. What I want is not someone else. It's none other than this disciple of yours. He reached out and pointed at Amo. If you give up this disciple and let him be be my maid, then I will have a way to cure her. In fact, at first, Lin Mu wanted an MO to be a concubine, but he was afraid that Elder Dan would flip out directly, so he changed his words. But even so, Elder Dan almost died of anger. What did you say? Make her a maid of honor? Lin Mu, how dare you say this? You really don't know how to write the word death. His hair and beard, all over his body, instantly flew. Once again, several people could not move, but Lin Mu didn't panic in the slightest. He knew very well that Elder Dan was truly concerned about his disciple. As long as there was the slightest possibility, he wouldn't make a move. Lin Mu said indifferently, I'm not joking, I actually have an exclusive spell to cure people. Elder Dan naturally didn't believe it, but at this time, Qin Yan suddenly thought of something, and she gave Lin Mu an odd look, as if she had guessed what he was thinking. Then she hurriedly spoke. Elder Dan, I can testify. You must have heard that I was once struck by a curse, destroying even the foundation of my Tao. It was precisely after marrying husband that husband stepped in to help me repair my Tao foundation, although he can't do anything about the curse. The matter of repairing the foundation of the Tao is enough to be evidence. Elder Dan's eyes lit up as he stared dead at Qin Yan, checking her condition. A few moments later, he was ecstatic. That's really it. Lin Mu, you really do have some tricks up your sleeve. Yet he remains somewhat uneasy. If you have such a means, then just directly treat Anmo. And why do you have to accept her? As a maid? It was naturally impossible for Lin Mu to explain that his means was to double cultivate with someone. Otherwise, Elder Dan would have been furious. He grunted softly. I can't tell you that one. Elder Dan frowned, still hesitating. At this time, however, an MO suddenly spoke. Master, I promise. Chapter 41, the system really isn't a good thing. Elder Dan turned back in a hurry when he heard his precious disciple's words. Muriel, do you realize what you're saying? You are the body of a spirit Dan, the pride of my Dan sex generation. As long as there are no accidents, in the future, I don't dare to say that I will be certified as a great emperor, but I will at least be able to cross the Xiantai secret realm. Elder Dan wanted to say something else, but just as he said that, he realized that in the sky above his head, there was a faint burst of thunder. It seemed as if the realm after the Xiantai mysterious realm was some sort of taboo. Elder Dan really didn't continue further, but he was still persuading Anmo. Or, you can't be Lin Mu's maid. And Mo's face did not change. His jade face was filled with indifference. She coughed and said, Master, you are indeed right. If I don't have any accidents, the path of cultivation is indeed a straight path. But aren't I in an accident now? Anmo raised his hand and summoned a water mirror. Senior, look at me now. Even if I get that heavenly grade pill, I'm afraid I won't be able to last much longer. But if you stay by Lin Mu's side, there might still be a chance of survival. Elder Dan was instantly silent. Anmo had already said this. If he continued to stop it, it would rather be a bit unjustifiable. At this time, Lin Mu finally spoke. Oh Elder Dan, look at you. As if being my consort would cause your disciple to suffer some sort of wrongdoing. Elder Dan grunted coldly. What do you mean by that? Is there anything more to her than being your maid of honor? Lin Mu stretched out 3 fingers. Naturally, there are benefits. This first benefit is that I have a way to cure the poison that is in her body. However, Lin Mu added in his heart, as long as she's willing to dual cultivate with me, then this Dan poison can be cured. He withdrew a finger and added, the second benefit is that I, Lin Mu, will inevitably prove to be a great emperor in the future, and with her being my consort, one person will inevitably be able to achieve the Tao at that time. Elder Dan sniffed, his face showing disdain, and was about to interrupt. Yet again, he saw Lin Mu withdraw his second finger. The third benefit is that I am originally an alchemy genius. With an MO following me, there will be no shortage of pills, and his cultivation speed is bound to increase by leaps and bounds. Lin Mu retracted all his fingers, and his hands were even carried behind his back. With these 3 benefits, do you think it's good for Anmo to be my maid? Elder Dan was not really convinced about the first 2 benefits. The toxin in Anmo's body was something that they, the Dan sect, could not do anything about even if they tried everything they could. That's why he could only come to Jade Tripod City to try his luck. Lin Mu, such a person who came out of nowhere, said that he could save an MO. He really didn't believe it. Even if behind Lin Mu, there might be 2 big families, the Zhou family and the Shen family, he still had doubts. But Lin Mu's last words made him hesitate a bit. Since this Lin Mu was able to break through that grand formation, then I'm afraid he's only really a genius in the Tao of alchemy. As long as he refines heavenly or even divine pills in time, he will naturally be able to cure MO. Elder Dan finally nodded his head as he thought of this. Okay, then I agree. Lin Mu was relieved when he heard this. If Elder Dan had kept refusing, he would have found it a bit troublesome. But this system too, why didn't it release a quest for me this time? Lin Mu's heart was also a bit strange. When he first encountered Qin Yan in Suyu, the system had given him a direct task to take on the 2 women. This time the system was very honest. Nope, I need to be more careful. Lin Mu summoned the system and scrutinized it. Name, Lin Mu. Age, 30. Cultivation, 4th level of the Tao Palace. Heart, liver, spleen, kidneys quenched successfully. Physique/bloodline, desolate ancient sacred body. Progress of unlocking shackles, March 9th. Techniques, Yin-Yang Harmony Technique, 1st level. 9 turns of Deicide Technique, 1st turn. Dancer's Secret Code, 1st level of Earth Grade. Spell/martial art, Void Sword Technique, 2nd level. Female Emperor raising targets, Qin Yan, Su Yu, and MO, to be confirmed. I knew it. Lin Mu was speechless in his heart. This system is really ambushing me. He focused on the words to be confirmed. The quests released by the system immediately jumped out. Ding! The mission has been triggered. If you have sex with Anmo within 3 days, you can upgrade your alchemist realm by 1 rank. Failure penalty, cultivation regression back to the Wheeling Sea Mystic realm. Loss of all feats. Good lord. If I don't take the initiative to check it out, and 3 days later I get a big loss, who's going to tell me what to do? Lin Mu stomped his foot hard. The system is really not right. I have to be careful from now on, lest it digs a hole for me. However, the few people next to him couldn't see the system panel and could only see Lin Mu getting angry in place. Elder Dan's face suddenly became gloomy. Lin Mu, it was clearly you who wanted me, MO, to be your consort. Why are you angry again now? Could it be that you know you can't cure MO's ailment, so you're backtracking? Lin Mu turned back and looked coldly at Elder Dan, who said I'm going to back out. I'm telling you, Lin Mu, will not take back what I say. Although Elder Dan's cultivation realms were both far beyond Lin Mu's, after seeing his eyes, his heart was also a little weak. How is this kid's aura so powerful? Elder Dan took the initiative to turn his eyes and coldly grunted. That's good. Remember this, if you dare to bully MO, I'll definitely not be done with you. After saying this, he remembered something else. That's right. Let's hurry back and buy that elixir from Wan Lin. Think of it as me giving you another gift from Mo. Lin Mu didn't care, and Anmo wouldn't object. Several people quickly returned to the auction house again. At this point in time, the auction house was in chaos. Quite a few cultivators disregarded their former grudges and gathered together, discussing what had just happened. They were still filled with incredulity when they talked about Elder Dan apologizing to Lin Mu. What is so magical about Lin Mu that he could make such a proud man as Elder Dan apologize to him? It could also be that Lin Mu really does have a way to cure Mo's ailment. So that's why Elder Dan gave in. Immediately, there was a rebuttal. Your words are outrageous. That Lin Mu also has some background. But what makes him able to cure an Mo? Although that Zhou clan is powerful, they are only strong, but they don't have any divine abilities. The Su family is the descendant of the Void Emperor, but when it comes to their teleportation aptitude, they are naturally unrivaled in the world. But when it comes to curing people, they are even inferior to City Lord Wan. Then how can Lin Mu cure an Mo? Just as they were bickering, Elder Dan returned with the crowd. Those cultivators hurriedly shut up, not daring to say anything bad about them. But there were also cultivators who took the initiative to speak. You're back, Elder Dan? Just now, when you went out with Lin Mu and the others, what kind of things did you talk about? Elder Dan's face was a bit complicated, not quite wanting to say that Anmo had become someone else's maid, but on second thought, he thought that if his own disciple followed Lin Mu for no apparent reason, then instead, he would have to make a lot of noise, so he gritted his teeth and said, Old me did tell Lin Mu about a great matter. Old man saw that Lin Mu was a talented man, so he purposely let Mo follow him around and cultivate with him. Chapter 42 Two people cultivating together. Abbreviation naturally. There was no talking in the auction house now. Everyone stared at Elder Dan with their mouths open, unable to believe what they were hearing. Ravenous, but they had exploded in their minds. I didn't hear it wrong, did I? Elder Dan is actually willing to let that heavenly pride of his family follow Lin Mu around? There must be something wrong here. Even Wan Lin was similarly confused. Although he was very optimistic about Lin Mu, he didn't know what this was all about. Wan Lin came to Lin Mu's side and whispered, Lin Mu, what exactly did you say to Elder Dan that you were able to make him endure the pain? Lin Mu didn't hide it from Wan Lin. He laughed. Isn't that easy? Naturally, I have a way to cure Anmo. Wan Lin swallowed. Lin Mu don't tease me. Where do you have this ability? Although you are quite talented in the Tao of alchemy, you are still only a yellow-grade alchemist after all. What makes you able to cure Anmo? Wan Lin had seen Lin Mu alchemize pills with his own eyes and had also exchanged knowledge of alchemy with him. He knew very well that although Lin Mu's theory was very powerful, the alchemy realm was just that. Of course, this is quite normal. Wan Lin himself was an extremely powerful alchemist, and he knew very well that in order to raise the realm of an alchemist, one had to refine many pills. To break through a big level, it was even more necessary to refine pills for the next level. Lin Mu was so young, so it wasn't surprising that he was still a yellow-grade alchemist. However, he hadn't thought that after the Dan Elder formation's assist, Lin Mu had already made pills in the void and broken through to an Earth-grade alchemist. If he could take down Anmo again, he would be able to raise another rank. Lin Mu smiled and said, City Lord Wan, it seems like you still don't believe me. Wan Lin instantly became a bit anxious and his voice got louder. Where am I not believing you? I'm worried about you. You're a yellow-grade alchemist. You definitely won't be able to cure Anmo in the short term. She's by your side. If anything happens to her, how can Elder Dan spare you? Wan Lin spoke loudly and actually did so on purpose, wanting to make Elder Dan retract his order, but Dan Lao had made up his mind. He shook his head and said, Alright, City Lord Wan, you don't need to say more. Old me understands what you mean, but the old man's mind is made up. He must let Mo be Lin Mu. Ahem, is to cultivate with Lin Mu. Lin Mu took over. That's right, I'm just going to practice with Anmo. Cultivating together as a pair can only speed up. However, he said in his heart, double cultivation, or simply double cultivation. Old man, I'm talking about double cultivation with your disciple in front of you. Don't you turn your back on me later. However, Dan Lao didn't think about it at all. Instead, he nodded his head repeatedly and looked at Lin Mu gratefully. This kid is good. He actually knows how to cover for me. If the people know that Mo is working as his maid, they will definitely look down on Mo in the future. Elder Dan said sincerely, Lin Mu, you really are a generous man. Now Lin Mu was a bit tense. He hurriedly said to Wan Lin, Look, City Lord Wan, since Elder Dan has said so, you shouldn't think too much. Hurry up and sell this elixir to Elder Dan. Wan Lin couldn't be persuaded any further when he saw this. He sighed, AI, if Elder Dan wants to buy this heavenly grade pill of mine, he will definitely give it to an MO. Since Anmo is going to be with you from now on, how can I not show it? Wanlin flipped his palm and a small jade box appeared in the center of his hand. A strange aura emanated from the jade box, causing Lin Mu to look at it a few more times. This heavenly spirit pill in reality is really different from the formation. But yeah, at the end of that formation, even the immortality pill came out. If the formation could do 100% simulation, I'm only afraid that the entire Jade Tripod City would be destroyed by the scent of the divine pill. Regardless of what Lin Mu thought in his heart, Wanlin handed over the jade box to Lin Mu. Consider this elixir as my gift. Wanlin did things so openly that Lin Mu was a bit embarrassed. You are so polite. City Lord Wan, let's put it this way. I can't take your elixir for nothing. Although this elixir was for an MO, in Lin Mu's opinion, an MO would soon be his own. Then Wanlin's gift to Anmo was also for himself. He has to show something too. Lin Mu thought for a moment and calculated that he should be able to share 500,000 spirit stones from the sale of the divine bridge pill just now. So he spoke. I'll give you 500,000 spirit stones. Consider it as buying this elixir. Although the spirit stones aren't much, it's still a piece of my heart. As soon as Lin Mu said this, the crowd, who were still surprised, burst out laughing. Ha ha, Lin Mu is really short-sighted. A mere 500,000 spirit stones and you want to buy a heavenly pill? He really hasn't seen the world. But it's right. After all, he came from a small family in Yunhai City. I'm afraid he's never seen so many spirit stones in his life. Soon, though, another questioned it. Where did Lin Mu get 500,000 spirit stones from? Right. I've heard that the Lin family of Yunhai City. It seems that they want to expel Lin Mu from their family, and they've even thought about taking back his family name. You guys, is there a possibility that Lin Mu stole all of the Lin family's spirit stones? And that's why the Lin family is so hateful towards him. And that's why he has 500,000 spirit stones? Hearing the crowd questioning Lin Mu, Xinyan's face changed dramatically and she spoke angrily. You guys are simply dogs spitting blood. My husband, when did he ever steal from the Lin family? Instead, it's the Lin family that has wronged my husband. The crowd turned back to look at Xinyan, and they were all a bit alarmed as well. Could this woman be the former heavenly pride of the Yaoqi Holy Land? I heard that she once reached the 4 extreme mysterious realm, but it's a pity that she suffered a curse and fell off the realm. But nevertheless, she is a rare beauty. This Lin Mu is also too lucky. Many people became jealous, so instead they intensified their efforts. This Lin Mu must be a thief. That's right, where else would he get 500,000 spirit stones? It could still be him, the little white boy, borrowing it from another female cultivator? At this point, even Wan Lin couldn't look away. He spoke up. Don't you dare talk nonsense. Let me tell you, Lin Mu's 500,000 spirit stones are exactly the profits from that divine bridge pill. What? A number of people shouted. What does this divine bridge Dan have to do with him? Wan Lin waited for them to finish screaming before coldly saying, could it be that I would lie to you? To tell you the truth, the formula for this divine bridge pill was improved by none other than Lin Mu. So the profits from this elixir have his share. 500,000 spirit stones out of these profits. Everyone's gazes suddenly gathered on Lin Mu. Questioning, disbelief, doubt, anger, greed. They knew very well that the profits from the divine bridge dam would only increase as time went on. In the end, it would even completely squeeze the original bridge building dam completely out of the market. The amount of spirit stones Lin Mu could obtain from it was simply uncountable. What right does he, Lin Mu, have? They didn't dare say anything with their mouths, but could only yell helplessly in their hearts, full of envy and jealousy. Chapter 43, 2 people for dual cultivation. What are those 3 called? Lin Mu didn't give a damn about the looks they were giving him. If he, Lin Mu, wanted to be certified as a great emperor, he would inevitably have to fight against countless enemies. These people in front of me are nothing. The 500,000 spirit stones were already with the auction house, so Lin Mu didn't need to transfer them. After just confirming with Wan Lin, he walked out of the auction house. Anmo struggled to get up and walked out after Lin Mu. When Elder Dan saw this, a pang of intolerance ran through his heart. Muriel, Anmo turned around and gave Elder Dan a smile. There's no need to worry, Master. I've been in bed for a long time, so it's good for me to move around more. Elder Dan also had to nod his head. That's just it. I'll go back to the clan first and spread the word about this. Take care of yourself. More. By doing this, Elder Dan was actually not only telling his clan, it was also to let the cultivation world know that their own heavenly pride was following Lin Mu. In the future, if they wanted to make a move against Lin Mu, they would always have to consider their Dan sex attitude. It was only after Elder Dan left that Anmo coughed violently again. The face was instantly pale. Xin Yan was all a little heartbroken at the sight. She came behind an Mo and gently patted her back. Then he said to Lin Mu, Husband, Hurry up and heal her body for her. Lin Mu smiled and asked, Mother, how do you know I have a way to cure her? Qin Yan sighed. Husband, it's this time, do you still want to hide it from me? In the beginning, you were even able to repair my Tao foundation. So what could it be to heal Anmo? At that moment Anmo looked up in surprise. Although she trusted Lin Mu, in her heart, she actually felt that Lin Mu had a promising future and would have a way to cure herself in the future. But listening to what Qin Yan meant, it was clear that Lin Mu would be able to step in and treat him right away. She stared at Lin Mu and said seriously, Mr. Lin, if you can cure the toxin in my body, I can't forget your kindness for the rest of my life. Lin Mu smiled instead. Looks like you've got a pretty good first impression of me. Anmo, hearing Lin Mu say that, and Mo was a bit strange. What makes you say that, Mr. Lin? Lin Mu turned his head towards his own compound and said faintly under his breath, but I've heard it said that if a woman can't see her benefactor, then she'll say that her great kindness is not repayable, to be repaid in the next life as an ox. You didn't say that, Anmo, so that must mean you don't loathe me too much. And Mo thought carefully about the words and nodded after a moment. What Mr. Lin said really does have some truth to it. She followed Lin Mu step by step. Don't dare to fall half a step in the slightest. Even when he was coughing violently, he didn't stop. Qin Yan was a bit intolerant. Husband, don't tease her. Lin Mu looked back at Qin Yan. Mother, I'm not teasing her. You know very well how I cured you in the first place. If I were to tell this method directly, Anmo would definitely not believe it. And then he would really have to say something to me about being a cow in his next life. Qin Yan froze slightly, then nodded. That's true. And Mo looked uncertain and asked Qin Yan, Good sister, just tell me, how exactly did Lin Mu save you? Don't worry, no matter what this law really is, I will never turn my back on it. Qin Yan listened, and only then did she come to Anmo's ear and tell him about the situation that day. Anmo's originally pale little face instantly reddened again. Qin's sister, don't tease me. This double cultivation gong method, I have heard of it before. The so-called dual cultivation is nothing more than being able to slightly increase the speed of cultivation. Where could it possibly help cure someone? Qin Yan sighed. If it were in the past, I would naturally not believe it. But look at me. You've naturally heard the news of my damaged Tao foundation in the first place. How do you see me now? Anmer shut up and didn't say anything. Yes, Qin Yan's example is clearly in front of her, so she can't afford to disbelieve it. It was only when the few people entered the compound that Anmo said in a mosquito-like voice, I would like to double up with you. Lin Mu was overjoyed in his heart, but instead, his face showed a hint of rejection. Anmo, you've got to be kidding me. Even if you agree, won't your master's father still come to my door to find trouble with me when he learns of this news? Don't worry, I have other means to cure you besides the dual cultivation method. It's just going to take a while longer. But the more Lin Mu said this, the stronger the determination in Anmo's heart became. Master teacher has been busy for me, so to speak. How can I disregard my master's concern for the sake of a vain name and honor? The road of cultivation is not to advance or retreat. My cultivation has not progressed an inch since I was poisoned, and I have already wasted a lot of time. If I delay further, Anmo's face was as red as a peach as she shyly said, if master teacher is looking for trouble from Mr. Lin, then I will naturally explain for you. Mr. Lin, when the time comes, just say that I fell in love with Mr. Lin at first sight and had to double cultivate with you. Then even my master can't say anything. Lin Mu was so happy in his heart that he was on the verge of laughing, but he still had some hesitation on his face. This isn't good, is it? Makes it sound like I'm taking advantage of the situation. And since Anmo had already made up her mind, she wouldn't change it no matter how shy she was. She clenched her teeth and Ying bowed down. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, this is something I do willingly. Lin Mu then sighed. Well, since you've come to this point, I can only reluctantly double cultivate with you. Come to my room tonight. Amo nodded and turned to walk away. When she left, Qin Yan sighed quietly. Husband, you are so bad. Lin Mu coughed. What do you mean by that, ma'am? Qin Yan gave him a look without any good humor. You can fool an MO, but you still want to fool me? Humph. I could tell long ago that you were interested in this little ninny, and had wanted to double cultivate with her, right? Lin Mu hurriedly shook his head. Don't talk nonsense, ma'am. Am I that reckless? Qin Yan seemed to remember something and muttered. You're not human when you fool around. But never mind. Husband, don't think too much about it. She suddenly sighed. I had said that I would support you, husband, to take a concubine quickly and re-establish a Lin family. That Anmo is indeed a heavenly pride as well, and is even more of Elder Dan's pearl in the palm of his hand. It would be a good thing for you to take her into your room. Lin Mu's heart was on fire, and at the same time, he was a little moved. Mother, you're so good. You've been so good to me. So tonight, I'll take the initiative to serve and minister to you. Saying that, Lin Mu put his hand on Qin Yan's ear and whispered something. Now, Qin Yan's face was also red. Husband, where did you all learn these dirty tricks from? Lin Mu laughed out loud. This is all learned from the East. Qin Yan gritted her teeth and said, this Eastern Japan is not a good place either. It all teaches people bad. Lin Mu, however, shook his head. You can't say that. Ma'am, how can I serve you without their inspiration? But at the same time a thought flashed through his mind. If Anmo comes over tonight, then it won't be a double cultivation between me and my lady, but 3 people cultivating together. What should it be called again? Patchwork? Chapter 44, Don't ask, ask and you'll be served. Early the next morning, Lin Mu stood up refreshed. A smile appeared on his face as he looked at the 2 women who were still asleep. Lin Mu reached out and groped the 2 women before he got up and came to the side. Sitting down on his knees, he thought back to last night and his heart swam. Anmo was already suffering from severe poison and was not too easy to move. When she came to the room, she happened to come across Lin Mu serving Qin Yan, so she was even more shy and weak. When Lin Mu pulled her over, she barely resisted, allowing Lin Mu to do as he pleased. Lin Mu heartily smiled. Although she has the word ink in her name, her body is as white as snow. It seems there are times when that name is wrong. He reclosed his eyes and felt what was going on inside him. After his dual cultivation with an MO, he had quenched the last of the 5 organs. Having entered the realm of the great perfection of the Tao Palace, he was only 1 step short of the final step to enter the 4-pole mysterious realm. But he didn't have a master and relied on the help of the system to raise his cultivation. So there is also still confusion about how to take this step. But it doesn't matter. Niang Zi has entered the 4 extreme realm before. When she wakes up, I'll just go ask her. Lin Mu put this matter aside and checked up on other aspects. That is, the realm of the alchemist. Although the system often dug holes for him, this mission reward, too, was not discounted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward Alchemist Realm. 1 level up. The host's current realm is, First Order of Earth Grade. Upgrading. Upgraded Realm, Heavenly Grade 1. Lin Mu was overjoyed in his heart, but he was soon somewhat speechless. That's not right. This system seems to be counting on me. From Earth Grade to Heaven Grade, there is indeed a world of difference in between, but without that formation of Elder Dans, I'd only be at the 4th stage of the Yellow Grade at best right now. If that's the case, and the system raises me a level, it's only the 4th rank of Xian Pin, which isn't much more. Oh system, you can't be doing this on purpose, can you? The system actually responded. Ding! Inform the host that the system itself is not good or evil. Humph, believe the hell out of you. Lin Mu shook his head and didn't think twice about it. Anyway, the system was a bit of an egghead, but it was also a huge help. He stretched and was about to get up. He saw Qin Yan sitting up with a heavy heart. As for Anmo, this little girl was still lying on her bed, deep in sleep. Lin Mu walked over and swept Qin Yan into his arms. Mother, what's wrong with you? Could it be that last night's 3 repairs made you uncomfortable? Qin Yan also remembered the absurd scene last night and blushed slightly. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and said, the Easting School is really an evil and crooked way, actually teaching your husband so much. Lin Mu laughed out loud. Mother, where is this going? I've only utilized 1% of the power of my 16T hard drive. Qin Yan didn't understand these words at all, but she looked at the words and could guess what Lin Mu meant. Yuck! She spat, not continuing the conversation. Instead, he reached out and covered his stomach. When Lin Mu saw this, he became a bit anxious. Mother, what's wrong with you? Could it be that the curse has struck again? With that, he even extended his hand to inject spiritual energy into Qin Yan's body. When Qin Yan saw this scene, her heart was sweet and she reached out her jade hand to hold Lin Mu's hand. Husband, don't have to worry. The curse in my body is still very stable. It's just trapping my cultivation and preventing me from breaking through into the Tao Palace. What actually happened? Lin Mu asked hurriedly. Qin Yan sighed. Hey, it's actually after last night's double cultivation with my husband. I seem to have a bead on it. Qin Yan was ultimately a female cultivator, and she was also still a bit shy when it came to talking about these things. Instead of putting the word straight, the modifier was changed, but Lin Mu still heard it. He was pleasantly surprised. Mother, did you turn out to have it? This is great. Lin Mu stretched out his big hand and placed it on Qin Yan's stomach, his face full of smiles. When Qin Yan saw him, she likewise developed a few moments of delight, but soon she was worried again. Husband, I still have a curse on me. When our child is born, I'm only afraid that it will be affected by the curse as well. Qin Yan's concern was not unreasonable. The curse on her was very odd and extremely insidious. It would simply be normal to implicate the child in the womb, The anger on Lin Mu's face flickered. In the beginning, he was still interested in Qin Yan, but at most he added a few points of utilization. But over this period of time, he had taken Qin Yan as his true wife. What's more, now, Qin Yan is pregnant with his child? Lin Mu then cherished Qin Yan even more. So the more he hated this curse, the more he hated it. Humph. When I fight my way up to the holy land of Yaoqi one day, I will definitely catch that old thing Lin Xiu and force him to find out who put this curse on you. Qin Yan smiled. I trust husband, but our boy. Lin Mu said, there's no need to worry. Ma'am, although I can't solve the curse on you yet, it's impossible for this curse to be enhanced out of thin air. By the time the child is born, the curse implicating the child will probably be only a fraction of the curse on you. When the time comes, I might have a way to get rid of the curse. Qin Yan was then relieved. So be it. When Lin Mu saw her like this, he was suddenly a little heartbroken again. Ma'am, shall we continue? Qin Yan panicked. What are you saying? My stomach. Lin Mu laughed badly and said, don't worry, ma'am, let's just be careful. Besides, I want to see our child sooner. Qin Yan hurriedly pushed him away. Husband, let's not take any chances. You, go find Anmo. In fact, when Lin Mu came over just now, Anmo had already woken up, but she remembered last night's events, plus the fact that she was unarmed. So even though the toxin had been removed and she had been able to move, she was still sore and weak. Simply pretend to be asleep. Qin Yan pushed in Mo. Sister, don't sleep. Hurry up and serve your husband. And Mo had to open her eyes and shyly said, what are you talking about, sister? What? Serves or doesn't serve? It turns out that it was Lin Mu's means of serving Qin Yan last night that she also saw in her eyes. And that's when the misunderstanding occurred. However, Lin Mu suddenly nodded his head. Right, mother, you can see that Mo is smarter than you. I'm smart what? Mo looked confused. But Lin Mu continued, if you're worried about the child, ma'am, then come and serve me too. Qin Yan blushed in shame. What are you even thinking about? But when she remembered how Lin Mu cared about her just now, she finally lowered her head. Anmo looked dumbfounded from the sidelines. Is this the married dog? Chapter 45, that Dan formula must be taken away. Lin Mu pulled Qin Yan and an Mo and fooled around on the bed for most of the day again. It made Lin Yun in the courtyard speechless. While she was practicing in place, she shattered. Why didn't I see before that the young master was so? Humph. She was too shy to say the words, but the sounds in the room still kept falling into her ears. Lin Yun couldn't block out the sound no matter how much he cultivated, no matter how much he covered his ears. Finally she carefully ran back to her room and covered her body with the covers. Then hands down. A few moments later, a soft grunt came from under the covers. On the other hand, Lin Mu was busy for a long time, and finally he was willing to leave the room. He didn't see Lin Yun and couldn't help but frown. This little maid, where did she run off to play again? However, Lin Mu didn't think much about it, and instead went to the city lord's mansion and cultivated in the room provided by Wan Lin. After yesterday, Godbridge Dan was a hit. Tens of thousands of pieces could be sold every day, and according to Wan Lin, there was still room for great growth in the future. With so many spirit stones, Lin Mu naturally wouldn't waste them. Immediately, he had Wan Lin set up an array for him, and then utilized these spirit stones to cultivate. Mother told me that this four-pole realm is actually about quenching the limbs, and to go from the Tao Palace mystic realm into the four-pole mystic realm, it can only be a matter of watering down. Looks like I'm going to dive into cultivation for a while. Hey, if only I could run into a few more female empress qualifications. It's just a pity. It seems like it's not yet the time of the great struggle. There are too few people with the qualifications to become an emperor here. If anyone else heard this, they would be furious. You've already met 4 of the heavenly prides that the next person may not be able to meet for countless years, and you've even double cultivated with 3 of them. You're not satisfied with that? On the other hand, as time passed, the effects of the divine bridge Dan were gradually spreading. It's just as well to let that Wan Lin get such a valuable Dan formula. How come in here? There's still the matter of Lin Mu? Humph, a mere white boy. I don't know what means he used to coax the pride of the Zhou and Su families to fall in love with him and break out some fame. But he actually dares to get his hands on the Dan formula. And to say that this Dan formula was created by him? It's clearly a bunch of nonsense. Let's go. Let's go to Jade Cauldron City and use our alchemist's way to seize the Dan formula. Countless alchemists, all heading towards Jade Tripod City. It was that many cultivation sects and lineages had also sent their people to Jade Tripod City again. However, they had no heart for the attribution of the Dan formula. They're just moved to profit. Such a large amount of spirit stones. If they fall into our hands, wouldn't that be a great help? Wan Lin is a heavenly alchemist. It's too big a target to strike at him. But Lin Mu is just an ordinary chakra C perfection cultivator. Even if we look at the face of the Su family and the Zhou family. Oh yeah, there's another Dan sect to be added. Let's not directly strike at him, but it's time to make this kid realize what he's doing and spit out this prophet. For a time, the Jade Tripod City was again agitated by the wind and clouds, although it wasn't as serious as when the Yaoqi Holy Land directly flew over with the clan. But the furor behind it is no less than last time. Wan Lin looked at the recent news with a hint of worry on his face. Lin Mu, things don't seem right. Lin Mu said in disbelief. What's wrong? Looks pretty good to me. In these last 3 months, I've completely stabilized my realm and will soon break through to the next secret realm. Lin Mu himself actually meant that he was going to break through into the Four Extremes mysterious realm. However, to Wan Lin, this was saying that Lin Mu was going to enter the Dao Palace mysterious realm. He nodded with emotion. Lin Mu, you really are a genius. It's only been 4 months since you reversed your physique and were able to cultivate. It's truly remarkable that you were able to break through into the Dao Palace mystic realm. Lin Mu's eyebrows twitched slightly, but he didn't explain. At this time, Wan Lin spoke again. It's just that Lin Mu, you're using your mind on cultivation, so you definitely haven't made any progress in this alchemist realm of yours. What are you going to do when someone comes after you? Lin Mu was a little curious. What about? He knew almost everything about alchemy though through the Dan Master's secret code, but he still knew nothing about the rules between alchemists. Wan Lin sniffed, but also explained it for him. AI. Lin Mu, you don't know. Among my alchemists, there has been a rule since ancient times. As long as they are with each other, each taking out a Dan formula of equal value, they can force the other to fight with them. This competition, naturally, is the skill of alchemy. Then the winning side can take away the other side's Dan formula. Lin Mu suddenly raised an eyebrow. Good lord. Straight to food tomatoes, huh? Lin Mu, what did you say? Wan Lin asked hurriedly. Lin Mu shook his head. I didn't say anything. I just remembered something from before. Go ahead. Wan Lin didn't look deeper into the matter and just assumed that his own words had messed up Lin Mu's mind. Hey, what can I go on about? What's to be said has already been said. Lin Mu. If your cultivation realm is extremely high, then even if someone is hot for the divine bridge pill, they wouldn't dare to take the initiative to find trouble with you. In this cultivation world, after all, it's still strength that speaks. If you were in the alchemist realm at an extremely high level, then no one would have come to make a fool of themselves. Wan Lin said this and stopped talking, but Lin Mu already understood what he meant. Wan Lin was clearly saying that he wasn't up and down and was stuck in the middle. Regardless of the cultivation realm or the level of the alchemist, none of them were outstanding. That's why people come to the door. However, Lin Mu sneered. He looked at his panel with a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, City Lord Wan, when it comes to the realm of cultivation, I'm really still a bit short of that. It is estimated that it will take another 3 to 5 years before we can cross the cultivation world, but when it comes to this alchemist level, humph, I'm not afraid of anyone. Wan Lin sighed in his heart. How dare this Lin Mu say such big words? AI, he's just too smooth in his cultivation and hasn't encountered any setbacks. That's why he doesn't know the heights of heaven. But it's okay, even if he was bullied and lost the Dan formula. When the time comes, I'll just give him another half from my own profits. When Wan Lin thought of this, he didn't say anything more. Alright Lin Mu, just know in your heart. Lin Mu naturally saw what Wan Lin was thinking. He smiled and thought, it seems like City Lord Wan doesn't trust me very much. Looks like I should show my hand, so that he knows how good I am and doesn't have to misjudge my strength. Lin Mu's eyes rolled and he extracted several 100,000 spirit stones from the City Lord's mansion. He then put on a hood and changed his face, and went to the workshop market in the Jade Tripod City. This old man, how do you sell these herbs? Chapter 46, where did the liar come from? When that old man saw Lin Mu, he didn't have any suspicions. Recently, Jade Tripod City had been surging with dark currents, and there were simply too many raw faces coming from outside the city. There are many of them who hide their heads and their tails. The old man pointed to his store and said carelessly, all these things of mine are at the market line price. It won't be 1 spirit stone more or 1 spirit stone less. What else are you asking? The old man's words were actually a test. If Lin Mu could say 1, 2, 3, 4 and know the line price very well, it would be business as usual. But if he can't say anything, then this old man would transform into God Lao Deng, sharpen his sword on the pigs and sheep, and ruthlessly slaughter Lin Mu. Lin Mu, however, didn't eat this at all. Oh, what's your game, old man? You think I'm a layman, don't you? With that he turned his head and walked away. Seeing this, the old man was somewhat convinced that Lin Mu was a veteran. He quickly said, don't be angry. This guest, I was just casually talking to you. Look, why are you so grumpy as a young man? You don't have a Taoist couple, do you? Lin Mu turned around and sneered. You're wrong about that. I actually have several Taoists. That old man looked Lin Mu up and down. Ah yes. You do have several Taoists. I, old Lu, am quite envious of you. Lao Lu casually perfunctory, before properly introducing the materials he sells. Come and take a look. I have all the finest materials here. Enough to refine Xian grade spirit pills. This ice heartgrass is even capable of refining pills of the 9th Xian grade. When he said this, old Lu glanced at Lin Mu again. Then again, has your brat reached the level of a Xian grade alchemist? If not, then I do have other herbs that are just right for you. Lin Mu shook his head. It's true that I'm not a Xian grade alchemist. Old Lu had a smug look on his face. Oh, I knew it. As soon as I heard your voice, I knew that you're not very old. So naturally, your alchemist realm wouldn't be too high. In fact, Lao Lu didn't have the ability to hear voices and recognize years. He could tell that Lin Mu's cultivation level was only at will see perfection. That's why it was said, people with high cultivation realms were not necessarily powerful alchemists. Even as a rule, they tend to know nothing about alchemy at all. But a powerful alchemist's cultivation realm was usually not too low. To put it bluntly, could a character who could concoct his own pills still lack pills? Too high a secret realm could not be cultivated. But breaking through to the Dao Palace secret realm, that was still very easy. Old Lu pointed to a row of medicinal herbs on the outside of the store and casually said, there are medicinal herbs suitable for yellow-grade alchemists there. Go over and pick them yourself. However, Lin Mu didn't even look at it. Old Lu, have you misunderstood something? I mean, it's true that I'm not a Xian-grade alchemist. Actually, I'm a heavenly alchemist. After hearing this, Old Lu froze in place for a moment, then burst out laughing. Kid, don't you ever cheat? Ah. This loud laugh of his drew the attention of the others around him. Someone asked curiously, Old Lu, why are you laughing so hard? It couldn't be that you've been cheating any wrongdoers again, could it? Old Lu waved his hand back and forth. You guys don't want to smear my innocence out of thin air. I'm not going to screw anyone over. He didn't care about the snickers of the passerby and reached out to point at Lin Mu. Actually, I just laughed out loud because of this kid's comment. He actually said he's a heavenly alchemist. When these words came out, the surrounding crowd was first silent for a moment, then they all burst into laughter. Ha, what a long time to live. What kind of person dares to pretend to be a heavenly alchemist these days? That city lord one of ours is only a heavenly great alchemist, so what makes him dare to tell such a lie? I get it. He must be ignorant of the alchemist's realm level. That's why he said that. It's also true that even if an outsider wants to cheat, when he opens his mouth, it will be a laughing stock. As soon as you open your mouth, you show your face. Only insiders can fool people and make up decent lies. Some people even came to Lin Mu. Kid, I'll teach you a good lesson. If you want to impersonate an alchemist in the future, at most you'll be pretending yourself as an earth-grade alchemist. If that's the case, it might even fool some cuties. As for the heavenly alchemist, poof, I can't tense up. You guys talk to him. After the man left with a big smile, someone else did come along. If you're pretending to be a heavenly alchemist, that's too big of a goal. For your information, except for some hidden clans, or ancient cultivation families, there may be some lesser-known heavenly alchemists. All the other heavenly alchemists, those are all famous. One spiritual root for one pit. Even if there is a newcomer who has just broken through, the word will spread instantly, so you are impossible to impersonate at all. Lin Mu was not angry at these words, but instead nodded his head seriously. I see, I've been taught. At this moment, Old Lu opened his mouth. Now that you get it, don't kid me. Hurry up and buy some random yellow-ranked herbs and leave. However, Lin Mu shook his head and said, but I still want to buy heavenly materials. Why can't you understand human language, you brat? Now Old Lu was also a bit angry. So you didn't listen to what we just told you, did you? When he said that, his eyes went cold. Forget it, since you're going to die, I don't care to stop you. Humph. I do have materials for refining heavenly pills in my inner room. You come with me. He turned his head and walked to the back of the store and entered a formation. Lin Mu wasn't the least bit afraid and followed suit. It didn't take long before he felt himself pass through a curtain of water to a new space. Old Lu pointed to a row of herbs and said, these are the materials I'm talking about. Pick them yourself. By the way, you have spirit stones, right? Lin Mu didn't reply, but waved his hand, revealing the nascent ring on his fingertips. This was a new nano ring that he had bought after taking the dividends from the elixir. As for the thank you gift given by the Zhou family in the beginning, he had kept it at Qinyan's place. Old Lu stared at the nascent ring in Lin Mu's hand and muttered, you're a kid who's quite good at putting up blood money in order to cheat people. This nascent ring is worth tens of thousands of spirit stones at least, so I'm not afraid that you'll renege on your debt. With that, he stepped aside and let Lin Mu pick. Lin Mu smiled faintly and picked out a few spirit medicines according to the Dan Master's secret codex. Then he turned his head and said, "How many spirit stones do these cost?" Lao Lu skimmed his lips and casually quoted a number. Lin Mu didn't bargain and took out spirit stones from his nascent sacred ring and threw them over. Then he turned his head and left. A number of people gathered as they watched him walk out of the store. What the hell is this kid? He actually dares to impersonate a heavenly alchemist. He really has a lot of guts. Let's wait. If he dares to make this set up, it won't be just that. There must be a follow-up. Chapter 47, Heavenly Alchemist. The visitor is not good? City Lord. The situation is so wrong. A cultivator of the Four Extremes mysterious realm. Arching his hand could only be in front of Wan Lin. Recently in the city, there seems to be someone posing as a heavenly alchemist again. Our Yuding city. It's been getting more and more chaotic lately. Wan Lin's face was also a bit ugly after hearing this news. Where did the asshole come from to make such a scam? You quickly go and do some snooping around for me and find out about that crook. This city lord has had enough trouble lately. He doesn't have the heart to deal with these things. That Four Extremes realm cultivator was silent for a moment when he heard this and continued. City lord. That liar thing? It's all a small matter. You're so upset. Could it be because of Lin Mu's matter? Wan Lin nodded. Exactly. What? Are you going to tell me something? The cultivator nodded. Indeed. City lord. That Lin Mu has nothing to do with us. So why are you so attached to him? Now that so many people are coming after him, you might as well just run him out of town. Anyway, behind Lin Mu, it's not like he doesn't have other people sheltering him. You don't have to be in the front line. Wan Lin's face instantly sank. Does this city lord need you to teach him how to do things? I'm telling you, Wan Cheng, you're not allowed to say anything like that again. Hear that? Wan Cheng's face was a bit ugly, but he still nodded and said, Uncle, I know. It turned out that this cultivator was not only Wan Lin's subordinate, but also his nephew. Humph. This uncle of mine doesn't know what's going on. He's actually mesmerized by Lin Mu and is willing to do this for him. When I catch a chance, I'll definitely settle the score with that Lin Mu kid. Just at that moment, a guard from the city lord's mansion walked over with an astonished look on his face. Wan Qing frowned. What kind of expression is that? It's like you've lost your soul. The cultivator waved his hand in a hurry. Wan Cheng, don't talk nonsense. I didn't lose my soul. I was just a little surprised. There's actually a big shot in our Jade Tripod City. What big shot? Wan Cheng asked suspiciously. The cultivator then explained. Just a short while ago, a thunderbolt suddenly descended on an inn in the city. Wan Cheng said disdainfully, Thunder tribulation? What's so rare about that? But the cultivator immediately said, this isn't an ordinary lightning tribulation, but the tribulation of a heavenly pill. Wan Cheng's heart lifted. Oh, in that case, wouldn't that person be a heavenly alchemist? And who the hell is he? The friar shook his head. That alchemist refused to show his face or reveal his name, but he sent that elixir to the auction house, saying he wanted to consign it. Wan Xing didn't ask too many questions when he sniffed. It's also true that heavenly alchemists are more or less eccentric. That uncle of mine likes to promote his juniors. That's why he's so good to Lin Mu. Now the other alchemist in the city. I guess he also has some kind of fetish. The car is not willing to show his face. A few days later, the news spread throughout the city. It was those alchemist clans that had come to find trouble with Lin Mu that were all a bit moved. That new heavenly alchemist in this town. Who exactly could it be? That person suddenly appeared. Did he come for Lin Mu's Dan formula? Or did he back Lin Mu up? It should be here to find trouble with him. After all, the Zhou and Su families behind Lin Mu don't seem to have any heavenly alchemists. By the way, recently, that heavenly pride of the Su clan seems to have suddenly closed down, and I don't know what it's about. Ha ha ha, that brat Suyu. He couldn't have knocked up the holy maiden of any clan, so he's being punished with closed-door meditation, right? After a burst of laughter, they walked into the Jade Tripod City, and at this time, Wan Lin went to find Lin Mu again. Lin Mu, the situation in the city lately is getting more and more complicated. Although having an inexplicable heavenly alchemist come out of nowhere sort of draws fire for you. That's why no one has approached you for a challenge in the last few days. But that alchemist was originally from an unknown source, and the enemy was not distinguishable. In case he's here to compete with you as well, then you'll be in big trouble. Why don't you go out and hide for a while? Lin Mu shook his head and laughed. I appreciate City Lord's kindness, but this matter of leaving the city, well, you don't need to say much. I, Lin Mu, have always done things openly and honestly, never hiding my head. For some reason, when he said this, Anmo on the side suddenly covered her mouth and laughed, as if she had thought of something funny. Wan Lin looked over curiously. What are you laughing at? Lin Mu glared at Anmo, telling her not to laugh. Only then did she say to Wan Lin, don't think too much. City Lord Wan, This maid of mine is happy in her heart because she realized that I have a way to undo the poison in her body. That's why it's inexplicably funny. In fact, since the dual cultivation, Anmo's body had recovered. But Anmo, himself, was afraid that if the news got out, it would attract more covetousness. That's why he deliberately pretended to still be poisoned. Lin Mu went along with her. Wan Lin nodded and didn't dwell on the issue. He said helplessly, "Well, since you said so, I won't say anything more." "Right, tomorrow is the auction for that heavenly pill. Do you want to go over and take a look?" Lin Mu nodded his head rightfully. Naturally, in his heart, he said, "I made that elixir. If I don't go, how am I going to get back the spirit stones from selling the medicine?" After Wan Lin excused himself, Lin Mu looked at an Mo viciously. "What were you laughing at? Little girl, do you realize that you almost exposed me?" Seeing Lin Mu like this, an Mo wasn't angry at all. She laughed delicately. "Then you won't punish me, master?" Lin Mu swallowed his saliva and said seriously, "You little demoness. Of course I'm going to punish you. Your sister refuses to dual cultivate with me now. And you're actually messing with me, then I definitely won't spare you. You're coming with me." Anmo smiled and directly followed. In her heart, she even thought, Lin Mu is so powerful that he lightly detoxified me. He is only hiding a heavenly secret in him, especially since he's actually a heavenly alchemist. This is even more unexpected. That so-called great emperor's inheritance is probably just a front. There should be other mysteries on him. Looks like I'm lucky to have stumbled upon a good husband. Although Lin Mu outwardly said that an Mo was his maid, neither Lin Mu nor an Mo saw it that way. Seeing that an Mo was slow to come over, Lin Mu couldn't help but turn around and say, "What are you standing there for? Come over here for me." Anmo smiled sweetly. "I'm coming, master. What tricks are you going to play this time?" Looking at Anmo's little face, Lin Mu leaned in and whispered in her ear, "Humph, then I've got a lot of tricks up my sleeve." Chapter 48. So you are that alchemist. The next day, Lin Mu walked into the auction house with a gleam in his eye. Xin Yan was at home recuperating her fetus and had no intention of coming to see the fun. For Lin Mu, she had 12 points of trust. Don't think for a second that he's going to have a problem. So the one who accompanied Lin Mu over this time was none other than an Mo. This little girl deliberately made a sickly appearance and carefully followed behind Lin Mu. And every now and then he covered his mouth and coughed. She would have been poisoned for a long time and very much alive. So the pretense was done. And it was done tenfold. And Anmo wasn't honest, despite always pretending to cough and shushing Lin Mu. At the same time a mouthful of masters. "Master, ahem, do you think these spirit teas are okay? Ahem, master, if I stand over here, I won't block your view, will I?" Passers-by were furious when they saw this scene. This Lin Mu is truly blessed with a lot of lust. The Dan sect's heavenly pride as his consort. What right does he have? I'm envious. As for those alchemy families, they were likewise a bit surprised by this. The legend is actually true? Why did that Dan old man make such a decision? On Lin Mu, there might be other backgrounds. We should be careful if we want to strike at him. But while some are cautious, naturally some are wild. A peach-eyed male cultivator came to Lin Mu's side and scanned an Mo up and down before speaking. "Lin Mu, how about you transfer this mission to me?" Bold. Before Lin Mu could speak, someone else immediately rushed out. Although Missin is Lin Mu's maid, she is also the Dan sect's heavenly pride. It's Elder Dan's disciple. "How dare you speak so loudly?" the peach-eyed male cultivator said nonchalantly. "What's wrong with that?" That Missin became Lin Mu's maid. It's just because she thinks that following him around will cure the severe poison in her body. But do you all think that I am not capable of this? With that, he flipped his palm and actually revealed 2 spirit pills. The nearby crowd felt the aura of the elixir and instantly retreated a few steps back. Surprised, a 9th-ranked Earth-grade antidote elixir? Peachy Eyes grinned. It's true that it's worthy of being Jade Tripod City. There are just a lot of insightful people here. He looked at Lin Mu and smiled. "Lin Mu, if you're willing to transfer this Mo to me, I'll give you an antidote pill. This other one, it can also cure Anmo's poison. What do you think?" Although Peach Blossom Eyes was asking Lin Mu, a pair of eyes, however, was nailed dead on an Mo. As far as he was concerned, it was Anmo's call. However, Anmo took half a step back and hid behind Lin Mu. "This is definitely up to the master. I wouldn't dare to overstep my bounds as a maid." Seeing Anmo in this action, the crowd had another bout of eye-rolling. What kind of mesmerizing soup did this Lin Mu give an Mo to make her so obedient? No, why didn't I know before that this Dan sect's heavenly pride is so weak? Lin Mu's heart, however, was clear. This an Mo, rather than being the Dan sect's heavenly pride, she's more like a little demoness. She's digging a hole for me. But he didn't poke at it directly, but said to the peach eyes, "That won't be necessary. If this Earth-grade 9th stage antidote pill is useful, I will be able to refine it myself to cure most poison. But you don't need this one either. Peach Blossom Eyes instantly sneered. Lin Mu, you know how to talk big. Still talking about being able to refine. Yourself you can refine. Hearing this, Lin Mu hadn't said anything yet, but an Mo poked his head out from behind Lin Mu. Don't you dare insult my master. Lin Mu looked back at an Mo, then nodded his head as well. That's right, don't spit blood on yourselves. However, Anmo's actions just now had made Peach Eyes and the surrounding crowd angry to the extreme. Lin Mu, you little white boy, you wait for us. When the auction is over, I'll fight you. After I take away your Dan formula, let's see how arrogant you still are. Lin Mu was unmoved by this. However, at this time, Wan Lin had already rushed over. He hurriedly said, Gentlemen, whatever it is, please wait until after the auction is over. When Wan Lin dismissed the others, he came back over to Lin Mu. Lin Mu, that Peach Blossom Eyes, he's an heir to the Lu family, the alchemy family. Their family's old ancestor, like me, is also a heavenly alchemist. You messed with him, and that's not good. How about this? I'll arrange for you to leave right now. Lin Mu shook his head and said, Thank you for the city lord's kindness, but it's not necessary. A mere what's his name Lu family is not yet in my eyes. Wan Lin was silent for a moment and sighed helplessly. Young and vigorous. That's just it. I'll keep my mouth shut. As for Wan Cheng behind Wan Lin, he was even more filled with excitement. This Lin Mu kid, he's just dying to save face. Behind the Lu family is a heavenly alchemist. Is it something he can resist? He's bound to suffer a big loss this time. It didn't take long for the auction to begin. Wan Lin originally had the intention of delaying for a while longer to see if Lin Mu would change his mind and plan to leave. But Wan Qing had the intention to pit Lin Mu against him. And as soon as he came up, he served that heavenly grade elixir. Wan Lin glared fiercely at his nephew. But it had come to this, so he couldn't say anything. One could only say with disinterest. Heavenly grade first order pill. Dragon transformation pill. As the name suggests, as long as you take this elixir, when you break through the dragon transformation mysterious realm, you will increase your success rate by 10%. The auction instantly blew up. It's actually the dragon transformation pill? That mysterious heavenly alchemist is really powerful. It's that Peach Eye that's a little agitated. Back then, the old ancestor had refined such a dragon transformation pill, which led to his breakthrough to the heavenly alchemist realm. This dragon transformation pill means a lot to old ancestor. If I can buy this elixir and go back to offer it to his old man, that old ancestor must be very happy. He immediately shouted, 100 million spirit stones, but Peach Eye's comment drew a laugh. Is this kid really from the Lu family? Such a precious spirit elixir, and he actually used spirit stones to buy it. Another alchemist stepped forward. I'll offer 10 pounds of divine origin. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, not knowing what a divine origin was. But by this time, in the auction house, the sounds of bidding were already resounding. I'll give you 11 pounds, 12 pounds, 15 pounds. A few moments later, someone hammered away. 30 pounds. Instantly, everyone else shut up. Obviously, the price is out of their range of acceptance. Only then did Wan Lin sigh. It seems that this dragon transformation pill will belong to this cultivator. Peach Eyes popped out at his words. He was already looking at Lin Mu in a bad light, and just now he was humiliated. So he took his anger out on Lin Mu. Kid, you're coming out with me right now. We'll have a match right here. Lin Mu, however, raised his hand and said, there's no rush on this. I have something to do. He came to the person who had just bought the dragon transformation pill. Where's your source? Bring it to me. The cultivator raised his head and asked Lin Mu, what do you mean by that? Lin Mu smiled. Don't I make myself clear? Your pills were refined by me. You should naturally hand over that 30 pounds of divine source to me. Chapter 49, Why Only One? Give me all of them. What? Did you refine it? It wasn't just the man who didn't believe it. It was the other alchemists present who were similarly unconvinced. Lin Mu, there's a limit to your jokes. This is a heavenly grade elixir. Apart from heavenly grade alchemists, there are only a handful of earthly grade alchemy geniuses who can rely on chance and coincidence to barely be able to refine it. And you? They looked Lin Mu up and down for a while and continued to sneer. You're probably just a yellow grade alchemist. Just don't talk big here. That's just it. You're only making a fool of yourself if you keep talking. Many had even begun to taunt. This Lin Mu has had a hard time, borrowing the power of the two great clans to scare away the Yaoqi Holy Land, making him unclear about how much he weighs. To dare to impersonate a heavenly alchemist. This son really doesn't know the heights of heaven. I think he's going to stir up a big mess sooner or later. Wan Lin also worriedly advised. Lin Mu, what are you doing? Even if someone comes after you and seeks you out for a match, You'll just lose the Dan formula. With your knowledge and talent in the alchemy course, in time, you will also definitely be able to advance to the level of a heavenly alchemist. Why do we have to fudge it now? When he said that, he kept sighing. Lin Mu, I can guess what's in your mind. You must be thinking that pretending to be a heavenly alchemist will scare the others. But have you ever thought that the gap between your strength and that of a heavenly alchemist is just too great? It's simply impossible to fool anyone else. And at that moment, Wan Sheng said sorrowfully again, Uncle, what good will it do you to tell him that? Speak out as if you were eating a pill. Can you still spit it out? As soon as he said those words, he was already attracting trouble. With that, he said in a loud voice, please ask that heavenly alchemist to show himself. Heavily chastise this deceitful liar. The rest of the alchemists, likewise, retreated dozens of steps away in a good manner, revealing expressions of amusement on the side. Ha ha, this time Lin Mu is definitely going to suffer a big loss. When that heavenly great alchemist was impersonated by him, how could he stop? But there was also a sudden snap of the head. Not good. If that alchemist takes this opportunity to make a big offer and make Chen Fan hand over the Dan formula, then what should we do? For a moment, they were a little worried again. Luckily, though, their fears were all for naught. Wan Xing shouted 3 times in a row, but no one stepped forward. Sweat showed on his brain. Where the hell did this alchemist go? Why hasn't he come out yet? At this time, Lin Mu faintly said, don't wait, no one will respond to you. I am indeed the alchemist. If you scream at other places, then no one will show up even if you scream your throat out. Saying that, Lin Mu stretched out his hand and released his spiritual energy, landing on top of the elixir. The elixir that had stopped on the auction table instantly flew over and landed in Lin Mu's hand. Lin Mu smiled faintly and placed the dragon transformation pill into the cultivator's hand. Now can you pay the bill? Everyone present was instantly silent, staring dumbfounded at the scene. They couldn't believe their eyes. It was an M.O., who also covered her cherry mouth and stared at Lin Mu's back with a gasp in her heart. He's actually a heavenly alchemist? Although he had already dual cultivated with Lin Mu. In Mo's opinion, Lin Mu only had some peculiarities in his physique. There seems to be other legacies. However, Anmo had little understanding of his alchemist realm. No wonder he was able to break through that formation of masters. It turns out that he's actually a heavenly grade alchemist. Wait, this is going to raise the alchemist grade, and it's bound to take countless hours and effort to refine pills. But according to my investigation, Lin Mu used to be nothing more than the eldest son of the Lin family in Yunhai City. Not only was he unable to cultivate, he was even belittled by the family. How in the world did he ascend to the heavenly grade? And at this time, the person who had just bought the dragon transformation pill had laughed out loud. Fun fun fun. I didn't realize that you really do have a few special things about you. Lin Mu. The man casually waved his hand, and 30 tiny sporadic crystals instantly appeared in the air. This is that 30 pounds of source. After saying that, he took the dragon transformation pill, turned around, and left. Lin Mu looked at the 30 crystals in a daze, not knowing what this was. However, at this time, Anmo had already recovered, and she said in Lin Mu's ear, why don't you put your stuff away? Lin Mu then realized that these crystals were bound to be worth a lot. Anyway, it's a long time coming, so I'll just have Anmo explain it later. So Lin Mu didn't think much about it and put the crystal away. Then with a sneer, he turned his head and looked at the peach eyes from earlier. By the way, wasn't there someone, just now, who said they wanted to fight me? What are you going to come up with for this bet? That peach eye was scared at this point. He swallowed heavily and took a few steps backward, saying in a panic, Lin Mu, you must have heard wrong. I didn't think about fighting you. After seeing the scene just now, he already believed in Lin Mu's strength, so how would he dare to make a fool of himself? But Lin Mu would not let him go. Oh, you really think I'm going to let you off the hook like that? Peachy Eyes took a few more steps backwards. What do you want? Humph. If you hand over that antidote pill, I'll let you go. Lin Mu stared at Peach Blossom Eyes, his tone cold. Peach Blossom Eyes was naturally unwilling to do so, but those alchemists around him had already begun to die in the road. They coaxed, you'd better hurry up and hand over the elixir. Otherwise, if Lin Mu had to find you for a match, could you still refuse? Yeah, now hurry up and soften up. That can end here too. Peach Blossom Eyes hesitated for a long time, but in the end, he could only helplessly turn over his hand and take out an antidote pill from his nascent sack. Lin Mu, is it okay if I admit defeat? I'll give you this antidote pill. But Lin Mu continued to shake his head. Why only one? I thought you said you had two. Hand over the other one too. Peachy Eyes was a little too much to bear this time. Lin Mu, you're almost done. Don't think I'm really afraid of you. With that, he mobilized all of his spiritual energy. Only then did the crowd realize that this Peach Blossom Eyes was actually a 4 Extremes realm cultivator as well. No wonder he just now dared to be the first to rush out to find trouble with Lin Mu. It turns out that in addition to being an alchemist, he's also a 4 Extreme mysterious realm powerhouse. This is going to be great. The other alchemists were relieved. The more noise Peach Eye makes, the safer they are. After all, Lin Mu's attention was drawn to other people. Then he didn't have the energy to hold them accountable. And at this time, the mysterious buyer who had just left the auction also looked back at the auction with a hint of eccentricity in his eyes. This Lin Mu. It's really interesting. She stopped changing her voice at this point and actually revealed a sweet female voice. Chapter 50. It's not polite to come and go. The maid beside the woman hurriedly spoke. Miss, what are you talking about? Who's interesting? The woman smiled. I'm naturally talking about Lin Mu being interesting. She took off her hood at that moment, revealing a face that was as beautiful as it was beautiful. But the passers-by around them were oblivious to this. The woman sighed. Father sending me this treasure is really useful. There were quite a few strong people in the auction just now as well, and none of them actually saw through my identity. The maid laughed. That's natural. The magic treasures of our Yin family may not be able to be seen through even by saints, and naturally they can't. The woman gave the maid a helpless look. Come on, just don't talk about that. At this time, the maid remembered the woman's words just now and couldn't help but ask again. Miss, where exactly is that Lin Mu interesting? The woman said this faintly. He's only at the Dao Palace realm and he managed to break through to a heavenly alchemist. Isn't that interesting enough? Okay, let's go. And at this time, Lin Mu in the auction house also suddenly frowned. He'd been checking the system a lot since the last time it had swung his way. Wanted to see if I'd come across any more missed quests. As it turned out, this time, it really did run into him. Ding! Detection of innate Taoist body. Words of CC, innate Taoist body. Others unknown. Unknown your ass. System, what are you up to? But without waiting for Lin Mu to think more, that Peach Blossom Eyes had already sneered. Lin Mu, what are you gawking at? It can't be that you're already scared after seeing my cultivation. He taunted with glee. However, this behavior of his caused the alchemists present to feel a bit ashamed. How dare he talk like that? Yeah, he's obviously an alchemist. Why does he still come up with this? After this news gets out, how can he still be an alchemist in the future? A flicker of anger flashed through the Peach Blossom Eyes, but it was immediately suppressed. Being looked down upon. That's for later. But if he lost 2 antidote pills for nothing, then when he returned to the sect, he would immediately be in trouble. He looked at Lin Mu coldly and said in a deep voice, if you hurry up and let me leave, I'll let you go. Otherwise, anytime you alchemy realm is higher. This cultivation is not working. It's all for nothing. At this moment, Wan Lin's face was also gloomy. He said angrily to Peachy Eyes, are you trying to make a mess? Do you really think that my Jade Tripod City is a place without rules? It turned out that Wan Lin's cultivation level wasn't low either. He stretched out his large hand and caged it against the top of Peach Eye's head. Yet Peachy Eyes wasn't the least bit flustered. He shook his head slightly, and a small tripod, which suddenly appeared above his head, blocked Wan Lin's attack. Wan Lin's eyes widened. How did you get such a body protection treasure? Peach Blossom Eyes said coldly. If I didn't have this treasure, would I dare to be so arrogant? You don't really think I dare to die because I won't, do you? These words left Wan Lin speechless. However, at this time, Lin Mu laughed out loud and said, good, you're an interesting person. He looked playfully at the small tripod on top of Peach Blossom Eye's head and said under his breath, haunting me is just the thing to test your success. As he spoke, his mind moved. Void swordsmanship. A gigantic sword suddenly appeared behind him. As Lin Mu's cultivation continued to increase, the giant sword grew quite a bit more. The tip of the sword directly broke through the roof of the auction, revealing a small portion of it. The cultivators in the city were already paying attention to the auction. They immediately swarmed after seeing this huge sword. What's going on here? Did someone have a big fight at the auction? When they arrived at the scene, they immediately saw Lin Mu confronting Peach Blossom Eyes. Lin Mu's face was calm, while Peach Blossom Eyes was like an enemy. Lin Mu, you actually do have a great emperor inheritance? Peach Blossom Eyes stared deathly at the giant sword behind Lin Mu, and a hint of fear had been brought into his tone. Lin Mu said indifferently, could it be that you didn't know before? Then you're really not well informed. With that, he waved his hand slightly, and the giant sword moved with his heart, stabbing at the Peach Blossom Eyes. Peach Blossom Eyes was startled and hurriedly used the small tripod on his head to block it. However, when the giant sword crashed over, the small tripod was protecting Peach Blossom Eyes' body. The impact of the giant sword, however, did not decrease in the slightest. Peach Blossom Eyes flew out of thin air and hit the ground heavily. His mouth even sprayed out a stream of blood. Lin Mu, how dare you? What am I doing? Lin Mu dodged and appeared in front of Peach Blossom Eyes, the giant sword pointed at his heart. Let me tell you, back then, it was the elders of the Yaoqi Holy Land that I dared to kill. And what are you? If you honestly hand over the pills, then forget it. Otherwise, Lin Mu didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was understandable to anyone. Peach Blossom Eyes ate a big loss, was silent for a long time, and finally said helplessly, "That's just it. I'll admit defeat." He threw out 2 antidote pills, then fled without looking back. And at that moment, the crowd in the auction house was amazed in their hearts when they saw this scene. I didn't expect this Lin Mu to have such a means in addition to the alchemist realm. It seems that the rumors of that day were not false. In fact, the news that Lin Mu had beheaded the Yaoqi elder that day had also spread. However, these alchemists turned a deaf ear and just thought that these were rumors. It was thought that the Zhou and Su families had stepped in, which had protected Lin Mu's safety. As for Lin Mu relying on the great emperor's inheritance to be able to decapitate elder Yaoqi, they are not believed at all. But now that the facts are in front of them, they have to believe it too. This Lin Mu, his future is unlimited in the future. They shook their heads slightly, no longer daring to mention anything about a competition, and turned their heads to leave. However, by this time, Lin Mu had already borrowed the Void Giant Sword to fly into midair. I remember there were quite a few people just now, too, who were looking for me to fight. Why are you all leaving now? The faces of the many alchemists were a bit ugly when they heard this. Lin Mu, what do you mean by that? Wasn't it enough for you to strike out at that man, but you have to go against us again? Humph, we're telling you, it's not like we're afraid of you if we're going to leave. Don't bully us too much. As they spoke, they each released their own spiritual energy. Many of them, surprisingly, were also cultivators of the Four Extremes mysterious realm. At this moment, Wan Lin hurried over. Lin Mu, you'd better take what you can get. If you turn your back on all of them, how will you gain a foothold in the cultivation world in the future? Lin Mu said indifferently. City Lord Wan doesn't need to worry too much. I'm not trying to fight with them. I'm trying to compete with them. After all, this is the rule of our alchemists, right? Wan Lin was on the verge of crying out in his anxiety. That said, but you're obviously already a heavenly alchemist and you're still looking for them to compete. Isn't this looking for a fight? Lin Mu laughed coldly. Then when they tried to bully the small with the big and come against me before, weren't they just looking for a fight? Could it be that in this world they are only allowed to make fire, but I am not allowed to light a lamp? Saying that, Lin Mu waved his big hand, and the giant sword instantly stabbed out. Boom! A loud sound spread throughout Jade Palace City. Chapter 51, Breaking Through the Four Extremes Mystic Realm. What happened? Alchemists in the Jade Tripod City were all startled this time. They all flew up and looked in the direction of the auction house. As for the cultivators who were already in the vicinity of the auction house, they instead ran outside. This Lin Mu is really crazy. How dare he take the initiative against so many people? It turned out that after Lin Mu struck out, although he didn't deliberately launch an attack on the bystanders, the aftermath of the engagement alone was already too much for these people to bear. They flew far away, fearing that they would be affected by the Void Giant Sword. Even Anmo stepped back carefully. She didn't want to reveal that she had recovered, so she deliberately slowed her pace. But in Anmo's heart, she was also worried for Lin Mu. When I was in the Dan sect, I couldn't see more than a few alchemists, and many of them are right across from Lin Mu. Although they are only alchemists and are not proficient in combat, their cultivation is not low, and they even have countless magic treasures to protect them. And how could Lin Mu be their opponent? And Mo's pair of jade hands, tightly twisted together, her eyes were even more full of worry. As for Peach Blossom Eyes, who had just left, by now he had already arrived outside the city. He turned back hastily when he heard movement behind him. Who did this Lin Mu fight with again? Forget it, he's really good at what he does. I can't handle this. Peach Blossom Eyes didn't know what was going on in the city and only thought that Lin Mu was looking for another soft target, so he didn't dare to go back to the city to pick up the advantage. I'd better hurry up and inform the clan elders about what happened here. Someone will come and find trouble with Lin Mu at that time. At this time the city was in chaos. The alchemists gathered together, each releasing their own spiritual energy to form a golden curtain of light. Lin Mu, on the other hand, kept urging his giant sword and crashed through it one after another. The alchemists were a bit worried at first, but as time passed, they gradually became relieved. Humph, Lin Mu, you're just being useless. That's right, your great emperor inheritance can't help us at all. It's just that even though they said that with their mouths, they were already somewhat convinced in their hearts. This Lin Mu is really powerful. No wonder he was able to gain the favor of the two great clans and also make the Yaoqi Holy Land return in defeat. That Cloudsea City Lin family, actually wanting to expel him from their family, is really blind. Lin Mu didn't care about their words. His face was ancient and unperturbed. and the spiritual energy in his body was running wildly. It turned out that he had felt himself touching the breakthrough when he was against the peach eyes. Just one last step away from entering the four-pole mystic realm. In that case, let's fight. He pushed his body's spiritual energy with all his might and stabbed frantically at the golden curtain of light in front of him. As time passed, those alchemists were somewhat alarmed. This Lin Mu is just a mere cultivator of the rotating sea realm. How can he have so much spiritual energy? And we haven't seen him take any pills. Could it be that he carries more than just one great emperor's inheritance? And from afar, Wan Cheng had looked dumbfounded. He had just seen Lin Mu striking out at all the alchemists and had laughed out loud, thinking that Lin Mu was out of his depth. But now that he looked at it, he had nothing to say. One can only silently chant, "What makes this kid so powerful?" And after seeing Lin Mu not stop striking, Mo was slightly relieved. With a twinkle in her eye, she returned to the compound. "Sister Qin, the master is in a big fight with someone. Aren't you even going over to take a look?" As she spoke, the sounds of the engagement outside continued to come in. It was the houses that kept on trembling, and from time to time dirt fell. However, Qin Yan just smiled and covered her stomach. "You don't have to worry about that, Sister Anne. Since husband dares to take a shot at someone, he must have the certainty of victory." Seeing that Qin Yan trusted Lin Mu so much, Mo nodded her head slightly, and she didn't know what she was thinking in her heart. But just at this time, a sudden cry of alarm came from outside. "What? He actually broke through at this time?" Mo was shocked and rushed out of the house to look outside. As expected, after striking out one after another, Lin Mu's spiritual energy was mobilized to the limit within his body. Finally, he broke through the final barrier. With a surge of spiritual energy, from the 5 viscera into the limbs, he officially entered the four-pole mystic realm. However, at this time, Lin Mu suddenly frowned slightly. "Can I still control where the spiritual energy goes? In that case, I wouldn't be too busy quenching separate arms or legs. If all parts are quenched, it is the same as not being quenched anywhere. I might as well focus on quenching a finger first." He gathered all of his spiritual energy on top of his right index finger. Only then did he take a deep breath and open his eyes, looking at all the cultivators in front of him. Lin Mu smiled slightly. "What are you looking at?" It was because the shackles of Lin Mu's holy body hadn't been completely undone. So in the eyes of the other cultivators, Lin Mu was merely breaking through from the Wheeling Sea mysterious realm to the Dao Palace mysterious realm. But even so, the scene was enough to convince them. "I heard that a few months ago, he couldn't cultivate? Within a few months, one has cultivated from a mortal to the Dao Palace mystic realm. This talent is really strong and terrifying as well. Lin Mu can also be called the pride of a generation." But there was a lot of heads shaking at that last statement. "You're wrong. He doesn't have a special physique. Then even if his cultivation speed is fast, it's impossible to call him a heaven's pride." And at that moment, Lin Mu had already returned to the ground with satisfaction. He no longer struck out at those alchemists. As for those alchemists, they didn't even dare to take the initiative to find fault. Lin Mu just swaggered through the middle of those alchemists. Anyone who saw this scene lamented in their hearts. In the future, Lin Mu's reputation will only get louder. Wan Lin even looked at Lin Mu's back with a fiery gaze. "Good boy." In just a few days, the news of Lin Mu's breakthrough spread back to Cloud Sea City. Outrageous! A hint of killing intent flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. How could he break through to the Dao Palace realm? How could he break through to the Dao Palace realm? Lin Feng was in an impotent rage. Even though he had the Astral River King body, he had only just broken through to the Dao Palace mysterious realm, and he was quite proud of himself. But in just a few months' time, Lin Mu had risen to the top and overpowered him. How could he stand it? "No, I mustn't let this loser overpower me." Lin Feng fiercely gritted his teeth and came to Lin Lai. "Lord Father, I want to worship the true immortal sect." Lin Lai's eyes fluctuated for a moment. "Fenger, have you really decided? You should know that once you join another clan, you'll have to get entangled with another clan. That's not necessarily a good thing." Lin Feng was already overwhelmed by anger at this point. "You don't have to say much, Father. I've made up my mind, and the sect I'm going to worship is naturally the Yaoqi Holy Land." Lin Lai's brows furrowed. "Lin Feng, what do you mean by that?" Lin Feng coldly said. "You should understand what I mean, couple. Last time, Lin Xiu from the Yaoqi Holy Land suffered a big loss at the hands of Lin Mu, so he's bound to be thinking about retaliating back. But with the two great clans around, he wouldn't dare act rashly. But if I make a move against Lin Mu, that's indeed our Lin family's own business. And it's the Zhou and Su families that can't say anything. Lin Xiu will train me with all his heart even if it's for revenge. With my talent and physique, coupled with the Yaoqi Holy Land's full cultivation, in half a year at the most, I'll be able to ascend a large realm and advance into the 4 extreme mysterious realm. At that time, I'll be able to visit Jade Tripod City in person and kill that punk. Chapter 52, My daughter is a great emperor. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Lin Lai was naturally a bit unhappy. Although he had already made the decision to expel Lin Mu from the family, but in the face of Lin Mu, his eldest son, he didn't want to drive him to extinction. However, when Lin Feng saw this, he spoke again. Father Sama, don't you want to be the father of a great emperor? As long as I join the Yaoqi Holy Land and then go and kill Lin Mu, I'll be able to take away his inheritance in chance. From now on, I'm bound to rocket upwards and certify as a great emperor. At that time, who in the world will not know your name? Lin Lai was really moved. He clapped his hands violently and said, Good, then I'll personally send you to the Yaoqi Holy Land. When Lin Feng heard this, he was finally relieved in his heart. If Lin Lai kept disagreeing, there wasn't much he could do. With a twinkle in his eye, he added to Lin Lai, Lord Father, even though I'm a Star River King body, I'm bound to receive preferential treatment from the sect leader after I enter Yaoqi. But once you join the clan, this human condition can never be ignored. Shouldn't you prepare some spirit stones and magic treasures for me? Lin Lai nodded and said, That's natural. I just don't know how many spirit stones you want. Lin Feng opened his mouth and spoke a frightening number. Father, just gather 10 million spirit stones for me. Lin Lai was startled. 10 million spirit stones? All of our Yunhai City Lin family's family fortune is only this much. If I give you all these spirit stones, those 3 sisters of yours won't have any dowry when they get married in the future. Lin Feng wasn't the least bit surprised by his own father's reaction, but he still uses the same old rhetoric. Lord Father, once I succeed in my cultivation and take away Lin Mu's inheritance, then there will definitely be plenty of heavenly pride disciples from the great clans that will want to take the initiative to marry our Lin family. When the time comes, not to mention the dowry, it won't matter if we knock them for a large dowry. Sure enough, the moves aren't old, they just work. Lin Lai finally nodded his head. Then it's all yours. At this time, Lin Mu's 3 sisters also walked in. They actually had a face of approval when they heard Lin Lai's words. You are right, Father Sama. As long as second brother breaks into fame, who will dare to ask about the dowry? In the future, all 3 of us will definitely be able to marry into a big family. It's all thanks to second brother. Lin Feng silently smiled. A few days later, Lin Feng took 10 million spirit stones with him, and after glancing back at Yunhai City, he headed to the Yaoqi Holy Land. And at this time in Jade Tripod City, Lin Mu didn't know the slightest thing about it. In fact, even if he knew, he wouldn't even put it on his mind. All of his attention was now focused on Qin Yan. Mother, are you feeling better? Qin Yan was already a few months pregnant and very pregnant. She smiled as she reclined on the bed and said to Lin Mu, Husband, you're so concerned about me. It's flattering me. Lin Mu hurriedly said, Where are your words, ma'am? You're carrying my child in your belly, so it's only natural that I should care more about you. After Qin Yan heard this, a happy smile appeared on her face. But soon, she suddenly spoke again. Husband, you've been suffocating yourself these past few days as well, haven't you? In that case, you can spend more time with Emor tonight. Lin Mu was immediately a bit embarrassed. What are you talking about that for, ma'am? I'm not like that. Qin Yan rolled her eyes and said, Don't be modest. Husband, you usually like to double up. Don't I know that? Don't worry, I won't be jealous. Hey, I'm worried about one thing right now. Saying that, a hint of worry appeared on Qin Yan's face. Lin Mu hurriedly asked, What are you worried about, ma'am? Qin Yan touched her upturned belly and said in a deep voice, I can already feel it. The child in my belly is already tainted with the curse. Although the aura isn't exactly strong, the child would have not yet begun to cultivate. With a hint of worry, she looked at Lin Mu. Husband, what do you think should be done about this? However, when Lin Mu heard this, he didn't care at all. You don't have to worry too much. Mother, I think our child is fine. Qin Yan immediately became a bit angry. Husband, what do you mean by that? Do you think the curse on me is nothing? Or do you think I'm lying to you? Or, you don't even care about our child? Lin Mu quickly waved his hand. Don't think too much, ma'am, but I care the most about our child. I'm only saying that because I have faith in her. Saying that, Lin Mu summoned the system. There was a surge of joy in his heart as he looked at the prompt that had appeared not long ago. Size, Taiyin Ancient Sacred Bod. Parents are Qin Yan and Lin Mu. Not yet born. Slightly cursed. Recovering. Lin Mu smiled. This daughter of ours is definitely a generation of heavenly pride. The little curse she's tainted with is nothing. Our daughter has the appearance of a great emperor. At this moment, Lin Mu suddenly understood his cheap old man's mind somewhat. No wonder he's always been so biased in favor of Lin Feng. So that's what he thinks. It's really cool to have a heavenly son or daughter. Unsure, Qin Yan asked suspiciously. Daughter? Husband? How did you know it was a girl in my belly? Lin Mu didn't explain, and just said, "Don't worry, ma'am, since I dared to say it, then naturally I'm 10% sure." When Qin Yan saw Lin Mu talking so seriously, although she was still a bit worried, she couldn't say it directly anymore. "Then I'll believe you first." Lin Mu laughed out loud and said, "It seems like you still don't believe me, ma'am, but it doesn't matter. You'll naturally know when the baby is born." Lin Mu turned his head and walked out of the room after saying a few more words to Qin Yan, but he hadn't taken more than a few steps when he saw a tiny paper crane floating in front of him. The top exuded Su Yu's aura. Lin Mu was delighted in his heart and opened the flying crane after receiving it. Then Su Yu's voice came from his ears. "Badass. Get your ass out of town. I want to see you." Lin Mu was not the least bit angry at Su Yu's attitude. He smiled broadly as he left Jade Tripod City and came to wait a little outside the city. However, a few breaths later, Su Yu appeared in front of him with a puff of air. Today, Su Yu was actually wearing women's clothes, and these clothes were particularly loose. "Lin Mu, you asshole." As soon as they met, Su Yu pointed at Lin Mu's nose and cursed. This was a bit strange for Lin Mu. "What's wrong with you? Is it because you resent the fact that I haven't been looking for you all this time? So you're lonely? That shouldn't be either." He looked Su Yu up and down, more than a little puzzled. "Your clothes don't look right today either." "What? Did you change your nature and stop pretending to be a man?" Su Yu burst into a rage. "Good you Lin Mu, you don't know what you've done, do you?" She was just about to stomp her foot, then as if she was worried about something else, she gently put her foot down before whispering, "Actually, I have it." Chapter 53, Only a poison sect member should know how to cure poison. Lin Mu didn't react at first. "What have you got?" But soon, his eyes snapped open and his gaze settled on Su Yu's abdomen. "You're having a baby?" Su Yu's face instantly reddened and she whispered, "Humph, count yourself smart." Lin Mu was overjoyed in his heart, and at the same time, it was a bit like a lifetime ago. He hesitated. "No, counting the days. You should have been a few months. How come this doesn't show the pregnancy?" Immediately, Su Yu was a little angry again. She opened her teeth and claws and said, "Lin Mu, do you really have no common sense? Or are you deliberately angry with me? I'm a descendant of a great emperor, and I'm even a cultivator of the Four Extremes mysterious realm. I'm pregnant with a child, so naturally I'm different from mortals, let alone carrying a child for 10 months. Even 30 months is a normal thing." After Lin Mu heard this, he finally understood. "My lady is pregnant at a normal rate. Most likely the curse is a factor. She has not been able to break through the chakra sea realm, which is why she is like a normal person." Seeing Lin Mu scowling, Su Yu was suddenly a bit nervous. "Lin Mu, why don't you say anything? You don't want this child, do you?" "Humph. I'm telling you, even if you don't want this child, I'll still give birth to him," Lin Mu immediately said. "What are you saying, Su Yu? How could I not want this child? I just have some feelings." "Did you just say that it's normal for this child to carry a baby for 30 months? Good lord, you're pregnant with Neza." Su Yu didn't understand what that meant and asked suspiciously, "Who is Neza?" Lin Mu's face did not change. "This Neza is an ancient sage. So powerful. I'm just praising our child." He immediately changed the topic again. "By the way Su Yu, won't the Su family find out after you conceive a child?" This time, Su Yu sighed instead. "If they know about it, then naturally they will be angry, and might even find trouble with you. So for this period of time, I'm going to find an excuse first and just say that I'm going into seclusion. Wait until I give birth to this child before you come out." Lin Mu was immediately moved to say, "If that's the case, why don't you just stay by my side, so that I can take care of you too?" Su Yu rolled his eyes. "Come on, I don't have a big heart with all the women around you. If I followed you around, I'd have to be pissed off." Lin Mu looked down at her chest and shook his head. "Su Yu, you're lying again? You're obviously open-minded." Su Yu was stunned at first, then he looked down and realized that Lin Mu was joking. To have the heart to talk about this at this time. Su Yu glared at Lin Mu and then said, "I'm leaving now, so be more careful in your own time." But at this time, Lin Mu pulled Su Yu back. "With you gone, the next time I see you will be years from now. I'm a little sad to see you go." Su Yu was touched in his heart and whispered, "Well then, I will stay with you more." "Wait, what is wrong with you?" Su Yu gave Lin Mu a look without any good humor. "It's still daylight and you're in the spirit?" Lin Mu playfully pasted over. He. "It's not because you're so charming that I'm so excited." "Humph. You guys are too bad." Su Yu cursed without a good mood on her lips, but her body was very honest. She waved her hand slightly and set up a formation around her, then said in a mosquito-like voice, "I've already asked, and you don't have to be so careful in the first few months of pregnancy." Lin Mu was overjoyed and hurriedly pressed on. 2 hours later, Su Yu finally pushed Lin Mu away. "Lin Mu, let's just call it a day." She was flushed and her tone was weak. "You also, How you are so powerful. Lin Mu smiled without saying anything. Seeing this, Suyu did not pursue the matter. She suddenly threw out a nano ring. Lin Mu, there's a special token from my Su family in here, so you can keep it with you. Lin Mu was slightly stunned. Suyu, what are you giving me this for? Suyu sighed. Lin Mu, that void emperor inheritance in you is bound to attract the covetousness of others. There are simply too many descendants left behind by our Su clan's old ancestors, and among them, there might be someone who will directly step in to seize the treasure. You carry this token on you, more or less. The man might just throw in the towel. Lin Mu immediately nodded his head and accepted the token. Then he wanted to hug Suyu again. You are so kind to me. Such a great favor. I can only repay it with my body. Get lost. Suyu cursed with a laugh and pushed Lin Mu away. I'm leaving now. I'll see you later. She sighed and then disappeared into thin air. When Suyu left, Lin Mu's brows were also slightly furrowed. Suyu had to go into seclusion. Or was it because my cultivation level wasn't high enough? If the realm is even higher, and I'm not even afraid of the Su family's power, then I can explicitly marry Suyu and let her enter my Lin family's gates. It's all about strength in the end. Lin Mu was determined to accelerate his cultivation. So, Lin Mu, what's wrong with you? Anmo gasped for air and lay on top of Lin Mu. You seem like you're extra excited today. Lin Mu looked into Anmo's eyes and said with a smile. What? You don't like it? Anmo blushed slightly and whispered. Like it rather. It's just what? Lin Mu pursued. But Anmo wouldn't say anymore. She pushed Lin Mu away. Then said seriously. Lin Mu, there's actually something I've been wanting to tell you. The peach blossom eyes that you chased away from the auction house that day actually had a great deal to do with it. You must be careful. Lin Mu raised his hand and pushed the window open with his spiritual energy, then summoned a fresh wind that swept away all the scents in the room, before asking again, where did you get that from? Amo sighed. Lin Mu, your talent and inheritance are indeed impressive, but your knowledge of the cultivation world is really too little. I'm telling, in this world, besides places like Jade Tripod City that refine proper pills, there are naturally places that refine poison pills. That peach blossom eye is a disciple of the poison sect. This sect acts in a very overbearing manner and would have liked to make a fuss over nothing. This time you've provoked them, and of course they're even more unlikely to relent. That's why I advise you to be careful. Lin Mu didn't take this what's-her-name poison sect to heart. He was just curious. Since they're a poison sect, how come that Peach Blossom Eyes was able to pull out an antidote to poison from his body? Anmo gave him a helpless look. You haven't figured out such a simple thing? Since it's a poison sect, that's why it's even more important to be proficient in the method of detoxification. Otherwise, if you accidentally poison yourself when you usually refine poison pills, you won't even know how to die. Lin Mu finally understood this time, but soon his face sank again. Anmo, the poison that was in your body, is it related to that poison clan of theirs? Chapter 54, could you be one of the Su family's seniors? A trace of joy grew in Mo's heart when she saw that Lin Mu was so concerned about her. She said in a deep voice, I'm happy that you thought of me, Lin Mu, but this matter is not for you to meddle in. The cultivators of the poison sect are not only at a very high realm, but they are also proficient in the refining of various poisons. If you're going to trouble them, you're asking for it. Even my master can't do anything about the poison sect. Although Anmo didn't answer positively, the meaning of her words already said it all. The matter of her poisoning was indeed related to the poison sect. Lin Mu coldly said, Don't worry Mo, I'm not a reckless person either. I'll definitely settle the score with the poison sect only after I've made preparations. Seeing Lin Mu so domineering, and Mo couldn't help but be infatuated. She subconsciously wanted to move closer to the past, but just as her body lulled, she felt a soreness somewhere. She frowned slightly, then voluntarily lowered her body. Master, let me serve you. Early the next morning, Lin Mu walked out of his room with a big smile, but as soon as he went out, he saw Lin Yun, who was hanging two dark circles under his eyes. Yuner, what's wrong with you? Lin Yun sighed helplessly and after glancing at Lin Mu, he didn't say anything and turned his head and left. This Yuner is getting weirder and weirder. Lin Mu shook his head and didn't think much about it. He walked out of the courtyard and came to the city lord's mansion. After what happened a few days ago, the entire Jade Tripod City already knew that he was a heavenly grade alchemist, and no one dared to underestimate him anymore. The guard at the door hurriedly smiled and said, Master Lin Dan, today you came to our city lord's mansion. Are you looking for the city lord? Lin Mu shook his head. I'm not really here to find city lord Wan, but I have another matter. He suddenly reached out and fished out an antidote pill before swallowing it into his stomach out of thin air. The guards were dumbfounded, not knowing what Lin Mu was trying to do. Why do we have to take the antidote for a good cause? This elixir is already very valuable. Even if it is taken to sell, It can be exchanged for tens of millions of spirit stones. However, Lin Mu didn't do this for no reason. After he ate the elixir, the system did give the result. Ding! Detected the host taking the antidote. The formula for the 9th grade antidote to poison is automatically unlocked. Lin Mu smiled and nodded, opening the system's icon to take a look, and indeed found that on the page of Earth grade pills, a new formula had been unlocked. So it's not that you have to personally refine pills to unlock the iconography, but just by eating one, you can unlock it as well. That's convenient. He didn't think much about it, but pressed the pill recipe on the illustration and asked the guard, "Are there places in the city to sell all these herbs and materials?" Although those guards all had some knowledge of alchemists as well, they knew nothing about the formula of the antidote pill, so they didn't know what Lin Mu was talking about. One could only honestly say, "Master Lin Dan, the other herbs and materials are all fine, but among them is this flavor of Dan snake grass, which really isn't sold by many people in the city." The other guard seemed to recall something and added, "This Dan snake grass, it seems to grow in a very harsh environment, and an ordinary Dan prescription would not be able to use this herb at all. So hardly anyone picks them, much less sells them." Lin Mu nodded and asked the guard, "Then this Dan snake grass, where exactly does it grow?" The guard hurriedly said, "I don't know about that. Wait a moment, Master Lin Dan, I'll go ask the others." With that, he walked back to the city lord's mansion with great strides. Not long after, Wan Chun walked out with a smile on his face. After seeing Lin Mu's power outside the auction house that day, this person changed his attitude and never dared to find trouble with Lin Mu openly. But secretly, his mind is also still intact. Ha ha, although this Lin Mu is powerful, since he's looking for death, it's not my fault. Wan Qing came to Lin Mu and said with a sincere face, "Master Lin Dan, that Dan snake grass you mentioned, I actually happen to know about it. This elixir grows in an extremely cold place, and is even guarded by many demonic beasts. Most importantly, there are many cultivation clans around that extremely cold land. They claimed that place as their own and allowed no outsiders to enter at all. So in my opinion, you'd better not go over there yourself. Why don't we let my uncle step in and go negotiate with those clans in exchange for some Dan snake grass back?" Lin Mu glanced at Wan Cheng and instantly understood his little mind. He laughed coldly in his heart. This villain, the means he uses are so fake. If he really wanted to do this for my good, then he shouldn't have said these things, but instead just found a random excuse to fool me and then directly asked Wan Lin to step in. Where's the sense in telling me all the causes and consequences? But he wasn't the least bit flustered either. This doesn't need to be done by City Lord Wan. I'll just make the trip myself. Wan Cheng was delighted in his heart and thought that Lin Mu had been tricked, so he hurriedly said, "This isn't good, is it? But if you have to go over there yourself, Master Lin Dan, I can't stop you." He took out a map from his own nascent sacred ring and handed it over to Lin Mu. "The location of the valley has been marked on the map. Master Lin Dan, be careful on your journey." He almost laughed at the end of it. However, in Lin Mu's opinion, this person was a clown. Oh, the dumbest people in the world are the dumb people who think they're smart. I can see through that little bit of his mind. And naturally, Wan Lin can see through it as well. When this news reaches Wan Lin's ears, there will definitely be a good time for him. Lin Mu didn't bother to say much to him, turned his head and went back to the courtyard, and after exchanging a few words with Qin Yan, he left Jade Tripod City and headed straight for that canyon. He was now a powerhouse of the Four Extremes mysterious realm, and he was even more blessed with the desolate ancient sacred body. The speed far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators, so even though that canyon was 10,000 miles away from Jade Tripod City, Lin Mu quickly arrived at the place. Sure is some fun. Lin Mu flew in midair, looking at the canyon beneath his feet with a hint of exploration in his eyes. It turns out that the entire canyon is surrounded by miasma. Even from miles away, an eerie aura could be detected. It's no wonder that the main herb for refining the antidote pill actually grows in a place like this. It's called what goes around comes around. Lin Mu smiled faintly, then rushed into the miasma. However, without waiting for him to carefully search for that Dan snake grass, the sound of a fight came from a short distance away. "You guys dare to sneak attack me today. You will definitely not have a good ending in the future." A woman weakly cursed. Soon, two more men sneered. "Xiao Jia, what's the point of that? We've already set up a formation long ago to keep the teleportation aptitude in your bloodline from working. No one will ever know you died here. He, when we take away your Dao Foundation, we will naturally treat you well." That's right. It would be a bit of a shame to just kill such a pretty little beauty. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow and seemed to catch some keyword. He swung his hand violently, summoning the void giant sword to pierce the miasma. Those three were instantly shocked. The frail woman, in particular, was pleasantly surprised. Which Su family senior is here? Chapter 55, What a Heavy Killing Heart. Lin Mu's face remained unchanged as he walked out calmly along the gap that the void giant sword had cut through the miasma. With a sweep of his gaze, he immediately understood what was happening. There was a stunning woman lying on the ground, dressed in purple, with a concave and convex figure, but her face was as white as paper, white with a hint of miserable green. It seems to have been poisoned by the miasma that entered his body under severe injuries, and he should have been poisoned. This woman is more than likely that what's her name Su Jia. As for a short distance beside her, there stood a male and a female cultivator. They had a few magic treasures surrounding them and were dipping their toes in and out to look at Lin Mu. As soon as Lin Mu showed up, these two spoke. Who are you? There's nothing for you here. So mind your own business and get out of here. Obviously, Lin Mu's sword just now had made these two people a bit scared, so their speech was a bit upside down. There are even repetitive parts. Before Lin Mu could say anything, Su Jia on the ground laughed out loud. You two villains. How dare you say such nonsense at this point? This must be our Su's senior. Su Jia struggled to get up and took the initiative to lean in Lin Mu's direction. Seeing this, the two cultivators, the man and the woman, despite being afraid of Lin Mu, still made their moves. Humph. Want to run? Beside the two, each of them flew out a magic treasure and rushed towards Su Jia. Lin Mu's expression moved and he waved his hand slightly. The void giant sword made a turn and bounced the two magic treasures away. The giant sword then continued to swing, ruthlessly crashing into the two, even though they had other magical treasures beside them to protect their bodies. However, he still spewed out a mouthful of blood and staggered back. The two of them were instantly shocked and furious. You cultivator, you actually dare to make a move against us? Do you know who we are? Even if you're some kind of Su's former senior, you can't be rude to us. Even Su Jia was a bit worried. This senior, the elders and their family are all great powers of the four-pole mysterious realm. In her opinion, although her family's predecessor was burdened with an inheritance, her cultivation level was not high. It's just a secret realm of the Dao Palace. As a descendant of the Su clan, she also knew something about the void inheritance. The giant sword behind Senior's back is mostly condensed from the void sword technique. The first layer of this sword technique can only increase combat power by 10 times. Senior's cultivation is only at the beginning of the Dao Palace mystic realm. Even if it is enhanced tenfold, it's still no match for those few old nobodies from the four extreme mystic realm. Thinking of this, Su Jia spoke up again and advised. Senior, although they sneak attacked me, I didn't die after all. That's the end of the matter. Hearing Su Jia say that, the two cultivators also hurriedly said, that's right, when we enter the Miasma Valley to pick spirit herbs, we are originally competing for the chance, and it is reasonable for us to compete and scheme with each other. Since you are a senior, it's fine for you to save your own offspring, but you can't take another shot at us. They didn't know Lin Mu's name, so they directly addressed him as senior. Then another high hat was given in hopes of escaping. However, Lin Mu smiled coldly. This is all bull ********. Just now the old man but heard clearly. You have already set up formations around. Nothing that happens here gets out. In that case, if I kill you here, then anyone will know. As soon as the two heard this, they instantly panicked. What are you old things talking about? Where is there any formation here? We were just scaring Su Jia just now. Don't really believe it. After they finished, they turned their heads and rushed off into the distance. As for Lin Mu, he didn't even bother to care whether what they said was true or not. He waved his big hand and the void giant sword chased after him. In a few moments, the two were cut off at the waist. The two men were only at the Wheeling Sea realm, and when their waists were broken, they quickly lost their lives. Lin Mu nodded slightly at the sight, but in his heart, he thought, have I been too fond of making a clean break lately? Next time we should try splitting someone open vertically. At this time, Su Jia said blankly, Senior, how did you know they were bluffing you? They've clearly set up a formation. It turned out that the two cultivators who had just said something about there being no formations were indeed fooling Lin Mu, but it was just to make Lin Mu throw in the towel, so he could also take the opportunity to run away. Only Lin Mu didn't fall for it. Lin Mu watched Su Jia put away a distant array disc and said faintly under his breath, I don't know if what they're saying is true or not. Anyway, let's kill the man first. Upon hearing Lin Mu's words, Su Jia couldn't help but fight a cold war, and in her heart, she even thought, this senior's killing heart is so heavy. After she put the array disc away, she walked back to Lin Mu and asked carefully, I don't know the senior's name? Lin Mu thought for a moment, and a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Cough. The old man's name is Su Yuzhang. Su Yuzhang? This name is really distinctive. Su Jia said with his mouth after spitting out a sentence in his heart. Then please also ask the senior to return to our Su clan with me. It's also good to let the elders of our clan know what's happening here. In fact, Su Jia had her own little thoughts in those words. Although with the concealment of the formation, it was impossible for the family behind the two people who had just died to know exactly what had happened. But those two people who were counting on themselves were only afraid that they were not suddenly motivated, but had prepared for it. Maybe there was someone else in their respective homes who knew about it. When they waited a few days, they realized that their own cultivator hadn't returned, while they, who should have been in the Miasma Valley, had gone back. That's definitely going to come up for air. Let the senior step in when the time comes. No matter what, he can be a cultivator of the Dao Palace mystic realm. And no matter what way you look at it, he's much taller than me. Su Jia stole a glance at Lin Mu, and her pretty face suddenly turned a little red again. This senior looks young. As for Lin Mu at this time, he was likewise secretly sizing up this Su Jia, this female cultivator. She should be the other descendants of the Void Emperor that Su Yu told me about? Her cultivation is really ordinary, and from what she's saying, this branch of theirs isn't very strong. But that's right. If just one Void descendant is strong beyond measure, then how powerful should other great Emperor descendants be? Since the system didn't hint at it, it seems she doesn't have the qualifications of a female empress either. Lin Mu thought silently, but he forgot that he was just staring at Su Jia, and Su Jia would naturally notice something. She blushed slightly and squirmed as she thought, this senior is also an old uncultivator. Lin Mu followed behind Su Jia, and before long, he walked out of the Miasma Valley. After another hour, the two of them arrived in front of another valley. Su Jia said in a loud voice, I've brought a senior from one of the other side branches. Please come out to meet the family head. Shortly after the words fell, an old man in white walked out. After he glanced at Lin Mu, he saw that he was only at the District Dao Palace mystic realm, so he didn't pay any more attention to him, but instead looked at Su Jia again. Jia, how did you get caught in the miasma? The old man frowned. You've entered the Miasma Valley dozens of times. How come this time you made this kind of low-level mistake? Chapter 56, You're actually an alchemist? Su Jia sighed. Family master, the matter is like this. Just as she was about to explain things, the old man walked over. That's just it. I'll expel the miasma for you first. Hey, this is a troublesome errand. As the old man spoke, he reached out his hand and rested it behind Su Jia, injecting his body's spiritual energy into her body. Spiritual energy entered the sea of bitterness, which then formed a vortex that drew in the surrounding miasma and slowly refined it. Lin Mu watched from the side and suddenly opened his mouth. Isn't it a bit too slow to clean up the miasma like this? Although that old man was depoisoning Su Jia, after hearing Lin Mu's words, he opened his eyes as usual and scoffed. Oh, then what's your high opinion? Lin Mu said indifferently. High opinions can't be talked about. I just heard that there is an antidote pill that should be able to remove this miasma quickly. The old man seemed a bit curious. He spoke. I am Su Wenchang, the family head of the local Su clan branch. I don't know your high name and how you know about this antidote pill. Lin Mu said his pseudonym again before speaking. I'm from Jade Palace City. Not long ago, someone sold an antidote pill at the auction there, and I just happened to see it. Su Wenchang nodded his head at this. So it is. But Zhou Su Yu, you're just knowing one thing but not the other. That antidote pill is an Earth Grade 9th Order pill. All the common poisons in the world are restrained by this pill. It naturally removes the toxins of this miasma with ease. It's just that in this world, who would be willing to use such a precious elixir to remove such a small poison? At this time, the other clansmen of the Su clan also walked out one after another. When they heard the words of Su Wenchang and this Su Yuzhang in front of them, they all sneered. This cultivator, it seems that you really don't have much insight. That's not how that antidote works. Lin Mu shook his head slightly, not bothering to say much to them. He looked at Su Wenchang and said in a deep voice, I came to the Miasma Valley this time for the Dan snake grass in the canyon. If you guys can give me a Dan snake grass, I can naturally refine an antidote for her. Hearing this, it was Su Wenchang who laughed out loud. You guys really don't know what's going on. On what basis do you refine Earth-grade pills? On the basis of your thick skin? Those other clansmen, they were even laughing. Zhou Su Yu, there's a limit to your jokes. Ordinary Earth-grade 1st or 2nd rank pills can still be refined by Xin Pin alchemists. But this Earth-grade 9th order pill, even an Earth-grade 9th order alchemist wouldn't dare to say that it's a sure thing. And who are you to say such big words? These taunts reached Lin Mu's ears, and his face remained unchanged. Still blandly, he said, whether or not I can refine the antidote pills is my business. Su Wenchang, if you have Dan snake grass then bring it out. I'll buy it with spirit stones myself. Su Wenchang carefully measured Lin Mu's face, trying to see if he was joking. After he was sure that Lin Mu was serious, a hint of mockery appeared in his eyes instead. Good, then I'll see if you can refine it. Someone, fetch a Dan snake grass. At this time, Su Jia hurriedly opened his mouth. Senior, there is no need for you to be strong. This, Lin Mu reached out to stop her later words. I'm not into signing one. I'm into chest thumping. Hearing this, Su's crowd burst into laughter once again. And at this time, the cultivator who had just been sent out by Su Wenchang walked back with a jade bottle. Su Wenchang received the jade bottle, then threw it at Lin Mu. The damn snake grass is in it, so give me 1 million spirit stones. As he spoke, he moved his feet slightly and stood behind Lin Mu. It seemed to be afraid that Lin Mu would turn around and run away after taking the jade bottle. However, Lin Mu didn't move and took out 1 million spirit stones from the nascent ring in his hand and threw it onto the ground. Such a large number of spirit stones piled together instantly lit up the eyes of the Su clan's crowd. It was Su Wenchang who also snapped his eyes wide open. Where did you get so many spirit stones from? Lin Mu, however, didn't bother with Su Wenchang as he took out the formation disc that he had gotten from that Yaoqi Holy Land disciple Wang Yu a long time ago. Summoning a formation out of thin air, he then entered the formation, took out his alchemy cauldron, used the Dan snake grass as the main medicine, added other auxiliary medicines, and then subconsciously refined it. After Lin Mu entered the formation, the Su clan's crowd furrowed their brows and stared at the formation dead on. They all had different ideas in mind. Not long after, a middle-aged man came to Su Wenchang's side. Family master, this what's-his-name Su Yuzhang doesn't have a word of truth in his mouth. We can't trust him. Moreover, the origin of the spirit stones on his body is unknown. Why don't we take the opportunity to catch him and... What this guy meant was that he was suggesting that Su Wenchang kill people to seize the treasure. However, Su Wenchang frowned. There's no rush on that one. In case that guy can really refine an antidote to poison pills, then not only can we not make a move, but we'll have to treat him as our guest. When the middle-aged man heard this, he laughed coldly. What are you talking about, House Master? If he can really refine antidote pills, then he's at least an Earth-grade 9th stage alchemist. How could he be only at the District Dao Palace Mystic Realm? Another person walked over to Su Wenchang and advised him in a low voice. Family Master, our Su clan has always been oppressed by the other two great clans. If we can get some spirit stones from this cultivator, then our lives will be much better in the future. Su Wenchang seems to have some intention. Seeing this, Su Jia's heart was anxious. Although she felt that Su Yuzhan was an old man who was not respectable, she did not think very highly of him. But at this moment, he still spoke. Family Master must not. This person once saved my life. Saved your life? Su Wenchang turned back in confusion and was about to ask for clarification. Just felt a pressure coming from the sky. He looked up sharply, and all of a sudden he saw a dark cloud suddenly fall from what had been a clear sky. Unevenly, it happened to cover the valley on which Su was located. And at the center of the dark clouds was the formation that Lin Mu was in. What's happening here? Many of Su's young people asked in confusion, but the slightly more knowledgeable ones had already begun to gulp. This is the thunderbolt when the elixir comes out. Yet ordinary pills don't have such a big movement. Could it be that Su Yuzhang is truly capable of refining the antidote pill? Su Wenchang was even staring at the formation. Right at this moment, a red thunderbolt did fall from the dark clouds in the sky, piercing into the formation. A moment later, Lin Mu walked out of the formation expressionlessly, holding an elixir in his hand. Su Wenchang just took a glance and was surprised. It's actually really an antidote pill? You, what the hell are you? Boom! All the Su clan members were shocked. Could he be an Earth grade 9th level alchemist? This is marvelous. So we all underestimated him just now. Chapter 57, just in time to take back his slaves. As for Su Jia, she also looked at Lin Mu blankly. It was not in the least bit believable that the senior who had just rescued him was actually such a powerful alchemist. She looked at it and then noticed Lin Mu glancing at herself and nodding slightly at her. Her pretty face suddenly reddened. This senior is really something too. He's my Su's senior. How could he look at me like that just now? We can both be surnamed Su, but we can't be together. Or else this won't be a homosexual affair? Lin Mu was also puzzled for a while when he saw the blush on Su Jia's face. What's this woman blushing for? Refreshed? However, without waiting for him to open his mouth to ask a question, Su's crowd rushed up, especially Su Wenchang, who had a smile on his old face. It was almost as if Lin Mu was treated like a guest. This senior, I really didn't recognize MT. Tai with my eyes just now. He pulled Lin Mu into the Su clan mansion and arranged for Lin Mu to sit in the main seat. Then he greeted the clansmen again and brought spiritual tea. After Lin Mu sat down, Su Wenchang rubbed his hands together and said, "What is senior doing here with us this time? Oops. Look at my brain." He slapped his head and hurriedly said, "You've just said that you're here to find the Dan snake grass, haven't you?" Lin Mu nodded lightly. "It seems that Patriarch Su has a good memory. It is for this spirit grass that I have come. If the matriarch can provide me with more spirit grass, the matter of spirit stones is all negotiable." Su Wenchang was instantly delighted. Speaking of which, he was in high spirits. Don't worry, senior. Although this Dan snakegrass is not easy to pick, our Su clan has been entrenched here for many years and has accumulated many Dan snakegrasses. A hint of satisfaction appeared in Lin Mu's eyes. If he could get enough Dan snakegrass from Su Wenchang, then things would be much easier for him. However, at this time, a loud roar suddenly came from beyond the canyon. Su Wenchang, get your ass out here. Just as this voice fell, another person coldly shouted, come out quickly and give us an explanation. Su Wenchang's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly said to Lin Mu, senior, wait here. I'll be right there. He carefully left the canyon and flew into midair, speaking to the two cultivators outside. Two family masters, what is the importance of your sudden visit to my place? Curious, Rinmu walked over to the window to get a better look. However, at this time, Su Jia had already walked over. Senior, what are you still looking at? You hurry up and leave. Lin Mu turned his head in a good humor. What's the old man walking for? Su Jia stomped her foot. You still don't get it? She reached out and pointed at the two strange cultivators in the sky and explained to Lin Mu. Those two people, one surnamed Ding and the other surnamed Shen, are the family heads of the two cultivators you killed just now. They've come to my Su clan. Surely they're raising hell. Lin Mu understood what she meant and then laughed. What can be done about it? So what? Su Jia repeated, an incredulous expression in her eyes. Zhou Su Yu, do you really not understand or are you just pretending? You killed those two, so if they come over, they'll definitely be looking for trouble from you as well. Lin Mu frowned slightly, listening to what you're saying. Are you going to directly sell the old man out? I've been kind enough to help you, and you won't even cover for me? Su Jia said helplessly. Is this something I can cover up? You don't think that those two house lords are cuties, right? What Su Jia meant, naturally, was that her cultivation realm was no match for those two villains. And this time, it's still intentional. There was not the slightest room for her to fight back. If Su Jia had just fled back to Su alone, then there were other possibilities for this. However, this time, it was Lin Mu who suddenly appeared and returned with Su Jia. Then even a little cutie could also know that this matter was bound to be unrelated to Lin Mu. It was natural to imagine that it was this Su Yuzhang who had killed the descendants of the other two great families. Su Yuzhang, although you are a very powerful alchemist, those two great patriarchs may not be willing to kill you, but they are bound to imprison you, let you be their slave laborer and refine pills for them daily. So you'd better run. Lin Mu looked at Su Jia, who was panting slightly because of his anxiety, and he suddenly laughed. So you are concerned about old me. It seems that just now old me was wrong about you. Good boy, don't be angry. The old man treats you to candy. With that, a pill appeared in Lin Mu's hand and flew into Su Jia's mouth. Su Jia had no defense and directly ate the elixir. She hurriedly said, what did you give me to eat? But as soon as the words left his mouth, the elixir began to work. The poisonous miasma that was originally coiled in her dantian quickly disappeared into thin air. Su Jia instantly froze, bewildered. You gave me that antidote to poison just now? That's an Earth grade 9th grade pill. Lin Mu, however, shook his head indifferently. So what if it's a 9th ranked Earth grade pill? It's just something out of body. In fact, this was also because Lin Mu had a share of the divine bridge pill and didn't lack spirit stones at all. And now with Su's Dan snakegrass, the final obstacle to his refining the antidote pill disappeared. Plus the fact that Su Jia cared so much about himself, it was kind of like having a bond with him. That was why Lin Mu had so easily taken the antidote pill and fed it to Su Jia. If it were any other spirit elixir, he really wouldn't be able to part with it. However, Su Jia was very moved. She lowered her jade head. Her pretty face was red and hot, and her heart was even more confused. Crap. This senior can't be interested in me, right? But this can't be right. Seeing Su Jia in this state, Lin Mu didn't bother to say much to her. He walked out of the Su clan's mansion with a flourish and headed towards the outside of the canyon. And at this time in mid-air, Su Wenchang had already understood the cause and effect of the matter. He said helplessly in his heart, I said how Jiar got hit by the miasma. So that's what happened. And that's Su Yuzhang too. Even if he wants to punish people from other clans, then he doesn't have to kill them. This is great. They come over to raise hell. How can I stop them? Su Wenchang coughed a few times and hurriedly said, the two family heads are unaware that the person who did this is not from our Su clan, but from another branch, and this man is also an alchemist. Su Wenchang's intention was to make these two family heads have some scruples. However, those two family heads laughed out loud. An alchemist? That's a coincidence. We happen to lack an alchemist. Since this alchemist dared to kill our clan, it's a mortal sin that can be avoided, but a living sin that can't be escaped. It's just right to capture him back as a slave to refine pills for our two great clans. Lin Mu walked out of the canyon just in time to hear these words. He sneered a few times and flew up as well. Oh, Who is it that wants to take me into slavery? You guys have a lot of guts. Chapter 58, Behind us is the poison sect. When the patriarchs of the two great clans heard Lin Mu's voice, they immediately turned their heads and looked Lin Mu up and down. Oh, you're the alchemist of what? Beginning to enter the Tao Palace mystic realm? They were all a little disappointed. With your cultivation being so low, I'm afraid that the alchemist's realm is only low. However, at this moment, Su Wenchang hurriedly said, the two of you must not underestimate him. He is capable of refining antidote pills. Su Wenchang's intention was to deter the two patriarchs. After all, a power that could cultivate an Earth-grade 9th-grade alchemist was definitely not to be underestimated. These two big families, Ding and Xian, are pressing them against the Su clan though. However, when looking at the entire cultivation world, it was nothing. Even if the branch of the Su clan that Su Yuzhan belonged to didn't have any powerful cultivators. However, the other cultivation sects didn't mind making a move for such an Earth-grade alchemist. However, Su Wenchang did not expect that once his words fell, on the faces of those two patriarchs, a hint of ecstasy appeared instead. Oh, he can really refine an antidote to poison pills? Su Wenchang was unsure, but still nodded his head and said, this is indeed true. All of my Su clan can testify to this. Both of you. This person is not a small person. You'd better let him go. As for the names of the sons and daughters of your family, he suddenly clenched his teeth. I, Su, will naturally compensate. The two patriarchs gave Su Wenchang a disdainful look and said indifferently, can you afford to pay for it? We don't want your compensation. We just want this guy. With greedy gazes, they looked at Lin Mu. We've long been worrying about not being able to provide the antidote pills and not being able to explain to the higher-ups. But it just happened to run into you. This is a real step in the right direction. This must be heaven looking after us. Lin Mu suddenly frowned as he listened to their words. What are you talking about? Who are you going to offer the antidote to? After the two patriarchs looked at each other, they did not hide anything. We're not afraid to tell you. Behind us is that legendary poison sect. The poison sect has recently gone to deal with a great enemy. And although that enemy's cultivation isn't high, it's not too good to deal with. That's why recently the poison sect is having affiliated clans from all over the world contribute materials and pills. Since our two great clans are situated next to the Miasma Valley, we naturally have to pay tribute to the antidote pills. We had thought that we could only spend a large amount of money to hire an alchemist to do the job. But we didn't think that you yourself would come to our door. Lin Mu raised his eyebrows and finally realized that Wan Qing really deserves to die. He must have known about such a thing, but he deliberately kept it to himself. Even if I hadn't clashed with the two great clans, by the time the cultivators sent by the poison sect to collect the offerings came, they were bound to recognize me. A great battle will be inevitable at that time. Lin Mu's face gradually became gloomy, but those two patriarchs misunderstood. Oh, surname Su, what are you worried about? Could it be that he's trying to escape? I'm telling you, don't waste this thought. You won't get away with it. With that, the two of them suddenly moved, one on the left and one on the right, sandwiching Lin Mu in the center. However, the two of them gave Su Wenchang a shocked look. Clan Master Su, if you stand by coldly, then the matter of the disciples of our two families dying will end here, and we won't bother you again. But if you have to get involved, we don't need to tell you what will happen to your family, do we? On Su Wenchang's face, he kept changing his face, one moment green, the next red. Finally he said helplessly, I know. He said to Lin Mu, Su Yuzhang, this matter was originally your own fault, and you can't blame me for it. After saying that, Su Wenchang made a turn and returned to the ground. When Lin Mu saw this, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This one surnamed Su is not much of a bearer, but he wasn't particularly angry. Compared to the Lin family of Yunhai City, where he was originally from, this Su Wenchang was not bad at all. There's no comparison. There's no harm. Seeing that Lin Mu was still in the mood to sneer at this point, the two patriarchs couldn't help but bristle and say, Surname Su, are you going to just give up resisting and return to the clan with us? If that's the case, then we'll save ourselves a lot of work. We told you that if you would tie your hands, we wouldn't treat you badly in the future. There are also quite a few beautiful female cultivators in our clan for you to choose from. Lin Mu shook his head. You guys just cut the crap. If you want to die, then come over here. The two great patriarchs were first stunned, then both burst into a rage. Bold. Do you really think we don't dare to take a shot at you? Humph. Although it's not good to kill you directly, your capital offense can be spared, but you can't escape from your living offense. As they spoke, a bright light flashed over the two of them. A long sword appeared in Patriarch Ding's hand, while Patriarch Xian had an additional large bell above his head. After the two of them looked at each other, it was still the Xian Patriarch who made the move. he injected his spiritual energy into the large bell, which grew against the wind, growing to 10 feet long and wide in a matter of moments. The large bell then fell out of thin air, enveloping Lin Mu in it. Seeing this scene, the two great patriarchs were also slightly relieved. Humph. I thought he was so powerful just now when I saw him talking so tough. That's right. This fellow seems to be a descendant of the Void Emperor as well. I'm worried that he's carrying the legacy of a great emperor. That's why I'm being careful. As a result, now that I look at it, he's nothing. He's not even capable of resisting. On the ground, when Su's crowd saw this scene, they were all a bit disappointed as well. It turns out that Su Yuzhang's cultivation level really isn't that high. AI. This is bad luck for him. Xiao Jia stared at the big clock even more worriedly, thinking about what had just happened. She was angry and anxious in her heart and hurriedly found Su Wenchang. Matriarch, how can you sit back and do nothing about this? Su Wenchang had indeed been a bit ashamed in the first place, but what he thinks in his heart, that's one thing. It's another matter if others dare to point it out to their faces. Su Wenchang's face sank as he coldly said, "What kind of a thing are you? When is it your turn to interrupt when this clan chief is doing something?" Su Jia froze for a moment, then lost her mind. "I know it's wrong. Just patriarch. That Su Yuzhang is after all also a distant relative of my Su clan. You should at least notify the descendants of other Void Emperor. Maybe someone will step in and get him out." In fact, Su Wenchang had really wanted to do this, but Su Jia took the initiative to speak up and put this suggestion out there. Then he refused to go through with it instead. Humph. Shallow. Su Wenchang cursed angrily. Do you really think that those two great families, and the poison sect behind them, are blind and deaf? If we dare to do this, then we'll be finished first, not waiting for the other branches of the clan to arrive. Su Jia's pretty face twitched a few times, and in the end, she couldn't say anything against it. But at this time, a loud bang suddenly came from mid-air. She turned her head to look from her haste, and then she saw that Patriarch Xian's great bell had actually shattered open. There was a trace of dissatisfaction on Lin Mu's face as he had the Void Giant's sword suspended behind him. That's it? Chapter 59, inviting the two patriarchs to the road. The two great patriarchs were horrified and stared at Lin Mu in death, as if they couldn't believe the scene they were seeing. As for Patriarch Xian, he kept on outputting spiritual energy in an attempt to manipulate the great bell, trying to get it back together. But his attempts, naturally, were fruitless. Lin Mu saw their expressions and movements and said coldly, "Really? I thought you had some kind of trick inside that big bell of yours, such as having a samadhi fire or something." Ahem. The old man was going to try to see if I could get a pair of fiery eyes. Now it seems the old man was overthinking it. Although Lin Mu was a bit disappointed, he still didn't forget to play as Xiao Yu Zhou. The two patriarchs were somewhat baffled. What is samadhi fire? And what are fiery eyes? That Void Emperor back then didn't have these two divine abilities. No, this guy is definitely playing a trick. Suddenly, Patriarch Xian tapped his head, a hint of killing intent appearing in his eyes. I see. This guy is an Earth-grade alchemist after all. He must have some protective magic treasures on him. After he blew up my spirit bell with that magic treasure, he deliberately said that just to make us throw in the towel and overestimate his strength. Patriarch Ding also nodded his head after hearing this. You have a point. He turned his head and sneered at Lin Mu. Su Yuzhang, don't show off in front of us with this little cleverness of yours. Just wait for me. I'm going to personally take you down. And at this time, the originally excited Su clan members on the ground were all a bit lost again. So, we originally thought that Su Yuzhang was hiding his strength, which is how he was able to break through Patriarch Xian's Silverstone Spirit Bell. Hey, isn't he making us happy for nothing? Su Jia, however, suddenly spoke up. Hold your horses. Just now, I had advised Su Yuzhang to sneak away, but not only did he not leave, he went out on his own accord. From this, it can be seen that he definitely has some certainty to deal with the two great patriarchs. It was just that Su Jia had forgotten that when she said that, it was the same as blowing herself up. Su Wenchang stared at her in death. Annoyed, you eaten in, eat out thing, how dare you do this? If Su Yuzhang runs away, and the two great clans are to blame, how are we going to explain ourselves to the Su clan? The other clansmen reached out and pointed fingers. You're such a troublemaker. You woman, if you hadn't provoked the other two great clans in the Miasma Valley, how would we have encountered such a thing? You wouldn't be having an illicit affair with that what's his name, Su Yuzhang, would you? What a shameless guy. Asterisk. Su Jia's face was pale and she looked at the clansmen with disbelief. She had not expected at all that she would be so abused by them when she was obviously a victim as well. When the Su clan members saw this, they wanted to curse some more when they heard countless loud noises coming from the sky. They hurriedly turned their heads to look, and realized that in mid-air, a trail of residual shadows had unexpectedly appeared. Upon taking a closer look, he realized that it was Lin Mu who had already exchanged blows with Patriarch Ding. Lin Mu intentionally didn't fully activate the Void Sword technique and fought a draw with Patriarch Ding, all the while constantly looking for opportunities to put distance between himself and him. Yet even so, this is amazing enough. A cultivator who was new to the Dao Palace Mystic Realm was able to fight back and forth with a powerhouse from the Four Extremes Mystic Realm. This is really beyond their imagination. The same is true of Patriarch Ting. He forced down the fear in his heart and turned back to the distant Patriarch Xian. What are you still looking at? Hurry over and help. This person's cultivation is not right. Patriarch Xian then woke up like a dream. At this time, his magic treasure had already shattered, so he simply took out another sword-shaped magic treasure from his nascent sack and rushed over. However, Lin Mu had already laughed coldly. It's good to come. I was afraid you wouldn't come. Taking advantage of the fact that Patriarch Xian had also come closer, he finally stopped hiding it. Void Sword Technique. Second level. In an instant, the huge sword of emptiness in his hand expanded several times. A terrifying aura instantly spread. The two patriarchs were frightened and wanted to take the initiative to pull away. But it was too late at this point. Lin Mu maneuvered the Void Giant Sword and struck the two in the chest, seriously injuring them. He then reached out and pulled the two together. 9 revolutions of deicide. It turned out that Lin Mu had just deliberately shown weakness to the enemy in order to absorb the spiritual energy in their bodies. Ever since he had broken through to the four-pole mystic realm, he had no realm troubles for the time being. He just lacked the spiritual energy to quench his limbs, so it would be a bit of a waste to kill the enemy any more easily. It was almost like letting the spiritual power that came to you fly away. That's why Lin Mu acted the way he did. Feeling the spiritual energy continuously sinking into his body, a hint of a smile appeared in Lin Mu's eyes. Very good. Very good. These two cultivators of the Four Extremes mysterious realm are enough for me to finish quenching one hand. However, at this time, Lin Mu suddenly frowned slightly. The fingers I started out quenching seem to have room for further quenching. Could it be that there is still no end to the quenching of this human body? As Lin Mu fell into silence, all the Su clan people who saw this scene were also dumbfounded and frozen. That breath of that Void Giant Sword. Could it be the second layer of the Void Sword technique? He's quite a powerhouse. So it turns out that not only is Su Yuzhang an Earth-grade alchemist, but he is also such a powerful character at the same time. Su Jia, on the other hand, was filled with joy. Luckily he's fine. But without waiting for her to think more, Su Wenchang suddenly pounced in front of her in one fell swoop. Jar, don't take what I said just now to heart. Su Jiadu froze. What are you talking about? Matriarch? Su Wenchang's body was extremely soft, and as soon as he saw that Lin Mu had made a great show of power and cleaned up the two great patriarchs, he immediately headed back to find a remedy. Now that Lin Mu seemed to be doing something, it wasn't good for him to go over and kneel. Then it's just a matter of powering up against Xiao Jia. Jar, what I said just now was only for our Su's consideration. 1,000 mistakes are my fault. You can't tell those words to Zhou Suyu. Only then did Su Jia understand what Su Wenchang meant. Although what happened just now made her very disappointed, she still nodded her head and said, "Don't worry, family master. I won't tell anyone about these things." Su Wenchang immediately let out a long breath. So be it. And in the sky at that moment, Lin Mu had already sucked all the spiritual energy out of the two great patriarchs' bodies. Their divine bridges collapsed. Their life springs dried up, and the sea of bitterness churned. One look and you know you won't live long. The two looked at Lin Mu with hatred and said in a hoarse voice, "Su Yuzhang, if you dare to kill us, the poison sect will definitely take revenge for us. You just wait to die." "No, the poison sect won't let you die so painfully. They must have tortured you repeatedly, skin you and draw out your bones, refine your soul into a magic treasure, and you will never be able to be born again." He, talkative. Lin Mu sneered and reached out to crush the necks of the two. As they were dying, Lin Mu spoke again. "I'm not afraid of that poison sect behind you. If they dare to come over, then they will only end up with the same fate as you. Dare to come, I dare to kill." After saying that, he loosened his hands around the duo's necks. The bodies of the two men fell to the ground. Chapter 60. Are you concerned about me? Everyone looked blankly at Lin Mu in the sky. Only Su Wenchang was filled with horror, staring dead at the two corpses that fell to the ground. He was trembling and his mouth kept saying, "Here comes the woe." Hearing his words, the Su clan's crowd turned around in confusion. "What are you talking about? Family head? Didn't that senior decimate the patriarchs of the other two great clans? What woe can this be?" Su Wenchang turned around and said angrily, "What do you know? Have you forgotten that these two great clans have just declared themselves as the poison sect behind them? Such clans as these, you." He wanted to angrily rebuke his own disciples for their lack of insight, but on second thought, it seemed that he usually didn't talk to them about the cultivation world, and his own disciples usually never went out, so it seemed excusable that they hadn't heard of the poison sect's great name. So Su Wenchang sighed and said helplessly, "That poison sect is a strong person of the ninth realm of the dragon transformation mystic realm. It's just that if you look at the entire cultivation world, it's still an extremely strong sect." At this time, Lin Mu dropped down from mid-air, and after hearing Su Wenchang's words, he asked curiously, "The ninth subrealm of the dragon transformation mysterious realm?" Su Wenchang only thought that Lin Mu was doubting his claim, so he sighed, "Would I lie to you? The dragon transformation mysterious realm is about quenching the spine with spiritual energy, from the tail vertebrae to the cervical vertebrae, and is divided into 9 subrealms. If one were to take a step further after cultivating to the 9th realm, then one would be a great power in the Xiantai mysterious realm, and that poison sect patriarch is such a strong person. Zhou Su Yu, do you know how serious things are now?" Without waiting for Lin Mu to reply, the Su clan members sucked in a mouthful of cold air. That poison sect is actually so powerful? The family head was right. This is really a disaster. They looked at Lin Mu in unison, wanting to see what expression he would have. He must be scared to death already, but the void inheritance he just displayed is clearly already the second layer of the void sword technique. In that case, I'm afraid that the branch of the Su clan he's from is only very powerful as well. Also, he might have a protector. If that person makes a move, even the poison sect will have to give some face. Lin Mu couldn't help but shake his head after hearing their words. "I don't have any Taoist protectors. And I didn't put that poison sect in my eyes either." How bold! Su Wenchang first rose, then stomped his foot heavily. "Do you not know how strong the strongest of the dragon transformation mystic realm really are? Or do you have a problem with your brain and were born without knowing fear?" Lin Mu Xin said, "Of course I know I'm scared. It's just that you don't know that old me has hang-ups." He didn't move and said faintly to Su Wenchang, "Don't worry. If the poison sect personally comes to the door, I will naturally dispatch them. In any case, your family will not be implicated." Not only did Su Wenchang not relax after hearing this, but he laughed bitterly. And is the poison sect so easy to talk to? However, he couldn't even defeat the 2 patriarchs Ding and Xian, so he was even more afraid to blow up at Lin Mu, who had killed the 2 patriarchs. He said helplessly, "In that case, there's nothing more I can say." Seeing Su Wenchang's look, Lin Mu secretly shook his head in his heart. One could only feel that the Void Emperor was also pitiful. These Su clan members in front of him were clearly his descendants, but they were timid like this. However, on second thought, he thought that it seemed as if a certain Xiao family that he was unwilling to disclose had also pretended to be a grandson in Newton City. "Ah, that's okay." Lin Mu shrugged his shoulders and didn't continue to think about it. He said to Su Wenchang, "You will send me all the Dan snake grass that your clan has collected. Also you guys send another person to J Tripod City to find City Lord Wan Lin. Tell him that I'm going to be in closed door alchemy at your place, and ask him to send these spirit herbs." Saying that, Lin Mu handed over a jade slip on which were engraved the other materials needed to refine the antidote pill. Su Wenchang was naturally no stranger to Yuding City. However, he looked at Lin Mu oddly. "Zhou Su Yu, you also have friendship with that Jade Tripod City Lord Wan?" Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. "What? I can't recognize him? You just send someone there." Su Wenchang stared at Lin Mu and suddenly smiled. "Good. Then I'll personally make a trip to Jade Tripod City." He actually didn't quite believe Lin Mu's claim and only felt that Lin Mu was pulling the tiger's skin. After all, Wan Lin was a heavenly grade alchemist, and heavenly grade and earth grade, although it seemed like there was only a difference of 1 level. But the difference between the two is exactly as vast as the name suggests. Su Wenchang's heart stirred. After I arrive at Jade Tripod City and figure out that he doesn't actually know City Lord Wan, I'll immediately come back and poke him in the face. When that time comes, this Su Yuzhang has lost face, so naturally it's not good for him to continue to stay here. In the future, even if the poison sect raises an accusation, that won't implicate us. After he thought about all this, he didn't delay any longer and arranged for a few elders in his clan to send the Dan Snakegrass to Lin Mu afterward. Su Wenchang then hurriedly set off for Yuding City, and his thoughts were seen by many. A few days later, Su Jia frowned her willow eyebrows and gently knocked on Lin Mu's room door. "Elder, are you in there?" Lin Mu waved his hand in a good-natured manner, removing the room's formation and opening the door again. Then displeased, "Where would I be if I wasn't here?" "That's an outrageous question." Xiao Jia forced a smile, then asked worriedly, "Senior, are you really familiar with City Lord Wan?" Lin Mu frowned slightly, staring at Su Jia's pretty face, and said seriously, "What do you care about this for?" Seeing that Lin Mu didn't understand what he meant, Su Jia couldn't help but let out a long sigh. She was about to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Mu. "Oh, you little girl, what are you always sighing for when you have nothing to do? You should smile more often. It would look good." Su Jia's face instantly turned a little red again. She put her head down and said in a mosquito voice, I know. It was a while before she said again what she had intended to say. Senior, if our family head finds out that City Lord Wan doesn't recognize you, he will definitely come back to find trouble with you. It's going to be a pain in the ass when that happens. She hesitated for a moment and repeated to Lin Mu what Su Wenchang had said at that time when Lin Mu was fighting with those two patriarchs. Su Jia finally lamented. If it comes to that, the family head, he might take the initiative to contact that what's-her-name poison sect and scheme against you behind your back. So senior, if it's really not possible, you'd better take the initiative to leave our Su clan. Lin Mu looked at the concern on Su Jia's face and suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, Su Jia, are you caring about me? Ahem, are you caring about the old man? In his moment of happiness, he almost blurted out. But Su Jia was so shy at the moment that she didn't notice these details. She hurriedly said, Senior and I are both heirs of the Void Emperor, so it's only natural for me to care about Senior. Lin Mu asked with a wry smile. Oh, is that why you care about me? Su Jia pursed her lips and whispered. If not for that, what could it be? Lin Mu seemed to have read her mind, so he didn't continue to tease her, but opened his mouth. Don't worry, I am indeed very familiar with City Lord Wan. As soon as his words fell, above the Su clan's mansion, a sudden burst of laughter came from above. Lin, Su Yuzhang, are you here? Chapter 61. It turns out that his veins are so amazing. When Lin Mu heard Wan Lin's voice, a smile appeared on his face again and he took a step to leave the room, then flew into mid-air. City Lord Wan, why have you personally come over? Wan Lin shook his head and said, Actually, when you left Jade Tripod City in the first place, it didn't take me long to get the news that you were coming to this side of Miasma Valley. It's just that I had some things going on for a while that I couldn't get away from, and that's why I didn't come straight over to you. As it turned out, a few days ago a man named Su came looking for me, and when I heard about what was going on over here, I rushed over as well. Speaking of this, he moved his expression and waved his hand to set up a formation around him, isolating the internal and external sounds. Only then did he speak again. Lin Mu, why are you posing as a descendant of the Su family? Lin Mu smiled and took out the token Su had given him, playing with it in his hand. City Lord Wan, what do you see here? Wan Lin had seen a lot and recognized the token at a glance. His eyes were filled with surprise as he said in amazement, How did you get this? You can't really be that Void Emperor's heir, right? Wan Lin was a bit puzzled. He had long ago checked Lin Mu's details and knew that he was a member of the Yunhai City Lin family as if he was a fake. But the fact that Lin Mu suddenly took out this token also made him a bit uncertain as well. Could it be that some branch of the Su clan sent their own children to Cloudsea City in the first place? That's possible. Seeing that Wan Lin thought wrongly, Lin Mu waved his hand and said, Don't think too much. City Lord Wan, I do have a deep connection with the Su clan, but I am not a descendant of that great emperor. Wan Lin nodded, and after giving Lin Mu a serious look, he didn't say anything else. He turned to ask, Lin Mu, I heard that you're in conflict with the poison sect again? In that case, why don't you come back to Jade Tripod City with me? This poison sect is indeed very powerful. If you were in my Jade Tripod City, I would still be able to protect you, but outside of Jade Tripod City, then I'm no match for them. Wan Lin had a basis for saying so. There were numerous alchemists in the Jade Cauldron City who were already in a special position. It was also the Yaoqi Holy Land back then that dared to attack directly with a titanic force. And although the poison sect was also very powerful, compared to the Yaoan Holy Land, it was a few more notches weaker. Lin Mu thought for a moment and instead of answering Wan Lin's invitation, he asked in return, City Lord Wan, this poison sect's patriarch is said to be at the perfection of the dragon transformation mysterious realm, and he's even a bit stronger than Lin Qiu of the Yaohu Sacred Land. How can you yet say that this poison sect is no match for the Yaoqi Holy Land? Wan Lin smiled. Lin Mu, you don't know. Besides the obvious patriarchs and elders of the Yaohi Holy Land, there are also many supreme elders who have long since broken through into the Xiantai mysterious realm. Even among the stars, there are their Yaoqi seniors, and the poison sect, well, what you can see is all they have. Lin Mu immediately understood. It turned out to be that the poison sect didn't have much substance at all, while the Yaoan Holy Land was like an iceberg. Lin Qiu is just the tip of the iceberg, and after Lin Mu figured this out, he smiled instead. In that case, what have I got to worry about? Don't worry, City Lord Wan, after I finish refining those antidote pills, I'll personally ascend to the poison sect and make them give me a statement. When Wan Lin heard this, he only felt that Lin Mu's guts were just too big. In his opinion, Lin Mu was only a beginner at the Dao Palace Mystic Realm, and even with the Void Inheritance's boost, he would only be able to fight with a powerhouse of the Four Extremes Mystic Realm. However, for a strong person of the Dragon Transformation Mystic Realm, it would be a complete giveaway. He hesitated for a moment, but still opened his mouth to advise. Lin Mu, I'm afraid this is only bad, right? I've heard that your lady is pregnant and due to give birth in a few months. Why are you taking such a risk? Thinking of Qin Yan and the child in her belly, a smile appeared in Lin Mu's eyes. However, he said under his breath, City Lord Wan, I'm not taking a risk, but I have a good plan. Seeing that his mind was made up, Wan Lin stopped trying to persuade him. In his mind, he thought, hey, when the time comes, I'll hire some helpers and follow him to the poison sect. When the time comes, at least it will save his life. No matter what, Lin Mu is also a heavenly great alchemist. There will be forces willing to step in for him. Wan Lin shook his head and withdrew the soundproofing array around him. Since your mind is made up, it's not easy for me to persuade you. He raised his hand and sent a nano ring to Lin Mu. It's full of spirit herbs and materials, enough to refine several hundred antidote pills. Lin Mu took the nano ring and said somewhat gratefully, Thank you, City Lord Wan. Wan Lin said carelessly, What's there to be thankful for? That's just it. Remember to send someone to notify me in advance when you're leaving for the poison sect. After he heard Lin Mu's affirmative reply, he turned into a golden light and flew off into the distance. Lin Mu looked at the direction he left and fell a little misty-eyed. That's a good move. I'll have to find a way to learn it when I get the chance, but it would be nice if the system gave me a similar reward. AI. It's a pity that I haven't even met any female emperor embryos lately. That Su Jia's appearance is not bad, but unfortunately, she has little talent. Lin Mu secretly shook his head, then fell back to the ground, intending to continue refining pills. But as soon as he reached the ground, he saw Su Wenchang bringing a bunch of Su clan elders to pay homage to Lin Mu. We have eyes but no eyes. Please don't be angry, senior. It turned out that as soon as Su Wenchang arrived at Yuding City, he went to seek an audience with Wan Lin. He had wanted to see Lin Mu's jokes, yet who knew that once he had told him the situation, he would also hand over the jade slip that Lin Mu had personally engraved. Wan Lin immediately looked strange and told Su Wenchang that he did know that Su Yuzhang. Then he dropped another mess and rushed straight back with him. Su Wenchang is also not a little cute. He naturally knew that Su Yuzhang actually had an extraordinary relationship with Wan Lin. That's why he's so arrogant. Su Wenchang's heart burst with emotion. I didn't realize that this senior actually has such connections. I really underestimated him before. Lin Mu glanced at Su Wenchang and the others and said indifferently, You guys don't need to be polite. I'm going to go into seclusion first. After Lin Mu left, those elders who were forced by Su Wenchang asked unhappily, Family Master, just now when you up and forcefully pulled us, bowing down to that fellow, what exactly was the reason for that? Su Wenchang said helplessly, Do you guys really not understand or are you pretending not to? Didn't you guys see that Wanlin City Lord, all of you treating Zhou Suyu with courtesy? This senior is truly amazingly well connected. Once these words came out, those elders also finally reacted. Right, why didn't we think of that earlier? If we had known that, we should have taken the opportunity to curry more favor with him. AI. Looking at the elders hanging their heads in shame, Su Wenchang hurriedly said, As the saying goes, it's not too late to mend the fold. It's not too late for us to remedy the situation. I remember Jiar and that Su Yuzhang. Aren't they very familiar? Let her go to Su Yuzhang more often in the future. When the other elders heard this, their faces were a bit odd. After all, in their view, that Su Yuzhang is also the people of the clan. If Su Jia must be posted, it is not something honorable. But in the end, they nodded their heads and said, Then they will all listen to the family master. Chapter 62, If you don't abandon me, I'd like to be your father. A few months later, Lin Mu was in his seclusion room when he abruptly opened his eyes. A brilliant light flashed, but then quickly disappeared. This is the last dance snake grass. He looked at the nascent ring in his hand, a hint of contemplation on his face. In the past 5 months, he hadn't only refined antidote pills either. Instead, from Wan Lin, he bought another Dan formula and materials for other pills, and subconsciously refined them. Although Wan Lin was also a bit curious as to why Lin Mu, a hallowed heavenly great alchemist, would want some Dan formulas that no Xian or yellow great alchemist could even look at. But he didn't think much of it, and just thought that Lin Mu was learning from the past. So it turns out that Lin Mu is so accomplished in the alchemist realm at such a young age because he has such habits. From then on, those disciples of Wan Lin, on the contrary, had many more homework assignments. These, however, had nothing to do with Lin Mu. He summoned the system and sighed helplessly after looking at the page of collection illustrations. The many elixirs unlocked. It seems that this quantity, after all, is no match for quality. I unlocked the illustrations of more than 200 types of elixirs at once, but I couldn't raise my alchemist realm, even by one more minor rank. However, Lin Mu didn't lose too much ground, for which he actually had some expectations. Just, with a flip of his hand, Lin Mu closed the system panel. and then refine this last antidote pill, as well. A hint of a smile appeared in his eyes as he looked at the more than 100 antidote pills that were neatly arranged in his nascent sack. With these, I'll finally be able to go after the poison sect. It turned out that Lin Mu had never forgotten about the poison sect. Humph. In the past few months, the poison sect actually didn't come to their door. I don't know what exactly they're preparing for, but since they won't come, I'll go to them. Lin Mu knew that sooner or later, he would have to fight his way up to the mountain gates of the Yaoqi Holy Land and make a break with this great power in the cultivation world. Since this is the case, if we let the poison sect develop in the shadows on the sidelines, that would be a problem in case they suddenly steal home at a critical moment. So his best bet was to eliminate this old silver coin first. When Lin Mu thought of this, he didn't hesitate anymore. With a movement of his body, he left the retreat room. At this time in the Su clan's mansion, there was no sense of crisis from a few months ago. Instead, there was laughter everywhere. The poison sect hadn't actually come to pick a fight near the Miasma Valley for some reason. It was almost as if he had watched his two major vassal clans take a big loss. After being honest for over a month, Su Wenchang was also a bit pressed. Finally, he began to send the people of the Su clan, tentatively going out to seize the spheres of influence of the other two great clans. From spirit stone veins, to mortal villages and towns, to the various stores in the towns. The two great clans, Ding and Xian, still had some depth to them though. Many of the elders also still had some resistance left, but they were already afraid of the so-called Su Yuzhang. He was afraid that if he resisted a little, this Su clan senior would suddenly appear and kill him with a huge sword in the void. So after thinking about it for a long time, they still simply took their remaining clansmen and traveled far away. Nor do they confront Su head-on. So over the past few months, Su's strength and territory had expanded almost like a blow-up balloon. Su's entire family, of course, was very happy. It's all because of that senior that we have such a good life. Around the retreat room, several young men from the Su clan suddenly sighed and bent down to salute where Lin Mu was. Suddenly, their eyes blinked and they saw Lin Mu's figure appear in front of them. They were first startled, then hurriedly said, "Senior, why have you suddenly come out of the gate?" Lin Mu glanced at them and didn't hide anything from them. "Old man has some things to do and will leave you Su." A few people were shocked and thought that they had offended Lin Mu with their earlier comments. So they hurriedly knelt down and said, "Senior must not take it out on Su because of what happened to us." Yes. Seniors have a great favor with my Su clan. Even if we have to leave, we should have our family head come over and express our gratitude to you. Lin Mu frowned slightly, then nodded his head in turn. Good thing too. The few young men were relieved, and one of them quickly trotted away to find Su Wenchang. As for the remaining few people, they stayed by Lin Mu's side and carefully waited. A few moments later, Su Wenchang walked quickly, followed by several other Su clan elders. They arrived in front of Lin Mu, and their faces were all a bit ugly. "Senior, why are you suddenly leaving? Is there something we did wrong that upset you?" Su Wenchang was careful not to be half impatient. He was now completely convinced about Lin Mu. During these few months, Lin Mu had gotten all the Dan formulas and materials from Wan Lin, and he had also been busy and brought them back from Jade Tripod City. He knew more and more how good the relationship between City Lord Wan and this Su Yuzhang was, so at this time, he had already viewed Lin Mu as a big thick leg. Of course he refused to let him go so easily. Su Wenchang gritted his teeth and suddenly spoke. "This senior, if you don't mind, why don't you let me recognize you as my righteous father? In the future, we, the Miasma Valley Su clan, will be categorized under your branch? What do you think?" When these words came out, even those Su clan members who had great respect for Lin Mu had their jaws dropped. "Family head, you are." They looked at the family head with wide eyes, barely able to speak. As for the several elders behind Su Wenchang, their faces were similarly gloomy. Although they also wanted to keep the Su Yuzhang in front of them, they did not expect to have to make such a big sacrifice. These people were all a handful of years old, and if they all mouthed off to Lin Mu as elders in the future, it would be a bit too humiliating. Even Lin Mu, he looked a little stiff after hearing Su Wenchang's words. He really didn't expect that Su Wenchang would be so shameless, but then he turned his mind to it. This old thing has already gone and determined that I'm a descendant of that Void Emperor, and since that's the case, I'm a distant relative of their Su clan. Then it seems, no big deal if he wants to worship me? If Lin Mu was really a descendant of the so-called Su clan, then he might really recognize it. However, there was no Void Emperor's bloodline in him. There should be something to say about that, too, and there's no need for me to make trouble for myself. Lin Mu impersonated his identity and got a fake name, which was not a big problem. But if he accepted Su Wenchang as his righteous son, then in the underworld, he might not be able to get into the karma. So he shook his head. That won't be necessary. Upon hearing this, the Su clan members who were previously surprised and displeased, however, became a bit angry again. Is this Lin Mu looking down on us? It is human nature to do so. When you go up to the pole and beg, you're not happy when people take your favors, but you may not be happy if others don't take it. They didn't dare to get angry at Lin Mu, but there was some meaning of unhappiness in their eyes. Su Wenchang did the same as he immediately opened his mouth to ask back. Why do you refuse to accept us, elder? Could it be that your seniority is, in fact, lower than mine? The meaning of these words already implicitly contained some provocation. Chapter 63, There's a Way Out of the Immortal's Gate. After Lin Mu heard Su Wenchang's words, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Oh, is that how you see it? Su Wenchang coldly said. Senior refused to accept me as his righteous son, so I can only think of this possibility. It's just that the senior. Oh no! Su Yuzhang, if your seniority is not as high as mine, then you should have some respect when you see me in the future. In fact, when he said this, Su Wenchang also calmed down and had some regrets in his heart. In the end, the cultivation world was also strength-oriented. In case this person in front of him was really angry, then he himself would have to suffer. However, Lin Mu suddenly burst out laughing. Funny. With a flip of his big hand, he took out the token that Su Yu had sent him. Once again, it was then thrown in front of Su Wenchang. See for yourself. Do you recognize this? When Su Wenchang saw Lin Mu suddenly throw something over, he didn't care too much. After all, looking at Lin Mu's face, he didn't seem to respect that thing very much either. Oh, I'd like to see what you can. He casually picked it up. Looking at it as he did so, he was only halfway through his sentence when he suddenly stopped, his face red and his mouth open. It was as if the mouth had been suddenly gagged. Seeing this, the elders behind Su Wenchang hurriedly spoke. Family head, what's wrong with you? Could it be that Zhou Suyu poisoned you? They also knew that it wasn't difficult for an alchemist like Lin Mu to poison people at the drop of a hat. Su Wenchang hastily shook his head. No, it's... He stammered a little and his words were not clear. Seeing this, the other elders finally became a bit impatient. It's neither here nor there. What exactly are you trying to say, family master? Seeing this, Su Wenchang knew that he couldn't explain himself, so he simply took the token that Lin Mu had thrown to him and held it high above his head. When those elders got a good look, they all shut up as well, showing the same expression as Su Wenchang. As a result, it was the Su clan's turn to be speechless. What's going on here? What kind of magic weapon does Zhou Suyu have that makes people unable to speak after taking a look at him? By this time, however, Su Wenchang himself had gradually recovered. He suppressed the shock in his heart and suddenly knelt down to Lin Mu. Greetings, Taiji. Those elders followed suit and fell to their knees upon hearing this. However, they were of mixed generations. Some were of the same generation as Su Wenchang, and some were of lower generations. That's why all of their names for Lin Mu were not quite the same. There are those who are called Master Tai and those who are called Old Master. Those Su clan members became even more curious. What the hell is going on here? Yet there was a smart man who had guessed the truth. He swallowed and whispered to the clansman beside him. I saw the elder holding a token in his hand, and it looks like it was thrown to him by Su Yuzhang just now. You may not know that in my Su clan, each branch has its own token with the breath of a great emperor left on it, which can determine each other's seniority so as not to make jokes. This person didn't finish their sentence, but the others just weren't smart enough. But they weren't cuties either. Listening to this half of the words, it also became clear what the man was going to say. They stared at the token in Su Wenchang's hand in deathly surprise. In that case, that Su Yuzhan's seniority is even higher than the head of the family? At this moment, Su Wenchang eyed that besides himself and the other elders, the remaining clansmen were actually all still standing. He turned back angrily. What are you guys still doing watching? All of you hurry up and kneel down for me, senior. The crowd sniffed and didn't dare to be slow. One after another, they fell to their knees and bowed earnestly to Lin Mu. Greetings, senior. In the middle of the crowd, Su Jia had mixed feelings and didn't know what to say at all. So Senior Su's seniority is so high. As for Lin Mu at this moment, he was not excited about this scene. He waved his hand lightly and said, Get up, all of you. He waited for the Su clan members to rise before he spoke again once more. It's not because some of you, among you, have neglected me that I'm leaving your Su clan this time. Rather, the old man does have another matter. Hearing Lin Mu say this, Su Wenchang sighed in his heart. Knowing that Lin Mu's intention to go was set, he knew that he couldn't leave Lin Mu behind. So he hurriedly asked again, Then I wonder what you are going to do, Taiji? If it's something we, the Su clan, can help with, we'll definitely do our best to help, and we won't dare to slack off a bit. Lin Mu glanced at him with a smile on his face and said faintly under his breath, Are you serious about this? Su Wenchang hurriedly swore an oath. How dare I deceive the Taisho? Lin Mu laughed a few times and shook his head. In that case, the old man will tell you. Old me intends to hit the poison sect directly and destroy it. Are you still going to help? Su Wenchang first didn't believe it, thinking that Lin Mu was joking with himself. However, he looked at Lin Mu carefully for a few moments and realized that his face was full of seriousness. Then he could no longer believe it. Tai, you really want to go to the poison sect? A lot of sweat broke out on his forehead, and he really didn't dare to answer. This Su Yuzhang has such a high seniority himself. He must have something to rely on. Though he doesn't admit it himself, he definitely has a protector beside him. And he also has such a high alchemist realm. And he has a great relationship with the Wanlin City Lord. Even if he does fight the poison sect, he'll more than likely be able to retreat in one piece. But we, the Miasma Valley Su clan, don't have that background. Many thoughts flashed through Su Wenchang's mind, and he hesitated to speak. Seeing this, Lin Mu didn't push him. He shook his head slightly. Then I'm leaving. After saying that, Lin Mu's body rose out of the air and was about to fly away from Su. However, at this time, Su Wenchang suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "Wait, Tai, sure, I am not good enough to go over with you personally, but I can send someone to serve you." He swept back and recognized Su Jia in the crowd. "Jia, come here." He called out to Su Jia, then pushed her to Lin Mu's side as soon as he could. "Elder, you can just take her with you." Lin Mu frowned slightly. Su Jia's cultivation level was not high, and she even had little potential to be a great emperor, so even the system did not react to her. What's the point of bringing this woman along yourself? But when he saw Su Jia's pathetic appearance, it seemed that if he didn't bring her along, Su Wenchang would give her small shoes in the future. So he thought for a moment and then nodded in turn. "Well then, I'll take her with me." Su Wenchang sighed in relief. "So be it, so be it." Lin Mu glanced at Su Wenchang and secretly shook his head in his heart. This old thing, selling his own people is a good idea. Without saying much, he summoned Su Jia to his side with a wave of his hand, and then his figure rose abruptly. This time, he no longer had any hesitation and headed straight for the poison sect. A few days later, a loud roar suddenly came from outside the poison sect. "All of you from the poison sect, come out quickly and suffer death." Outside the poison sect was originally 1,000 miles of poisonous miasma, and the foot of the sect's mountain was also protected by a large formation, so the yell was not heard by too many people. Only a few poison sect elders heard it. They were collecting poisons outside the sect when they heard this and couldn't help but turn around to look. "Who came to our poison sect to die again?" The poison sect acted in an overbearing manner, and they didn't know how many enemies they had made over the years, so they had long since seen it all. After they saw that the visitor was merely a mere district Dao Palace mystic realm, they burst into laughter. "Another guy who doesn't know what he's doing. This little minuscule realm, and you dare to come here. This is truly a case of the immortal door has a path you don't take, and the poison sect has no door you come to." A few elders turned around and said to a serving disciple behind them, "You go and take him down. By the way, that little woman behind him seems to be quite beautiful, so you shouldn't hurt her life either. I happen to lack a concubine by my side." That disciple hurriedly said, "Don't worry, elder. I'll go over there." Chapter 64, You're a Dead Man Walking. Hearing the conversation between the poison sect elder and the disciple, Su Jia's heart tightened and she hurriedly hid behind Lin Mu, all the while asking cautiously, "Senior, if we really can't, let's leave first." At this moment, that poison sect disciple had already flown over. He happened to hear this and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Now you realize you're scared? Late. You little beauty will be at ease as our elder's concubine. But it's a pity that your cultivation isn't working, so I guess it won't take long for you to be played out by the elders, and it won't be our turn to have soup." Su Jia's face turned even paler, and her body even shivered a little. Lin Mu's eyes, on the other hand, were a little cold. "I didn't expect that you poison sect disciples are actually all such goods. What do you mean by that?" That poison sect disciple frowned. "Could it be that you have seen other fellow members of the poison sect in other places? Forget it. When I catch you, I'll just torture you directly. That's all." The poison sect disciples were too lazy to think about it, but he knew that his own elder's patience was not good. He stretched out a large hand and grabbed Lin Mu and Su Jia behind him. Lin Mu snorted coldly and said, "Sending them to their deaths." With those words, the void giant sword suddenly appeared behind him. The giant sword quickly slashed through, splitting the poison sect disciple's hand, followed by his head. With the sound of several voices in succession, the poison sect disciples had become corpses. That head, severed hand and remaining body, fell to the ground in a poisonous miasma. That disciple couldn't even utter a single scream. Seeing this scene, those few poison sect elders immediately burst into a rage. "Good. How dare you kill someone from our poison sect?" Lin Mu said blandly. "I just killed. What can I do?" He stretched out his hand and pointed at several elders. "If you want revenge, then you'd better come together. I'm too lazy to fight you one by one. A few elders glanced at each other, then flew into midair with a sneer. Well then, if you're so eager to die, we'll make it happen. Their remaining disciples also cheered in unison. Since the elders have taken action, this son will definitely have no chance of winning. Although he killed senior brother Lu, how could he be a match for the several elders? Some even mocked at Lin Mu. You actually dared to come to our poison sect to look for trouble. You've really eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. When the elders catch you, they will definitely take you to refine medicine. After saying this, they hurriedly looked in the direction of their own elders. But the next moment, they all opened their mouths wide, as if they couldn't believe the scene they were seeing. It turned out that when they were taunting Lin Mu just now, these elders started to store up their strength. Spiritual energy was overflowing, and the clothes on his body were even windless. It seemed like the next moment, they were going to charge towards Lin Mu. However, when the disciples finished speaking, these elders didn't care and turned their heads and ran away. Then these disciples naturally could not accept it. How did the elders get away? Not only were the poison sect disciples unable to understand, but Su Jia, who was behind Lin Mu, was also full of doubts. Elder, what's going on here? Lin Mu was also a bit surprised at first, but quickly reacted. Slightly disappointed, he shook his head. It's not easy. They naturally saw me so easily and killed their disciple. That's why there was fear in his heart, and that's why he ran away. As the words came out, the poison sect disciples immediately turned their heads to glare at him. You fellow, how dare you slander the elders of our clan like that? They must have remembered that the clan had an urgent matter, and that's why they suddenly left. Seeing this group of disciples' dead duck's lips, Lin Mu laughed out loud. Fine, then I'll let you see for yourselves. With a movement of his mind, he transformed the spiritual energy in his body into a large hand and grabbed them in his hands, then brought them along, continuing towards the poison sect's mountain gate. After those poison sect elders fled back to the sect, they didn't dare to slack off in the slightest and hurriedly told the matter. Patriarch, it's bad. There's a strange kid who says he wants to fight on our clan. That kid looks inconspicuous, but he's just a district Dao Palace mystic realm. But it should be a descendant of the Void Emperor who killed Lu Ming with just one sword. You know that Lu Ming, but he's a disciple that you're all optimistic about. The poison sect's patriarch's name was he too, and he looked like a middle-aged man, but with white hair and green eyes. The body was even more sinister. He too's eyes suddenly twitched when he heard those words. With miserable green eyes, he swept over the cauldron in front of him. Xia Hao, that Shin Fan you met in the Jade Tripod City seems to be the Void Emperor's heir as well? Come tell me, is the cultivator who is fighting over right now that same Chen Fan? A scream came out of the big tripod. Patriarch, how can I know this? But that Chen Fan is merely a Wheeling Sea Mystic Realm cultivator. It's only been less than half a year. He shouldn't be able to break through to the Dao Palace Mystic Realm either. He too was expressionless after hearing this, only waving his hand slightly. The flames under the cauldron rose up, and Xiaohao's screams were a few more intense, but soon it was gone again. It turned out that the Xiaohao in the cauldron was the peach blossom eyes that Lin Mu had encountered in Jade Tripod City. I didn't realize that peach blossom eyes looked feminine, but the name was quite atmospheric. He did a bad job and lost the antidote that he too asked him to bring back. So as soon as he returned to the clan, he was sent into the tripod. As Xiaohao's voice disappeared into thin air, all of the cultivators present, including those elders, were also jolted. Never dare to speak easily again. He too nodded his head in satisfaction as he saw this scene. He got up and said coldly, regardless of whether the cultivator who came this time is that Chen Fan or not, since he dared to kill my poison sect's disciples and said that he wanted to fight his way up to my poison sect's mountain gate, then I, the poison sect, can't even let him leave alive. The crowd of the poison sect then breathed a sigh of relief and chanted in unison. Everything is at the sovereign's disposal. A smile finally appeared on E2's face. Yes, his gaze resettled on the several elders who had returned to report the news. Since you few were the first to encounter him, then this patriarch will still let you go out and catch that brat back for me. Those elders winced and had the intention to push back. However, once they remembered what happened to Xiahao just now, they didn't dare to retort, so they had no choice but to harden their heads and walk out of the sect again. After the several elders walked out of the great hall, they immediately gathered together. The kid who hit the door this time, I'm afraid it's only not that simple. Yeah, since he dares to come, he most likely has some leverage. If we go over there and trouble him, then we're sure to suffer a big loss. What's to be done about this? However, at this moment, the elder who had just said that he would take Su Jia as his concubine sneered. I don't think we need to be nervous. My poison sect has operated here for so many years. There are not only countless poisons outside the sect, but also many formations. That kid may not be able to get past those obstacles. Let's just wait here in peace and wait for that kid to be half dead from the poison before we go out to pick up the advantage. At this moment, he remembered Sujia's face and became excited all over again. Hey, this poison-sick beauty is only fun to play with. Chapter 65, I'm sorry. There's a potion that allows you to do whatever you want. After the several poison sect elders had made up their minds, they did not continue to advance, but stayed at the sect's gate and looked outward. But after waiting for a while, they didn't see Lin Mu's figure. After a few people looked at each other, they were suddenly a bit dumbfounded. Are we getting high on that kid? The poisons outside the sect are powerful, but if he's really capable, he should always make some noise. One can even spell out poisoning and kill in front of our mountain gate. Why is it so quiet out there? As it turns out, they even wondered if they had been too careful and overestimated Lin Mu's strength. Several people waited for a while longer, seeing that there was really no movement outside, and they were afraid that Patriarch he too would find them in trouble. So they then added, never mind. Let's just go out and look around. In case this kid is really dead and is now being gnawed on by poisonous beasts. If we can't bring back his corpse, it wouldn't be easy to explain to the Patriarch. In particular, that colorful elder was the first to rush out. He didn't care if Lin Mu died or not, but for Su Jia, he had been coveting her for a while. Such a little beauty can only die in this seat's bed. Where can she die in the mouth of a poisonous creature? He rushed out in a frenzy. However, he did not expect that Lin Mu, who should have been dead in his impression, was unharmed. Lin Mu brought Su Jia with him and watched as the poison sect elders scattered in all directions. Oh, I knew they couldn't help it. They're definitely going to come out of their turtle shells. As for Su Jia, she looked at Lin Mu in a somewhat entangled manner. Senior, you are also too wasteful. It turned out that during this period of time just now, Lin Mu had actually led her through the ground. No matter what poison he encountered, it was an antidote pill thrown over. Earth grade 9th order pills weren't that simple either. Pretty much all poisonous creatures, as soon as they came into contact with the antidote Dan, their bodies went limp and they couldn't move. That was why Lin Mu was able to silently sneak outside the poison sect's mountain gate without being discovered by anyone. But it does seem a bit of a waste to do so. There are some poisons that even Su Jia can clean up. Instead, Lin Mu preferred to use the antidote pill to deal with them. Su Jia was a little heartbroken. Lin Mu smiled. This you don't understand. I'm not wasting it. I'm giving up the small for the big. Su Jia's face was puzzled, but Lin Mu wasn't going to explain. He said to Su Jia, keep an eye on those poison sect disciples. I'll be right there. After saying that, Lin Mu secretly flew into midair and suddenly appeared behind the foremost elder. That elder seemed to have sensed something, but without waiting for him to turn his head, Lin Mu rushed over. Void swordsmanship. 9 revolutions of deicide. This elder was only at the 3rd realm of the 4-pole mystic realm for the first time. For the current Lin Mu, it wasn't a strong enemy. He stabbed his sword into this person's back waist, then paddled his dantian, silently controlling this elder. Lin Mu then used his large hand to suck out the spiritual energy in the elder's body through the wound stabbed out by the giant sword in the void. In a steady stream, that elder was shocked and hastily tried to resist. But in front of the 9 turns God-devouring decision, it was nothing but an exercise in futility. However, dozens of breaths later, this elder's face was pale and his breath weakened, and it looked like he was about to die. Only then did Lin Mu let out a cold smile and threw the man's corpse into the poisonous miasma on the ground. He then repeated the same trick, sneaking into the poisonous miasma and launching a sneak attack on the other elders. And as the elders were killed one by one by Lin Mu, even if Lin Mu hadn't made too much of a commotion from start to finish, someone finally realized that something was wrong. Where have the other elders gone? Something's not right. Something must be wrong somewhere. The last 2 remaining elders didn't dare to separate anymore, but stood back to back, looking around warily. If we really can't, let's go back to the mountain gate first. The Patriarch has always been ruthless though, showing no mercy to disciples who fail to complete their tasks. But we are elders after all, so it's not like he's going to kill us straight away. Fear was born in the hearts of the 2 men, and they did not care about the punishment they might receive when they returned to the sect. Already have a mind to run away. Seeing this, Lin Mu also knew that there was no chance of continuing the sneak attack. He then turned around and appeared in midair. Hey, you guys are smart. The 2 elders were instantly startled, and opened their mouths to ask while taking a ready stance. Why did you kids show up out of nowhere? What about those other elders? Lin Mu glanced at them and smiled. Don't be anxious, you'll soon be able to just love yourselves. I'll give you a ride. The 2 heard this and instantly understood what Lin Mu meant. They were trembling a little, and they hurriedly changed the topic in an attempt to distract Lin Mu. This, little brother, I wonder what your name is. My poison sect and you had no grudges in the past and no enmity in the recent past. Why do you need to drive us to extinction? Another person also nodded and said, yes, Why don't you come back to the sect with us and go pay respects to Patriarch He together? Whatever it is, we can talk about it. Lin Mu couldn't help but hold his tongue a little when he heard their words. How do you guys say that? Don't you find it funny yourselves? These two elders, however, were waiting for this moment. He sure is distracted. Good chance. Hurry up and run. The two of them immediately activated their spiritual energy and turned their heads to flee in the direction of the sect. Lin Mu, however, was on guard. Hey, I knew the guys would do that. It's just a shame that you're all full of spiritual power. What is this brat talking about? Just as this doubt arose in the minds of the two elders, they felt a chill in their chests. They looked down, only to realize that Lin Mu's void giant sword had already pierced through their chests. Lin Mu smiled and said, "To be a human being is to be open-minded. I see that you people from the poison sect are all a bit small-minded, so I've made a special effort to help you out. See for yourselves. Are your hearts, now, much more open?" The two elders spat out a large amount of blood from their mouths and somewhat turned back to say something, but they were already badly wounded. Without waiting to actually speak, he had fallen from mid-air. Lin Mu's gaze flickered and he didn't bother to pay attention to their corpses anymore. He inhaled deeply and felt the spiritual energy in his body, which had reached a critical point. It seems that absorbing the spiritual energy of those elders just now is already enough for me to break through another minor realm. Lin Mu looked at his right hand and without any further hesitation, he began to use his spiritual energy for the final quenching. A moment later, dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. The disciples in the poison sect had been waiting for good news from the elders. Ha ha, a few elders working together will definitely be able to capture that kid who doesn't know how to die. Only he too remained silent. At this moment, he suddenly sensed something. His face changed violently, and he abruptly flew into mid-air, staring dead on in the direction outside the sect. Seeing this, the other disciples also realized that the situation was not right. They also moved closer to the past. The aura outside this sect gate. Could it be that someone is making a breakthrough? But who can cultivate a breakthrough in a poisonous miasma? Could it be those poisonous beasts? Just as they were making their guesses, a giant sword appeared out of nowhere and struck heavily at their clan's mountain protecting formation. Boom! 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 With a few loud bangs, the entire poison sect began to shake. Even the miasma fog around the poison sect was split open with a rupture. Sunlight pours through the air. These three swords had actually broken through the poison sect's great formation. Lin Mu's voice then came over. People from the poison sect, hurry over and die. Chapter 66, Who the hell are you? Hearing Lin Mu's voice, all the poison sect disciples became angry. Where is this madman from that dares to speak such words outside of our poison sect? As long as the elders make a move, this person will surely be begging for life and death. Looking at his aura, he's only at the Dao Palace mystic realm. What makes him so bold? Looking for death. Totally looking for death. All the disciples stretched out their hands and cursed angrily at Lin Mu. 1,000 fingers, and no end in sight. He too similarly cast his icy gaze onto Lin Mu's body. Instantly, an invisible pressure fell on Lin Mu. Lin Mu, however, was unmoved and only snorted coldly. His desolate ancient sacred body was in full operation. Although the shackles of his holy body had only just been unlocked 3 times, but even so, the strength of the sacred body was enough for him to ignore the pressure. He too's face showed an odd expression. Lin Mu, what exactly are you from? What? He's Lin Mu? The disciples of the poison sect had long heard of Lin Mu's name. They were all talking at once. This person is said to have broken through many great formations formed by alchemists in Jade Tripod City. Senior brother Lu had also suffered a great loss at his hands, and that's why he was refined by the patriarch. He still seems to be a heavenly great alchemist. Not a bad realm. Others say that he has a deep background backed by the Su and Zhou families. No wonder he's got such a big mouth. Hearing his own disciple, he was growing others' ambition and destroying his own. He too's face clouded over and he grunted coldly. What are you talking about? Although the voice was not loud, the moment these words came out, the entire poison sect, from the disciples to the elders, all shivered. Never dare to talk nonsense again. It was still the few remaining elders that hardened their hearts. Patriarch, we were just talking about that Lin Mu's background. It just doesn't matter how big his background really is. But in front of you, Sovereign, it's nothing. He too's face looked better then. Count on you guys to talk. After teaching the crowd of the poison sect a lesson, he too once again looked at Lin Mu. Lin kid, you really don't know what's good for you. You offended our poison sect in Jade Tripod City, and this patriarch hasn't even gone over to look for you. So how dare you come to our poison sect? Do you really think I'm the one who's afraid of you? You, a bereaved dog who was expelled from the family and almost lost his family name, dare to snarl and bark at me? Lin Mu's face remained unchanged as he said indifferently, don't just move your mouth. Come out and fight me if you can. However, The more Lin Mu said this, the more he too felt that something was wrong. I've scolded him so much and he's not even angry. That only means he has something in his heart. Most of those elders who went out just now are already dead. Yet this kid is only at the District Dao Palace mysterious realm. How could he kill so many elders? Beside him, there are more than likely other Dao protectors. It's the only thing that makes this kid so calm. In his mind, he too fought with himself. At the end of the day, I'm afraid to go out. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators, he was already in the great circle of the dragon transformation mysterious realm and was simply a party of great power. However, he knew in his own heart that their poison sect actually didn't have much depth. It was simply not comparable to those true immortal sects. It was just greatly inferior to the Zhou and Su families. What Lin Mu said is mostly a provocation. Once I step out of the mountain protector formation, a Xiantai mysterious realm powerhouse might jump out and directly behead me. When he thought of this, he too's heart jumped and he didn't dare to go further out at all. But with his mouth, he said to Lin Mu, "Humph, why do I need to do it myself when dealing with goods like you? I only need to activate the poisonous miasma and it will be enough to take your little life." After he said that, he flipped his big hand and a black streamer appeared in his hand. He too injected his spiritual energy into it, and the black streamer rose against the wind. But within a few breaths, it rose to 3 feet tall. He vigorously waved the black streamer, and instantly, the green poisonous miasma outside the poison sect churned up out of nowhere. It then formed a wave that came toward Lin Mu. "Kid, you get through this first." A cold smile appeared at the corner of He-Tu's mouth, and when the poison sect disciples saw this, they chanted in unison again. "The Patriarch's strike is truly extraordinary. This is my poison sect's greatest treasure, the 10,000 poison flag. As long as you activate this streamer, you will be able to induce poisonous miasma." That Lin Mu must have been turned into a puddle of blood by the poisonous miasma, but they were just halfway through their sentence when they couldn't go on. It turned out that without waiting for the poisonous miasma to approach, an antidote pill appeared in Lin Mu's hand, and then he crushed it. A green light instantly emerged from the antidote pill, sweeping away the poisonous miasma for miles around. After the poisonous miasma disappeared, the ground, which had not seen the light of day for a long time, was revealed. The pale earth was dead silent. Lin Mu stood above the earth, coldly looking in the direction of the poison sect as if he were a god. Everyone who saw this scene, including he too, felt a coldness from the bottom of their hearts. Many disciples with low cultivation levels even winced. There's something evil about this Lin Mu. At this time, he too gritted his teeth and said, "Lin Mu, you're willing to give it up. The 2 antidote pills you got away from my poison sect, you actually used one just like that. Just did you think that he too, could only utilize this 10,000 poison streamer once?" With that, he injected spiritual energy into the black streamer again before wielding it once more. The green miasma was already slowly spreading over, trying to recover the earth beneath Lin Mu's feet. After he too had urged the miasma so much, the flow of the miasma accelerated. Another wave of poison came in Lin Mu's direction. Lin Mu skimmed his lips and crushed another antidote pill. The same scene happened once more, but he too wasn't as surprised this time as he was last time. He laughed grimly. "Lin Mu, do you think you're so big and powerful for doing this? But I have to tell you, you only have 2 antidotes, but the miasma outside of my poison sect is nearly endless. After you use up the antidote pills, then you're still dead." With that, he waved the black streamer for the 3rd time. However, at this time, Lin Mu took the initiative. Dozens of pills suddenly appeared beside him. Without waiting for the crowd of the poison sect to see clearly, Lin Mu crushed all the antidote pills. In an instant, an intense green light was like a second moon, illuminating the earth. Wherever the green light went, all the green poisonous miasma disappeared in an instant. In just a few breaths of effort, the green poisonous miasma that was originally impossible to see at a glance disappeared without a trace. Dumb and dumber. All the poison sect disciples looked at Lin Mu blankly, unable to believe what they were seeing. As for he too, he was fighting with his teeth and trembling. "Lin Mu, where did you get so many antidote pills from? Even if you're a heaven-grade alchemist, you don't have a formula, so it's impossible for you to concoct an antidote to poison out of thin air. Who the hell are you?" He too was really a bit scared. However, Lin Mu smiled coldly. "What kind of person am I? Haven't you already inquired about it?" He reached out and pointed at he too. "I don't want to say the same thing twice. You hurry up and come out to die." Up and down the poison sect, there was instant silence. As for Su Jia, who was far away, she also looked at Lin Mu with a face full of admiration. Only in her mind, she had the same doubt. Isn't he our Su clan's senior? How come that poison sect patriarch is calling him Lin Mu again? Who the hell is he? Chapter 67, the sovereign actually begged for forgiveness. Lin Mu stood in midair. He was still some distance away from the poison sect, so in the eyes of the poison sect's disciples, Lin Mu was the one with his head in the sky and his feet on the earth. They had long ago gotten used to a green color outside the clan. At this point the green disappears and the endless bleak white ground is laid bare. Countless dead bones could still be seen on the ground. Vaguely, there were also dazed and confused poisonous beasts, tumbling through the scattered swamps. The oppressiveness of the scene was just too much. The crowd of the poison sect, all of them couldn't help but fight a cold war. This Lin Mu was not simple. They couldn't help but turn their heads and look at the last thing their hearts depended on. Patriarch, aren't you going to step in and clean up this Lin Mu? Feeling the eyes of the sect disciples, he too was somewhat helpless in his heart. He had long been certain that since Lin Mu dared to come to the poison sect to look for trouble, he must have come prepared. There might be a dragon-hardened cultivator hiding nearby. Once he left the clan, he would be killed outright. That's why he wanted to test it with those poisonous miasmas. As long as Lin Mu was unable to deal with it, then the hidden protector of the Tao would have no choice but to make a move. At that time, he too, would be able to hide in the clan in name only. However, the dozens of antidote pills that Lin Mu took out made his calculations fall straight through. He too first snorted coldly and swept his icy gaze across the sect. It made all the disciples not dare to speak again. Only then did he clench his teeth again and stare at Lin Mu. Though I don't know where on earth you got so many antidote pills from, but if you think that the only thing our poison sect relies on is the poisonous miasma outside the sect, then you're overthinking it. He too put away the black streamer with some heartache, and his figure fell to the ground, bowing his head and silently chanting something. A moment later, the poison sect's mountain gate suddenly shook. The entire poison sect was in a panic. What's going on here? Could it be that the Earth's dragon has turned over? There were only a handful of poison sect elders who remained calm. It's not that the Earth dragon is turning over, but the patriarch is going to play the clan's bottom card. Undercard? Many disciples were filled with doubt. However, a hint of excitement appeared in the eyes of those elite inner disciples. So those poisonous beasts, they are all real? After thinking for a moment, the elders knew that there was no point in hiding it from the ordinary disciples any longer. So they opened their mouths to explain as well. My poison sect isn't like other immortal sects that don't have cultivators of the Sentai mystic realm. Without crossing that barrier in cultivation, one's lifespan is very limited. That's why successive generations of patriarchs, all of them died in office, unable to accumulate reserves for my poison sect, but relying on the mountain to eat the mountain. Since my poison sect is surrounded by 1,000 miles of miasma, and there are so many poisonous substances in the poisonous miasma, and so several generations of patriarchs before that had captured some poisonous beasts and imprisoned them underground in my poison sect. After hearing these words, the poison sect disciples became excited once again. So our poison sect still has this kind of undercurrent. This is great. As soon as their words fell, the poison sect's earth trembled violently again. As a crack appeared out of thin air, 3 huge poisonous beasts crawled out of the ground. Although the aura on their bodies was only at the 4 extreme mysterious realm, but the 3 poisonous beasts were too big and had far more than just limbs too. The poisonous beast with the fewest limbs among them had 16 legs. In other words, ordinary cultivators could only quench their limbs, and there were only 4 minor realms in the 4 extreme mysteries. These poisonous beasts, however, had a full 16 minor realms. The true strength was barely inferior to the powerhouses of the dragon transformation mysterious realm. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. It's a bit interesting. Just a little bit? He too repeated with a sneer. You're a total dead duck. Just don't cry your eyes out when these 3 behemoths kill them. After saying that, he waved his hand violently. The 3 giant beasts really did take heavy steps and charged towards Lin Mu. Lin Mu stood still and coldly looked at the 3 giant beasts, seemingly not panicking in the slightest. Meanwhile, Su Jia in the distance saw the scene and similarly revealed a smile. This poison sect is really meaningless. It actually keeps sending dishes to seniors. Hearing Su Jia's words, the poison sect disciples who had been caught by Lin Mu at the very beginning were instantly unhappy. You're a stupid woman. That Lin Mu is going to die. And you actually believe in him so much? Su Jia frowned slightly and subconsciously wanted to teach these poison sect disciples a lesson. But on second thought, she didn't open her mouth. Facts are the best debate. After Lin Mu had cleaned up those poisonous beasts, these disciples naturally had nothing to say. She turned and asked, you guys have a mouthful of Lin Mu. Do you know your seniors well? Those disciples sneered. How is this not familiar? Humph. This kid was originally from a small family in Yunhai City. In the beginning, it was a natural absolute spirit physique, and it has never been able to cultivate. All the limelight, his brother stole. As a result, about 10 months ago, this kid didn't know what kind of luck he had. But first he married a great beauty like Qin Yan, and then he reversed his physique and was finally able to cultivate. Next, he went up against the Yaoqi Holy Land. Yaoqi Holy Land? Su Jia exclaimed in shock. even if she was usually a bit of a loner. She had heard something about the great name of Yao Qi. The poison sect disciple gave her an odd look. Aren't you the one beside that Lin Mu? How come you don't even know about this? But instead of dwelling on it, they went on. That Yao Qi Holy Land doesn't know what's going on, but it actually directly brought an entire sect to go after Lin Mu. Instead, it turned out that Lin Mu beheaded an elder on the spot. The patriarch of Yao Qi is furious and is about to take action himself. As a result, at this critical moment, the two great clans suddenly appeared and bailed out Lin Mu. One of them is the Zhou family and one is the Su family. Hearing this, Su Jia's eyebrows twitched as she said silently, "So that's how it is. What turns out to be so?" Those disciples frowned. "You woman, why do you always talk so weird? Ha ha, we got it. It must be because you think that Lin Mu is about to die, so you don't have a bottom in your heart. That's why your words are upside down. Right." They laughed out loud and turned their heads in Lin Mu's direction. "If you're more awake, then just let us go, and we can put in a good word for you then. It's better to have you as our personal slave than as." They wanted to say more, but the sight they saw in front of them made it impossible for them to say any more. It turned out that while they were talking just now, in Lin Mu's hands, dozens of antidote pills actually appeared again. This antidote pill was not only the nemesis of miasma, but also the natural enemy of these poisonous beasts. As soon as the poisonous beast saw so many antidote pills, it was so scared that its body convulsed and lowered its head, about to break through the land and burrow to escape. But Lin Mu didn't give them that chance. He directly waved his hand and used these pills as bullets, striking those poisonous beasts. Almost instantly, more than 10 breaks appeared on each of the 3 poisonous beasts. Although the breach was small, they collapsed to the ground and looked like they were not going to survive. After Lin Mu did all this last night, he coldly looked at the quiet poison sect. He too. "What other tricks do you have? Feel free to use them all." Silence. No one dared to speak at all. Lin Mu had already shocked the entire poison sect by pulling out so many antidote pills. As for he too, his heart was even more filled with trepidation. This Lin Mu was definitely prepared. This is to destroy our poison sect. A moment later, he suddenly clenched his teeth. "Lin Mu, I do still have the means." "Oh, very well, then I'll wait for you to use those means," Lin Mu said in a good-natured manner. However, in the next moment, the means that this he too used caused Lin Mu to be a bit taut as well. He too landed on the ground and bowed to Lin Mu. "Senior Lin, he too, am convinced of you. Just be magnanimous and spare my poison sect." Chapter 68 Meet the Supreme Elder. After he too finished that sentence, the entire poison sect instantly fell silent. All that could be heard was the sound of the almost dead poisonous beast, twitching in place. By the time those poisonous beasts were completely dead as well, it was almost impossible to hear any sound. It was as if there was an overwhelming power exerting divine powers, leaving everyone speechless. The poison sect disciples stared blankly at their own patriarch, and really couldn't figure out this usually lonely and arrogant patriarch of theirs. How could he directly kneel down and beg for forgiveness just because Lin Mu took out some antidote pills? However, those elders of the poison sect also guessed what he too was thinking. Since this Lin Mu dares to directly hit the mountain gate, he must have his backing. Although I don't know what this reliance is, it is by no means easy to deal with. Perhaps a few protectors of the dragon transformation mystic realm? The patriarch begging for mercy is really something that can be done. Instead, they looked at he too with a hint of admiration. The scene made Su Jia in the distance look dumbfounded. She turned back to the captured poison sect disciple and asked, "Are all of you poison clans this outrageous?" Those disciples moved their mouths, but they still couldn't speak. At this time, Lin Mu coldly glanced at he too. "Do you think that if you kneel down to me and beg for forgiveness, I will spare your poison sect?" At these words, he too's heart sighed in relief. "Just by opening your mouth, that means there's something to talk about. Come up and say nothing, directly shouting to kill. That is called no way." He too looked up cautiously with a smile on his face. "What do we have to do for you to spare us?" Seeing that he was sincere, Lin Mu really said, "Will you really listen when I make a request?" He too hurriedly responded, "As long as it's what you say, all of us in the poison sect will definitely do it." Lin Mu nodded, and after thinking for a moment, he reached out and pointed at Su Jia in the distance. "In the future, your poison sect will be a subsidiary sect of my Lin family. Anyone from the poison sect is at my disposal. I also brought a woman here this time, so I'll keep her here from now on to be responsible for the center contact. Can you take it?" He too immediately arched his hand. "Don't worry, senior. What you said, our poison sect will definitely do it." He followed the direction of Lin Mu's finger and saw the stunned Su Jia. Surprisingly, he turned his body again and saluted Su Jia as well. "In the future, this female senior will be the supreme elder of my poison sect." Seeing that his own patriarch had said so, All the poison sect disciples could only follow suit even though there was still some resistance in their hearts. Saluting Su Jia, greetings to the Supreme Elder, especially those disciples who, at the very beginning, had been captured by Lin Mu. They were right next to Xiao Jia. At this time, he did not care about the inconvenience of moving around, and also struggled to kneel down to Su Jia. Supreme Elder, you must take care of the disciples more in the future. Not only did they simply kneel, but at the same time they twisted their bodies on the ground and made as much of a five-body gesture as they could. It's hard for them. Looks like there's usually no ass-kissing. Su Jia's mind was at a loss, and at the same time, she felt a lack of realism. She even wondered a little if she was caught in a vision. After she quietly pinched the inside of her arm and felt a surge of pain, it was only then that I was finally sure that what I was seeing was real. However, she still muttered under her breath, how did I suddenly become the poison sect's Supreme Elder? I heard from the family head that this poison sect is the power behind the Ding and Xian clans. We, the Miasma Valley Su clan, have always been pressed head and shoulders above those two great clans. I'm just a woman of the Dao Palace mystic realm. How can I suppress the people of the poison sect? Su Jia couldn't help but get a little scared. However, at this moment, Lin Mu had already flown over, intending to bring Su Jia over. Let the whole poison sect get to know her properly. Lin Mu laughed out loud when he heard Su Jia's mumbling. You don't have to think about it. If I say you can do it, you will. Su Jia looked up at Lin Mu in midair. In her eyes, Lin Mu's face was so domineering that he was simply a bit impossible to look at. She immediately lowered her head, blushed, and whispered, everything is at Elder's disposal. That said, she suddenly remembered something else. Senior, are you really Lin Mu? Then how come you have my Su clan's token on you? Could it be that it's the same as what they just said, that you know other Su clan descendants, and they were the ones who gave you this token? A trace of apprehension appeared in Su Jia's heart, and at the same time, there was inexplicably a sense of helplessness. This male he female she, even a tone, so that I cannot hear whether that person is a man or a woman, really anxious me. After realizing that Lin Mu was not the so-called Su seniors, in Su Jia's heart, her feelings towards Lin Mu increased quite a bit out of nowhere. So surprisingly jealous. Lin Mu didn't hide it. That's not a bad thing for you to say. It was indeed a void descendant who gifted this token to me. And, a smile suddenly appeared on Lin Mu's face. She's going to give me another great gift. When Su Jia saw the smile on Lin Mu's face, she already understood in her heart. She sighed. It seems that the one who sent Senior a token must be a woman, and it's only a heavenly pride. Lin Mu nodded. This is natural. She is indeed gifted and amazingly qualified. But this is something you don't just tell anyone. Lin Mu didn't know, though, why Su Yu was usually dressed as a man, but he felt that there might be something else going on here, and that was why he had specifically instructed a sentence. Su Jia nodded. Don't worry, Senior. Since this is something you've explained, I will definitely not say anything outside. Her mind was made up. Although my qualifications are not good, I can still help out for Senior. Lin Mu gave her a serious look, then said indifferently, so be it. He raised his hand and led Su Jia to the front of the poison sect's mountain gate. He too once again led the disciples and bowed down to Su Jia. Greetings to the Supreme Elder. This time, Su Jia didn't have any nervous look on her face. Lin Mu saw this scene and nodded in his heart. This little girl is indeed okay, and with her here, I won't have to worry too much in the future. He watched as the poison sect's disciples finished bowing and then came back to the already dead poisonous beast. Poisonous beasts were different from cultivators. Even if they died, they still contained a lot of spiritual energy in their bodies. Although for ordinary cultivators, this poisonous beast's remnants after death could be called chicken ribs. It is neither possible to make pills nor is it good to deal with the residual toxins. Pure garbage. But in Lin Mu's opinion, none of this was a matter. 9 revolutions God-devouring decree. Lin Mu put his hand on the poisonous beast. In an instant, countless spiritual energy pooled into Lin Mu's body from above the corpse of the poisonous beast. It was then used to harden the left hand. The corpses of the poisonous beasts dried up almost as if they were visible to the naked eye. The toxins in it also escaped. Lin Mu didn't dodge and flipped his hand to throw out an antidote pill to disperse the toxin. It then continued to draw spiritual energy. This scene fell into Yitu's eyes, causing another shock in his heart. So Lin Mu still has such tactics? Right. Someone broke through outside the sect just now. It should be Lin Mu. Could it be that he is draining the elders I sent out at the very beginning? 2. If I hadn't just gotten down on my knees and begged for forgiveness, that's where I'd be right now. He winced involuntarily. When he too looked at Lin Mu and Su Jia again, his eyes were already full of obedience and he no longer dared to have any dissent. And the entire poison sect similarly gave birth to this idea. It's fortunate that the sovereign knelt down quickly. Otherwise where would we still be alive? This Lin Mu is just too terrifying. We can't provoke him in the future. Not to mention him, even that Taishan elder he brought with him. We have to serve him carefully. Chapter 69. There is only one Lin family in the world. After Lin Mu finished absorbing the poisonous beasts, he stayed near the poison sect for a few more months. He had intended to stand up for Su Jia, so that the poison sect wouldn't belittle Su Jia, but it wasn't long before he realized that these thoughts of his were, well, completely superfluous. The poison sect was simply bowing down and being ridiculously well behaved. Even the moment he saw himself, he was trembling with fear. Lin Mu shook his head and laughed. These people seemed to be really scared. Seeing that nothing more would happen here, he didn't stay in the poison sect much longer. Counting the days, mother should be in labor soon. Lin Mu turned his head to look in the direction of Jade Tripod City, somewhat homing in on himself. He then gathered the poison sect and said goodbye to them. He too and the others sighed inwardly in relief. In the past few days, the pressure in their hearts had been bursting at the seams. He was afraid that if he accidentally offended Lin Mu, he would be caught and refined. At this moment, when they heard that Lin Mu was leaving, their hearts rejoiced, but they were afraid that if they showed it, it would make Lin Mu angry. So one can only speak carefully. Everything is at elder's command. Su Jia instead took the initiative and said, Senior, don't worry about leaving. I'll manage the poison sect. Whatever you request in the future, I will make the poison sect do it. Lin Mu looked at the determination in Su Jia's eyes and smiled slightly. That's a relief. After saying this, Lin Mu flew into midair. He wanted to just leave, but at this time, he remembered something else. By the way, there's something I'd like to ask you. Seeing Lin Mu trying to leave without leaving, he too was speechless in his heart, but on his face, he didn't dare to show the slightest expression of impatience. Instead, his face was full of joy. Senior, you have something to ask? Then feel free to ask. I'll know what I'm talking about, and I'll know what I'm talking about. Lin Mu nodded his head and then told the story of Anmo's poisoning. When he too heard this, he said in a hurry, Senior, it's true that I personally refined that poison, but where would I have the skill to poison their Dan sect's pride? In the end, this matter is also still about them having a mole in the Dan sect. Lin Mu thought for a moment and then nodded his head instead, and rightly so. Since the Dan sect was a stoner stream, it must be very good at distinguishing between poisons and ordinary elixirs. It wasn't that easy to get them hit. It must have still been one of their own who moved. When Lin Mu thought of this, he didn't ask any more questions. He turned into a long rainbow and flew in the direction of Jade Tripod City. He too and the rest of the poison sect were relieved. Finally, we've sent him away. Su Jia looked in the direction Lin Mu had left, while a hint of reluctance appeared in her eyes. Don't worry, Senior. The next time we meet again, I won't let you down. After Lin Mu returned to Jade Tripod City, he immediately found Qin Yan. At this time, Qin Yan was already pregnant with a 9-month-old baby and would soon give birth. She had a happy smile on her face when she saw Lin Mu. Husband, you're back? I thought you were staying over at the poison sect for a while longer. Lin Mu waved his hand and said, the poison sect is being honest now, so it's a waste of time for me to stay over there. He came over next to Qin Yan's stomach and directly pressed his ear against it. You've had a hard day's work, ma'am. Qin Yan's jade face reddened slightly as she whispered, what hard work can I have? And don't mess around. Husband. Lin Mu raised his eyebrows and looked at Qin Yan with a smile. Mother, what do you mean by that? Why can't I understand any of it? How can I mess up? Qin Yan was even more shy in her heart. Husband, you're still kidding me. Her gaze lowered, and she whispered, Husband, I am really inconvenient right now. You'd better go find sisterin. It was only when he heard Qin Yan say this that Lin Mu's face finally looked a bit odd. Oh mother, why are you so close to Anmo? It's not as if you and she were doing business while I was away for nothing, is it? Hearing this, Qin Yan asked curiously, what kind of business? Lin Mu looked Qin Yan up and down. Selling tofu, of course. Qin Yan frowned slightly. Selling tofu? We are all cultivators. When did we have to sell tofu? Not to mention we don't even know how to grind. Speaking of this, Qin Yan instantly understood. Husband, you're bad. I can't believe you're making jokes about me and Sister Ann. Seeing Qin Yan's shy and angry appearance, Lin Mu laughed out loud. Well ma'am, you don't want to piss your body off, or I'll be heartbroken. Qin Yan beamed. If you don't say those words, I naturally won't get angry. At this time, Anmo heard the commotion over here and poked his head in curiously. What are you talking about? Lin Mu didn't wait for Qin Yan to speak before he jumped the gun. I'm working on the tofu thing with my mother. My lady seems to be craving this. Tofu? And Mo shook her head. Sister Qin, you usually don't seem to like this stuff either? And Mo's naive appearance made Qin Yan even more mortified. She pushed Lin Mu away with one hand. You bad guy. You're saying weird things again. The Jade Tripod City was filled with laughter. The Yaoqi Holy Land side was no less impressive. Lin Feng, have you really decided to go down the mountain? Lin Xiu looked at the disciple in front of him, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then Lin Mu is your elder brother after all. Although he is a great enemy of my clan, there is no need to have to let you make a move. When this patriarch is ready, he can personally deal with him. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Master teacher, as the saying goes, if your honor has something to do, the disciple serves it. Although that Lin Mu is indeed my brother, my Lin family has long since expelled him from the family. Now I have nothing to do with him anymore. I also ask for master's permission to set out to retrieve face for you. Lin Xiu nodded in satisfaction. Good, good. You have this filial piety. It's not in vain for me to give you so many resources, letting you cultivate to Dao Palace perfection in just a few months. Even though that Lin Mu also carries the inheritance of a great emperor, you also have the Star River King body. As long as you fight against it at night, you'll still have the upper hand. 2. In fact, in Lin Xiu's opinion, Lin Feng's cultivation level was just SOSO. The key is really still identity. It wasn't as if Yao Qi didn't have disciples with higher cultivation levels or other heavenly prides. However, if these people went to find trouble with Lin Mu, then the two great clans behind Lin Mu would get it wrong and make a move. At that time, the Yao Qi Holy Land, would only lose face once more. But letting Lin Feng step in, that was their Lin family's own business. It's not good for anyone to just stick their nose in anymore. Lin Xiu's eyes rolled and he used another provocative move. Lin Feng, you have to be careful this time. After all, it was only recently that there was also news that that kid had overpowered the poison sect and made it honor him as its master. If you're not Lin Mu's opponent, that's perfectly normal. Lin Feng had indeed been tricked. He was trembling with anger as he said angrily, "Don't worry, patriarch, that bastard is absolutely no match for me. There is only one Lin family in the world, and the future head of the Lin family can only be me, Lin Feng. A mere Lin Mu is destined to be trampled under my feet." Chapter 70, My daughter will slap you to death. When Lin Xiu saw Lin Feng's expression, a cold smile appeared in his eyes. In his opinion, even though Lin Feng had the Star River King body, he was too impetuous and his vision was too small. Lin Feng is still far inferior to his brother. It's just a pity that Lin Mu is already a mortal enemy of my Yaoyi Holy Land, or else I could have taken him as a disciple. That said, I kinda admire that kid. After these thoughts flashed through Lin Xiu's mind, he directly shook his head again. He said to Lin Feng, "Since that's the case, then master wishes you success this time. After you have beheaded Lin Mu, that great emperor's inheritance on him will also be given to you. In the future of my Yaoqi Holy Land will all depend on you as well." Lin Feng was trembling with excitement. "Thank you, master." Lin Xiu's words excited him to no end. With the Astral River King body, plus the great emperor's inheritance, plus the full support of the Yaoqi Holy Land, in the future, I'll even have a chance to certify as a great emperor. Lin Feng no longer hesitated. "Master, I'm leaving now." After saying this, he waved his hand and summoned the golden carriage, then rolled onto it and headed in the direction of Jade Tripod City. After Lin Feng left, a few elders from the Yaoqi Holy Land appeared beside Lin Xiu. "Patriarch, is that Lin Feng really a match for his brother? Lin Feng has been all the rage lately. Everyone outside says he's a heavenly alchemist. There's also that poison sect. Although they aren't a major power, the sect leader, he too, is also a powerful person at the perfection of the Tantric Dragon Transformation mysterious realm. Since Lin Mu was able to overpower the poison sect, it's evident that his strength is not to be underestimated." Lin Xiu's face clouded over, always feeling that the words of these elders were growing other people's ambition and destroying their own. "Humph, you guys don't have to say anymore." He fiercely waved his sleeve. "This is a matter set by this patriarch. Where is it your turn to interrupt?" Seeing Lin Xiu start to get angry, these elders trembled and hurriedly ground their heads. "We are the ones who have overstepped our bounds. Since the patriarch has made such an arrangement, it must be a sure thing." Lin Xiu coldly grunted a few times. "Just so you know." A few days later, Lin Feng sat on a golden carriage and drove outside of Yuding City. A hint of hatred appeared in his eyes as he looked at the Jade Tripod City beneath his feet. Suddenly, he yelled, "Lin Mu, get the hell out of here." The voice spread throughout Jade Tripod City, causing all the alchemists in the city to look bewildered. Which one of these ungrateful ones has come to find trouble with Lin Mu? Could it be that he doesn't know that when the Yawu Sacred Lands Tarzan was pressed down, they were all driven away? This is going to be hilarious. Go go go. Let's hurry out. A few moments later, the walls and roofs of Jade Tripod City, and even the mid-air, were covered with cultivators. Everyone looked up at the sky. I seem to recognize that frame. It seems to be a magic weapon from the Yaoan Holy Land. In that case, could it be that Yao Qi has sent someone again? But didn't they suffer a big loss not too long ago? Could it be that this Yaoqi Holy Land's people don't have a long memory? but there were others who suddenly frowned. The person who came this time seems to bear some resemblance to Lin Mu. I heard some time ago, but I heard that Lin Mu's younger brother, Lin Feng, seems to be worshipping under the Yao Qi Holy Land. Could it be that the person coming is Lin Feng? Isn't that sibling rivalry? I don't know how Lin Mu will feel about this. Many alchemists were shaking their heads. In the middle of the courtyard, Lin Mu was sitting beside Qin Yan's bed. Seeing that Qin Yan was about to arrive at the day of delivery, Lin Mu was not practicing and almost did not move an inch. After he heard Lin Feng's voice, a hint of anger appeared in his eyes. Humph, this Lin Feng is really bold. How did he dare to come to Jade Tripod City to find me? Qin Yan saw Lin Mu's expression and sighed in her heart. She also knew that Lin Mu did not have a good relationship with the Lin family of Yunhai City, and with his sister and brother, there was even less affection. Qin Yan sighed. Husband, it's a pity that I'm not physically able to do so right now, or else I definitely want to go out with you and angrily rebuke Lin Feng. Lin Mu smiled. You don't have to say such things, mother. The fact that you can give birth to this daughter for me and start a family for my Lin family is the greatest credit to my Lin family. As for that Lin Feng, I can dispatch him with a lift of my hand. Qin Yan sniffed a little shyly and ground her head. Husband restored my Dao foundation for me, and has shown me such great kindness. I gave birth to your children for you. Husband, that is my duty, so what is the point of talking about credit? But she was still a little curious. Husband, how did you know that the child in my belly is a daughter? This is something that Lin Mu has talked about several times. Qin Yan would have been curious before, but suppressed it all. This time, however, it was a little hard to resist. Lin Mu laughed out loud. What's not to know? My own child. If I don't even know what's going on with her, then isn't this fatherhood for nothing? Besides, I went in and visited our daughter. Husband, when are you? Qin Yan frowned slightly, not quite catching Lin Mu's meaning, but in the next moment, she blushed instantly. Husband, what are you all talking about? Seeing this, Lin Mu once again laughed out loud. It was at this time that Lin Feng outside the city let out another roar. Lin Mu, why aren't you out yet? Could it be that you are afraid of me? If you're afraid, then hurry up and hand over the great emperor's inheritance, and I might even be able to spare your life. Lin Mu's eyes gradually turned cold. He patted Qin Yan's hand and told her to stay in the house and settle down in peace. Rest here a little. My lady, I'll go and return. Although Qin Yan greatly trusted Lin Mu's strength, she still instructed. You should still be careful. Husband, that brother of yours, although he is not on good terms with you, his talent is not to be underestimated. Not to mention that the Lin Xiao behind him is no cutie pie. Since Lin Feng dared to come, he must still have some cards. Lin Mu stood up and walked out with his chest puffed out. He walked to the door before turning back and saying, Don't worry, my lady, really about the bottom line, then I only have more cards than Lin Feng. As the words fell, Lin Mu flew up. At this moment, the gazes of countless alchemists in the city were already focused on this side. They stared at Lin Mu dead in the face just as his figure appeared from the formation outside the compound. He's finally out. But yes, it would be wrong for him to be unresponsive if he's being insulted by his own brother right in his face like that. It's just that Lin Feng, why was he so rude to his elder brother? By the looks of it, it should be related to that great emperor inheritance of some kind. For the sake of this thing, it makes brothers turn against each other. Lin Mu turned a deaf ear to these arguments. He flew not far in front of Lin Feng, then said blandly, Lin Feng, what exactly are you doing in Jade Tripod City this time? If you want to celebrate the birth of my daughter, then you're a little early. If you're here for trouble, you're asking for it. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched as a hint of disdain appeared in his eyes. Oh, celebrating the birth of your daughter? But I do remember that Qin Yan still carries a curse on his body. That child of yours will surely be a sickly child even if it makes it to birth. Maybe the birthday and the day of the sacrifice, both on the same day. What's there to celebrate? Lin Mu was furious, daring. Lin Feng, how dare you talk like that? Watch out for my daughter to slap you to death when she's born. Chapter 71, The Eucharist emerges? Watch out, my daughter will slap you to death. Lin Mu's voice echoed through the Jade Tripod City. Not only Lin Feng, but also the alchemists in the city, all felt that this was completely big talk. We have usually heard about Qin Yan being burdened with a curse. It's rumored that when Lin Mu wasn't in the city, our city lord Wan had to send pills to Qin Yan every now and then. Help the child in her belly to pull out the power of the curse. And what potential could this kid have? None of them believed much in Lin Mu's words, but they didn't dare to really say anything to their faces, and could only murmur. However, Lin Feng didn't care about that at all. He froze, then laughed. Lin Mu, ah Lin Mu, look at you. You're crazy. What gives your daughter the right to slap me to death? Lin Feng fiercely slapped the golden carriage, and it instantly grew in size. eventually becoming more than 10 feet in size. From a distance, the sense of intimidation was overwhelming. He stood at the top of the frame and looked at Lin Mu condescendingly, trying to overwhelm Lin Mu from his aura. Listen to me, Lin Mu. After I activate the Star River King body, I'll overpower you. You briefly surpassed me, though you were lucky and relied on the great emperor's inheritance that Qin Yan brought with him. But with a little bit of cheering up, I can step on your head again, and you, the daughter of a loser, are going to be pinned down by me, and it's pressed for life. Towards the end, Lin Feng's eyes were a little red. It seemed that he was really angry. Lin Mu similarly frowned, his face showing anger. Lin Feng, how dare you talk about my daughter like that? It seems like I do have to teach you some lessons. His figure moved slightly, and spiritual energy surged out from the sea of bitterness, then condensed above his right hand. In order to deal with Lin Feng, Lin Mu didn't intend to hide his strength anymore. But just then, the sky suddenly dimmed. Many of the cultivators in Jade Tripod City reflexively fled into the distance. Under his breath, he also exclaimed, could it be that the Yaoi sacred land has brought the clan to fight over again? But they flew out for a few breaths before realizing they had made a mess. Instead of the mountain gate of the Yao Qi Holy Land appearing in the sky, there were pieces of dark clouds that covered most of the sky. Only in the extreme distance can you see the blue color of the sky. What's going on here? Wasn't it a clear sky just now? Many cultivators had puzzled faces, but there were also people who suddenly shouted in shock. This is the birth of a sacred body nearby. The Lord of Wanlin City also appeared suddenly in midair and asked the cultivators behind him, what pregnant women have been in the city recently? Could there be holy sons and daughters of other immortal cultivation families? Or immortal sects among them? That was the first thing that came to his mind, but the cultivator shook his head. That's not true, City Lord. If the holy maidens of those sects were pregnant, would they give birth in our Jade Palace City? Definitely picked up back by their own clan. Wanlin nodded ecstatically. Yes, I almost forgot about that. He looked around the city with excitement in his eyes. In that case, this is a child born to an ordinary cultivator. There's no background at all. If I can take this child under my tutelage, I will have a successor in the future. At this time, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly converged, and the dark clouds in the very center were even so dark that they glowed, and as the clouds thickened, the very bottom of the thundercloud was almost touching the Jade Palace. The black clouds are pressing down on the city. Lin Feng, who was flying at the highest altitude, was instead the first to bear the brunt. He saw the thunderclouds getting closer and closer and had the intention of avoiding them, but felt that it seemed a bit humiliating for him to depress his altitude, so it had to be hard in place. As a result, the thundercloud seemed to be reacting, suddenly splitting out a thunderbolt that landed on Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng was shocked and hurriedly urged his spiritual energy to block it, but his spiritual power couldn't block the lightning at all. The lightning directly drilled into Lin Feng's body. He spat out blood, and his body was constantly flashing with electricity. Or was it that the golden carriage he had right under his feet suddenly gave birth to a spiritual light that protected Lin Feng's body? Only then did Lin Feng take a breath and hastily maneuvered the golden frame to lower himself. After being struck by lightning, his face was already scorched. At this point it grayed out again and fell to the ground. When the cultivators of Jade Tripod City saw this, they all laughed out loud. This Lin Feng is also interesting. Just now I really thought how powerful he was, but then he was struck by a thunderbolt and became like this. Lin Feng was furious and said angrily as he urged his spiritual energy to heal his wounds. What are you guys talking about? The intensity of this lightning tribulation is almost as strong as when I first awakened the Star River King body. It's only because I'm in a high enough realm that this is only a serious injury. If you had been in the middle of it, you would have died long ago. Many of the monks are still scoffing, but the cultivators who had some insight had shut up. They knew in their hearts that this Lin Feng was right. To someone with a special physique, this robbery cloud was nothing at all. However, to outsiders, this was comparable to the lightning tribulation when breaking through the dragon transformation realm. If an ordinary cultivator bumped into it, then he would just go up in smoke. They pressed down on mocking Lin Feng for the time being and followed Wan Lin's example, scanning the city repeatedly. At the same time, it was carefully guessed. This newly born holy body, whose child is it anyway? It's a pity that City Lord Wan has already booked the son to take him into his door wall. Otherwise I'm a bit of a glutton for punishment. Suddenly someone spoke up. You guys say, could this child be the one in Qin Yan's stomach? When the others heard this, they all shook their heads. How is this possible? Although this kid Lin Feng is arrogant and cocky, he wasn't wrong in that statement. If there is no curse on Qin Yan, then it is indeed possible for her to give birth to a strong heir as she possesses the body of Taiyin. But she's in a... Hey, she'll be lucky to have a normal child. Someone was curious. If that's the case, then how come Lin Mu still said that kind of thing just now, and said that his daughter could slap Lin Feng to death? Those nearby looked over helplessly. This fellow Daoist. I don't think you have a Daoist couple yet, do you? You may not realize that there aren't many people in the world who don't love their descendants. That Lin Mu is most likely just casually saying a few words about the scene. The cultivator who had asked the question earlier nodded slightly and said no more. Just then, a bright light suddenly emitted from the center of the thundercloud. Everyone's spirits were lifted. It looks like that child is going to be born. As they watched, a thunderbolt shot out from the center of the bright light, striking somewhere right in the middle of the city. A moment later, a strong aura spread throughout the city. Wan Lin instantly became excited. This aura is at least a strong physique at the level of the Taiyin body. He hurriedly flew nearby, intending to see where the lightning fell, but when he saw it clearly, his face went odd. Isn't this that courtyard of Lin Mu's? Could it be that the one who attracted the thunderbolt is still really Qin Yan's child? The other cultivators in the city were even more surprised. How is this possible? Not long ago, they were the ones who were the most excited and kept saying that Qin Yan's child couldn't possibly have a special physique. Now that's a slap in the face. And the one who was most surprised would probably have to be Lin Feng. This can't be. This must be a blindfold. Chapter 72, Lin Yi. Lin Feng was in a state of madness, staring at the courtyard with almost unblinking eyes. No, there must be something wrong with this. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Lin Mu with a sinister gaze. What the hell kind of trick did you pull? How could you possibly produce such an offspring? However, Lin Mu just gave him a cold look. Lin Feng immediately felt cold through his body and could no longer speak. Even the body was shaking a little. How does this Lin Mu have such a terrifying aura? No, this must be an illusion. Lin Feng suddenly mobilized all his spiritual energy and sat down on his knees on the golden carriage frame and started to have to break the so-called illusion formation. Lin Mu coldly grunted twice before not bothering with him. Instead, he dropped back to the ground and headed for the compound. The alchemists along the way, after seeing him come over, all took the initiative to move aside, not daring to look directly at Lin Mu. They are well aware of the gold in it. Even for Wan Lin, he didn't lean forward and just sighed from a distance. AI, if this hadn't spread, then I might have had a chance to take that child into the gate wall. But now well. He shook his head helplessly. Wan Lin was very clear that in these recent years, the cultivation world seemed to be a bit off, with various saintly bodies often coming out all over the place. A time of great strife should be near. However, a body at the level of the Taiyin body was not something that he, a Wan Lin, could hold on to. Pity, pity. Wan Lin kept shaking his head. At this time, Lin Mu had already walked into the compound, and as soon as he entered, Lin Yun and an Mo came rushing up at a trot. Young master, madam has gone into labor. Lin Mu didn't have the heart to look at them. It's not bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Couldn't I have known better? After speaking briefly to the two and telling them to guard the door to their room, Lin Mu walked quickly into the room again, only to see Qin Yan lying on the bed, holding a baby girl in her arms. The smile on her face was both happy and at the same time a hint of worry. It turned out that the baby girl not only had the aura of the Taiyin desolate ancient body on her, but it was also mixed with a bizarre power. Lin Mu immediately recognized that this was the so-called curse power. However, just as he had judged in the past, the power of this cursed force was originally not as strong as it was on Qin Yan's main body. Moreover, his own daughter was not as simple as a Taiyin body, but a higher-level Taiyin desolate body, with the two phases stacked on top of each other. The effect of this cursed power on the baby was no longer very great. Lin Mu frowned slightly and had the intention to try using the 9 revolutions of God-slaying technique to see if he could completely uproot this cursed force, but he still didn't make a move even after thinking about it. Instead, he sat on the edge of Qin Yan's bed. Mother, you've worked hard. Why do you need to say that? Husband? Qin Yan smiled. Lin Mu was slightly stunned before he shook his head and laughed. Although he had traveled for a long time, his thoughts hadn't completely changed. It is always subconsciously assumed that when a woman gives birth, it is bound to be difficult and dangerous. However, he had forgotten that this maiden of his, no matter what, was also a cultivator of the Wheeling Sea mysterious realm, and had even broken through to the 4 extremes mysterious realm in the past. Even with the curse on his body, his physical fitness was far beyond that of a mortal. Having a baby is nothing at all. Even though this child is the Taiyin desolate ancient saint body, Lin Mu rushed forward and took his daughter from Qin Yan's arms. He immediately felt a sense of blood connection coming from the baby. Lin Mu's face was filled with a smile. Qin Yan smiled along with the situation, then asked softly, "Husband, what should we name our daughter?" After pondering for a moment, Lin Mu said seriously, "Since it's a daughter, let's call it Lin Yi." Qin Yan repeated the name a few times, a happy look in her eyes. "All at the pleasure of my husband." At this time, Qin Yan heard many noises outside the compound. She looked up and out, her mind tensing a little more. "Husband, This daughter of ours caused such a big commotion when she descended into the world. I'm afraid that a lot of people only know that she has an extraordinary physique. Right now, these alchemists and cultivators from Jade Tripod City outside are just coming to the door to congratulate each other, and they can't make much of a scene. But if the word gets out, Xinyan's tone was filled with worry. However, Lin Mu waved his hand at her and said, "There's no need to worry about this matter. Ma'am, I've already made preparations." With that, he flipped his big hand, and an elixir suddenly appeared in his hand. Lin Mu fed the elixir into his daughter's mouth. In the next moment, the aura on Lin Yi's body instantly weakened quite a bit. Xinyan's eyes widened as she asked worriedly, "Husband, what did you give Yi to eat?" Lin Mu smiled and said, "Don't think too much. Ma'am, this is an elixir formula that I specially begged for from Lord Wanchang. This elixir can hide the aura on the cultivator's body. When I go out, I'll tell the people outside that our daughter has indeed inherited your Taiyin body, but at the same time suffered a curse. By the time this news spreads, the number of cultivators who covet our daughter will also be much less. The curse is real and the potion works." Lin Mu's words did have some truth to them. Xinyan was really relieved to hear it, but soon frowned again. "Husband, it's estimated that such an elixir can only conceal ordinary cultivators, and I'm afraid it's only of little use to those great powers. What if they come over to probe in person?" Xinyan's worry was very reasonable, but Lin Mu didn't panic. He laughed out loud and said, "Those great powers are usually in closed-door cultivation. So are they so idle that they immediately came as soon as they heard that my daughter has the body of Taiyin? By the time they get here, it'll be years from now anyhow. When the time comes." Lin Mu hugged Lin Yi and gently stood up. "By then I will already be a party of great power myself, so why should I be afraid of them?" The strong confidence in Lin Mu's body caused Xinyan to give a sideways glance. She thought in her mind that when she first met Lin Mu wasn't even able to cultivate yet. However, in less than a year's time, Lin Mu was already a Dao Palace Mystic Realm powerhouse, and he was even able to fight many 4 extreme Mystic Realm powerhouses by relying on the Void Emperor's inheritance, plus Lin Mu's talent in the Dao of Alchemy. Then Lin Mu's confidence was not rootless. Xinyan lamented, "What husband said does make sense." Lin Mu smiled at her a few times, then carried Lin Yi out. At this time, the elixir had already worked, and on Lin Yi's body, the light that was originally like a moonflower had also dissipated a lot. The aura of the curse, on the other hand, was this and that. There were many cultivators gathered outside the compound, and when they saw Lin Mu carrying a baby girl out, they all immediately pressed forward, wanting to get a better look at the baby. But when they got closer, their expressions were odd. "Lin Mu, your child, what's wrong with her?" Lin Mu's face deliberately showed a hint of helplessness. What else could it be? Although this child of mine was extremely lucky and inherited Smokey's Taiyin body, he also inherited the curse within her. With the curse wrapped around her, she was naturally greatly affected. Many cultivators were a bit disappointed when they heard this. So it is. As for Wan Lin in the distance, he frowned slightly, always feeling that something wasn't right. Chapter 73, The Might of a Sword. Lin Feng spits out blood, but without waiting for him to open his mouth to inquire, a wild laughter spread throughout the entire Jade Tripod City. It turned out to be Lin Feng who had also been paying attention to this side. He was overjoyed when he heard this, and immediately got up from the golden carriage. "Lin Mu, I really thought that you had gotten lucky and were able to give birth to a powerful heir. Yet now it seems that this waste is just that. Waste." When Lin Feng heard that his niece had suffered a curse, not only did he not worry, but he was filled with ecstasy, just about jumped up and down. When the cultivators in Jade Tripod City saw the scene, they all had some disdain and contempt in their hearts. "Although you and Lin Mu don't get along, Lin Mu's children are also your descendants. How can you make that face? This person really can't be trusted." No wonder Lin Mu wanted to turn against the Lin family out of Cloudsea City in the first place. It seems that the Lin family has indeed wronged him. A number of people nodded their heads. Yeah, seeing the big picture in a small way, now that Lin Mu is able to cultivate and is even a heavenly alchemist, Lin Feng looks down on him so much, to the point of hating him. So much so that even Lin Mu's newborn daughter has begun to hate on it. Then when Lin Mu couldn't cultivate before, would this Lin Feng give him a good face again? At this moment, quite a few cultivators who originally couldn't understand why Lin Mu had left the Lin family understood the story within. It must be the Lin family that has wronged him. Seemingly sensing the change in the cultivators' attitudes, Lin Feng showed dissatisfaction. "What kind of looks are you guys getting? Let me tell you, there's only one Lin family in this world, and there's only one head of the Lin family, and that's me, Lin Feng." For Lin Mu's heir to suffer such a fate is entirely a calamity sent down from the heavens. It is he himself who has overstepped his bounds, and this has brought disaster upon the heir. Lin Mu had only thought that Lin Feng was a joke, but he burst into a rage when he heard those words. "Lin Feng, You're really looking for death. How dare you talk about my daughter like that? Seeing this, Lin Feng only thought that he had spoken to Lin Mu's sore spot, making this big brother of his break his defense. A grin appeared on his face once again. That's what I said. What do you want? What can you do? A hint of killing intent appeared in Lin Mu's eyes. He didn't bother to talk to Lin Feng anymore. Instead, he held Lin Yi and flew directly into midair, the giant sword of the void. In an instant, a huge sword appeared behind him. Although Lin Yi had only just been born, she had a special physique after all, and it was already evening and a little starlight had appeared in the sky. Under the starlight, a strand of moonlight power entered her body. In a very short time, her skin, which had been creased, became tender. It turned into a powdered female doll. It's just that even the eyes are able to open. Seeing the giant sword not far away, Lin Yi laughed and clapped her hands, her mouth even giggling. Lin Mu couldn't help but smile when he saw the scene. Good. It seems that this daughter of mine likes this giant sword, so let's let you have some fun with it. With that, he unexpectedly shrunk the giant sword countless times before placing it in Lin Yi's small hand. Lin Feng was furious when he saw this scene. If Lin Mu had directly come over to fight him, then he wouldn't have been angry at all. He would have only felt that Lin Mu was seeking his own death. But Lin Mu's current behavior was clearly not putting him in his sights. Hubris! All the spiritual energy in Lin Feng's body was instantly mobilized. Along with the golden frame underneath him, it also followed the incessant trembling. Instantly, a terrifying aura spread out. The four-pole mystic realm? And by the looks of it, his realm isn't low. Many cultivators in the Jade Tripod City instantly cried out in shock. As for Wan Lin, he was even more frowning. I remember not too long ago, when this Lin Feng was still in the Lin family, he was only at the District Dao Palace mysterious realm. I didn't expect that in only half a year's time, he would have broken through a great realm. This Yaoqi Holy Land is truly extraordinary. He looked at Lin Mu with some concern. This is not going to be easy. Although just a short while ago, Lin Mu had overwhelmed the poison sect alone. However, in Wan Lin's opinion, this was definitely Lin Mu taking advantage of the heavenly alchemist and using countless antidote pills to break the poison sect's He2 Dao heart. At the same time, behind Lin Mu, there were shadows of the Zhou and Su clans. When Wan Lin had gone to the Su clan at that time, he had thought that this Su clan was a backhand left behind by the Su clan, seemingly ordinary, but in fact, it also hides mighty and powerful people. Therefore, he didn't even know that Lin Mu's realm had actually reached the Four Extremes mysterious realm a long time ago. Wan Lin suddenly flew up and arrived in midair at Jade Tripod City, ready to strike at any time. Lin Mu must still have some means on him. He didn't lose instantly when he fought Lin Feng, but the baby girl in his arms, I'm just afraid she won't be able to hold up the aftermath of the exchange. I'm going to seize the moment and protect the baby girl. Hey, this Lin Mu we're all good. Is the first time a father, do not know to pay attention to their own children. It seems that I have to be good in the future. Wan Lin shook his head inside, and was mentally spitting on Lin Mu. But he suddenly stopped his mouth and stared blankly into midair. Not only him, but also the other cultivators and alchemists in the city were likewise the same. It turned out that when Lin Feng saw Lin Mu handing over the void giant sword to his daughter, he was not only angry, but at the same time, he also felt that this was a good opportunity. Coupled with his Star River King body, it would have been able to increase his battle power under the night sky. So with almost no warning, Lin Feng suddenly maneuvered the golden chariot and charged in Lin Mu's direction. And Lin Mu didn't panic. He just stretched out his own big hand and held Lin Yi's small hand. Bringing the void sword in her small hand, she stabbed at the golden chariot. The difference in volume between the two is thousands of times, but the result of the impact was that Lin Feng spat out blood from his mouth, and the golden frame shook for a while, almost on the verge of breaking. Lin Mu and Lin Yi in his arms, on the other hand, did not move at all. Yui Lin, the little baby, even laughed and clapped her hands once again. As her cackling laughter spread, it was only then that the cultivators in the city finally slowed down. I'm not mistaken, am I? This, Lin Mu, that daughter, didn't she say that she is burdened with a curse and her breath is unstable? What makes her able to repel Lin Feng with one easy sword strike? But there are many who see the difference. This has nothing to do with Lin Yi. It's all completely manipulated by Lin Mu. How did he get so strong? It may not be his strong cultivation either. It could also be his great emperor's inheritance. Someone narrowed their eyes and stared dead at the tiny void sword in Lin Yi's hand. I've recently inquired about it, but this void emperor's inheritance is said to be divided into 3 layers, and the difference between each layer can be said to be a world of difference. The inheritance on Lin Mu is only the 2nd layer. The 2nd layer? Many people were instantly surprised. The man who spoke earlier nodded. Exactly. Lin Mu relies on the 2nd layer of the great emperor's inheritance and has the power to fight Lin Feng. Still, There was some doubt in the man's mind. Even the inheritance of the second tier can't possibly allow him to cross a large realm and go over the top. There's just something else going on here. Chapter 74. The Lin family surprisingly missed out on this kind of heavenly pride. All the gazes converged on Lin Mu. The sight was filled with admiration and a few hints of exploration. Lin Mu's cultivation time was extremely short, and his cultivation realm couldn't be said to be much higher, but it just managed to defeat Lin Feng, who had the Star River King body. All the cultivators felt odd and naturally had to whisper about it. However, these stares and whispers caused Lin Feng to burst into a frenzy of rage. You're looking at, I am the Star River King body, undefeated under the stars. Although almost no one was looking at him, Lin Feng had just made a big fool of himself at this point and lost his adults. It's when he's at his most sensitive. A dog barked on the side of the road, and he had to wonder if the dog was taunting him. Not to mention that the cultivators and alchemists of Jade Tripod City were already looking at Lin Mu, who was not far from him. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and barely suppressed the restless spirit energy in his body. Then he fully activated his Sea of Bitterness. Countless spiritual energy steamed up from the Sea of Bitterness, then rose up to the Tao Palace, eventually pooling onto the limbs. It was nearing nightfall. The robbery cloud that was attracted by Lin Yi's birth just now also gradually dissipated. The stars in the sky are brilliant. Lin Feng was bathed in starlight, and his aura was steeply strong. Even the golden carriage that was shaking underneath him was stabilized again. Once again, a golden glow emanated. Sensing such a change, the many cultivators of Jade Tripod City really turned their heads and looked at Lin Feng again. Is this the Star River King body? It really is worthy of the legendary Heaven's Pride physique. It's a pity that Lin Mu doesn't have such a physique, or else he would have been able to fight him. But it's right. If Lin Mu is burdened with the inheritance of a great emperor and has such a heaven-defying physique, then how can anyone else live? Many cultivators secretly shook their heads, but Wan Lin was staring at Lin Mu with a deadly stare. An alchemist behind him noticed this and asked in a low voice, City Lord, what are you looking at? Could it be that you think this Lin Mu still has a chance of winning? Wan Lin hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. What do you mean he still has a chance of winning? I think he's going to win. When these words came out, many alchemists frowned, thinking that their own city lord was also too trusting of Lin Mu, but no one dared to speak up. When Wan Lin received the news that Lin Mu had gone to the Miasma Valley, he immediately realized that it was his nephew who was causing trouble within the Wan family, but it was much more harmonious than the Lin family in Yunhai City. Wan Lin can't bear to kill his nephew, but he also puts him in the mine and orders him to dig for his sins. With this forewarning, naturally no one would dare to speak ill of Lin Mu before Wan Lin. Their attitude, however, showed. Wan Lin actually took the initiative to speak after sensing their thoughts. You guys are missing something here. Since Lin Mu dared to hold his daughter in his arms and go to fight against Lin Feng, it means he must have a plan. When the cultivators heard this, they all secretly bristled. It felt that Wan Lin's words were too false. They whispered, City Lord, you have not trusted that Lin Mu too much. He may not be chest-thumping, or he may be ignorant. The strength of this Star River King body is not. While these people were talking, a loud bang suddenly came from the sky. It turned out to be Lin Mu, who saw that Lin Feng had been bathing in starlight but was slow to move. He was also a little impatient. Where are you storing your breath? As he spoke, Lin Mu took the void sword from his daughter's small hands and injected his spiritual energy into it. A moment later, the giant sword of emptiness returned to its original length. Then it came down from above and slashed straight at the top of Lin Feng's head. Humph! Good timing! Lin Feng roared and urged the frame to meet him. This time, however, the result was no different from the last time. Even with the added power of the roiling starlight, Lin Feng likewise failed to withstand the blow, and this time, he suffered a heavy blow to the top of his head and fell straight to the ground. Then there was a shattering sound, coming from the ground. After two successive heavy blows, the golden carriage under Lin Feng finally couldn't support it, completely shattered open. As the golden light gradually dissipated, Lin Feng was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. Not only Lin Feng, but also the cultivator who had just said something bad about Lin Mu, did the same. Their mouths were open and their eyes were frozen. If Lin Feng had been knocked down just now, it could still be said that he was careless and lighthearted. But this time, he won't have any room to find a remedy. Lin Feng had taken advantage of the timing and was even more prepared, but it was still not Lin Mu's opponent. After a long time, it was Wan Lin who sighed. It seems that this battle of brothers has already been divided into winners and losers. Even though Lin Feng has the Star River King body, he's completely no match for Lin Mu. In the future, the Cloudsea City Lin family will definitely regret losing such a heavenly pride. When everyone was silent, only Wan Lin spoke, so the word spread fast. Any cultivator who heard it nodded silently. City Lord Wan has a point. The Lin family could have relied on the two great heavenly prides to dominate for a while, yet now they have turned against each other. and had even forced Lin Mu to leave the family. I remember that the Lin family's family head should be Lin Lai, right? He must be regretting his life right now. If this news gets back, Lin Lai might have to heavily reprimand Lin Feng and then find a way to welcome Lin Mu back to the family. A burst of chatter came out from all parts of the city and fell into Lin Feng's ears. His eyes instantly turned crimson. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There's only one heavenly pride in the Lin family, and that's me, Lin Feng. But the way he looked now, he couldn't afford to back up such big words at all. Lin Mu looked at Lin Feng coldly. He wanted to simply reach out and kill him directly. However, at this time, Lin Yi in his arms suddenly giggled. Stretching out his little finger to the stars in the sky, he muttered something under his breath, not knowing what he was saying. Even though Lin Yi was incredibly talented, she was still just born after all, and couldn't do the point of being able to speak immediately. It was just that as soon as Lin Mu saw his daughter in this state, his mood immediately improved and a smile appeared on his face. He waved his hand at Lin Feng. Today is the day of my daughter's birth. It is not appropriate to kill. Just off. But if you still dare to come in front of me in the future and make a fool of yourself, I don't mind giving you a ride. Lin Mu then hugged Lin Yi and landed back in Jade Tripod City again, going back to find Qin Yan. The cultivators in the city immediately separated a pathway and watched Lin Mu return to the courtyard. They knew in their hearts that as long as Lin Mu gave birth to a daughter, then his previous statement about starting another Lin family would not be nonsense. Rather, it is a tangible reality. I really want to know what Lin Lai's expression will be when he realizes this news. That little baby girl was supposed to be the new generation of their Lin family's pride, but now she has nothing to do with him. A well-informed cultivator even opened his mouth. I heard that in the beginning, that Qin Yan also wanted to marry Lin Feng, but Lin Feng disliked Qin Yan. That's what made Qin Yan marry Lin Mu. If Lin Feng hadn't had such thoughts in the first place, then the father of this baby girl might have been him. At this statement, however, the others shook their heads. That, however, is not necessarily true. Even if Lin Feng has the Astral River King body, but looking at his wimpy appearance, it doesn't look like he can give birth to another heavenly pride. All these words fell into Lin Feng's ears. He roared a roar and suddenly flew up and ran off somewhere. Chapter 75 Waiting for him to die. What? Lin Mu actually gave birth to a daughter. And that daughter, she might even be a Taiyin body? Lin Lai stayed in his chair, his eyes filled with regret. If I had known this, why did I kick Lin Mu out of the house in the first place? This is really... He was at a loss for words, but Lin Mu's three sisters, however, jumped up and down. What are you talking about, father? Even if that Lin Mu's daughter is somewhat special, she's also tainted with the curse on Qin Yan and has no future at all. The future of our Lin family can only depend on Lin Feng. Yeah. Lin Feng was injured by Lin Mu. You actually don't hold a grudge against Lin Mu? Looking at the faces of these three women in his family, Lin Lai sighed helplessly. It took a long time to get the words out. And the other side. Lin Feng, he's such a waste. The news soon traveled back to the Yaoqi Holy Land as well. Lin Xiu's face was filled with anger. Although I know that he won't necessarily be able to take down Lin Mu, it's really a shame that he lost so easily. If this news were to spread, how would the people in the cultivation world view my Yaoan Holy Land? However, the Yaoqi elders present all kept their mouths shut. Some people are even saying it in their minds. Last time, your old man led an entire sect of ours over to find trouble with Lin Mu, and in the end, it ended up being a grey withdrawal. That's humiliating enough. We've long since become a laughingstock. It's just that no one dares to mention it in front of you. The patriarch. Although last time, Lin Mu had also borrowed from other families. However, in the eyes of outsiders, Lin Mu was only a Wheeling Sea Mystic Realm cultivator at that time. Even if it was to borrow momentum, as long as it could be separated from Yaoqi, that would still make Yaoqi lose face. Seeing that all the elders kept their mouths shut, Lin Xiu became angrier and angrier. Why aren't you all talking? Can't any of you, of all people, come up with a way to reverse the situation? Do you all have a light on your faces when I, Yaoqi Holy Land, have become a laughingstock? Lin Xiu had said his words to this point, and the other elders couldn't play dead. Patriarch, since Lin Feng isn't even a match for Lin Mu, it doesn't make much sense for you to send other disciples, and if we send out other elders, then the two great clans behind Lin Mu won't sit idly by. So what I'm saying is, let's make a move. What do you mean by that? Lin Xiu's face grimaced. Are you suggesting that I become a shrinking violet? That elder waved his hand in a hurry. Patriarch, you are mistaken. You see that Lin Mu reversing his physique to be able to cultivate. It's only been about a year now. In such a short period of time, he has caused so many things to happen. So it is evident that he is also a character who does not stop. I reckon it won't be long before he feels he's strong enough and takes the initiative to come to our Yaoqi Holy Land to die. Then we might as well just wait for him to deliver himself. Lin Xiu listened and pondered for a moment, his eyes gradually brightening up. You've got some fun with that. If Lin Xiu took the initiative to find trouble with Lin Mu, then he would have no choice but to use the existing strength of the Yaohe Holy Land. However, if it was Lin Mu who took the initiative to hit the door, then Lin Xiu would be able to summon those Taishan elders of Yaoqi and use the clan's reserves. By then, even if the two great clans behind Lin Mu wanted to make a move, it would be too late. Well, it's called watching him defeat himself. Lin Xiu stroked his beard and nodded in satisfaction. You do have a good suggestion. In Jade Cauldron City, Lin Mu waited in the city for a few more days after repelling Lin Feng. In his opinion, the Yaoqi Holy Land had suffered another big loss and might come back to actively find fault. However, he waited for a long time and didn't see any movement from the Yaoqi Holy Land. Instead, a trace of uneasiness arose in his heart. Mother, among our Lin family, it can be said that there is no one who knows more about the Yaoqi Holy Land than you. Then, come analyze for me. What kind of medicine is in the gourd of this Yaohe Holy Land? Qin Yan hugged Lin Yi while leisurely coaxing her own daughter, while giving Lin Mu an odd look. Husband, that's a bit odd. There are only a few people in our Lin family. You said something about no one knows better than me. Which is really? She shook her head. That's some interesting statement. From whom and where did you hear that? Husband? Lin Mu coughed a few times. Naturally, he would not explain in detail to Qin Yan. He said casually with a twinkle in his eye. It's not like I'm talking nonsense. Within our family, you are indeed the only one who has been the holy maiden of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Then naturally, it's you who knows the most about Yaoqi. Qin Yan didn't dwell on Lin Mu's words. She just sighed. What kind of saintly woman am I? But after sighing, she also seriously analyzed it with Lin Mu. Husband, that Yaohe Holy Land is probably waiting for you to come to the door yourself. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow after hearing this, but quickly nodded his head. The corners of his mouth even showed a small smile. If that's the case, then this Yaoqi Holy Land really does have some foresight. It's amazing that you can read my mind. Qin Yan sniffed and immediately became a bit nervous. Husband, could it be that you're really going to fight your way up to the mountain gates of the Yaoqi Holy Land? Don't you know that all immortal cultivation sacred grounds like this one have their own underpinnings? Although Lin Mu had said similar things to Qin Yan before, Qin Yan hadn't really taken it to heart. An ordinary person says that he wants to pick the stars and the moon. Then but anyone with any sense will know that this is a joke. But the current Lin Mu had shown extraordinary strength and potential. Even Qin Yan couldn't joke about it anymore. Husband, you're also a man with a daughter now. You can't risk your life at will anymore. And it's best not to keep stirring up trouble either. Qin Yan took the initiative to speak up and persuade. Lin Mu glanced at Qin Yan, feeling her concern, and was somewhat touched in his heart. Instead of continuing the conversation, he grinned and patted over. Mother, ever since you gave birth to Yi, you are getting more and more naggy. Qin Yan's pretty face reddened a bit as she whispered. Where am I nagging? I'm just saying nice things to you. Lin Mu immediately nodded his head. My lady is right. Your kindness is appreciated. And I'm going to learn from you, too, and try to be as broad-minded as you are in the future. Qin Yan frowned slightly, always feeling that there was something in Lin Mu's words. She knew in her heart that Lin Mu must be joking, but she still couldn't help but be curious. Husband, where am I open-minded? Lin Mu hugged Qin Yan, then blocked Lin Yi's little face with the back of his hand. As for the palm of the hand, it was naturally holding something else. Look for yourself. My lady, have you not been much more open-minded lately? Qin Yan was instantly mortified. Husband, what are you doing? Yi is still here. Lin Mu laughed out loud and picked up Lin Yi in his arms before walking out of the room. Come on, man. He greeted out Lin Yun and an mo, handing Lin Yi over to them, before turning around and retracing his steps back to the room. It didn't take long for a noise to come from the room. The two women outside the door looked at each other, both a little embarrassed. Even if Anmo has already eaten and seen, and even practiced 3 cultivation with Lin Mu and Qin Yan, but in front of Lin Yun, she was too embarrassed to show it. Yuner, hurry up and carry Yi to the side. Lin Yun was as if he had been pardoned and immediately left with Lin Yi. After they left, Anmo then gritted his teeth and surprisingly pushed the door and walked in. Husband, I also want to let the heart broaden a little. Chapter 76, Come back to the Lin family with me. The next morning, Lin Mu walked out of his room with a smile on his lips. At this time, Lin Yun came over without any goodwill. Young master, little miss has been awake for so long. Aren't you going to come out and take a look? Lin Mu shook his head and laughed. What's there to see here? Wouldn't I be worried if you took care of Yui? When Lin Yun heard this, although he was still a bit dissatisfied, he was also a bit happy at the same time. Humph, young master, you just say nice things to coax people. Just as the two of them were joking, outside the compound, a cultivator suddenly raised his voice. Master Lin Dan, Someone wants to see you. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow and walked to the entrance of the compound. When he realized that the visitor was a cultivator from the city lord's mansion, he didn't say anything, but only asked curiously, "Who's coming to see me?" In fact, during this period of time, there were simply countless cultivators and alchemists who wanted to ask to see Lin Mu. After all, his battle power was amazing and he was also a heavenly alchemist. There are people who want to come and get close to him. However, most of these people were dispatched by Wan Lin. Only the very few that were not good enough to be driven away directly were brought to Lin Mu. The cultivator looked a little embarrassed and whispered, "Master Lin Dan, don't you still know? The person who came this time is from Cloud Sea City." Upon hearing the words Cloud Sea City, Lin Mu instantly understood. He grunted coldly, "So it's the Lin family that sent someone? What are they doing?" The cultivator heard the displeasure in Lin Mu's tone and laughed bitterly in his heart. He was also very clear about Lin Mu's grudge against the Lin family of Yunhai City, so he had known that he had brought this news over, and Lin Mu would definitely be unhappy when he heard it. But he was even more aware that if he were to withhold this information, it wouldn't be a good thing. After all, blood is thicker than water. Who knew if Lin Mu would, in the future, reconcile with the Lin family? So he had no choice but to come over. "Master Lin Dan, then would you like to meet them?" This cultivator arched his hand and said, "If you won't, then I'll just send them away." After this cultivator finished speaking, he stood still in the same spot. Lin Mu had a cold smile on his face and was about to open his mouth and ask the cultivators to drive the Lin family away. Lin Yun, who was not far behind him, however, hugged Lin Yi and whispered, "Young master, you'd better meet them once, no matter what. You've been in the Lin family for 30 years after all." This little maid, when she was in the Lin family in the past, she hadn't received any favors though. He had even suffered a lot because he had been implicated by Lin Mu. So when Lin Mu left at first, she took the initiative to follow. But more than a year after leaving the Lin family, this little girl actually forgot about the bitter days of the past and instead began to advise Lin Mu to be generous. Lin Mu glanced at Lin Yun and after pondering for a moment, he suddenly smiled. "Well, if you say so, then I'll go and meet them." Lin Yun seemed very happy and said with a smile, "That would be so nice." When she laughed so much, she even brought the Lin Yi in her arms to laugh as well. Lin Mu glanced at his daughter and his mood improved a few more points. He said to the cultivator, "I'll go to the city lord's mansion, and you'll invite the people from Cloud Sea City over as well." The cultivator let out a long breath and bowed to Lin Mu, then twisted his head and left. He was afraid that Lin Mu would change his mind again. At this time, Qin Yan also walked out of the house. She had long heard the commotion outside, but it was only then that she finally came out. Qin Yan's face was a bit ugly, as if he had remembered something. Seeing this, Lin Mu hurriedly walked over to hold her hand. "Mother, are you remembering about the Qin family?" Qin Yan sighed at his words. "I do worry about my parents." That day, in order to clear the air with Qin Yan, the Qin family didn't even allow Qin Yan to see her parents one last time before she left the city. Qin Yan didn't say anything at that time, but she kept thinking about this matter in her heart. Lin Mu's eyes flickered and he said with a smile in her ear, "That's good. Why don't we find a chance to make a trip back to Cloud Sea City, and also for the in-laws, to meet their granddaughter?" Qin Yan looked up in surprise. "Husband, you're not joking?" Lin Mu nodded and said, "Mother, when have I ever lied to you?" Qin Yan's jade face flushed up and she hummed softly in Lin Mu's ear. "And you have the nerve to say such things? Last night, you weren't just lying to me. Obviously said it was just a double fix. But in the end it wasn't." Lin Mu was a bit embarrassed and hurriedly coughed a few times. "It's not like I'm to blame. Isn't this Anmo suddenly coming in? Can I still kick her out?" He glanced at Qin Yan and immediately changed the subject. "Anyway, after I go and meet the Lin family's visitor, we'll make a trip back to Cloud Sea City." After saying that, Lin Mu turned his head to leave. After arriving at the city lord's mansion, Lin Mu realized that the one who had come to Yuding City this time was actually Lin Lai. Behind Lin Lai, there were still his three sisters standing. These three women were looking around with greed in their eyes. Lin Mu looked at Lin Lai in front of him, a hint of indifference in his eyes. "So it's the Lin family head. I wonder what you came to see me about." Bold. Without waiting for Lin Lai to speak, those three sisters spoke in unison. "Lin Mu, how can you talk to your father like that? You are simply lawless. Hurry up and kneel down and apologize to Lord Father." They stretched out their hands and pointed at Lin Mu's nose and cursed. It was as if Lin Mu didn't listen to them, as if he was some kind of heavenly sinner. Lin Mu's face clouded over. He didn't say a word, just scanned the three women with his gaze. The three women felt some chills at their backs and no longer dared to reach out and point at Lin Mu, but it was still in the mouth. "Lin Mu, what kind of look is that? We're your sisters. Do you still not know the inferiority of the eldest and the youngest? Humph. It's not enough that you injured Lin Feng, do you still want to make a move against us? Lin Mu's eyes grew colder and colder, but at this time, Lin Lai always spoke. He sighed and then addressed his three daughters. You guys go ahead and stand down. Lin Mu's three sisters had long been a bit scared, but they just didn't want to soften in front of Lin Mu. At this time, their own father handed over the steps. They immediately borrowed the slope down to the donkey, but still cursing at Lin Mu. Humph, he's such an unfilial son. You'll have to teach him a lesson. Father Sama. Instead of responding to their words, Lin Lai took the initiative to get up and came to Lin Mu. Ai, Lin Mu, it was indeed me who did the wrong thing back then. I shouldn't have let you leave the Lin family. Lin Lai's voice was a bit hoarse, as if he had endured some heavenly humiliation. But now that you've survived the hard times, then hurry back to Cloudsea City with me. Lin Mu suddenly let out a loud laugh after hearing this. That's an outrageous statement. Old thing, you had to let me go in the first place. Now you want me to go back and I have to go back with you? Could it be that you're some kind of supreme power that can follow the law with your words? Chapter 77. He must have come to beg for mercy. After hearing Lin Mu's words, Lin Lai's face was green and red, and he was too angry to speak. He was also a famous and powerful person in Cloudsea City. Even clans with more power than his Lin family had to sell him a face. Even when he went to other cultivation sects, those sect lords had to give him some face. Yet today, someone actually refuted him so unmercifully. And this man is also his own son. How could this be tolerated by Lin Lai? He came to Jade Tripod City this time, even though he had prepared for it a long time ago, intending to say some good words and coax Lin Mu back home. But Lin Mu couldn't help it when he spoke to him like that. Lin Mu, you're bold. Lin Lai got up violently, his spiritual energy spreading out all over his body, as if he was about to strike at Lin Mu. And with Lin Lai's actions, the three sisters, who had only just subsided, also regained their spirits. Father is right. You should have taught this unfilial son a lesson a long time ago. There are no parents in the world. Even if my Lin family has some minor mistakes, he can't talk to you like that. Lin Mu's mother has no respect. She is simply a son in vain. You'll directly waste him and then return the great emperor's inheritance to Lin Feng. They keep adding to it, he urged in a loud voice, hoping that Lin Lai would step in and teach Lin Mu a good lesson. However, at this time, Wan Lin, who was on the side, stepped out. When he first heard that Cloudsea City had sent someone over, he thought that this was a good opportunity. It would bring Lin Mu and the Lin family back together. Just seeing it now, he had come to his senses. This Lin family appeared to have a brain problem and couldn't see the situation clearly at all. Lin Mu had only been able to cultivate for a year and had already cultivated to the Dao Palace mysterious realm, and was even able to defeat cultivators of the Four Extremes realm on multiple levels. He had even used various methods to force the strongest person in the Dragon Transformation Mystic Realm to bow down and give in. All of this showed that Lin Mu's future was unlimited in the future. For such a heavenly pride, it was too late for other clans to curry favor. Must have said all the right things and tried everything to get him back into the family. The Lin family members, however, always thought that Lin Mu was easy to bully, thinking that by saying a few harsh words, he could make Lin Mu soften. It's not a cutie. And who's a cutie? But that's right. Wan Lin sighed in his heart. Their Cloudsea City Lin family. First they had a Lin Feng with a Star River King body, and then another Lin Mu popped up, with two heavenly pride coming out of the family one after another. If the people of the Lin family are still shrewd and sensible, then it would be called the heavens being unjust. When Wan Lin thought of this, he hurriedly took a few steps forward and blocked between Lin Mu and Lin Lai. This is Yuding City. Don't mess around. After Lin Lai heard this, he thought that Wan Lin was speaking for himself. After he grunted coldly a few times, he raised his head and coldly looked at Lin Mu. You see, City Lord Wan can tell right from wrong. You unfilial son. If you don't apologize to me on your knees again, I'll have City Lord Wan expel you from Jade Tripod City. You'll be a lost dog by then. However, this time, without waiting for Lin Mu to open his mouth, Wan Lin yelled, "What the hell are you talking about? Lin Mu is the guest of honor of my Jade Tripod City. How would I let him leave?" He stared deathly at Lin Lai and said in a deep voice, "You're the one who should be rolling." Lin Lai instantly froze. City Lord Wan. What are you talking about? As for Lin Mu's three sisters, they were even jumping up and down. City Lord Wan, you must have said it wrong. You want Lin Mu to get lost, don't you? Looking at them as if they were clowns, Wan Lin's heart was even less favorable. I'm not the one who's wrong. Men, see off the guests. Wan Lin didn't bother to say another word to them and directly waved his hand, allowing the surrounding cultivators to come forward and push the four members of the Lin family away. Lin Lai then realized, it turned out that Wan Lin really told them to get lost. Good. In his anger, he reached out and pointed at Wan Lin. How dare you do this to me? I'll tell you, my son Lin Feng is a Star River King body, And he's even worshipped in the Yaoqi Holy Land. The humiliation you have inflicted on me today, I will definitely retaliate 1,000 times over in the future. However, Wan Lin only snorted. Star River King body? A Star River King body that can't even defeat Lin Mu's newborn daughter? The surrounding cultivators laughed out loud at this statement. The city lord is right. What kind of Star River King body is that, Lin Feng? I think it's clearly the Star River Waste body. Someone opened his mouth and was about to taunt Lin Feng, but just halfway through the sentence, he shivered and actually couldn't go on. The Astral River King body was no ordinary physique, having produced a true powerhouse. Although Lin Feng wasn't considered a powerful person, the Star River King body couldn't be casually denigrated. After this episode, the cultivators of the city lord's mansion didn't dare to say anything more. Directly with a cold face, he drove the 4 members of the Lin family out. At this time, Lin Mu poured out his mouth. By the way, in a few days, I'm going to bring Smokey back to Yunhai City to visit the Qin family. When the time comes, all of you in the Lin family had better honestly stay at home for me. Don't let me see you. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing any mercy either. After saying this, Lin Mu didn't pay any more attention to them, but instead lowered his head and whispered something to Wan Lin. Lin Lai's eyes were red. Ungrateful son, do you want me to back away from you? Do you still have me in your eyes as the head of the family? As a father? At this moment, Lin Lai had completely forgotten how he had, in the past, treated Lin Mu. However, his 3 daughters, had a twinkle in their eyes and then came together beside Lin Lai. Lord Father, this Lin Mu is completely just a dead duck talking. Think about it, why did he suddenly want to go back to Cloud Sea City and say something about going to the Qin family? Lin Lai was in a rage and didn't understand them at all. Subconsciously, he asked, just say what you guys have to say. The 3 women hurriedly explained. Lord Father, I see that Lin Mu, clearly still afraid of you, just too embarrassed to be soft in front of the crowd, which is why he found this excuse. He said he was going to the Qin family, but in fact he must have secretly come to see you and beg for forgiveness. Lin Lai immediately rejoiced upon hearing this. You guys are right. It has to be. Humph. I knew that this Lin Mu kid wouldn't dare to be so rude. The 3 women smiled and then clapped their hands again. Humph. When Lin Mu apologizes, you'll have to punish him properly. That's right. It's best to make him shell out more spirit stones to compensate. Yes. Last time our dowries were all taken by Lin Feng to the Holy Land of Yaoqi, just in time for Lin Mu to pay for it and make up the dowry for us. Lin Lai was a bit impatient, but still nodded. I'll tell Lin Mu myself when the time comes. After a few people returned to Cloud Sea City, they immediately spread the news. Cloud Sea City immediately stirred. What? Lin Mu is coming back? It's rumored that he's going to make amends to Lin Lai and then return to the Lin family again. That's true. Even though Lin Mu has been making some waves lately, he definitely doesn't have the backbone without his family behind him. The people of Yunhai City all had very small horizons and were completely unaware that the current Lin Mu had already made a name for himself in the cultivation world. A mere Lin family was not even in his eyes. However, the Qin family was a bit worried. Family Master, Lin Mu has returned this time. I'm afraid he's not coming from a good place. Chapter 78, Hand over my in-laws. Qin Zhong's face was gloomy as he coldly asked, what do you mean by that? The man smiled bitterly and shook his head. Think carefully, family head, why does Lin Mu, who is well and alive, suddenly want to return to Cloud Sea City? It must be because he's attracted some more trouble outside, so he's coming back to avoid it. Then the mischief he attracts, will it only implicate the Lin family and not my Qin family? When Qin Zhong heard this, his face became a few more ugly. When he took the initiative to draw a line with Qin Yan, it was because he was afraid of being implicated. Later, when Lin Mu and Qin Yan took the initiative to come to the door, he even directly stepped in to be the villain and drove the 2 away, not even letting Qin Yan see her parents. By the time Lin Shou brought the clans of the Yaoqi Holy Land and hit Jade Tripod City, he was even more secretly glad. Feeling fortunate that he was prepared, he sent Qin Yan out. Otherwise, Yaoqi's men will be arriving at Cloud Sea City. That Jade Tripod City's Wan Lin was a heavenly great alchemist, with a head and a face, and the Yaohu Sacred Land didn't dare to mess around with him at will. But they didn't have such a character in Jade Tripod City. A fire in the city gates is a calamity for the fish in the moat. But now, the more Qin Zhong thought about it, the more angry he became, and finally slammed the table fiercely. Why is this Lin Mu still coming back? Although his cultivation level was not high, this punch still slapped the table in pieces. The surrounding Qin clan members all shivered. It was a long time before anyone spoke. Family Master, why don't we strike first? This big smartass has suggested such a thing. You can expel Qin Yan's parents from my Qin family as well. In advance, with Lin Mu and Qin Yan, they completely flipped out. Since that's the case, then even if someone chases Lin Mu here, They won't start a conflict with us. After hearing this, Qin Zhong's heart was moved for a moment, but he was still a bit hesitant. It's not good, is it? What if Lin Mu, in a fit of rage, directly hits our door in order to take Qin Yan out? Then what should we do? Although Qin Zhong couldn't see Lin Mu's potential, he wasn't a cutie. In his opinion, even if Lin Mu wasn't a match for that Yaoqi Holy Land, or any other enemy, however, his own district, the Qin family, could not stop Lin Mu. That big smarty laughed out loud. Why do you think so much, family master? Does that Lin Mu still dare to fight against us? Even if he's willing, Qin Yan definitely won't give up. The man had smiled badly at the end of his sentence. A gentleman can be deceived by a square. Although Qin Yan was not a man, she also had feelings for the Qin family. Even if the Qin family took things to the extreme, she would still leave a favor, and that great cleverness is meant to capitalize on that. As expected, Qin Zhong's eyes instantly lit up after hearing this. You have a point. Men, immediately arrest Qin Yan's parents for me and expel them from the house. At Qin Zhong's command, naturally no one dared to object anymore. That night, Qin Yan's parents were kicked out of the house. Qin Yan's mother was filled with anger, but she didn't dare to vent it at the Qin house, so she could only whisper dark curses at Lin Mu. After this brat married Smokey, why didn't he stay out honestly, preferring to go back to Cloud Sea City? This is great, and it even involves us. Father Qin looked back at his wife and shook his head helplessly. That's just not true. Lin Mu is originally from Yunhai City. It's reasonable for him to return to the city. How can we say he has problems? As for us being driven out, he grunted coldly. It's not because the Qin family is timid and afraid of things, bullying the soft and the hard. When Smokey first displayed the Tai Yin Saint body, how did that Qin Zhong treat us? He's dying to give up his main room and invite us in. After Smokey goes to the Yaoqi Holy Land, no one will even dare to frown at us when we're in the mansion. But now what? The more Qin's father spoke, the more angry he became, and finally he simply turned back and cursed at the Qin mansion's gate behind him. Bunch of snobs. At this time, it was instead Qin mother's turn to advise Qin father. Come on, old man. What's the point of talking about it at this point? Let's just find a place to stay. After Qin's father was persuaded for a few moments, he was able to suppress the fire in his heart. He turned back and commanded. That's true. By the way, I heard that Smokey gave me a granddaughter, so when we meet, we should prepare some gifts. You remember to bring your spirit stones tomorrow and go around the city's marketplace. A few days later, Lin Mu brought Qin Yan and made his way to Yunhai City. He was followed by a couple of tailgatters. Master Lin Dan, do you think there's really no room for negotiation on this divine bridge pill? When Lin Mu was still in the city, there were often other alchemy families coming to his door, wanting to squeeze Wan Lin out. Let Lin Mu cooperate with them and work together on the divine bridge Dan business. But Wan Lin was extremely good to Lin Mu, and Lin Mu naturally wouldn't kick Wan Lin out for no reason. That's why he's never been kind to these people. Moreover, in the Jade Tripod City, it was not good for these people to go too far. It was just that this time when Lin Mu left the city, it was as if they had seen some once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and they rushed up at once. Master Lin Dan, the percentage of this split is all negotiable. A showy woman clasped her hands together and hugged them to her chest, her watery eyes staring at Lin Mu dead on, a hint of anxiety still showing in her tone. As you know, although this Wan Lin is a heavenly alchemist, his business skills are not as good as our Shui family. If you cooperate with us, the sales of this divine bridge pill will immediately increase by a lot, which is also good for you. Lin Mu glanced at the woman and shook his head. I've already told you, I'm not going to change my mind. I have things to do, so get out of here. After chasing away this woman, there were other cultivators from other alchemy clans around them who were foolish enough to move. Lin Mu was overwhelmed and turned his head back to Qin Yan, then simply set up a formation to block their view. AI, ma'am, these guys are too annoying. Qin Yan was hugging Lin Yi. She heard Lin Mu's complaint and said with a smile on her face, husband, you're wrong. Those cultivators outside will surround you. Aren't they thinking that you have a bright future? That's why they've come to curry favor with you? When I hadn't suffered from the curse before, those people from the Qin family, and the disciples from the Yaoqi Holy Land, did the same to me? AI, after I leave Yaoqi, I don't know how the people of Yaoqi will treat my master, or how the people of the Qin family will treat my parents. Seemingly remembering old memories, Qin Yan looked a bit downcast. Seeing this, Lin Mu hurriedly pulled her into his arms. Mother, don't worry, when we return to Yunhai City this time, we'll pick up our in-laws, lest they continue to stay in the Qin family and suffer. When I have a breakthrough in my realm again, that's even more important to hit the Yaoqi, and take your master along with me. How about that? Qin Yan rejoiced in her heart, but said seriously, husband, I know you are extremely good to me, but you mustn't be in a hurry with these things either. The Yaoqi Holy Land isn't as simple as it looks. You should never easily hit the Yaoqi without a sure thing. Lin Mu knew that this was Qin Yan caring about himself, so he didn't say anything. He laughed in a low voice. Then let's pick up the in-laws first. That Qin family doesn't have much depth, does it? When they arrived outside of Cloudsea City, without waiting to enter the city, Lin Mu roared, "Qin Zhong, hand over my father-in-law and mother-in-law." The sound shook the city. Qin Zhong's face instantly sank. Lin Mu, he's so bold. Although it was true that he didn't want to continue leaving behind Qin's father and mother, Lin Mu yelling like that made him lose face. Chapter 79. What? My son-in-law is so powerful? Qin Zhong was trembling with anger and rose up in rage, directly breaking through the roof and flying into mid-air. Then he roared at Lin Mu in the distance. How dare you be so rude? Lin Mu didn't care about Qin Zhong's opinion at all, but looked back at Qin Yan. Only when he was sure that Qin Yan wasn't angry did he turn to look at Qin Zhong. Rude? Humph. Manners speak to people. But for those snobs who bully and step on every high and low, I won't talk to them about manners, because the only thing these people can read is other people's strength. Qin Zhong became furious and wanted to open his mouth to retort, but when he thought about it, he actually didn't know what to say, so he was so angry that his brain was hot, and he simply said, "Humph. I won't hand Qin Yan's parents over to you." He planned to use Qin Yan's parents' safety to blackmail Lin Mu a bit. However, he had underestimated Lin Mu's strength. Lin Mu's eyes went cold after hearing his words. "Oh, it does seem like it's time for me to communicate with you in words you understand." He violently rushed towards Qin Zhong without even summoning the Void Giant Sword. Lin Mu's true realm right now was actually the four-pole mysterious realm. Not to mention walking sideways in Yunhai City. It would be like fighting all over the city. A mere Qin Zhong. He was not yet in his eyes. However, when Qin Zhong saw this, a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. "Oh, this kid is really big. If he uses that great emperor's inheritance, I will still fear him 3 times, but he actually charged straight over. This is asking for trouble. Do you really think that the last time you were in front of me, beheading the Yaoqi elder, you could scare me? Lin Mu, you're still a waste of space away from that inheritance." Instantly, the spiritual energy in Qin Zhong's body bulged. The brick and tile fragments he brought out when he broke through the roof just now were surprisingly also windless and were blown away from afar. At this time, everyone in Cloudsea City had already received the news. Cultivators with cultivation naturally came to the roof with a flip, and those mortals, not to be outdone, came to the high floor of the tavern inn and watched the action from afar. This Lin Mu really has a lot of guts. He doesn't use that what's-his-name inheritance and he dares to come and find trouble with the Qin family head? Among the crowd, Qin's father and mother even clenched their hands in worry and stared at Lin Mu. Hey, is our son-in-law out of his mind? He obviously has a great emperor's inheritance, so why not use it? He doesn't really think he can defeat the family head with his own strength. Qin's father stomped his feet anxiously. Qin's mother wasn't much better. She was actually more anxious, except that she could no longer speak at all because she was so nervous. However, they didn't notice that someone's eyes suddenly lit up after hearing their words, coming directly behind the two. "Are you the parents of Qin Yan?" Qin's father and mother didn't even bother to answer his question. They just stared dead in the distance. The man saw this and instead identified the duo. She excitedly said, "Both of you, be at ease. Master Lin Dan's cultivation realm is far higher than you think." A mere Qin Zhong would naturally not be a match for Master Lin Dan. It was only when Qin's father heard this that he finally turned around. What a thing to say. I've seen that Lin Mu kid before. He couldn't cultivate at all for the past 30 years. Even if he's finally gotten the hang of it in the past year or so, and has even had many battles, it's all just relying on that whatever inheritance, only by his own realm. Father Qin wanted to continue, but then he suddenly heard a loud bang from behind him. He was so shocked that he turned back in a hurry. Not good. It must be that Lin Mu was unable to defeat the family head and suffered a big loss. But when he saw the situation clearly, he opened his mouth wide and couldn't close it for a long time. It turned out that the scene he saw was Lin Mu standing high above the Qin mansion. Not only was he unharmed, he didn't even have a rip in his clothes. As for the imposing Qin Zhong just now, he had fallen to the ground and even smashed a dent in the ground. This, Qin's father swallowed and even rubbed his eyes. At that moment, however, the passers-by around them boomed. So this Lin Mu can have this kind of strength without relying on a great emperor's inheritance? How the hell did he do that? Those members of the Lin family who were watching from afar were even more dumbfounded. They were considered to be the ones who understood Qin Zhong's strength the most. And now that Qin Zhong had been defeated so easily, their shock was the deepest. The Lin family was silent. Even Lin Mu's 3 sisters didn't dare to jump up and down for a while. In the hearts of many people, it even suddenly occurred to them that if Lin Lai hadn't let Lin Mu go in the first place, the current Lin family, that was really going to dominate Yunhai City. At this time, Lin Mu's figure suddenly moved and slowly landed on the ground. Staring at Qin Zhong on the ground, Qin Zhong spat out blood from his mouth and immediately panicked when he saw Lin Mu approaching. What are you going to do? I'm telling you, don't you dare. When Lin Mu saw his ridiculous appearance, a trace of contempt appeared in his eyes. He said faintly, don't worry, I won't kill you. Smoke is still nostalgic for old times. If she kills you, she won't say anything on her lips, but her heart will definitely be sad. Qin Zhong was relieved. Lin Mu landed next to him and opened his mouth to ask again. You hurry up and hand over Smokey's parents. Hearing Lin Mu rehash his old story, this time Qin Zhong didn't dare to show any more dissatisfaction. He struggled to his feet, full of sincerity. Lin Mu, I really don't know their whereabouts. Yesterday they left our Qin family of their own accord. Lin Mu didn't make any movements after hearing this and just looked at Qin Zhong flatly. Although he didn't get angry, and even more so, he didn't mobilize his spiritual energy. But just this ordinary glance made Qin Zhong sweat. It was the other Qin clan children who were all trembling in fear. Someone trotted out. Lin Mu, our family head really didn't lie to you. Then Qin Yan's parents. It's true that they're not in our mansion right now. So many people are crowdsourced. Lin Mu was actually certain that Qin Zhong was definitely telling the truth. But he remains very disgruntled. Humph, how could Qin Yan's parents suddenly leave? You must be the ones who actively drive people away. I don't care where they are now, but you will bring them to me respectfully. Without waiting for the words to fall, Qin Zhong trembled and shouted, what are you all waiting for? He looked angrily at his own son. You guys hurry up and get out there and get them to me. Oh no, invite them back, soon. The children of the Qin family scattered out in all directions, even bringing their sedan chair with them. They had already made up their minds that it was as soon as they saw Qin Yan's parents, they would use an 8-carried sedan chair and invite them back to the Qin mansion. In the distance, Qin Yan's parents were already completely speechless. Just keep mumbling under your breath. Our son-in-law is actually so powerful? The woman behind them sniffed and a light smile appeared on her face. The two of you, don't just stand there. You'd better come with me to see Lin Mu. As she spoke, she beckoned slightly, bringing the two of them up into the sky, heading straight in the direction of the Qin clan. When the cultivators in the city saw that someone else dared to fly at this time, they all looked curiously. Who is this woman? She doesn't seem to be from my Cloud Sea city. But then suddenly another person spoke up. Wait, the magic weapon underneath her. Could she be someone from the Water Family Chamber of Commerce? The crowd looked back and realized that the person who spoke was none other than the most powerful alchemist in the city. Since he had said so, everyone else knew that the woman was something big and immediately moved closer to the past. Master, what exactly is the origin of this water family? Chapter 80, if you don't have talent, don't talk about the future. That alchemist's grade was only the 6th rank of the yellow product. Put in Jade Tripod City, one wouldn't even be qualified to meet Wan Lin. However, in Jade Tripod City, he was a famous and great person, and he was even honored as a master. He sighed, you guys really have no eyes. This Water Family Chamber of Commerce is a famous chamber of commerce in the cultivation world. Any pills you name, or perhaps alchemy materials, they can take them out. The surrounding cultivators nodded their heads in seeming understanding. The master became even more upset at this. You guys really don't get it. Think carefully, you guys, are these pills and materials that good to get? Especially the alchemy materials are either located in dangerous secret realms or are collected by large clans. The fact that the Shui family was able to get all these things means that they either have an unbelievable network of people, or they have provided for many strong people. It was then that the monks came to their senses. So it is. Then in that case, isn't this water family extremely powerful? How did they suddenly appear in my Cloud Sea city? The master shook his head similarly. However, he speculated, are they perhaps here for Lin Mu? But after saying this, he laughed to himself. How is this possible? As much as he liked to say that others had small eyes, he wasn't really very well informed himself. He also knew nothing about the fact that Lin Mu was actually a heavenly alchemist. And just then, the woman brought Qin Yan's parents to the Qin family. She laughed delicately. Master Lin Dan, I have brought your father-in-law and mother-in-law. With that, she brought the two down to the ground. Lin Mu smiled faintly at the two after looking over. Father-in-law and mother-in-law. Smokey usually always says that she wants to come back to see you. We've met this time. At this time, Qin Yan also hurriedly fell from the sky. Father, mother. After she exclaimed twice, she swooped over like a nipple swallow. Qin's father and Qin's mother were originally still in a daze and didn't react at all. But they did subconsciously catch their daughter when they heard her voice. Smokey, are you okay? Qin's father subconsciously opened his mouth to ask a question. But he soon realized that he had asked a nonsense question. Qin Yan was full of happiness, still holding Lin Yi in her arms. This is actually good. It's almost too good to be true. Father Qin lamented. Smokey, you didn't marry Lin Feng in the first place, but married Lin Mu instead, so it seems like a blessing in disguise. Qin Yan recalled the scene of that day and nodded her head in the same way. You are right, father. Looking at Qin Yan and her parents hugging each other, Lin Mu's face was filled with smiles. He walked over to a few people. This is not the place to talk. Let's leave the Qin family first. Father Qin and Mother Qin nodded their heads in a hurry. That's good. Let's go now. After last night's events, they didn't have much left for the Qin family. Instead, though, the duo looked back to the woman behind them. That's right, Lin Mu. She was the one who sent us over just now. We still have to thank her a bit. With that, the two were about to salute the woman again, but the woman laughed and ducked. Gentlemen, I can't afford to take this gift from you. She then looked at Lin Mu with a smile. Master Lin Dan, can we, now, talk about the divine bridge pill? When Qin's father and mother heard this, they also finally understood. It turned out that this woman was a businesswoman, and had just approached herself just to take the opportunity to curry favor with Lin Mu. They immediately developed a hint of contempt for this woman. This woman looks quite beautiful and atmospheric. How come she's actually a merchant? But at this time, they heard a shout of alarm from the distance. How could a woman from the Water family nod her head to Lin Mu? I must have misread it. The two of them froze slightly and were about to listen carefully when they were interrupted by Lin Mu's words next to them. Then don't even think about the divine bridge pill. I'm not going to cooperate with you. Suiyun, don't bother with more words. Shuiyan's willow brows were slightly furrowed as if she was a little unhappy, but she quickly suppressed the emotion. Lin Mu, you don't have to say the words to death. We'll have a long time to come. I'll always find a way to talk you back. Lin Mu swept a glance at her while urging the system again, but just like the previous times, the system still didn't respond in the slightest. It meant that this woman didn't have the potential to become a great emperor. He laughed and shook his head. Don't tell me about the coming days with your qualifications. Shuiyan always felt that Lin Mu was saying something, but she didn't ask any questions. Instead, he said faintly, then we'll see. At this time, there was another gasp from those people in the distance. So she's Suiyun? I've heard that she's the Water family's new generation of heavenly pride. Not only is her realm breaking through fast, but she's also icy smart. How could such a character come together beside Lin Mu and even chase after him to Cloudsea City? These voices reached the ears of Qin's father and Qin's mother, and the two of them even kept blinking their eyes, looking at Lin Mu in disbelief. They were surprised to the core and just couldn't believe what had just happened. A big shot from the Water family would actually want to curry favor with us to get close to Lin Mu? They have been completely speechless. At this time, Qin Yan, however, handed over Lin Yi, who was in her arms, to Lin Yun, who was standing behind her, then took his parents' hands. Father and mother, don't be surprised. You haven't seen the true power of husband yet. The two men swallowed and their throats kept shaking. Smokey, what are you saying? There's something more powerful about Lin Mu? Qin Yan nodded slightly, but did not explain in detail. Instead, she turned back to Lin Mu and said, Husband, are we still going to the Lin family today? Lin Mu pondered for a moment before shaking his head. What's the point of going to the Lin family? I have no relationship with the Lin family of Yunhai City. Long ago. Seeing this, Qin Yan sighed quietly in his heart. She knew she couldn't persuade Lin Mu, but still whispered, then at the very least, let me take Yi back. No matter what, it's time to let your father, let Lin Lai take a closer look at her. Lin Mu frowned slightly, but in the end, he nodded his head for Qin Yan's sake. So much the better. Qin Yan quickly revealed a smile. Then I'll go first. With that, she turned back to greet Lin Yun and asked her to follow her to the Lin family. And at this moment, the people of the Lin family were scared out of their wits when they saw Qin Yan suddenly come over. They could all see what the Qin family encountered just now. What's Qin Yan doing here with us? She's not here for revenge, is she? When she first married into the Lin family, we didn't give her a good face. Many people even turned around to look at Lin Mu's three sisters. In the beginning, it was the three of them who liked to go after Qin Yan the most. The three women shivered and immediately hid behind Lin Lai. Father Sama, you have to do it for us. Lin Lai was similarly trembling when he heard this, but instead of being afraid, he was angry. In his opinion, if it wasn't for these three daughters causing trouble, Lin Mu would only still be in the Lin family, accompanying him to play the father's mercy and son's piety trick. His Lin family is definitely flourishing. Humph, shut up all of you. Lin Lai roared angrily and told the three girls to keep quiet before he got up with a complex face and greeted Qin Yan. Mouth asked, what exactly are you doing here in the Lin family? Chapter 81, I regret it. Qin Yan glanced at Lin Lai, his eyes narrowing slightly. Under his breath, he said faintly, I am bringing my daughter back for you to see. Qin Yan had meant well, but when those words fell on Lin Lai's ears, they were downright mocking. totally took the good with the bad. What, let me see your daughter? You're clearly trying to mock me. I kicked you out of the house and you ended up with such a wonderful daughter, which makes me look like I have no eyes, right? Lin Lai's face was filled with anger, and his tone was even more hostile. It seemed as if the baby in Qin Yan's arms was not his granddaughter, but a weapon used to attack him. Although Qin Yan's temper was good, it was not so good that it had no bottom line. Not to mention that Lin Lai's words had similarly denigrated his own daughter. Her face sank as she said coldly, "Since you don't want to see it, I'll leave now." After saying that, Qin Yanjin turned around and left. However, at this moment, the three women hiding behind Lin Lai suddenly jumped out again. They added fuel to the fire, fanning the flames beside Lin Lai's ears. "Lord Father, this Qin Yan clearly doesn't have you in her sights, so you're just going to let her go? You should detain her and then force Lin Mu to come back and kowtow to you and apologize. This is a great opportunity. You can't hesitate." Lin Lai sniffed and was indeed somewhat moved. Although Qin Yan had restored his Dao base, the curse on his body had not yet been dispelled. His cultivation had remained at the peak of the Wheel of Return Mystic Realm, and he was slow to recover to the Dao Palace Mystic Realm. Therefore, if Lin Lai were to make a move, he would still be able to take down Qin Yan as well. Qin Yan suddenly stopped and looked back at Lin Lai. "Are you seriously going to take a shot at me?" Hearing this, Lin Lai was somewhat abashed again. Lin Mu had just defeated Qin Zhong without using the Void Giant Sword. It's something he's watching. In case after he had detained Qin Yan, Lin Mu not only didn't give in to his weakness, but instead flipped out with him, then that's a lot of trouble. Seeing that Lin Lai didn't say anything, the three girls started jumping up and down again. "Father, you can't be too scared to make a move just because of Qin Yan's words. If this matter gets out, people will look down on you in the future." Qin Yan looked at the three women's appearance and suddenly understood Lin Mu in her heart. No wonder husband has no feelings for the Lin family. Those three sisters of his are indeed a bit outrageous. I should teach them a good lesson for my husband. A hint of coldness appeared in Qin Yan's eyes, and the spiritual energy in his body mobilized. However, without waiting for Qin Yan to make a move, Lin Yun, who had been silent behind her, suddenly stepped forward. Without saying a word, she raised her hand and slapped each of the three women in the face. With a crisp 3 pops, everyone in the Lin family froze. The subordinates of the Lin family in the distance even kept rubbing their eyes. "I'm not mistaken, am I? That maid of Lin Mu's actually dared to hit the three young ladies? It's even if this Lin Mu is powerful himself. When did the maids he took away also have such guts?" Just now, when Qin Yan dared to be unassuming to Lin Lai, these subordinates didn't feel that there was anything wrong. Although Qin Yan couldn't do it now, he was after all a character who had been a heaven's pride. However, Lin Yun, she used to be just like us, an underling. That is, after leaving with Lin Mu for a year, there's such a skyrocketing change? It's unimaginable. The Lin family's subordinates, who only dared to whisper, had also finally spread the word. Lin Mu's three sisters were the first to react. "What are you that you dare to come and beat us? You, Qin Yan's maid, dare to be so bold?" "Second sister, you're wrong. She was Lin Mu's maid in the past." They actually didn't even recognize Lin Yun at first, but it was only after hearing the words of the subordinates that they finally did. One must know that Lin Yun had been a personal maid beside Lin Mu for many years. Although she changed her name later, her appearance could not have changed. The three of them couldn't recognize Lin Yun, so it was evident that they had, indeed, never put Lin Mu in their eyes before. But Lin Lai was different. He hesitantly glanced at Lin Yun and said doubtfully under his breath, "Are you that servant girl of Lin Mu? I remember back then. It was you who followed Lin Mu and Qin Yan and left my Lin family together. It's just, I remember you never practiced. Why are you suddenly cultivated again?" Lin Yun lightly hummed, "If young master can cultivate, why can't I?" Lin Lai was just about to say something when he heard a loud shout from Lin Mu in the distance. "Mother, we should go." Only then did Qin Yan nod her head and waved at Lin Yun. "Yuner, it's almost time." Only then did Lin Yun nod his head, and after giving the three girls an arrogant look, he came to Qin Yan's side. "Ma'am, let's go back." The three women were instantly enraged, and when they took Lin Lai's hand, they began to shake it non-stop. "Father, you're just going to let them go? If this news gets out, no one will look up to us in the future." Lin Lai's face was green and red as he suddenly shouted, "Shut up, all of you." Lin Mu's strength and Qin Yan's attitude didn't make him too angry, but Lin Yun's change was really making him break his defense. It was only because of this little maid that it really illustrated what was meant by one man's success and the rise of the chickens and dogs. Lin Lai's words came out. The three women were immediately too scared to speak again. They stood frozen in place, carefully staring at Lin Lai. Lin Lai's gaze swept over the three women, and there was already dissatisfaction in his heart. Lin Yun had just beaten his daughter, and Lin Lai was indeed unhappy. But he even thought that if Lin Mu still stayed in the Lin family, then the one who got into Lin Mu's good graces would not just be a maid. Humph. It's all your fault. At this moment, Lin Lai had completely forgotten about his responsibilities and hadn't remembered Lin Feng's pushing. Instead, he threw all the pot on his 3 daughters' heads, but they are to blame for that. Nothing to complain about. Lin Lai roared. Someone, lock them up in the confinement room and lock them up for a month. The 3 women were shocked and begged for mercy. But Lin Lai didn't even listen. He just kept waving his hand, urging his subordinates to come and take the people away. Seeing this, the subordinates did not dare to say anything more and came over to take the 3 women away. After the 3 women's voices disappeared, Lin Lai's ears were finally cleared. The anger in his heart also gradually dissipated, and a strong sense of loss finally surged to his heart. If I had known this, I shouldn't have driven Lin Mu away in the first place. Lin Lai began to yell with regret. AI, such a heavenly pride, to be driven out of my home by my own hand. I regret it. Meanwhile, Qin Yan brought Lin Yun back to Lin Mu. Lin Mu's eyebrows suddenly raised and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. Oh, he knows regret too. Hearing this, Qin Yan asked curiously, what are you talking about, husband? Lin Mu waved his hand. Nothing. Mother, let's go back to Yuding City this time. Chapter 82, How many wives does my son-in-law have? On the way back to Jade Tripod City, Qin Yan suddenly pulled Lin Mu. Husband, what exactly is the situation with your maid? Lin Mu froze slightly. What are you talking about, ma'am? Qin Yan sighed, and after telling what had just happened, Lin Mu immediately laughed. Lin Yun, she's not like the old me again, not an absolute spirit physique, she's actually capable of cultivation. It's just that her qualifications are mediocre, and she has to have countless resources slammed into her before she can barely make some progress. At that time, I was not valued, and she naturally did not have the resources to cultivate. Lin Mu didn't finish his sentence, but Qin Yan already understood what he meant. Lin Mu was now, no matter what, a hallowed heavenly alchemist. In Jade Tripod City, there were alchemists who wanted to befriend Lin Mu. When they couldn't find Lin Mu, they would naturally go and befriend Lin Yun. These alchemists, casually leaking out some pills through their fingers, were enough to set Lin Yun on the path of cultivation. This little girl is lucky. Qin Yan covered her mouth and laughed. Lin Mu didn't care to wave his hand. That's what she deserves. If she hadn't left the Lin family with us in the first place, she wouldn't have had such a chance. However, Lin Mu's heart stirred again at this moment. Calling out the system and carefully observing the distant Lin Yun, there was always a suspicion in his mind that Lin Yun wasn't right. It's not like she's like Anmo, and she's not a Dan sect disciple. How is it possible to get high on drugs and have your cultivation increase naturally? However, after Lin Mu repeatedly observed Lin Yun, the system didn't pop up any hints either. Lin Mu could only give up. It does seem to be just a coincidence. However, this action of his caused Qin Yan to misunderstand. Qin Yan smiled and came close to Lin Mu's ear, whispering, husband, are you moved towards your little maid? But yes, I remember you telling me that she was quite a bit younger than you, even though she was your consort. You've been watching her grow up, but it's hard to avoid this and that. Lin Mu quickly waved his hand. Don't talk nonsense, mama. Qin Yan looked at Lin Mu with a smile, then shook her head and said, husband, I told you a long time ago that I won't care if you have concubines outside, and why would you lie to me? Lin Mu was a little helpless, but at the same time, he was also a little heartbroken. Although the Lin family didn't pay much attention to him, this Lin Yun's appearance and figure were indeed superior, especially since she had left the Lin family with herself and was a woman again. It actually looks a few points better. Lin Mu coughed twice and turned his head without speaking again. However, Qin Yan looked in her eyes, but she had already understood Lin Mu's mind. She smiled and said, I'll find a chance to talk to her after we return to Jade Tripod City. Lin Mu's heart was delighted as he backhanded Qin Yan. You're so nice, ma'am. Qin Yan rolled her eyes helplessly. However, at this time, a sudden fluctuation appeared in the distance. Lin Mu's face changed for a moment as he reached out and pushed Qin Yan away, then took the initiative to approach over. And at that moment, others nearby, too, noticed the scene. Qin's father and Qin's mother were both a bit nervous. Mother Qin asked hurriedly, Smokey, what's going on here? It can't be the Lin family catching up, can it? Qin's father didn't have the heart to look at his wife. You're full of crap. What exactly is the strength of the Lin family? Don't you know? Lin Lai that old. Cough. Our in-laws he does not have the guts to ask for trouble. Father Qin had wanted to scold Lin Lai, but halfway through his words, he remembered that his daughter was married to Lin Mu. Although between Lin Mu and Lin Lai, it seemed that the relationship was not very good, but it was not good for Qin's father to guess more about what was going on between their father and son. It's always right to say a few more nice things anyway. Qin's father coughed a few times before he asked worriedly again. Smokey, it can't be that the Yaowu sacred ground is sending people again, right? I've also heard before that the people from the Yaoqi brought an entire mountain gate to look for you guys in the Jade Tripod City. At that time, though, it relied on other forces to drive the Yaoqi away. But there's no guarantee that they won't follow secretly and then strike suddenly. To those who don't know what's going on, Qin's father's concern is not unreasonable. However, Qin Yan smiled and said, you need not worry, Father Sama, with husband's strength. Unless Lin Qiu comes personally, it will cause husband some trouble. None of the other Yaoqi elders can do anything about him. Seeing that Qin Yan trusted Lin Mu so much, Qin father opened his mouth and finally didn't say anything. In his mind, however, many thoughts flashed. It seems that Smokey and this son-in-law of mine have a good relationship. Only well, this lover's eyes out of the great emperor. Smokey also likes this Lin Mu too much. Simply lost her mind. That Yaoqi isn't a little cutie either. They also know how powerful Lin Mu is. If they want to intercept him halfway, then surely they'll have Patriarch Lin Qiu himself come. He sighed in his mind while getting ready. Once it was really Lin Qiu coming, then we had to hurry up and take the people and run. However, the next moment, he felt his body trembling and could barely move. After the fluctuations in the distance disappeared, a strong man appeared out of thin air. The man's face was filled with anger, and the strong spiritual energy in his body almost solidified the space around him. As soon as he appeared, he yelled, Lin Mu, get out of here. Fearful in his heart, Father Qin hurriedly asked Qin Yan, Smokey, could this person be some kind of Taishang elder of Yaoqi? He had seen Lin Qiu before, so he instantly recognized that this person was not the Yaoi patriarch. However, this cultivator's realm was too high, and he seemed to have a deep hatred for Lin Mu. So it's no wonder that Qin's father would speculate so much. Qin Yan was equally bewildered. She shook her head and said, this person is not the Yaoqi's supreme elder, but someone from the Su clan named Su Xia. If I remember correctly, he should be Su Yu's protector. Just, what is he doing here all of a sudden to see his husband? Father Qin's heart was startled as he hurriedly asked, which Su family? Could it be the one you told me about before? The descendant of that void emperor? Qin Yan just nodded without saying much. She was a bit curious about Su Xia's sudden appearance. At this time, Lin Mu came to Su Xia and looked at Su Xia, who was full of anger, and already had a guess in his heart. Still, he deliberately changed the subject. Old Su, why are you so angry? Indeed, I did pretend to be a member of your Su family for a bit in the Miasma Valley, but that's not much of a loss to you. Su Xia blew her beard and eyes out. Don't you talk to me about all this nonsense. I don't care about these little things. The Void Emperor was a stallion and left behind numerous descendants. Su Xia really didn't care if Lin Mu had impersonated a void descendant. He said angrily, you give me an honest explanation. The child in the lady's belly, is it yours or not? As soon as these words left his mouth, Lin Mu coughed awkwardly twice and didn't answer directly. He had long thought that Su Yu had used seclusion as an excuse to go nurse her fetus, only that he could not hide it from the Su family. However, Qin Yan in the distance instantly froze. Husband, when did you get acquainted with Su's woman? Naturally, she would not be confused and mistakenly believe that the person Su Xia was talking about was Su Jia of the Miasma Valley. A mere Su Jia was not worth Su Xia's anger, and at this time, Qin's father was even more filled with bewilderment. Ha! My son-in-law even impregnated a descendant of the Void Emperor? How many wives does he have? Chapter 83, then I'll come in person. Qin's father's words landed in mid-air, and no one picked up on this at all. But Su Xia was in another fit of rage. Lin Mu, hurry up and give me an explanation. Lin Mu didn't reply directly, but instead waved his hand at Qin Yan and a few others. Mother, wait here for a moment. I'll talk to him for a few moments, and I'll be right back. Then he didn't wait for Qin Yan and the others to speak before pulling Su Xia with him, flying off into the distance. Qin Yan looked at the direction they disappeared in, a hint of worry showing in her eyes, but soon she was faintly circumspect again. When they left just now, it should have been husband who took the initiative to pull Su Xiafei away. Then husband's speed, isn't it too fast as well? This doesn't even look like the speed of the Dao Palace Mysterious Realm. Instead it looks like the speed of the Four-Pole Mysterious Realm. Before Qin Yan suffered the curse, he had also broken through into the Four-Pole Mystic Realm. So this is very well understood. Could it be that husband's true realm is actually the Four Poles? That makes sense. No wonder he was able to defeat the Qin family's family head without utilizing his void inheritance. No wonder he was able to defeat so many powerful people. At this moment, Qin Yan was no longer worried in her heart. Instead, she was somewhat emotional. Husband's cultivation speed is so fast, then even if he did impregnate Su's woman, that Su Xia wouldn't be able to kill him. Just, how many more secrets does husband have on him? And by this time, Lin Mu had already brought Su Xia to the extreme distance. Su Xia similarly noticed Lin Mu's abnormality. You brat. So it's the four-pole mystic realm? Su Xia carefully surveyed Lin Mu, but she couldn't see through his true cultivation level. He then frowned and said, "This technique of yours to conceal your strength is really something." Lin Mu laughed a few times and didn't reply. He didn't have any stealthy feats. It was entirely the shackles of the desolate ancient saint body at work. After Lin Mu laughed, he asked Su Xia seriously, "Old Su, this matter of Su Yu's pregnancy, do many people up and down your Su clan know about it?" Su Xia sighed. "You really did this thing?" Lin Mu sniffed and hurriedly asked, "So you just swindled me?" Su Xia sighed again. "It's natural. In fact, a few days ago, all of my Su clan knew about Su Yu's pregnancy. The family head personally pressed the issue, yet Su Yu didn't say a word. I was watching from the sidelines, thinking left and right, and in the end I thought you were still the most suspicious, which is why I looked for you. Who knew you'd admit it straight away?" When she said this, Su Xia looked very complicated. It seemed like he was a bit in disbelief at first that Su Yu would actually be pregnant with Lin Mu's child. It wasn't until Lin Mu directly admitted it that he dared to be sure. Seeing this, Lin Mu did not pursue Su Xia's attitude. He just hurriedly pursued. "Then what is Su's attitude now?" "Exactly? They won't force Su Yu, right?" Su Xia sighed. "Don't you see that I have a good cultivation realm, but I can't say anything in front of the family head. What's the point of asking me about something so big?" After frowning and pondering for a moment, Lin Mu suddenly raised his eyebrows. "In that case, I'll go with you to the Su family and set the record straight." A hint of surprise appeared in Su Xia's eyes. "Lin Mu, you're not kidding, right? If you come back to the Su clan with me, our family head will definitely not spare you." "You?" Su Xia suddenly remembered something and asked with a frown. "You don't think that just because you're a heavenly alchemist, our family head will look at you differently, do you?" "Humph. If you put it in the usual way, you're really right about that idea." A heavenly alchemist still had a gold content. Even the head of a great family like the Su family had to treat him with extra courtesy. "But you've made too big a mess this time. Now I'm not afraid to tell you that Su Yu is the hope of the next generation of the Su family. Many people in the family are counting on her to prove herself as an emperor and bring the family back to glory. Now that she's pregnant with your child, it's bound to affect her cultivation, and she'll even lose her chance to witness the Tao. Where will they leave you alone?" Su Xia was also considered to be pouring her heart out to Lin Mu, and told him Su's biggest secret. However, Lin Mu was not at all moved after hearing this. From the moment he met Su Yu and the system issued a prompt, he knew that this Su Yu was not simple and had the potential to become an emperor. It was only natural that Su thought so highly of her. However, Lin Mu remained unperturbed. He blandly said, "Don't worry, after I meet your family head, he definitely won't make a move against me. I will even be honored as a guest." Su Xia's eyes instantly widened. If he didn't know that Lin Mu wasn't crazy or cute, he would definitely be cracking up at this moment. "You, a cultivator of the Tao Palace. Oh no, the Four Extremes mysterious realm. Even if you have a great emperor's inheritance, even if you are a heavenly alchemist, but you ruined the possibility of a new great emperor coming out of Su. Is this something that can be solved simply?" Even if the patriarch didn't kill Lin Mu, he would definitely have to punish him heavily, definitely not treating him like a guest of honor. Many thoughts flashed through Su Xia's mind, and her face suddenly became gloomy. "Lin Mu, you brat wouldn't be trying to stabilize me with these kind of words and then suddenly escape, right? If that's what you have in mind, then I'd advise you not to make a fool of yourself. Even if you escape from me, we Su will not let you go." Lin Mu smiled broadly and shook his head. "What makes you think that, old Su? If I run away, wouldn't I be leaving Su Yu behind? I'm not such an irresponsible man." Su Xia's face looked much better after hearing this. "Humph, count on you to be responsible. Then you're coming back with me here." Lin Mu's words had finally impressed Su Xia. After hesitating for a moment, he asked Lin Mu again, "Are you going to contact the Zhou family? After all, the Zhou family has received a great favor from you. If they send someone over to protect you, there might still be room to turn this matter around as well." Hearing this, Lin Mu gave Su Xia a grateful smile, but still said, "No need. It's enough for me to come to your Su family alone." Su Xia frowned, hesitantly said, "You really have confidence. Forget it, since you say so, I am not too lazy to talk too much. Let's go now." Lin Mu waved his hand at this time. "However, I'll go back and say goodbye." Su Xia naturally wouldn't object. He took the initiative to bring Lin Mu and retrace his steps back to the place he had just left. Although Qin Yan was certain in her heart that nothing would happen to Lin Mu, she was inevitably nervous. Figuring something out in your head and not worrying about it at all in your heart are two different things. At this moment, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw that Lin Mu was safe and sound. "Husband, have you made things clear with Elder Su?" Lin Mu smiled. The words are indeed clear. But yes, yet there is one more thing to do. Mother, I have some things to do to leave with old Su for a few days. So you can take your father-in-law and mother-in-law back to Yuding City first. When these words came out, Qin Yan looked up at Lin Mu. Husband, what are you going to do? You aren't going to the Su family, are you? Lin Mu nodded. Mother, you are really smart. You actually guessed this thing. Qin Yan twisted her hands together and seemed to be in deep thought. Lin Mu didn't say anything and just waited. After a long time, Qin Yan looked up and sighed. It seems like this matter won't be over until you make a trip to the Su family. Husband, then you go. But I do have some friendship with that Su family's Su Yu, so you can also ask for his help when you arrive at the Su family. Qin Yan still thought Su Yu was a man until now. Lin Mu coughed a few times and said haphazardly, I know. Chapter 84, You're really here to die. Seeing that Lin Mu was about to leave, Qin's father couldn't help but feel a little worried. Smokey, you just let Lin Mu leave? What if after he goes to the Su family this time, that family head flips out with him? Qin Yan had actually been a bit worried, but when she heard her own father's words, she returned earnestly. Don't worry, father. Nothing will happen to husband. I have faith in him. Qin's father looked at the expression on his own daughter's face and suddenly laughed. It seems that Smokey, you do have an excellent relationship with this husband of yours. That's when Qin's mother came to join in the fun. She wasn't really too sure how powerful the Su family really was, so she hadn't been too worried about it. Qin's mother laughed equally loudly. Old man, aren't you full of crap? If Smokey didn't have a good relationship with our son-in-law, how could she have given birth to a daughter so quickly? Qin Yan's face instantly reddened. Mother, what are you talking about? Mother Qin shook her head. You're a mom now. Why are you shy? However, Mother Qin didn't continue this topic as she took over Lin Yi and looked down at her granddaughter. Then he asked curiously, I've heard that this child is also a tying body. Only that he is also implicated by the curse on you? Smokey, tell me what's going on here. At this time, Qin's father also silently came over, wanting to hear clearly. Although most of the powerful people in the world let their offspring inherit their physique, this inheritance, however, is seldom between father and son, mother and son, and is often intergenerational. Of course, the mighty and powerful have a long lifespan. It doesn't really matter whether a son inherits the system or a descendant after a dozen generations. And after years of accumulation, almost everyone had more or less the bloodline of an ancient powerhouse in their body. That's why among the ordinary families, there would occasionally be people who awakened their physique, like Qin Yan and Lin Feng. The odds were that this was the case. Just exactly which generation of their ancestors had produced a strong man was completely untraceable. However, Lin Yi's situation was very rare. Mother Qin sighed. If only the boy hadn't been implicated by the curse. Qin Yan sniffed with some hesitation, and after a moment, she still reached out and set up a formation to isolate the surrounding sounds. Only then did he whisper in his parents' ears, Father and Mother. In fact, the so-called curse on Yi's body is just fooling outsiders. The curse shared in this child's body is actually not much. And husband, he is also a heavenly alchemist. If you want to remove this curse, it's really not that hard. It's just that we're worried that the tree will attract bad people to covet the child. So we've made a cover-up. Qin mother immediately laughed happily after hearing this. So be it, so be it. She teased Lin Yi in her arms. Yet Qin's father felt his scalp tingle. So this granddaughter of mine is not trapped by the curse? Then in the future, she will definitely be a generation of heavenly pride as well. Although this Lin Mu himself only has an ordinary physique, he was able to let his daughter inherit Smokey's physique. This luck is just unbelievable. On the other hand, after Su Xia left with Lin Mu, behind her in mid-air, she summoned a spatial ripple. Su Xia stood next to the ripples and looked at Lin Mu with a smile on her face. Well, do you dare come in? Lin Mu laughed. What's there to be afraid of? He directly stepped in, and then felt a strong attraction coming from the ripples. Lin Mu's entire body was sucked in, and almost the next moment, he appeared on top of a wasteland. Looking around, within countless miles all around, there was almost no grass at all. Lin Mu knew in his heart that this place was definitely not far from Su's main camp. He frowned and said to Su Xia, who came right behind him, You guys live in a place like this? It wasn't surprising that Lin Mu asked that, although he hadn't been to any other immortal sect holy lands. Back then, the Yaohe Holy Land, however, had directly brought the sect to his door. At that time, even through Yao Qi's mountain protector formation, Lin Mu was able to detect the immortal's aura in it. And now the situation around Su's lair. Lin Mu rolled his eyes. You guys are a bird of a feather here. Su Xia's face looked a bit ugly after hearing this. It's that time of day, and you still care about that? Humph. You'd better worry more about worrying about yourself. Follow me. He greeted Lin Mu and walked toward the distance. After walking for a while, Lin Mu did notice that Su's choice of this place seemed to be somewhat justified. The space here seems extraordinarily unstable. That Void Emperor of theirs seems to have some kind of talent for using space in his bloodline. It seems they chose this place on purpose. Lin Mu lowered his head in thought. It didn't take long for Su Xia to suddenly stop, getting to the place. Only then did Lin Mu raise his head and look at the ordinary mountain peak in front of him. However, from among the peaks, he could detect a strange feeling. Even the shackles of his desolate ancient saint body were trembling slightly. Lin Mu narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "That old ancestor of your family, he wouldn't be buried here, would he?" Su Xia gave him an odd look. "How is this possible? Our old ancestor is buried in the void." "No, what am I talking to you about this for?" Su Xia hurriedly shook her head, still somewhat helpless in her heart. He's the one who almost told the secret story of their Su clan. Su Xia didn't dare to say more to Lin Mu and directly led him into the upper mountain. As soon as he entered the mountain, Lin Mu noticed that the spiritual energy around him was steeply stronger. It seems that Su's people, too, don't have self-mutilation tendencies. Although the outside world was very barren, the place where one lived was given to be made into a cave. The two hadn't gone more than a few steps before a couple of young men blocked the way. "You're back, elder? And who is this kid next to you?" They looked Lin Mu up and down, with a hint of goodwill still showing in their eyes. "This person's realm is merely a mere Dao Palace mystic realm, and your old man personally brought him in. Then could he be one of my Su clan's stray clansmen?" A few of the young men spoke, their smiles still quirky again. "Or is this an affair your old man left outside back in the day?" Su Xia was instantly a bit upset. "What are you all talking about? My old man is not like that." "He is." Su Xia pointed at Lin Mu and hesitated for a moment before adding, "Never mind. I'll take him to see the family head first." Those young men looked at each other, but did not pursue the matter. But the curiosity in their hearts could not be pressed. They followed behind Su Xia and Lin Mu, and together they headed to the mountain where the family head was. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Su Xia took a deep breath. "Family master, I've brought Lin Mu here. He is the one I told you about." When the young people heard this, they were even more puzzled. What did Su Xia mention this kid to the family head for? Could it be that he's not Su Xia's illegitimate son, but the family heads? They do like to gossip. However, at this time, a roar of fury suddenly came from the top of the mountain. "Good, Lin Mu, you actually dare to come over? You've really come to die." As soon as the words fell, a silhouette instantly appeared in front of Lin Mu. This person stretched out his large hand and directly grabbed towards Lin Mu's neck. Chapter 85, Son-in-law. "I've waited so long for you." Su Xia was alarmed. Although he was a bit dissatisfied with Lin Mu, he didn't want his family head to directly kill the person. He hurriedly said, "Family master, have mercy." Those young people were even more alarmed. The family head hasn't made a move in many years. What is it about this time? Not only them, but the Su family head struck out with hatred, and there was a lot of commotion. The other clansmen of the Su clan, too, had gotten the news and hurriedly arrived. Almost within moments, countless ripples lit up around them. A silhouette stepped out from it. What is the family head doing? To actually take a shot at a young man? Really bullying a young man with a big one? Isn't this a bit humiliating? However, there was also someone who sighed in a low voice. "This kid looks a bit familiar to me. Isn't he that Lin Mu?" The other clansmen immediately turned their heads to look. "Lin Mu? Who is this?" Without waiting for that person to explain in detail, the family head's big hand had already arrived next to Lin Mu's neck. Lin Mu's face was in a flurry, and his spiritual energy was drummed up. The shadow of a giant sword of the void even loomed behind him. But for some reason, as soon as the shadow appeared, the surroundings shook. The family head instantly withdrew his hand and looked at Lin Mu suspiciously. The four-pole mystic realm? It turned out that the moment before he touched Lin Mu just now, he realized that something was wrong. Knowing Lin Mu's true realm, he then voiced the same sentiment as Su Xia. "This method of yours to conceal your strength is really something." But soon, his face clouded over again. "But no matter what you have, you shouldn't ruin Su Yu's future." He said this without a clue, but the Su clan instantly understood what he meant. "What? He's the one who got Su Yu pregnant? What audacity! This man should be killed." It was the few young men who were quite favorable to Lin Mu just now who jumped to their feet and cursed. "So he's the asshole. If we had known that, we should have beaten him up earlier." One slightly sensible person, though, whispered, just now. The family head said that he is a strong person of the four extreme mysterious realm. We may not be his opponent. What are you afraid of?" Several others shook their heads angrily. "Let's go together. Surely we can clean him up too." Seeing that his clan members were in a mess, the family head's face sank and he coldly grunted, "Shut up, all of you." A tremor ran through the Su clan's body, and indeed, they all stopped speaking. The family head nodded in satisfaction. then coldly looked at Lin Mu. Do you have any last words to say? Lin Mu didn't panic and asked in return. You're too rude. See Lord Su. You haven't even told me your name yet. A hint of killing intent appeared in the eyes of the family head. Lin Mu's words didn't give him any face at all, even seeing him as a peer. How could he endure this? It was the other Su clan members who looked over angrily. It was just that the family head had spoken first just now, so they didn't dare to curse out again. But in their hearts, these people had already cursed Lin Mu. Su Xia was more than a little flustered. Suffered. It's okay for this Lin Mu to be arrogant towards other people, but in front of the family head, how can he dare to be so? He had the heart to put in a good word for Lin Mu, but the head of the family grabbed the first word. Good. Since you asked me my name, I'll tell you, or to make you an understanding ghost. I am the 30th generation family head of the Su clan's direct line, Su Fei. Do you remember? After asking this, the anger in Su Fei's body disappeared instead. However, those who were familiar with him knew that this was Su Fei who had already gotten up the urge to kill. Lin Mu smiled and nodded. So the family head's name is Su Fei. I'll remember that. Family master, let's take a step to talk. There's something I need to tell you about Su Yu's pregnancy. Su Fei frowned and grunted coldly. A trick. He was subconsciously about to strike, but quickly thought of something else. This brat has an inheritance left by his ancestors in his body after all, and it's rumored that he's also some kind of heavenly alchemist. These two things are concentrated on him alone. So maybe he really does have some secret on him? Su Fei pondered for a moment and bristled. Then you come with me. The two went into the peak behind them. The Su clan members who stayed where they were, silently watched their backs, waiting for the silhouettes of the two. They completely disappeared into the formation. Immediately someone jumped in. This Lin Mu really has no one in his sight. He committed such a great crime, but not only did he not bow his head and admit his mistake, he even dared to call the family head by his first name. He's really looking for death. The other clansmen immediately chimed in. Lin Mu has committed a great crime. This time the family head will definitely kill him. I just don't know what to do with Su Yu. She's fine, but I don't know what will happen to the child in her womb. Humph. The other big family in the central state, who originally wanted to go to my Su clan for marriage, can't get it done this time either. Only Su Xia had a worried look on her face. This Lin Mu is indeed too big for his britches. This is great. Even if I wanted to go to the Zhou family to bring help, this is too late. After entering the mountain peak, Su Fei directly led Lin Mu to the highest point. He then stood with his arms crossed and asked Lin Mu, "What exactly do you have to say?" Lin Mu laughed and didn't answer the question, but instead asked in return, "Family Master Su, why are you so angry with me? Is it because I delayed Su Yu's cultivation?" Su Fei's blood rushed up and he said angrily, "Isn't this worth my anger?" Seeing this, Lin Mu directly waved his hand and said, "I don't know if you've ever heard of a story called The Lost Son of a Horse. How do you know it's not a blessing? This side of the world really didn't have this illusion." Su Fei forced down his anger and frowned. "What exactly are you trying to say?" Lin Mu first explained the illusion, before adding, "Although Su Yu's pregnancy has delayed her cultivation, the child in her womb is also a blessing for your Su clan." Hearing this, Su Fei was furious and laughed. A strong gloomy killing intent was revealed on his body. "Lin Mu, there has to be a limit to your jokes. How is the child in Su Yu's belly a blessing for me?" "Su," Lin Mu raised his head and said, "Because that child was born to me in Su Yu, so I have that confidence." As he spoke, Lin Mu sank down and summoned the system. He glanced at the remaining 6 shackles on his desolate ancient saint body. Afterwards, all the spiritual energy was gathered over and shook the shackles. Su Fei first became furious, but soon, he sensed an inexplicable aura. The entire person directly froze, looking at Lin Mu with disbelief. You have a special physique too?" Although there were still 6 remaining shackles that hadn't been undone, under Lin Mu's full power, a hint of breath was still revealed. However, the aura was really weak, and even if Su Fei was well informed, he was unable to determine which type of physique this was. Su Fei came over to Lin Mu's side, carefully sizing him up as he did so, as if he wanted to see through all of his details. Under his breath, he even asked, "What's going on with this physique of yours?" Lin Mu didn't answer directly, but just blandly said, "I won't be able to tell Family Master Su about this. All you need to know is that Su Yu has a special bloodline and I have a special physique. The children we give birth to will also inevitably be a generation of heavenly pride, and will even be superior to the blue. This is naturally a great good thing for you, Su." Su Fei instantly fell silent. After a long time, he laughed out loud. "Sage son-in-law, I've waited so hard for you." At the foot of the mountain, the Su clan members who were still angrily cursing Lin Mu, they all looked up in bewilderment when they heard these words. What is the family head saying? Chapter 86. What? Making my Su clan's heavenly pride a concubine? The Su clan members suddenly raised their heads and stared at the peak of the mountain where the family head was, not understanding the meaning of the words just now at all. Could it be that there's a sudden visit from another family's pride? But if someone comes in, we shouldn't know nothing about it? Many elders frowned slightly, feeling that things were a bit odd. Only Su Xia raised her head and trembled. Could it be that this Lin Mu really persuaded the family head to marry off Suyu to him? The voice of these words was not loud, but the cultivators present were not of low cultivation. In particular, the elders not far away nearby had their ears to the ground. They all sneered back after hearing Su Xia's words. Su Xia, what do you mean by that? Have you been out there so long you're not thinking straight? This Lin Mu secretly impregnated Su Yu. He's already an enemy of our Su clan. Will the family head accept him? Not to mention that this kid is just an ordinary person. How could he possibly be worthy of Su Yu? All the elders shook their heads in disdain. Even if someone was on good terms with Su Xia, they sighed along at this moment. Su Xia, I know you're Su Yu's protector, so I'm extra excited for her. It's just that Su Yu this time is really doing it wrong. It's impossible for the family head to look at Lin Mu. However, at this moment, on the top of the mountain peak, a few more loud laughs were heard. The voice naturally came from Su Fei. Good. Yes, you have said it so well, son-in-law. It is indeed true. Now the crowd was even more curious. So someone really did sneak in? They were already certain that the virtuous son-in-law Su Fei was talking about couldn't be Lin Mu, so they naturally thought it was someone else. Then this person's cultivation realm is also a bit too terrifying. But such a character is really willing to marry Su Yu? No matter what, this Lin Mu is definitely dead. The family head will not keep him alive. They all whispered. After chatting for a while, they noticed two people walking down from the peak. They hurriedly looked, only to realize that the leader was indeed Su Fei. And behind Su Fei, no strangers appeared. It was still the same Lin Mu who had just followed Su Fei into the mountains. After the several elders exchanged glances, they hurriedly flew over and landed in front of Su Fei. Family master, they first saluted, then hurriedly asked, where is that son-in-law you just recognized? Su Fei pointed at Lin Mu behind him and said, don't you see? This Lin Mu is the good son-in-law I've recognized. At that, he burst out laughing once more. The elders blinked, almost thinking they had heard wrong. The Su clan members in the distance were even frozen in place. Why is this? Seeing this, Su Fei seemed to feel that there was something wrong with their behavior. But he remembered that Lin Mu had just asked himself to keep his secret and not to reveal the matter of his physique to the outside world. So Su Fei didn't tell the truth either. It just blandly said, what? Do you object to this? The crowd was creeped out and said in a panic, what you decide? Family head, how dare we oppose? Now that you've said that. They seemed to have eaten poison as they looked at Lin Mu with odd faces. It took a long time before he sighed and bowed his head. Then we'll meet the ant. Lin Mu sniffed, but he dodged halfway out of the way. Wait. The crowd looked up in confusion. And what? Lin Mu glanced at Su Fei and said in a deep voice, I've already had a mother, so it's impossible for me to marry Su Yu again. If she is to enter my house, then she will only be a concubine. What? The crowd's eyes went red all of a sudden. You want our Su clan's heavenly pride to be a concubine? Seek death. Simply disregarding our Su clan. If this matter were to spread, wouldn't my Su clan become a joke? Even Su Xia was furious. Lin Mu, what the hell are you talking about? Su Fei's old face, which was originally full of smiles, was also gloomy once again. What do you mean by that, Lin Mu? You don't really think I don't dare to kill you? A strong killing intent once again enveloped Lin Mu. However, Lin Mu remained unperturbed. Void swordsmanship. In an instant, the void giant sword appeared behind Lin Mu. A powerful aura emanated from the giant sword. The surrounding Su clan members calmed down a bit. Those elders, however, continued to glare at him. Lin Mu didn't care about their gazes, but instead stared directly at Su Fei. Family Master Su, do you really disagree with me? Various colors kept flashing in Su Fei's eyes. There was killing intent, but also some scorn. In his opinion, there were just too many secrets in this Lin Mu kid. Originally, he was just an eldest son of the Lin family who couldn't cultivate, but suddenly he was able to cultivate again. Now it seems that he actually has a special physique. Su Fei thought of the void sword technique that Lin Mu had inexplicably obtained, as well as his sudden display of alchemist talent. He was thinking about it more and more. Could it be that this Lin Mu has been favored by some powerful person, only to draw it out for many years, until recently when it finally became too much to bear? That makes sense. If he doesn't have the backbone, how would he dare to make my Su clan's heavenly pride his concubine? If I reject him, then if I offend the great power behind him. After thinking left and right for a while, Su Fei actually sighed. Then let Su Yu be your concubine. Everyone was instantly silenced at these words. No one could be heard at the scene. Yet the silence, instead, was deafening. The questions in the hearts of the Su clan members almost bubbled right up. Those elders even exchanged crazy eye colors. There were even some people who secretly surveyed Su Fei, worrying that he had fallen under Lin Mu's illusion and had become Lin Mu's puppet. But no sooner had they entertained this thought than they laughed bitterly. If Lin Mu had such means, he would be able to control our family head with a mere cultivation of the four extreme mysterious realm. Then it's nothing to let Suyu be his concubine. After such thoughts flashed through his mind, the man sighed helplessly and no longer dared to look at Su Fei. Su Fei didn't know what was on their minds, but he was able to make a rough guess. With a twinkle in his eye, he waved his hand at Lin Mu and said, "You go and meet Suyu first. I have another important matter to discuss with the elders of the clan." Lin Mu nodded indifferently and turned to leave, but just as he took a few steps, he turned back and asked, "Where is Suyu now?" When Su Fei saw him turn around, he thought he was going to say something important. As a result, Lin Mu only asked about this, leaving him somewhat speechless as well. He casually called a young clansman. "You take Lin Mu over there." Only after dismissing Lin Mu did he say to the elders present, "I know that you are very puzzled in your hearts, but I have to tell you, there is a reason why the head of this family is doing this." As he spoke, Su Fei raised his hand and summoned a formation to envelop the surroundings, isolating the hearing of the other clansmen. These clansmen couldn't hear the details and hated scratching their ears. "What the hell is this for? The family head should have let us hear it too." Chapter 87. What does it mean to have a proper inheritance? The Su clan members were outside the array formation, looking dead at the clan elders inside, itching to just drill in and eavesdrop. Nay, Su Fei's realm was really far beyond theirs, and even with the subsequent formations set up, these clansmen were simply unable to break through. That's why they couldn't hear half of it. No matter how hard they tried, couldn't even make out the mouths of the people inside. Quite a few people simply turned around and looked at Lin Mu, who was well and truly in the distance. Disbelief and anger were in their eyes. What exactly did this brat say to hoodwink our family head? Yes, it must be because he's full of lies and our family head has never been in contact with liars. That's why he fell for his tricks. There were a few rash youngsters who disregarded the words Su Fei had just uttered and came directly to Lin Mu. "Tell me honestly, how exactly did you lie to our family head?" Their eyes were filled with hostility toward Lin Mu. If Lin Mu just wanted to marry off Suyu, they might still be able to tolerate it. But letting their own heavenly pride go and become a concubine, this was really beyond the limits of their acceptance. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, turned around to look at a few people and asked with a smile, "Do you guys really think I can fool that family head of yours? Or are you deliberately using this as an excuse to pick a fight with me?" Being told through Lin Mu's mind, those rash young men were furious and red in the face. The man at the head gritted his teeth. "Eloquent. A liar indeed. Let's brothers hurry up and take him down." Hearing the man's words, the other few rashers were a bit scared. Although they were angry with Lin Mu, they didn't want to really fight with him. Otherwise, when Su Fei heard the commotion and came out to explore the situation, they would definitely not have any good fruit to eat either. But seeing that the man from earlier had already charged towards Lin Mu, they had no choice but to follow. 14th brother, wait a moment. We'll strike with you. They each summoned the magic treasures on their bodies and rushed at Lin Mu to kill him. Lin Mu swept his eyes and smiled instead. It turned out that the magic treasures of all the Su clan members were actually in the shape of swords. It must have been meant to mimic their old ancestors' void giant sword. Lin Mu laughed out loud. "It's just a pity that all these precious swords of yours are fake." Void sword technique. Lin Mu roared and summoned the void giant sword once again. This time he didn't hold anything back. Su Fei already knew his true strength, and there was no need for him to do anything to hide it. Lin Mu completely mobilized the spiritual energy in his body, and his arms, which had already been tempered, all emitted a hazy glow. In the next moment, the giant sword swept over and chopped the Su clan members' sword to pieces. Then it went toward a few more people. The giant sword stabbed until it reached their front before Lin Mu finally withdrew his hand. Let the giant sword stop 3 inches in front of their chest. And those few rash people, they were already too scared to breathe. "You're actually this strong? A proper inheritance is just different from the magic treasures we refine." Not only the few of them, but also the clansmen who were watching from afar were somewhat convinced. This Lin Mu's strength is truly extraordinary. And looking at the strength of his void giant sword, he seems to have already taken his ancestors' inheritance while breaking through to the second realm. For him to have inexplicably inherited such a legacy, it seems that in the underworld, he also has a destiny with my Su clan. If he's willing to marry Suyu back explicitly, it doesn't matter. But why did he have to make Suyu a concubine? The Su clan people had been completely helpless. Many of them even grabbed their hair and beat their chests, looking like they had a breakdown. Lin Mu smiled as he watched all of this and didn't say anything at all. And at this time, Su Fei finally finished explaining with those elders. He raised his hand to undo the formation and then saw these scenes outside. Su Fei said unhappily, "What's going on here?" When the Su clan members heard this, they were all a little scared in their hearts. They took advantage of Su Fei's lecture to the elders to take the initiative against Lin Mu, which was already a violation of the clan rules. If Su Fei really pursued the matter, they would all have to go to solitary confinement. But without waiting for the Su clan to reply, Lin Mu burst out laughing. "Clan Master Su, I was just sparring with your clan's descendants just now. It's no big deal." Su Fei wasn't a little cutie either, and with a little thought, he understood what exactly had just happened. But since Lin Mu hadn't even pursued the matter and had even exonerated his own clan, he couldn't say anything else. In Su Fei's heart, however, a trace of scorn arose. "I had thought that this Lin Mu was bound to be arrogant and domineering since he was endowed with a special physique and had the inheritance of our ancestor. The fact that he had to make you his concubine just now can also illustrate this point. But judging from his current sentence, he clearly also knows how to buy people's hearts, and is definitely not a reckless person. This kid is really not simple." Su Fei's face remained unchanged, and after raising his hand for the crowd to retreat, he turned to Su Xia and said, "You can take Lin Mu to see Su Yu first. I still have to bring this matter to inform those supreme elders." When Lin Mu heard this, he was somewhat moved. He had long heard that those powerful clans and families in the cultivation world had what was called an underbelly. That is, a strong person who had cultivated to the Xiantai mysterious realm. The supreme elder in Su Fei's words should refer to such a character. He had the intention of following Su Fei to see just how strong the Xiantai powerhouses were, but on second thought, he thought that he hadn't seen Su Yu for a long time, and he missed her a little. Come what may. Anyway, when I take Su Yu away, these old things will definitely have to come out and show their faces. I'll naturally be able to meet them when the time comes, so there's no rush. Thinking of this, Lin Mu didn't say anything more, but followed behind Su Xia and silently walked towards the distance. After the two of them walked out hundreds of steps, Su Xia hesitated for a while before finally speaking. "Lin Mu, you turned out to have a special physique? Then why have you never shown it before?" Lin Mu naturally couldn't tell him that this was because his own system was firing. He looked at Su Xia with a smirk. "Do you really want to know?" When Su Xia heard this, countless thoughts instantly flashed through her mind. Since Lin Mu said that, then perhaps it's because behind him, there really is that great power sheltering him? If I have to ask about this matter, I'll be tainted with karma. So Su Xia hurriedly coughed a few times. "I'm just asking. You don't have to tell me." But he quickly added a sentiment. "No wonder Jade has her eye on you." Lin Mu smiled slightly in response to this statement. The two of them walked around Su's mountain for a while before Lin Mu realized that something was wrong. He turned to Su Xia and asked, "Did you guys do something to this mountain gate, so that the actual area is larger than it looks?" It wasn't surprising that Lin Mu asked that. The truth was that the cultivation of the duo was far beyond that of mortals. Even if they did not intentionally rush, but just walked normally, the speed is also dozens of times that of an ordinary person. They had traveled for so long and hadn't even left the mountain, so there must be something wrong with the mountain itself. Su Xia nodded her head and said, "So you can see it too. Our Su clan's mountain gate, indeed, is set up with special formations that are 100 times larger than the outside world." Just then, Su Xia pointed at a cave in the distance. "Su Yu is among them. Go over there yourself. I won't accompany you." Chapter 88, You actually persuaded the family head? Lin Mu was a bit curious. Since your Su clan is keeping Su Yu under guard, I'm sure that the entrance to that cave also has a special prohibition. If you don't take me there, can I go in by myself? When Su Xia heard this, she gave Lin Mu a high look. You sure have a good head on your shoulders for thinking of that. But he quickly shook his head again. But you only know one thing, not the other. That entire cave is indeed set up with a prohibition. But that prohibition only takes effect on our Su clan bloodline. For outsiders it does nothing. So I can't really go in there with you, or I won't be able to get out. Lin Mu nodded silently as he listened. His spirit highly concentrated as he carefully stared at the cave. It seemed to be about studying that prohibition. When Su Xia saw this scene, a hint of laughter appeared in her eyes as she said under her breath, Lin Mu, what are you doing? Let me tell you, although this prohibition was set up by the family head, it was left by the ancestor in the beginning. Although you are also very powerful, it is simply impossible for you to see through it. However, Lin Mu didn't reply, still staring dead on in the direction of the cave. Now Su Xia was a bit flustered in her heart. Lin Mu, you don't really see anything, do you? If it were anyone else, Su Xia would never have thought this way. But Lin Mu had given him too many surprises, and there was no way for him not to think about it more. But just as Su Xia wanted to inform the family head, Lin Mu finally spoke. This prohibition is indeed powerful, and I can't see through it. Su Xia was relieved. I told you. All right, Get your ass in there. After seeing Lin Mu enter the cave, Su Xia realized that on her head, a lot of sweat had actually broken out. He hadn't sweated for a long time since he had embarked on the path of cultivation. It was evident how anxious he was just now. This kid, Lin Mu, is actually giving me so much pressure. Su Xia laughed bitterly a few times and looked at the cave entrance, sighing helplessly. What an afterlife. On the other hand, Lin Mu deliberately slowed down his pace as he entered the cave. Sure enough, the moment he passed through the hole, a system alert suddenly popped up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for coming into contact with the formation left behind by the Void Emperor. Requirements for unlocking the third level of the Void Sword have changed. Ding! The mission has been triggered. The son of the host and Suyu is in urgent need of stabilizing his body due to the conflict between his parents' physique and bloodline. The host must marry Suyu within 10 days. Mission reward, stabilization of fetal body. System upgrade. The system has been upgraded to break through the prohibitions and hidden secrets left behind by great emperor-level powerhouses. Penalty for failure, teleportation to the Holy Land of Yaoqi after depriving all realm cultivation and inheritance. Lin Mu's brows furrowed slightly as he listened to the series of prompts in his ears. In fact, when he was by Su Xia's side just now, Lin Mu wasn't studying the prohibition left behind by the Void Emperor. Instead, he wanted to use the system to observe Su Yu. It would be best to probe the fetus in Su Yu's stomach. It was just that the system, which had always been invincible, was actually unable to break through the prohibition. It doesn't even show Su Yu's condition. Lin Mu had some doubts in his heart when he saw this, and that's why he didn't say anything for a long time, causing Su Xia to misunderstand as well. But at this moment, after actually entering the cave, Lin Mu let out a long breath. It turns out that previously this system was underpowered and had to be pressed by the Great Emperor? But that's right. The desolate ancient sacred body that this system rewarded once it came up is also still a defective product that comes with 9 shackles. It's no wonder it couldn't see through the backhand left behind by the Great Emperor. Lin Mu didn't continue to think much about it after a light laugh in his heart. At this time, Su Fei had already opened his mouth to promise that the matter between himself and Su Yu, that was already a nail in the coffin. This task was just too easy to accomplish. So Lin Mu didn't panic at all. He smiled as he made his way to the interior of the cave. Without taking a few steps, he heard Su Yu's sigh. Master of the house, have you come to persuade me again? I'm telling you, my mind is made up. It's a must to have this baby. A trace of emotion arose in Lin Mu's heart after hearing this, and he deliberately lowered his voice, following Su Fei's tone. How can this work? My Su clan's heavenly pride must not give Lin Mu a son. Although Lin Mu deliberately changed his voice, Su Yu still heard that something was wrong. That's not right. I never said that the baby in my belly is Lin Mu's. And this voice, I also heard something familiar. Not the tone of the family head. She turned her head in surprise, saw Lin Mu not far away, and hastily rubbed her eyes. I'm not dreaming, am I? Why are you here, Lin Mu? But after the surprise, Su Yu was shocked again. Were you captured by the head of the family? Are you okay? She got up in a hurry to come over and check on Lin Mu's condition. Lin Mu smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry, I'm here on my own. Su Yu froze for a moment after hearing this, and then he also understood. Did Su Xia tell you? Hey, what are you doing over here? Aren't you afraid that our family head will simply turn against you in a fit of rage? Although Su Yu said so on his lips, the laughter in his eyes could no longer be concealed. Lin Mu walked up closer and pulled Su Yu to sit back on the stone bed while gently stroking her stomach. The mouth whispered. As soon as I heard that you were locked up by Su, then I definitely had to hurry over. And don't worry, I've already made a deal with your patriarch. He won't object to things between in the future, and has even agreed to you marrying into my family's gates. When Su Yu heard this, an expression of disbelief immediately appeared on his face. Lin Mu, you're not deliberately making things up just to coax me, are you? When did our house master become so nice? Lin Mu didn't explain in detail, but just flatly said, that's naturally because I offered him an unrefusable condition. What? Su Yu didn't understand the meaning of this sentence and subconsciously asked after it. However, Lin Mu coughed a few times and didn't continue on, just picking up Su Yu. Let's just get out of here. Su Yu shook his head with a bitter smile after hearing this. I can't get out of this. There's an ancestor's prohibition around this cave. But just then, Su Fei's voice suddenly came from the distance. It turned out to be that he had finally remembered the matter of the forbidden system after he had reported to the clan's supreme elder. A large hand suddenly appeared in midair and made several seals over the cave. However, even a strong person of the dragon transformation mysterious realm would not be able to see the exact appearance of the handprints at all. With a rumbling sound, the 4 walls of the cavern trembled slightly. Even the entire cavern began to shake, and it looked like it was about to collapse. Lin Mu hurriedly brought Su Yu, broke through the cave, and flew into midair. Lin Mu leaned into Su Yu's ear and said in a low voice with a smile, See, I didn't lie to you, did I? Your family staple has really agreed to our affair. Where else would he have taken the initiative to undo this prohibition? Su Yu, on the other hand, pursed his lips and forced down the shock and doubt in his heart. What exactly did Lin Mu say to the family head to make him make such a huge concession? Su Yu came from the Su clan and knew Su Fei's character best, but she knew that if Lin Mu just took out some favors or counted on using the Zhou family to pressure Su Fei, it wouldn't have any effect at all. While Su Yu was still deep in thought, Su Fei's voice came again from midair. You bring Lin Mu over. The Supreme Elders want to meet Lin Mu. Chapter 89, I'm just giving him a hard time. What's wrong? When Su Yu heard this, he was considered completely relieved. Since Su Fei had said so, it must be that he had fully agreed to his affair with Lin Mu. She gave Lin Mu an odd look and quickly asked, "What exactly did you say to the family head?" Lin Mu smiled without saying anything. Seeing this, Su Yu did not ask much, just a hint of trust in his eyes. She relied on Lin Mu's side, holding her belly, and led him through the mountains towards an inconspicuous peak in the distance. Not far from the cave, Su Xia stood on the ground. He stomped his feet helplessly when he saw Su Yu leave with Lin Mu just like that. They say that a son forgets his mother when he has a daughter-in-law, and I see that this daughter is the same. This girl Su Yu has Lin Mu. She's forgotten that I'm still out there. But he had misunderstood Su Yu here. It was actually because Lin Mu hadn't even told Su Yu that Su Xia was outside the cave. As for Su Yu, at this moment, his heart was all over Lin Mu, and he was busy taking him to meet the Supreme Elder. Nor did they explore the surrounding area. That's why he directly ignored Su Xia. As for the clansmen of the Su clan, they first heard the sound of roaring in the distance and immediately understood that it was the family head lifting the restriction holding Su Yu. On the faces of many young people, there were expressions of loss. It looks like the family head has come for real. Could it be that I, the Su clan's heavenly pride, really have to leave with that Lin Mu kid and even be his concubine? They had very mixed feelings, but not long after, when someone happened to look up and saw the scene of Su Yu holding her belly and happily pulling Lin Mu forward, it was even more of a heartbreak. At this moment, even the middle-aged people in the Su clan sighed with the same sadness and indignation. It's outrageous. The family head has really disgraced my Su clan this time. However, those elders of the Su clan were silent. It just stared at Lin Mu dead in the face. The aura of the sacred body can't be felt on him at all. Could it be that the family head was mistaken? Impossible. With just Lin Mu, it's impossible to fool the family head. This means that there must be an extremely strong powerhouse who took action to cover up Lin Mu's situation. No wonder the family head agreed to Lin Mu's request to make Su Yu a concubine. These elders knew more about the situation and instead, they didn't have too many objections. After Lin Mu and Su Yu arrived at that mountain peak, Lin Mu immediately sensed that something was wrong. After he scanned left and right, a hint of oddity grew in his heart. There seemed to be many people spying on them in the dark. At this moment, several loud laughs in succession came out from the surroundings. This kid's senses are sharp. Not bad. There is indeed a hint of the holy body's aura. Lin Mu was shocked in his heart, but he had never said that he was burdened with the desolate ancient sacred body. Could it be that someone is seeing straight through the system's cover-up to the real situation? If that was the case, then the strong people hidden around them were a bit too terrifying. The depth of the Su clan is just too deep, and at the same time, Lin Mu finally understood why Qin Yan always advised himself not to go directly to the trouble of the Yaoqi Holy Land. The depth of that Yaohe Holy Land, even if it's not as deep as the Su clans, it's probably not that far off. If I had come straight to the door, I might have suffered a loss. His heart sighed with emotion. At this time, several spatial ripples appeared around them. Several old men walked out from it. Su Fei, on the other hand, honestly followed an old man. It seemed that this old man had the highest status, and after that old man opened his mouth, it confirmed Lin Mu's guess. I am the previous patriarch of the Su clan. That old man said indifferently. If you kid wants to make Su Yu your concubine, it's not impossible. It's just that I still have demands. Without waiting for Lin Mu to speak, Su Fei whispered, Great Elder, why did you suddenly change your mind? We weren't. Just now. The Grand Elder didn't say anything, only looking back at Su Fei. Su Fei hurriedly closed his mouth as if he was being strangled. Only then did the Grand Elder continue. I wonder if you can do it, Lin Mu? Lin Mu was also a bit dissatisfied with what the Grand Elder suddenly demanded. That's a little bit of backtracking. However, Lin Mu didn't flip out directly. He said patiently, it all depends on what your old man is asking for. If your old man is asking me to pick the stars and take the moon, then I definitely won't be able to do it. The Grand Elder snorted. Picking the stars and taking the moon? Our old ancestor had to go through a lot of trouble to make these things happen back then. Naturally you can't do it. And when Lin Mu heard this, his heart was shocked instead. Could it be that great emperor-level powerhouses can really pick stars? He had been unable to cultivate for the first 30 years that he had traveled over, so he had moved on to other ideas, specialized in other doorways to see if I could get into some kind of tech to change the world or something like that. The last attempts, though, ended in failure. But he also gradually realized that the stars of this world were no different from his previous life. Each of these planets is a huge planet in the extreme distance. Can a great emperor powerhouse do this? Then their strength is too terrifying. But soon Lin Mu snickered again. In that case, Qin Yan and an Mo in my family, as well as Su Yu beside me, all have the potential to become great emperors? That's wonderful. Lin Mu's heart was happy and his face showed joy. The Grand Elder couldn't help but be a bit puzzled by the situation. What's this kid laughing at? But he held his own and didn't ask much. It just blandly said, I won't let you pick the star. I'll only let you refine a pill for me. Can you do it? Lin Mu had recovered by now. He frowned and asked, what kind of elixir? He was very clear that this Grand Elder's cultivation was astonishing, and the Su clan was no ordinary family. If it was an ordinary elixir, then this Grand Elder would definitely not ask about himself. Definitely got someone to refine it straight away. An odd smile appeared in the Grand Elder's eyes. This pill, well, is naturally the longevity pill. When these words came out, even Su Fei, the Su clan's direct contemporary family head, showed a trace of trepidation on his face. Grand Elder, this is a heavenly grade 9th grade pill. Lin Mu, even if he's a heavenly grade alchemist, it's impossible for him to refine it. Those other supreme elders, too, similarly frowned. The Grand Elder would step in and give Lin Mu some pain. It's something they were all prepared for. But as soon as the Grand Elder came up, he let Lin Mu refine the longevity pill. That's a bit much too. Who among all cultivators does not wish to live forever? But unless one certifies to be a great emperor and subsequently embarks on the path to immortality. Otherwise, no matter how strong a powerhouse is, he will die one day. And this longevity pill would be able to help extend the lifespan of a strong person. Although each elixir could only allow a strong person to live for one more year. But for the truly strong, this 1 year is enough to do a lot of things. Not to mention their Su clan's special bloodline and their special secret method of life extension. An old man stood out and said in a deep voice, Grand Elder, are you deliberately making things difficult for Lin Mu? The Grand Elder actually laughed after hearing this. What? I can't embarrass him? The Grand Elder looked at Lin Mu. Kid, we Sus also want face. You have a special health condition, and it's not good for us to announce your situation directly to the public. So in the eyes of outsiders, you just made our Su clan's heavenly pride your concubine with a cultivation level of a mere Dao Palace mystic realm. If this news gets out, how can my Su clan meet people in the future? But if you can refine this longevity pill, that's a different story. Chapter 90, Longevity Pill. At these words, Su Fei's eyes narrowed and he didn't speak again. The other supreme elders similarly kept their mouths shut. Their gazes, however, fell on Lin Mu. What this Grand Elder said, although it was impromptu, was also considered to have spoken their minds. Although the longevity pill was only a heavenly grade 9th stage pill, it was almost impossible for an ordinary heavenly grade alchemist to refine it. After all, an elixir that could extend one's lifespan was just too heavenly. The fairest thing in the world is longevity. Once your lifespan is up, you will die. Even the legendary great emperors could only live out their second lives by relying on the immortality pill. The second lifespan is exhausted and also disappears into history. Can this Lin Mu refine this longevity pill? Even if it were possible, I'm afraid it would only be centuries from now. But by that time, his rightful maiden will probably have long since died of old age. And by the time your marry's over, it won't matter whether she's a concubine or not. No matter how amazingly powerful you are always no match for time. These thoughts flashed through the minds of the supreme elders. The mood is gradually relaxing. Although the Grand Elder is making things difficult for this brat, in the end it's just a matter of stalling for time. Even if Lin Mu is angry, he can always figure it out. I guess he'll just reject the request and go into seclusion for 100 years before coming back to my Su clan. However, out of their expectation. After Lin Mu thought for a moment, he looked up with a smile. Okay, then I'll promise you. A brilliant light flashed in the Grand Elder's eyes. Lin Mu, what do you mean by that? As for the other supreme elders, they even frowned. They were completely unclear as to what Lin Mu was trying to do. However, at this time, Su Fei, the contemporary family head, sighed helplessly. He thought he had seen through Lin Mu's thoughts. Lin Mu, why are you doing this? Could it be that you want to take on this mission? And then put all your energy into refining the longevity pill, so that you can also pick up Su Yu as soon as possible? Su Fei was filled with emotion. This idea of yours is a complete waste of time. Not only is the longevity pill difficult to refine, the materials are even harder to seek. Why don't you go back and seriously cultivate first? You can't really not understand what the Grand Elder meant, right? Su Fei was even a bit anxious when he spoke at the end, directly pointing out the Great Elder's intention. It was almost as if he explicitly told Lin Mu that the Grand Elder was not against Lin Mu's marriage to Suyu, but only felt that there was some loss of face. So the intention is to delay for decades, if not a century or two. Why are you in such a hurry? However, Lin Mu just shook his head calmly. Of course he could understand the Grand Elder's mind, but his system couldn't wait that long. He, Lin Mu, and the Yaoqi Holy Land were incompatible. It would be hard to say what would happen to him if he lost his cultivation and was sent to the Yaoqi mountain sect. Not to mention, I don't plan on waiting that long myself. A hint of pride appeared on Lin Mu's face. Family Master Su, thank you for your reminder, but since I dared to say this, I naturally have a bottom line. He pulled Suyu, who was on the side, into his arms and said frankly to the Grand Elder, after 10 days, I will refine the longevity pill and then take Suyu away. The Grand Elder stared at Lin Mu dead in the face. Humph, you're such a mouthful. Although he had been in seclusion, the Su clan was a large family and had long known the strength Lin Mu had displayed. Therefore, the Grand Elder was also clear that Lin Mu was a heavenly great alchemist. Just how many ranks is this heavenly alchemist of yours again? First order? Second order? You're completely foolhardy if you want to refine the longevity pill. The other Supreme Elders also nodded their heads. I don't know the sky. In an instant, invisible pressure enveloped Lin Mu and Su Yu. It made it a little difficult for the two to breathe. The cultivation of the Supreme Elders was simply too high, and they had long since reached the realm of not being angry. And at this time when they were really angry, their might was naturally even stronger. Su Yu's heart was both joyful and a little worried. She leaned into Lin Mu's ear and said, I know you're in a hurry to take me away, but the situation is stronger than others. So why are you asking for trouble? The Grand Elder and the others are people with good face. That's why they deliberately made things difficult for you. You'd better go. Don't worry. The family head and the others won't do anything to me. When you and I both cultivate to the dragon transformation mysterious realm in a few decades, then the Supreme Elder and the others won't say anything else. Let's have a long day. After hearing Su Yu's words, Lin Mu turned his head with a smile. Seriously, that's not good. My Lin Mu's character is like that. 10,000 years is too long. I'll just fight for it. As for those elders of your family's difficulties, I actually never put it in my eyes. If you say it's 10 days, it's 10 days. Lin Mu pulled Suyu with one hand, and with the other hand behind his waist, he held his chest out and looked up at the Supreme Elders. All you have to do is wait. Hearing Lin Mu's words and seeing Lin Mu's temperament, quite a few of the Supreme Elders actually developed a trace of goodwill. Lin Mu's temperament is truly extraordinary. Oh, it all has the look of my youth. The Grand Elder's face fell a little hard. Then what will happen if you are unable to refine the longevity pill 10 days later? Lin Mu wasn't the least bit flustered and said frankly, then I'll be at your disposal. Yes. The Grand Elder didn't wait for the others to open their mouths before chopping his words to death. Humph. If you can't refine it successfully by then I definitely won't spare you. After hearing the Grand Elder's words, Su Fei stomped his feet helplessly. Why are you so stubborn? Lin Mu? This is great. You've angered the Grand Elder. 10 days later, you'll be waiting for your bad luck. However, Lin Mu smiled slightly. The meaning of your words, Family Master, could it be that you think I can't refine it successfully? Su Fei rolled his eyes and said unhappily, does it even need to be said? In his opinion, Lin Mu wanted to start researching on refining longevity pills from scratch from now on. Then 10 days is definitely not enough time. It was only possible that Lin Mu had refined it long ago, or at least studied the longevity pill, before it could be successfully refined within 10 days. However, if Lin Mu really had such a skill, then he would have been famous in the cultivation world a long time ago. So how could it be possible that he had only come to prominence in the last year or so? It was important to realize that it wasn't just their Su clan's Supreme Elder who had a keen eye for the longevity pill. All the great powers in the cultivation world who had reached a certain level of cultivation all regarded the longevity pill as a special base card. I don't even know what to say about you. Su Fei was angry in his heart and only felt that Lin Mu was a rabble-rouser with no truth in his mouth. As for Suyu beside Lin Mu, he was very trusting of Lin Mu. But again, she was out of her mind. As Su clan's pride, she was all too aware of the gold content of the longevity pill. Lin Mu, are you really sure about this? Or are you planning to use a delaying tactic to fool the Grand Elder and then take the opportunity to take me away? I have to tell you, not only are the Grand Elders and their realms extremely high, their utilization of the void talent is even far beyond ours. Even if you escape into the sea of stars, you'll still be discovered by them. Lin Mu patted Suyu's shoulder. Don't worry, I won't do anything I'm not sure of. After he pacified Suyu, he looked at the Grand Elder again. Grand Elder, I can refine this longevity pill, but I can't do it behind closed doors. Please also send me a longevity elixir so that I can study it. The Grand Elder's eyes narrowed slightly as he sniffed. What Lin Mu means by that? Could it be that he's trying to put me on the spot? If I don't give you this longevity pill, you'll use this matter as an excuse to shift the blame for not being able to refine it on to me? Let me tell you, if you want to play smart in front of me, you're still too young. After saying that, the Grand Elder casually waved his hand. An elixir-emitting green light suddenly appeared in front of Lin Mu. Chapter 91, Ignorant of Heaven and Earth. This is the longevity pill? Suyu sucked in a mouthful of cold air and stared at the elixir in front of Lin Mu. Regarding this heavenly grade 9th grade pill, she had only heard of it and had never seen it before. It's not just Suyu either. The other Supreme Elders also showed a hint of fire in their eyes after seeing that elixir. But soon it was all suppressed again. Although their realms were extremely high, they didn't have many longevity pills on hand. It simply couldn't afford to take one out to get angry with Lin Mu. That is, the Supreme Elder was able to walk in the starry sky, picking spiritual medicines and befriending many heavenly great alchemists. This time, he's willing to pull out a longevity pill to shut Lin Mu's mouth. Many elders sighed in their hearts, and a little worried at the same time. Since the Grand Elder has made it this far, he must have moved his true fire breath. If Lin Mu can't successfully refine a pill after 10 days, he definitely won't take it lightly. When they looked at Lin Mu again, they all brought a trace of sympathy in their eyes. This brat is also unlucky to have stumbled upon a time when the Grand Elder was serious. Hey, it's not his own fault? If he hadn't been a dead duck, what would have happened? Lin Mu felt these gazes and didn't feel the slightest bit of panic in his heart. He said to Suyu, "You will first stay in Su for another 10 days. In 10 days, I will pay my own visit." No need. Without waiting for Suyu to speak, the Grand Elder directly interjected and interrupted. 10 days later, I will bring Suyu, and many of my Su clan's elders of the Supreme Elders, together to look for you in Jade Tripod City. When these words were uttered, they even cut off all of Lin Mu's back roads. Once Lin Mu failed, then the news was bound to spread throughout the cultivation world. Rinmu will be a joke in the future. Suyu's face changed drastically as he panicked. Grand Elder, do you really want to make things worse? However, Lin Mu just smiled and nodded his head. So much the better. I happen to ask City Lord Wan to make preparations in advance and await your great presence. After saying that, Lin Mu turned his head and left without the slightest bit of panic in his expression. His appearance caused many of the Supreme Elders to be puzzled. Where did Lin Mu's confidence come from? Wait, the City Lord Wan that he just mentioned. Should that be that Wan Lin? Could it be that he's planning to ask Wan Lin to take action and refine the longevity pill for him? I'm afraid this just won't work. That Wan Lin doesn't have the strength even though he's likewise a heavenly great alchemist. If Lin Mu really thinks so, then he's going to be disappointed. More than disappointment? It's self-seeking. Humph. The Grand Elder has moved his true temper this time. Lin Mu is boasting at this time. If he doesn't have an explanation by then he won't end up well. It's not a mortal sin, but it's a living sin. The Supreme Elders whispered their voices and quickly reached a consensus. This brat Lin Mu has been too smooth in the past year. That's why he's bold. This time, he's definitely going to suffer a great deal. After Lin Mu left those Supreme Elders, Su Fei frowned and quickly chased after him. Lin Mu, are you really confident, or are you using delaying tactics? You don't really think that by that time the Grand Elder will faintly smile and then just let you off like that? Lin Mu turned back to Su Fei. What makes you think that? Family Master Su? I'm not someone who puts his own safety and security on the backs of others. Su Fei coldly said. Oh, aren't you losing your mind saying that? The last time the Yaoqi Holy Land made a big deal out of it and hit the Jade Tripod City. If it wasn't for our Su clan stepping in, there was also that Zhou clan who suddenly stepped in as well. You would have been a lone soul then. Su Fei directly brought up the events of a year ago, trying to leave Lin Mu speechless. Yet Lin Mu wasn't angry at all. That's not true, Family Master Su. Since I dare to provoke the Yaoqi Holy Land, it means I have the backbone to deal with them. At that time, even without you and the Zhou family, I had my own way. Humph. What a bunch of nonsense. Su Fei snorted coldly, but in his heart, he was a little unsure. Lin Mu spoke with too much confidence, making him uncertain as well. Su Fei hesitated for a moment before sighing at him again. In any case, this is something that you yourself have promised to do. 10 days from now the Grand Elder will bring people over. If you can't deliver, it's no one's fault. Lin Mu nodded. This is natural. Su Fei frowned and didn't say anything more. Instead, he directly waved his hand, splitting a ripple in the air. I'll send you back to Jade Tripod City. You're on your own. Lin Mu smiled faintly at him, then stepped into the ripples. An attractive force came from him, as if he wanted to crush Lin Mu. However, in the next moment, he had a flash of light in front of his eyes, and actually appeared directly outside of Jade Tripod City not far away. This Su clan's bloodline inheritance is really convenient. Lin Mu laughed lightly. He said casually as he headed towards Jade Tripod City. It would be great if my son with Suyu could also inherit this talent. Qin Yan and the others had already returned to the city, and Wan Lin knew what had happened earlier. After he heard that Lin Mu had returned to the city, he hurriedly looked for him. Lin Mu, that Su's people suddenly called you over. What exactly is the reason for that? There was a hint of probing in Wan Lin's tone as he asked the question, and also some melon eating. Wan Lin was extremely close to Lin Mu, and had even helped him several times. That's why Qin Yan didn't hide anything at all when she told him about the situation. Wan Lin had heard that Lin Mu actually had a relationship with the Su clan's daughter and had even gotten an heir. He must have been very curious. Seeing Wan Lin's appearance, Lin Mu smiled and said, "What else could it be for? Of course it's a discussion about tying the knot. I've already made a deal with Su to take that woman back as a concubine. City Lord Wan, I have something here that I would like to ask for your help." When Wan Lin heard the words marriage and concubinage, he was completely numb. When did this Su become so good at talking? Seeing Wan Lin's delay in speaking, Lin Mu couldn't help but wave his hand in front of him. "City Lord Wan, did you hear me?" Wan Lin woke up then. "Ah, I hear you. What is it you have to ask me for?" A hint of a smile appeared on Lin Mu's face. 10 days from now the Su clan's people are going to visit Yuding City in person, and I would like to ask for your help in decorating Yuding City. Wan Lin waved his hand carelessly and said, "This is all trivial. There was no shortage of cultivators in Jade Tripod City, and there was even no shortage of spirit stones. Even if they had to renovate the entire city, it would be nothing at all." Wan Lin's face was filled with emotion. "I really didn't expect that you, Lin Mu, would actually be able to persuade Su to agree to this." Lin Mu did let out some slight hints at this time. "Oh, things can't be that simple. I'll have to give Su a bride price by then." Wan Lin raised an eyebrow. "Lin Mu, what are you talking about?" However, Lin Mu didn't explain in detail, and just said to Wan Lin again, "City Lord Wan, I have one more thing. You bring the people from the Water Chamber of Commerce here. I want to make a deal with them." Chapter 92, this is going to be a good show. Someone from the Water Chamber of Commerce? That's good to know. Wan Lin nodded gently, not taking this matter to heart. But after a few days, he gradually came around. Is this Lin Mu really going to refine the longevity pill? It turned out that after Lin Mu left, the more the Grand Elder thought about it, the more angry he became, and he actually spread the news. And as soon as the matter of Su's celestial pride wanting to be a concubine to Lin Mu spread out, it made the cultivation world directly explode. Wan Lin was trying not to know, and that was impossible. What exactly is Lin Mu trying to do? Wan Lin frowned in contemplation, completely confused about Lin Mu's intentions. He naturally had a great deal of trust in Lin Mu, but he was equally well aware of just how difficult it was to refine the longevity pill. Lin Mu's alchemist realm is definitely not this high yet. What exactly is he planning? However, Wan Lin was still just guessing. Those forces that had a grudge against Lin Mu, however, had already begun to come bouncing back and forth. Lin Mu is looking for death now. A hint of excitement appeared in Lin Xiu's eyes. This time, if Su doesn't kill Lin Mu outright, he'll flip out with him. At that time, if we want to make a move against Lin Mu again, we won't need to think about it so much. Although Lin Xiu had, not long ago, already made up his mind to patiently wait for Lin Mu to come to his door to die, but when he heard the news, he changed his mind. "Men, call all the elders in the sect to me. I'm going to take them for a makeover and go to Jade Palace City myself. Once Su abandons Lin Mu and stops offering him protection, we'll strike quickly." The elders of Yaoqi all had different demeanors after hearing his command. Someone spoke up. "Patriarch, isn't this a bit towards 3? Haven't you already ordered to wait quietly for Lin Mu to come and die? This all of a sudden. It's time to take the initiative to go to Jade Palace City again." Many elders were disturbed in their hearts. They had suffered too many losses from Lin Mu and were actually a little afraid. Lin Xiu could see their minds at a glance. He grunted coldly. "Haven't you guys ever heard the saying that this is the time and the place? My mind is made up. Whoever doesn't want to go, then by all means stay in the clan." Lin Xiu said the words to this point. If anyone still wants to be against it, then it is really too no eyesight. The elders then nodded their heads. "What makes you say that, Patriarch? We will definitely follow Patriarch and go to Jade Tripod City in person." Only then did Lin Xiu nod in satisfaction. "I'm glad you guys know what you're doing." On the other hand, Cloud Sea City. Lin Feng was, after all, the Star River King body, and in just a few days, he had recovered again. He also raised his eyebrows when he heard about it. "Father, look, this Lin Mu really likes to play dead. If he remains in our Lin family, we will definitely be implicated. So you don't regret it either." Lin Feng gave Lin Lai a flurry of persuasion. Ever since Lin Mu left, Lin Lai didn't say anything on the surface, but in his heart, he really had some regrets. This regret, especially after hearing that Lin Mu was actually so powerful that he wanted to take Su's daughter as a concubine, deepened a lot more. Lin Lai narrowed his eyes for a long time, only to finally sigh. You're right about that, too. Then Fenger, what are you going to do next? What to do? Lin Feng had a cold smile on his face. Of course it's to sneak into Jade Tripod City again, to watch the fun. He had spent half a year in the Yaoqi Holy Land and was considered to understand Lin Xiu's mentality very well. Father, at that time, Patriarch Lin Xiu will definitely go over to find trouble with Lin Mu. I happen to seize this opportunity to please his old man, or to return to Yaoqi again. Lin Lai nodded. Very well, then you're off this time, and I won't go with you. Lin Feng sniffed, but a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. Father, I didn't directly take down Lin Mu last time, so I'm considered to have lost face in the sect. If I just go back like this, the clan side will only hold me accountable as well. What exactly do you want to say? Lin Lai's brows furrowed in displeasure as he asked back. Lin Feng hurriedly said, I would like to ask you, Father Sama, to give me some spirit stones so that I can unblock my connections in the sect. Lin Lai's face suddenly looked a bit ugly. Where does my Lin family still have spirit stones? The last time you paid your respects to Yaoqi, you already took all 3 of your sister's dowries with you. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed and there was some dissatisfaction in his heart, but quickly added in a deep voice. Father, I'm not forcing you. It's really that without these spirit stones, it's not good for me to gain a foothold in the sect in the future. At that moment his 3 sisters, hearing the news again, came in from outside. These 3 women already hated Lin Mu to the bone. They all gritted their teeth and said, Lord Father, right now our Lin family can only count on Lin Feng. Even if it's a smash and grab, he should be fully supported. Yes, that Lin Mu is a white-eyed wolf that can't be bred. Even if he can survive this, he won't bring half the benefits to our family. You'd better think of another way to squeeze out some spirit stones for Lin Feng. Seeing that his 3 daughters, as well as this remaining son, all persuaded him to shell out spirit stones, Lin Lai could only nod in the end. In that case, so be it. I'll sell all the magic treasures and spirit medicines that our family has treasured over the years and exchange them for some spirit stones for him. Lin Feng was overjoyed. It would be great if you could do that. Father, when I rejoin the Yaoqi Holy Land, I will definitely work hard on my cultivation and strive to impact the great emperor at an early date. At that time, the entire starry sky will extol your great name. Father, Lin Lai's heart was on fire when he heard this. He looked up at the sky. It was just about nighttime. Lin Lai looked at the sky full of stars and nodded seriously. Good, then I'll be waiting for your good news. In the meantime, Jade Tripod City. Lin Mu almost said the exact same thing. Then I'll wait for good news from you Shui. When Shui Yan heard this, she covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Lin Mu, you can rest assured. Although the materials for this longevity pill are extremely precious, with the depth of my Shui clan's Chamber of Commerce, it's possible to put together a few copies in the coffers. Her words turned and she looked seriously at Lin Mu. It's just that Lin Mu, can you really refine this longevity pill? If you're not sure, I do have a way to help you. Lin Mu's heart stirred when he heard this, and he asked with deliberate curiosity, what do you mean by that? Shui Yan's beautiful eyes picked up, and a smile appeared in her eyes. My Shui clan has also enshrined many heavenly great alchemists, and there is one of them, who is capable of refining longevity pills. Lin Mu, have you ever heard the story of concealing the truth? Lin Mu immediately understood. You mean, you're asking the alchemist you're offering to come and refine the longevity pill for me, and then just pretend that I made it to fool the Su clan's grand elder? Shui Yan clapped her hands and said, Lin Mu, you're really smart. What do you think of this law? Lin Mu sneered in his heart. Even if this trick works, they, the Shui clan, are still considered to have caught me in the act. Won't you be able to blackmail me later? This Shui Yan is also unsettled. Lin Mu didn't change his face and shook his head. That's not necessary. Since I dare to boast, I am naturally certain. Your kindness is appreciated. When Shui Yan heard this, anger immediately arose in her heart. This Lin Mu really doesn't know what's good for him. I was kind enough to help him, but he still refuses to agree? Humph. Then I'll see how he's going to pass this hurdle when the time comes. Shui Yan's smile grew even more, but it was filled with mockery. She smiled and spoke. Consider me talkative then. The materials for alchemy. I will have people send them early tomorrow morning. In a few days, I'll be waiting for a good show. Chapter 93, Tongtian Aroma covers the whole city. I've heard that the Su clan's Taishan elder will be traveling here today. This kind of Xiantai mysterious realm powerhouse is a rare sight on a normal day. It's still thanks to Lin Mu. Ha ha, what's the point of thanking him? After today, he's going to be a joke. There was a murmur of voices, coming from all directions. The entire Jade Tripod City was plunged into a clamor. As for the street, it was even more crowded. Over the past few days, Wan Lin had mobilized cultivators and expanded Jade Tripod City by more than double. But even so, the cultivators who had heard about it had crowded the Jade Tripod City. As for whether or not there was any Su pushing the envelope and teleporting distant cultivators over, it's hard to say. On the side of the restaurant, Lin Xiu listened to the rest of the cultivators, mocking Lin Mu. A hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. Good. It seems that Lin Mu's arrogance has already aroused the wrath of the crowd. With his skills, he also wants to refine the longevity pill? It's a joke. However, before his words fell, an old man behind him said softly, Lin Xiu, you don't have to say much. Still, seeing is believing. Lin Xiu was flabbergasted in his heart and hurriedly said, Master, I know. It turned out that this old man was actually the former patriarch of the Yaoqi Holy Land, and this person was likewise a strong person of the Xiantai mysterious realm. It was almost equivalent to those supreme elders of the Su clan. Lin Xiu's master nodded slightly, then frowned in the direction of the city lord's mansion. If Lin Mu can really refine the longevity pill, then I'll have to reconsider this person. Just then, a strong fluctuation suddenly came from the sky. In Jade Tripod City, those cultivators who were originally chatting felt a strong pressure. It was as if he was being stared at by an ancient ferocious beast, unable to move at all. Many people asked with trembling voices, what is this situation? Could it be that the Yaohu sacred ground has brought the sect forward again? Those around him immediately shook their heads. It sure isn't. I was in the city the last time Yao Qi's clan came to Jade Tripod City. The pressure I felt at that time was far less than this time. The cultivators in the city were so terrified that they had to talk nonsense to soothe their fears. This kind of wariness from the bottom of their hearts made them no longer able to think properly. Only babble. In the middle of the restaurant, Lin Xiu and the others suffered little. Even though the other cultivators in the restaurant, from the guests drinking and eating, to the waiters, all sat frozen in place, sweating profusely, and yet they are still able to move around freely. Lin Xiu carefully looked at the master beside him. This should be Su's people coming? His master nodded slightly. That's natural. But, a hint of a smile appeared in his master's eyes. But that old undead Su, it looks like he's made another breakthrough recently. It's also still hard to say whether he came to Jade Tripod City this time to find trouble with Lin Mu, or whether he wants to strongly proclaim his realm. Seeing that Master Teacher was still able to joke at this time, Lin Xiu's heart was relieved. Luckily, before we left this time, the Master had heard the news and was actually going to follow us over. Otherwise, if Su makes such a big commotion, I'm still a bit unsure in my heart. In case that Su clan's Grand Elder is furious and simply wants to strike at the entire city's cultivators, we'll be the ones to suffer. Lin Xiu himself is such a character. The last time he came to Jade Tripod City, he threatened to kill all the cultivators and alchemists in the city. So he pushed himself and only thought of Su's Taishan elders as murderous goods. That's what makes you panic inside. In the meantime, the fluctuations in midair grew stronger and stronger until they broke through a critical point. What followed was dozens of silhouettes that appeared out of nowhere in the clouds. The crowd looked up and only felt that although those people were small in size, the pressure they gave them was no less than Yao Qi's mountainous clan. These people must be the supreme elders of the Su clan. A Xiantai mysterious realm powerhouse is so strong? I've really opened my eyes. At this realm, one can no longer look at strength and weakness from the outside. Every Xiantai powerhouse can move mountains and reclaim the sea with even a casual wave of their hand. It's almost like an ancient ferocious beast. Listen to the sounds of emotion in the city. Su's Grand Elder and the others were also somewhat happy. They were high up in the world, though, and had already left the realm of ordinary cultivators. But it's not in the least bit about accidental human evaluation. It seems that there are quite a few smart people in the cultivation world these days. Only this kid Lin Mu. He's the one without eyesight. The Grand Elder said flatly. He looked at Su Fei again and asked directly. I've heard that the Water Chamber of Commerce has called in a heavenly great alchemist. Yes or no? Su Fei swallowed and whispered. Grand Elder, you even know about this? The Grand Elder's voice did not fluctuate. What I should have known, I would have known naturally. He suddenly opened his mouth, his voice shaking the entire Jade Tripod City. Alchemist of the Shui clan, come out. I already know about all your little maneuvers. In a formation in the city, an old crone stood behind Shui Yen. A bitter smile appeared on the crone's face after she heard the Grand Elder's words. Yun, I told you so, didn't I? You can't hide your little thoughts from Su's people. It turned out that Shui Yen had moved on after she went back. She purposely brought her own consecrated alchemists and lurked in the Jade Tripod City. In her thoughts, once Lin Mu rolled over at that time and was unable to refine the longevity pill, then one would not only be able to watch the jokes, but at the same time, one would be able to have the old crone beside him step in and refine the longevity pill. Even gave Lin Mu a step down. At that time, She could have the best of both worlds by watching the fun and having Lin Mu take on a favor from her. However, she didn't expect that the first time Su's grand elder stepped in, he called her out. Shu Wei Yen sighed. This Su clan's people, they're actually so powerful? Looks like Lin Mu is really going to suffer a big loss this time. The crone shook her head. The Su clan's old ancestor is a void emperor. The family has been passed down for countless years. So naturally, it's not just a reputation. Alright, don't always think about this Lin Mu kid. You'd better hurry up and go out with me and pay your respects to the grand elder. Shu Wei Yan's gorgeous face slightly reddened. Who said I always think about Lin Mu? I just wanted to see the joke. After saying that, she honestly followed the crone and walked out of the formation, flying into midair. Greetings to the grand elder. The grand elder looked at the duo and gave them a slight nod in return. He then looked towards Jade Tripod City once again, his gaze pausing for a moment at the restaurant where Lin Xiao and the others were. Here seems a mighty. Never mind. I guess I'm just here to watch the fun. The grand elder crossed over to the restaurant and his gaze landed on the city lord's mansion. He had already sensed Lin Mu's aura in the city lord's mansion. The grand elder took a deep breath, then said in a loud voice, Lin Mu, where is the longevity pill you refined? The sound traveled all over the city. All the cultivators in the city shuddered in their hearts, hearing the anger in the grand elder's tone. Lin Mu has kicked the bucket this time. In the city lord's mansion, Wan Lin was even sweating profusely. Gee, what can we do about this? He frequently looked at the alchemy room behind him, having the intention to directly break in, but not before he actually made a move. Suddenly, a strange and exotic fragrance instantly enveloped the entire city lord's mansion. Then there was the entire Jade Palace city. Almost at the same time, countless gray-black robber clouds suddenly gathered in midair. Su's crowd would have been in midair. These calamity clouds converged over and directly surrounded them. As a thunderbolt flashed by, the faces of Su's crowd were illuminated. The grand elder's face, however, clouded over. He was surprised. This kid actually did refine the longevity pill? Chapter 94. After today, who doesn't know Lin Mu? Not only the grand elder, but all those in the city who smelled this strange direction turned back in bewilderment and stared dead in the direction of the city lord's mansion. And what's with the aroma? It is said that this is the vision of the longevity pill coming out of the world. Lin Mu can actually refine longevity pills. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. They hadn't even thought that Lin Mu actually had such a skill. I thought I had overestimated Lin Mu, but now that I think about it, I still underestimated him. In the city lord's mansion, Wan Lin was closest to the alchemy room and felt the most aroma. He was also in the most bewildered of moods. Lin Mu, how the hell did he do that? Unlike other cultivators, or low-level alchemists, Wan Lin was also a solid heavenly alchemist and was taking one step at a time. There is a saying that the more you know, the more you realize your ignorance. The higher one's cultivation realm was, the more one understood that there was a sky beyond the sky, and that there were people beyond the people. At Wan Lin's level, he was most aware that every small step forward in the alchemist's path required countless efforts. I don't know how many heavenly pills I would have to refine before I could raise my alchemist realm by a small rank. From there, the next grade of elixir is refined. However, Lin Mu, who usually didn't show off, was actually able to directly refine a heavenly grade 9 longevity pill. Wan Lin let out a long breath. In the future, who will dare to underestimate Lin Mu in the cultivation world? In the courtyard, Qin Yan looked at the city lord's mansion in the distance and secretly sighed in relief. Although Lin Mu hadn't told her the truth after he returned to the city, he was afraid that she would worry. But Qin Yan is not a cutie. Naturally, she will also inquire clearly. Although she had always had great trust in Lin Mu, her heart was a little unsure before Lin Mu actually refined the pills. Now, though, she was completely relaxed. There are so many secrets in husband. Qin Yan had been following Lin Mu's side, but she was clear that Lin Mu did, indeed, start cultivating only from the night of his wedding. It was also only a few days after the big wedding that he began to study alchemy, even to the point of saying that she was pretty sure that behind Lin Mu, there weren't any strong people secretly assisting him either. Qin Yan's eyes flashed with overflowing colors as his heart fluctuated. Could it be that what husband said in the beginning was not a lie to me? Will he really be able to certify as a great emperor? Or even embark on the path to immortality, and finally live a long life? Just then, the daughter in Qin Yan's arms suddenly made a scene. It turned out that Qin Yan had been ignoring her, making this little baby girl unhappy. Qin Yan hurriedly lowered his head and hugged Lin Yi to his chest so that she was facing the direction of the city lord's mansion. Lin Yi was only a little over a month old. If it was an ordinary baby, then she was weak at the waist and definitely couldn't be carried like this. But Lin Yi wasn't a mortal, so it didn't matter. Qin Yan pinched Lin Yi's little hand and pointed at the city lord's mansion. Look, Daddy is refining pills over there. Lin Yi didn't know if she understood or felt happy to be hugged by her mom. Straight away, he clapped his hands and laughed. Not far behind them, Anmo stood blankly frozen, unable to speak for a long time. Their dance sect was the most typical drug stream, and they had heard a lot about the longevity pill. Therefore, Anmo was even more aware of how high the gold content of an alchemist who could refine longevity pills was. Anmo suddenly bowed his head shyly. It seems that my choice in the first place was really not wrong. At this time, Father Qin and Mother Qin were at a loss. No, what's going on here? Where is that scent coming from? Why have they stopped talking again? In the midst of the hijacking clouds, the Grand Elder stared at the city lord's mansion with a deadpan stare, his eyes filled with amazement and at the same time a hint of delight. I didn't expect that. I really didn't. Lin Mu actually has such a means. At this time, the longevity pill's thunderbolt finally fell. But just like the other Dan robberies, this thunderbolt was more like a salute announcing the descent of an elixir. By itself, it doesn't have much power at all. Amidst the gusts of thunder, the other supreme elders of the Su clan were also somewhat emotional. Lin Mu was truly extraordinary. This child's, Su Yu, really has a vision. Wait, Lin Mu's alchemist realm is so high. Is it related to his physique? It's quite possible. One of the supreme elders suddenly tapped his head. There seem to be so many types of physiques in the world that are also very additive to alchemy. They whispered and whispered. Shui Yan and that old crone stood not far away from them, never speaking, until the thunderbolt finally dissipated. The dark clouds receded, and the sunlight sprinkled down again. The old woman saw Shui Yan's delay in speaking before she finally sighed. Miss, it seems impossible for you to take Lin Mu under your wing. Only then did Shui Yan react and smiled bitterly. Of course this is impossible. After today, the entire immortal cultivation world will know that there is another alchemist in the world who can make longevity pills, and he's also Su's son-in-law. How can such a character be exclusive to my Shui clan? Their Shui clan's offering of a heavenly great alchemist who could concoct longevity pills had already received many red ice. It would be a real outrage to make offerings to another. As for them, the Shui clan, they simply did not have such strength to block the coveted hearts of other great powers. Should have known better. Shui Yan sighed quietly. If I had known this, I should have made a blood sacrifice long ago and tied Lin Mu to our Shui Chamber of Commerce. Big deal. Her face suddenly blushed a little, and she didn't know what she was thinking of. Right at this moment, the Grand Elder suddenly laughed out loud and landed directly in front of the city lord's mansion. Lin Mu, I really wasn't wrong about you. I knew you could refine this longevity pill. You are indeed a man of your generation. At such a young age, you have such achievements in the alchemist's path. Very good. Very good. The Grand Elder was so thick-skinned to a certain extent that he actually didn't say at all that he was making things difficult for Lin Mu by making this request. Just say you're not looking at the wrong person. You hurry up and come out so I can get a good look at you. Lin Mu sat in the alchemy room, and when he heard the sounds coming in from outside, a light smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This old thing is shameless. But that's right. What happened that day at Sue's? As long as I don't say anything and they don't say anything, who can know what he really has in mind? This old thing is certain that I won't poke him. So he's talking nonsense with his eyes open. Instead of going out directly, he glanced at the longevity pills in front of him, and the system panel next to it. Lin Mu was able to refine the longevity pill, naturally relying on the system to power through again. After he obtained an elixir from the Grand Elder, he turned his head and swallowed it into his stomach. The system then immediately reacted and unlocked the iconography of this longevity elixir. After Lin Mu had gotten the materials for alchemy, he naturally refined it in one go without any hindrance. Lin Mu put away the newly refined longevity pills while a trace of suspicion arose. After I ate that longevity pill, my body did get a bit younger, which means that this longevity pill is definitely useful. But why do I always feel that this longevity pill is not at all the same thing as the immortality pill I've seen in the formation? Could it be that the two don't have the same method of extending their lifespan? It's really strange. Lin Mu shook his head and didn't think much about it. He dragged the longevity pills out of the city lord's mansion. Starting from the Grand Elder to the other cultivators in the city, they were glaring at the pills in Lin Mu's hands. Countless fiery lines of sight were cast onto Lin Mu. Shui Yan in midair sighed again, her heart filled with regret. But the regret was bittersweet. The one with the most bad luck isn't us, Shui. Anyway, rather, it's that Lin family in Cloud Sea City. Chapter 95, Lin Mu takes a concubine. The world looks on. However, at this time, Shui Yan was just making a casual remark. The attention of everyone present was still focused on Lin Mu, and the pills in his hands. The Grand Elder hurried forward, staring at the longevity pill with fire in his eyes. Yes. He reached out his hand, even wanting to directly receive the elixir. However, Lin Mu flipped his palm and put away the longevity pill. Grand Elder, aren't you forgetting something? Ha? What did I forget? The Grand Elder asked back blankly before slapping his head. Gee, I'm glad you warned me. He waved his hand directly and said to Su Fei behind him, you hurry and bring your. Before he set off, the Grand Elder was worried that Su Yu coming over with a big belly would make the cultivators who saw the scene laugh. That's why he purposely left Su Yu at home. But now it seems like it's all for naught. Su Fei was a bit speechless when he saw his Grand Elder in this state. The Grand Elder, who was a cultivator of the Xiantai mysterious realm, actually treated Lin Mu with such respect. But on second thought, it didn't seem like a big deal. Su Fei nodded helplessly. Great Elder, wait a moment. I'll be right there. He summoned a space ripple behind him and probed in. It reappeared with Su Yu a few moments later. Lin Mu, are you okay? The Grand Elder and the others didn't do anything to you, did they? Su Yu still didn't know what had happened, and as soon as she came out, she hurriedly ran towards Lin Mu. Lin Mu smiled while reaching out to pull her in. What could I possibly have to do? At this time, the Grand Elder also spoke in synchronization. You're wrong. Where would I do anything to Lin Mu? Hearing this, Su Yu was filled with bewilderment, but soon she figured out the reason for this, and a hint of shock flashed in her eyes. Lin Mu, you couldn't have really refined the longevity pill, could you? Lin Mu smiled slightly. It's natural. If not, would your Su clan's Grand Elder be so polite to me? The Grand Elder coughed awkwardly a few times. Lin Mu, don't say that either. Lin Mu didn't care about the Grand Elder's words, but said to the Grand Elder, since I've already refined the longevity pill, do you have anything to say about my marriage to Su Yu, Grand Elder? The Grand Elder hastily shook his head. I'm a man of my word. It's a deal. Now even if Lin Mu didn't want to take a concubine, the Grand Elder wouldn't agree. Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction. That's good. Then today is also a good day. The matter of concubinage is set for today. Wan Lin, who was on the side, frowned slightly, always feeling that there was something wrong with Lin Mu's words. What kind of auspicious day is this? But he wouldn't break up Lin Mu, so he also stepped out and said, my Jade Tripod City has also long been prepared. There is also absolutely no problem with doing this ceremony today. The Grand Elder fell back on a slight hesitation. Can this be slowed down for a few days? I'm going to inform the clans I know well about this, so I can also ask them to come and watch the ceremony. Lin Mu shook his head without moving after hearing this. If I say it's today, then it has to be today. His words were very strong, causing the Grand Elder to be a bit upset. But the Grand Elder pondered for a moment and still nodded his head as well. In that case, it's all yours. After he said this, the surrounding cultivators almost dropped their jaws in shock. When did this Grand Elder of the Su clan become so good at talking? Did I hear you right? Su clan's heavenly pride is going to be a concubine to Lin Mu. And Su clan's Grand Elder even took the initiative to send the person over. And couldn't even change the time? But there are those who understand, shaking their heads and explaining. If you can refine the longevity pill, then you too can be greeted with a smile. The Grand Elder turned a deaf ear to these words. He said to Lin Mu, all right Lin Mu, this marriage will be all yours. Lin Mu laughed out loud. Then tonight, the ceremony of taking a concubine will be officially held. Wan Lin was afraid that Lin Mu would say something even more excessive, causing the Su clan's Grand Elder to be unable to tense up. He hurriedly spoke. Then please also follow me into the city lord's mansion and rest for a moment. The Great Elder had made such a big concession, so naturally he wouldn't care about these details anymore. However, before he entered the city lord's mansion, he suddenly turned back and smiled oddly at a certain place in the city. It even passed over. Don't you go off like that, old. When the evening comes, remember to bring your disciples and grandchildren over and have a cup of wedding wine together. It turned out that just now, after Lin Mu had refined the longevity pill, Lin Xiu's master was surprised and revealed his own aura. The Grand Elder immediately recognized that this was the previous patriarch of the Yaoqi Holy Land. It was only that at that time, he was busy pleasing Lin Mu, which was why he didn't point out this matter. Now, however, he had time on his hands. If you leave, that's really not giving me face. Lin Xiu's master said coldly, your family's heavenly pride has been reduced to the point of being given a concubine, and you still have the nerve to ask for some face? In normal times, his words would definitely cause the Grand Elder to burst into a rage. However, the Grand Elder at this moment only smiled faintly. Oh, whether I have face or not, the matter will be judged by the public. Only after laughing did the Grand Elder finally walk into the city lord's mansion. And on the restaurant, the people from the Yaohu sacred land all felt a strong pressure emanating from the former patriarch. Senior, what's wrong with you? Lin Xiu asked stiffly. The two immortal terrace powers were secretly transmitting their voices, and Lin Xiu was simply unable to detect it. So, in the view, this anger of his own master was really inexplicable. Yet the more puzzled he became, the angrier his master's father became. Humph. If you hadn't had to drive Qin Yan out of the clan and had a grudge against Lin Mu, then Lin Mu should be my Yaoqi's man, and I, Yaoqi Holy Land, have no shortage of materials. Lin Mu doesn't know how many longevity pills he can refine for me and help me extend my life. When his master teacher spoke like this, he didn't even look like a great power in an extremely high realm. Instead, he looked like a scolding shrew. The master was burning with rage, and he turned to Lin Xiu, splitting his head and cursing him. But Lin Xiu was in pain. If he hadn't expelled Qin Yan from the division, how could the Qin family have married Qin Yan off in a hurry like they were chasing away a funeral star? Even if they were to marry outwardly, then they certainly wouldn't marry Lin Mu, who was still a waste at that time. Then Lin Mu would naturally have nothing to do with the Yaoqi Holy Land. Lin Xiu even thought in his heart, if Qin Yan had followed the original marriage contract, she would have directly married Lin Feng. Then based on the grudge between Lin Mu and Lin Feng, the brothers, Lin Mu is also going to hate the house and hold a grudge against Qin Yan, and in turn, against our Yaoqi. From the very beginning, this Lin Mu couldn't possibly be my Yaoqi's person. These words, however, he dared not utter. Lin Xiu, however, was clear that no matter how reasonable his words were, as long as he dared to open his mouth to refute them, he would be contradicting his master. He couldn't afford to take the blame. Lin Xiu's face changed, and finally said helplessly, "You're right, master. The responsibility for everything lies with me." Just as Yaoqi's people were imploding, the news that Lin Mu was going to take the Su clan's celestial pride as his concubine, as well as the news that he had refined the longevity pill, also spread instantly. Any strong person who heard about this matter hurriedly came towards Jade Tripod City. Yet for some reason, none of the Su clan's cultivators had instead refused to help break open the space and help them hurry over. Chapter 96. What kind of physique is this? Grand Elder, didn't you initially want to invite many of your old friends to come and watch the ceremony? Why have you changed your mind again? Su Fei was filled with doubt as he asked the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder smiled slightly. That's what you don't understand, is it? I'm doing this to prevent others from stealing the marriage. A hint of surprise appeared in Su Fei's eyes, not understanding the Grand Elder's words at all. But fortunately, the Grand Elder was in a good mood at this time and actually did explain. The attraction of the longevity pill is too great. If this news really spreads, there might be shameless people coming over to steal the marriage. Yuer hasn't entered Lin Mu's house yet. It would be bad if someone else snatched her up. Su Fei's person went numb after hearing this. Other people snatch wives, but in your mouth, it's a way to snatch men? But then he thought about it. This Lin Mu's concubine's position, he actually had to rely on robbing. Fear of being cut off by someone else. Hey, this Lin Mu is really different. As for Su Xia in the corner, she was filled with numbness. Today had given him enough of a shock. Even after the Grand Elder said something else about robbing the marriage, he could no longer do anything to react. I didn't expect that. I really didn't. How long has this been going on? The brat who had to rely on the forces of our Su clan and Zhou clan to withstand the pressure of the Yaoqi Holy Land that day has actually grown to this point. Su Xia finally kept shaking her head as she remembered the scene that day. The speed at which this Lin Mu is growing is truly a bit terrifying. On the other side, after Su Fei exchanged words with the Grand Elder, he saw Su Xia on the side shaking her head there all the time. With a twinkle in his eye, he pulled Su Xia out. Whispering in his ear, he asked, "You've known Lin Mu the longest, so I do have something I want to ask you. What exactly is this Lin Mu's physique?" Su Xia froze slightly, not knowing why the family head had come to ask himself. Bewildered, he asked back, "Don't you know that too, family master? I thought Lin Mu had already told you 10 days ago. Why else would you agree to make Yuer his concubine?" Su Fei shook his head with a bitter smile. "I only realized at that time that he had a special physique, but I couldn't see through what kind of physique he actually had. And it's not just me, even the other Supreme Elders didn't see through it." Upon hearing this, Su Xia's heart raced. The Grand Elder didn't see through it either? Su Fei nodded. Yeah, his old man can't either. Now Su Xia was already speechless, and as Su Fei looked at him like this, he knew he couldn't ask anything. He shook his head and walked away, rambling under his breath. This Lin Mu's physique is really odd. Could it be the ancient legend? That so-called spirit medicine body? But, not only Su Fei, but the other elders of the Su clan also had quite a bit of speculation about Lin Mu's physique. But the focus of their concern was not on Lin Mu himself. Can the fetus in your stomach inherit Lin Mu's physique? It's hard to say. It's rumored that Lin Mu and Qin Yan's daughter inherited Qin Yan's physique. But then again, even if Yuer's child is only of my Su clan's bloodline, it will be enough. As long as Lin Mu is around, that child won't be short of pills, and his future cultivation is bound to be a straight path. The supreme elders of the Su clan gathered together, talking and laughing. The cultivation world was ultimately about strength. Now Lin Mu had shown his strength. Then even if they made their own heavenly pride a concubine, it would be nothing to be ashamed of. Soon afterward it was evening. However, in the Jade Tripod City, it was as bright as day. Wan Lin could be said to have made a bloody effort this time, using countless spirit stones to build 2 tall towers and then using a formation to inspire them. Bright light shines all over the city. Lin Mu smiled and shook his head after seeing this scene. City Lord Wan, I owe you a huge favor this time. Wan Lin hurriedly said, why do we need to say such polite things to each other? He then lamented. Lin Mu, after you take a concubine, you'll have to tell me how exactly your alchemist realm has risen so quickly. Lin Mu didn't care. It's natural. I actually have something to ask City Lord Wan. Wan Lin was a bit curious. Lin Mu's alchemist realm had already surpassed his own, so what was there to ask for advice? But he still nodded his head and said, then when the time comes, feel free to ask. Whatever I know, I will certainly know everything. It was not long before the so-called auspicious time finally arrived. In the midst of the Su clan's crowd, Suyu walked out with her stomach. The cultivators in the city all had very complicated emotions when they looked at her like this. So she was pregnant with Lin Mu's child a long time ago? This is really... They shook their heads for a moment, not knowing what to say at all. Lin Mu was also standing on a high platform at that moment, and a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes as he looked at Suyu, who was walking in the distance. However, at this time, Qin Yan beside him suddenly frowned. Husband, this Suyu, 1T be the Suyu I know, right? It turned out that at the very beginning, when Qin Yan heard the woman's name, she only thought it was the same name and surname, or a homophonic word, but she now sort of got a good look at Suyu, and realized that this woman looked similar to the man who was always pestering her, as she remembered. Then there was no reason for her not to be skeptical. With the cultivation world being so large and the Su clan having many descendants, it was not impossible for there to be 1 or 2 with the same name and surname in the future generations of heavenly prides, but to look so similar, that's definitely extremely close blood. This is a situation that will absolutely be circumvented when it comes to naming. In that case, the answer is simple. So Suyu turned out to be a woman? Qin Yan covered her mouth in surprise, but soon it dawned on her. So that's it. Seeing this, Lin Mu lowered his head and laughed. What did you think of, ma'am? And say what turned out to be so. Qin Yan sighed and just shook his head, not replying. When she said this, naturally, she had finally figured out why Su had stood up for Lin Mu in the first place. After all, the Lin Mu at that time should have had nothing to do with Su. It must be that as soon as Suyu met Lin Mu, she fell in love with him. Qin Yan completely thought wrong. She didn't know that Lin Mu hooking up with Suyu was completely by mistake, but it made some sense for her to think so. Her husband was good for her after all. It was only when a heavenly pride like Suyu also fell in love with Lin Mu at first sight that it appeared that she, Qin Yan, had a good eye. Qin Yan sighed and said in Lin Mu's ear, I don't want to ask more about the things that happened in the past, but you, husband, in the future, treat her well. Lin Mu laughed out loud. Why are you still saying this, my lady? Could it be that I didn't treat you well before? Qin Yan shook his head. Husband is naturally extremely good to me. I was just instructing. Alright, husband don't talk to me. Sister Yuer is here. Lin Mu nodded, then walked over to Suyu. One took her hand. Suyu, from now on, you're my Lin Mu's person. Suyu nodded shyly, not knowing what to say at all. And at this time, Lin Mu's ears heard a system gust of elevation sounds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewards being distributed. The fetus in Suyu's womb has stabilized. System upgrade in progress. During the upgrade process, the system will fall into hibernation. Please do not disturb the host. Lin Mu rolled his eyes. And do not disturb? How else can I disturb you? But not waiting for him to finish spitting, another dark cloud suddenly fell in midair. It covered up the 2 lighthouses that Wan Lin had prepared. The cultivators in the city were suddenly in a state of panic. What was going on? However, the Su clan's supreme elders, as well as Lin Xiu's master teacher, flew violently into midair, staring at Suyu's stomach in death. This is the robbery cloud that the kid attracted? It's not even out of the world yet, and it's even triggering this kind of vision? The Void Emperor's bloodline alone definitely can't do this, so it would have to be the effect of Lin Mu's physique. What kind of physique is he? All the great powers fell into silence. Chapter 97, A Vision from Heaven. Why don't we tie the knot first? Although the great powers stopped speaking, the visions in the sky were not yet over. After the dark clouds gradually fell, they changed from black to gray, and finally even turned into rolling green smoke. Many beautiful sights were born out of the green smoke. I seem to see fairies dancing. There are also great dragons rising in the air. Could this be a scene from Wonderland? The road to immortality. I see the road to immortality. The last thing the man had said was that he was slapped in the face by the person next to him. You've seen the path to immortality, my ass. You've only just started cultivating. Don't be a maniac here. The cultivators in the city almost fell into a frenzy. The lower the cultivation realm, the more tone-deaf the cultivator's speech became. Speculation and all that. The cultivators with high cultivation levels, on the other hand, mostly just froze and watched. A physique like this is definitely not something an ordinary person can trigger. I'm only afraid that once the child in Suyu's belly is born, he'll be a powerful person of the Tao Palace mystic realm. That child had already begun cultivation in the midst of his mother's womb, crossing the other shore and advancing to the Tao Palace. Incredible. Just incredible. While they were silent, the Grand Elder suddenly laughed out loud. Good. Good. Yes. He pulled Su Fei next to him and praised him with his mouth full. You did a good job. No matter what. The child in Suyu's stomach also had their Su clan's bloodline. You did the right thing in the first place. We, Su, have made a profit this time. Su Fei was a bit helpless, feeling that there was no merit in it. To be honest, it was also Suyu who had a good eye and had taken a glance at Lin Mu. It has nothing to do with him. However, he couldn't object at this time, and could only say stiffly, it's still you, Great Elder, who usually educates well. But the happier Su's people were, the more the people from the Yaoqi Holy Land in the distance gnashed their teeth. They were already in deep enmity with Lin Mu. The better Lin Mu was, the harder it was for them. Especially Lin Xiao, who had a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Humph. Why don't we take advantage of the fact that the child hasn't descended and make the first move to kill him, or cut off Lin Mu's future? He knew very well that if that child was allowed to be born, Su would absolutely treat the child as if it were her own and protect it like crazy. At that time, even if he killed Lin Mu, when that child grew up, he would directly take revenge. That Yaoqi Holy Land doesn't want to be good either, so it is better to put this hidden danger, directly extinguished in the cradle, is the belly. However, Lin Xiao also knew that he couldn't do this with just his own cultivation, so he approached his master. Master, please also make a move. As soon as Lin Xiao opened his mouth, his master understood what he meant. The master frowned. It's just not right. Lin Xiao, however, hurriedly advised, Master, this is the best chance. If we don't make a move at this time, in the future, when Lin Mu's children grow up, won't they come looking for trouble from us? His master's father pondered for a long time before he finally nodded. You're right, I do have to make a move, but not now. Lin Xiao had just heard the first sentence and was having a good time, only to immediately hear this latter one. He panicked and asked, if not now, then when? His master said faintly, do you really think you're the only smart person in the world? Now that old undead of Su's, he has locked my aura, and whenever I make some unusual movements, that old thing will immediately realize it. I'll find a way to leave first and pretend I'm pissed off and losing my mind. Trick that Great Elder into letting his guard down, and then only then can we sneak back in and find a chance to strike at that unborn baby. Lin Xiao then let out a long breath. It's still you, Master, who is considerate. The Master nodded slightly. Humph, that's natural. A moment later, the Grand Elder suddenly sighed in relief. Oh, that old is finally gone. Su Fei behind him was a bit strange. Great Elder, who are you talking about? Humph, who else could it be? The Grand Elder waved his hand. Naturally, it's the Yaoqi Holy Land. Su Fei was shocked in his heart. The people from Yaoqi are here too? Where are they? The Grand Elder shook his head. Of course you can't find out. The one who came this time is the former patriarch of their Yaoqi. Oh, that old hasn't changed at her age. Su Fei then realized. You're talking about the cold smoke fairy? Bull asterisk cold smoke. The Grand Elder actually cursed. This wasn't a good thing back in the day, and she didn't know how many storms she stirred up on the basis of her good looks. Just that girl of hers, she still has the nerve to call herself Cold Smoke? I think calling it Burning Wave Fairy is more like it. Hearing the Grand Elder denigrate Yaoqi's previous patriarch in such a manner, Su Fei didn't dare to breathe. He didn't dare to intervene in the grudges of these Xiantai great powers. Otherwise you might be implicated in karma later. Fortunately, the Grand Elder didn't keep dwelling on the topic. Today is yours good day after all, so let's not mention that. With a wave of his hand, he told Su Fei to make some preparations. You go keep an eye on the people in Yaoqi who haven't left yet. Don't let them come over to cause trouble. I have some things to go and talk to Lin Mu in detail. Su Fei hurriedly nodded. Don't worry, Grand Elder. I'll get on with it. When he left, the Grand Elder rubbed his hands together and came to Lin Mu and Suyu. His old face was full of smiles, as if he was trying to be peaceful, but with this face of his, it always felt out of place. Lin Mu felt uncomfortable and spoke directly. Just say what you have to say, Grand Elder. Don't smile like that. I look oozing. The Grand Elder was a bit embarrassed. but he really put away his smile before speaking. Lin Mu, let's have a discussion. Can we have a baby marriage? Lin Mu couldn't help but be a bit surprised after hearing this. A doll's marriage? The Grand Elder nodded his head rightfully. That's natural. Without waiting for Lin Mu to speak, Suyu trembled with excitement. Grand Elder, are you serious about this? That's great. Lin Mu hadn't wanted to agree to the Grand Elder. However, when he saw how excited Suyu was, he also casually said, I'll reconsider this matter. The Grand Elder only took this as Lin Mu's promise. He was overjoyed. Good. Then in a few more days, I'll spread the news. Lin Mu looked at the Grand Elder and then at Suyu. He couldn't help but shake his head. I now sort of know why your Void Emperor was able to leave so many descendants behind in the first place. Lin Mu didn't think much about it, and after he sent the Grand Elder and the others away, he backhanded Suyu's hand. Hey, it's about time. Let's go into the bridal chamber. Suyu blushed slightly, but still nodded her head. All at the pleasure of my husband. But I have a baby in my belly after all. Lin Mu laughed strangely a few times. This doesn't matter. I have other doors. What doorway? Suyu revealed a hint of curiosity, but when Lin Mu pressed on her ear and made the matter of the doorway clear, Suyu's pretty face turned red. Husband, where do you even know all these things? Lin Mu laughed out loud. This one. Ha? Suyu, this brings me to my 16T power. He pulled Suyu into the cave, not even noticing that not far out behind him, a woman's figure suddenly appeared. The woman coldly glanced at the backs of the two, then turned into a green smoke and followed them into the room. Chapter 98 Yao Qi's Secret Dual Cultivation Technique? Ding! System upgrade complete. Lin Mu was about to have a deeper conversation with Suyu when a sudden prompt came to his ears. His face stiffened a bit. No! Are you upgrading this system that fast? The system actually replied. If the host needs it, the system can relate itself. Then forget it. Lin Mu hurriedly opened his mouth. He was wanting to try it out and see what new features the system had after it was upgraded. But Lin Mu was so distracted that his body couldn't help but stop. Suyu was shy in her heart and turned back to Lin Mu. Husband, didn't you just say you want to continue? How come this isn't moving again? Lin Mu coughed a few times. I have some things to look into. Suyu frowned slightly, not understanding what Lin Mu meant by this. However, she sat up very obediently and leaned against Lin Mu's arms. Lin Mu smiled at her a few times, then dove into the system. Name, Lin Mu. Age, 31. Cultivation, 2nd level of the four-pole mystic realm. Physique/bloodline, desolate ancient sacred body. Progress of unlocking shackles, March 9th. Techniques, Yin-Yang Harmony Technique, 1st level. 9 turns of Deicide Technique, 1st turn. Dancer's Secret Code, 3rd level of Heavenly Grade. Spell/martial art, Void Sword Technique, 2nd level. Female Emperor raising targets, Qin Yan, Suyu, and Mo. Well, nothing has changed with these personal panels. By the way, I remember that when the quest was first released, the system seemed to be saying that after the system was upgraded, it would be able to break through the restrictions and hidden secrets left behind by great emperor-level powerhouses. And how does this function work? While Lin Mu was wondering, he suddenly felt a stabbing pain coming from his eyes. But soon, the tingling sensation immediately disappeared. In its place was a sense of clarity. Nice guy. Fiery eyes, huh? Lin Mu gave a crooked smile. Then the expression on his face froze. It turned out that in his eyes, a fairy-like woman suddenly appeared in the corner of his room. The woman's appearance was nearly perfect, though there was a sense of detachment that rejected people. What's this woman's story? And what's this about her suddenly appearing in my room? Lin Mu's mind pondered for a while, but his eyes had already switched directions. Lest the woman notice anything, many thoughts flashed through his mind, and in the end, he finally remembered what the Grand Elder had told him not long ago. Could this woman be the former patriarch of some Yao Qi? It's very likely. I did sense an aura similar to Qin Yan's on her. But this Yao Qi is also outrageous. How is there a female patriarch? Lin Mu just wanted to spit, but then suddenly remembered something. It's also true that their clan will be called Yao Qi, and it said that the first patriarch who started the clan back then was the legendary Mighty Queen Mother of the West. Since that's the case, it seems quite normal for a female patriarch to appear amongst the descendants of Yao Qi. That's okay. Lin Mu pursed his lips. It was already clear to him that the former patriarch of this Yao Qi, or the Cold Smoke Fairy could be called. She snuck in and is definitely a friend, not a foe. It would definitely be a bit risky for himself to directly reveal her identity, even if he could block her attack. Suyu beside him, as well as the fetus in her stomach, would definitely be affected, as long as Lin Mu slightly revealed some cracks, or showed actions of wanting to call people in. This so-called fairy would definitely strike out viciously, but even if Lin Mu didn't do anything, this Cold Smoke Fairy couldn't keep waiting in peace. Lin Mu had some dilemmas in his mind, but soon he had a plan. Oh, Jade, Let's continue. Let me tell you, the technique we just used in our dual cultivation is a big deal. When Suyu heard Lin Mu speak, he hurriedly concentrated. As a result, Lin Mu actually said such a thing. She was immediately a bit shy. Husband, you really know how to joke. Then, how can those tactics of yours be of great origin? I think you clearly don't know where you secretly learned them from. Lin Mu laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Jade, you don't get it, do you? The means I use to dual cultivate with you. But the yin-yang harmony decree is the secret tradition of the Yaoqi Holy Land? For some reason, Lin Mu seemed to vaguely hear a cold snort as he spoke. He knew in his heart that this was certainly not a hallucination. Rather, it was his own nonsense that had upset that cold smoke fairy in the room. However, Lin Mu didn't panic in the slightest, but continued to make believe. You don't know. When I was able to help Qin Yin stabilize her Dao foundation, I relied on this dual cultivation technique. Lin Mu spoke in a half-truth, but it really attracted the attention of the two women in the room. Suyu first exclaimed a few times, then covered her mouth and said incredulously, Husband, you didn't lie to me, did you? What is this yin-yang harmony decree? Does it really have such an effect? And there was more doubt in her mind. I've never heard that this Yaoqi Holy Land has any secret manuals for dual cultivation. Not to mention that even if they really did, then they should have left Qin Yin in the sect and then cured her with this what's-his-name harmony decree. How could you just kick her out of the clan? As for the cold smoke fairy in the corner, she had even more beautiful eyes that were nailed to Lin Mu. Could it be that he cured Qin Yin by not relying on certain spirit pills? In fact, at the beginning, the Yaoqi's top and bottom were not sure exactly how Lin Mu stabilized Qin Yin's Dao foundation. However, as the news spread that Lin Mu was an alchemist, the cultivators of the Yaoqi Holy Land only thought that Lin Mu had a certain great master behind him. This mighty master gave him some sort of spirit elixir, which was able to cure Qin Yin. But at this point, it doesn't seem likely. A trace of curiosity arose in the heart of the cold smoke fairy, and she took the initiative to get up and approach to the edge of the bed, wanting to see what this so-called Yaoqi secret dual cultivation technique was. But soon she blushed, and at the same time shifted her beautiful eyes to the other direction, and her mouth was even lightly poo-pooing a few mouthfuls. This Lin Mu is really immodest. These are nothing more than hooker tactics on his part. And he's talking about double cultivation techniques? She thought she was extremely well hidden, so she didn't avoid it at all, and was close to sticking behind Lin Mu. So not only did she get a good look, but she was almost splattered by certain liquids. Humph, this kid is full of nonsense. I should have made my move earlier and directly captured him back to the Holy Land. However, as soon as Cold Smoke Fairy's mind moved, Lin Mu detected her killing intent. He couldn't be bothered to tease the fairy anymore at this point. 9 turns of harmony technique. Lin Mu's mind turned and he immediately launched the dual cultivation secret art. In an instant, a strange aura came from Lin Mu's body. Suyu was the first to notice that something was wrong, as she felt that the spiritual energy in her body, after turning around in Lin Mu's body, had actually grown a few points. Then it feeds back into his dantian. She was pleasantly surprised. Husband, so you really do have the secret Yaoqi tradition? Bah! This Yaoqi Holy Land looks high and mighty, but in fact they're all a bunch of immodest guys. There's actually some kind of dual cultivation secret art. Suyu let out a gust of murmurs from his mouth, not forgetting to spit out the Yaoqi Holy Land. Chapter 99. You can't be the reincarnation of any great power. And at this moment, the Cold Smoke Fairy couldn't care less about Suyu's words at all. Surprise and greed appeared in her eyes as she stared at Lin Mu, who was in the middle of double cultivation. This gong method is definitely not simple. It was at least created by some great power. If I can obtain this technique, I, Yaoqi, will have one more underlying asset in the future. Between her thoughts, Fairy Cold Smoke didn't even notice that Lin Mu had quietly stretched out his hand and placed it horizontally not far above her head. By the time she finally realized something was wrong, it was too late. Void Sword Technique. Boom! With a loud bang, Fairy Cold Smoke was struck by the giant sword in the void, and her entire body was revealed. And at the same time, the sound pierced through the formation and traveled to the distance. The people around them were also startled. Immediately, someone approached with a loud laugh. Ha ha ha, Lin Mu, you've made quite a commotion on your wedding night. Lin Mu's heart was relieved. He heard the voice of the Grand Elder and the movements of the other Su clan's Taishan elders. With these people around, that Cold Smoke Fairy wouldn't be able to make any waves, especially in her current state. She is afraid to meet those old friends. Lin Mu had just taken advantage of Fairy Cold Smoke's distraction to make a sudden sneak attack. Almost instantly, she was lightly wounded. Of course, these injuries are really nothing. The most crucial thing was that the clothes on this Cold Smoke Fairy's body had also been cut through many slits by the giant sword in the void. It vaguely revealed the snow-white skin inside. If outsiders were to see Fairy Cold Smoke unclothed and appearing in Lin Mu's cave again, if this news were to spread out, Then if they couldn't wait until tomorrow, the Yaohu sacred ground would become a joke in the cultivation world. Lin Mu laughed, then laughed loudly to the outside world. Grand Elder, I had some sudden breakthroughs. That's why I made all this commotion. Please also ask the Grand Elder and the others to guard outside for a few moments. After I stabilize my realm, I will go out and thank you. At the same time, he turned back and said to the bewildered Suyu, leave for a moment. At this moment, Fairy Cold Smoke was still maintaining her invisibility, and Suyu could not see her at all. So Su Yuzhen believed Lin Mu's words. After all, just now, Lin Mu was indeed double cultivating with her. Suyu blushed slightly and said earnestly, alright then, husband, why don't you stabilize your realm here? I'll go out first. Only after Suyu left did Lin Mu look with a smile on his face at the Cold Smoke Fairy who was coldly staring at him. Oh, this fairy. I wonder where you've come from, where you're going, and what you're doing. Although Lin Mu already had a guess in his heart, he asked knowingly. Towards the end, Lin Mu even directly covered his mouth, deliberately surprised. This fairy couldn't be envious because she heard that all of my children have heaven-defying physiques, so she purposely sought me out to borrow a seed, right? That won't do. Lin Mu, am not that casual. Looking at Lin Mu's beaten-up appearance, Fairy Cold Smoke's silver teeth were about to be clenched. Ugh, who's here to borrow your seed? Let me tell you, I am the former patriarch of the Yaohe Holy Land, as well as a Yaohe Taishan Elder, a hallowed Xiantai mysterious realm powerhouse. If you dare to talk nonsense again. Without waiting for Fairy Cold Smoke to finish, Lin Mu suddenly interrupted. Stop, aren't you the only woman in this house? Why are you suddenly giving out so many names? My house is too small to fit that many people. You let them all go. Fairy Cold Smoke was first puzzled, but quickly realized that this was Lin Mu deliberately poking fun at himself. It was mocking her. She was so high in cultivation and status, but she ended up in the gutter. Successful sneak attack by Lin Mu. This is truly a shame for Sendai. Fairy Cold Smoke burst into a rage as her body's spiritual energy vibrated. Almost the next instant, Lin Mu felt an intense pressure. Immortal Terrace powerhouses are truly extraordinary. Even just being angry is so powerful. However, Lin Mu didn't panic in the slightest. This fairy, you seem to have forgotten something. If you strike out at me here, the Grand Elder and the others outside, they will surely notice the abnormality immediately. It's going to come rushing in a flash. When they see you like this, it's hard to say what they'll think. Right. Lin Mu suddenly made a sudden look of realization. I've heard the Grand Elder say that he seems to have a grudge against you. Think about it. Fairy, how would he make you up? Fairy Cold Smoke's face immediately turned ugly. The pressure in the room also steeply disappeared. It seemed that the deterrent power of the Grand Elder was still very strong. Almost simultaneously, in the distance, the Grand Elder suddenly frowned and looked in the direction of the room. How come the aura of an immortal terrace cultivator seemed to have appeared in Lin Mu's room just now? I didn't feel it wrong. Did I? The other Taishan elders, however, all spoke in hushed tones. Great Elder, you didn't feel it wrong. We also detected that aura. The Grand Elder was instantly a little nervous. What's going on here? Could it be that an enemy has sneaked in to find trouble with Lin Mu? But soon, he debunked the idea himself. If that were true, that person would have definitely struck out at Lin Mu a long time ago. Wouldn't he have waited until now? Perhaps the great power behind Lin Mu has finally appeared. The Grand Elder lamented. This Lin Mu is really something. The aura of this powerful person is not even too much weaker than me. The rest of the Supreme Elders were similarly surprised. Surprisingly, this Lin Mu is truly unfathomable. However, they hadn't thought that the Xiantai powerhouse in the room wasn't Lin Mu's background. Rather, it was his enemy. There was just something wrong with this enemy at the moment. Fairy Cold Smoke clenched her silver teeth and looked at Lin Mu angrily. What exactly do you have to do before you'll let me leave? Also, how on earth did you see through my stealth technique? This method of mine, but it was passed down from the Queen Mother of the West, and is only allowed to be passed down from generation to generation amongst the sovereigns of Yaoqi. How can you possibly see through that? The more Fairy Cold Smoke said, the more her tone fluctuated. Lin Mu laughed and said in his heart, this is naturally the efficacy of the system. But he wouldn't be able to solve Cold Smoke Fairy's confusion. Just faking it up. I remember that the Queen Mother of the West is only a saint. How could she possibly pass down hidden techniques at the level of a great emperor? You're lying to me, aren't you? However, when Lin Mu said that, Fairy Cold Smoke only felt a chill down her back. What the hell are you from? She was really a little scared. The origin of the Queen Mother of the West is extremely mysterious, involving a period of ancient hidden secrets, and Lin Mu actually called it out in one breath, pointing out that the secret method she had passed down was a means at the level of a great emperor. It's more of a glance. Many thoughts flashed through Fairy Cold Smoke's mind, and she involuntarily winced. You wouldn't be the reincarnation of any great power, would you? Her voice trembled, and her body went even more limp as she sat down on the floor. She hadn't noticed, however, that the clothes she was wearing already had many rips in them. Sitting down on the floor like that would only reveal more springtime. Lin Mu laughed strangely after a while. Well, guess what? Chapter 100, come on, call me master first. Fairy Cold Smoke's heart tightened, and she only felt that there was something in Lin Mu's words. She was even more frightened and trembled. What do you two want to do? Wait a minute, you didn't make this set up on purpose. This time Lin Mu froze, not understanding Cold Smoke Fairy's brain circuits at all. But he didn't move and just smiled. Oh, what kind of innings do you think I've done? Lin Mu asking this question made Fairy Cold Smoke's heart situate her suspicions even more. She laughed bitterly. You really did this? Humph. It must be because you guessed long ago that we, Yao Qi, would come over to see your jokes after hearing about today's events. So you put on a show with Sio's people ahead of time just to trick me into coming here. When I arrive at the place, seeing that you can refine the longevity pill and being stimulated by the Su clan's Grand Elder, I'm sure I'll lose my mind and secretly make a move against you. And then you can catch them in a jar, can't you? The Cold Smoke Fairy even used an inappropriate analogy of herself as a turtle when she broke her defense. It's just that Lin Mu didn't point this out at this point either. He looked up and down at this former patriarch of Yao Qi, and a wave of emotions ran through his heart. What is it about you women that makes such strong associations? Lin Mu neither nodded nor shook his head. He smiled, his expression inscrutable. The more Lin Mu did so, the more certainty Fairy Cold Smoke felt in her heart. She was scared by now, her mind spinning madly. Not good. If I'm in the hands of that bastard, the Grand Elder, I definitely won't have a good ending. That might as well be. Fairy Cold Smoke suddenly lowered her head and whispered, Lin Mu, what exactly do I have to do before you're willing to let me go? Lin Mu was waiting for these words. If he took the initiative to make the request, then Fairy Cold Smoke would definitely have doubts in her mind. Once she suspected, then she herself would have to prove herself in turn, and then it wouldn't be so easy to scare the brainiac. But if she was the one who initiated the request, then no matter how she answered, she was in a stable position. The request made was excessive, and that was to ask for an attitude from you. Fairy. Lin Mu laughed and sat back down on the bed. Well, we're in no hurry. You call out to your master first. What? Fairy Cold Smoke's willow eyebrows rose, although she had made up her mind to make some concessions in exchange for Lin Mu's high-handedness. But Lin Mu making such a request was also beyond her bottom line. No way. Absolutely not. I am the former generation patriarch of the hallowed Yao Qi, and I am the Yao Qi Tai Shang. She wanted to introduce herself again, but halfway through saying it, she remembered that Lin Mu didn't care about that at all. So stop hard in the middle. Anyway, it's not impossible for me to call you Master. At the end of her sentence, a hint of shyness came back to her face. Lin Mu said nonchalantly, Fairy, this last sentence of yours? I've somewhat missed it. What did you say you couldn't possibly call me? Cold Smoke Fairy was unsure, and subconsciously repeated, there's no way I'm going to call you Master. However, after saying that, she reacted that Lin Mu was clearly taking advantage of her. In his own heart, although he refused to do so, he still called out Master twice. She was shy and angry, and no longer had the cold as iceberg look she had just had. When Lin Mu saw this look on her face, his heart felt another surge of darkness. He waved his hand and continued, well, since you're willing to call me Master, then I kind of know your sincerity. It's time for me to make some serious demands of you. Although Fairy Cold Smoke was still angry, she was slightly relieved. Although this Lin Mu is aggressive, he's not unreasonable. She asked shyly, and what exactly are you going to demand? Don't worry, if it's spirit stones or materials for alchemy, ahem. In short, I'm not lacking. I'm sure I'll give you a satisfactory figure. Speaking of her family, this fairy was also a little proud. Yao Qi Holy Land was originally an immortal sect in the cultivation world, and even ordinary disciples were generous. And Fairy Cold Smoke, as the previous patriarch, the amount of wealth she had accumulated was unimaginable. However, Lin Mu directly shook his head. As an alchemist who could refine longevity pills, he would definitely not be lacking in spirit stones and alchemy materials in the future. Besides, as long as he could hold this brainiac in front of him, wouldn't her body still be his? On Lin Mu's face, a strange smile appeared once again. I don't want your spirit stones. I just want to ask you for a stove. Fairy Cold Smoke frowned slightly. Hearth? The next moment, however, she wore an expression of dawning realization. I know, you don't have a suitable alchemy furnace on hand, so you asked me for one, didn't you? You're in the right place for that. For some reason, Fairy Cold Smoke actually sighed in relief. My Yaoan Holy Land originally has the most bells and tripods of magic artifacts, and there are many alchemy furnaces among them. Wait for me for a moment. I'll find out the best one for you. As she spoke, she really did reach out and touch her finger's nascent ring. Lin Mu recalled that when Lin Xiao had arrived with the Yaoqi sect, the artifact he had used to manipulate the sect's formation seemed to be a large bell. Therefore this cold smoke fairy's words should not be false. What Finding Death Lin Mu wants is not a real bell jar. He stretched out his hand and pulled on Fairy Cold Smoke's jade hand, taking the opportunity to touch it before speaking again. Oh, Fairy, you're mistaken. I'm not talking about a cauldron for alchemy, but a cauldron for cultivation? A furnace for cultivation? Fairy Cold Smoke frowned. What exactly do you mean? It seems like you're completely clueless. Fairy. Lin Mu came over to her ear. Isn't my point clear? Since I've let Suyu go, I can only find another person to double cultivate. Since you're here, Fairy, it's quite a coincidence. This time, Fairy Cold Smoke finally understood. She was anxious and angry, reaching out and pointing at Lin Mu in front of her. How dare you say such things to me? You're bold. Lin Mu didn't panic in the slightest and just sneered. It doesn't matter if the fairy refuses. When he said this, Lin Mu felt that his lines were a bit too badass-like, so he changed his tone. Then the fairy can leave on her own. But what Su's supreme elders will do or say at that time, then I don't care. After saying that, Lin Mu got back up and sat back on the bed, looking at Cold Smoke Fairy in an old-fashioned manner. The Cold Smoke Fairy soon sweated like a pig when she heard the last threat. Only after a long time did she whisper, "You mean that as long as I double cultivate with you once, you will be willing to let me go?" Lin Mu shook his head. "Oh Fairy, see how you say that? As if I'm taking advantage of someone. We're having a double cultivation. It's not like I'm taking advantage of you unilaterally." The Cold Smoke Fairy laughed in anger at this. "You're such a big talker." However, Lin Mu just looked at her and she couldn't laugh anymore. Well then. A few breaths later, Fairy Cold Smoke gritted her teeth. "But you can't go back on your word." Chapter 101. Don't worry. I'll support you. Lin Mu was overjoyed in his heart, but his expression grew calmer and calmer. "What do you mean by that? What do you mean I went back on my word? I never promised you anything." Upon hearing this, Fairy Cold Smoke was again angry and bitter, but she had reacted to the fact that the situation was now stronger than the people. He himself was even more unable to speak to Lin Mu. Continuing to argue with him is just self-defeating. She pursed her lips and clenched her fists, her heart filled with helplessness and regret. "If I had known this, I shouldn't have come to trouble Lin Mu today. This is great. I'm a hallowed Xiantai powerhouse, and I'm actually going to double cultivate with him." Yet at this point that was all she was thinking. As for her body, it had walked very honestly to the bed. "Then let's hurry up and double cultivate." Lin Mu laughed. "Okay, then Fairy, I'm coming." There seems to be something wrong. In the distance, the Grand Elder and the others suddenly turned their heads to look again. The aura in the room seems to have vaguely changed again. Not only was it the Grand Elder, but this time that aura was extremely strong. It was Su Fei. These dragon transformation mystic realm powerhouses, who could also feel a thing or two. Even Wan Lin came over. He looked odd. What kind of tricks is this Lin Mu playing? He came the latest and didn't know that Suyu had already left, only thinking that Lin Mu was double cultivating with Suyu. That's what makes it so. Su Fei turned around and said helplessly, "You're wrong about that. City Lord Wan, Jade walked out just now. There should be a mighty powerhouse in Lin Mu's room right now." Wan Lin was shocked in his heart. Where did that come from? Su's people didn't hide anything from him, and directly told him what they had just sensed, as well as the speculations in their hearts. Then he asked curiously, "City Lord Wan, I heard that you have the best relationship with Lin Mu. Do you know which great power is behind him?" Wan Lin immediately smiled bitterly. "That's something I really don't know. Lin Mu is so inconspicuous. I only know that he cultivates extremely fast, but whether there's anyone behind him or not, I don't even know at all." Seeing that there was no information from Wan Lin's side either, the crowd was a bit disappointed. However, at this time, Lin Mu in the room was even more disappointed. "No, you're a hallowed Yaoqi Supreme Elder. How come your physique is so poor?" Lin Mu looked at the limp and powerless Cold Smoke Fairy, and even wondered if he had gotten the wrong person. "Smokey, she's a tie-in body. How come she pulled her crotch when she came to you?" Fairy Cold Smoke's body was already soft, and after hearing Lin Mu's words, her heart became even more mortified. "Lin Mu, you're really not making sense. I started cultivating but hundreds of years ago, when it was still very early before the road to immortality was opened, and there weren't many special physiques out in the world. Old me. I'm just an ordinary physique. What's so great about that?" When Lin Mu heard the words road to immortality, a glint appeared in his eyes. He had actually realized long ago that there was something wrong with the timing of his crossing. A small, ordinary city in Cloud Sea City, even a single 4 extreme mystic realm powerhouse could walk sideways. Yet such a city managed to have two strong physiques, Qin Yan and Lin Feng, appear one after the other. That wouldn't have been right. And now after Cold Smoke Fairy's words, he finally dared to be sure. It seems that the cultivation world is really about to usher in a world of great strife. But the other cultivators were unlucky and ran into me. Lin Mu. When my mother and I have both finished our great emperor addiction, if they still have longevity, then we can consider the matter of proving to be an emperor at that time. Lin Mu laughed out loud. Cold Smoke Fairy looked over oddly. What are you laughing at? Lin Mu shook his head. I'm just happy. And don't be discouraged, Fairy, even though you're just an ordinary physique. Since you're willing to be my cauldron, I've got benefits for you as well. Fairy Cold Smoke was still a bit angry, but after hearing these words, her anger dissipated a lot. The yin-yang harmony technique that Lin Mu had performed was considered to have completely convinced her. Even a Xiantai powerhouse like her could gain from it. This Lin Mu really does have something. He is only afraid that he is really the reincarnation of a certain great power. Thinking that she was double cultivating with such a greatly powerful person, Fairy Cold Smoke actually felt that she had earned it. When Lin Mu saw this look on her face, he smiled badly and lowered his head. Don't worry, Fairy, your future cultivation will definitely be a straight path. As long as you encounter a bottleneck, you can come to me, and I will naturally support you. Support? How do you support it? Fairy Cold Smoke didn't quite understand, but the next moment, Lin Mu physically acted. Of course it's so forceful. Goo, the fairy exclaimed, but quickly covered her mouth again, fearing that the sound would go out and be heard by the Grand Elder and the others outside. After another half hour had passed, Lin Mu finally stopped powering through. He reached out and pulled up the Cold Smoke Fairy, finding her another piece of clothing to put on. Well, Fairy, you should go. Fairy Cold Smoke nodded her head silently, but suddenly asked, where did you get these clothes from? Why do you have women's clothes on you? Lin Mu was displeased. Where did this still come from? Of course I prepared it for Smokey. Fairy Cold Smoke was slightly stunned, and it was only after a moment that she reacted that the smoke child in Lin Mu's mouth was not herself, but Qin Yan. She looked a bit forlorn and got up. I'm leaving then. She had something on her mind, so she actually didn't care and rushed straight through the room. And the moment she stepped out of the room, the Su clan elders outside realized her presence. How did this old man suddenly appear in Lin Mu's room? Not good. She must have come to take a shot at Lin Mu. Many people were shocked, and while separating a few people to intercept Fairy Cold Smoke, the rest of them darted within the room. But in an instant, they arrived in front of Lin Mu. They were relieved to see Lin Mu unharmed, but someone else soon wondered. Lin Mu, just now that Yao Chi is sneaking in, did she not make a move, but just ran away? Lin Mu frowned and was planning to find an excuse to muddle through. However, at this time, Su Fei instead slapped his head. I know. It must have been after Yao Chi's former patriarch infiltrated. The strong person behind you, Lin Mu, stepped in and directly stopped her. Right? The change in chi that we felt just now was the leakage of chi when the two great powerhouses fought. It must be. Lin Mu was speechless. Why are you all so brainy? Each and every one of you? But since he had someone to explain it for him, he was happy to take it easy. You can think so. Just now in this room, an extremely fierce fight was indeed experienced. As the crowd listened, a picture appeared before their eyes. In the middle of the tiny room, the two great Xiantai powerhouses struck out at each other, but only extremely weak breaths came out, such strong to the point of control that they were mesmerized. Mighty is indeed mighty, and by this time, Fairy Cold Smoke had already gotten rid of the Grand Elder's entanglement. If it had been before, she would never have been so relaxed. However, after double cultivation with Lin Mu, she had also gained many benefits. She stood tall and felt a hint of a breakthrough loosening in her otherwise very solid realm. Fairy Cold Smoke had a very complicated look on her face. She looked toward Lin Mu on the ground and suddenly blurted out, Lin Mu, I'll remember today's incident. Just wait for me. I'll come back to you later to make a claim. After saying that, she disappeared from her spot with a flash. Chapter 102, in the future. You are not allowed to mess with Lin Mu. After seeing Fairy Cold Smoke leave, the Grand Elder relaxed. He frowned as he landed on the ground and looked at Lin Mu, somewhat wanting to speak. Lin Mu smiled and stepped forward. Great Elder, is there something you want to ask me? After the Grand Elder hesitated for a moment, he actually nodded his head. Lin Mu, just now you and that in the room. What exactly did you do? It's only been a few short hours since I've seen you. This strength is even a few points stronger than it was at the wedding banquet. It turned out that it was the Grand Elder who had keenly sensed the problem when he fought with the Cold Smoke Fairy. Cultivation realms had reached their point, not to mention any significant improvement. It would take years of hard work to even think about raising the realm by even a fraction of a degree, or even to encounter certain wonders, like Fairy Cold Smoke. She had spent some time alone with Chen Fan behind closed doors, and her cultivation had increased significantly when she came out. This was completely out of the Grand Elder's imagination, so it was no wonder he felt strange. Lin Mu coughed a few times. Well, this, in fact, is an agreement I made with Fairy Cold Smoke. Agreement? The Grand Elder raised his eyebrows and hurriedly asked. What agreement? Lin Mu shrugged his shoulders. I just wanted her to be my concubine. Yet she didn't agree. Even turned his head and ran away after taking my favors. Gee, what a shame. If she is willing to honestly be my concubine, I am definitely going to support her. The Grand Elder sighed helplessly after hearing these words. Lin Mu, you don't want to tell me the truth, then forget it. Why are you still making up all this nonsense to fool me? That old man is not a good thing, but he is also a high-minded person. If you dare to talk to her like that and talk about making her your concubine, she's definitely going to turn against you. Lin Mu bristled. If you don't believe it, then forget it. Upon hearing this, everyone else kept shaking their heads. Regarding Lin Mu's words, they likewise didn't believe them at all. Who is that Cold Smoke Fairy? Even if they didn't look at her identity and only looked at her cultivation, it would still be a famous and renowned powerhouse in the cultivation world. Lin Mu, let alone say such light words to her face. Just thinking about it in her heart, it was estimated that she would detect it and then burst into a rage and directly kill Lin Mu. Hey, this Lin Mu is good at everything, but he doesn't like to tell the truth. But others turned to the thought. But that's right. Perhaps the great power behind Lin Mu made some kind of agreement with that Cold Smoke Fairy. It's not a good idea to make this agreement public. So that's why they let Lin Mu say something out of tune to make it impossible for other people to continue to ask questions down the line. After all, if Lin Mu shrugged it off and didn't say anything, then the others could still ask again. But Lin Mu had said such a tyrannical theory. So what did it mean if others continue to ask down the line? Do you want to know if Fairy Cold Smoke is willing to be Lin Mu's concubine or not? These people sighed in their hearts, and sure enough, they stopped asking. The eyes they looked at Lin Mu also took on a hint of seriousness. Lin Mu, those words of yours just now, just say them to us, but you can't talk nonsense in the face of outsiders. The Grand Elder also spoke at this time. That's right, the majesty of an immortal terrace powerhouse is not to be trifled with. If you talk nonsense elsewhere, you're bound to invite trouble. Lin Mu nodded on the surface, but in his heart he was all happy. And invite trouble? I've done it all. Am I afraid to talk about it? But a moment later, Lin Mu suddenly felt some regret. Wait, listening to what the Grand Elder is saying, that Cold Smoke Fairy seems to be someone of the same generation as him. In that case, wouldn't I be letting her eat an old cow? And she doesn't have the potential to become an empress. It's a loss. It's a loss. Lin Mu shook his head for a while and walked back to his room with a sigh. When the crowd saw this, they only thought that Lin Mu was regretting saying those words just now. However, they didn't know that what Lin Mu regretted was actually something else. On the other hand, dozens of miles outside of Jade Tripod City, all the powerhouses of the Yaoqi Holy Land had teleportation talismans cupped in their hands, ready to run away at any time. In their opinion, when their own former patriarch made a move, he was bound to be able to kill Lin Mu without any problems. However, in that case, how could Su's powerhouses give up? An amazing battle may already be brewing. If you don't hurry up and make preparations to run, you might just get caught in the crossfire. Jade Tripod City might be completely destroyed by the aftermath of a great powers encounter. After today, there will be no more Jade Tripod City. But that Lin Mu is also unlucky. He was just about to give birth to a descendant of heavenly pride when he had to die on the spot. Who made him offend our Yaoqi Holy Land? As for Lin Qiu, he was a bit of a meathead. He looked at the teleportation talisman in his hand and said helplessly, after tonight's incident, we are even at loggerheads with Su. If I want to buy this teleportation talisman again in the future, I'm afraid I'll have to spend a lot of money. This teleportation talisman was Su's exclusive business, almost priceless, so it was already worth a lot. Even for a holy place of cultivation like Yaoqi, even for a patriarch like Lin Qiu, he was somewhat reluctant to use it, but it's something you can usually live without. However, after today, if Yaoqi wanted to buy this teleportation talisman again, the spirit stones and sources to be spent would definitely have to double the price several times again. But so be it. Thinking about it, Lin Qiu finally suppressed this flesh pain. As long as I kill Lin Mu, even if it's to take out a breath of bad anger for me, it's also like recovering face for my Yaoqi Holy Land. Come on. He clenched his fists, finally growing excited. Even if it's a genius like Lin Mu, even if he has an amazing background, even if he's a heavenly great alchemist who can refine longevity pills, as long as he messes with my Yaoqi, in the end, he will just end up dead. Humph. With Lin Mu as an example in front of us, I'll see who dares to belittle our Yaoqi in the future. Lin Qiu's gaze was fiery, and the look in his eyes towards Yuding City had taken on a hint of pleasure. If you want to blame Lin Mu, blame yourself for not knowing the heights of heaven. Just then, he suddenly detected a familiar aura and looked up at the sky. The other Yao Qi elders followed suit. Only the cold smoke fairy appeared in mid-air with an expressionless face. Lin Xiu frowned slightly, as if he felt that this master teacher of his seemed a bit off. The clothes on his body appeared to have been changed, and they didn't fit very well. However, he didn't think much about it at this moment, but instead laughed hastily for a few moments, then hurriedly asked, "Master, have you already killed Lin Mu? You are truly worthy of being my Yao Qi's supreme elder. Surprisingly, you have silently beheaded Lin Mu under the noses of many of Su's great powers. After this news gets out, the cultivation world will all extol your great name." Lin Xiu was full of horse's ass and thought that Fairy Cold Smoke would be happy to hear it. However, he did not expect that when Fairy Cold Smoke heard this, her face instead became increasingly ugly. When she remembered what had just happened to her, a hint of humiliation was born in her heart, and at the same time, she was somewhat helpless. Something like that, she couldn't even say. Otherwise the world would only laugh at her. A great power. Not only was it even that she couldn't take the initiative to say anything, but she also had to please Lin Mu and not let him spread the word outside as well. Fairy Cold Smoke clenched her silver teeth while suppressing the booming anger in her heart, while saying through his teeth, "Well, you cut the crap, pass on my orders, you're not allowed to mess with Lin Mu from now on." Lin Xiu had wanted to continue to say something nice. However, after he heard his master's words, he directly froze on the spot, his eyes round and full of disbelief. "Master, what did you say?" Chapter 103 Elder Ding. "We can congratulate you." Fairy Cold Smoke frowned. "What? Are you deaf? Or do you not have master in your sights? Can't you understand a word I'm saying?" Seeing his master's anger, Lin Xiu hurriedly bowed his head and admitted his mistake. "Master, how dare I disobey you?" Just what?" Fairy Cold Smoke's face sank like water. An intense pressure enveloped Lin Xiu's entire body. Lin Xiu's body shivered slightly, but he still said stiffly, "It's just that I really don't understand why you say things like that. That Lin Mu doesn't say he has a deep grudge against my Yao Qi, but he's still a danger to my Yao Qi's heart. If we let him continue to grow, he's bound to directly hit my Yao Qi mountain gate in the future. What will happen then?" Lin Xiu was out of sight, but he wasn't a cutie. Lin Mu had just started to be able to cultivate when he sensed that something was wrong. He directly brought the entire mountain gate out to crush Lin Mu directly to death with the momentum of a titanic mountain. One could argue that he's even smart enough to say that, aside from his different position, it didn't want Lin Mu to cultivate at ease at all. That's why he hardened himself against his master's orders at this point, and had to continue to ask questions. It's really not about saving face for yourself either. It was indeed considering the interests of the Yaoan Holy Land. However, Fairy Cold Smoke would not tell the truth. She said indifferently, "Do I have to explain to you when I do something for my master? Anyway, I've already told you the words. If you have to disobey, then don't blame me for disregarding the love of master and disciple." After saying that, she disappeared from the spot with a flash. Lin Xiu stood still, his face green and red. The heart was even more filled with disbelief. The Cold Smoke Fairy's attitude could be said to have come to an in-place turnaround in a short period of time. It didn't make him think at all. Could it be that something else happened when Master Teacher struck out at Lin Mu just now? Could it be that there really is a great power guarding behind Lin Mu, so it's causing Master Teacher to suffer a loss? A quick guess went up in his mind, but even if he thought about it, he couldn't figure out what had happened in Lin Mu's room just now. When he finally snapped out of his thoughts, he realized that the other elders he had brought here were gossiping in whispers. "Just now, our Supreme Elder, did he change his clothes? I remember that for many years. The Supreme Elder has been dressed in white and never changed. Why did he change his clothes this time?" "Yeah, she's a mighty cultivator, different from mortals. Even if she wants to sneak into the city, she doesn't need to change her face. What the hell is wrong with this dress?" There was even a normally immodest elder who whispered and spat. "I also found out that our Taishang Elder seems to have suddenly matured quite a bit, and there is a dainty color in his brows and eyes. I don't know what's going on." But he didn't dare say this out loud, so not many people heard him. Lin Xiu's face became increasingly ugly. "There, you guys are talking about the sex Taishang Elder behind his back. Do you even have the sex rules in your eyes?" As soon as he opened his mouth, the rest of the elders' bodies trembled, and they really didn't dare to speak out of turn. After finding his majesty in the elders, Lin Xiu was also slightly happier. "Humph, master's request can't be ignored. Let's go back to the sect first." The rest of the elders nodded their heads in a hurry. Even without Fairy Cold Smoke's order, it was pointless for them to stay here. With so many of the Su clan's supreme elders present in the Jade Cauldron City, even if they wanted to do something, there was nothing they could do about it. Immediately after they returned to Yao Qi, they saw an old man milling about at the entrance to the main hall. The crowd recognized at a glance that this was Qin Yan's master, Elder Ding. Ever since Lin Xiu decided to find trouble with Lin Mu, he had kept the old man captive. However, later on, the Yaoqi's elders were killed by Lin Mu several times in a row. This time, Lin Xiu and the others, again, had to accompany Fairy Cold Smoke to Jade Tripod City. The clan could not afford to have no elders remaining in the clan, so he was released. Seeing the crowd return, the old man approached with some urgency and some desire to speak. The other elders of Yaoqi knew very well that this must be Elder Ding caring about Lin Mu, so he wanted to ask questions. When Lin Xiu saw this, a wave of disgust subconsciously arose in his heart. He didn't speak to Elder Ding at all as he turned his head and entered the patriarchal hall. However, once he left, the other elders were relieved. With Lin Xiu present, it was not good for them to talk to Elder Ding. The crowd landed beside Elder Ding, and without waiting for Elder Ding to ask, they grabbed the opportunity to speak. Old Ding, we can congratulate you this time. Elder Ding froze for a moment and laughed bitterly with his mouth. Senior brothers, you mustn't make fun of me. What else do I have to congratulate? The elders looked at each other and immediately understood. This was Elder Ding not knowing about the situation in Jade Tripod City and being concerned. One of the elders smiled and patted his shoulder. Old Ting, we're not joking, but we're talking to you seriously. That disciple of yours has really found a good husband this time. Elder Ding's expression didn't look much better when he heard this. He sighed. That of course I already knew. Lin Mu has only just been able to cultivate for more than a year, and he broke through into the Dao Palace Mystic Realm. And his battle power is even close to that of a 4-extreme Mystic Realm powerhouse, and it's rumored that he's also a heavenly alchemist. This Lin Mu is indeed a genius. Just, a bitter smile reappeared on Elder Ding's face. It's just that he has, after all, provoked our Yaoqi Holy Land, even causing the Supreme Elder to personally strike. Even Lin Mu doesn't know the heights of heaven and dares to make the Su clan's heavenly pride a concubine, which in turn invites the Su clan. Where will he ever be good again when he's trapped inside and outside? AI. My poor disciple. I'm only afraid he'll follow suit. Elder Ding became sadder and sadder the more he talked, and in the end, he even almost burst into tears. When Qin Yan first joined Yaoqi, he had joined the sect as a new generation of heavenly pride bearing the body of Taiyin. Elder Ding didn't know how much effort it took to snag this good disciple. It was no wonder Elder Ding was so attached to Qin Yan. He lamented for a long time before realizing that the other elders around him were actually silent. This time, Elder Ding felt a little strange. Normally when I say these things, they just leave, if not sneer. How did they turn the tables this time? Elder Ding looked up curiously, then saw the remaining elders with complex faces. He spoke up and asked, "What's going on with you guys?" Only after those elders exchanged glances did the one who had just tapped Elder Ding on the shoulder speak again. Old Ding, you're a bit out of date with this news. Lin Mu has already proved himself that he can indeed refine the longevity pill. So not only did Su not get angry with him, but she also upped the ante and sent her own family's heavenly pride into Lin Mu's room to be his concubine. Ha! Elder Ding's mouth slightly opened. However, that elder continued. Later, when the previous patriarch saw the situation, he moved his mind again planning to sneak into the city and go to strike at Lin Mu. Upon hearing this, Elder Ding's heart lifted again, but that elder soon spoke again. But for some reason, after our previous patriarch went there, he quickly left Jade Tripod City again. It was even an order to us that we were not to provoke Lin Mu in the future. AI. I really don't know how this kid Lin Mu actually did it. Elder Ding's mood was like a roller coaster, going up and down. When he heard this last one, he also subconsciously looked at that elder. There won't be any more reversals, right? It was that elder's turn to be helpless. What other reversals do you want? Could it be that Lin Mu he could still marry our Supreme Elder? This last one was of course a joke, but it could also show that these elders were truly numb. Elder Ding was silent on the spot, unable to speak for a long time. Chapter 104, Great Shock in the Cultivation World. Targeting Jade Tripod City. Husband, what's wrong with you lately? Why are you always snickering? Qin Yan looked curiously at Lin Mu while holding Lin Yi. Lin Mu naturally wouldn't tell Qin Yan that he had secretly screwed her master's wife. He coughed twice and shook his head. I'm just happy because I'm looking at you and the baby. Qin Yan also knew that Lin Mu was talking nonsense, but she didn't get angry and smiled. That's good. At this moment, outside the room, Lin Yan's voice came. Young master, your brother is at the door again, saying he wants to see you. Are you going to see him or not? When Lin Mu refined the longevity pills that day, Lin Feng was also in the city, waiting to see Lin Mu's joke. However, after Lin Mu really succeeded in refining the longevity pill, he fell into a stupor like countless other cultivators, forgot to even jump in and question it. Lin Feng really couldn't have imagined that his elder brother, who he had looked down on at first, had actually grown into a great person who could refine longevity pills. You have to know that although Lin Feng kept the words of witnessing the Tao and becoming an emperor on his lips all day long, in fact, he knew in his heart that the probability of him wanting to become an emperor was just too low. However, even a great emperor would have to treat an alchemist who could refine the longevity pills with the same courtesy. After all, it was of little use for the great emperor himself to eat the longevity pill, and the only way to prolong his life was to eat the immortality pill. However, great emperors usually had children, and these children and descendants could all want longevity pills as well. Lin Mu's current status and position was also visible. After Lin Feng blankly stayed in the city for a few days, he actually had the cheek to come up and wanted to get close to Lin Mu. Even if Lin Mu refused to return to the Yunhai City Lin family, but as long as he was willing to see him, then Lin Feng would have something to say in the future. And with the identity of Lin Mu's younger brother, he would also be able to gain a lot of respect. Lin Mu frowned when he heard Lin Yun's words and said unhappily, "What is this guy doing here again? Just throw him out." Lin Yun immediately smiled. "Okay, I'll go get rid of him, and I'll also make sure he doesn't come back to annoy people in the future." Lin Yun walked to the entrance of the compound, looked at Lin Mu outside, and said without any good humor, "The second young master. Oh no, my young master has left the Lin family. It has nothing to do with you. My young master said that he refuses to see you, and you won't have to come back again." A trace of anger arose in Lin Feng's heart. He thought he had made enough gestures, stooped low, and came every day to ask for an audience. Even if Lin Mu had been angry in his heart, he should have gotten over it by now. However, he hadn't thought that what he and his three sisters had done in the first place had caused Lin Mu to be completely disappointed in them, especially since Lin Feng was clearly sticking up at this moment for the sake of favors. Lin Mu naturally looked at him even less. Icing on the cake doesn't count, but sending charcoal in the snow warms the heart. Lin Feng looked blearily at Lin Yun, hoping that she would go back in and pass on the message. However, Lin Yun wasn't moved at all and only urged him to hurry up and leave. Now Lin Feng couldn't help but get angry. "Bah! You used to be nothing more than an underling of my Lin family, nothing more than following Lin Mu around, and you actually dared to talk to me like that? You bully! Get the hell out of here!" When Lin Yun heard this, anger appeared on his small face. "Good you Lin Feng, why can't I talk to you like this?" She was anxious and angry, but she couldn't curse anything harsh. At this time, Suyu walked out with her stomach on her back. Her cultivation level was already much higher than Lin Feng's, and her talent qualification wasn't even bad. After double cultivating with Lin Mu, the realm was also growing by leaps and bounds in every sense of the word. Even if Lin Feng had once entered the Holy Land of Yaoqi to cultivate in order to retaliate, at this point, he was completely no match for Suyu. Suyu glanced at Lin Feng and directly waved his hand. An intense fluctuation instantly enveloped Lin Feng, teleporting him hundreds of miles outside the city. Seeing this, Lin Yun laughed and clapped his hands. "Sister Su, this is a really powerful move." She ran to Suyu and asked enviously, "Is this the talent passed down in your Su clan bloodline?" Suyu frowned slightly, not wanting to explain in detail, but on second thought, she thought that Lin Yun was Lin Mu's maid and could be considered loyal. In the future, the probability was that it would also be taken into Lin Mu's room. Her own defense against her now seemed unnecessary, so Suyu smiled and said, "Well, I can only say yes and no." Without waiting for Lin Yun to ask again, Suyu directly explained, "Our Su clan's direct descendants can usually only allow themselves to teleport. Only a great power who has cultivated to the Xiantai mysterious realm will be able to uncover more power in their bloodline and further utilize their divine abilities, to be able to teleport other people out. My Su clan's teleportation talismans are refined by these great powers." Lin Yun seemed to understand. "Then Sister Su, did you just make a move because you broke through to the Xiantai mystic realm?" Suyu smiled bitterly. "How is this possible? The Xiantai mysterious realm, where is it so easy to break through?" She sighed slightly, followed by a hint of a smile as she rubbed her stomach. "I'm relying on the baby in my belly for this. After I married my husband, this child's bloodline power seemed to flourish quite a bit more. It doesn't even have to be at too high a realm to directly utilize such a divine ability." As she spoke, Suyu's eyes were filled with happiness. These things were actually showing that one's own child's bloodline was extremely pure, and that his future would be unlimited in the future. "You can even restore the might of your ancestors." Suyu laughed and sighed, saying somewhat deliberately, "Everyone else is a fox pretending to be a tiger, but I'm a mother pretending to be a son." Lin Yun never knew what Versailles was, so he also just looked at Suyu blankly. "Oh, that's right." When Suyu saw Lin Yun in this state, he couldn't say anything else and shook his head and walked away. On the other hand, after Lin Feng was teleported out of the city, he was first bewildered, then he burst into a rage. "How dare they do this to me? Humph, this must be Lin Mu behind this." Lin Feng jumped in place. This Lin Mu is truly a bad egg. to the point of completely disregarding the bond of flesh and blood, but he forgets that it is they who are the first to disregard their kinship. Just as Lin Feng was getting angry, he suddenly felt a wave of fear from the bottom of his heart. Lin Feng subconsciously turned back and looked behind himself. He did see a strong man. Lin Feng was surprised. This person's realm must be extremely high, otherwise he couldn't have given me so much pressure. He was about to come over and salute when he heard the burly man ask, "Could it be that you know Lin Mu?" Lin Feng's heart fluttered. This person came up and asked about Lin Mu, so he must be Lin Mu's enemy. It wasn't that Lin Feng was thinking blindly. It was really that in his opinion, Lin Mu's ability to provoke enemies was really powerful. It wasn't an unexpected circumstance that he had run into Lin Mu's enemies on the side of the road. So he shook his head in quick succession. "This senior, I don't know Lin Mu." As a result, the burly man was a bit disappointed after hearing that instead. "Humph, I thought you knew him. Otherwise I wouldn't have stopped in a hurry. In that case, I don't bother talking to you much." The burly man suddenly flew up into midair, a sigh escaping his mouth. "Since this Lin Mu can refine longevity pills, I'll have to hurry up and get to know him." After saying that, he turned into a stream of light and flew to the distant Jade Tripod City. And in the air, there was more than one such stream of light, but anyone with a brain would know that each stream of light represented a great power. The purpose of these great powers was definitely to get to know Lin Mu as well. Lin Feng looked at the scene in the sky and was half speechless. Chapter 105, Do you have such a granddaughter-in-law? In the Jade Cauldron City, Wan Lin was also a bit stressed out. In recent days, there have been far too many great powers that have come to Jade Tripod City. It's making it a little impossible for us all to receive. How is that? Although he appeared to be talking to himself, he was actually speaking to the Grand Elder on the side. The Grand Elder had stayed in Jade Tripod City, seemingly wanting to get to know the great power behind Lin Mu. But by the time the other powerhouse arrived, he didn't want to leave. You don't have to worry either. City Lord Wan, the Grand Elder smiled as he took a sip of spirit tea. There was no look of worry on his face at all. These old friends, they're all figures of honor. They don't mess around. Wan Lin laughed bitterly in his heart. For a strong person like your old man, that's really nothing to worry about. But not me. For these Xiantai mysterious realm powerhouses, they can make mountains and rivers crumble and cause countless casualties with even a slight fit of rage. How can my little Jade Tripod City withstand it? As if he could see Wan Lin's entanglement, the Grand Elder laughed. It's just that, seeing as you're so worried, I'll take up for you. Wan Lin was surprised. What are you planning to do? The Grand Elder didn't reply, but instead, with a direct flash, he appeared in midair. Then, a special voice spread throughout the city. Ordinary cultivators barely reacted at all. Even the strongest of the Dragon Transformation Mystic Realm just looked around in bewilderment and despair. But there was no telling what was happening. Only the great powers of the Xiantai Mystic Realm reacted. Humph, this old man is imposing. He's going to stick his nose into this Lin Mu matter as well? It's just that although they were unhappy with their mouths, their bodies were honestly flying into midair. In an instant, many people in the city actually abruptly disappeared from their original locations. Streetside tea house, elixir workshop. Many silhouettes passed by in an instant and then appeared in the air. Yet the cultivators around them acted as if they had never seen them before. In the middle of the courtyard, Lin Mu suddenly frowned and glanced outside. Su Yu, who had just come over to talk to him about things, saw this and asked curiously, "Husband, what are you looking at?" Lin Mu shook his head. "I didn't see anything. It's that Grand Elder of yours, who seems to be greeting someone." Puzzlement appeared on Su Yu's face, not knowing what Lin Mu was talking about. It was reasonable to say that one's realm was higher than Lin Mu's and that one was also a descendant of the Su clan. Even if the Grand Elder had exerted some means to send a message to the entire city, then since Lin Mu could hear it, she should also be able to hear it. How is it that he had no reaction? But Lin Mu knew it first? Lin Mu's heart moved when he saw Su Yu's face full of doubts, knowing that this must be his newly upgraded system kicking in. The means adopted by the Grand Elder was not to say that it was a great Emperor-level voice transmission. It was also a means that belonged uniquely to the Xiantai mysterious realm. Su Yu couldn't hear it. That could be too normal. Lin Mu laughed out loud and said, "Alright, don't worry about it. Later on, I guess the Great Elder will come over by himself. Just ask him directly when the time comes." Su Yu nodded, but he still felt strange in his heart. In the meantime, those great powers came to the Grand Elder's side, all of them a bit unhappy. "Old thing, what are you calling us out for?" The Great Elder wasn't angry either. "I called you all up here, so naturally I have business to attend to." The Grand Elder slightly shook his palm, and many tables and chairs suddenly appeared in the sea of clouds. He sat himself down in the main seat first, then smiled at the crowd. When the other great powers saw this, they all cursed in their hearts. This old thing is really shameless. This isn't their Su's lair. Why is he sitting in the main seat? But no one stepped forward to pick a fight. So the rest of the great powers had no choice but to pinch their noses and sit down. Seeing the crowd seated, the Grand Elder's heart was even happier, as if he had eaten longevity pills. Oh, this time it's really taken advantage of me. In normal times, where would these great powers give me such face? I did the right thing by marrying you to Lin Mu. A smug expression appeared on his face as he spoke. Old friends, I called you out this time to tell you. You guys mustn't strike out at will in the Jade Tripod City. Otherwise, if you make a scene, that's a bit of bullying, and it's going to be humiliating to spread the word. These great powers actually hadn't been thinking that way, but there are things that they want to do on their own. That's one thing, but it's another thing when someone else takes the initiative and asks them to do it. While the former is automatic and conscious on their part, the latter seems as if they are being regulated by someone else. The burly man who had once seen Lin foam slammed the table and stood up with a long body. This simple action of his instantly shattered the table and chairs in front of him. In mid-air, this is but a small storm, but when it landed in the city, it turned into a gust of wind. In the Jade Tripod City, the gale swept repeatedly, leaving countless cultivators baffled. Where the hell did this strong wind come from? Some of the cultivators with some insight raised their heads and scanned the surrounding area. It was clear to them that this was bound to be a mighty powerhouse striking out. It was just that no matter how much they observed, it was impossible for them to see those Sentai great powers in mid-air. After the burly man slapped the table and chair, he said unhappily, Grand Elder, this is all bull *********. Why should we listen to you? Also, hurry up and call Lin Mu out. We need to see him. At the mention of Lin Mu, this burly man's attitude was quite a bit better. It seems he's not really reckless, but knows the difference between light and heavy. He and the Grand Elder were both Sentai powerhouses and were old acquaintances. So even if they weren't polite, it wouldn't matter. However, according to rumors, Lin Mu was young and vigorous. Then he'd have to be more respectful instead. Humph. This dead fox. The Grand Elder glared at the burly man. He doesn't know how many people he's fooled by virtue of this appearance of his. Only the Grand Elder also knew that it wasn't just the burly man who wanted to say that. The other great powers, for the most part, thought the same way. So he blandly said, this matter well, you guys don't worry. After a few days, I will naturally talk to Lin Mu. This statement of his made all the great powers furious. You old thing, what are you pretending with us? You're just taking your family's heavenly pride in marrying Lin Mu as a concubine. What are you so goddamned proud of? Unperturbed, the Grand Elder flipped his hand and took out a teacup, drinking a mouthful of spirit tea once again. Oh, I really don't have anything to be godly about. We Sus just have a good granddaughter-in-law who can refine longevity pills. The rest of the great powers were stunned by his thick skin. No. Have you figured out that Suyu is Lin Mu's concubine? Lin Mu isn't even considered your granddaughter-in-law. Yet the Grand Elder remained the same. You're right, but my granddaughter-in-law can refine the longevity pill. Do you have, or not? Another great power spoke angrily. The Grand Elder didn't wait for him to finish before he started being a repeater again. My granddaughter-in-law. You're done. Many great powers burst into a rage, and there were countless more gusts of wind that enveloped the Jade Tripod City. Even the Jade Tripod City's grand formation was galvanized. It's causing a lot of panic in the city, but the more they did, the happier the Grand Elder became. Oh, you guys are just jealous. After all, do you have such a granddaughter-in-law? Chapter 106, The Helplessness of the Great Powers. Seeing the Grand Elder's look of begging for a fight, the great powers present all hated it, but there was nothing they could do about it. It couldn't be that because the Grand Elder showed off his own son-in-law, they were really going to fight him, could they? If this matter spreads out, in the future, their old faces, they don't want it anymore. What's more, that Lin Mu can also refine longevity pills. If this surnamed Su is pissed off, he will then say a few bad words to Lin Mu. Many great powers could only hold their breath when they thought of this. Huffing and puffing, he resumed sitting in midair in a void. When the Grand Elder saw them in this state, his heart felt another huge surge of pleasure. The people he had lost in front of Lin Mu in the beginning were all made up for now, with the great powers no longer angry. The gusts of wind that constantly echoed through the Jade Tripod City finally dissipated on their own. It was only then that the cultivators and alchemists in the city finally relaxed. What the hell just happened? There seems to be a feeling of fear that hangs over me. Perhaps it's some great power that is fighting nearby. It's just that around my Jade Tripod City, there doesn't seem to be anything worthy of the mighty's hands either. Finally, someone remembered something and couldn't help but turn their gaze toward the courtyard where Lin Mu was. They're not here for Lin Mu, are they? Although they don't know the inside story, they are crooked. The cone is in the bag and sharp. In the small pond that was Jade Tripod City, Lin Mu was the only one that was worth the great powers fighting over. Lin Mu will be able to stir up the storm clouds in the cultivation world now? It's unbelievable. Some cultivators recalled Lin Mu's appearance when he first entered the city and treated Zhou Yao on the street, not by a flurry of emotion. And at the same time, in mid-air, the Grand Elder said to those great powers, "You all came to Jade Tripod City this time, presumably because of Lin Mu. The purpose is to have him refine the longevity pills for you. I wouldn't mind telling you guys some truth." As soon as the great powers heard this, they really came to their senses. "What truth are you going to tell, Grand Elder?" The Grand Elder smiled. "What I'm about to say is precisely related to that longevity pill. As you all know, to concoct a 9th grade pill of the heavenly rank, not only does it require countless rare materials, but it also requires countless efforts on the part of the alchemist. And the success rate of alchemy is not 100%. The great powers frowned, only feeling that the Grand Elder was talking nonsense. If they talked about other pills, these great powers might still be somewhat unfamiliar with them. If it was those divine elixirs, such as the immortality pill, they had even never seen them before. And there was no way to talk about familiarity or unfamiliarity. But for the longevity pill, they had been looking forward to it, and almost all of the great powers had either eaten them or kept a few around, intending to take them at critical moments. So they were more than familiar with the longevity pill. Where is the need for another introduction from the Grand Elder? The burly man spoke again. "Great Elder, what exactly do you want to do with all this?" The Grand Elder gave him a cross look, knowing that this guy was deliberately tearing himself down to prevent him from continuing his nonsense. He was a little upset, but continued. "What I'm going to say, naturally, is that if you all want the longevity pill, you can't just take out spirit stones or sources, but you also have to take out the materials for refining the pill in exchange." The great powers were not really surprised by this request. After all, they had asked other alchemists to refine longevity pills, and almost all of them had the same requirements. Some people even felt joy in their hearts and directly flipped their hands, taking out countless materials from their nascent sacrifice rings. "Grand Elder, then you should quickly invite Lin Mu out. We're all a bit impatient." The Grand Elder rolled his eyes at the man. "What's your hurry? I haven't finished talking yet. I also have a second request, and that is that this refined longevity pill will also have to go through the auction again." Before the words fell, the great powers rose with a roar. "Surname Su, you're crazy for wanting sources, aren't you? I've never heard of such a thing." "That's right. Where do we pay out spirit stones and sources, pay out materials, and then have to go back to the auction? There's never been anything like this in the cultivation world." Many great powers even had fire in their eyes. It seemed as if the Grand Elder only had to say one more word and they were going to flip out on the spot. Yet the Grand Elder was not the least bit flustered. His gaze swept around the Jade Tripod City at his feet, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. These guys are just being mean with their mouths. But in fact, they're not much angry at all in their hearts. Otherwise this lower Jade Tripod City is bound to be wildly windy again. It was just that although the Grand Elder guessed what was in the minds of the great powers, he did not continue to pull any more hatred this time. He shook his head. "If you guys won't do it, then forget it. I'm not greedy for your source when I let you auction it off, but I have no choice. After all, there are too many of you here, and the number of longevity pills required is bound to be quite a few." But Lin Mu was distracted. "Since then everyone wants the longevity pill, it'll have to be the highest bidder." The Grand Elder spoke eloquently, and what he said was not unreasonable. The many great powers listened and resumed their seats as well. The burly man spoke again. "Even so, that may not be up for bid. It's entirely possible for Lin Mu to rotate refining for us." The Grand Elder smiled disdainfully at him. "If that's the case, then why don't I let Lin Mu refine the longevity pill for my Su clan alone? Anyway, my Su clan is a large family. Even the materials our clan has accumulated over the years are enough for Lin Mu to refine for dozens of centuries. You guys wait for Lin Mu to refine all of these ingredients into longevity pills, then come back to talk business with him." The Grand Elder got up and made as if to leave. When the mighty ones saw this, they really couldn't help themselves a bit. "Take care, Great Elder. What we said just now was a joke. You mustn't take it to heart. This auction thing, well, we'll all listen to you. You go and set a time, and we'll naturally attend then." The Grand Elder was already laughing in his heart. Even if you great powers are as treacherous as ghosts, won't you still have to obediently shell out your spirit stones and sources this time?" He nodded his head in satisfaction. "Alright then, you guys wait here for a while. I'll go and tell Lin Mu about this first." After saying this, he slowly stepped down from the air as if he was stepping on a ladder, walking towards the compound step by step. The Grand Elder's realm was extremely high, and under his deliberate concealment, almost no one was able to discover his traces. But before he hits the ground, Lin Mu, however, suddenly laughed as he patted Su Yu's shoulder. "Your Grand Elder is here. Go out and welcome him. Suyu's face was puzzled and she didn't know what Lin Mu meant by this, but she still got up in a hurry. Then good husband, I'll be right there. Although Suyu still had a fetus in her belly, her cultivation and physical condition was now, on the contrary, better than ever. One didn't even need to summon the void ripple anymore to take a step out and arrive at the entrance of the compound. The Grand Elder was also a bit surprised to see Suyu. Jade, why are you here? But he quickly perked up again. That would be a coincidence. But it's good. I have to tell you good news. I've slaughtered those old guys hard this time. With a smile on his face, the Grand Elder was about to tell the story of the battle he had just fought. However, Suyu waved her hand and said, if you have something to say, Great Elder, just go and talk to your husband directly. He has been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 107. You're not kidding. The Grand Elder's heart stirred as he asked suspiciously. Lin Mu has been waiting for me for a long time? What do you mean by that? Suyu shook his head. Grand Elder, is it because I didn't make myself clear? I came to greet you at the door this time, and it was my husband who let me out ahead of time. At these words, the Great Elder's pupils shook, and his voice trembled. You mean, he already knew that I was coming? Suyu felt even more odd. Why does the Grand Elder have to repeat such a simple thing over and over again? This mortal is old, and perhaps even confused in the head. Yet with the cultivation and realm of the Grand Elder, he shouldn't have this kind of problem, Suyu's mind was filled with incomprehension, but at this point, the Grand Elder had stopped asking more questions. He accelerated his steps toward the compound, wanting to hurry to see Lin Mu and ask him about this matter. The Grand Elder very desperately wanted to know how Lin Mu knew about his movements. With Lin Mu's cultivation and realm, it's impossible for him to discover my whereabouts. Could it be because of that physique of his again? But that doesn't make sense either. In theory, that physique of his should be able to increase his alchemy. So how come he still has the talent to detect the traces of powerful people? The Grand Elder shook his head as he walked. When Suyu saw the Grand Elder's appearance, he became a little worried instead. She hadn't intended to speak again, but she still opened her mouth to ask at this point as well. Grand Elder, you have a worried look on your face. Could it be that there was some kind of conflict between you and those great powerhouses just now? The Grand Elder stood directly in place this time, frozen in place. Only after several breaths did he look at Suyu and asked blankly, is this also what Lin Mu told you? Wait, did he tell you that before there was a gale in the city, or after? After the first elder asked the first sentence, he knew he had spoken nonsense. If Lin Mu didn't tell Suyu, who else could it be? Still, he asked a second question with 1,000,000% hope. If Lin Mu said that only after a gale had appeared, it would just be that he was very clever. He's smart in the head, which is good, but understandable after all. However, Suyu's words disappointed him again. Reporting back to the Grand Elder, it was before the appearance of the gale. It was then that my husband suddenly looked up and out and seemed to hear something, and then said those things to me. The Grand Elder was completely dumbfounded. Did he hear my transmission? But what gives him the right? At this moment, that little bit of satisfaction that the Grand Elder had gained from tricking the rest of the immortal Terrace great powers just now was instantly wiped out again. Hey, this Lin Mu always gives me some surprises. The Grand Elder sighed slightly and then came to Lin Mu with his head hanging down. Lin Mu, you should have heard everything that was said between me and those great powers just now, right? Lin Mu smiled and gently nodded his head. I did hear that. I still have to thank the Grand Elder this time. If you hadn't stepped in, instead, I would have been allowed to say something to them in person. They may not give me that face either. Lin Mu knew very well that the same thing, left to different people, would have very different consequences. Letting the Grand Elder step in. Although the rest of the Xiantai powerhouses had suffered a loss and although they were angry, there was a limit to this anger. We were all great powers, and it was nothing to take a loss from each other. But if it was his own personal intervention, he would have to force them to go to the auction. Then even if someone wants to go in their heart, yet for the sake of face, then they will just leave. Lin Mu said this from his heart, but the Grand Elder's face was devoid of complacency. Even without me, there's still Master Wan Cheng who will step in for you. Although he can't refine the longevity pill, he's also a heavenly alchemist who has become a lifer for many years and has his own share of face. After the Grand Elder casually said a few words, he simply left. After walking out of the compound, he glanced back, his eyes filled with loss. This is really a big wave pushing forward. Suddenly, the Grand Elder was a little worried again. It's just that Lin Mu is such a heavenly pride. I'm only afraid that he also has some chance of impacting a great emperor in the future, if he competes with my granddaughter for the opportunity to witness the Tao. This isn't a good thing either. At this moment, the Grand Elder actually thought about what would happen many years later. It was evident that Lin Mu had given him a great shock. On the other hand, after Lin Mu had seen off the Grand Elder, He also went straight back to his room and closed his eyes and thought, this heavenly great alchemist realm is really not a good place to advance. Even when I refined a longevity pill, it actually didn't raise a minor grade. But fortunately, with those great powers providing the materials, I'll be able to refine many more longevity pills. By utilizing this opportunity, my alchemy realm, it will improve again. A smile appeared at the corner of Lin Mu's mouth as he turned to begin cultivating. 3 days later, the Grand Elder discussed the time with the great powers to hold the auction on the first day of the next month. Any great power that took out enough resources was given the opportunity to ask Lin Mu to help him refine the longevity pill. Before that, however, the Grand Elder did intend to jump right in. Hey, Lin Mu, we're kind of a family now. Why don't you help me refine a few longevity pills first? How about that? The Grand Elder rubbed his hands together while handing over countless materials. Lin Mu swept his gaze and realized that these materials were enough to refine 10 longevity pills. He smiled and said, the Grand Elder has a point. I happen to be free these few days, so I will help you refine it. The Grand Elder was overjoyed and clapped his hands. Good. Then how many days do you need to refine these longevity pills? If there isn't enough time, you don't have to force yourself to refine it all at once. You can refine half of it first. After all, at this point, the first of next month is not many days away. The implication of his words was that he was worried that Lin Mu would take too long to refine, and that he would delay the main event then. However, Lin Mu only smiled slightly. How much time can this take? Grand Elder, you wait here for a moment. I'll go and come. After saying that, Lin Mu walked out of the compound in large strides and headed towards the city lord's mansion. The Grand Elder looked at Lin Mu's back with very complicated emotions. What does Lin Mu mean by that? Could it be that he's certain that he'll be able to refine all 5 of those longevity pills before the first day of next month? It wasn't that the Grand Elder wouldn't do the math. Rather, in his opinion, the success rate of this refining longevity pill was only around half. His heart moved and he didn't wait witheringly in the compound. Instead, he similarly got up and followed Lin Mu to the city lord's mansion. Those great powers in the city had a change of heart and frowned over. What is Surname Su trying to do? He's suddenly going to the city lord's mansion at this time. He can't be trying to pull some kind of trick. Let's go over there and take a look. The great powers rose abruptly and appeared beside the Grand Elder out of thin air. Old Su, what are you doing here? Someone got close as soon as they came up. After pondering for a moment, the Grand Elder did not hide his purpose, but chose to tell the truth. I was thinking of having Lin Mu refine a few longevity pills for me before the auction. The rest of the great powers listened and accepted. Although this matter seemed a bit excessive, it was also in line with the character of the Grand Elder. And in the end, Lin Mu does have a big connection with Su. It was also reasonable for Lin Mu to give the Grand Elder a favor. A great power asked casually, how many longevity pills did you ask Lin Mu to refine for you? The Grand Elder sighed. 5 pieces. The great power that asked was shocked. What? 5 pieces? You're not kidding? Chapter 108 Lin Mu's Alchemy Talent. It wasn't just the mighty one who had asked the question who didn't believe it. It was the other great powers that frowned. Grand Elder, did Lin Mu himself say this? Or did you add to the conversation? It can't be that you gave him enough materials to refine 5 longevity pills, and then Lin Mu is going to go into seclusion to refine the pills. But you're misinterpreting that it's Lin Mu who's going to refine it for you all at once, right? Someone made a reasonable guess, and the burly man wasn't pretending at this point. A hint of shrewdness showed in his eyes, the opposite of his burly appearance. What are you trying to accomplish by saying that on purpose? Great Elder? It can't be that. Wants us to misjudge Lin Mu's alchemy ability, right? Yan Chang, don't talk nonsense. The Grand Elder shook his head in displeasure. This was the first time he had called the burly man by name. I told you I wouldn't use such underhanded tactics. What I said just now was indeed all told by Lin Mu himself. Yan Chang had been a little less convinced of the Grand Elder's words, and he looked the Grand Elder up and down as if he wanted to find out how vain he was when he lied. Yet the Grand Elder stood firm. Now Yan Ke was also a bit skeptical. Could it be that this is really Lin Mu's own words? But that's just not possible. This wasn't just Yan Chang's mind. The rest of the great powers also had such thoughts. They had all seen at least one, an alchemist who was good enough to refine the longevity pill. However, he had never heard of one who could refine 5 longevity pills in just over 10 days. Could it be that Lin Mu is young and impetuous and doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth? And that's why he's saying such big words? A great power frowned slightly, and the expectations he had in his heart for Lin Mu were suddenly much lower. After all, even more gifted heavenly pride. If the heart is not good, pride and arrogance, that's unlikely to go all the way up. But it's right. That great power was disappointed for a while, but then lamented. Lin Mu is so accomplished at such a young age. It's no wonder he's so exuberant. What's a young man if he's not exuberant? Many great powers shook their heads slightly, emitting similar sentiments. At this time, two silhouettes appeared in the sky, and it was none other than Shui Yan and the alchemist she had made offerings to. The presence of the two of them was not hidden from the many great powers present, but for the sake of their status, no one gave them a hard time. Instead, they acquiesced to their spectatorship. Shui Yan's willow eyebrows slightly raised as she asked worriedly, "Granny, can Lin Mu really refine that many longevity pills in 10 days? The old crone herself was able to refine the longevity pill, and after she pondered for a moment, she shook her head decisively. Lin Mu is definitely not okay. Shui Yan turned back nervously. Where did that come from? The old woman glanced at Shui Yan, then sighed. Miss, do you really not know? Or do you want me to comfort you? Shui Yan's face revealed a few hints of redness as she delicately said, Granny, how could you ask me that? I really want to know the situation. Besides, I had nothing to do with it, so why should I ask you to comfort me? Humph, the one who needs comforting is probably that bastard Lin Mu. The crone shook her head helplessly in her mind. She was well aware that although this young lady of her family was not very old, she had started to participate in the operation of the Shui Chamber of Commerce at an early age. She was also absolutely no stranger to pills like the longevity pill. Whether Lin Mu could do this or not, Shui Yan might not know less than herself. Then she had to ask knowingly. Naturally she was not satisfied with the answer she had given in the beginning. Yet why are you dissatisfied? Miss, it's not because you have a crush on Lin Mu in your heart. The old crone did not live for nothing at her age, and with a glance, she could see Shui Yan's mind, but she couldn't say anything. Lin Mu is indeed considered a heavenly pride, and it's only normal that the young lady would develop a love for him, but that Lin Mu also has too much lust and too many concubines. I'd better say 2 words of truth and cut off the lady's thoughts. Although the old crone was only an alchemist for the Shui clan's offerings, she had watched Shui Yan grow up. She coughed a few times and opened her mouth to explain. Miss, if Lin Mu is an alchemist who has been famous for many years and is familiar with refining longevity pills, then he is naturally very fast. If he has countless materials to squander, he doesn't need to consider the success rate at all. Then he'll be fast, too. However, if you think about it, does Lin Mu fulfill these 2 conditions now? What the old crone said was the big truth, and it was also all facts that Shui Yan had known for a long time. Shui Yan simply couldn't refute after hearing that. She couldn't hide her loss and said in a deep voice, in that case, is it really impossible for Lin Mu to succeed? Seeing Shui Yan's expression, the old crone was first helpless, and then said with a firm resolve, absolutely impossible. It seems like this is a case of heroes seeing eye to eye. Outside the city lord's mansion, many great powers were paying attention to the old crone's words. They couldn't help but nod secretly when they heard the crone say the same thing. She deserves to be a heavenly alchemist. She is indeed insightful. If we can't ask Lin Mu to come out and make pills for us this time, then we might as well beg her. Although the Shui clan's asking price is high, it's a family that's been around for many years. It's always unlike Lin Mu, who runs his mouth full of flying swords without a single word of accuracy. Just as they were spitting on Lin Mu in their hearts, a robbing cloud suddenly appeared in mid-air. The many great powers were not surprised by these robber clouds. This was clearly the lightning tribulation that descended from the sky after the longevity pill was refined. The thunderbolt was not powerful, but it was a symbol. As soon as this robotic cloud came out, everyone knew that Lin Mu had entered the city lord's mansion for only a few hundred breaths, and had actually refined a longevity pill. This speed is really a bit exaggerated. Quite a few great powers looked at each other, all a bit puzzled. What makes him so fast? In mid-air, a hint of excitement appeared in Shui Yan's eyes. Doesn't that seem like a good sign to you, Granny? The old crone's face, the folds kept shaking. Hey, don't you see it, miss? This isn't a good sign at all. It's Lin Mu messing around. When these words came out, not only Shui Yan's mouth opened wide, many great powers on the ground also pricked up their ears and listened. The old woman said, this must be Lin Mu's attempt to pursue speed, completely disregarding the success rate, throwing in all the materials at once and refining them haphazardly. In that case, even though he refined it quickly, he wasted the rest of the materials. It's a complete waste. The many great powers nodded their heads backwards as they listened. So it is. Shui Yan's eyes were filled with disappointment. Is that really so? The old woman was decisive. Definitely. But God seemed to have a hard time with her. As soon as her words fell, countless more robbery clouds flew in from the sky. Boom! The great powers looked up to the sky and stared at the crone. The crone was a little embarrassed. Cough cough. This is probably because Lin Mu was extremely lucky and extracted some more medicinal power from the residual dregs of the medicine to refine the second longevity pill. But it's definitely at the end. Boom! 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 This time, the countless robotic clouds were almost continuous. Anyone who wasn't a cutie, all could see that the crone was wrong. Lin Mu really did refine several longevity pills in a short period of time, though because the thunderbolts were linked together, no one could tell how many there were. But it's certainly not as simple as one or two. Is this Lin Mu's alchemy talent? And I don't know who it was, but he spoke quietly. The voice spread but no one questioned it at all. Chapter 109 10 Pieces? Is he the reincarnation of the Dan Emperor? Meanwhile, in the city lord's mansion, Wan Lin was similarly dumbfounded. Just now, Lin Mu suddenly came and said that he wanted to borrow the alchemy room again to refine the longevity pill. Wan Lin agreed almost without thinking. In his opinion, this request of Lin Mu's couldn't be more normal. This longevity pill is useless except for great emperors. It was virtually useless to older powers who had taken many longevity pills. For other cultivators, it was simply a panacea that had an effect when eaten. With such a good elixir, it would be strange if Lin Mu could hold back from refining it. Wan Lin smiled. Don't worry Lin Mu. I'll personally protect you and won't let anyone disturb you. After Lin Mu entered the alchemy room, Wan Lin even had the attendants within the city lord's mansion bring in many spirit stones. Lin Mu's alchemy this time will take at least 10 days and half a month. I'll just cultivate a little here for a while. However, Wan Lin didn't even realize that Lin Mu's alchemy wasn't for 10 days. In fact, it was not even an hour. Looking at the continuously falling golden thunderbolts, Wan Lin's mouth opened so wide that it could almost fit into his own fist. Is this me misreading? Lin Mu was actually able to refine so many longevity pills in such a short period of time? His level of alchemy, although not as good as that old crone outside, was definitely not bad either. He was well aware of the gold content of what Lin Mu had done. Wan Lin swallowed heavily, but still felt his mouth dry, moved his lips, but couldn't speak at all. What was in front of him was beyond his most extreme imagination. Lin Mu, what exactly are you from? He was silent in his heart. At this moment, Lin Mu, who was indifferent, pushed out the door. He was even a little disgruntled. This longevity pill really doesn't work. Lin Mu was filled with unhappiness and pinched the longevity pill in his hand. If it wasn't for the fact that the materials used to refine this elixir were too precious, and that he had been commissioned by the Grand Elder this time, then he hated to just crush it. Refining longevity pills doesn't add much experience at all. It turned out that Lin Mu was full of joy after he finished refining the pills and waited for his alchemist level to be raised on the system panel. Who knows? He waited for a long time, but he didn't see any change. That's why Lin Mu was so angry. Humph, you can't do the longevity pills either. Lin Mu shook his head as he kept throwing up the longevity pills in his hand and then casually catching them again. Wan Lin was already a bit dumbfounded, and when he saw this scene, he felt even more like he was falling into a dream. Is it all real? It can't be that some great power, after setting up the legendary illusion, pulled me into it, right? Lin Mu glanced at Wan Lin and saw him looking at himself oddly. He walked out of the city lord's mansion after a casual greeting. Farewell, Great Elder. Lin Mu looked at the Grand Elder who had been separated for a short while and casually laughed. I've already refined the elixir, so you can just keep it for now. As he spoke, he directly threw the elixir over. At the first moment, the Grand Elder almost didn't react. It almost made these extremely precious longevity pills fall straight to the ground. Fortunately, his cultivation was high enough that his reaction was hundreds or thousands of times that of a normal person. It was only at the last minute that he bent his head down and cupped the elixir in his hand. But in the heart of the Grand Elder, a feeling of unreality arose. Is this really the longevity pill? Why does Lin Mu look like he doesn't care at all? Just as quickly, his mind regained its clarity. That's right, too. Lin Mu was able to refine so many longevity pills in such a short period of time. So that means he had no difficulty at all in refining this pill. Then in that case, it does seem like he doesn't have to care too much about longevity pills. My ass. The Grand Elder looked as if he was crazy, looking at the longevity pill in his hand with a deadpan. This is a longevity pill that can help extend one's lifespan. The molds of the rest of the great powers were no better. They looked at the elixir in the Grand Elder's hand and were equally speechless for a long time. It wasn't until Lin Mu had gone far away that someone suddenly woke up. Surname Su. How many pills did Lin Mu actually refine? I see you received more than 5 when you reached out, didn't you? In other times, with their realm cultivation, there was no way they could not see the exact number, but they were simply too surprised just now and had gone completely off the deep end. That's why the question was asked. The Grand Elder gradually recovered when he heard this question. This was something he also wanted to know, so he didn't avoid the other great powers. As if he was a child who had just learned to count, he placed the pills in his palm and counted them one by one. 1, 2. By the time he counted to the 6th, the great powers kept swallowing up their saliva. The 8th. Poof. One of the great powers actually sat down in place. The 10th. At the end of the count, the Grand Elder couldn't help but let out a long breath. Fortunately, he had only given Lin Mu a total of materials capable of refining 10 pills, and if this counted out 11, It would truly be heaven-defying. But even so, his surprise was completely overwhelming. The success rate of his alchemy is actually 10 out of 10? The Grand Elder's voice was shrill, completely unlike a great power who had cultivated for many years, much less an old man. But no one is laughing at him at this point, for all who knew about it were as surprised as he was. The burly Yin Qing suddenly looked up at the crone in the sky. He opened his mouth and asked, "Can you do that with that kind of success?" The crone was also extremely surprised at this time, and she subconsciously replied, "If I am given enough time to devote all my mind to alchemy, it is not impossible." But Lin Mu just now, this doesn't use much time at all, and he came out with such ease. The crone's voice was filled with shock. She seemed to suddenly remember something and turned around violently, looking at Lin Mu's back. He can't be the reincarnation of Emperor Dan, can he? Dan Emperor? Immediately, a great power asked back. Most of the great powers, however, had heard of this name. It seems to be a certain great emperor from the ancient times. Others say it's not a great emperor, just a quasi-empire. This paragon, however, has a lifespan comparable to that of a great emperor because of his extremely strong alchemy. It is said that after the fall of the previous great emperor, there were several quasi-emperors at the time who actually relied on Emperor Dan's pills to forcefully extend their lifespan, counting on certifying to become the next great emperor. Truly a feast. So is he a divine alchemist? Perhaps? How can we know such secrets? Speaking of this, many people's gazes looked towards the Grand Elder. In his family's ancestry, he had really produced a great emperor. The Grand Elder smiled bitterly. The legend of that Dan Emperor was still hundreds of thousands of years before my family's old ancestor testified. How would I know the specifics? After hearing this, the many great powers could only sigh long and hard. But when they looked at Lin Mu's back again, they took on a trace of inexplicable respect. As for the crone, she was even more entangled. She looked at Shui Yen, who was already starry-eyed beside her, and gently covered her forehead. It's over. It's all over now. Miss wouldn't be one to think of becoming Lin Mu's concubine as well, would she? Chapter 110, HM, We Won't Serve. After the great powers left, Shui Yen gradually became normal. With a turn of her beautiful eyes, she suddenly said, "This auction is an event that shouldn't be silent. Granny, I'd like to spread the word. I wonder what you think." The crone was shocked and filled with panic. "What are you doing, miss? If those great powers knew about this, they would definitely secretly hold a grudge against you. If this kind of news were to spread, it would certainly attract countless more people with a heart of gold." The cultivation world was really too big, and no one knew if the news of Lin Mu refining the longevity pill would lead to any old antiques. If there were truly an old antique coming, then it would be approximately the same as snatching benefits from the hands of those great powers in the party. Will those mighty men not let it go? Sui Yun, the one who started it all, was bound to be retaliated against afterward. Shui Yen shook her head carelessly and said, "Granny, you're just overthinking it. Not to mention the fact that this Jade Tripod City is already a sieve. And there are many clans people watching in the dark on weekdays. What happened in the past few days? I guess the word has already spread. Even if those great powers were really angry, they wouldn't really hate them to the bone. My water chamber of commerce isn't made of clay, and we can still withstand this level of pressure." She was indeed right about that. There were countless alchemists in the Jade Tripod City, and there were indeed many forces that were hot for this. And it was true that the water chamber of commerce was not a small power. It will not be metastasized by a hint of anger from the mighty. But it's an unmitigated disaster. Miss has to ask for trouble. Isn't this still thinking of helping that Lin Mu? The crone was so anxious that she almost stomped her feet, but she also knew that Shui Yen had definitely made up her mind. No matter what one said, it would certainly be useless. So she rolled her eyes. "It's true that I can't stop Miss, but I can still think of a way to muddy this water." At the thought, the crone nodded her head superficially, but after Shui Yen left, she quickly touched out a jade talisman, and after inscribing a passage on it, she cast it into mid-air. The jade talisman spun around in place, and then abruptly disappeared into thin air. The crone finally sighed in relief at the sight. The news of this auction will soon reach the other several major chambers of commerce. They're bound to send out prying eyes as well. With these people stepping forward, it will also distract the attention of the great powers from directly knowing that it's our doing. The old crone did all this before she honestly followed Shui Yen and left again. 3 days later, Yen Shang was filled with anger and directly approached the Grand Elder. "Surname Su. You're going a bit overboard here, aren't you? We're all in agreement that you're going to have an auction. What are you still doing with these tricks?" The Grand Elder was filled with doubt. "What tricks did I play again?" During these 3 days, the Grand Elder was extraordinarily happy. Lin Mu being so powerful was tantamount to saying that they had one more safeguard for the Su clan in the future. Even if the child in Su Yu's stomach could not certify as a great emperor in the future, Lin Mu's own refined pills were also enough to greatly enhance the Su clan's base. The Grand Elder was so happy that he purposely took out his treasured spirit wine and drank with the rest of the Supreme Elders. 4 days at a time. It simply didn't go out. That's why he didn't understand a single word Yensheng said. However, Yensheng was full of cold smiles. Surname Su, you still playing dumb with me? Don't think you can fool me by pretending to be drunk. He slapped his hand on the table, only to find that it didn't budge. The Grand Elder laughed. This is a specially refined magic treasure I made. The main one is sturdy. It seemed that the encounter between the great powers in Madeira a few days ago had caused the Grand Elder to grow a heart as well. Yensheng was in an even worse mood after he was defeated. Humph. Anyway, you have to give me an explanation this time. You told the several major chambers of commerce about the auction and caused them to spread it around the world. What exactly do you mean? Although the Grand Elder didn't know what was going on beforehand, he slightly understood after hearing these words from Yensheng. Are you trying to say that those major chambers of commerce learned about the auction and then gave it away? Seeing the Grand Elder's face full of doubt, Yensheng could not help but say angrily, what are you still pretending to be stupid for? And at this time, the auras of great powers kept appearing outside. A familiar silhouette barged into the Grand Elder's room. Surname Su, hurry up and give us an explanation. That's just it. You're not doing this thing right. One by one, they pointed at the Grand Elder's nose and began to raise an accusation. The Grand Elder, at first, tried to explain things clearly, but after he was scolded several times, he also grew angry and didn't explain at all. Let's just say I did this thing. What do you guys want? The many great powers directly froze. In fact, among these people, there were some smart people who vaguely guessed that this matter was not the work of the Grand Elder. Although Lin Mu was greatly related to the Su clan, after all, he was not their Su clan's own bloodline. In case any of the great powers, too, found a way to marry their daughters to Lin Mu, then wouldn't Su lose out? So the Grand Elder himself, presumably, wouldn't deliberately proclaim Lin Mu's greatness. These clever powers came, but they just wanted to join in the fun and see if they could get the Grand Elder to spit out some favors. After all, the Grand Elder had just gotten 10 longevity pills 3 days ago, and they could all look at it with feverish eyes. However, they did not expect that the Grand Elder would directly lift the table. The Grand Elder rose angrily and said quickly under his breath, if you guys think this auction is bad, then you can just leave. The mighty were now helpless and speechless. Don't be angry, Great Elder, we just came over to ask. Look, what's your hurry? We'll still attend this auction. They grayed out, not waiting for them to leave. A black, dark cloud suddenly appeared outside the city. It almost made them think that this was Lin Mu starting to refine pills again, but the mighty looked up and realized they were being a little too sensitive. The dark cloud was not a hijacking cloud, but a crowd. It was unknown how many cultivators, who were flying in the clouds, were coming towards the Jade Tripod City. Hey, these must all be people who got the news and came here to watch the fun. A great powerhouse sighed helplessly. This longevity pill's reputation is too great. Once it spreads, it will naturally attract many people with good intentions. They're probably just the first ones. I'm only afraid that other great powers will come behind us. By the time we get to the auction, how high should the price of this longevity pill be speculated? A great power suddenly revealed an angry expression. Humph, that Su's deliberately playing tricks. I won't play with them this time. After saying that, he actually flew directly into the sky. It made the other great powers look at each other in disbelief. Soon, a few more great powers similarly left. I'm not serving either. He's not the only one who can refine longevity pills. Lin Mu. As more and more great powers left, Su Fei carefully came to the Grand Elder's side. Grand Elder, isn't this matter a bit of a big deal? The Grand Elder frowned. You don't also think that I spread this news, do you? Chapter 111, this is a tough talker. Su Fei quickly waved his hand. Don't say that, Grand Elder. I wouldn't dare to think so. The Grand Elder rolled his eyes at him. Don't dare? So that means you do suspect me? He shook his head without waiting for Su Fei to retort again. All right, I'll tell you what. I really didn't do anything in this matter. I rather suspect that this is Lin Mu's own doing. Su Fei froze for a moment before he hurriedly asked, what makes you say that, Great Elder? The Grand Elder turned around and looked at the direction where Lin Mu's compound was. After hesitating for a moment, he didn't speak directly, but instead waved his hand to summon a spatial ripple. Let's go back. After saying this, he grabbed the first opportunity to enter the ripples and surprisingly returned directly to Su's lair. Su Fei didn't know why the Grand Elder was so careful, but he hurriedly followed him. After returning to the family and feeling the familiar scent, it was only then that the Grand Elder finally spoke. Hey, I've worked hard this time, and I've done Lin Mu's dowry for nothing. He greeted Su Fei and sat aside before explaining in detail. I first made the suggestion to have other great powers ask Lin Mu to refine the longevity pill through an auction. The original thought was that we could take advantage of Lin Mu through the back door. His words didn't make it too clear, but Su Fei instantly understood. Though on the surface, it says to go through the auction process, but behind his back, the Grand Elder asked Su Yu to step in and blow pillow talk to Lin Mu. To have Lin Mu secretly refine pills for their Su clan first, then who could know the truth? It was the same as saying that the Grand Elder had ingratiated himself with Lin Mu out of thin air without having to pay an extra price. It also disgusts the other powers a bit. At this moment, the Grand Elder saw Su Fei nodding his head and knew that he had already clarified his meaning. So he continued, "Hey, but who would have thought that Lin Mu's speed of refining pills would be so fast?" Su Fei nodded repeatedly. Lin Mu's refining speed is indeed too fast. The Grand Elder sighed. That would make my original little thought useless, and to other great powers, that auction won't mean much. They could have waited for the others and asked Lin Mu to finish refining before slowly lining up themselves. Su Fei followed suit and lamented. You are right, that is indeed the case. But soon, his heart jumped and he hurriedly looked up at the Grand Elder. What you meant just now, is it that Lin Mu actually sensed this? And that's why he wanted to spread this news far and wide? Is he hoping that more great powers will rush over so that the auction will be lively? A trace of relief flowed out of the Grand Elder's eyes as he sniffed. Not bad. You, the head of the family, are really smart. You figured out the reasoning behind it all at once. This Lin Mu must have thought of this as well, and that's why he's trying to find a way to get more great powers to arrive. After all, the more people eyeing the longevity pill, the greater the benefit to him. Su Fei nodded silently, many thoughts flashing through his mind. Lin Mu's mind is really alive. Wait, even if he could think of that, how did he manage to get the word out about the situation in such a short period of time? He's not our Su. He doesn't have the natural aptitude to cross space. It can't be that he asked Su Yu to hold her belly and go and deliver the message for him? A few images flashed through Su Fei's mind before he shook his own head and dismissed the idea. Lin Mu definitely can't give it up. In that case, that's that great power behind him who made the move? It's just that even if it's an ordinary great power, it shouldn't be able to be, in just a short period of time. Wait, where exactly did this Lin Mu's void sword technique come from? But we haven't been able to find out. In that case, could it be that the person behind Lin Mu is also one of our Su clan's great powers? But why does he never show his true form? When Su Fei thought of this, he finally realized why the Grand Elder had refused to be in Jade Tripod City and talk to himself about these things. Had to take him back to the clan now. Must be worried that that inexplicable powerhouse is secretly observing himself. Grand Elder, are you worried that the great powers behind Lin Mu are hostile to us? Hearing this, the Grand Elder knew that Su Fei had sort of guessed his concern. He sighed. I do have some concerns. Su Fei was instantly a bit anxious. Then Jade Shi, the Grand Elder waved his hand. You don't have to worry about her either. That great powerhouse has a great relationship with Lin Mu, so I don't think he'll make a move against Su Yu. It's just that in these few days, you shouldn't return to Jade Tripod City first. I'll go and investigate the situation first. Su Fei nodded silently. He remembered the truth he had just guessed, and his heart kept shaking. Since the fall of the Void Emperor, the descendants of the Su clan were scattered in all directions. Although they were considered to be the first line and the strongest, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be other branches that could also produce great powers. Su Fei let out a long sigh, then asked again. Then Grand Elder, just now those great powers said that they would leave and no longer participate in the auction. Is this a case of Lin Mu having a bad game? The Grand Elder had the same huge boulder in his heart, weighing him down and making him irritable. Still, he laughed out loud when he heard that one. And you really believe their words? They're just tough talkers. Tough mouth? Su Fei looked curious. The Grand Elder let out a hearty laugh. The great powers in this world who are like me and have many lifetimes left are certainly the majority. But there are quite a few who don't have a few years of good living power left. Do you think they're willing to leave? The Grand Elder didn't make his words directly clear, but Su Fei instantly understood. Even though Lin Mu's speed of refining pills was strangely fast, it wasn't the same as Lin Mu would always honestly refine pills, just in case those great powers just now, this time hardened their hearts and went away. Then, in case Lin Mu suddenly closed down and stopped refining pills after he finished refining this batch of pills, and they arrived at show shortly afterward. So who was there to talk to? This gang of re-old things are acting for me. Su Fei laughed and cursed. The Grand Elder casually said, where are they for you to see? They are clearly for other great powers. If there really are cuties, believe that and followed away, then they would have earned it. After all, the less competition there is, the better their chances. Well, I'll be off. After the Grand Elder finally said a few more words to Su Fei, he summoned another ripple. Su Fei was very sharp-eyed and could see that behind this ripple was actually a starry sky. The Grand Elder is going into the stars? Could it be that there are descendants of other branches there as well? A shudder ran through him, and he was half speechless. It was only after a long time that he lamented. I didn't expect Lin Mu's appearance to let me know about these hidden family secrets. He shook his head and turned his head away. Meanwhile, the Jade Tripod City was already abuzz with people. Although the Su clan members had left, the number of cultivators pouring into Jade Tripod City was increasing. Why don't we just rename this Jade Tripod City? Someone looked at the sea of people around them and sighed helplessly. There are too damn many people here. It's almost as big as a mortal city. Chapter 112, A Sea of People in Yuding City. Young master, it's been really lively out there these past few days. Lin Yun spat at Lin Mu while pounding Suyu's leg. Although Suyu was a cultivator, she would not have swollen lower limbs after pregnancy like a mortal pregnant woman. However, Lin Yun insisted on serving her, the young granny, so Suyu couldn't push back and had to let her go. Hearing Lin Mu's complaint, he casually asked, "Where did you start with that?" It turned out that Lin Mu was completely unaware of the storm outside in the past few days. Lin Yun sighed. "Young master, you really need to go out more often when you have time. The whole city is full of people now. Even the inns can't be accommodated. Even outside the city people are pitching tents." Lin Mu didn't care too much at first, but he soon realized something was wrong. "That's not right. I'm afraid there aren't many mortals who can come to Jade Tripod City. They should all have cultivation in place, and they have a word for not being able to live there? Cultivators with a slightly higher level of cultivation would be able to achieve almost no sleep. One could even directly harness a magic treasure and fly in mid-air. The most important things for mortals, such as food, clothing and shelter, were never a worry for cultivators." That was why Lin Mu had asked this question. However, this time, it was Suyu who took the initiative to speak up and answer. "Husband, you are not aware of this. Although cultivators can live in the wind, but being able to do so is not the same as liking to do so." Lin Mu suddenly coughed. "Don't say that, Jade. I wouldn't care about that. It's fine in the wild. I just love being in the wild." Suyu understood Lin Mu's hint. Her cheeks flew out in 2 shades of red, and she even gave Lin Mu a look without any good humor. "Humph. Husband, you just talked nonsense." Lin Mu revealed a bad smile and was about to tease her a little more when he heard Lin Yun ask a question from the side. "What are you talking about?" Suyu's heart panicked, fearing that Lin Mu's mouth didn't have a door, and he would directly tell the story of the battle he had with him in the wilderness at the beginning. So the subject was hastily brought back. "Anyway, most cultivators are people who want to keep their faces. They definitely still want to live in a normal place, or else you won't even have the face to look at people in the future." Lin Mu saw Suyu's appearance and didn't tease him anymore, but while he didn't speak, there was a sudden knock on the door outside the compound. "Are you there, Rimu?" Lin Mu heard that it was Wan Lin's voice and hurriedly got up. Wan Lin had helped him many times, so Lin Mu naturally wouldn't neglect him. "City Lord Wan, what brings you here? Could something have happened in the city?" Wan Lin's face was full of excitement as he shook his head in a hurry. "Yuding City is fine. Recently, there has been a sudden influx of numerous cultivators in the city, and all the workshops in the city have sold out many pills. The extra taxes collected in the city are too many to count. So what can happen in this Jade Palace City?" Lin Mu similarly revealed a smile. "So be it. Then what is the reason for your sudden visit to me, City Lord Wan?" Only then did Wan Lin slap his head. "I almost forgot the serious business. Lin Mu, the news of that auction, for some reason, suddenly spread all over the world. I'm worried that certain hermit powers, too, will be attracted by this news. These people are solitary and don't care about tactics in what they do, so you should be careful." Lin Mu frowned slightly. "Oh, is that so?" Wan Lin nodded seriously. "Lin Mu, you can't underestimate them. Although they don't have a family by their side and usually don't show off, but because of this, they also don't have to worry about being implicated by their families or clans, so they do things without fear." Lin Mu's face got really serious after hearing this. "Thanks to City Lord Wan for reminding me. I'll be careful myself." Wan Lin couldn't help but nod his head once again. "That's good. Then I'll go first." After saying that, Wan Lin turned his head and left. Lin Mu's brows furrowed slightly after he watched him walk away. What the hell is going on here? But before he could think clearly about the matter, he heard many more footsteps coming from outside the door. "Can Master Lin Dan be here? We have urgent business to see you." Lin Mu was a bit upset and opened the gate in a flash. Then he saw dozens of people standing outside his compound. There wasn't much room outside the courtyard, so they had to huddle together. It was just that even though they were physically close, it was evident that they belonged to several different camps. They are distinct from each other. Lin Mu's gaze swept over these cultivators, and a hint of puzzlement appeared on his face. The cultivators standing in front of this are bejeweled, but none of their cultivation levels are high. The cultivation realms standing at the back are all extremely strong, and there are many that even I can't see through their cultivation. Then it's at least a powerhouse of the 4 extremes mysterious realm. What the hell are they from? Right between Lin Mu's doubts, a delicate woman grabbed the opportunity to speak. Master Lin Dan, I'm a representative of the Pavilion of Curious Treasures. This time, I specially came to find you, because I want to ask you to hand over this auction to our Strange Treasures Pavilion to organize it on your behalf. The rest of the cultivators were also a bit anxious when they saw this. They hurriedly squeezed forward, and their mouths were even more chaotic as they said, "We are the representatives of the Eastern Region Chamber of Commerce. We are the South Seas Chamber of Commerce." After Lin Mu listened to a few sentences, he also knew where they were coming from. He said in displeasure, "Where did you all hear all this information?" However, he was also a bit curious. "I remember a Shui Chamber of Commerce has been pestering me in the past. How come I haven't seen any of their people come over this time?" As soon as they heard Lin Mu mention the Shui Chamber of Commerce, many of the other Chamber of Commerce representatives revealed a hint of anxiety. If Master Lin Dan says so, could it be that he wants to hand over this auction to the Shui clan to organize it on his behalf? That's not good. That water clan usually overpowers us. If we let him get such an opportunity again this time, where will there be room for us in the future? Make sure you snatch this opportunity. The delicate woman who had just spoken was again the first to step forward. She actually directly pasted towards Lin Mu, while also waving her voice. "Master Lin Dan, don't always talk about the Shui Chamber of Commerce. Our Chixian Pavilion is no slouch either. Why don't we go in and talk about it in detail? I'll show you the sincerity of our Curious Treasures Pavilion." As she spoke, a strange fragrance suddenly wafted out from the woman's body. Lin Mu's nose twitched a few times. Just by slightly inhaling the foreign fragrance, he felt his body get a little parched. "I can't wait to pull this woman right into my arms." But a moment later, a green light suddenly flashed through his body. This was the desolate ancient sacred body functioning on its own after sensing the abnormality. Although Lin Mu's saint body hadn't completely unlocked all the shackles, it was enough to unlock this abnormality. Lin Mu's eyes instantly regained clarity. He glanced at the delicate woman who was leaning tightly against him, and a hint of disgust appeared in his eyes. "Humph, where did that guy come from? How dare he try to charm me?" Lin Mu directly raised his hand and pushed her aside. The rest of the cultivators who were still spectating instantly stared at this scene with wide eyes in shock. Master Lin Dan actually wasn't charmed? Even that delicate woman was similarly filled with bewilderment. "Lin Mu, how did you do it?" Chapter 113, You're the one to beat. "You burnt fox." Lin Mu didn't reply and just coldly looked at the delicate woman. The woman's body was chilled, and she actually took a few steps backward involuntarily. At this time, the rest of the chamber's cultivators, on the contrary, muttered in whispers. Their conversation revealed the dainty woman's old self. This Su Tao is said to have a fox demon's bloodline in her ancestry, and she is almost invincible with her fox charming skills. I didn't expect that today. I would actually fall head over heels with Lin Mu? Could it be that she is not in the right state today? Impossible. The charisma she transmitted just now has affected us all, so how could it be a bad state? Many people were talking and were a bit surprised. After all, over the past years, when Su Tao made a move, it was one that rarely missed. Even if this Lin Mu is stronger than he seems, he shouldn't be this capable. Some people lamented. But soon, there was another sudden clap. But that's right. Since Master Lin Dan can refine the longevity pill, then I'm afraid he's only been soaked in a pot of medicine on a regular basis. He might have eaten certain spirit elixirs, or have certain things on his body to protect him from being charmed by Su Tao. As for Su Tao himself, he was very clear. The speculations of the other cultivators were all complete jokes. Humph. These people just don't see the light. This power of charm of mine, but inherited from the bloodline, in addition to equal or stronger bloodlines, is simply not something that certain pills or magic treasures can resist. This Lin Mu is definitely not simple. A million thoughts flashed through her mind, and she realized the truth almost straight away. I remember my sister telling me that there seems to be only a handful of physiques that can resist this fox charming power of ours. I'll have to tell my sister when I get a chance, so she can try it herself. But for now, let me have some fun with this kid first. Su Tao's eyes turned, actually putting away the surprise she had just experienced, instead revealing a look of pity. Master Lin Dan, just now it was indeed the youngest daughter who did something wrong. It's just that you shouldn't be angry. I can't help it. The power of this bloodline, I can't control it either. As long as it's near a man, it will start on its own. You must don't be angry with me, okay? This time, not only was there no trace of a demonic feeling on her, but she revealed a sense of innocence. It was the rest of the Chamber of Commerce's cultivators who were all staring at Su Yao with wide eyes and dead eyes. His throat kept rolling and he seemed to be swallowing all the time. It seemed that her appearance had given them a sense of pity. Su Tao felt the gazes of these people and laughed out loud in her heart. Even if I don't rely on the power of my bloodline, I'll still be able to make you all fall under my stone skirt. Not only you guys, even Lin Mu. The same is true. She turned her head to look at Lin Mu, but she had just turned halfway around when she heard someone snapping. Surname Su, put that look away. You're actually doing this to Lin Mu? I've never seen someone as shameless as you before. You've lost all the face of your Su. Sui-yun stepped out from behind the crowd, pushing everyone else aside. She was talking a little upside down in her anger. The old crone following behind her was filled with helplessness. Hey, didn't I tell Miss? There's no rush to come out these days, lest those great powers find out that we did this. As a result, you're so good that as soon as you saw that Lin Mu was going to suffer, you jumped out on your own. But she couldn't say anything, and could only follow Shui-yen with the same steps, lest Su Tao, in a fit of rage, directly strike at Shui-yen. When Su Tao heard Shui-yen's voice, his heart immediately became furious. You, what are you doing here all of a sudden? Are you messing with me again? As soon as Shui-yen opened his mouth, the rest of the Chamber of Commerce crowd, who were originally confused by him, instantly came to their senses. Therefore, even if Su Tao didn't need to look at Lin Mu, she knew that he had definitely recovered as well. That's why she directly glared at Shui-yen. You want to grab the proxy for this auction too? I'm telling you, you're just delusional. Shui-yen got equally angry when she heard Su Tao's words. Humph, you burnt goods, relying on the power inherited in your bloodline, seducing this and that all day long, you're simply disgracing your old ancestor's face. When Su Tao heard this, he actually didn't get angry. She sneered, Egu, it seems that our Miss Shui, her history is not very good. Our old ancestor created Qingqiu back then by pawing around with a great completion desolate ancient sacred body, so we're not at all afraid to make things happen because of people. You're expecting to attack me with this, and that's the wrong attack. Shui-yen's face turned ugly to the naked eye, and even her good-looking forehead revealed a vein. Shame on you. What a shame on you. But without waiting for her to curse out angrily, she heard Lin Mu beside her suddenly laugh oddly. Shui-yen was a bit stunned and turned her head to ask, what are you laughing at? Lin Mu? Lin Mu naturally wouldn't tell them that he had suddenly laughed because he had heard Su Tao report himself. He himself was a desolate ancient saint body, so hearing these things gave rise to a sense of absurdity. So there are other desolate ancient saint bodies in the world? But what this one did was kind of awesome. He's playing King Joe and trying to screw the fox too, right? I'm convinced. The more Lin Mu thought about it, the weirder it became. And in the end, he simply laughed out loud. Ahahaha. However, this laughter fell on Su Tao's ears, but it caused a surge of excitement in her. Oh, it must have been my performance earlier that still had some effect. Although it didn't make Lin Mu directly and completely fall to me, it did make him potentially favorable to me. So as soon as I opened my mouth, he's happy and smiling. When Su Tao thought of this, she simply moved closer to Lin Mu's side again. She was so smoky and charming that she even spread her scent to the nearby streets. Countless cultivators were attracted by the aroma as if they had lost their minds and stumbled in this direction. It was certain great powers in the city that had detected the abnormality over here. Where's the smell of a fox coming from? It should be the people from Qingqiu coming. Oh, this curious pavilion is just everywhere. Their people came over. They must have come for Lin Mu. Should we make a move, lest Lin Mu be charmed by that woman? That's not necessary. Someone laughed softly. I've heard that this Lin Mu also has a great origin. It seems that not only does he have a great emperor's inheritance, his bloodline is even more special. Otherwise it's impossible to have such a fast alchemy speed. I guess that little fox should already know it's wrong. Almost at the same time, Lin Mu put away his smile and slapped Su Tao on the face. With a crisp ringing sound, Su Tao covered her swollen face and looked at Lin Mu incredulously. How dare you hit me? Lin Mu said indifferently. It's you who are fighting. Chapter 114, Who in the world doesn't know me? When Su Tao heard these words, she was practically trembling with anger. Even the towering chest began to sway along with it. It made many of the surrounding cultivators involuntarily swallow their saliva. This kind of natural charm was even a few points stronger than the power of charm that Su Tao had deliberately exerted. It's no wonder they couldn't resist. It was Shui-yen, who was also attracted by the shaking. A moment later she snapped out of it, and lightly poo-pooed it in her mind. This burnt fox. It's covered in burnt meat. As for Lin Mu, he was also somewhat affected this time. For this kind of meatball attack, his desolate ancient sacred body would not have any defensibility. But Lin Mu had eaten and seen it after all, so it's not like other monks either. He just looked at it for a few moments, and after getting his fill of it, he was unaffected. Lin Mu stared at Su Tao and coldly said, if you don't have anything to say, then get lost. Su Tao sniffed and almost laughed in anger. How dare you talk to me like that? I see that you really don't know what's going on. Don't think that just because you're protected, you can act recklessly. realize that there are heavens beyond the heavens, and our Qingqiu is not one to be messed with. Hearing the name Qingqiu again, Lin Mu was slightly curious. He asked directly, "Who the hell are you? Why do you say that it's someone from the Pavilion of Curiosities one moment, and then bring up some kind of Qingqiu the next?" This time there was no need for Su Tao to explain himself. The old crone behind Shu Yen sighed. "Let the old body speak. The owner of this Pavilion of Curious Treasures is the contemporary holy maiden of Qingqiu. So the two, though different in name, are actually one." When Su Tao heard this, he seemed to be quite proud of himself. She puffed out her chest, sending another wave of shock through her. "Humph, now you know you're afraid, right?" she said smugly to Chen Fan. However, Chen Fan did not take it to heart in the slightest. "What's so terrible about it? Whether it's some strange treasure pavilion or some green hill, it's all the same in my eyes. It's not even worth putting on my mind." Su Tao burst into a rage. If she was angry just now, she was angry that Lin Mu actually dared to hit her. But this time, she was just angry that Lin Mu actually dared to ignore Qingqiu. "Good. Lin Mu, you really don't have a lot of guts. Just you wait. I'm going to tell my sister what happened. Just you wait." After saying that, she stomped her foot violently and flew into midair. It was just that in her rage, she had forgotten that Jade Palace City had a city guard formation. For other great powers, this great formation was about as good as non-existent, but her cultivation was not that high. "Ouch! That hurts." She slammed into the large formation, inspiring a ripple. It even made the cultivators in the city realize that something was wrong. Where did this little cutie come from again? Flesh crashing into a big formation? Many people laughed. Su Tao felt even more humiliated, but she took this revenge and put it on Lin Mu's head as well. "It's all your fault." She grunted a few times, but landed honestly on the ground and headed towards the city gates. As Lin Mu watched this scene, he couldn't help but shake his head. So not only is she a burning fox, she's also a stupid fox. Thinking of this, Lin Mu suddenly had some regrets in his heart. If I had known that this fox was so stupid, could I have just said a couple of nice words and tricked her straight home? At this time, Shu Yen fell to Lin Mu's side and said with some emotion, "Lin Mu, you've provoked Qingqiu. That's not good. That Qingqiu's strength is no weaker than Su's. Not that you need to actively mess with them just to give me a head start." The old crone behind Shu Yen was in a hurry. "No miss, why are you being so self-absorbed?" Lin Mu taught that burning fox a lesson, clearly thinking that the fox stomped on his nose and had nothing to do with you at all. But no matter what she thought in her heart, Shu Yan's eyes were staring straight at Lin Mu. "I'm a little embarrassed that you're being so nice to me. Leave this auction to me. We, the Shui clan, will definitely give you the most favorable conditions." It was just that after Shu Yan said such words, the rest of the Chamber of Commerce was instantly unhappy. "No, how come after Su Tao left, another Shu Yan popped up? You're all planning to use the beauty trick, aren't you? If we had known that, we would have brought the prettiest female cultivator in the Chamber of Commerce as well." However, these words of theirs were just a turn in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say them directly. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to get their hands on this auction. Someone's eyes rolled back in their head and they walked right out. "Master Lin Dan, it's better for you not to make a direct decision on this matter. We can still talk about it." There were even a few old men who directly stopped in front of Lin Mu. "If you are willing to leave this auction to us to handle, then we will definitely make it an event. When the auction is over, the entire cultivation world will know your name. Yes, yes, yes. We have heard that you and many others, Master Lin Dan, have had conflicts. As long as this auction goes off without a hitch, I wonder how much they'll regret it when they see you in all your glory." These old men were practically tongue-tied as they sang in unison. Every sentence, every word, has a purpose. The old crone behind Shu Yan's back was relieved when she heard this. This Lin Mu was bound to be very proud after making such a big name in such a short period of time. The words of these old things will definitely convince him. It seems that this time, her intentions are going to fall through. Not being able to host this auction would be unfavorable to the Water Chamber of Commerce though. But in the old crone's opinion, if she were to host this auction, Shu Yen would only simply have to live in Lin Mu's compound. Well, that's a big problem. The lesser of two evils. It would be better to give this auction away. I usually look down on these old things a bit, but I didn't expect them to be quite dependable at critical moments. The old woman swept over the old men with a hint of a smile in her eyes. These words of theirs must have hit Lin Mu's 7 inches. This kid must have already. Now, she subconsciously looked at Lin Mu, having thought that Lin Mu must be full of joy and was already going to agree to these old men. However, when she turned her head to look, she realized that Lin Mu looked indifferent. "Oh, that's what you guys are talking about. That doesn't bother me too much." The old men's eyes went wide, as if they couldn't believe what they were hearing. "Master Lin Dan, what do you still mean by this? Could it be that you don't want to retaliate against that Yao Qi Holy Land? Lin Mu snickered in his heart. That Yao Qi is about to let me steal my home. What else do I have to retaliate for? However, he did not move on the surface and said lightly, this matter of retaliating against Yao Qi is naturally something I have to do myself. And what does it have to do with this auction? What's more, even without this auction, could it be that the great powers of the world don't know about me? Lin Mu? He put his hands behind his back and turned his head to walk back to the compound. Only one sentence was left behind. Since I can refine the longevity pill, who else would not know my great name? Don't worry about the road ahead. Who in the world doesn't know me? In midair, many great powers had originally lurked over, wanting to take a look at the bustle over here. When they heard Lin Mu's grandiose words, they were all a bit impressed as well. That's a great thing for Lin Mu to say. If he has such a mindset, then even if he's not a heavenly alchemist, he'll definitely be able to break into the world. Just, where in the world did he get that from? What kind of physique does this kid have? Chapter 115, How can you enter the gate of my Lin family without the potential of a great emperor? Many great powers lamented Lin Mu's words. That's not to mention Sui Yun. Almost all that remained in her eyes was Lin Mu's back. Her brows were full, and she was even closer to shedding a tear. What a nice thing for Rimu to say. When the old woman saw this, she sighed helplessly. It's over. It's over. Mrs. considered to have fallen for Lin Mu's trick. She pulled hard and tried to pull Sui Yun away, but Shui Yan didn't move at all. She stood in the doorway and said in a loud voice, Lin Mu, you can leave this auction to me. I'll make sure to organize it for you. Lin Mu had been almost to the room. He sniffed at this and nodded unconcernedly. Seeing as how you're so sincere, I'll leave it to you then. Shui Yan covered her heart in excitement, nodding her head uncontrollably. You can rest assured. Lin Mu turned around and smiled a bit, then closed the courtyard door and walked into the room. Just as soon as he entered, he saw Qin Yan looking at himself with a smile. Husband, do you have your eyes on that Miss Shui's Chamber of Commerce? Chen Fan hastily shook his head. Why would you ask that? Ma'am? I didn't even say a few words to that water, but she was the one who took the initiative to pester me. I never reached out to her. Qin Yan sighed in her heart. Although husband's words are not false, you have forgotten that I am also a woman. The way that Shui Yan looked at you, as long as she wasn't a cutie, all can read admiration from it. She frowned slightly, then smiled sparingly. Husband, if you want to incorporate that Shui Yan into the family, I will also support it. The great name of the Water Chamber of Commerce is something I've heard of before when I was in the Yao Qi Holy Land. With their help, husband, you will be even more like a tiger in the future. When she said that, she lowered her voice. Although City Lord Wan is extremely kind to you, you can't put all your trust in him alone. It's actually testing him instead. And hearts, it's best not to test them. Qin Yan said these words, seemingly with feeling. It seemed that she had seen a lot of the cold and warmth of the world after she was struck by the curse, so she had gained a lot of knowledge about these things of dealing with people in the world. Lin Mu nodded slightly. Don't worry, my lady, I know this. Just that Shui Yan well. Remembering her appearance and body, Lin Mu did have some heart, but he finally shook his head. It's not like this woman has any trait talent. There's absolutely no possibility of witnessing the Tao and becoming an emperor. It's not as if I have to let her into the house. Qin Yan's eyes widened after hearing this, and a hint of amazement was brought to Lin Mu's eyes. What? Listening to you, husband, do you mean that you will not marry a non-great emperor? It's just that, husband. How can you tell if someone has great emperor potential? Lin Mu smiled faintly and didn't explain. He just sat beside Qin Yan and pulled her into his arms. That's not enough. Qin Yan beamed. Husband, am I also an outsider? Although the two of them were already considered an old married couple, Lin Mu still felt fire from the bottom of his heart when he saw her looking like such a little woman. He hadn't fully vented the fire that Su Tao had just evoked. My lady, you are not an outsider. Between the two of us, but you know my strengths and weaknesses, and I know your depths. These words were a bit revealing. If the Qin Yan of the past had heard them, she would have blushed and then angrily denounced Lin Mu as a denizen. But they had been married for so long that Qin Yan was somewhat used to it. She rolled her eyes. Humph. Husband, did you also learn these witty words from inside that 16T power? Chen Fan shook his head. This is not true, but if you're curious, ma'am, I can show you the power of 16T. Humph, I've seen a lot. Qin Yan grunted lightly on her lips, but her body was honestly lying in Lin Mu's arms, allowing him to do what he wanted. During this period of time, Lin Mu had been accompanying Su Yu, and had also somewhat left her out in the cold. Although Qin Yan didn't say anything on her lips, she was inevitably jealous in her heart. Soon, a noise rang through the house. Outside, Lin Yun heard this voice and couldn't help but sigh. Young master and young grandmother, this is really... She shook her head, but didn't say anything else, just carrying Lin Yi to the distance. Don't let the little girl hear what she shouldn't. After more than a year of this, Lin Yun's cultivation had gradually increased, and he was now able to set up the most rudimentary formations. She set up an array to isolate the sounds from outside, then hugged Lin Yi and began to cultivate with her eyes closed. For some reason, the speed of her cultivation was a touch faster than that of an ordinary person. It was just a scene that went virtually unseen. The only person I saw, Lin Yi, was also still just a little girl. She laughed and clapped her hands, her mouth not even able to speak in complete sentences. The next morning, Lin Mu stretched his back and walked out of his room with great vigor. Last night, he and Qin Yan practically double cultivated for the entire night. It made his body soothe and his cultivation improved a lot. Although my lady's cultivation has been stuck at the Wheeling Sea mystic realm because of the curse, she is unable to improve further, but her Tao foundation has been restored, and there are still many benefits to cultivating with her. Besides, as the old saying goes, more is better. Thinking of the scene last night, a smile appeared at the corner of Chen Fan's mouth. He glanced back at the room and realized that he had gone out the door on one foot and Qin Yan had shut it for good on the next. It seemed that he was afraid that Chen Fan would rush in and have another couple of fights with him. Ha ha ha, Chen Fan left with a big smile. After he walked out of the compound, he suddenly realized that the Jade Tripod City, which was almost overcrowded because of the longevity pill he had refined, had suddenly fallen silent. It had only been a night's time that had passed, and almost all of the cultivators in the city were invisible. Even the streetside marketplace was closed for a large portion of the day. He had walked around the city for a long time, and he had only seen 3 or 2 cultivators. Lin Mu frowned slightly and pulled a cultivator to ask, "What's going on in this city? Could it be that something big has happened?" The cultivator didn't even bother to turn around when he heard someone asking and said impatiently, "Where are the old-timers from that are so ill-informed? Haven't you heard that Water Chamber of Commerce has simply put down blood money after taking over the auction? They have mobilized countless cultivators from all over to rebuild a luxurious auction house." However, at a moment's notice, it was too late to mobilize so many cultivators, so they simply recruited people in the city. The price they offered was extremely high, so most cultivators, and even many alchemists, went over to join in the fun. This cultivator shook his head. "Alright, I won't talk to you, I also want to." He turned around and was about to leave the city when he saw Lin Mu's face. Lin Mu? Master Lin Dan. I've heard of your great name for a long time." That cultivator instantly changed his face and wanted to please Lin Mu. However, Lin Mu was too lazy to bother with this person. After he smiled faintly, he rushed towards the city lord's mansion, leaving the cultivator to beat his chest. Oops, why didn't I recognize Master Lin Dan's voice just now? If I recognize it, and then take the opportunity to please him, then even staying by his side as a fire-burning boy would be worth it. Chapter 116, Great Powers Gather. Auction begins. Ever since Lin Mu had refined the longevity pill, the cultivators in the city were all a bit hot under the collar, itching to follow Lin Mu around, only to have absolutely no one get that chance. So it was no wonder that this cultivator would be so regretful to the point of being like a dead man. Lin Mu didn't care about these details as he directly arrived at the city lord's mansion. The cultivators of the city lord's mansion, on the contrary, had all not left yet and remained at their respective posts. After Lin Mu approached, the guard at the door saw him and hurriedly saluted. "Master Lin Dan, you came over this time. You are looking for the city lord, right? Our city lord had planned to go straight to you." Lin Mu first froze at his words, then nodded his head silently. It was also true that Shui Yan had made such a big fuss over the auction. It was natural for Wan Lin to wonder if this was his own arrangement. It made sense that he would seek himself out to ask about the situation. Lin Mu walked into the city lord's mansion, and it didn't take him long to meet Wan Lin. Wan Lin hurriedly got up and welcomed Lin Mu to a side to sit down, and then he was a bit eager to speak. Lin Mu could see his entanglement and suddenly laughed. "City Lord Wan, if you have any questions, then just ask me directly, but there's no need to swallow. Back when the Yao Qi Holy Land fought over, I remember the way you stood up for me. It's something I wouldn't dare forget." Hearing Lin Mu mention the old story, a smile appeared on Wan Lin's face. "Chen Fan, you are really good." He summarized his language before asking, "Lin Mu, that Water Chamber of Commerce's actions, were they authorized by you or not?" As expected of Lin Mu, as soon as Wan Lin opened his mouth, he asked about the matter. Lin Mu shook his head. "I didn't ask her to do that. It was entirely her own idea." Wan Lin naturally didn't believe it, and he stared at Lin Mu dead on, trying to see a hint of a break in his expression. But no matter how he looked, Lin Mu's expression didn't change, didn't even blink. Wan Lin was a bit skeptical now. Could this still really have nothing to do with Lin Mu? That's weird. That Water Chamber of Commerce, it's famous for being an iron rooster, and it's never done a money-losing deal in all these years. Why did you suddenly change your temper this time? Willing to pour in spirit stones to organize this auction for Lin Mu? In fact, the auction itself, for the caterer, is not really much of a benefit. It's just an opportunity to make a name for yourself. The other potential advantage is the ability to get in good with Lin Mu. But even if Lin Mu was a heaven-grade alchemist, even if he could refine longevity pills, Lin Mu's share of goodwill wasn't worth the Shui Chamber of Commerce paying so much. Wan Lin was in between tangles, but suddenly remembered something. He looked at Chen Fan oddly and said in his heart, it can't be that this kid has amazing charisma and made that little girl from Shui's have a deep love for him, so she's going to fall right back on him, right? At first, he thought it was a complete wild guess on his part, but the more Wan Lin thought about it, the more likely he felt it was. I heard that even that heavenly pride of Sue's was somehow pregnant with Lin Mu's child before she married him again as a concubine. In that case, this Lin Mu's charisma is indeed impressive. Wan Lin's face looked a little strange as he casually explained a few words to Lin Mu and invited him to sit in the city lord's mansion for a little while. He himself got up quickly and came to the outskirts of the city, directly finding Shui Yen. What brings you here, City Lord Wan? Shui Yen seemed a bit surprised after seeing Wan Lin, but she quickly reacted. Surely you have come here this time to raise an offense? You shouldn't be too angry. After our Shui clan finishes building this venue, we'll let the cultivators in the city return to it. This was complete nonsense. No matter how big the Shui Chamber of Commerce's family business was, it was impossible to employ so many cultivators all the time. Wan Lin didn't take this to heart either. He deliberately asked, President Shui, your handiwork this time is really not small. It seems like you're doing a losing deal. Shui Yen waved her hand carelessly. What's there to lose? Lin Mu's future is unlimited. Making an investment at this time will surely pay off handsomely in the future. There was some truth in what she said, just that Wan Lin had already determined it in his heart after hearing it. This Shui clan's young lady really has her eyes on Chen Fan. She was trying to hide her adoration by saying something like that. Otherwise, according to their businessman's character, how could they tell the truth right away? They must have started with a cloud of words, saying something or other. Wan Lin lamented in his heart as he cast his gaze in the direction of the city lord, his eyes filled with bewilderment and incomprehension. What kind of charm does this Lin Mu have that even Shui Yen can't get enough of him? Naturally, no one answered Wan Lin's question. In the days that followed, there were more and more cultivators in the city. Even certain great powers who had been hidden for many years left traces in the vicinity. Last night someone east of the city heard the hissing of a dragon. Impossible. Dragons are only legendary creatures that hardly anyone has ever seen. Where could there be dragons here? Perhaps it's a descendant of some ancient demon race that has dragon blood left in their bloodline. And when they perform their divine abilities, they can display dragon power. This time, the longevity pill has really alarmed the entire cultivation world. The cultivators returned to the city after building the venue for the auction and gathered together to keep discussing, listening to the people around him. There was a small child who also wanted to behave, and he patted his chest. I heard from my great-uncle's nephew's great-uncle that this time, even the strongest in the starry sky have been startled. However, the cultivators on the road laughed out loud at the words. You doll, why are you butting in when we adults are talking? Someone lowered their head and tried to pat the kid on the head, but when he got a good look at the boy, he realized that he was powdered, and revealed a hint of nobility. He was a little afraid to reach out, but the rest of the cultivators didn't notice this. They're still shaking their heads and laughing maniacally. And what uncle's nephews? This is not you yourself. Even if you're going to make up nonsense, you should think for yourself first. It's illogical. The boy was a little upset. Humph, doesn't make sense to you guys. Then he stomped his foot violently and actually ran away in a puff of smoke. Seeing this, the cultivator who was about to slap the child's head just now hurriedly followed him, wanting to see what this child was really about. Who knew that after he chased after a few steps, he realized that the kid was extremely fast and he couldn't catch up at all. This kid must be a big deal. I'm afraid what he said is only true. This time there are really cultivators from the stars that have descended on Jade Palace City. This time, it's a big deal. This cultivator was sweating like a pig, completely in a tangle. He was a little worried about the auction scene being too big, in case any of the great powers are not happy. Then a wave of the wave, let's suffer the disaster of the pool of fish, so just try to leave. But then he thought to himself, if he just left, I'm sure I'm going to regret later that I actually didn't experience such a big scene because I was scared. Dilemma. At this time, the cultivator who had just missed out on a good opportunity a few days ago also walked past. Regret. The two men looked at each other, both thinking that the other was out of his mind. What is he talking about? In the distant restaurant, the kid who just saw the scene covered his mouth and laughed softly, turning back to the middle-aged man behind him again. He said, Uncle, these human cultivators are really interesting. Uncle said casually, The human race has such a short lifespan. So if it's not interesting enough for them, how will they live? It's just that you'd better not wander around. There are too many great powers in the Jade Cauldron City right now, and there are some strong people that even I can't see through. While the two were talking, an alarming drumbeat suddenly came from outside the city. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed. The auction has begun. Chapter 117, Shuiyan, kneel down for me. The middle-aged man reached out and pulled the child, transforming into a stream of light that flew out of the city. The Jade Tripod City's grand formation didn't react in any way, allowing them to leave, as if they didn't even exist. At the same time, there were countless more streams of light that rose up from all parts of the city, rushing straight out of the city. Many cultivators looked at this blankly before they were amazed. Could it be that the one standing behind me just now was actually a great power? This mighty man even asked me to buy him a drink. Damn it, if I had known this, I should have just worshipped him as my teacher just now. What kind of beautiful dream are you having? Would a character like that even look at you? The cultivators in the city tossed words at each other while rushing towards the outside of the city. They were in great numbers, as if they were covered with dark clouds, and they were all crowded at the entrance of the city. These people didn't have a high level of cultivation, but there was no way for them to directly pass through the big formation. When they finally got out of the city and arrived at the meeting place outside the city, they realized that they were really late. Many pillars of light suddenly appeared in the venue, and at a glance, they were extremely powerful formations. An outsider looking in from the sidelines could not see what was going on inside. Someone speculated, this should be specially arranged by the Water Chamber of Commerce. Even if they don't set it up, these great powers will form a formation themselves. They don't want to throw their weight around so easily. But soon there was another shake of the head. Oh, that's what you don't understand, isn't it? People can set up on their own, but you can't not prepare either. This Water Chamber of Commerce knows how to behave. The man from earlier was a dead duck. Humph, they do know how to behave, but they don't know how to do business. With such a big scene today, the spirit stones consumed by the Shui Chamber of Commerce are at least tens of millions. I'll see how they'll get their money back. When these words came out, the surrounding cultivators were silent. However, in mid-air, a light laugh came out of nowhere. It was just that even though this laughter was right above the heads of the cultivators, they acted as if they couldn't hear it at all. The child turned around curiously. Uncle, what are you laughing at? The middle-aged man didn't hide anything and explained directly. I laugh at these human cultivators. They really have no insight. The commotion that this Water Chamber of Commerce has created can't be measured by a mere spirit stone. I think they used hundreds of pounds of source at least, and that's what holds up such a scene. I really don't know how this Chamber of Commerce, in the end, made such a determination. The kid seemed a little surprised to hear that number. 200 of pounds of source? Then this what's-his-name Water Chamber of Commerce has really spent a lot this time. Even among our stars, this is not a small number. The middle-aged man frowned, as if trying to correct the child, but in the end he just nodded casually. Well, it does. A moment later, he seemed to see something interesting. You're coming with me. He took the child's hand and made his way through the crowd, and it wasn't long before he came to stand somewhere and look silently somewhere at his feet. Right at this moment, a high platform was abruptly born in the very center of the venue. Shui Yan stood on the stage, her eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, trying to find out Lin Mu. It was just that after looking around, she didn't see Lin Mu's figure either and couldn't help but feel a bit lost. So he didn't come? But soon Sui Yun perked up again. No matter what, I'm going to do a good job with this auction. Only then will Lin Mu remember my favor afterwards. She clenched her teeth and forced down the agitation in her heart. There were too many strong people present, and even Shui Yan was a little unsure in her heart. Only the thought of Lin Mu made her slightly calmer. Among the distant cultivators, Lin Mu brought a few women with him to blandly watch the scene. Although the auction was organized for him, there was no fluctuation in his heart. It seemed as if all of this had nothing to do with him. Xin Yan couldn't help but sigh in her heart when she saw how calm Lin Mu was. When I first arrived at Yaoqi and was designated as a holy maiden, I was so excited that I couldn't even speak clearly. And the first 30 years of husband's life have been in Cloud Sea City, never having seen a big scene. I didn't expect him to be much better than I was then. A smile appeared at the corner of Qin Yan's mouth as she leaned on Lin Mu's shoulder and asked, Husband, why don't you just take the stage? I saw that woman from Shui, looking around just now, as if she was looking for you. Lin Mu casually said, I don't care to go up there. Now this venue hides crouching tigers and dragons, just in case there's any ungrateful one who suddenly tries to take a shot at me. If I fight him again, won't this be a mess? No matter what, this auction is also Shui Yan's good intentions, and I can't take the initiative to mess it up for him. Qin Yan immediately nodded her head. What Lin Mu said was very correct, and there was nothing she could refute. However, at this time, Lin Yun, who was behind them, suddenly spoke up in curiosity. Young master, how do you know that there are many great powers at the scene? Lin Mu wasn't angry when he heard this question. Lin Yun didn't have much insight, and it was all too normal to ask this. He smiled. Do you see the pillars of light over there? Inside each pillar of light, there are several strong and mighty people. Lin Yun nodded his head as if he understood, then asked, then other than the person inside the light pillar, are there any other great powers? Lin Mu smiled once again. That's natural. Quite a few of them, just wandering around the venue, just disguised as ordinary cultivators. There are even some great powers who have no manners at all and actually stand directly on top of other people's heads. Speaking here, Lin Mu sighed. That is, his cultivation is really high enough, and I don't want to cause trouble for Shu Yen today, or I'll have to educate him. Really? Isn't he afraid of teaching the kids? In mid-air, the middle-aged man was pointing at Lin Mu, about to introduce his past to the child. As a result, after he heard these words, he instantly widened his eyes as if he had seen a ghost and stared at Lin Mu dead in the face. What does he mean by that? He couldn't have seen through my concealment technique. But that's impossible. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Mu, trying to analyze whether or not Lin Mu had discovered himself from his next move. But no matter how much he watched, he didn't see any sign of Lin Mu raising his head. On Lin Mu's body, there was even no fluctuation of spiritual energy, indicating that he hadn't exerted any means of probing. Could it be a coincidence? The middle-aged man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. By the time he had managed to gather himself, he was once again looking at the center of the venue. Only then did he realize that Shu Yen had already finished explaining the causes and consequences of the auction. Bidding has begun at this time. Many of the pillars of light had a strange aura coming from them. It seemed to be the great powers hiding in it that had gotten excited about the longevity pill. However, it was also true that there were only a few means in the world, other than the legendary immortality pill, that could extend a cultivator's lifespan. Longevity pills are one of the most common. It is not incomprehensible that the great powers are moved by this. Even the middle-aged man was trying desperately to forget what had just happened and wanted to scrutinize this auction. It's just that things actually took a turn for the worse again. A purple flying boat suddenly appeared in the sky. A furious roar came from the flying boat. Shu Yen, how dare you act so recklessly? You get down on your knees. Chapter 118, System. You also want the death penalty not to lose, right? Shu Yen, kneel down for me. The voice was extremely penetrating. Even though there were countless cultivators gathered in the venue, as well as many great powers, the voice also remained thunderous. Many cultivators with low cultivation levels couldn't even help but cover their ears. But even so, blood was still flowing out of their ear holes. They were actually shaken out of their internal injuries by a roar. What was that yelling just now? Could it be an enemy of the Water Chamber of Commerce? We're in for a rude awakening this time. The cultivators wailed, their voices filled with panic. The whole venue was in chaos. There were smart people, too, who suddenly turned back and looked around. With such a big mess, why haven't the people from the Water Chamber of Commerce stepped in yet? They looked around the high places of the venue. There should be a strong person sitting here, and even if it wasn't a Xiantai mysterious realm powerhouse, it should be a cultivator of the dragon transformation realm. This kind of cultivator, even if he wasn't the opponent of a sudden driving powerhouse. It was also time to step forward and pacify the ordinary cultivators in the venue. Yet when they looked over, they found it silent. What the hell is going on here? But they weren't surprised for long. The purple flying boat in the sky had slowly landed in the air above the venue, eventually stopping 100 feet high. Several silhouettes shot out of the flying boat and landed in front of Shu Yen. The old man at the head was filled with indifference. Even from a distance, the cultivators could feel the anger in his body. Shu Yen, who asked you to use so many resources to host this auction? As soon as the old man opened his mouth, he attacked Shu Yen violently, and he didn't even give Sui Yen a chance to argue. Alright, you don't have to be sophomoric. Men, take her down. After the old man said this, he looked at the light pillar in the field again. Friends, today's auction ends here, and please leave on your own. I, Shu A, will pay a visit later and apologize one by one. He stood with his arms folded and turned his head to leave. The great powers in the pillar of light frowned at the scene. That old man looks a little familiar? It seems to be Shu Yan's uncle, Shu Shou Zhang. If I remember correctly, Shu Yan's father is the one who should be the head of the Shu clan's family, as well as the head of the Chamber of Commerce. How come it's this Shuzu who stepped in? The great powers didn't step out of the pillar of light, but only transmitted their voices to each other. The middle-aged man not far above Lin Mu's head had also recovered from his earlier surprise at this time. He turned his head to look at Shu Shouzheng with the same puzzled look in his eyes. That's strange. Shu Yen made such a big commotion. The Water Chamber of Commerce doesn't say it's in full support, but it definitely won't be ignorant either. How is it that they had to jump in at this point if they didn't object sooner or later? Not that I blame him for being skeptical. It is really Shui Shoujing's approach that is somewhat uncharacteristic of a businessman. Since the spirit stones and the source, both had been spent, then even if you do lose money, you should grit your teeth and finish the auction. This will more or less still be rewarding. How can you suddenly stop in the middle of the day? That's a big loss. It seems that there is a problem within the Shui clan. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before suddenly shaking his head. It should be that this Shui Shoujing suddenly forced his way into the palace and took control of the Shui Chamber of Commerce. Only then did he come to Jade Tripod City to find trouble with Shui Yen. The child beside him stared and asked, "Uncle, what do you mean by all this?" The middle-aged man patted the child's head. "You're right if you can't understand it." After doing so, the middle-aged man suddenly remembered something and added, "But this matter, it seems to be related to that Lin Mu as well. I wonder how he'll respond." The middle-aged man's gaze, involuntarily, fell and looked at Lin Mu again. However, Lin Mu's next words caused him to break out in a cold sweat. "And yes, this does have some relevance to me. I should also go and say a few words of justice for Shui Yen." Lin Mu suddenly raised his head and smiled at the sky. However, this time, after Lin Mu laughed, he frowned slightly. The middle-aged man's face went a little white. "This kid can't really see through me, can he?" Lin Mu didn't care about the middle-aged man's words, but instead abruptly lowered his head. "System, how come you can detect women of any age? This is not a bad death penalty either, is it?" It turned out that when Lin Mu looked up just now, he saw the child beside the middle-aged man. A prompt from the system immediately followed. Special body type detected, Kirin bloodline. Chuchi, the bloodline of the Kirin. The Kirin is an ancient immortal beast. The male is Kirin. The female is Lin. His longevity is as long as that of a great emperor. Ding! Detected that Chu Lin meets the requirements for female empress cultivation. Hereby opening the cultivation mission. Lin Mu bit the pressure groove and looked at Chu Lin, who was clearly still a child and not even close to being able to differentiate between genders, and his entire body was speechless. "How do you expect me to raise this? Really, just 3 years to start, and the death penalty doesn't hurt?" It was no wonder Lin Mu was so excited. It was really because he remembered that in the past, the quests given by the system, when they came up, they all asked him to directly double cultivate with the target. If the system lets himself go and do this with Chu Lin as well, then Lin Mu could really be a bit tense. Luckily, another alert came from the system. This time the mission is not as outrageous as before. Quest opened, get to know Chu Lin within 10 days, and gain her favor and become her friend. Quest reward, 9 turns of deicide upgraded to the second turn. Penalty for failure, thrown into the void. Unable to return for eternity. Lin Mu first breathed a sigh of relief, then involuntarily rolled his eyes. "Good for you, system, taking a big breath with me, right? Told you this mission was just to make friends with her. I was worried for nothing." Ding! System-friendly tip, hosts don't have to worry. The lifespan of the unicorn bloodline is different from that of humans. Chu Lin's real age is 300 years old. Ha! Lin Mu's eyes widened as he once again looked up at Chu Lin beside the middle-aged man. Looked like she was only 7 or 8 years old. Lin Mu scratched his head. So after screwing the daytime, she's this big? So, if I'm with her, it's still her old cow. Ahem, the old unicorn eating young grass? Upon hearing this, the system was speechless. The middle-aged man in mid-air, however, was thoroughly suspicious. What's Lin Mu staring at me for? He hurriedly pulled Chu Lin and with a flash, appeared several miles away. Watched the venue from a distance. They were burdened with the bloodline of the ancient. Even though they were so far apart, they could see the scene clearly. Chu Lin frowned his good-looking eyebrows and asked suspiciously, "Uncle, what are you suddenly pulling me away for?" Her uncle was a little embarrassed, but explained, "I always felt that Lin Mu wasn't right. That's why I brought you away from him." Chu Lin scratched the back of his head, and it turned out that there was a pair of tiny antlers hidden there. "What's wrong with him? I think he's clearly a cultivator of the 4 extreme mysterious realm." The middle-aged man sighed. "That being said, it is just that he seems to be able to see through our movements, so it's not to be underestimated." When Chu Lin heard this, he was really interested. "Oh, so that's it? Well, I'm going to have a good look at that." Her eyes focused on Lin Mu. Although they had already left a long way away, Lin Mu still detected the gaze. "What is this little girl looking at me for? Oh, I know. It must be because she thinks there's something hilarious going on here that she's paying attention to me." Lin Mu's eyes rolled and he was about to walk to the center of the venue. Chapter 119, Did I tell you to take him away? As for the few women beside Lin Mu, they were all a little worried after sensing Lin Mu's movements. Just now, when Lin Mu suddenly opened his mouth to speak, they actually wanted to block it. It was just that after Lin Mu finished speaking, he suddenly fell silent again. as if he was thinking about something. They only thought that Lin Mu was distinguishing between gains and losses, so they didn't open their mouths again. But from the current situation, it seemed that Lin Mu was really going to stand up for Shui Yan, so they had no choice but to say something. Husband, do you really want to step in? Although this water chamber of commerce is only a merchant, they have been passed down for many years and their strength should not be underestimated. If you step out at this time, in case they take their anger out on you. Qin Yan's face showed concern. Anmo, who hadn't spoken for a long time, finally opened his mouth at this time. Yes, master. Don't underestimate the water chamber of commerce. Our Dan sect has had many dealings with them over the years. That Shui Shoujun looks inconspicuous, but he is actually a Xiantai powerhouse. There are more than likely other strong people hiding behind him. Lin Mu's gaze turned and he activated his system. And sure enough, he saw 4 old men standing behind Shui Shoujun. He said with a smile on his face, well, you're right. This old thing has indeed prepared a backhand. Anmer blinked. I don't know if Lin Mu really knows something or just casually echoing himself. By this time, Suyu covered his stomach and said helplessly, husband, if it were normal, I wouldn't have stopped you even if you had stepped forward. But not today really. Those Taishan elders of my family, I don't know what's going on, but they're actually not in the city. Today is even less of a day to come to this auction. If you go to confront that Shui Shoujing at this time, they won't be able to make a move in time. Suyu was actually advising Lin Mu not to be impulsive. A trace of tenderness arose in Lin Mu's heart as he held Suyu's hand. I know you're worried about me, but you don't have to think too much. A mere Shui chamber of commerce. I haven't put it in my eyes yet. Besides, hey, when I'm really in danger, you can still save me. Suyu's face reddened slightly as she whispered. I'll definitely put my best foot forward, but I'm only afraid that I won't be a match for them. Lin Mu laughed a few times and didn't explain any further. He walked out of the crowd with his head held high after pacifying the 3 women. To those who were about to take Shui Yin away, he said aloud, wait. As soon as these words came out, countless people turned back instantly. Who dares to speak at this time? Could it be that any of the great powers can't stand to watch and want to stand up for Shui Yin? No, that voice sounds familiar to me. They all exclaimed after they saw that the person who walked out was actually Lin Mu. How is he? But soon there was another nod. The matter was originally started because of him, and it would be reasonable for him to step in. The person is surrounded by friends, but then they stomp their feet and sigh. Reasonable and unreasonable comes second. If Lin Mu steps forward at this time, wouldn't that be against Shui Shoujun? He doesn't really think that if he comes out and says a few good words, he'll be able to make this old thing spare Shui Yin, does he? There were a lot of smart people present. There were quite a few people that had guessed that there was a change of heart within the water chamber of commerce. Shui Shoujing's sudden dissent and his stern rebuke to Shui Yan was in no way due to the fact that she shouldn't be hosting this auction, or because she had spent too many resources. It was purely an internal fight within the Shui clan, and Shui Shoujing was trying to seize the power of the Chamber of Commerce, which is why he took action against Shui Yan. This internal tilting of the Shui clan, is it not for him, an outsider, to meddle? Even if he's a heavenly alchemist, he's going to suffer a small loss this time. Many people shook their heads and sighed at Lin Mu after their minds turned and they figured out the reasoning here. Wan Lin was in the middle of a pillar of light, clenching his fists, not knowing what to do, although he wasn't a great power, with his status as a city lord and a heavenly alchemist, so he has a pillar of light of his own. Why is this Lin Mu always asking for trouble? He stomped his foot heavily and had the intention to leave the light pillar and go pull Lin Mu. At this point, however, he stopped in his tracks somewhat awkwardly. His realm wasn't enough after all. So this pillar of light was able to exit but not enter. Without the help of other great powers, he was surprisingly unable to leave. All the while, there were people in the crowd who watched this with excitement. Lin Feng clapped his hands and laughed. Fine, fine. This is called self-inflicted evil. He looked at Shui Shoujing excitedly and gritted his teeth. Since Lin Mu dared to find trouble with you, you should have just made a move to kill him, or you're a punk-ass coward. Lin Feng had actually placed all his hopes on Shui Shoujing in order to get back at Lin Mu. Meanwhile, among the cultivators, yet another person said, but it's also right. Lin Mu has been really smooth since he left Cloudsea City and has never suffered a loss. That's why he acted the way he did, completely out of his depth. Let him take a loss this time and actually learn from his mistakes. It's a blessing to suffer. Even many great powers had such thoughts. Yen Kei suddenly jumped a little. After Lin Mu suffers a small loss, I'll immediately step in and get some face back for him. Then Lin Mu still doesn't take me as his confidant? In the future, if I take advantage of this friendship and ask him to refine longevity pills for me, he definitely won't be able to push back. Excitement appeared in Yen Jing's eyes, and he even flipped his big hand and sacrificed his own magic treasure. A large axe suddenly appeared in his hand. Even if Yanqing hadn't injected any spiritual energy, a terrifying aura emanated from the top. Even the space around them was vaguely trembling. Yanqing was not the only one who had similar thoughts. Many other great powers, too, were ready. A certain great power who had seen Lin Mu refining 10 longevity pills in a single breath that day suddenly tapped his head. I said, how dare Lin Mu make a move? After the whole thing, he only guessed what we were thinking and knew we would give him a favor. He's got it in his heart. But when he turned around and thought about it, didn't this also mean that Lin Mu had them in the palm of his hand as well? That great power sucked in a breath of cold air. When he looked at Lin Mu again, his eyes had taken on a hint of fear. This son should not be underestimated even if he doesn't have such a strong talent for alchemy. But it's a pity that he's only an ordinary physique after all. Otherwise, amongst the amazingly talented and brilliant heavenly prides of the current generation, there is bound to be one of him as well. At this moment, Lin Mu walked towards the center of the venue in large strides. Shui Yan's eyes showed a hint of delight, but she quickly said anxiously, Lin Mu, this matter has nothing to do with you. You don't come over. The old crone behind her, seeing that Shui Yan still thought of defending Lin Mu at this point, this time she finally couldn't help herself, sighing outright. Miss, what time is it? And you're still thinking about this? Although Lin Mu's cultivation isn't high, he's a big shot, and he's even a heavenly alchemist who can make longevity pills. With him out there, he might actually be able to bail you out. You don't think your uncle is going to treat you right when he brings you home? And when Shui Shouzheng, who was on the side, heard these words, he coldly glanced at the old crone. Oh, Granny Pie, I didn't expect you to know me well. I'm not afraid to tell you that I've already made an agreement with a certain powerful race in the void. Once I've taken Shui Yan down, I'll marry her off to that clan's heavenly pride and be his 18 concubines. It turned out that the crone's name was Granny Pie. Granny Pie was trembling with anger. Shui Shouzheng, how dare you? Shui Shouzheng, however, only laughed coldly. Why can't I? After taking down Shui Yan this time, I will be the rightful head of the family. There's no room for anyone else to intervene in what I want to do with her. Granny Pie, you can refine the longevity pill, so I'll give you face and won't turn my back on you. But my Shui's family matters are not for you to meddle in. Noticing the killing intent on Shui Shouzheng's body, Granny Pie was startled and actually involuntarily took half a step back, but soon she was ashamed. I was actually deterred by a single gaze from Shui Shouzheng? She subconsciously looked at Lin Mu. Humph, if I'm like this kid is bound to be the same. But out of her expectation, Lin Mu didn't flinch in the slightest, striding onto the stage and stopping in front of Shui Shouzheng. Did I tell you to take the person away? Chapter 120, being in a desperate situation? Shui Shouzheng frowned and coldly looked at Lin Mu in front of him, a trace of impatience arising in his heart. His sudden attack this time to seize control of the Water Chamber of Commerce could be said to be surprisingly smooth. This time, he brought all his men and came over to take down Shui Yan. This will bring the matter to a satisfactory conclusion. In the purple flying boat in the sky, thousands of Water Clan members were standing. They were the many branch presidents of the Water Chamber of Commerce in the starry sky. Once they saw that they had successfully taken down Shui Yan, then they would no longer have any scruples and would directly worship themselves. Shui Shouzheng thought in his heart, but if I don't do things sharply enough, or even make concessions to Lin Mu, and what will those people think of me? The Water Clan Chamber of Commerce is so large, and I'm not a legendary great emperor, so it's impossible for me to instantly cross 10,000 miles of emptiness and personally monitor all the chapters. If they are masculine to me, there is nothing I can do. Only by making them all convinced of me will I be able to sit firmly in the position of president. A hint of biting killing intent appeared in Shui Shouzheng's eyes. I know you. You're Lin Mu, right? He put his hands behind his back, tilted his head, and narrowed his eyes at Lin Mu. All of his spiritual energy was mobilized, and an intense pressure instantly enveloped Lin Mu's entire body. Shui Yan had put in a lot of effort for this auction. She was worried that someone would cause trouble, so in the center of the venue, she had also set up a formation. If someone approached slowly and also didn't use any spiritual energy or magic treasures, then the formation wouldn't react either. But if someone were to strike here, the formation would be instantly activated. For example, at this time, boom! With Shuzi Shui trying to press Lin Mu to voluntarily retreat, the formation was immediately energized. A strange light enveloped the venue. Then there were even more golden rays that trapped Lin Mu and Shui Shouzheng together. It's like a prison. No good. Yanqing had been paying attention to Lin Mu, and when he saw this scene, he suddenly stood up in panic. This formation is the Golden Light Immortal Locking Formation. Unless one's cultivation exceeds the Immortal Terrace third layer sky, they will all be trapped into it and unable to get out. His cultivation was even suppressed to below the Xiantai Mysterious Realm, regressing back to the Hualong Mysterious Realm. Yanqing had wanted to step in at the critical moment and pull Lin Mu's favor, But after he saw the formation, he realized that he had overthought it. He was only at the second heavenly layer of the immortal terrace, and there was nothing he could do about the formation. In a short time, Lin Mu was trapped with Shui Shouzheng outside. However, it is almost impossible to interfere. This is trouble. He suddenly appeared outside the light pillar, staring dead at the golden light immortal locking formation, not knowing what to do. Humph, that old fellow surnamed Su actually happens to be absent as well. Otherwise, with their Su clan's bloodline talent, then they'd still be able to save Lin Mu out. Not only Yan Chang, but many other great powers, also showed their true forms. Standing in mid-air, he watched the two in the golden cage intently. The looks were all a little less than stellar. The cultivators present had never seen so many Xiantai powers at once. They exclaimed, "This auction, it turns out that it has attracted so many powerful people? When I see these people, I'll just die. And that'll be worth it." Some people even slapped their thighs. These powerhouses are really powerful, causing a stir as soon as they appear. A great man is a great man. Except when he said that, his friends around him didn't look at him in a good way. "Older brother, don't be crazy. With that physique of yours, you'll be lucky if you can understand the life spring in this lifetime. Then don't touch these Xiantai greats." Extremely far away, the middle-aged man was relieved to see this scene. "Oh, looks like I was overthinking it just now." He patted Chu Lin, who was beside him. There was a hint of relief in his eyes. What this Lin Mu said just now was a complete coincidence. If he were truly capable, would he have put himself in harm's way? However, Chu Lin raised his little head and smiled. "That's not true, uncle. What if Lin Mu did it on purpose?" "On purpose?" the middle-aged man asked rhetorically. Chu Lin nodded. Maybe he also knows that his cultivation realm is no match for that Shui Shouzheng. So what about intentionally entering the formation and trying to use the suppressive power of the formation to close the gap between the two strengths? The middle-aged man immediately shook his head. How is this possible? Let's not talk about the fact that that golden light immortal locking formation is very secretive and almost no one can detect it before triggering it. Even if Lin Mu really has a way to see through the existence of the formation. Another formation was utilized to suppress Shui Shouzheng's realm, and the gap between him and Shui Shouzheng cannot be bridged. Not only was the middle-aged man's cultivation extremely high, he was also very insightful. He was silent for a moment as he continued to explain. The formation can suppress the realm though, making it impossible for Shui Shouzheng to exert his full power. But the magic treasures and inheritance on his body can still be used. After all, Lin Mu is young and doesn't have much accumulation, so how can he be a match for Shui Shouzheng? But don't forget, even though he wasn't the owner of the Shui Chamber of Commerce in the past, he definitely shouldn't be underestimated after years of accumulation. The middle-aged man was very optimistic about Shui Shouzheng, but when he said that, it instead caused Chu Lin to have a rebellious spirit. She clasped her hands to her chest in a small adult manner. "That's not necessarily true. I do think Lin Mu is going to win." The middle-aged man frowned slightly. "Liner, haven't I told you that you can't always rely on your feelings in everything? It's not like my Qilin clan is like those mysterious old turtles that don't have the ability to divine." When Chu Lin sniffed, he nodded on the surface, but in his heart, he thought gamely, "Humph, it's not because uncle just lost face in front of Lin Mu and was a little upset in his heart. Is that why you won't let me support Lin Mu at this time? The more he doesn't let me do that, the more I'm optimistic about Lin Mu." She stared, once again, at the golden cage of light. And at this moment in the center of the venue, Shui Yan suddenly yelled out in pain. Not good. She had originally set up the formation to avoid people making trouble. As a result, by now, it had instead become a shackle, trapping Lin Mu. As soon as she saw the sudden appearance of the great powers, she guessed that they had wanted to preserve Lin Mu. However, because of those formations, they could only watch from afar and could do nothing. "It's all my fault." Sui Yan was filled with regret. In the light cage, Shui Shouzheng heard Shui Yan's yell as if he had eaten an elixir, and an excited look appeared on his face. "Oh, good. There's a time when you show such an expression." The more he laughed, the crazier he got. "When you father and daughter used to ignore me, did you ever think of today?" By the end of his laugh, his face had even twisted a bit, and he even turned back to Lin Mu with a sinister gaze. "Kid, originally, seeing as you're a heaven-grade alchemist, I only wanted to punish you in a small way, but now well, I've changed my mind. I'm going to crush you a little bit in front of that face, so as to make that painful." Hearing Shui Shouzheng address his niece in such a way, Lin Mu suddenly laughed. "Yes." Mizusho froze instead. "Well, what?" Lin Mu clapped his hands and said, "I've always thought that the Lin family was the only family in the world that was internally discordant, and that all the other families were fatherly, filial, and ironclad. Now it seems that the other clans aren't much better." Shui Shouzheng didn't quite catch Lin Mu's meaning. But he just assumed that this was Lin Mu's way of stalling for time by pulling something out of the air. Humph. Don't you dare try to pull any tricks. I've long been poking around, and of the Xiantai cultivators who came to the scene this time, no one has been able to break this formation yet. Just enjoy it honestly. He grinned so wide that even his gums showed. Shui Shouzhang's killing intent could not even be concealed by the formation. Anyone who felt this murderous aura involuntarily shivered. It's over. Lin Mu is in a desperate situation now. Although I don't know why Mizuho is suddenly so angry. But Lin Mu is dead this time. Chapter 121, coincidentally. I can suck too. Qin Yan and the others looked worriedly towards the center of the light cage after hearing these words. Only Su Yu's gaze flickered, and he suddenly rubbed his stomach and smiled. I said just now before my husband left, why did he say those words to me? Ever since Lin Mu completed his mission and stabilized the bloodline of the fetus in her belly, Su Yu himself was able to borrow some of the fetus talent. When it came to true teleportation power, she was even a bit stronger than the Grand Elder and the others. It was completely capable of saving Lin Mu from the Golden Light Immortal Locking Formation. Humph. No wonder husband looks like he's got the city on his chest. Su Yu laughed softly a few times, completely letting go of his heart. Within the cage of light, Lin Mu looked at Shui Shouzhang and suddenly said, "Do you think you've got me?" Shuzu Shui was filled with murderous intent. Isn't it? Lin Mu scanned his entire body and couldn't help but shake his head. If I were outside of the formation, I really wouldn't be able to deal with a Xiantai powerhouse yet. But within this formation, I am not afraid of you. You don't really think I entered this formation without my knowledge, do you? Hearing Lin Mu's first few words, Shui Shouzhang had thought that Lin Mu was bluffing, but by the end of the hearing, he was a little out of his depth. Could it be that Lin Mu did it on purpose? Also, Shui Yan this seems to be in a bad relationship with Lin Mu. She might have told Lin Mu about this formation a long time ago. Shui Shouzhang's body tightened and he hurriedly offered up all his magic treasures. In an instant, dozens of weapons surrounded him. It was even a little eye-opening for a moment. Feeling the aura of these magic treasures, Shui Shouzhang then relaxed. He sneered once more. In Shui Shouzhang's opinion, with these magic treasures of his own, Lin Mu would be completely helpless. But without waiting for him to say something, a loud boom exploded in his ears. Void Sword Technique. Lin Mu summoned the Void Giant Sword. The Golden Light Immortal Lock Formation was indeed helpless against this great Emperor's inheritance. It could only expand instantly, leaving room for the Giant Sword. The people on the stage were all instantly bounced off the stage by the formation. Even the cultivators and great powers who were watching from afar were dazzled by the golden light for a while and could not see what was happening on the stage. Only when they finally recovered did they hastily fix their eyes on it, only to see that Shui Shouzhang was turning blue, pursing his lips in death, gritting his teeth, and squeezing his face into a deformed state. Lin Mu, on the other hand, writes easily. The Void Giant's sword floated behind him. There was also a gun-shaped magic treasure lying on the ground. It was just that on this magic treasure, a crack unexpectedly appeared. Could it be that Lin Mu just struck out just now? Just one blow, and broke such a magic treasure? Lin Mu actually managed to resist, but in the end, it's also because of the great Emperor's inheritance in him. In mid-air, several great powers stared at Lin Mu dead on, a thoughtful expression in their eyes. When Lin Mu summoned the giant sword, his aura was instantly much stronger, almost 100 times as much as the original. This is not just an enhancement of the physical body or spiritual power, but another level of strengthening. Void Emperor, truly extraordinary. Many great powers, all of them expressed their admiration for this ancient great emperor. There were even some great powers that gave birth to other ideas. It is said that the Void Emperor left behind more than one inheritance in the first place. If I can acquire these legacies, their eyes flickered in thought. Most of the great powers, however, still focused their attention within the golden cage of light. As Lin Mu summoned the Void Giant Sword, the light cage expanded on its own, enveloping almost the entire high platform. It's just that as the cage of light expands, the golden fence doesn't become thinner. Instead, it has thickened and obscured much of the view. Many cultivators with low cultivation levels could no longer see the scene at all. There were also some cultivators who leaned closer and realized that the ground was vaguely trembling. What's going on here? They were shocked while frantically retreating backward. One side yells out a question. The rest of the cultivators were not in a high realm, so naturally they could not answer this question. But the great powers of the air knew this well. Back then, in order to set up this golden light immortal locking formation, the water chamber of commerce definitely buried dozens of pounds of source under the high platform as the foundation of the formation. Now that the formation is fully activated, drawing spiritual energy from the source, it will naturally cause the surrounding to tremble. They see it all. And in the center of the light cage, Shui Shouzhang also noticed the abnormality. So that's what you're planning, he suddenly yelled. You took the initiative to scare me into figuring you out. Since I don't dare to make a move, then as time passes, the spiritual energy in the source will be drained and the formation will unravel on its own, so you will be able to escape with your life. Is that what you think? Lin Mu actually laughed after hearing this. Shoujing Shui, it's a shame that you're a businessman. With an imagination like yours, you should have gone into storytelling. Shuzo Shui, however, was unmoved. He said with certainty, oh, still here with your flowery words, trying to stall for time? Don't you be delusional. He waved his hand violently and injected his spiritual energy into a sword, which immediately emitted a black luster. Oddly enough, black is not supposed to be a color. It just absorbs the surrounding light. The so-called blackness should engulf all the colors around it. The sword of this hilt, however, was black and shiny. On this sword, there seems to be a devouring power. It should be refined from a certain treasure that the Water Chamber of Commerce obtained from the stars 1,000 years ago. How did this come to be in Mizusho's possession? It's over. Lin Mu is going to suffer a big loss this time. Although his great emperor's inheritance is powerful, it's no match for this sword that contains the power of devouring. Many great powers narrowed their eyes while feeling a chill. If Shui Shoujun used this sword against them, they would have to suffer a great loss as well. Not to mention Lin Mu. Suyu's heart tightened and he was ready. A ripple appeared behind her. At any time, he could pull Lin Mu out of the light cage. Extremely far away, the middle-aged man let out a long breath. Good. I told you. How can this Lin Mu be a match for Shui Shoujun? He seemed to have completely sided with Mizusho, and even began to be happy for him. But after laughing, he gave the sword another unexpected look. If I remember correctly, this shouldn't have fallen into Shui's hands. When Shui got that thing, he turned around and sold it again, which I saw with my own eyes. He revealed his own origins in a hidden way. It turned out that he was already an old-timer who had lived for at least 1,000 years. But it's true to say, the Chu-Lin beside him had the appearance of a child, and he had all lived to be 300 years old. Then it doesn't seem surprising that he's lived for thousands of years. Just as the middle-aged man frowned in remembrance, he heard Chu-Lin beside him let out a cheer. Great job! The middle-aged man hastily withdrew his mind and turned his head in confusion. What did a good job? But after he saw the situation clearly, he also immediately knew why Chu-Lin had said that. At the same time he exclaimed with equal alarm. How in the world did this Lin Mu do it? It turned out that just a few moments ago, after Lin Mu saw that sword, he was not shocked but delighted. Oh, that's a coincidence. You can suck it, can't I? He faced the sword and actually didn't dodge or avoid it, but directly reached out and grabbed it. 9 revolutions of Godslayer skill. Instantly, an inexplicable attraction also emanated from his hand, fighting against that sword. Lin Mu's hand and that sword were like two magnets with strong magnetic force. The closer they got, the more intense the repulsive force erupted. Even the space around it was torn apart. The speed at which the golden light immortal locking formation extracted spiritual energy suddenly increased. The high platform was no longer trembling, but almost triggering a small earthquake. The golden fence blurred and twisted even more. Now even an ordinary Sentai powerhouse couldn't see what was going on inside. Only a very few strong people who were equipped with special divine abilities could barely see a little bit of the scene. Chapter 122 9 Revolutions God-Slaying Skill. Second level. How in the world did this Lin Mu do it? Many great powers frowned at it. The scene was completely out of their expectation. If it was Lin Mu who suddenly took out some kind of elixir and took it, allowing his cultivation realm to temporarily increase, then he would separate himself from Shui Shoujun. Then these mighty men would understand. Lin Mu was, after all, a top-notch alchemist who could refine longevity pills, and it made sense for him to pull out some magical elixirs. Or Lin Mu exerted the full power of the void inheritance and pressed Water Shoujang head-on. That's understandable. But Lin Mu used his special means to go head-to-head with the sword that had the power to devour. It was indeed out of their expectation. How many secrets does Lin Mu have in his body? In the crowd, Suyu's face changed slightly, and his entire body became a little nervous. After Lin Mu executed the 9 revolutions of God-Slaying skill, the space on the elevated platform was disorganized. Right now, even she wasn't sure that she could save Lin Mu. This is bad. She looked anxiously toward the center of the high platform, the other side of the venue. Lin Feng jumped up and down excitedly. Good. That's great. Lin Mu, he deserves to die. Although he couldn't see the specifics either, he thought that Lin Mu must be losing the battle. At the end of the day, he even gave Shui Shoujing a direct shout-out. The surrounding cultivators were uncertain. What is this man's problem? Why is he still directly siding with Shui Shoujun? I don't think he's from Shui either. Humph. This person is probably a wild dog from somewhere, barking to please Shui. Most of the cultivators in Jade Tripod City had a favorable impression of Lin Mu, while viewing Shui Shoujing as an outsider. So in their hearts, they all subconsciously sided with Lin Mu. Naturally, he was very dissatisfied with Lin Feng. Lin Feng was furious at his words. How dare you guys talk about me like that? Do you guys know who I am? Humph. Who cares who you are? The nearby cultivator didn't even bother to pay attention to him, but instead turned his head to look at the high platform. Lin Feng's face kept changing, and in the end, he actually didn't announce himself. Forget it, I'll see what they'll say after Lin Mu dies. High platform right in the center. Shui Shoujing's face was very ugly. Unlike what Lin Feng thought, Shui Shoujing was in a dilemma at this time. He hadn't expected that his confident strike would be blocked by Lin Mu. What kind of divine power are you? Or is there something else in you? In your heritage? Shui Shoujing gritted his teeth and looked at Lin Mu, but his tone, however, wasn't as strong as it was just now. He had thought that Lin Mu's bottom card was nothing more than the Void Emperor's inheritance. Who knew that Lin Mu made it easy and actually pulled out another card? He couldn't guarantee that Lin Mu wouldn't have other means. Not to mention that behind this brat, there are only other great powers looking after him as his protector. And I didn't even detect that person's aura. Does this mean that that strong person's realm still exceeds mine? Shui Shoujing had no bottom in his heart, and his attitude softened. Lin Mu, didn't you come out this time just for that girl Shui Yin? How about this? I don't have any affection for her anyway, so why don't you just let me be the one to sell her to you as a slave and maid? Do what you like with her, regardless of whether she is admitted into the room as a concubine, or additionally how she is to be manipulated. We, the Shui clan, will no longer ask questions in the future, as long as you don't send her back to water. Let's each take a step back and call it a day, shall we? After Shui Shoujing finished speaking, he confidently looked at Lin Mu. In his opinion, Lin Mu was already a bit greedy for flowers and lust. After marrying his wife for only a year, he took Anmo as a maid and a concubine again. By making such an offer himself, Lin Mu would surely accept it with great joy. Meanwhile, Shuzi Shui is very cocky. He pulled out a piece of jade and secretly stabilized a small piece of space. Then by means of this space, the words that had just been spoken were transmitted. Oh, wait for Suiyun to hear that you're actually willing to accept this condition. Then she is bound to treat you as an enemy in the future. No matter how favorable she was to you in the first place. I won't have to worry about her fawning over you and then begging you to stand up for her from now on. A hint of cunning appeared in Shui Shoujing's eyes, but he was overthinking it. Lin Mu went out on a limb this time, but it was to fulfill a mission. If he just backed down, wouldn't that little girl Chu Lin be happy about it? If you fall into the void by yourself, there's really no way to live. Lin Mu coldly snorted. Have you finished? If you've finished, then come over and suffer death. Shizumizu was a bit dazed at first, hardly able to believe what he was hearing, but soon he burst into a rage. Good you Lin Mu, you don't really think I'm afraid of you because I'm backing down from you, do you? Let me tell you, don't think you're the only one with someone behind you. I'm also this time. Without waiting for Shui Shoujing to finish his sentence, Lin Mu opened his mouth to interrupt. You're trying to say that you hired outside help this time, too, pulling in 4 old-timers from nowhere, aren't you? From the very beginning, Lin Mu saw Shui Shoujing bring 4 old men. He was even more aware that Shui Shoujing had just struck out at himself and galvanized the Great Formation. Those 4 old men were actually not affected by the Golden Light Immortal Locking Formation and were not bounced off at all. They watched from the side for a few moments before breaking away from the big formation on their own. It was evident that those 4 old men were only strong at the 3rd heavenly layer of the Immortal Terrace, far beyond the great powers present. Shui Shoujing's face suddenly changed. Lin Mu, how do you know all this? Could it be that your protectors secretly told you? Noisy. Lin Mu shook his head, not wanting to talk to Shui Shoujing anymore. Although this person's cultivation level was extremely high, it was mostly completely piled up by pills. Although there are many magic treasures, they will not be utilized. It is even more of a head case, without the will to fight to the death. It's really no fun to fight someone like that. Lin Mu was somewhat emotional. He had long since seen through the existence of the Golden Light Immortal Locking Formation, and had wanted to use this opportunity to battle against the Xiantai Great Power. It was also good for him to break through to the second realm of the Four Poles during the battle. Yet now it seemed that he too had overthought things a bit. Fighting against Shui Shoujing, even if he fought for hundreds of years, he wouldn't gain anything. Forget it, no more games. Lin Mu suddenly narrowed his eyes and his large hand moved forward, directly grabbing the sword. Moment. The 2 sources of attraction stuck together, at odds with each other. The place where Lin Mu's large hand came into contact with the sword trembled out of thin air. It wasn't the sword or the hand trembling, it was the tremor of space itself. The Golden Light Immortal Locking Formation also roared. The tremor overwhelmed it and it could only keep drawing spiritual energy from the source, until a certain node is breached. A shattering sound rose from the bottom of everyone's heart. The Golden Light Immortal Locking Formation shattered out of thin air. The high platform was also in pieces. Gusts of smoke spread, but the dust soon settled again. In the midst of this tremor, the golden light immortal locking formation could not even be maintained. So how could these soot float in the air? And as the smoke also fell, those who were there were finally able to see the specifics. As they watched Lin Mu grab the sword, they were all bewildered and unable to speak for a long time. Even the great powers in midair had their hearts and minds shaken. Someone exclaimed, "The aftermath of Lin Mu and Shui Shoujing's fight was able to cause this grand formation to shatter? The intensity of their engagement has reached the level of the third heavenly layer of the immortal terrace?" Immediately, though, someone shook their head. "It's not that, it's the interplay of that devouring power that triggers such a result." They stared at Lin Mu and the precious sword in death, and an inexplicable essence flashed in their eyes. Extremely far away, the middle-aged man was equally incredulous. Lin Mu, he actually has such a means? Just the more surprised he was, the happier Chu Lin was. Good, this Lin Mu is really good. Humph, I'll have to get to know him when I find some time. The next moment, a system prompt came to Lin Mu's ears. Mission accomplished. Mission rewards are being distributed. The 9 turns regicide technique has broken through to the second level. Chapter 123, since you're looking for death, I'll let you have it. As the system's prompt fell, Lin Mu felt an inexplicable power that converged into his dantian. His sea of bitterness churned up, and the sea actually continued to descend. It was as if at the bottom of the dantian, a bottomless pit appeared, sucking away the sea of bitterness in a steady stream. As the sea surface descended, the waves on the surface of the bitter sea actually gradually deformed, as if they were a tentacle. It seemed as if the sea of bitterness itself had become a special creature. Even Lin Mu's physique was undergoing some sort of change. Lin Mu's body, however, responded. The desolate ancient sacred body suddenly emitted channels of golden light, although it was stopped by the remaining 9 chains, which had stopped most of them. But the remaining golden light also shone above the sea of bitterness. As the golden light fell, those tentacles seemed to have encountered a natural enemy, letting out bursts of inexplicable hissing, and even more frantically twisting. It seems to be struggling. Some of the tentacles, on the other hand, dodged the golden light and headed towards the edge of the dantian, or they hid under the divine bridge and into the life spring. However, under the golden light, all these struggles were useless. With a steady stream of golden light, the entire surface of the sea was enveloped. The tentacles that had ducked into the surrounding area dissipated out of thin air after letting out a wail. The sea of bitterness has also regained its peace. Only the sea dropped and never recovered. Lin Mu frowned slightly. There seems to be something odd about this 9 revolutions deicide skill. If I don't have the desolate ancient saint body, I'm only afraid that I'll inspire some sort of special physique this time. But he soon relaxed again. But it's okay, under the holy body anyway. Nothing happened in the end. Though the sea of bitterness may seem to disappear much, there is always a way to mend it back. For example, I could have used the man in front of me. A hint of coldness appeared in Lin Mu's eyes, and then he exerted his palm, and with his entire hand, he gripped on top of the sword. 9 revolutions deicide technique, second level. As he unleashed his full strength, the devouring power on the sword was no match at all. Soon, the sword itself, too, had cracks appearing. In the end, it was surprising that it directly shattered. With a crisp sound, dull, silent, Shizumizu stared blankly at this scene, completely unable to believe his eyes. He had taken out this precious sword, originally intending to use it as a bottom card. After all, this particular devouring power was very powerful. If there was no unguarded snapping, then even a great power of the second heavenly layer of the immortal terrace would have to suffer a great loss. Pulling it out at a critical moment may even directly change the situation. However, now, the precious sword that he relied on as his base card had actually shattered just like that, and it was still broken in Lin Mu's hands. How does that not surprise him? It was the other Xiantai powerhouses present who did the same. They looked at Lin Mu silently, their minds varying. Yen could touch the large axe in his hand and actually swallowed his saliva. This Lin Mu is really somewhat powerful. He actually has this kind of skill in addition to his alchemy? He, 1T have a great power behind him, opening a small stove for him and taking him to the void to try out the bar. Hearing Yen Qing's words, some of the great powers suddenly frowned. It is said that the Su clan has a special inheritance that allows them to extend their lifespan by slowing down time in the void. Perhaps they can also speed up time in turn, allowing the cultivators to accelerate their cultivation? Feeling the gazes of the great powers as they watched, Lin Mu didn't panic in the slightest. He threw the sword, which had shattered open in his hand, onto the ground casually. The voice came out. Shizumizu actually shook with it. Seeing this, Lin Mu laughed out loud and said, "Shui Shoujing, you seem to be very scared." Shui Shoujing swallowed and subconsciously shook his head. "Humph, who's afraid? It's you who should be afraid." but the words seemed to remind him. He suddenly laughed out loud as well. Right. It's you who should be afraid. Without the suppression of the formation, I will be able to exert my full strength. You don't really think that you would be a match for an immortal terrace powerhouse, do you? As he spoke, he violently rushed towards Lin Mu. The great powers in midair were all jolted in their hearts. Is Shui Shouzheng going crazy? He really wants to kill Lin Mu? They all shot out, intending to stop Shui Shouzheng, but in the next moment, 4 silhouettes appeared in front of them, stopping them dead in their tracks. These 4 silhouettes were none other than the 4 strongest people that Shui Shouzheng had brought with him. Although they were few in number, their cultivation realm was a layer stronger than all the great powers present. With them around, these great powers wouldn't be able to stop Shui Shouzheng. One can only be anxious where one is. In the distance, Suyu had been relieved to see the large formation break open, but Mizusho was suddenly striking, and even if she wanted to react, she was a bit too late. No good. Suyu's eyes were crimson as he reached out to open the rift, but the ripples had just surfaced when Shui Shouzheng had already grabbed Lin Mu's neck. On the other side, Shui Yan also looked at the scene with round eyes. Uncle, don't mess around. Let Lin Mu go. I'll listen to you in everything. Shui Shouzheng gritted his teeth and turned back, his face full of scorn. Oh, now you know to say this? Too late. I have to kill this Lin Mu. Only after he finished speaking did he look at Lin Mu again. Kid, do you have any last words to say? He had thought that Lin Mu must be full of panic at this moment, wanting to beg for mercy from himself, but out of his expectation, Lin Mu was filled with calm. I do want to ask, do you have any last words? Shui Shouzheng froze for a moment, then laughed openly. What? You think you have a great power behind you, and you still have time to come to your rescue? I'll tell you what, he's definitely too late. Since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill you. As he spoke, he exerted his palms and tried to snap Lin Mu's neck. Moreover, he deliberately slowed down his speed, to watch Lin Mu's slow death. Lin Mu, however, did not panic. He raised his hand and rested it at Shui Shouzheng's wrist. Seeing this scene, many great powers only thought that Lin Mu was dying and couldn't help but stare angrily and yell, Shui Shouzheng, don't mess around. Don't forget Lin Mu. He can refine longevity pills. If you kill him, we won't spare you. But Shui Shouzheng turned a deaf ear. The living Lin Mu is the meat and potatoes, but the dead Lin Mu, then who will still take him to heart? That is, his wife and children, who will still be nagging. By the way, I heard that you seem to have a surviving son. Lin Mu? Shui Shouzheng stared at Lin Mu's eyes. Although Lin Mu wasn't dead yet, he had already treated Lin Mu as a dead man. That child seems to be very talented. If he grows up, he is bound to become the pride of a generation. If he wants to seek revenge on me later, that's also a bit troublesome. So don't worry, I'll send him to be with you soon. Lin Mu had originally decided to kill Shui Shouzheng, but the fact that Shui Shouzheng had said such a thing still made him a little angry. Since you're looking for death, I'll have to fulfill you. He suddenly exerted force in his hand and squeezed Shuzi Shui's wrist. This pinching force, of course, had no way to harm Shui Shouzheng. He snorted, you kids still want to die? But it's fine. Wait, what's going on here? It turned out that just as he was taunting, a strong attraction suddenly came from Lin Mu's hand. Surprisingly, the spiritual energy in his body was constantly drawn into Lin Mu's body. Lin Mu didn't even reply to this statement. It was only the second layer of the 9 revolutions god-slaying skill that was fully activated. However, after a few breaths, Shui Shouzheng was actually sucked into collapsing his Dao foundation and shaking his body. At first glance, it just doesn't look like it's going to live long. When the great powers saw this scene, they once again fell silent. Chapter 124, Miss, we're late. What kind of tactic did Lin Mu perform just now? It's unheard of. Wait, I seem to remember something. The old stories. It seems that there is a special physique. It will be able to absorb the cultivation of others. It's just that I remember such a physique. But I can spot the end from a great distance. And this Chen Fan looks like a completely ordinary person. Ha! Yan Shang played with the large axe in his hand, and his eyes were even more puzzled. Wasn't it said that this Chen Fan's physique is capable of increasing alchemy? How come in a flash? It's involved with some devouring power again? It's not just him. Any of the great powers who had arrived at Jade Tripod City early and had seen Lin Mu's hand in refining longevity with their own eyes were all filled with confusion at this moment. It was almost as if he was going to pull the mighty around him and just talk about it. Can't see through it. There are just too many secrets in this Lin Mu. They all stared at Lin Mu. As for the dead Shui Shouzheng, no one was paying attention anymore. At the same time, a shout of alarm came from the purple flying boat in midair. Family head. Oh no! Shui Shouzheng, that traitor, actually ambushed so quickly? There are still people who have no face. Humph. I was going to endure the humiliation and find a chance to kill this person. I didn't expect to be shortchanged by Lin Mu. The rest of the branch presidents all looked over with contempt. This person's words are so shameless. What's with the humiliation? This is a joke. But no one corrected him at this point. They were all busy leaving the flying boat and came to Shu Wei inside, shushing her. Miss, are you okay? We've actually always been supportive in our hearts. It's just that Shuzu was so bad that he's made us afraid to speak up. Yes miss, don't be angry with us. They kept defending themselves under their breath while carefully gauging Shu Wei Yan's expression, trying to see what's going on in her mind right now. Shu Wei Yan, however, didn't even bother with them. Her pair of beautiful eyes were locked onto Lin Mu to death, and she followed Lin Mu wherever he went. When Granny Pai beside her saw this, she sighed even more helplessly in her heart. Hey, after what just happened, then I guess it's useless for me to say anything else. But it's also right. She suddenly shook her head again. Lin Mu stepped forward at a crucial moment and almost saved the day. In my place as a young lady, I would also develop a crush on Lin Mu. Granny Pai glanced at Lin Mu, and a trace of emotion arose in her heart. This Lin Mu is really good at pleasing women. At that moment, four silhouettes suddenly appeared beside Lin Mu. It was none other than Shui Shoujing's undercard, the four Immortal Terrace third-layer sky powerhouses. They just stood and settled beside Lin Mu, making Lin Mu a little breathless. This is the pressure that belongs uniquely to the strong. If Lin Mu could unlock all the shackles of the saint body at this time, or if he really converted his physique just now because of the 9 revolutions of God-slaying technique, then maybe it's still possible to block that pressure. Only Lin Mu couldn't get hit by any of the same. Lin Mu could sense that these 4 great powerhouses were also secretly observing him, and it was still deliberately exerting pressure, wanting to test his strength. It seemed as if his own hand had just struck out to drain Shui Shoujing, causing them to have some doubts about themselves. As for whether or not they're avenging Shui Shoujing, Lin Mu wouldn't be so naive. After the system was upgraded, he could see through many hidden secrets. The aura from these 4 powerful people was completely different from Shui Shoujing and Shui Yan. Even within the 4 of them, it was obvious that they came from different places. Therefore, they were either the elders that the Shui clan had made offerings to, or they were the outside help that Shui Shoujing himself had pulled in. Anyway, it's impossible to go out on a limb for a dead guy. Lin Mu's heart stirred and he puffed up his spiritual energy. His desolate ancient saint body once again emitted a burst of golden light. It was just that the golden light was blocked by the chains and could not shine out at all. But despite this, the pressure Lin Mu felt disappeared for the most part out of thin air. Although there was still some left, it made Lin Mu feel much better. The 4 great powerhouses let out a question in unison. This kid actually isn't that physique? But what the hell is he? It's somewhat like the desolate ancient sacred body, but it's plausible. Could it be a descendant of the desolate ancient saint body? Impossible. I've probed long ago. Lin Mu is indeed the son of Lin Lai from Cloud Sea City, and their Lin family ancestry is only related to a Star River King body from 100,000 years ago. That's why it's impossible for Lin Mu to awaken the physique of the sacred body. The 4 great powerhouses glanced at each other and transmitted their voices to each other. Although Lin Mu couldn't hear what they were saying, he could guess a thing or two. He suddenly opened his mouth and laughed. The 4 of you have been silent. Could it be that you are discussing something important? If that's the case, then I'll go first. After saying that, Lin Mu directly turned his head and was about to leave the ruins of the high platform. However, he had just taken a few steps when he saw the 4 strongest people dodging in a flash and stopping directly in front of him. Wait! An old man spoke abruptly. Lin Mu, we didn't ask you to leave. His voice was not loud, but it reached the ears of all the cultivators present. Ordinary cultivators hadn't felt anything yet, and just lamented. Is this a Xiantai powerhouse? It's really powerful. But the great powers in midair all changed their faces dramatically. So it's this old guy? He actually hasn't died yet. They recognized the old man. Bai Chang is a powerful person who was active 3,000 years ago. How can he still be alive today? He must have used some kind of elixir to extend his life. Since they could see where Bai Chang came from, the identities of the other 3 big powerhouses weren't so hard to guess. Many great powers rummaged through their memories to find all the powerful people who were active thousands of years ago and had recently fallen silent. Make a comparison with the 3. They were quickly recognized. The Lu family's heavenly pride from 2,000 years ago. The one on the left is the holy son of one of the great immortal clans on the East Sea back then. Yan Xing suddenly tapped his head at this moment. I know. For Shui Shoujing to invite these people here, he must have promised countless benefits. Now that Shui Shoujing is dead, all these promises have become mirrors. They're surrounding Lin Mu this way. They must be hoping to make Lin Mu refine the longevity pill for them. Also, thieves don't go empty. The rest of the great powers couldn't help but nod their heads as they heard this. That seems to be true. But soon, they realized that the 4 great powerhouses, surprisingly, looked back. They were chilled through and through and no longer dared to talk nonsense. As for Yen Chang, he was even more regretful. Damn. I usually pretend to be a mangina too much, and I can't control my mouth at critical moments. How did I dare to utter the 4 words? Thieves don't go away in front of these people? Really think they don't have a temper, don't you? He kept his mouth dead shut, never daring to speak out of turn again. Fortunately, the lifespans of the 4 strongest people really didn't seem to be much longer. They didn't even have the energy to go after Yen Chang. Instead, he directly turned his head and looked at Lin Mu, who had a relaxed face. Lin Mu, don't get busy yet. We have something to tell you. Chapter 125, Just Asking for Justice. Lin Mu frowned slightly. Then what are you going to tell me? The 4 great powerhouses glanced at each other, all surprised by Lin Mu's courage. How dare he be so unassuming? In the face of a powerhouse like us, even the holy sons and daughters of many holy lands would have to bend their backs and lower their eyebrows. This Lin Mu is so bold. Could it be that he has something to rely on? They actually changed their faces at the thought. Lin Mu, we don't care about the matter between you and Shui Shouzheng. Then Shui Shouzheng asked us to come out this time, in the name of the Shui clan, so even if he dies, the favors he promised us will still have to be given. These strong words made Chen Fan laugh. Are you not ashamed of yourselves when you say this? What Yen Ke said just now was really right. You guys are just thieves. Before the 4 great powerhouses could say anything, Yen Xing revealed a bitter smile. No, Lin Mu, if you want to scold the 4 great powers yourself, then think of a word yourself. What are you always bringing me into this for? He even entertained thoughts of running away. After all, if he really pissed off the 4 great powerhouses, he wouldn't have a good ending. But don't wait for him to actually make a move. Those 4 great powerhouses then snorted coldly. An invisible feeling enveloped everyone's mind. What's going on here? Many cultivators looked left and right, with a blank expression on their faces. But soon, their expressions turned to surprise again, only to see the purple flying boat in the sky actually emit a burst of abnormal ringing. Then surprisingly, it slowly fell. Only when the flying boat landed on the ground did the cultivators see clearly that the upper layer of the flying boat had been flattened. It seemed to have been pressed directly onto the ground by a huge, invisible hand. The cultivators immediately reacted that this must be a certain powerful person who had cast a divine ability. That's what caused this purple flying boat to look like this. The flying boat is 100 feet away. How powerful a means is this? Wait, you guys! Suddenly another person exclaimed, pointing at those great powers in the sky. It turned out that as time passed, the mighty ones also felt the pressure. And surprisingly, they could only fall slowly. Does it mean that the pressure will keep shrinking? Many people were startled in their hearts and hurriedly looked in the direction of the 4 great powerhouses. In their hearts, they knew clearly that these means were bound to be exerted by one of those 4 great powerhouses. And the target, inevitably, was Lin Mu. They really didn't think wrong. Around Lin Mu, all sorts of visions had appeared. The ground trembled slightly. Much of the rubble was crushed right into dust. It then turned into a gust of fresh wind and circled around Lin Mu's feet a few times. In the end it was actually pressed directly into the ground. But within a few breaths, Lin Mu's feet had actually been buried. Bai Chang sneered. Lin Mu, do you dare to repeat what you just said? How dare you call us thieves now? Anyone who heard that instantly understood. Sure enough, he's the one using tricks. Their gazes, moreover, were firmly placed on Lin Mu, wanting to see what kind of answer he would have. Lin Mu must be going soft, right? I think so. The strongest person on the 3rd heavenly level of this immortal terrace is known as the Heavenly King. There is no shame in bowing down before the King of Heaven. Shu Weiyan clenched her hands tightly, her heart filled with anxiety. She was almost about to open her mouth to persuade Lin Mu to stop resisting, but she was more worried that if she opened her mouth, it would backfire instead. In case I say that and make Lin Mu develop a rebellious mind, won't that harm her? Her beautiful eyes kept turning, but she never dared to speak. On the other side, Xin Yan and a few other women similarly frowned. Xin Yan sighed slightly. Husband only won't bow down. Suyu remembered something and nodded along. If my husband lowers his head, then he won't be our husband anymore. But sister, you don't have to worry. Since husband dares to fight hard, it means that he must be sure of himself. Suyu's tone was full of trust in Lin Mu. Xin Yan nodded her head silently, not replying directly. Instead, he looked at Lin Mu once again. The crowd's eyes converged on the body, and Lin Mu felt something in his heart. However, he didn't move, but instead, he injected all of his spiritual energy into the sacred body. Just now he drained Shui Shouzheng's spiritual energy. It was just that time was rushed, and he hadn't been able to use all of his spiritual energy to quench his body. Moreover, after the abnormal changes in the Sea of Bitterness, Lin Mu also always felt that there was something odd about the 9 revolutions god-slaying technique. not daring to just start quenching straight away. He intended to first figure out what was so special about this second layer of the 9 revolutions deicide skill, then quench the limbs. So the spiritual energy that originally belonged to Shui Shoujun was deposited in his lifespring. However, at this moment, the spiritual energy was useful. Lin Mu was surprisingly not the least bit distressed about this other person's spiritual energy. Spiritual energy that was like a river directly converged within the sacred body. A loud, inexplicable sound echoed within Lin Mu's body, but no outsider could hear it. Lin Mu's eyes narrowed slightly and he stopped paying attention to the outside world. Instead, put your whole mind into your body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of the body vibrating grew stronger, until finally, it seemed to break through a certain limit. With a crisp voice, the shackles on the desolate ancient sacred body actually crumbled one by itself. In Lin Mu's mind, there was a sudden prompt from the system. Congratulations to the host for unlocking a chain. Current unlocking progress, April 9th. Not only that, but an inexplicable aura emanated from him as well. Lin Mu suddenly opened his eyes, and a trace of joy was even revealed in his eyes. I actually managed to unlock a shackle without relying on the system this time? So there are other ways to enhance strength besides system rewards. Certain thoughts flashed through Lin Mu's mind. In that case, if I get on good terms with the Su clan's Grand Elder, let him take me to see the remnants of the Void Emperor. Maybe we can directly unlock the third layer of the Void Sword technique? Lin Mu fell into deep thought. However, he didn't notice that the 4 heavenly kings had violently widened their eyes and were looking at themselves in death. The aura he transmitted just now. Is the desolate ancient sacred body? Plausible deniability. Specious. Maybe it's not the desolate ancient sacred body either, but some kind of blindfold. In the hearts of the 4 heavenly kings, all sorts of thoughts arose. A moment later, Bai Cheng suddenly opened his mouth. Lin Mu, why did you say something like that just now? Aren't you afraid we'll take a shot at you? Lin Mu instantly woke up, but didn't move and said, I'm just asking for justice. Just asking for justice. The voice echoed around. Any cultivator who heard these words were all silent. They hadn't expected Lin Mu's answer to be so simple, but at the same time, it was a bit of a shock. This Lin Mu was really not afraid of death. For something like that, he would dare to stand firm and not bow down? And at this time, the overflowing color in Shu Weiyan's eyes had been completely suppressed. She covered her chest, itching to fly straight to Lin Mu's side. Surely a man I have my eye on. In the next moment, she suddenly had some regrets. What am I rambling about? Is there someone who won't let me through? She darted forward and landed around Lin Mu. At this time, Bai Cheng had already withdrawn most of his pressure, so Shu Weiyan wasn't hindered in any way. She raised her hand to protect Lin Mu and said to Bai Cheng, Elder Bai, the benefits that Shui Shouzheng promised you in the beginning, my Shui Chamber of Commerce will still give them to you. You should not continue to find trouble with Lin Mu. Chapter 126, Refining Pills on the Spot? The Heavenly King's Expectation. Bai Cheng sniffed and couldn't help but look at Shu Weiyan with wide eyes. Are you serious about that? But soon he shook his head again. You just can't get these things. Shu Weiyan gritted her teeth and said, why can't I take it out? Don't worry, senior. What he, Shui Shouzheng, can take, I, Shu Weiyan, can take. Bai Cheng raised an eyebrow and didn't answer directly, but raised his hand. Instantly, the inexplicable pressure suddenly disappeared. The mighty men who had landed on the ground felt that they could fly again. This time, though, it didn't really fly. They've already suffered a loss once, and they're not going to repeat it. One has to fly at this point. Then, when Bai Cheng unleashed his divine ability again later, wouldn't they still have to fall to the ground? It's not going to be even more humiliating when the time comes. As for the other cultivators, they were finally relieved. They looked in Lin Mu's direction and couldn't help but feel emotional. This Shu Weiyan is not bad. Just now Lin Mu stood up for her, and at this moment she's returning the favor. It's just that the price demanded by those 4 heavenly kings is definitely not small. Shu Weiyan only really can't take it out. It's not like they're making this statement out of nothing. Shui Shouzheng would certainly stop at nothing to obtain the position of the family head. So even if he emptied the water chamber of commerce of all its family funds, that would be no matter what. Yet Shu Weiyan may not have the guts to do so, and is even less able to make the call. Sure enough, Bai Cheng said to Shu Weiyan, if you knew what I wanted, you wouldn't have said such things. Shu Weiyan asked in a hurry, what exactly did Shizumizu promise you? Bai Cheng said indifferently, immortality pill. Everyone's eyes widened at these words. Did we hear right? He actually said immortality pill? No, isn't this thing exclusive to great emperors? How could that Shizushui possibly take something like that? Many people exclaimed loudly, not caring about those 4 heavenly kings. But fortunately, the 4 heavenly kings weren't angry. They simply asked rhetorically, did we not make our words clear, and so make you misunderstand? Shui Yan let out a bitter laugh and kept shaking her head. You said it all. It's just that we, the Water Chamber of Commerce, can't possibly have an immortality pill at all. Bai Cheng nodded. I didn't say that your Shui Chamber of Commerce had it either. Then what do you mean? Shui Yan was completely confused. Bai Cheng's face was unchanged. You woman, is it possible that you don't understand human language? What I said was clear enough. Shui Yan wanted to ask again, but was stopped by Lin Mu. He did make it very clear. Lin Mu stood in front of Shui Yan. What he means by that is that Shui Shoujing himself has a way to get the immortality pill. Shui Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. How is this possible? But Pak Chang nodded again. You're smart, Lin Mu. He looked around at the other three heavenly kings and didn't hide his face. Shui Shoujing naturally took out reliable tokens to convince us that he has this ability. Shui Yan still couldn't believe it. She said blankly, if Shui Shoujing has such a treasure, then why would he need to compete for such a family head position? That immortality pill for the great emperors will just allow them to live out a new life. But for Xiantai cultivators, it's not that simple. It's completely enough to raise them a small realm. If Shui Shoujing really has an immortality pill, wouldn't it be good for him to eat it himself? That did make sense. But Bai Chang and the others didn't answer. It seemed that the evidence Shui Shoujing had produced in the first place was indeed very overwhelming. The four heavenly kings coldly said, in short, you can't take such a favor. That's not necessarily true. Lin Mu suddenly interjected. The four of you want to consume the immortality pill, so I'm sure it's not for the sake of breaking through the realm, but to extend your lifespan, right? Lin Mu knew very well that even if Shui Shoujing really had a way to get the immortality pill, he couldn't possibly get 4 plants. If one were to partake of an immortality medicine, it would only allow the heavenly king to live for about 1,000 more years. Bai Chang glanced at Lin Mu. You're right, but what's the use of you saying that? Lin Mu revealed a confident smile. If I dare to say that, then of course I have a bottom line. What's your bottom line? This time, before Bai Chang could speak, Lu's heavenly pride nervously asked. It seems that he has the least amount of life left, and so is the most uptight. Lin Mu's face was calm. My bottom line, of course, is my alchemy. As long as you can provide the materials, I can refine the longevity pill for you. With enough longevity pills, you will naturally be able to extend your lifespan. The four heavenly kings laughed coldly after hearing this. Lin Mu, are you playing dumb with us? You must know that this longevity pill is less effective the more you eat. Over these past years, the one of the four of us who ate the least has eaten hundreds of longevity pills. Now even if you eat a longevity elixir, you'll only be able to live for a few more days. After they finished speaking, the great powers were dumbfounded. This, hundreds of longevity pills? I can't have heard it wrong. We can only get 1 or 2 with all our efforts. And these heavenly king powerhouses, they can eat so much? Extremely far away. The middle-aged man suddenly shook his head and smiled. These human cultivators are really ridiculous. He was carrying the Qilin bloodline and had a long lifespan, so of course he couldn't see any of this. However, Chu Lin, who was behind him, shook his head and said, Uncle, you're wrong about that. If you live to the end of your lifespan, I guess you'll have to find a way to seek a way to live, too. The middle-aged man seemed a little upset, but he couldn't say anything in the face of his niece. Alright Chu Lin, we've been out long enough this time. You should come back with me. After saying that, with a wave of his big hand, he directly grabbed Chu Lin and brought her away from here. Lin Mu seemed to feel something in his heart and turned back to look into the distance. This action of his, however, was misunderstood. Lin Mu, what are you looking at? It can't be because you're talking big, so you have to look the other way. Lu's heavenly pride pressed on. Lin Mu shook his head and smiled. I wouldn't be so. He turned back to Shui Yan beside him. Miss Shui, do you have the materials to refine the longevity pill on you? Can you have a Dan tripod for refining the pills? Shui Yan naturally wouldn't normally prepare this, but this time is different. She blushed slightly and said in a mosquito voice, Lin Mu, wait a moment. With a flip of Shui Yan's small hand, the nascent ring on her finger instantly spat out many spirit herbs. There was also a small golden tripod, floating in mid-air. Lin Mu nodded. Well then, I'll lend you these for a while. Shui Yan hurriedly shook her head. Lin Mu, you're welcome. Only Lin Mu didn't pay attention to this sentence. He directly took the spirit herbs and materials and threw them into the small golden cauldron. This was followed by injecting spiritual energy into it. Instantly, white flames rose from under the small tripod. The four heavenly kings frowned as they looked over. What is Lin Mu doing? He's not going to make pills on the spot, is he? Oh, no kidding. But no sooner had they spoken than they heard a murmur in the distance. The great powers who had seen Lin Mu's abilities kept opening their mouths. Lin Mu is going to refine pills again this time? Last time when he was refining pills, it was all in the city lord's mansion and we didn't get a good look. This time we'll have to take a good look. After saying that, they actually came right up close. It seems like he's not afraid of the 4 heavenly kings at all. When the 4 heavenly kings saw this, a strange feeling arose in their hearts as well. What's going on here? Could it be that in their opinion, this Lin Mu can really refine pills on the spot? If so, in the hearts of the 4, a hint of anticipation arose. Chapter 127, the son has a promising future. Lose heavenly pride, however, habitually through cold water. Humph, even if he can concoct pills on the spot. So what? I don't have much life left. It's no wonder he has this attitude. In his knowledge, it would always take 10 days and half a month to refine a longevity pill, and he couldn't even extend his lifespan that long by eating a longevity pill. So unless he was given a bunch of longevity pills at once, it wouldn't really mean much to him. The other 3 heavenly kings, however, were all a bit excited. There's still some longevity left in their involvement. As long as Lin Mu can refine one in 3 days. No, he can refine one in 5 days. That's enough. The immortality pill is illusory, but the longevity pill is close at hand. They gathered around Lin Mu, not allowing other great powers to approach. Bai Cheng even raised his hand once again, conjuring a light to envelop the surroundings. This divine ability was what he had just cast out in an attempt to subdue Lin Mu. Only this time he reversed it, turning the divine power upside down. It's not about applying pressure inward, but about generating repulsive forces outward. Any great power that tried to come closer was bounced off by the light shield, but nevertheless, they flew up into midair and looked intently inside along the periphery of the light shield. I'm going to watch with my own eyes this time. They were very excited in their hearts. And at that moment, Man Lin was numb. He certainly wanted to see Lin Mu refining pills with his own eyes, but he still couldn't leave the pillar of light, so he had to jump up and down inside. No, there's really no one left to care about me, is there? Shui Yan was similarly bounced off the light shield, and she was a bit nervous as she tried to get closer. But yet, he was worried about starting a conflict with the mighty. However, at this moment, Qin Yan and the others walked over. Qin Yan looked at Shui Yan's grasping appearance and sighed quietly in his heart. Husband is really something. Just slightly doing something makes this little beauty's heart so moved. She walked forward and pulled Shui Yan. Sister Shui, you don't need to be nervous. Nothing will happen to husband. Shui Yan was first shocked, not expecting that someone could actually come close to her. But after she turned back and saw the appearance of Qin Yan and the others, instead, his face was red and purple. She lowered her head and buried it in her chest, not knowing how to face Qin Yan at all. Qin Yan sighed again when she saw this, but instead of saying anything else, he looked up at the sky. Not only Qin Yan, but the rest of the cultivators as well. Lin Mu was extremely fast at refining pills. Just in this time of speaking, a medicinal fragrance was emitted from the small golden tripod. Any cultivator who smelled the aroma felt as if they were a few years younger. It's certainly an illusion. Even if one took the longevity pill, it would be impossible to extend one's life by a few years. However, the appearance of this aroma was also enough to show that Lin Mu had successfully refined a longevity pill. There were already many alchemists among the cultivators of Jade Tripod City, and almost all alchemists, since the beginning of their journey on the path of alchemy, had fantasized that they could make immortality pills and longevity pills. Immortality pills are nebulous, almost just dreams. No one may succeed in tens of thousands of years, but the longevity elixir is not so outrageous. Occasionally, it would still be rumored that there were alchemists enshrined by certain sects who eventually broke through the boundaries and succeeded in refining. Therefore, in their view, refining longevity pills was almost the ultimate pursuit of an alchemist. Lin Mu really did refine it. Although Lin Mu had long ago refined many longevity pills, he had always done so in the city lord's mansion. Outsiders can't see the specifics at all, so it's inevitable that there's still one last point of skepticism in their minds. But at this point, all doubts were dissipated. Lin Mu. Countless people were chanting Lin Mu's name. The emotion in his voice was complex. Jealousy, envy, adoration. It's simply impossible to summarize. But someone else shouted out of the blue. Impossible. This must be an illusion. Lin Feng yelled. During this time just now, his mood was completely up and down. He was ecstatic to see Lin Mu suffer defeat. Once Lin Mu gained the upper hand, he was filled with loss. And Lin Mu had refined a longevity pill in such a short period of time in front of him. The situation finally crushed the last of his composure. Lin Mu, I'm going to kill you. He made a mad dash for it, but without waiting for the others to make a move. Bai Cheng coldly grunted, looking for death. He didn't see him make any movements, and a wild wind rushed towards Lin Feng. But I don't know if it was Lin Feng's luck. It was getting a little late by now. Dots of stars were twinkling in the sky. The starlight was sparse, but it made his body much stronger now. Even when he was hit head-on by the gale, he actually didn't die outright, just spitting out blood like crazy and flying all the way out far away. Star River King body? That brother of Lin Mu? Bai Cheng frowned slightly, a hint of eccentricity appearing in his eyes. But at this time, more than half of his mind was still on Lin Mu, so he didn't think much about it. Instead, he hastily withdrew his gaze. At this time, dark clouds kept falling in the sky. Just some of this. The thunderbolt induced by the elixir was repelled by Bai Cheng with a wave of his hand. As the heavenly king of the third heavenly layer of the immortal terrace, he already had the ability to block the lightning tribulation. Looking at the lightning that was isolated outside the light shield, the great powers present finally moved their eyes away from Lin Mu and turned to look at the sky. Their eyes showed a hint of heartfelt fascination. Is this the means of the heavenly king? It really is extraordinary. If I can break through to the heavenly king. They mouthed the words. However, at this moment, Lin Mu suddenly opened his eyes. He opened the small golden cauldron and took out the refined longevity pill, casually tossing it aside. Bai Cheng's eyelids directly jumped when he saw this. For him, although the longevity pills were not as precious, they were by no means something that could be thrown around casually. This Lin Mu is such a waste. He reached out and fished out the longevity pill, and was about to say something to Lin Mu when he saw Lin Mu putting in another material into the small golden cauldron. Does he still have to make pills? Bai Cheng was first stunned, then revealed a hint of sudden realization. That's right, too. Since he refined it so quickly, it means that refining the longevity pill is no difficulty for him. Available. Bai Cheng himself froze at the thought. But that's outrageous, isn't it? The number of heavenly alchemists he had seen had exceeded 3 digits. Like Lin Mu, there were actually a few who could easily refine longevity pills. But for them, the easier it was to refine, the more mindfulness they actually consumed. Instead, you have to rest for a long time afterwards. And the fact that Lin Mu was refining them almost one after another was completely out of his expectation. Bai Cheng was silent for a moment and lamented indulgently. This son, Lin Mu, has a great future ahead of him. The other 3 heavenly kings, at this time, also came into the spirit. That's right, if he can really refine the longevity pill so easily, then he's not a quasi-emperor. He's better than a quasi-emperor. As for the legendary Great Emperor, they didn't dare to think about it. The Great Emperor was a figure that could suppress a world. Where could he just touch the porcelain? Chapter 128, The Disappearing Sword Fragment. Bai Cheng, at first, was still just satisfied looking at Lin Mu, but as time went on, he got a little numb. No, this Lin Mu's energy, is it inexhaustible? For every longevity pill that Lin Mu refined, he had to wave his hand once to drive away the lightning tribulation. Once or twice doesn't matter, 10 or 8 times is nothing. But Bai Cheng watched as Lin Mu actually didn't look like he was going to stop refining more than 100 longevity pills in a row, and actually didn't look like he was going to stop in the slightest. Now he was really a bit tense. Lin Mu, do you want to take a break? Bai Cheng felt that there was something wrong with that statement himself when he asked the question. When would he take the initiative to let the alchemist rest and not continue to refine the longevity pill? A bitter smile appeared on his face. The surrounding cultivators and great powers, on the other hand, could understand Bai Cheng's feelings. Although this heavenly king-level powerhouse, surely he won't feel tired. It's not a thing if he's always waving his hand, but if he stops at this point, he certainly won't be able to save face. That's why he told Lin Mu to stop. Some of the great powers looked at the pills Lin Mu kept refining, and they were all a bit hot-eyed. However, in front of the 4 heavenly king powerhouses, they didn't dare to say anything more. Lin Mu nodded his head unconcernedly after hearing Bai Cheng open his mouth. Good thing too. He casually handed the last of the refined pills to Bai Cheng before he got up with a flourish. Then he turned back to Shui Yan and said, "Thank you for lending me your precious tripod." Sui Yan waved her hand hastily. "What's the thanks for that? Really, I have you to thank for that." When she said this, Shui Yan's face was slightly red, and it was clear that she had moved towards Lin Mu. Lin Mu glanced at her, but didn't say anything more. He looked around the distance and whispered under his breath, "It looks like the nephew and uncle have left. What a shame. If they're still around, I could have gone over there to see if I could get the system to release another new quest." Hearing Lin Mu recite words under his breath, a trace of curiosity arose in Bai Cheng's heart. After he shared the elixir Lin Mu had just refined with the remaining 3 heavenly kings equally, then he rejoined Lin Mu. "What were you muttering about?" At this moment, Lin Mu proved his strength, and even a strong person like Bai Cheng could only treat him with courtesy and as a peer. After pondering for a moment, Lin Mu didn't directly tell the truth, but instead intentionally revealed a curious expression. "I just suddenly remembered certain things." "Oh, what is it?" Bai Cheng decidedly pursued the question. Only then did Lin Mu speak. "I remember someone telling me that there are other ancient demonic descendants in this world besides human cultivators. It is said that these descendants live long lives. I'm just curious, what would be the situation if these beings ate the longevity pill?" When Lin Mu said this, Many cultivators shook their heads slightly. Where did Lin Mu hear all these tidbits of information? And what ancient demon race? This is all just a story to fool children. Most of the ordinary cultivators felt that this was Lin Mu being cheated. There were only a few great powers that frowned at Lin Mu. Where does he hear about these things? Could it be the Su clan's Grand Elder? But if the Grand Elder told him, Lin Mu should know the inside story very well. And why bother asking questions of Bai Chang? The puzzled look on their faces could barely be concealed. However, more great powers, on the contrary, had absolutely no idea what Lin Mu was talking about. Lin Mu, what demon race are you talking about? However, at this time, Bai Chang fell back and suddenly sighed. Lin Mu, there really is a great power behind you. How else would you know these hidden secrets? The many cultivators couldn't help but widen their eyes at the words. By saying this, Bai Chang was almost admitting what Lin Mu had just asked. Could it be that there really are demon races in this world? Just where are they? The voices of the many cultivators were loud and clear. Bai Chang was a bit impatient. He waved his hand violently, shutting out the outside sounds. Only then did he turn around again and said seriously to Lin Mu, the demon race you asked about does exist, only that most of them are now hiding in the stars and rarely descend to the earth anymore. As for the name of this demon race, if you meet their descendants in the future, you can never directly address them as the demon race. Rather, they are to be addressed as the ancient race, or they're going to be pissed. Lin Mu was not at all surprised by Bai Chang's instructions. He smiled in his mind. I get that one. The demon sect has always called itself a holy sect. It couldn't be simpler. Lin Mu smiled at Bai Chang and said, thanks for reminding Senior Bai. After these few sentences of who just now, Lin Mu's view of Bai Chang was a little better. He asked again where the real doubt was in his mind. Elder Bai, it's unlikely that Shui Shoujing possesses the immortality pill. That's a truth you surely understand. And what exactly did he come up with that would make you believe him? Bai Chang knew in his heart at this time that as long as he made a good relationship with Lin Mu, then naturally he wouldn't lack longevity pills in the future. So the news of the immortality pill was not hidden. It was Shizi Shui who took out something that was tainted with the scent of the immortality pill. Really, just the scent of the immortality pill doesn't really mean anything. But a few of us, almost at the end of our rope, don't want to give up even the slightest hope. Lin Mu nodded in understanding. It's natural. But then again, what is that tainted scent, anyway? At this moment, Bai Chang's face revealed a hint of inexplicable laughter. You should be familiar with that thing. Familiar? Lin Mu's eyes widened, not knowing what Bai Chang was talking about. Bai Chang laughed out loud. That's the sword you crushed just now. Above that precious sword, there is the aura of the immortality pill. After laughing, he turned his head and then tried to collect the pieces of the sword that were scattered on the ground after Lin Mu crushed them just now, so that Lin Mu could take a closer look. But he turned his head this time, but immediately changed his face. Where did the pieces of that sword go? Bai Chang's divine sense, in just a few moments, had swept the entire venue dozens of times. Even the creepy crawlies in the dirt and the birds that happened to be passing by in the sky were examined clearly by him. As for the cultivators present, it was even more of a focus. But in the end, Bai Chang had nothing to show for it. Ordinary cultivators didn't notice anything unusual. Those great powers, however, sensed certain peculiarities. What is this Bai Chang doing again? His divine sense. How does he keep sweeping over our bodies? Could it be that in the venue, there are other backstops left by Mizusho? They're a little paranoid. Followed by looking around as well. Bai Chang's face was a bit ugly after seeing this scene. Where the hell did the shard go? It can't be that someone sensed something and took advantage of the time when Lin Mu was refining pills just now and attracted our attention. So you seize the moment and steal the shard, right? Anyone who can do that under my nose, that's not to be underestimated. Is this that person doing this because he knows that the sword has the scent of the immortality medicine on it? Or is he eyeing that devouring power? He frowned in thought. Seeing Bai Chang's delay in speaking, Lin Mu took the initiative to ask, Senior Bai, what's wrong? Bai Chang wanted to say something, but in the end, he just shook his head and said, Lin Mu, you should be more careful lately. Among these great powers present, some of them don't seem right. Chapter 129, People are leaving. You know it's coming. Lin Mu waved his hand carelessly. This I naturally know. At the same time, he couldn't help but think in his heart, the ones who are most out of place. Aren't you four? Seeing that Lin Mu didn't take this matter to heart, Bai Chang had no choice but to nod his head. In that case, I won't say anything more. He put his hands behind his back and instructed Sui Yun who was beside him. Since Lin Mu is willing to refine the longevity pill for us, then I won't look for trouble from your Shui Clan Chamber of Commerce anymore. All of your materials for refining 1,000 pills will be handed over to Lin Mu, and we will come and get them in a month's time. After saying that, he glanced at the other 3 heavenly kings and left with a few people. After their figures disappeared, the great powers present all breathed a sigh of relief. They're finally gone. Such a heavenly king-level powerhouse is giving me so much pressure. Hey, when will I break through to the third heavenly layer of the immortal terrace? Don't you dare dream about it. A few great powers who were on good terms with each other even flirted with each other. Those ordinary cultivators, however, were still in a mood that could not be calmed for a long time. Lin Mu actually made a move and beheaded Shui Shouzheng? Even with the suppression of the formation, this is still a remarkable battle result. There's also his speed of refining pills, which is truly a bit astonishing. This Lin Mu turned out to be so powerful. Bai Chang and those other heavenly kings all personally praised Lin Mu. They talked and stayed in the meeting place for a long time more. After Lin Mu led his people away and the other great powers dispersed, only then did they take a step or three out of the venue. After a long time, Wan Lin's voice rang out from the pillar of light. No, are you guys leaving already? Doesn't anyone care about me anymore? Hey, is anyone there? Wan Lin cried and laughed. He was a Jade Tripod City's city lord and a heavenly great alchemist, but he was actually forgotten in the pillar of light. Hey, but yeah, he laughed to himself. It's still the fact that Lin Mu made too much noise that attracted their attention. Otherwise someone is sure to think of me. It was at this time, but a few silhouettes hurriedly rushed back. Shui Yan took out a jade pendant and placed it next to the light pillar. The jade pendant seemed to be the eye of the formation that manipulated the light pillar. And as soon as the jade pendant appeared, the light pillar disappeared out of thin air. With an apologetic look on her face, Shui Yan bent down to Wan Lin and said, City Lord Wan, I'm really sorry. I can't believe I forgot you here. You mustn't be angry with me. Wan Lin did have some grievances originally, but when he saw that Shui Yan was sincerely apologizing, he couldn't really get mad at her. So Wan Lin made a joke. Ha ha, Sui Yan, you're forgetting me because you have other serious business. Shui Yan froze slightly. What's serious matter? Wan Lin turned back and pointed in the direction of Jade Tripod City. Then naturally, I'm going to thank Lin Mu. If it wasn't for him today, you would have definitely suffered a great loss. Shui Yan actually nodded directly after hearing this. What City Lord Wan said is true. I did follow Lin Mu into the city just now and wanted to thank him in person. Shui Yan actually stopped continuing after saying half a sentence. Wan Lin was a bit curious now. Just what? Sui Yan sighed. AI. It's just that Lin Mu told me to leave him alone for now. Instead I should go back and pacify the people within our Chamber of Commerce. He said that at this time, the Water Chamber of Commerce must be on edge. And if I don't hurry to appease them, then I'm only afraid that there will be other hidden dangers. There's certainly no problem with that statement. As the lord of a city, Wan Lin certainly understood this. He didn't quite understand why Sui Yan sighed, but without waiting for him to ask, he saw a hint of blush appear on Shui Yan's face, and there were even a few moments of longing in her eyes. He realized at once. This girl isn't saying this to complain. She's trying to say that Lin Mu cares about her very much. I think this Shui Yan is considered to be completely in love with Lin Mu, and will have to show it off when she finds an opportunity. He shook his head and didn't bother to say much more to Shui Yan, but instead went straight back to Jade Tripod City. After Wan Lin left, Shui Yan also finally returned to normal. She took a deep breath and said to Granny Pai behind her, Granny, you're going to pass on the order for all the major chapters to take action and send me all the materials for refining the longevity pill. The material stored in Shui Yan's nascent sphere had already been used up by Lin Mu by a small half. With just the remaining materials, it was definitely not enough to refine 1,000 longevity pills. It must be mobilized from elsewhere. It was the proper thing to do, and naturally Granny Pai would not object. On her face, however, there was a look of desire to speak. Miss, there's something I don't know if I should say or not. Shui Yan asked curiously. Granny, we are as close as mother and daughter, so just say what you have to say. Granny Pai sighed at this. I know that Lin Mu helped you a lot today, but you just have to think clearly. This Lin Mu has many concubines. If you have to marry into his family's door, you can only be a concubine, which is not a good thing. Without waiting for Granny Pai to finish her sentence, Shui Yan stomped her feet and shouted. What are you talking about? Granny! Granny Pai saw Shui Yan's face, red and almost dripping. Just know that he was right. Sui Yan did have something similar in mind, just too embarrassed to admit it. Her brow furrowed as she was about to offer some more persuasion. A ripple was seen in the distance. Granny Pai's face changed drastically and she took a guarded stance. Another powerful person has descended? Who are they coming for? But when the figure behind the ripples appeared, Granny Pai immediately sighed in relief. Grand Elder, what brings you here? It turned out that the one who appeared from the ripples was none other than the Su clan's Grand Elder. A hint of anxiety appeared in the eyes of the Grand Elder. Shouldn't I have come? I heard that someone was trying to disadvantage Lin Mu, so I hurriedly returned from the stars. The Grand Elder saw Shu Wei-yen at a glance and already had some judgment in his heart. Since she's safe and sound, it means that Shu Wei Shoujing's calculation should not have succeeded. But those guys from Baichang, I'm well aware of their situation. They'll do anything to extend their lifespan. Damn. Something must have happened to Lin Mu. He asked nervously as he looked around and saw that the venue was empty. It can't be that those heavenly kings, they've already hijacked Lin Mu, right? Granny Pai shook her head and smiled. You're thinking wrongly, Grand Elder. They didn't take Lin Mu, but left on their own. The Grand Elder seemed a bit surprised. They just left? Granny Pai nodded her head, and then told the story of what had happened not long ago. The more the Grand Elder listened, the more surprised he became. And in the end, he couldn't even close his mouth. This Lin Mu he hesitated for half a day. But in the end he didn't finish the sentence, only turning to sigh. If I had known that, then I wouldn't have come. Granny Pai was a bit curious when she saw this. What the hell have you been doing lately, Grand Elder? I'm surprised you weren't even there for such an important scene today. The Grand Elder seemed to have known Granny Pai for a long time, so he also revealed something. I was going to go out into the stars and explore certain things. It's just that when I was passing by that forbidden land, I suddenly realized that there was something abnormal in it, which is why I was delayed for a few days. Chapter 130, Forbidden Land Alteration? Lin Feng was possessed. Forbidden area? Granny Pai's face changed. Could it be that forbidden area in the stars? Next to her, Shu Wei-yen was still shyly bowing her head, but she also turned pale when she heard those words. Granny, how can there be changes in this forbidden zone of life? Granny Pai didn't reply and just stared at the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder hesitated for a moment before praising Shu Wei-yen. You girl has some insight. He then nodded his head. That's right. When these words came out, Granny Pai and Shu Wei-yen both sucked in a breath of cold air. Shu Wei-yen furrowed her willow brows and mouthed the words. Since the ancient times, many forbidden zones of life have appeared in the world inexplicably. Among these forbidden zones, it is the forbidden zones in the starry sky that are the most dangerous, and they are even specifically called the Starry Sky Forbidden Land. Anyone who comes close to this forbidden land dies 9 times out of 9, and almost never leaves alive. It is said that tens of thousands of years ago, there were a few paragon emperors who traveled together and wanted to break into the Starry Sky Forbidden Land, but in the end, they were unsuccessful, disappeared directly into the Forbidden Land. Since then no one has ever dared to venture into the Starry Sky Forbidden Land. But so far this Forbidden Land has also been very peaceful and has never expanded in scope. Speaking of this, Shu Wei-yen anxiously looked at the Grand Elder. You can't be mistaken, can you? The Grand Elder's face was a bit ugly. Humph, how could I be wrong? There is indeed an abnormality in that Starry Sky Forbidden Land, and I'm not the only one who has found out about this. There are several other great powers that already know about it as well. I think it won't be long before the news spreads. Being questioned by Shu Wei-yen, the Grand Elder was a bit upset. He waved his sleeve and turned around. Since Lin Mu is fine, I'll leave first. It's a matter of great importance. I have to go back and discuss it with the other Supreme Elders. When he left, Granny Pai also pulled Shu Wei-yen. Miss, don't worry about Lin Mu for now. A sudden mutation in the Starry Sky Forbidden Land might trigger a chain reaction. And we, the Water Chamber of Commerce, should also make preparations in advance. Shu Wei-yen was a bit reluctant, but she knew the importance of lightness. You're right, Granny. I'll go back to the Chamber of Commerce first. That's right. You remember to have all those branch presidents, too. Get on the purple flying boats and go back with me. Wait until the crowd has left. Somewhere on the ground, a sudden fluctuation appeared. Dozens of metal fragments, rushing out abruptly from the ground, or precisely the fragments left behind after Lin Mu had crushed the precious sword. Just now, Bai Cheng had almost dug through the ground without finding any trace of them, yet it didn't even occur to him that the pieces were, in fact, right under his nose. It is evident that these fragments, indeed, are not quite normal. The fragments were exposed to starlight and some reaction seemed to have taken place. They suddenly coalesced together and transformed into an orb, then flew straight into the distance, rushing somewhere. A few breaths later, though, they rushed into a figure. Lin Feng had been sent flying by Bai Cheng's palm not long ago, although his astral river king body helped him mitigate much of the damage, but he was still seriously injured. Lin Feng sat under the starry sky, utilizing the increase in starlight to mend his injuries. However, it was just too slow. Ahem. It's not a gentleman who doesn't take this revenge. He had been seriously injured twice in quick succession in these past days, and every time, it's related to Lin Mu. In Lin Feng's heart, he already hated Lin Mu to the extreme. He stomped his feet in hatred, but at the same time a hint of helplessness grew in his heart. He recalled the scene he had just seen and subconsciously clenched his teeth. Lin Mu actually even managed to defeat Shui Shoujeng. So, Will I really be able to catch up with him afterward? Lin Feng started to get suspicious. Just then, the orb crashed into Lin Feng's dantian. Lin Feng's face changed drastically. What's going on here? He frantically mobilized his spiritual energy, trying to drive the orb out. But it's all useless. The orb was almost completely unaffected, sinking directly into the sea of bitterness in his dantian. In the next moment, his sea of bitterness churned up, and the scene that appeared was almost exactly the same as when Lin Mu's 9 revolutions godslaying technique broke through the second layer. However, Lin Feng's situation was much worse. He had recently been injured one after another, and the underpinnings of his Star River King body had been damaged. More importantly, Lin Feng had long ago used up almost all the spiritual energy in his body in order to heal his wounds. So even though he tried everything he couldn't stop the sea of bitterness from changing. Lin Feng felt a pain that came from his soul. A hiss of pain escaped from his mouth. The hissing sound spread far and wide, and some passing cultivators felt chills on their backs when they heard the commotion. Where's that strange movement coming from? There seems to be some kind of demonic beast. Forget it. Hurry up and leave this place before you get attacked. The monks left in droves. A long time passed, until the early hours of the morning. The stars are all about to disappear in the sky, and the rising sun is gradually rearing its head. Only then did Lin Feng finally stop hissing. When he opened his eyes, his entire aura had completely changed. It was like an ancient demon god. He had been possessed by the orb and was no longer the original Lin Feng. The eyes were even more murderous. Kill, kill, kill. The first one to kill is Lin Mu. I must kill him, but I don't seem to be a match for him yet. Should I close down and train? No, I can't wait. It's not good to kill him in the outside world, but in the Forbidden Land, he's no different from a pig or a dog. Killing him is like killing a chicken. Introduce him to the Forbidden Land. Lin Feng appeared to be schizophrenic, refuting himself and asking himself questions at the same time. In the end, though, he came to a conclusion. Capture Lin Mu's relatives and seduce them into the Forbidden Land. Lin Feng laughed madly and disappeared out of thin air from where he was. In Jade Tripod City, Lin Mu suddenly frowned. Seeing this, Qin Yan beside her asked with concern, "Husband, what's wrong with you? Is it possible that you had too much alchemy yesterday and your mind was exhausted?" It wasn't surprising that Qin Yan thought so. Yesterday, Lin Mu refined hundreds of longevity pills at once, which was just too astonishing. Qin Yan was a bit worried at that time, and always felt that Lin Mu was holding on for dear life. So as soon as she had the chance, she wanted to persuade Lin Mu to take some rest. Lin Mu shook his head. Not really. Other alchemists had to consume their minds when they made pills, but Lin Mu was different. He is relying on the system to help him, so no matter how many pills he refined, he didn't have much pressure. He hesitated. I just feel as if someone is onto me. Qin Yan suddenly smiled helplessly after hearing this. Are you showing off your charms, husband? It was Lin Mu's turn to be curious. What are you talking about, ma'am? Qin Yan sighed. What you mean by that, husband? Isn't that implying Shui Yan? She had a drawn eye when she came to you last night. It was Lin Mu who told her about the word lasso. That's what she ended up using it for. Hey, husband, if you want to take Shui Yan as your concubine, there's no need to beat around the bush. I won't stop you. Although Lin Mu didn't say anything about Shui Yan, he also directly laughed when he heard Qin Yan's words. You are truly magnanimous, mother. In that case, I should make an example. What example? Qin Yan turned her head in confusion. Lin Mu came to her ear and laughed. Shui Yan eyes lass. Then I will help you, my lady. Bah, no proper form. Qin Yan's face reddened upon hearing this, but her body didn't move away. Instead, she honestly leaned into Lin Mu's arms, and one let him do what he wanted. Chapter 131, 2 Evidence. One night a few days later, the night sinks like water. For practitioners, however, there is really no distinction between day and night. A restaurant was filled with people. Many alchemists gathered together and talked. Recently, there seem to be a lot fewer cultivators coming to Jade Tripod City. No, the number of ordinary cultivators hasn't decreased. Instead, those strong ones don't come around much. It is rumored that among the stars, there is an anomaly. Yes, I've heard that too. They got together and talked about what was going on in the stars. Some people even got so excited that they simply came to the window and looked up at the sky. It was just that he couldn't find the location of that starry sky forbidden land even in the midst of the roiling starry sky. So simply point randomly to a place. Tell me, guys, how much of a fuss will you make this time? There were sensible alchemists, however, who were not interested in this at all. Oh, so what if we make a commotion? It has nothing to do with us anyway. When the sky falls, there are great powers to take the top. Let's just think about how to raise our alchemy realm. For ordinary alchemists, this matter really wasn't worth paying attention to, but for Sui Yun, this was no small matter. In the past few days, she had stabilized the water chamber of commerce. Sit tight for the presidency. And many sources were spent to invite cultivators as guards. This time, when she came to Jade Tripod City once again, there were several more Dragon Transformation Mystic Realm cultivators behind her. In addition to Granny Pie, any cultivator who saw Shui Yan's group couldn't help but salute with a sidelong glance. Voluntarily get out of the way. It was only Shui Yan herself, who had a sad face. AI. Because of this Forbidden Land disturbance, our Chamber of Commerce's preparations to mobilize resources have also been greatly affected. For a moment, it was unexpectedly impossible to gather all those spirit herbs that Lin Mu needed to refine the longevity pill. If anything goes wrong here, won't it all be my fault? She let out a long sigh. The cultivators behind her couldn't help but frown at the words. Why is the president so concerned about that Lin Mu? Although Lin Mu did help the chairman a great deal, the chairman doesn't have to be like this. Not to mention the fact that this matter is not the president's responsibility. In particular, there was a youthful-looking man among those few cultivators of the Dragon Transformation mysterious realm. His face was unsightly, and his eyes showed even more anger. Ever since he had met Shui Yan, he had been attracted to the young woman. Almost as soon as he saw Shui Yan, he had already developed a mind to marry Shui Yan back. If that's the case, I'll be able to bring the Water Chamber of Commerce under my wing as well. In the future, on my path of cultivation, I will also add a helping hand out of thin air. It's just that this Lin Mu is a hindrance. The youth had clenched his fists at the thought. Shui Yan's group soon arrived at the entrance of Lin Mu's compound. Without waiting for Shui Yan to open her mouth, Granny Pie jumped ahead. Are you there, Rimu? Our president is here to see you. Lin Mu was cultivating with his eyes closed, and when he heard this voice, he shook his head instead. It seems like it's time to upgrade the formations in this compound of mine. Otherwise, if it's a more powerful cultivator, he can just send his voice in. I'm not going to have any peace of mind. But that was Lin Mu thinking too much. Other than Granny Pie, a heavenly alchemist, the other great powers wouldn't dare to mess with Lin Mu at will. Lin Mu pushed out the door. Without waiting for Lin Mu to say something, Shui Yan hurriedly came over. Lin Mu, I came here this time to apologize to you. When she spoke, her tone surprisingly held a few hints of panic. Our Chamber of Commerce was unable to gather the materials to refine the 1,000 longevity pills for a while. I wonder if you could wait a few more days. Lin Mu was smiling. You came over here on purpose for such a trifle? He shrugged his shoulders carelessly. Don't worry, I'm in no hurry. As long as you send me the materials before Bai Chang comes over again. Shui Yan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after hearing this, then clapped her hands together again and looked at Lin Mu with a smiling face. I know, Lin Mu, you're extremely fast at refining pills, that's why you have such a margin, but this time it is indeed our chamber's fault. I will find a way to make up for it in the future. At the end of her words, her beautiful eyes lowered, and a blush flew across her face. When the young cultivator on the side saw this, a nameless fire arose in his heart. He immediately jumped out and stopped between Lin Mu and Shui Yan, while also yelling, President, what are you apologizing for? It wasn't supposed to be your problem this time. Not to mention that this Lin Mu is also very problematic. What makes him able to make the decision for our Chamber of Commerce to refine 1,000 longevity pills for that Bai Chang? In my opinion, you actually shouldn't have cared about Lin Mu. Let him figure out how to gather the ingredients for alchemy on his own. As the young man's words fell, the faces of those present changed. This man speaks so unreasonably. At that time, if Lin Mu hadn't stepped forward, would Bai Chang and the other few heavenly kings have been so nice? Granny Pie even hurriedly said to Lin Mu, don't be angry with him. He's only saying these things because he doesn't know the truth. This is all a misunderstanding. Lin Mu glanced at Granny Pie. Granny, I don't think it's a misunderstanding. It's purely because he has someone to back him up, so he's deliberately trying to find trouble with me. Granny Pie was stunned at first, then puzzled. Lin Mu, how did you know? Isn't it obvious? Lin Mu put one hand behind his back, and the other reached out to Granny Pie and raised two fingers. The first piece of evidence? This person actually doesn't even have any respect when he mentions Bai Chang. You should know that Bai Chang is a strong person at the third heavenly layer of the Immortal Terrace. When an ordinary cultivator mentions him, then even if they don't worship him, they will have a few moments of respect. When he finished speaking, he withdrew a finger. Granny Pie sighed in her heart after hearing this. This Lin Mu seems to not only have an unbelievable talent for alchemy, but is also as meticulous as a heart. Such a detail, and he was able to notice it immediately. She shook her head and followed up with, what about the second piece of evidence? This second piece of evidence? Lin Mu laughed, turned around, and pointed the remaining finger, somewhere behind Shui Yan. This finger, as it happens, is the middle finger. It was only that none of the cultivators present knew the inner workings of Lin Mu's doing so just consider it a coincidence. The second piece of evidence, naturally, is that behind Chairman Shui, there's a heavenly king who hides his head. This heavenly king and this brat are almost carved from the same mold. For the rest, need I say more? When these words came out, it was not only Granny Pie's pupils that widened. Even the young man just now put away the contempt on his face and asked in panic, "How did you see my father?" My father once wandered into a certain forbidden area back then and obtained a kind of inheritance that can hide his body. That is, a quasi-emperor. Okay, Donger, stop it. That heavenly king, seeing his unlucky son, was almost about to divulge his old secrets. He finally couldn't help himself and took the initiative to cite his real body. But the way he looked at Lin Mu was equally very odd. He asked the same question as his own son. How did you know I existed? Chapter 132, Beware of bursting yourself. This heavenly king had only been invited by the Shui Chamber of Commerce at great expense a few days ago to act as Shui Yan's escort. The news hadn't spread at all. And even within the Chamber of Commerce, not many people knew about it. And he was even more certain that Shui Yan had never tipped off Lin Mu at all. The heavenly king stared at Lin Mu as if he wanted to see through him. However, Lin Mu didn't panic. This system of his own was unfathomable. If a heavenly king wanted to see through the system, it would be a joke. Lin Mu said indifferently, "This heavenly king, you don't seem to know how to be polite. Shouldn't you introduce yourself first when you ask someone a question?" Before this king of heaven could speak, his son jumped out again. "Lin Mu, what kind of a thing are you that you want my father to declare himself?" Seeing this, the heavenly king let out a long sigh in his heart and thought even more helplessly. It seems I'm usually too proud of him after all. This Lin Mu is obviously a big shot. Why does he always speak out of turn 3 times? He shook his head as he pulled his son behind him. Then he said to Lin Mu, "I am Xing Xia, and this is my son Xingdong." Only after saying this did Xing Xia continue to ask, "Now can you tell me? How the hell did you see through me?" Lin Mu glanced at Xing Xia and shook his head disinterestedly. "When did I say that I was going to tell you this hidden secret if you just identified yourself? Lin Mu Yuing. Xingdong once again became furious. But this time Xing Xia was prepared. He waved his hand violently, directly covering Xingdong's voice. "Since you don't want to tell me, Lin Mu, then I won't ask much." Although Xing Xia said so, there was some dissatisfaction in his heart. It was only because he held his identity, plus he didn't want to make a grudge against Lin Mu for nothing. That's why he didn't say anything. Xing Xia arched his hand at Shui Yan. "Chairman, I have some things to do and have to leave for a moment. I'll come over to you when you're going out of town." Then he didn't wait for Shui Yan to reply, so he directly took his son and left. After they left, Shui Yan hurriedly apologized to Lin Mu again. "Lin Mu, I'm to blame for what happened this time. I'll find an excuse to get rid of that Xing Xia father and son when I get back." Hearing Shui Yan's words, Granny Pie's old face wrinkled. In order to bring Xing Xia here, the Water Chamber of Commerce had spent an enormous amount of money. As a result, you're going to kick someone out just because you're worried about offending Lin Mu? Miss A, although our Shui Chamber of Commerce is a big family, we can't not take you on seriously. A flicker of helplessness flashed through Granny Pie's mind. At this moment, her thoughts were similar to Xingdong's just now. The homegrown kids don't let people worry about them. Shui Yan, however, was completely unaware of Granny Pie's thoughts. She stared at Lin Mu, and as long as Lin Mu said something, she wanted Xing Xia to drive away. However, Lin Mu smiled and said, "That's not necessary. That Xingdong spoke out against me, but it was just jealousy. Doesn't that just show that you're incredibly charming, Chairman Shui?" A trace of delight arose in Shui Yan's heart and she lowered her head and whispered, "It's good that you're not angry, Lin Mu." A moment later, she suddenly remembered something and flipped her hand to take out a nano ring. "Lin Mu, no matter what, I was wrong this time. Here's something in here. Consider it an indemnity." Lin Mu took the nascent sacrifice without caring. When he picked up the nascent ring, he couldn't help but make contact with Shui Yan's palm. Shui Yan felt the warmth of her hand and blushed again. Lin Mu picked up the nascent soul ring and probed his divine sense into it. It was soon discovered that the space of this nascent sac was simply too big. It's almost like an indoor soccer field. And in the center of the space was stacked a small mountain that shone with a strange aura. What's this? Lin Mu's eyes narrowed slightly as he brought his divine sense closer. It was only then that he saw clearly that the hill was actually made up of sources. Lin Mu had known for a long time that this source was something more precious than spirit stones. Tens of millions of spirit stones were no match for a single pound of source. And the source in this nascent soul ring was hundreds of pounds. To say the least, it's a horrible fortune. It was also evident that Shui Yan had true feelings for Lin Mu. She had taken out so many sources on top of stabilizing the Chamber of Commerce, so she really had no reservations. Lin Mu was slightly touched, but there was more curiosity in his heart. He pulled out a piece of the source and asked Shui Yan, "What exactly is so magical about this kind of source that its value is so high?" Shui Yan was first stunned when she heard, "Lin Mu, you actually don't know?" But she didn't think much of it. Instead she just explained, "This source was passed down from the ancient times, and it contains an extremely strong life essence. As long as you use a special technique to draw out the life essence from the source, you will be able to repair your own injuries. Lin Mu, you're a heaven-grade alchemist. You should know that when a high-ranked cultivator takes a low-ranked elixir, the potency will be greatly reduced, right? For Xiantai-level powerhouses, almost the only thing that can be somewhat useful is a heavenly elixir. The life essence in the source, however, can heal the injuries of Xiantai powerhouses. Also for lower-ranked cultivators, life essence can stabilize their foundation. Now you know why it's precious." After Shui Yan's explanation, Lin Mu also finally understood. It turned out that this source, which was a healing item for strong people, could also help lower-ranked cultivators to improve their base. Those immortal cultivation holy lands, or cultivation families, were presumably stocking a large amount of sources to cleanse the marrow of well-qualified and promising disciples. It's no wonder that the disciples of the cultivation sects, who are also both special physiques, cultivate just a bit faster. I used to think that it was just the difference in feats, but now it seems that the role of this source cannot be underestimated. Lin Mu suddenly asked Shui Yan, "How should I draw out the life essence from the source?" Shui Yan hurriedly explained, "That's easy. As long as you hold the source in your hands and subsequently agitate your sea of bitterness, the life essence in the source will be attracted and incorporated into your body." But after she said this, she hastily added, "But Lin Mu, you don't mess around. If you don't have any injuries, or if your physique can't withstand the onslaught of life essence, then it will have a negative effect instead. You'd be better off picking a very small piece of the source and then slowly switching to a larger one, step by step." Shui Yan's reminder was very reasonable, but Lin Mu didn't take it to heart at all. Not to mention his own desolate ancient saint body, there were still 5 shackles that hadn't been unlocked. It was the life essence in these sources, all of it, that was absorbed, and it was probably not enough to unlock these shackles. Let's just say that a few days ago, he was trying to fight against the transformation of the 9-turn deicide technique. The surface of the sea of bitterness had all dropped by a small amount. Now it's just the right time to tinker with these sources. Lin Mu faintly smiled, and surprisingly, he directly took out all the sources in his nascent sacred ring. The density of the source was extremely small, and this 100 pounds of source was actually piled higher than a person. When the nearby cultivators saw this small mountain, a greedy look appeared in their eyes. But the next moment, their greed turned to surprise. What is Lin Mu doing? It turned out that Lin Mu put his hand directly on top of the hill. The next moment, a hazy green light emanated from the hill. The life essence was drawn out in a steady stream. Then it entered Lin Mu's body. Isn't he looking for death? Such life essence, even a Xiantai powerhouse wouldn't be able to digest it in a moment. In the distance, the father and son pair of Xing Xia and Xing Dong did not go far. After seeing this scene, Xing Dong laughed out loud. This Lin Mu really does not know the heights of heaven. He's not afraid to brace himself, but there was also a hint of bitterness in his laughter. Humph, if that Shui Yan likes me, then these sources should have been mine. Chapter 133, Absorbing Life Essence. Mending the Sea of Bitterness. Xing Xia was very aware of his son's small mind, but he didn't poke at it either, simply because in his opinion, his own son was not wrong this time. He stroked his beard, a cold smile in his eyes. You're right, Donger. This Lin Mu is indeed seeking his own death. Even if it were me, I wouldn't dare to draw so much life essence at once. Father and son looked at each other, then laughed together. Xing Xia laughed while still shaking her head. Thanks to that, I believed the rumors and thought that behind this Lin Mu, there was a certain powerful figure looking after him. Oh, just by looking at his unseen appearance, I can tell that there's absolutely no one behind him. It's just a bit of luck to have gotten some inheritance. Xing Dong was even jumping up and down. You're right, Father Sama. Lin Mu, he's a guy with more luck. He also dares to compete with me for Shui Yan? He was about to say something else, but suddenly realized that his father had violently stopped laughing. At the same time, he was still looking dead on in Lin Mu's direction. He was puzzled. What are you looking at, Father Sama? Could it be that this brat, Lin Mu, has really burst himself? Xing Dong hurriedly looked back, but he couldn't laugh just as hard when he looked over. Lin Mu, how the hell did he do that? Both of them, father and son, behaved the same way. Then the people around Lin Mu were no better. Granny Pai's eyes were filled with shock as she looked Lin Mu up and down. What the hell is this kid? He absorbed so much life essence at once. How can he still be unharmed? No, not only is he unharmed, his breath doesn't even fluctuate. It's unheard of. In Granny Pai's eyes, Lin Mu's body was like a bottomless pit. It was like a horrible beast that had been starving from the ancient times. No matter how much life essence Lin Mu inspired from that small mountain, it was swallowed by Lin Mu's body at a rapid pace, and it was like mud into the sea, without making a ripple. Terror! This son's body is definitely not simple. Waves flooded Granny Pie's eyes. As for those cultivators of the dragon transformation mystic realm, they actually subconsciously retreated a few steps back. Only Shui Yen was not panicked at all, and was even a bit elated. Lin Mu has really used these sources. Worthy of the man I'm looking at. It's really something. In the eyes of a lover, there is sure, and in the eyes of a lover, there is Panan. This is true for both men and women. Right at this moment, within Lin Mu's body, there was a sudden ringing sound. The crowd was first shocked. What's going on here? But soon they heard the voice clearly. It seems like the sound of waves? Just how could there be such a movement within Lin Mu's body? They looked at each other, confused. And at this time, the women in the compound finally noticed the abnormality. They looked over from a distance, all equally a little curious. What's wrong with young master? Lin Yun stared blankly, completely unaware of what was happening. She had followed Lin Mu since she was a child and grew up in the Lin family in Cloudsea City, so it could be said that she didn't have much insight at all. Naturally, I don't recognize the source either, much less any life essence. Qin Yan and Su Yu, however, were no strangers to this. Qin Yan turned around and smiled at Lin Yun before explaining in a low voice. Husband is sucking in the essence of life. Life essence? What's the use of that? Lin Yun still didn't understand as she cocked her head and asked, could it be that this life essence can still harbor life? Qin Yan, at first, hadn't realized that this was wrong and wanted to explain. But soon, she blushed a little. Bah, Yuner, have you spent a lot of time with your young master and learned from him? Why are these words still coming out of your mouth? Lin Yun didn't understand at all. What are you saying, ma'am? Yuner can't understand it. Qin Yan had thought that Lin Yun was playing dumb and crossed her arms to look away, but when she saw that Lin Yun hadn't panicked in the slightest, she knew that she was overthinking it. Lin Yun's words were just coincidental and not driving. With some regret, she didn't want to bring it up again. On the contrary, Lin Yun was still unforgiving. Ma'am, what exactly did you say just now? Seeing this scene from the side, Su Yu snickered in his heart for a long time. It wasn't until she saw that Qin Yan was a bit embarrassed that she took the initiative to relieve her. Alright Yuner, stop asking and take a look at your young master. Only then did Lin Yun hastily turn his head. What's wrong with young master? When she turned her head, Lin Mu happened to absorb the last trace of life essence. The small mountain piled up by the source also lost its original green light and turned into a pile of flat, uninteresting stones. A breeze blew, and these stones even directly turned into flying dust. Lin Mu's situation, on the other hand, was completely different. He opened his eyes, glowing. Not bad. After absorbing these essences, my sea of bitterness has almost returned to its original state. It turned out that the sound of the waves that the crowd had just heard was precisely the rising sea of Lin Mu's sea of bitterness. The sea was rough. The tide came and went, and that's when the movement was heard. It's still a bit of a shame though. Lin Mu secretly shook his head again after probing his own situation. In fact, at first, he wanted to use these life essences to impact the sacred body. The shackles on this holy body seem to be getting thicker the further back you go. If it was those shackles at the very beginning, I guess I could unlock them all in one breath with just these sources. But for the chains behind, the life essence in these sources would be completely insufficient. After Lin Mu tried a little bit, he realized that the shackles actually didn't move at all after absorbing the essence. That's all it takes to mend the sea of bitterness. With the essence. Seeing that Lin Mu didn't say anything for a long time, Shui Yen was a bit anxious, but she didn't dare to speak, afraid of disturbing Lin Mu's thinking. Seeing her in this state, Lin Mu couldn't help but smile. I'd like to thank Chairman Shui this time. You're kind of doing me a favor with these sources. Shui Yan let out a long breath. That's good. After saying this, she was suddenly a little more rushed. Then, Lin Mu, wait for a few days. After I gather the materials for alchemy, I'll come back to you. I'll send some more sources when the time comes. She turned her head and hurried away. It seemed as if they were afraid that if they were a few steps late, they would delay raising the source. When Granny Pie saw this, she could only sigh long and helplessly. And Xing Xia, who was in the distance, followed suit with a long sigh. It turns out that Lin Mu isn't without insight, but has a plan. He knew that there wouldn't be any accidents if he absorbed those life essences. That's why he would just start drawing on them. He remembered again that not long ago, Lin Mu had seen through his disguise with a single glance. Xing Xia's heart skipped a beat. He turned back abruptly and said fiercely to his son, "You're not allowed to mess with Lin Mu in the future. Do you hear me? As for Chairman Water, you're not allowed to hit on him again either." Xing Dong's face was filled with displeasure. What do you mean by that, father? Xing Xia could already tell that this son of his was not listening to his words at all. His eyes narrowed and he actually waved his large hand, directly taking Xing Dong into his sleeve. Father, what are you doing? Xing Xia shook his head. I'm just trying to keep you awake. He no longer answered with his son, but came to Xu Weiyan's side and asked blandly, President, are you going back to the Chamber of Commerce? Chapter 134, Now you know to talk to me about brotherhood? Xu Weiyan was slightly surprised that Xing Xia had such a respectful attitude. Elder Xing, where is your son? Xing Xia waved his hand and said, there are some things going on at home, so I told him to go back first. That's a completely perfunctory statement. With Xing Xia's cultivation realm, what could happen to his family? Even if something did happen, it would be useless for that Xing Dong kid to go back. It had to be Xing Xia, the heavenly king of the third heavenly layer of the immortal terrace, who had to go back in order to truly dissolve it. A glint flashed in Granny Pai's eyes. Could it be that the scene just now was seen by Xing Xia? It's also true that for a heavenly king-level powerhouse, even if it's dozens of miles away, it's as if it's right in front of your eyes. It must be that Xing Xia is somewhat afraid of Lin Mu, which is why he doesn't dare to let his son, again, mess with Miss. Granny Pai's heart was both happy and sad. With Lin Mu, Xu Weiyan would definitely be able to secure the position of Chamber of Commerce president in the future. But after she took her seat, she might just burrow right into Lin Mu's nest one day. Hey, it's hard to do. Granny Pai let out a long sigh. But at this time, Xu Weiyan smiled instead. She likewise figured things out. Xu Weiyan turned her head and glanced at Jade Tripod City before saying seriously, let's go back to the Chamber of Commerce this time. The people present knew as soon as they heard it that this was Xu Weiyan going to put together materials for Lin Mu. They were about to say something, but in the end, they could only nod their heads. Everything is at the president's disposal. After that, Lin Mu didn't go out for a few days and just closed his eyes and cultivated at home. After unlocking a shackle once again, Lin Mu's cultivation speed also suddenly accelerated a lot. Even if they no longer used the 9 revolutions DSI technique and absorbed spiritual energy from other people, just by Lin Mu's own cultivation, he was also almost about to break through a small realm again. If outsiders were to know about his cultivation speed, their jaws would inevitably drop. But in Lin Mu's own opinion, it was still a bit too slow. Hey, system, when will you get another upgrade? It's best to find all the great emperor seeds in the world, across thousands of mountains, so that I can cultivate them. Lin Mu spat at his system, yet the system actually responded. The system will unlock that function after the host certifies as a great emperor. Lin Mu was speechless. When that happens, I won't need this feature. He shook his head and finally simply got up, counting on it. I should be able to break through tomorrow, just in time for a stroll around town today. Lin Mu greeted the few daughters at home and was about to go out to take a look. Only he had just stepped out of the house when he saw a familiar figure, waiting carefully not far away. The man was followed by 3 other women. If it's not Lin Lai, who is it? Lin Mu frowned. He didn't know what exactly Lin Lai was here for. Though, however, he didn't want to talk to Lin Lai at all. But Lin Lai had been staring at his gate, and as soon as Lin Mu appeared, his eyes glowed and he approached over with quick steps. More, don't rush off yet. Lin Lai's tone was full of intimacy this time. It was as if Rimu had never been out of the house. Lin Mu's 3 sisters, however, had ugly faces. Even though they didn't speak, they didn't look squarely at Lin Mu, but looked left and right. Just won't open his eyes and look over. Seeing this, Lin Mu let out a cold snort from his mouth and turned around to leave. However, Lin Lai hastily reached out to stop him again. More, I really have no choice but to come to you this time. There was a hint of anxiety in his tone. Listen carefully and you can hear a few moments of embarrassment. Do you know, Mako, where the hell that brother of yours has gone? Not long ago he suddenly disappeared, and we just begged to the Yaoqi Holy Land, but we didn't inquire about his whereabouts. In fact, at the very beginning, the Holy Land of Yaoqi no longer had much patience for Lin Feng. Lin Xiu's intention in admitting him to the door was to find trouble with Lin Mu, since their own master had now ordered them not to provoke Lin Mu anymore. Then there was no point in continuing to raise Lin Feng. But Lin Xiu thought for a moment. He did not pay attention to Lin Feng. That counts as messing with Lin Mu? So he had to hold his nose and send someone out to look for something. And yet, it's still not working. Lin Lai had no choice but to beg Lin Mu. More, I know that Fenger has somewhat apologized to you in the past, but no matter what, he's also your younger brother. Flesh and bone, how can we part with it? Even if you do it for my sake, please do me a favor and go look for him. Lin Lai even revealed a hint of crying when he spoke at the end. But Lin Mu's heart didn't have the slightest ripple. When Lin Mu was first born, although he couldn't cultivate, in a place like Yunhai City, this wasn't a big deal. But after Lin Feng was born, especially after he awakened the Star River King body, everything changed. Lin Mu did have some envy for Lin Feng at that time, but in the end, he was only envious at that time. Can't talk about jealousy either. However, Lin Feng grew up to be aggressive and always wanted to drive Lin Mu out of the family so that he alone could monopolize the family's resources. Especially after he had married Qin Yan, Lin Feng had intensified the situation. Thinking of these old days, Lin Mu's face sank. Lin Lai, don't you lose your heart when you say things like that? Now you know what to tell me about brotherly love? Before Lin Lai could respond, Lin Feng's three sisters jumped out. How do you talk to your father? Lin Mu? No big deal. You hurry up and get on your knees. The three women said one thing to each other, but they actually wanted Lin Mu to kneel down and kowtow. The eldest sister was even more pleased. If you refuse, then I will publicize this matter. By then the world will know that you're an unfilial son, and I'll see how you can gain a foothold in the cultivation world. Hearing this, Lin Mu laughed out loud. Lin Lai, look at these three daughters of yours. They're outrageously stupid. The cultivation world has never been about strength. Since when do we have to talk about any filial piety? Lin Lai also knew that Lin Mu was right. He panicked and waved his hand, signaling his eldest daughter to shut up, while at the same time trying to explain to Lin Mu. But Lin Mu didn't give him a chance to open his mouth. Besides, justice is in the eye of the beholder. How your Yunhai City Lin family treats me, as long as they aren't blind, they all see it in their eyes. During this recent period of time, that Lin Feng was even looking for trouble from me 3 times, itching to see me die. I've been kind enough not to go after you guys. Speaking here, Lin Mu coldly glanced at the 4 people in front of him, especially staring at his big sister for a moment. The big sister had a chill through her body. She had wanted to scold Lin Mu a few times, but she couldn't say anything at this moment. As for the other 2 sisters, they are pretty much the same. They were actively lowering their heads this time, not daring to look at the fuming Lin Mu. Lin Mu then grunted coldly a few times. Count yourselves wise. If you guys dared to make any more strong statements just now, I won't care about feelings anymore. He put his hands behind his back and passed by the 4, as if passing a group of strangers. When Lin Lai saw this, he actually aged much more instantly. It seemed to have aged dozens of years in the blink of an eye. He shuddered and sat down on the curb, frustration in his eyes. However, after Lin Mu walked away, his big sister suddenly came into the spirit. Humph. I knew this Lin Mu kid couldn't be trusted. Good thing I was prepared. Chapter 135, Shocking Change. This is the Starry Sky Forbidden Land? What are you prepared for, big sister? The other 2 sisters were instantly surprised. They first glanced at Lin Lai and saw that he was still sitting withered on the side of the road, seemingly not hearing what they were saying at all. The 2 women then didn't call out to him either, but instead came directly to their big sister's side. What the hell are you talking about? A grim smile appeared at the corner of big sister's mouth. Truly speaking, this is not my own preparation, but a backhand left behind by Feng Di. The other 2 women's eyes instantly lit up at the words. Feng Di's backhand? Big sister, don't be so secretive. Hurry up and tell us. Only then did the eldest sister nod in satisfaction. Her beautiful hand spread out and a small black meteorite appeared in her palm. Although it looked insignificant, it seemed to have an inexplicable power. After the 3 sisters saw the meteorite, they all felt their hearts and minds shake and they couldn't concentrate. The same was true even for the older sister who pulled out the meteorite. It had been dozens of breaths before a passerby passed by and saw the 3 women standing frozen in the middle of the road. The passerby asked curiously before the 3 women finally woke up. Humph, what are you looking at? Never seen a beauty before? Get the hell out of here. They, the 3 sisters, did not say a word of thanks to that passerby, but instead looked at each other angrily. The passerby's brow furrowed as he cursed the bad luck in his heart, but he didn't bother to argue with these 3 sisters, and turned his head and left. After the passerby left, the 3 sisters themselves did know how to lighten up. They dared not look at the meteorite again and covered it with their hands. The second sister pressed on at this time. Big sister, did Feng Di give you this thing? Where did he get this from? The older sister shook her head. I don't know about that. It was only a few days ago that I suddenly received a letter from Feng Di, who said he had hidden a treasure in his house. When I followed the map, I dug this out. The remaining 2 women were a little jealous when they heard it. Humph, Feng Di really is the one who has the best relationship with you. Sister, even if I were writing a letter, I was only thinking of writing to you. The eldest sister shook her head. How can you say that? Feng Di is much better than that white-eyed wolf Lin Mu. In his letter, he even sends his regards to you. The 2 women were really happy to hear that. Feng Di is really good. When the older sister saw this, she continued. Feng Di explained in his letter that this meteorite has a special power that can summon a teleportation ripple to teleport 2 people away. He told us to use this item on Lin Mu's concubine. The 2 women immediately frowned. What does this, Feng Di mean? The older sister had a sneer on her face. Don't you guys get it here? Feng Di is trying to take revenge on Lin Mu. It's just that this kid has too much luck. There are always strong people protecting him. Feng Di simply couldn't find an opportunity to fight him fairly. That's why we have to think of a way to force Lin Mu to go alone. When Lin Mu realizes that his concubines have been sent away, he's bound to be shocked and chase after them directly. And after he passes through the teleportation ripple as well, the ripple will disappear on its own. Even if the great powers around Lin Mu still want to continue pulling the strings, it's too late. Big Sister's words are completely upside down. If Lin Mu and Lin Feng were to fight fairly, the only thing that would happen to Lin Feng would be an instant defeat. But in the mouth of my older sister, it was a completely different story. The remaining two sisters, however, smiled and nodded at the words. That's quite true. Then who should we use this meteorite on? Then, the second sister suddenly stomped her foot. Humph. Last time when Lin Mu brought people back to Cloud Sea City, that servant girl called Lin Yun actually dared to mouth off to us. I think this time, let her go. But the third sister rolled her eyes. You're so wrong about that. Second sister, that Lin Yun is just a maid. Lin Mu definitely wouldn't put her in his eyes. In my opinion, it's still time to take on Lin Yi. Humph. This girl is Lin Mu's daughter. He'll definitely be anxious when he hears about his daughter's accident. The three sisters actually didn't have any psychological burden when they communicated about how to victimize Lin Mu. In just a few words, a vicious plan came out of their mouths. It was just that they had forgotten that this was Lin Mu's doorstep after all. Although Lin Mu had left, there were still quite a few alchemists who wanted to pay homage to Lin Mu. They noticed three women sneaking around in the doorway, seemingly discussing something. Immediately, someone spread the news. Xinyan's willow brows frowned slightly when she heard about it. She flew into midair to take a look and immediately recognized the three women. Isn't this Lin Mu's three sisters? Why did they suddenly appear here? Xinyan was bewildered, completely confused. She had the intention to go out herself, but Suyu reached out and stopped her. Sister, let me go this time. Xinyan glanced at her stomach and said with some concern. Sister, you're not quite fit to go out when you're 6 months pregnant, are you? Suyu smiled and shook his head. Sister doesn't know. Since I've been pregnant with this child, I'm even better than before. She rubbed her belly with a happy smile on her face. It then continued. I did hear that the last time you returned to Cloud Sea City with your husband, you fell out with the Lin family. If I let you go out again this time, then even if there had been room to turn things around, I would have to give it a hard time. Suyu was different from Qin Yen. She grew up in the Su clan, enjoying thousands of favors since childhood, cultivated as a heavenly pride, and she hadn't been cursed to experience great ups and downs. Even when she was secretly pregnant in the first place, the family hadn't really been that hard on her, simply imprisoned. So in Suyu's heart, family love was still very important. This would be completely different from Qin Yen. She had the intention to make up for Lin Mu's relationship with the Lin family of Cloud Sea City, which was why she volunteered. Qin Yen immediately understood her thoughts, so he nodded and said, Alright then, I'll leave this matter to you. But Suyu, you have to be careful. Those three sisters of Lin Mu, they are really... Qin Yen recalled certain scenes from the past, and her face suddenly looked a bit ugly as well. They're sharp-tongued and they like to talk tough. Stirring the pot without reason is not a good idea. And don't be too accommodating when you see them. Get hard when you need to. Don't worry, even if you beat them up, husband won't be angry with you. Suyu covered her mouth and laughed. That's not necessary. Husband's three sisters have low cultivation levels and are simply no match for me. Even if they do speak out of turn, then I'll just ignore them, but I won't really hit them. After saying this, Suyu walked outside the courtyard and asked the three sisters, What are you doing here? The three sisters were startled and turned their heads to flee. Between their panic, they even threw the meteorite directly out of their hands. The meteorite landed at Suyu's feet. Instantly, an attractive force appeared suddenly, absorbing Suyu into it. Only when Suyu disappeared did a spatial ripple finally appear, and from the ripples, an inexplicable aura emanated. It didn't take long for many great powers in the city to realize that something was wrong. Why is this aura somewhat familiar? This is the aura of the Starry Sky Forbidden Land. I once took a glance at the Starry Sky Forbidden Land from a distance of thousands of miles. That's right, this aura is from the Starry Sky Forbidden Land. How could the aura of a Forbidden Land suddenly appear in Jade Tripod City? They moved on the wind and turned into a stream of light, landing in front of Lin Mu's compound. With a wary face, he looked at the spatial ripple. Chapter 136, What's the harm in a mountain of daggers and a sea of fire? Could this ripple be summoned by the Su bloodline? A man asked hesitantly. Immediately, someone around them spoke up. It doesn't look like it. I'm extremely close to Su's Grand Elder and I've seen him perform divine abilities many times. The ripples summoned by their Su's divine ability are completely different from this one. Or maybe it just looks similar. but inside it's completely different. Although this great power was in a high realm, he did not make his words clear. The other great powers around them, however, nodded their heads. Su's divine ability was passed down from the great emperor. If they, the Xiantai second layer heavenly powers, could study and understand it, then they wouldn't need to be here to watch. Hurry up and think of a way to impact the great emperor realm to go and forget about it. Just as they were discussing, several silhouettes quickly rushed out from the compound. Xinyan's face turned blue as he gritted his teeth and said, "It's been done. Su Yu has let someone backstab him." Her realm had not been able to break through the Sea of Wheel though. However, none of the great powers present dared to belittle her. Yen Kei immediately walked out. "Mrs. Lin, what are you talking about? Who was backstabbed?" That's what the rest of the mighty are going to ask. They looked at Qin Yan, hoping that she would hurry up and answer. Qin Yan also had a request for them at this time, so he didn't hide it in the slightest. After she told the crowd what had just happened, the great powers present all sucked in a breath of cold air. So this ripple has actually devoured Suyu? No, this really is a trap. Among the powerful people who could cultivate to the Xiantai mystic realm, there were good people and bad people, but there were just no stupid people. Their minds turned and they immediately guessed the original story. "I'll get those women. I'll go inform the Su clan's grand elder. I'll go find Lin Mu." After the great powers glanced at each other, they immediately divided up the labor, split into 3 groups of people who each left. It didn't take long for each of them to bring back their targets. Several great powers reached out and cupped the necks of the 3 sisters like eagles catching chickens. They heaved the 3 sisters to the ground, then asked sternly, "Who sent you?" The 3 sisters, at this point, still didn't know how to die. "Humph, is that something you can ask? Who are you to be so rude to us? Hurry up and apologize to us." After the 3 women got up from the ground, they crossed their arms and cursed at the surrounding great powers. They were spilling their guts like this, and they had actually subdued all these great powers. No, have they always been this brave? Some people even poured spiritual energy into their eyes and carefully scanned the 3 women. The 3 of them seemed to be Lin Mu's sisters. Could it be that they also have a special physique and that's why they're so bold? But when they finished their exploration, they all cried and laughed. "The 3 of you are just ordinary physiques. And on the cultivation realm, it's even more so that you haven't even erected a divine bridge. What the hell are you guys raving about?" The 3 women smiled disdainfully. "You don't understand this, do you? We're Lin Feng's sisters." "That's right, Lin Feng has the Star River King body. He will definitely prove himself as an emperor in the future." This confidence of theirs left the surrounding great powers speechless. Could it be that all the essence of the Lin family has been brought together in Lin Mu and Lin Feng? So all 3 sisters are a little crazy and stupid? Right at that moment, the great powers who had gone to look for the Grand Elder and Lin Mu also returned almost simultaneously. Lin Mu frowned and stared hard at the ripples, and the mighty men who went in search of the Great Elder returned to no avail. It just brought Su Fei over. "Master Su, where is your Grand Elder?" Su Fei sniffed and sighed. "The Grand Elder has been in the stars lately. There's no way to return for a moment." He then replied before following suit to Ripple. As the family head of the Su clan's direct lineage, Su Fei's cultivation realm was still stuck at the dragon transformation mysterious realm though, but his eyesight is extremely strong. He saw the bottom of the ripple at a glance. This is some extremely powerful powerhouse, using pure cultivation power to strike through space. When space is pierced, it leaves behind temporary space ripples that can connect 2 extremely distant places. From what I've observed, the other side of this ripple is indeed the starry sky Forbidden Land, and with this ripple, only one person should be allowed to pass through. Once another person passes, the ripple will disappear on its own. When the nearby great powers heard this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. In that case, wouldn't the ripples be directed at Lin Mu? They guessed the truth at once. What kind of person has such a deep grudge against Lin Mu that they want to lure him into the starry sky Forbidden Land? Of all the forbidden zones of life, the starry sky Forbidden Land is the most bizarre and unpredictable. Could it be someone from Yaoqi? Someone speculated. However, Lin Mu coldly grunted and shook his head. It won't be Yaoqi, but Lin Feng. He knew in his heart that Fairy Cold Smoke only hated herself to the bone, yet she would not have used such a tactic. Only Lin Feng would have nothing to worry about. Just, where did he get such means? Lin Mu frowned in contemplation, but after thinking for half a day, he didn't have a result. Su Fei, who was beside him, was already filled with anxiety. Jade's been over for so long, she'll be fine. Su Fei hesitated for a moment and actually wanted to directly cross the ripples, but it was stopped by other great powers. Family Master Su, if you just pass on and have another good or bad day, then when your Grand Elder returns, will he spare us? You'd better wait and see. Yes, maybe soon Su Yu himself will return safely? And they all know that it's a complete fool's errand. If the starry sky Forbidden Land was so easy to get in and out of, then it wouldn't have such a great reputation. Many people knew in their hearts that this time, Suyu was in dire straits, and as time went on, the news spread more and more. Many Xiantai powerhouses that were not in Jade Tripod City had also rushed over. A space gate suddenly appeared in the Jade Tripod City that can connect to the Starry Sky Forbidden Land. It's said to be a trap, specifically targeting Lin Mu. Suyu has fallen into it. What exactly is Lin Fang's origin? In the hearts of many great powers, all sorts of speculations arose, but there is no single answer. The Starry Sky Forbidden Land was just too mysterious. Certain immortal cultivation shrines may know part of the secret, but they weren't there. Or even if someone knew, they wouldn't dare to just say it in public, because the secret was too heavy. Once it was spoken, it might attract the attention of certain existences. At this time, Qin Yan stood beside Lin Mu, her face filled with guilt. Husband, it's my fault. I should have been the one to go out. As a result, after Sister Su said a few words, I actually let her out. She lowered her head, her voice trembling. I've had a defense in mind against your three sisters, and most likely won't be hit. But this is not the case with Sister Su. The only thing she was trying to say in her words was that if she were in her place, then she wouldn't have been hit at all. Lin Mu patted her shoulder and casually consoled her. Don't be anxious, ma'am. You're not to blame for this. He was still laughing again for some reason. Don't worry. I'll cross the ripples and go bring Jade back. The great powers were dumbfounded at the words. Lin Mu, are you going to seek death? Although you do have some skills, you're dead meat if you enter the Starry Sky Forbidden Land. Lin Mu faintly shook his head. You guys are just underestimating me. Yor is already in the Forbidden Land, so naturally I must go, even if it's a mountain of swords. What's the harm? Lin Mu said in the end and added in his heart. Not to mention that I naturally have a bottom card as well. System, do you think it's right? Chapter 137. Before we go, let's make a simple breakthrough. The crowd around the ripples naturally couldn't hear what was in Lin Mu's heart. They could only hear Lin Mu's grandiose words. What's the harm? What's the harm? Su Fei's eyes flashed for a while. Under her breath, she sighed in a low voice. Now I kind of know why Yor would rather be a concubine than stay by Lin Mu's side. Many female cultivators even stared at Lin Mu, their eyes filled with longing. There were even people who looked at Qin Yan and the others with jealous eyes. At this moment, a great power came to Lin Mu's side and asked in a deep voice. Lin Mu, do you really want to enter the Forbidden Land through this ripple? I think it would be better for you to wait a few days. After the Grand Elder returns, then you can make your calculations. Many others, too, nodded. Yes, Lin Mu, no matter what, you should make some preparations. Lin Mu was smiling. I really should have made some preparations. After saying these words, Lin Mu took out a few pills from his own nascent sacred ring, poured them into his mouth, and tilted his head back to swallow them. Then he sat down on his knees and surprisingly began to cultivate right in front of the crowd's eyes. What is this Lin Mu trying to do? The cultivators who saw this scene were all curious. A great powerhouse said in a deep voice, what Lin Mu just swallowed should be the 4 extreme pill. The crowd's eyes widened as they listened. They were naturally no strangers to this elixir. Of the 5 major realms, other than the Xiantai secret realm, the other 4 secret realms, all had mirror-breaking pills that belonged uniquely to their realms. Once one was stuck in a certain minor realm and was slow to break through, one could take the mirror-breaking pill. Over time, the cultivators directly used the names of the secret realms to name the different levels of mirror-breaking Dan. Isn't Lin Mu he a cultivator of the Dao Palace mystic realm? What's the point of him taking the 4-pole pill? The cultivator who asked this question didn't yet know Lin Mu's true strength. It is natural to wonder. But those great powers who had already guessed Lin Mu's true realm weren't too surprised. They just frowned and stared at Lin Mu. Could it be that Lin Mu is going to try to break through a small realm here? Isn't he a little too much of a trustee? Not that I blame them for thinking so. A cultivator of the 4 extremes mysterious realm was already very strong. Before Qin Yan suffered the curse, he was only at the 4 extremes realm. Most of the holy sons and daughters of other cultivation sanctuaries were also in this realm. And where such holy sons and daughters were concerned, when they wanted to break through the minor realms, they had to be escorted by strong sect members. Mostly also have to be prepared for anything, and then only dare to really start breaking through. Like Lin Mu, who had swallowed a few pills and was about to cultivate for a breakthrough in full view of everyone. They hadn't really seen it. Could it be that Lin Mu was so eager to save others that he wanted to try to force a breakthrough before entering the Forbidden Land? The thought was born in someone's mind. He lamented in a low voice. If that's the case, then Lin Mu really did do right by Suyu. After all, if the breakthrough fails, his strength will instead regress quite a bit. He does have a lot of guts. Su Fei's eyes moved and he directly protected Lin Mu's side, looking around with a wary gaze. If anyone dared to disturb Lin Mu's breakthrough, then he would definitely strike. Most of the cultivators, however, did not have this mindset. The probability of Lin Mu risking a breakthrough and succeeding would have been small. And why should we be the villains? There were even cultivators that had dark thoughts in their hearts. Does this Lin Mu really want to be more certain after his breakthrough? Or does he want to use his failed breakthrough as an excuse to logically stay in Jade Tripod City? Some people around him heard this and immediately turned their heads and glared at him. What do you mean by that? How can you talk like that? That cultivator had only spat casually, but as soon as he saw that someone had refuted him, he was instantly energized. I just said that. What can you do? He laughed coldly. In my opinion, Lin Mu clearly doesn't dare to go to that starry sky forbidden land, but it's not like he can save face. So he sings a few high notes and then acts like he's going to break through. Once he fails to make a breakthrough, he's bound to suffer a backlash, and then he'll be able to rightfully refrain from going to that starry sky forbidden land. He looked around triumphantly after uttering such a guess. Why aren't you guys talking? The surrounding cultivators were a bit angry, but they had to admit that although this person's speech was unpleasant, yet it does make some sense. Lin Mu wouldn't really think that, would he? They turned their heads and looked at Lin Mu with searching eyes, seemingly sensing the crowd's skepticism. Su Fei's face sank as he coldly said, "What are you all looking at?" Although Su Fei was not a Xiantai powerhouse, as a dragon transformation cultivator, he was also the Su clan's contemporary family head. The crowd of cultivators didn't dare to make a move. They all honestly lowered their heads, not daring to look at Lin Mu again. In their hearts, however, they all began to agree with what the cultivator had just said. This Lin Mu most likely really did it on purpose. He's just talking out of his ass. When it really comes down to action, who dares to break into the forbidden land of the stars? The cultivator who had questioned Lin Mu at the very beginning even held his head high, feeling that he had seen through Lin Mu's true colors. Lin Mu has a great future and is a heavenly alchemist. He can live for a few thousand years at least. How did he go on the adventure? The immortal terrace powerhouse's expressions moved slightly, and they exchanged glances with each other. A vocal exchange ensued. What do you think? Is Lin Mu really doing this on purpose? A mighty man opened his mouth to ask a question. Yankee shook his head first. Lin Mu was definitely not such a person. Besides, he didn't have to. If he really doesn't want to go to the starry sky forbidden land, then he would just say so. And who would force him to go in? Even Su's people, including the Grand Elder, won't watch him die. The great powers were first a bit puzzled by what they heard, but they quickly understood Yan Jing's meaning. Although Su Yu was the Su clan's heavenly pride, after all, he had already fallen deep into the forbidden land and died 9 deaths. It would naturally be best if he could save Su Yu, but the risks of doing so are too great. If in order to save Su Yu, she hitched Lin Mu up again, then Su would be the one who stole the chicken and lost the rice. The best option for Su was to pick another woman to marry Lin Mu, maintaining a relationship with Lin Mu, instead of watching Lin Mu take risks. It was thinly veiled, but it was the best thing to do in Su's interest. What the Grand Elder said was indeed correct. This Yin Jing looks big and bold, but he is actually very shrewd. A great power spat it out in his mind. That's why he reacted the fastest and thought of all this at once. But soon, the mighty man nodded in his mind again. But Yen Ke is indeed right. Lin Mu really doesn't have to perform. He only needs to hesitate a little for a while, and when the Grand Elder returns from the stars, he will naturally persuade him not to go to his death. Even Su Yu's own family won't let him enter the Forbidden Land, so no one else can say anything. In that case, Lin Mu is really trying to make a breakthrough on his own, so it's also better to be more certain. The Denang's eyes flickered for a moment as he looked at Lin Mu, and suddenly slapped his thigh. Why didn't I have a daughter in the first place? Otherwise, marrying this daughter to Lin Mu would be so much better. This action of his caused the surrounding great powers to skim their lips for a while. In his heart, he cursed this guy for being really shameless. Some great powers, however, did move in a similar direction. He doesn't have a daughter. I do have a granddaughter. Just as these great powers understood small thoughts, on Lin Mu's body, a violent fluctuation suddenly emanated. The cultivators present hurriedly turned their heads to look. Is he at the point of breakthrough? Chapter 138 Breakthrough Failure? The great powers present were naturally no strangers to this scene, not to mention that they themselves, back in the day, went through such a juncture. It is their disciples and descendants who have mostly had such moments. The rest of the cultivators, however, looked curious, especially the cultivators whose cultivation realms weren't high. They were staring at Lin Mu dead in the face. Is this what it looks like when one cultivates to the 4 extreme mysterious realm? They watched as Lin Mu's breath kept changing. Lin Mu's right hand, in particular, emitted a golden glow, while his left hand was bright and dark. Couldn't help but be even more curious. Even those who had just questioned Lin Mu opened their mouths to ask questions. What's going on here? Why are his hands a different color? There was a cultivator of the 4 extreme mysterious realm who said with a long sigh, isn't this clear? It's clear that Lin Mu had already finished quenching his right hand a long time ago and is now quenching his left hand. As long as he completely quenches his left hand as well, then he will break through to the third minor realm of the four extreme mysterious realm. Many cultivators stared wide-eyed. In that case, Lin Mu was cultivated to the second level of the four extremes mysterious realm a long time ago? No wonder. Someone lamented. No wonder Lin Mu used to have that kind of battle record. So he's really a powerhouse of the four extremes mysterious realm. However, when these words came out, everyone around them bristled. Lin Mu's battle achievements had long since ceased to be explained by the four extremes mysterious realm. Like not long ago, Lin Mu defeated and beheaded Shui Shouzheng in the Golden Light Immortal Locking Formation. This was something that even the Dragon Transformation Mystic Realm cultivators were unable to do. On Lin Mu, there are bound to be other secrets. Many cultivators whispered with emotion. Among the crowd, Lin Lai was silent, pretending to be an ordinary cultivator. He looked at Lin Mu and never said anything. The eyes were very complicated. Behind Lin Mu, Qin Yan watched the scene with a somewhat flickering expression. So husband, he has already cultivated to this realm? Her eyes fell slightly, remembering the old days. If I hadn't suffered from the curse, I would have been about to impact the Dragon Transformation mysterious realm at this time. At this moment, however, Lin Yi in her arms suddenly started babbling. It turned out that the gazes of the crowd were all focused on Lin Mu, especially since Qin Yan was also staring at Lin Mu. The little baby girl was making some noise to get her mom's attention. Qin Yan hurriedly looked down at her daughter while shaking her body. Lin Yi then clapped her hands in satisfaction, a smile on her small face. Qin Yan was then relieved and smiled in her heart. But that's fine. If I hadn't suffered the curse in the first place, how could I have met my husband? She no longer dwelled on it, except for a strange thought that suddenly came to her. It's been less than 2 years since husband set foot on the path of cultivation. Then he has already cultivated to the four extremes mysterious realm and has even begun to impact the third minor realm. Husband won't really be certified as a great emperor in a few years, or even set foot on the path to immortality, right? Qin Yan recalled what Lin Mu had said when she had just married him. A feeling of happiness was even born in his heart. The words "live long and prosper" came out of his mouth. Qin Yan didn't have any worries about whether Lin Mu would fail in this breakthrough. Anmo behind her, however, had no such confidence. She frowned slightly as she looked at Lin Mu's uncertain breath and a hint of worry appeared in her eyes. It was just not good for her to talk to Qin Yan who was holding Lin Yi, so she turned her head to look at Lin Yun beside her. As a result, when she turned her head this way, she found Lin Yun's face full of indifference and even some impatience. And Mo said unhappily, "Lin Yun, your young master is starting to make a breakthrough. Why aren't you worried in the slightest?" Lin Yun's small mouth fluttered. "What am I worried about? Could young master still fail to break through?" Hearing Lin Yun's words, and Mo cried and laughed. "You girl really doesn't know the heights of heaven. Do you really think that the small realm of the four extremes mysterious realm is that good to break through?" However, Lin Yun rolled his eyes at her. "Anmer, you are way off base with that. Young master couldn't even cultivate in the beginning. But didn't he embark on the path of cultivation later? Then is there anything the young master can't do?" In Lin Yun's opinion, Lin Mu was simply omnipotent. Hearing Lin Yun speak so matter-of-factly, and Mo was first stunned, and then she too fell silent. It's also true that compared to what Lin Mu did before, breaking through a small realm in public is really nothing. Her eyes were downcast and she didn't know what she was thinking. At this moment, however, Lin Yun came back over to her and carefully surveyed her. Anmo was startled and hurriedly pushed her away. "What are you looking at?" Lin Yun shook his head. "I'm just curious. You said that the lady was with the young master and it didn't take long for her to give birth to Missy Su Yu. Although I don't know when she hooked up with the young master, she also has a little baby in her belly." Lin Yun looked Anmo up and down. "Anmo, are you not able to?" Anmo's little face turned red with shame and stomped her feet in place. "What are you talking about here? You dead girl. Let's see if I don't rip your mouth off." The two women pounced on each other. She didn't really push much harder though, and Mo knew in his heart that his cultivation level was too much higher than Lin Yun. If he really exerted himself, Lin Yun wouldn't be able to get hurt. But after she tangled with Lin Yun, she frowned slightly. This Lin Yun doesn't have any special physique either. And usually I don't see how she takes pills. Isn't this cultivation speed of hers a bit too fast? At this time, Lin Mu's three sisters, however, made a commotion. When they were first captured by the mighty, they were still honest and didn't dare to fool around. However, at this time, the attention of the great powers was focused on Lin Mu. Plus, their cultivation was too low, so even if they wanted to do something, they wouldn't be able to do any damage. So no one pays attention to them anymore. They were afraid to speak at first. But as time went on, the three sisters are bold again. Humph, Lin Mu this time is definitely going to fail in his breakthrough. He's nothing but a waste of space. How could he succeed in making a breakthrough in public? The cultivators present all turned around to look at them when they heard the words. After they had looked at the three sisters, they turned their heads to look at an Mo and Lin Yun, who were fighting, and they all sighed in their hearts. No wonder Lin Mu wanted to turn against the Lin family out of Cloudsea City. These sisters of his are really inappropriate. Not even as good as his two maids. Just as they were thinking, the aura on Lin Mu's body suddenly weakened again. The hearts of the great powers present were startled, and they hurriedly turned back to look. What's wrong with Lin Mu? He didn't really fail to break through, did he? The voices of the great powers came out, and the surrounding cultivators hurriedly looked up. Only the light on Lin Mu's left hand was actually gradually weakening. Even the golden light in his right hand followed suit and dimmed. Only one of the fingers on his right hand was still glowing with golden light. Many cultivators, too, let out the same sentiment. Lin Mu this time, I'm afraid that he'll really fail to break through. There was even a powerhouse of the Four Extremes mysterious realm who subconsciously reached out and patted his right hand, a hint of reminiscence appearing in his eyes. This was the case when I failed to make a breakthrough back then. As his words fell, many people fell silent, but the cultivator who questioned Lin Mu just now, the friar clapped his hands and exclaimed, "What did I just say? Lin Mu definitely did it on purpose." This time, however, Lin Mu's three sisters were backtracking. What woefulness! Lin Mu is just not strong enough and his foundation is unstable. That's why he failed to break through. Although they were all against Lin Mu, they were nesting at this time. Although Lin Mu was in the middle of a breakthrough, he could still hear all of this. A mocking sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 139, Hardening the Left Arm. Entering the starry sky Forbidden Land. The cold smile at the corner of Lin Mu's mouth was not detected by anyone's. The crowd was either busy taunting or pinning their eyes on his left hand. Some people were even ready to come up and shush Lin Mu once his breakthrough failed. These people thought in their hearts, normally, it would be 1,000 times harder to find an opportunity to please Lin Mu. But this is an excellent opportunity at this time. As long as we please him this time, then it won't be easy for him to push back if we ask him to refine pills in the future. Lin Mu encountered the risk of failing to make a breakthrough, and they felt happy instead. Only they were destined to be disappointed. Lin Mu's breath was unstable, purely because the shackles of the desolate ancient saint body were at work. Although it wasn't long ago that Lin Mu unlocked another chain, but the remaining 5 shackles were still in play. Lin Mu no longer thought about it, but sank his heart and patiently began to impact. Spiritual energy rose from his dantian and then entered his left hand, flushed back and forth from fingertips to arms. The original stagnation in the meridians were all erased one by one. Finally, the speed at which the spiritual energy was running in his left arm broke through a certain critical point. Boom! Boom! A burst of sound came out from Lin Mu's left arm. The people who were still in different minds, they hurriedly turned back to look when they heard this voice. What's this commotion again? This doesn't seem to be the sound of a failed breakthrough either. The cultivator from the Four Extremes mysterious realm from earlier muttered. The great powers present, however, all lit up before their eyes. They were all too familiar with the scene before them. This is Lin Mu's breakthrough success. He quenched his left arm without incident. Lin Mu will soon advance to the 3rd level of the Four Extreme mysterious realm. They didn't deliberately lower their voices. Some even took the initiative to speak up. The crowd's eyes snapped open when they heard it. They didn't make a mistake, did they? Wasn't there someone who just said that this Lin Mu had already failed to break through? How come he succeeded again in the blink of an eye? The cultivator who questioned Lin Mu was even more frantically yelling. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It must be a fake. Lin Mu is just going to use the failed breakthrough as an excuse, or not to enter the Forbidden Land. How could he have succeeded in his breakthrough? How could he succeed in his breakthrough? The roar came out. Someone actually started to chime in. Lin Mu's 3 sisters started jumping up and down on the spot, completely in the mold of shrews. Right on. A villain like Lin Mu. Such a waste. He doesn't deserve to succeed in his breakthrough. All of you. You've let Lin Mu fool you. Seeing them at this point, they were still denigrating Lin Mu. Even Qin Yan. Her eyes revealed anger. Several sisters. What exactly did my husband do to make you all look down on him so much? Qin Yan walked forward and stood in front of the 3 women, questioning them in a cold voice. If at first, you guys felt that husband's inability to cultivate was a disgrace to your Yunhai City Lin family, then so be it. Now, however, even if husband fails to make a breakthrough this time, he's still a powerhouse of the Four Extremes mysterious realm. It's even a genuine heavenly alchemist. Is this achievement not worthy of your respect up? Does a family have to come to this? In the crowd in the distance, Lin Lai almost shed a tear in his old eyes when he heard this. What a good daughter-in-law! Qin Yan's words completely spoke to his heart. He patted with excitement and looked to his 3 daughters, hoping that they would see the light. It's best to take advantage of the slope. You guys hurry up and take this opportunity to apologize to Qin Yan. Then maybe later, A hint of longing appeared in Lin Lai's eyes. Already, he thought of the scene that would allow Lin Mu to rejoin the Lin family in Cloudsea City in the future. But what happened next disappointed him. His three good daughters didn't even think that far ahead. When they saw Qin Yan, who had come close, a look of disdain appeared in their eyes. Bah! How dare you? A person who has been cursed, talk to us like that? There's only one brother in our eyes. And that's Lin Feng. That's right. Lin Feng is a genuine Star River King body. Far better than this bastard Lin Mu. He will definitely prove to be an emperor in the future. And then we, as his sisters, will be able to soar. The three women spoke one word after another, retorting to Qin Yan. Qin Yan's eyes also went cold when she heard these words. Yeah, in that case, I don't care. She hugged Lin Yi and left the three women, the surrounding great powers. However, all sighed in their hearts. These three women. What fools! It's true that Lin Feng isn't bad either, but compared to Lin Mu, it's a man's death. These three women really can't see the situation. However, at this moment, Yan Qing did take the initiative to open his mouth and defend the three women for a few moments. Gentlemen, they may not be really stupid. They just refuse to admit they're wrong. Think about it. If they bow their heads and admit their mistakes now, and speak kindly to Lin Mu will inevitably sneer back. It's those of us who have to laugh at them. From my point of view, most of them can't accept this, so they have to go down one road. The rest of the great powers did nod slightly after hearing this. A moment later, someone smiled and said, Yan Qing, what the Grand Elder said at first was indeed correct. You really are rough and reckless on the surface, but your heart is full of curves. Yankee skimmed his lips and didn't answer. Fortunately, at this time, Lin Mu had already taken that last step. All the meridians on his left arm had been opened. Golden light enveloped every inch of the left arm. The next moment, a strong aura emanated from him, though the aura flickered and was quickly concealed by the shackles of the desolate ancient saint body. But the great powers present, however, had felt it. They no longer spoke to Yan Qing, but turned their heads and looked at Lin Mu with complicated expressions. He really did succeed in his breakthrough. How old is Lin Mu? The third level of the four extreme mysterious realm. When I broke through to this realm, but I was already nearly 100 years old. Many great powers lamented. As for those who questioned Lin Mu, they had already lost the last bit of hope. He sat down in a crumpled heap, muttering under his breath, impossible. The cultivators around him, however, had taken the initiative to distance themselves from him. Qin Yan had a smile on her face as she crossed over the dumbfounded three women and arrived in front of Lin Mu. Husband, how are you doing? Lin Mu opened his eyes and smiled faintly at Qin Yan. I feel well. Naturally. He stood up, feeling the unprecedented strength in his body, his heart filled with joy. The further this cultivation goes, the greater the gap between each realm. I've almost doubled my strength after this breakthrough. Coupled with the increase of the void sword technique, that battle power has even become 100 times stronger. Lin Mu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, now, it's time for me to enter the starry sky forbidden land. He shouted to the great powers, gentlemen, we'll see you later. After saying this, Lin Mu didn't wait for anyone to open their mouths to stop him. He took a step into the ripples. With a burst of inexplicable power, Lin Mu's figure disappeared. And in the next moment, the ripples gradually disappeared. Chapter 140. What do you mean by forbidden land? The crowd stared blankly at the direction Lin Mu had disappeared in, countless thoughts flashing through their minds. Lin Mu went in like this? Even though he just broke through, it's still a death wish to do so. The mighty know it in their hearts. In the outside world, a strong person at the third level of the four-pole mysterious realm was not said to be walking horizontally, but it should not be underestimated. Many immortal cultivation holy places also had to treat them with respect. However, within the forbidden land, this four-extreme mysterious realm powerhouse was no different from a mole cricket. It's over. How did Lin Mu go out so quickly? A great power pounded his chest. I should have taken the initiative to stop him. AI. Now that he went to the forbidden land to die, what's the point of the breakthrough just now? Lin Mu is still a bit youthful. The rest of the great powers nodded silently as they heard this. Only Qin Yan was displeased. Gentlemen, do you think that husband is dead? The powers heard her words and were a bit tongue-tied. Su Fei frowned as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, it was just as well to keep his mouth shut and just sigh in his mind. This Qin Yan has a lot of confidence in Lin Mu. It's just a pity that it's not as if just having faith will allow Lin Mu to return safely. He shook his head slightly and was pondering something when he suddenly felt a familiar fluctuation appear behind him. Su Fei turned around in surprise. Grand Elder, you're here? Of course I'm coming. The Grand Elder's face was filled with tension. As soon as he appeared, he hurriedly looked around. Where's Lin Mu? You guys didn't really watch him enter the Forbidden Land, did you? The Grand Elder was in a hurry. and a few drops of sweat even fell from his forehead. It was almost unthinkable for someone as strong as him. Su Fei showed a bitter smile on his face. Great Elder, listen to my explanation. I'll listen to your ass. As soon as the Grand Elder heard this, he knew that he was indeed too late. Lin Mu must have already entered the Forbidden Land. As soon as he backed away from Su Fei, he angrily came before the other great powers. You people, are you just going to watch our Su clan son-in-law go to his death? What the hell are you guys thinking? The mighty ones were a bit embarrassed. It was Yen Jing who said stiffly, Grand Elder, this matter can be a bit complicated. At the very beginning, we did want to stop Lin Mu. It's just that he himself said he wanted to break through a small realm first, and then he started cultivating in place. Our attention, then, was distracted by him. When he succeeded in his breakthrough, he went straight into the ripples almost without saying a word, and that's why we didn't react. The other great powers followed suit. Yes, that is indeed the case. We didn't intentionally want to see Lin Mu sent to his death. An alchemist like him, we can't wait to please. The Grand Elder actually knew that what these great powers said was mostly genuine, but the anger in his heart would not go away. Asshole. Rubbish. He cracked. At this moment, he heard someone snickering not far behind him. The Grand Elder turned around angrily, and saw the three women covering their mouths and whispering about something. He grunted coldly and waved his large hand. An enormous pressure fell on the three women, crushing them tightly to the ground. Even on the ground, 3 human-sized craters fell. Seeing that the 3 women were about to be crushed to death, Lin Lai rushed out. This senior, have mercy. The Grand Elder looked at him coldly and recognized Lin Lai's identity with a single glance. Lin Lai, why are you here too? Lin Lai showed a bitter smile on his face and explained briefly. He then excused his 3 daughters. This senior, on account of them being Lin Mu's sister after all, please spare them this time. Anger bubbled up in the eyes of the Grand Elder. Looks like they're Lin Mu's sisters' share? They still know they're Lin Mu's sisters? If they really knew this, they shouldn't have victimized Lin Mu like this. At this moment, however, Qin Yan spoke again. Grand Elder, how exactly should we deal with them? Or should we wait for Lin Mu to return? The Grand Elder's face was gloomy as he shook his head helplessly. Qin Yan, do you really think Lin Mu can still come back? Qin Yan nodded seriously. That's natural. Is there anything in this world that a husband can't do? The Grand Elder's mouth moved slightly before he finally sighed. Just as well. Let's keep the 3 of them alive for now. He waved his hand once again and threw the 3 women to the side in front of Su Fei. You keep them in custody. I'm going to go near the starry sky Forbidden Land and see if I can find anything. He sighed and turned to leave. AI. Such a good son-in-law is gone just like that. The Grand Elder mouthed the words and summoned a spatial ripple behind him. When the nearby great powers saw this, they were all moved in their hearts. Great Elder, wait. Why don't you take us there too? We'd like to see what's going on. Their cultivation, though, was enough to enter the stars, but it would take years to get to the Forbidden Land. In normal times, this would not be unacceptable. When placed in the present, that's a little too slow. The Grand Elder nodded. Alright then, you guys follow me. As the great powers entered the ripples one after another, they finally left Jade Tripod City. The city fell silent. Everyone was silent, and various thoughts flashed through their minds. Even Qin Yan. She stopped talking. Although on the surface she was very confident in Lin Mu, but in her mind, she was still worried. Husband, you must return safely. The other side. After the great powers followed the Grand Elder out of Jade Tripod City, they arrived in the starry sky almost a blink of an eye later. Stars twinkled in the infinite darkness, but it's all extremely far away. The starlight was very thin by the time it fell here. At the same time, there was an inexplicable force echoing in the space. A wariness arose in the hearts of all the great powers who felt this power. Is this the aura of the Forbidden Land? They turned back in a hurry and looked at the source of the power, but when they looked over, they were suddenly surprised. It turned out that there were quite a few people gathered a million miles outside the Forbidden Land. The aura of these people were all very powerful, at least starting at the first heavenly layer of the Xiantai mysterious realm. There were even some strong auras that even they couldn't see through. There were even a few powerhouses, who just took one look and shivered, hastily turning their heads, not daring to look again. These powerful people, how did they gather here? Fortunately, they didn't have to wonder for long. A silhouette rose from among those strong men. This silhouette was heading straight for the starry sky Forbidden Land. The powerful men shrieked. This Paragon Emperor is finally making his move. He is a powerful man in the starry sky who has been cultivating for countless years, but is unable to take the final step. That's why you plan to break into the Forbidden Land. I just don't know. Will he succeed in impacting the Forbidden Land? If he can't do it either, then the others can't do it even more. Their voices shook for miles and miles, and the Grand Elder and the others could hear them very clearly. A quasi-emperor. To storm the Forbidden Land? A glimmer of hope arose in the heart of the Grand Elder. If he can succeed in his impact, doesn't that mean that Lin Mu also has a chance to escape? That's great. He hurriedly stared at the figure of that Paragon Emperor, hoping that he would succeed in his impact. Chapter 141 Kill Siyu first, then kill Lin Mu. After the powerful Paragon Emperor charged forward for tens of thousands of miles, his speed suddenly slowed down. The Paramount Emperor roared angrily while endless spiritual energy erupted from his body. Even from such a distance, the Grand Elder and the others felt their eyes sting. Is this the might of a quasi-emperor powerhouse? They lamented in their hearts. The Grand Elder even clapped his hands. Good, good. But soon, his excitement faded instantly. After the quasi-emperor's outburst, his speed suddenly accelerated and he charged forward for tens of thousands of miles more. It was just that he was completely strong for this impact. The powerful aura and spiritual energy in his body dissipated much more with almost every mile he advanced. He charged forward as if he were a meteor, and finally disappeared into the darkness of the starry sky, like a stone falling into the sea. At first there was a ripple, but eventually it fell silent. There's no trace left. Everyone in the room was silent. The great powers who were cheering just a moment ago all stared at this scene with wide mouths in silence. Disappointed in his heart, the Grand Elder couldn't help but lament. To think that even a quasi-emperor powerhouse can't break into the Forbidden Land? Then Lin Mu he sighed deeply. But since he had come all the way here, he approached closer to the group of powerful men. The rest of the great powers followed after glancing at each other. The powerhouses at the edge of the Forbidden Land didn't react to their arrival either. They had recovered from their shock by now and began to discuss what had just happened. This starry sky Forbidden Land disturbance has really attracted the attention of too many powerful people. It just didn't occur to me that even a quasi-emperor level powerhouse wouldn't even be able to enter the Forbidden Land. This starry sky Forbidden Land is also too evil. I remember several other forbidden places, although they are also 10,000 times more dangerous. At least I can still go in and have a look. The edges of a certain number of forbidden places, and even some benefits. There's only this starry sky Forbidden Land. It's only in and out. Listening to their discussion, the hearts of the great powers that came from Jade Tripod City were sinking more and more. In that case, Lin Mu was really dead. A future powerhouse that fell like this. In the hearts of even more great powers, regret had already arisen. If I had known this, I should have asked him to refine the longevity pill earlier. It's too late for that. But without waiting for them to say anything else, a red light suddenly appeared in the distance. The crowd looked back, only to realize that it was two huge red creatures that were rapidly rushing in from the distance. What's going on here? It seems to be some ancient race. Some great powers had good insight and recognized them at a glance. From the looks of it, they should be attracted to the starry sky Forbidden Land as well. Or perhaps it was attracted by the death of the Paragon Emperor just now? The great powers were talking. Those two ancient races, however, were unmoved and did not react in the slightest. After they approached the edge of the starry sky Forbidden Land from the other side, an inexplicable light green light actually emitted from their eyes. This bit of light was unremarkable, but in the midst of their reddish light, it was particularly conspicuous. Numerous great powers looked at it curiously, and immediately, there were people who exclaimed in shock. In their eyes, they even appear to be in the Forbidden Land? What kind of creature is this that has such a divine ability to see through forbidden lands? But more great powers had no time to exclaim. Instead, they flew right up close and looked through the eyes of the creatures to see what was going on in the Forbidden Land. A moment later, someone shouted, "How is someone moving around in this Forbidden Land? What? Now?" The other great powers were also attracted over. How can there be people in the Forbidden Land? Maybe it's the owner of the Forbidden Land. Could it be a great power that has been living from the ancient times until now? They moved closer to get a better look, but soon after, the faces of the Grand Elder and the others turned odd. Isn't this person Lin Mu? Could he not be dead? Someone was pleasantly surprised. In the middle of the Forbidden Land, Lin Mu looked left and right with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Is this the legendary Forbidden Land? I don't see anything special about it. He traveled through the Forbidden Land, although there was indeed an inexplicable force in the space around him that wanted to erode his body. However, as soon as this force touched his body, Lin Mu's desolate ancient saint body activated on its own. A golden light that emanated from the sacred body, although it only stays within the body and does not travel to the surface. However, that inexplicable power was like ice and snow that met the sunlight and instantly dissipated. Lin Mu always felt that this scene seemed to have been seen somewhere. Wait, back when my 9 revolutions god-slaying technique broke through to the second layer, it seemed that such a scene had appeared. Could it be that this starry sky Forbidden Land is the source of the 9 revolutions divine regicide technique? It was not surprising that Lin Mu had such thoughts. The feats rewarded by the system did not come out of nowhere. For example, that desolate ancient sacred body A few of them had appeared during the ancient times. He was also the gold master of the Green Hills, and that void sword technique. It was even left by the Void Emperor. Since this was the case, it seemed reasonable that this 9 revolutions deicide skill came from a forbidden land. Just what kind of strong person would pass down such an evil technique? As Lin Mu's mind turned, he remembered that the 9 revolutions deicide skill could take away a person's cultivation and spiritual power, and a chill couldn't help but grow in his heart. Even the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. This place really isn't right. Lin Mu was about to say something when he heard a cold laugh from the distance. Lin Mu, you've really come. Lin Feng suddenly appeared. Although his appearance hadn't changed, his entire aura was completely different from before. In the starry sky Forbidden Land, the starlight was even dimmer, but some of the points of light could already be seen. It was reasonable to say that Lin Feng was a Star River King body, so he should be greatly benefited here. Not to say that he was in the home stretch. His Astral River King body should be glittering. However, in Lin Mu's eyes, at this moment, Lin Feng's body was like a Tao Tai. Not only did it not play a reaction with the starlight, it was even devouring the inexplicable forces around it. Lin Mu frowned. Lin Feng, what's wrong with you? And, you moved all this? Lin Feng laughed openly. Of course it's me. Who else could it be? With a flash, he appeared behind Lin Mu. It seemed as if it could ignore space. Lin Mu, my good brother. It's not that I'm going to make a move on you. Who else can help you? A hint of killing intent appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. Then again, those 3 sisters of ours are really losers. I would have asked them to send Qin Yan. This Qin Yan was supposed to be my wife, and the great emperor's inheritance and you should also be mine. But Qin Yan actually married you and made me take a detour. I should have made it right with her, right in front of you, to get things back on track. As it turns out, those 3 losers, they actually found the wrong person. But fortunately, you really do still care for your concubine, and the child in her belly, and really came over to die. Good, good, good. Lin Feng directly blew himself up and said all of his calculations. Good brother, I killed your concubine first, and then I came to send you on your way. Lin Mu's face turned cold. What did you do to Yuer? Chapter 142, Gathering at the Edge of the Forbidden Land. Lin Feng laughed openly. My good brother, did you not understand me just now? He said good brother in one breath. If it was heard by outsiders, it's hard to get it right and think they're brotherly and friendly. However, Lin Mu knew very well that Lin Feng was completely underhanded. He is hating to kill himself. Lin Mu coldly said, what exactly are you going to say? Lin Feng circled around Lin Mu, his eyes filled with ridicule. Good brother, it seems you can't accept reality. But never mind, I'll be straight with you. That concubine of yours has been killed by me, and I disemboweled her. Good brother, how do you feel after hearing that? A hint of madness appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. However, Lin Mu was unmoved. You've come close to making sense with these lies. You don't really think you can fool me with those words, do you? Lin Feng was first stunned, then laughed out loud. You really don't believe it. But I didn't expect that you, Lin Mu, would actually deceive yourself and others as well. Lin Mu snorted. You really think I'm a cutie? Anymore? If you really killed Suyu, you must have brought her corpse over directly at this time. How could you make empty promises? When these words came out, Lin Feng was instantly silent. There was no longer any of the bravado from earlier. After a long time, he sighed. My good brother, you are indeed wise. It's amazing that you can think normally when you're clearly in a trap. But well, you won't be able to get out alive when you arrive at this starry sky Forbidden Land. Lin Feng gradually recovered. The corners of his mouth grinned, revealing teeth that glowed with cold light. This Forbidden Land is where you will die. But your luck is not bad. Those who have died here since ancient times are all famous and powerful. Even as he spoke, he suddenly turned his head to look into the distance. A shooting star streaked across the sky. There are even a couple of quasi-emperors. Lin Feng bared his teeth and a greedy devouring force suddenly appeared on his body. When Lin Mu saw this, he suddenly had a movement in his heart. Lin Feng, were the pieces of the sword that I crushed at the auction venue secretly taken away by you? The power in Lin Feng's body was too close to what he had felt back then. He naturally made this association. Lin Feng turned around violently. What do you mean I was taken by me in secret? It was the Forbidden Land that chose me, which bestowed the treasure upon me, and helped me to wash my marrow and reverse my physique. Lin Feng stopped pretending when he said this. Monstrous black flames flared up on him. However, in Lin Mu's eyes, this black flame didn't look like a flame pulsating. Instead it looked like some sort of tentacle. Indeed, it seems like there really was something on that fragment in the first place. This thing possessed Lin Feng, and that's what made him mess up all these things. Lin Mu would think so, and it wasn't because he believed in Lin Feng's moral bottom line, thinking that if he wasn't possessed, he wouldn't do evil. He did believe in Lin Feng's ability. With Lin Feng's skills, he definitely wouldn't be able to pit himself without external help. Lin Mu shook his head and didn't continue to think about it, but asked him, "Where the hell is Jade?" Lin Feng showed a hint of embarrassment on his face and didn't answer the question. Just sneered. "It's this time of the day, and you still have the heart to care about others? You mudblood. You'd better care for yourself." After saying that, he violently charged towards Lin Mu. The flames of the body were overwhelming. Where Lin Feng passed through, even space was distorted. Good timing. Lin Mu clenched his fists as golden light radiated from his body. In these recent days, he had first unlocked a Saint body shackle and had just broken through a small realm. Was looking for someone to spar with to see how well he fought. Eat me. Lin Mu swung his right fist. Boom. A loud bang instantly spread. Gold and black intertwined to make a complex scene. The flow of time inside and outside the Forbidden Land seems to be different. It only took a few breaths for Lin Mu to talk to Lin Feng. But outside the Forbidden Land, several days had passed. As time passed, many more great powerhouses, or seniors from the Holy Land of Cultivation, came to the edge of the Forbidden Land. There were more ancient races that also appeared around the Forbidden Land. Only they were in a faction of their own and did not communicate with human cultivators. Only the two red beings didn't move from their places, remaining where they were and looking at the situation in the Forbidden Land. It didn't matter that around his body, a large group of human cultivators had already gathered. The cultivators observed the situation in the Forbidden Land through the eyes of the living beings. This Chen Fan seems to be talking to someone. Just why can't we see this person's face? There seems to be some kind of attraction on this person that distorts the space around him, bending even the light. No wonder we can't see well. The Grand Elder and the others, however, frowned slightly. They couldn't see Lin Feng's face either, but through other things, they still had some guesses. This person's figure seems to be that brother of Lin Mu. Could it be Lin Feng? But if I remember correctly, Lin Feng is a Star River King body. He shouldn't have such an aura. Can't figure it out. Can't figure it out. The great powers brought by the Grand Elder all shook their heads and sighed. A puzzled and at the same time somewhat worried face. Lin Mu is in the Forbidden Land, and although he's still alive now, will he manage to come out? Just as they were turning their minds, a line of people not far away were excited. Fairy Cold Smoke stared into the red being's eyes, her heart filled with pleasure. Ha ha, this Lin Mu kid, he'll definitely die in the Forbidden Land this time. If that's the case, no one will ever know again what happened in the first place. When Fairy Cold Smoke left Jade Tripod City, she hadn't left the Yaoan Holy Land again, but she still always heard from Lin Mu. Every time she heard it, Fairy Cold Smoke's heart trembled. He was afraid that if Lin Mu was unhappy, he would publicize the events of that day. If that was the case, she wouldn't want to be a Supreme Elder anymore in the future. It's even more shameful. Great, great. The more she thought about it, the happier Fairy Cold Smoke became. And finally she simply said to the cultivators of the Yaoan Holy Land, "You guys stay here. I'm going to approach the Forbidden Land to take a look." Lin Xiao and the others were shocked. "Master, what are you doing? This Forbidden Land is no joke. Haven't you heard? Only a short while ago there was a quasi-emperor that fell in the Forbidden Land without even leaving a single last word." The implication of his words was naturally that he hoped Fairy Cold Smoke would not take the risk. But Fairy Cold Smoke was unmoved. She said coldly, "Since when is it your turn to teach me how to do things?" After saying this, she carried her hands behind her back and came to the edge of the Forbidden Land, eyes fixed on the Forbidden Land, though she could only see a darkness and not Lin Mu. But her heart had given way to happiness. A low laugh escaped his lips. This Lin Mu should be dead already, right? Ha ha. Seeing this, Lin Xiao and the others could only stiffly approach over. Following Fairy Cold Smoke, he approached the edge of the Forbidden Land. But they are always ready. As soon as the situation is not right, they will immediately flee. And at this moment, several more purple flying boats flew in the distance. Shui Yan rushed out of the flying boat, her face filled with panic. The few great powers following behind her couldn't help but reach out and pull her back. "President, don't mess around." As he watched, the outside of the Forbidden Land gradually became lively. Chulin clapped his hands and laughed. "Uncle, there's a good show to watch this time." Chapter 143, Cold Smoke? Meet Smoke. Many of the ancient races around them took on human forms. Their main bodies were simply too big, and if they were to reveal themselves, they would only stretch for hundreds of miles. After they heard Chu Lin's words, they all turned around curiously. "Could it be that you guys are familiar with that Lin Mu?" Without waiting for Chu Lin to speak, the middle-aged man beside him shook his head. "It's just a meeting. This Lin Mu is a heavenly great alchemist and can also refine longevity pills." None of the ancient races present had any expression on their faces when they heard this. Their lifespans were far longer than human cultivators even if they couldn't compare to the Qilin. Moreover, they had been living in the starry sky for countless years. and they didn't know how many heavenly treasures they had accumulated. There would have been many ways to extend the lifespan, so it wasn't too surprising. Just casually, he said, "In that case, Lin Mu is not bad." Soon, though, they frowned again. This starry sky forbidden land, it seems that it has been a bit less peaceful lately. Surprisingly, he took the initiative to possess the human cultivators in the outside world, and I don't know what those few old undead people are trying to do. The middle-aged man sniffed and couldn't help but sigh. You all say they're old and undead. This old immortal's mind, is it not something we can guess through? The ancient races were silent. It was only a moment later that a voice rang out. Do you guys think this Lin Mu can come out alive? The rest of the ancient races all shook their heads. How is this possible? This forbidden land is simply a taotai. It's forbidden to enter or leave. As soon as those words came out of his mouth, a little fat man in the corner was not happy. No, you curse the old undead, so curse them and be done with it. What's bringing me into this? As this little fat man spoke, he kept feeding things into his mouth from his hand. Every single thing emitted a crystalline luster, and the life essence kept overflowing out. It eats surprisingly well for the source. Only such a source was completely different from the ones Lin Mu had previously seen. Crystal clear and beaded. The life essence contained in it was 100 times more than that of an ordinary source. After the little fatty swallowed a large piece of source, he stared into the forbidden land. Then he shook his head and said, "This Lin Mu isn't an ordinary person either. He has entered the forbidden land for so long, but he actually hasn't been saturated by the aura of it. It seems that there is something special about this physique of his, too." It turned out that this little fatty, too, had a way to see through the starry sky forbidden land. The rest of the ancient races frowned when they heard this. Surprisingly, they looked at Chu Lin and the middle-aged man again. Does this Lin Mu have any other origins besides being an alchemist? The middle-aged man recalled the auction venue, where Lin Mu had practically called out his line of work in one breath. He blushed a bit awkwardly and shook his head. How would I know that? The many ancient races heard his words. There should be something in the words. However, they didn't poke at it, but instead, they all grew curious and looked at the center of the forbidden land together. In their eyes, Lin Mu was already fighting with Lin Feng. Although Lin Feng had been possessed by something, his physique had completely changed and his strength had increased by hundreds of times. However, in front of Lin Mu, he still fell into a disadvantage. Lin Mu first engaged Lin Feng with his fists, but after a few punches, he shook his head. I'm not used to using my fists. Then I'm still. Void sword technique. A huge sword appeared abruptly from behind him. It then swept across the room. Even space trembled slightly where this sword slashed through. Lin Feng didn't dare to resist at all. He could only turn his head and flee. He was sweating profusely and yelling even more. Lin Mu, you really deserve to die. What a waste to have this great emperor's inheritance in your hands. He was chased up and down, and he was still talking tough too. Lin Mu sneered a few times. Let's see what you can still say when I've decapitated you. As he spoke, he chased after them again. The giant sword kept swinging. Each chop caused space to fluctuate violently once. Occasionally, a few times, the giant sword was extremely close to Lin Feng. He had to detach some black flames from his body to intercept the spread of the spatial fluctuations. Several times later, Lin Feng's spiritual energy was depleted and his face was pale. There was even a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Lin Mu really does have some skills. There's definitely something wrong with his physique. After being possessed, he meditated on the many secrets of the Forbidden Land. Lin Feng knew in his heart that anyone who entered the Forbidden Land would be affected by the omnipresent power. The higher the cultivation realm, the faster it was affected. And once completely saturated with power, then the person is dead. So Lin Feng didn't strike right away, but first provoked Lin Mu with his words. It is with this intention in mind. The way things turned out, however, was completely out of his expectation. Lin Mu seemed as if he wasn't affected in the slightest, and instead began to carry out a pursuit of him. No, if this continues, I'm going to die first. Lin Feng was in a state of madness and suddenly roared, and I don't know what maneuver he used. The scope of the starry sky Forbidden Land actually suddenly expanded several times. The cultivators who were originally watching from the edge of the Forbidden Land were actually instantly absorbed into the Forbidden Land. And after they entered the Forbidden Land, their positions were directly disrupted, suddenly appearing everywhere in the Forbidden Land. Lin Mu was chasing Lin Feng when he suddenly heard a cold laugh from his ears. This Lin Mu should be dead already, right? Ha ha. Lin Mu curiously turned around before seeing Fairy Cold Smoke who appeared behind him. Fairy Cold Smoke's eyes widened as she stared at Lin Mu, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. But Lin Mu laughed. Hee. Fairy Cold Smoke, we haven't seen you for a long time. How have you been? Can you tell me what you just meant by that? Lin Mu knew in his heart that this sudden appearance of the Cold Smoke Fairy was definitely Lin Feng up to no good. Although he wasn't sure of Lin Feng's exact intentions, It didn't stop him from sizing up Cold Smoke Fairy. "Are you expecting me to die?" Fairy Cold Smoke's face changed drastically, her heart bursting with anger and bitterness. She even regretted it a little. The scope of this forbidden land. Why has it suddenly expanded? It's inexplicable. Had I known that, wouldn't it have been better for me to stay on the periphery? Now it's troublesome. I was sucked into the forbidden land and happened to land beside Lin Mu. When Fairy Cold Smoke remembered what happened a long time ago, her face flushed a little and she whispered with her head down. "Lin Mu, you're hearing things wrong, aren't you? How do I expect you to die?" But soon she awoke with a sudden start. "Humph. Lin Mu, what are you pretending with me?" She snapped her head up. "This is a forbidden place. No one can even hear what we're saying. It's the ancient beasts outside that can only see part of the picture. I'll kill you here, and then no one will know." Fairy Cold Smoke got excited and raised her hand to attack Lin Mu, but the next moment her face changed. "My spiritual power." It turned out that in the time of these few words, the power of the forbidden land had begun to erode. Her sea of bitterness fell into stagnation, and her spiritual energy could barely be mobilized. Cold Smoke Fairy's heart was like ashes, disheveled and frozen. "It's over." When Lin Mu saw this, he suddenly had a movement in his heart. "Fairy Cold Smoke, I do have a way to save you." Fairy Cold Smoke seemed to be grasping at straws to save her life. Not caring that she had just flipped out with Lin Mu, she hurriedly said, "What do you have in mind?" Lin Mu laughed. "You probably won't believe me when I say it. I do have a way to resist the weird power of this forbidden land. Only well, I have no way to externalize this power. It can only be transmitted to others through physical contact." Fairy Cold Smoke's face instantly reddened. "Lin Mu, what do you mean by this?" Lin Mu showed a strange smile on his face and raised his hand. Then he recruited a green gauze tent from his nascent sacred ring. He walked in and then said to the Cold Smoke Fairy outside, "Is it not clear what I mean? Hurry up and come in. I'll treat you to a tasting of fine cigarettes." Chapter 144, that depends on your sincerity. Fairy. Ahem. After a long time, Fairy Cold Smoke covered her mouth and walked out of the green tent. She turned back with hatred and stared at the green tent, mouthing angrily, "You asshole." However, Lin Mu smiled and walked out, and even stretched his back. "Fairy, you're wrong. That's like a dog biting Lu Dongbin. I was kind enough to help you expel the infestation of that inexplicable power, so it's just as well that you don't appreciate me. Why do you still come to scold me? I know. You did look like a puppy just now. So that sparked the instincts, didn't it?" Fairy Cold Smoke could only understand half of Lin Mu's words. She was angry and ashamed, and said in her mind, "This asshole said I look like a puppy." And the word bite, which is infuriating, but I can understand it. But what did he say about the LVD? And who is this LV Dongbin? Could it be the great power behind Lin Mu? It's just that name, but I've never heard of it. The Cold Smoke Fairy silently stayed in place, caught up in thought. Seeing this, Lin Mu laughed out loud again and said, "What are you thinking again? Fairy, could it be that you want to relive what just happened?" The Cold Smoke Fairy immediately woke up with a start and hurriedly trotted to the side, fearing that Lin Mu would drag her back to the green veil again. Yet she didn't dare run far either. Just now, Lin Mu did bully her, but he also gave her some essence to help her resist the infestation of the Forbidden Land. At this moment, she was so warm that not only those inexplicable forces could not get close to her, even his own cultivation has also increased in an undetectable way. She stood not far from Lin Mu and frowned as she looked back. Is this a special technique that Lin Mu cultivates? Or is his physique at play? If it's physical, Fairy Cold Smoke was thinking again, but Lin Mu had already raised his hand to put away the green veil tent. Seeing this, the fairy's jade face turned slightly red and she stomped her foot and asked, "What did you put that thing away for? Hurry up and destroy it." She completely lacked the appearance of a former senior at this time, and was even less like Yao Qi's former patriarch, rather like a little woman. Once Lin Mu saw her in this state, he instead wanted to bully her even more. Lin Mu smilingly took the collected green gauze tent in his hand before placing it under his nose and sniffing it lightly. Under his breath, he said, "That's not good enough. This green tent has witnessed a good thing, but I am going to stay with it. When I miss you in the future, Fairy, I'll lie down in this green tent and reminisce." The Cold Smoke Fairy rolled her eyes heavily and almost rushed over in anger. A moment later, though, she was a little more curious. This green veil tent didn't seem to be an ordinary implement, but a quenched magic treasure. "Lin Mu, what exactly is the origin of this green veil?" Lin Mu shrugged his shoulders. "As expected of a fairy of Yao Qi, it seems you found it too." He looked back into the distance, a strange look appearing in his eyes. "Not long ago, it seemed like some sneaky guy had been secretly watching me from a distance. I don't know if the eyes are from a presence in the Forbidden Land, or if something else is playing tricks. I don't have a penchant for giving them live broadcasts anyway. then it's natural to use a magic treasure to cover it up. As for the origin of this magic treasure, it was not long ago that Lin Mu had asked Wan Lin to buy it. The formation of his compound was not good enough to be altered for a while, so he planned to use this green veil tent to make do for a while first. Fairy Cold Smoke couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air after hearing Lin Mu's words. You can actually detect the observation of an ancient beast? After she heard Lin Mu speak, she immediately remembered the two red beings outside the Forbidden Land. It's just as well that the ancient beasts have a way to see through the restrictions of the Forbidden Land. But Lin Mu, what makes him able to perceive their eyes? Fairy Cold Smoke fell into deep surprise. The jade mouth opened slightly. When Lin Mu saw her like this, he couldn't help but smile and come closer. I can just see it anyway. Also, Fairy, when you open your mouth, could it be that you're inviting me again? His hands shook as he made a move to open the green tent. Fairy Cold Smoke covered her mouth while hastily saying, "Don't you do anything rash." However, Lin Mu really didn't have the heart to continue at this time. He was just joking. Lin Mu laughed out loud and shook his head. It seems that the fairy is indeed a bit tired. But it's also true that those disciples and grandchildren of yours, Fairy, look like they're about to die. It's quite normal for you to worry about them. Fairy Cold Smoke's face changed drastically at those words. What? You're saying that Lin Xiao and the others are about to die? Lin Mu rightfully said, this is natural, and they don't have my help. Can they still resist the infestation of the Forbidden Land? The fairy didn't care how Lin Mu knew that his own disciples and grandchildren were similarly pulled into the Forbidden Land. She hurriedly pulled Lin Mu's hand and pleaded with him. Lin Mu, I know that our Yao Qi used to have a grudge against you, but you can't see death to them for Qin Yan's face. Lin Mu almost laughed out coldly. See death? All the elders of your Yao Qi have let me kill 1, 2, 3, and 4 of them. Lin Mu even deliberately slowed down his speech when he talked about the numbers, stretching out his fingers and counting them one by one. Fairy Cold Smoke became even more anxious. Do you really want to watch them all die? Only then did Lin Mu laugh. That's not necessarily true. As long as the fairy gives me enough sincerity, it's not like I can't rescue them. When Fairy Cold Smoke saw the bad smile on Lin Mu's face, she instantly understood what he meant. With a blush on her face, she came over to Lin Mu's side and asked in a low voice, what sincerity do you want me to show? Lin Mu went to her ear and said a few words. After hesitating for a moment, Fairy Cold Smoke finally nodded her head. Several breaths later, Lin Mu pulled Fairy Cold Smoke and strutted forward in the starry sky Forbidden Land. Countless darkness fell behind them. In the Forbidden Land, time and space seem to intertwine and lose their logic. Sometimes it's clearly going forward, but it gives the impression of going backwards. And Lin Mu recalled just now, when Fairy Cold Smoke recounted why they had entered the Forbidden Land, and some clarity came to his heart. So it was that brat Lin Foam just now, seeing that he was about to be caught up by me. That's why he directly expanded the range of the Forbidden Land, planning to trade space for time? Oh, that's a good calculation on his part. After the two of them ran forward for dozens of breaths, they finally saw Lin Xiao and the others. They sat back to back, the spiritual energy on their bodies holding up a shroud of light, as if they were doing battle with some kind of power. However, in Lin Mu's eyes, this light shield should not have played any role. The power of the Forbidden Land had almost invaded their entire body. Lin Xiao and the other Yao Qi powerhouses had their flesh withered and the sea of bitterness dried up. It looks like it is about to die. The Cold Smoke Fairy let out a cry of alarm and directly pounced over. Lin Xiao, what's gotten into you guys? When Lin Xiao and the others heard Fairy Cold Smoke's voice, they couldn't help but open their eyes, which first showed surprise, followed by horror. This Forbidden Land is actually so powerful that it can still visualize people who are already dead? Chapter 145 Elder is Lin Mu? Hearing the words of Lin Xiao and the others, a hint of suspicion appeared in the eyes of Fairy Cold Smoke. Lin Xiao, what do you mean by these words again? However, the more she said this, the more certain Lin Xiao and the others became. The characters that were hallucinated from the Forbidden Land can even imitate their voices to perfection? In that case, what we saw in the outside world just now might not be Lin Mu himself. Could this be the Forbidden Land deliberately conjuring up Lin Mu's image so as to draw us to the edge of the Forbidden Land? So this was all premeditated. It must be the existence in the Forbidden Land that has a grudge against my Yao Qi ancestor, and that's why they're purposely counting on us. When it came to a life and death situation, Lin Xiao and the other Yao Qi elders actually had a big brainstorm. The mouth kept uttering whimsical thoughts. The Cold Smoke Fairy gave an angry laugh. What are you all babbling about? Even if the existences in the Forbidden Land really have a grudge against the Western Queen Mother, these people of ours are completely unworthy of those existences' efforts to count. You guys really think you are, like, some kind of great characters? Even a Xiantai powerhouse like me, in the eyes of those existences, is no different from the flowers and plants on the side of the road. When talking about the Queen Mother of the West, Fairy Cold Smoke showed her respect. It seemed that he was quite respectful of this Yao Qi ancestor. However, the words she said did not wake up Lin Xiao and the others at all. They're already full of, "This disillusioned human statue can actually say something so justified?" The starry sky forbidden land is truly terrifying. When Fairy Cold Smoke saw this, she couldn't help but look back at Lin Mu. What's wrong with them? Lin Mu shook his head. What else could it be? It's just that power that is soaked into their minds. With that, he shook the sea of bitterness, and a surge of spiritual energy rose from the sea of bitterness. Lin Mu injected his spiritual energy into the desolate ancient sacred body. Under the condensation of the sacred body, these spiritual forces were tainted with gold color. Lin Mu then took this golden spiritual energy and embedded it into his hair. Roots of blonde hair stood out from Lin Mu's head. Lin Mu reached out and took it off, then handed the hair over to Fairy Cold Smoke. You put these hair strands on them and they will naturally come to their senses gradually. When Fairy Cold Smoke saw the golden hair, she seemed to remember something. Jade's face blushed slightly and she reached out to cover her chest, but his feet didn't stop, and he hurriedly trotted over, easily passing through the light shield held up by Lin Xiao and the others, putting Lin Mu's golden hair, one by one, onto the Yao Qi elders. The hair just touched their bodies and burst into a dazzling light. Inside them, there seemed to be something that let out a guttural wail. Cold Smoke Fairy was shocked in her heart and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Only then did he look seriously at the bodies of the elders, intending to study them. But no matter how much she looked, she couldn't see anything different. However, in Lin Mu's eyes, it was a different scene. The power in the hair fell into the bodies of the Yaoji elders, and the black chi in their bodies instantly dissipated. There were only a very few black smokescreens that rushed out of the elders' bodies and converged into a human face in midair. This human face gave Lin Mu a resentful look before it instantly disappeared again. What is this situation again? Lin Mu held his chin with his hand and fell into thought. The scene he saw in front of him was once again beyond his expectations. Could it be that the power in this forbidden land has its own consciousness? And to whom do these consciousnesses belong? It can't belong to an inexplicable being in a forbidden place anyway. If this kind of existence wanted to kill us, they wouldn't even need to use such complicated means. Just as Lin Mu was thinking, Fairy Cold Smoke let out a burst of laughter. It turns out that as those black gases disappeared, Lin Xiao and the others have gradually returned to normal. Their eyes cleared up again, and when they looked at Fairy Cold Smoke again, they revealed a hint of surprise. Master, are you actually still alive? There seemed to be some curse in these words, but Fairy Cold Smoke knew that this disciple of hers had no malicious intent. She had already discovered that the inexplicable power in the Forbidden Land was one that dipped faster on cultivators with higher cultivation realms. His own realm was far higher than these elders. Then naturally, in their eyes, they themselves should have died a long time ago. She sighed quietly, didn't hesitate, and turned back to point at Lin Mu, who was not far away. This is because I was in the Forbidden Land and met this fellow Taoist. As for the means I used to rescue you just now, it was also gifted by this fellow Taoist. Lin Xiao and the others hurriedly squeezed out smiles and saluted in Lin Mu's direction. They had only just escaped from certain death and fit the word desperate, so they didn't even dare to take the initiative to look at Lin Mu. They just looked in a general direction and bowed. Many thanks to this senior for his help. Seeing Lin Xiao and the others bending over and saluting themselves, Lin Mu almost laughed out loud. He forced a laugh and said in an odd voice, "Well, don't say anything so out of the ordinary. Me and your Cold Smoke Fairy, that's a good friend." Although Lin Mu's voice was different than usual in order to suppress his laughter, but Lin Xiao and the others still heard the clues. Why does this voice sound somewhat familiar? One of the elders cautiously raised his head and surreptitiously looked at that senior. Then he recognized at a glance that the person in front of him was none other than Lin Mu. Lin. He stumbled over the words in a shaky voice. The rest of the elders were not pleased. What are you talking about again? Only then did that elder finally finish his sentence. Lin Mu. The elders were shocked. Lin Mu? They snapped their heads up and looked at the senior, realizing that what the man had just said was indeed correct. Lin Xiao and the others turned back hastily. Master, what's going on? Fairy Cold Smoke didn't know how to explain it either. She simply stopped explaining and just chilled. What? Do I have to explain to you guys when I do something? Master? Lin Xiao and the others said that they didn't dare, but countless thoughts turned in their minds. Why did Master say that it was Lin Mu who came to his aid? Even if Lin Mu really does have this ability, but he and our Yao Qi don't say that they have a deep hatred, but they still look at each other. It's good enough that he doesn't just come and kill us while we're powerless to resist. And how is it possible to rescue us by means? Can't figure it out. However, their silence caused Fairy Cold Smoke to be a bit flustered. She was afraid that these people would guess something, so she hurriedly said, "Tell me, what kind of sights did you all encounter when you were sucked into the Forbidden Land just now?" Upon hearing this, the elders finally came back to their senses. Lin Xiao laughed bitterly, reporting back to Master. We were suddenly sucked in. Where can we see anything? And as soon as we entered the Forbidden Land, we felt spiritual energy all over our bodies, which seemed to be sucked away by something, and so had to sit trapped together and try to resist that inexplicable power. When Fairy Cold Smoke heard this, she couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. You guys, you're really asking for it. How can you resist the power of this Forbidden Land? Things would have been a lot better if you hadn't resisted at all. As Fairy Cold Smoke spoke, she had been secretly gauging Lin Mu's expression. She was afraid that if Lin Mu was unhappy, she would directly tell what she had just said, so it's very much a bit of a lift. She wanted to say something else, but she saw Lin Mu's mouth open. Fairy Cold Smoke panicked in her heart and hurriedly asked, Lin Mu, what are you going to say? Chapter 146 Lin Mu, please save me. Lin Mu looked fixedly into the distance and shook his head. I'm not saying anything. I have something to do. You guys wait here for a moment. After saying that, Lin Mu turned around and was about to leave. But Fairy Cold Smoke panicked. Wait, we'll go over there with you. Fairy Cold Smoke was very worried that Lin Mu would not return once he was gone. More so, he was afraid that after Lin Mu left, Lin Xiao and the others would ask questions about himself. She couldn't exactly leave it unexplained. Could she? But Fairy Cold Smoke was clear that if she didn't explain herself, the things that Lin Xiao and the others were thinking in their heads would only become more and more outrageous. What it would turn out to be in the end, that was not for her to say. Lin Mu said indifferently, if you guys are willing to follow, then come. When he finished speaking, he left in stride. Fairy Cold Smoke hurriedly turned around and said to Lin Xiao and the others, follow me. She then chased Lin Mu away. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiao and the others glanced at each other, the doubts in their hearts strengthening a few more points. What exactly is the relationship between Master Teacher and Lin Mu? Some people even recalled that day, when Lin Mu took Suyu as his concubine. Fairy Cold Smoke's behavior. At that time, when the Supreme Elder returned, he explained to us that we were not allowed to be enemies with Lin Mu in the future. Could it be that something had happened with Lin Mu when the Supreme Elder struck at that time? But Lin Mu is just a mere cultivator of the Dao Palace mystic realm. Even if he has amazing battle power, he can't possibly be a match for the Supreme Elder. Maybe it's the strong man behind him who's making the move. The crowd had different thoughts and followed Fairy Cold Smoke in silence, together following Lin Mu's steps forward. However, no matter what they thought in their hearts, their hands had a death grip on Lin Mu's hair. The golden light on the hair had disappeared, but Lin Mu's spiritual energy was still functioning. Help them drive away the forbidden forces around them. Lin Xiao felt that she had been gripping her hair, which was already hot from too much force. He wore a bitter smile. Since when did I, the hallowed patriarch of Yaoqi, have to rely on Lin Mu's hair to survive? But he was told to throw his hair away, which he would never do. After a long time, Lin Xiao saw Lin Mu stop abruptly. He looked curiously, only to realize that in front of Lin Mu, there was also a large group of people. Lin Xiao looked for a few moments and was surprised. The woman at the head seems a bit familiar. Is she that Shui Yan from the Shui Chamber of Commerce? The other Yaoqi elders around them also hurriedly added. Patriarch doesn't know. Something seems to have happened to the Shui Clan Chamber of Commerce recently, and now that Shui Yan is already the president of the chamber. In fact, this news, in a very short period of time, had already spread throughout the entire cultivation world. It would be fine if the cultivators in the starry sky knew about it afterward. However, for Yaoji, they should have been the first to know. But thanks to Fairy Cold Smoke's original instructions, the Yaoqi disciples were all ordered not to actively provoke Lin Mu. The disciples were angry in their hearts, but they didn't dare to disobey the order. So they simply don't listen, don't look and don't think. Anyone who heard news of Lin Mu simply left. Even if a disciple accidentally heard it, he would not tell the other disciples, much less tell his master. So regarding Lin Mu's performance that day, Yaoqi actually didn't have a few people who knew about it. Lin Xiao and the others were surprised to see that Lin Mu flew directly next to Shui Yan. Lin Mu waved his big hand, and it seemed like a stream of golden light fell. As the golden light flashed by, the faces of the people of the Shui Chamber of Commerce, who were originally on the ground in a state of collapse, were revitalized. Shui Yan opened her eyes, saw Lin Mu in front of her and smiled in surprise. Lin Mu, you came to save me again? Lin Mu laughed. You're right about this again word. He reached out and pulled Sui Yun to her feet and began to ask why she had come over. Lin Xiao and the others in the distance exchanged glances with each other. They whispered in a voice, that golden light just now. You guys saw it too, right? But when they looked closer, they couldn't see any gold color. Lin Xiao and the others frowned. What exactly is this Lin Mu using? And beside Lin Mu, after Shui Yan spoke about what had just happened, Lin Mu also had a smile on his face. I didn't realize you cared about me. Shui Yan shyly bowed her head. Lin Mu, you have helped me so much. How could I not care about you? At this time, Granny Pai behind Shu Weiyan also lamented. I didn't expect this kid, Lin Mu, to actually have such tactics. He even has a way to get rid of the power of the Forbidden Land? Granny Pai secretly shook her head. I still underestimated him before. At this time, she noticed another movement behind her and hurriedly looked back. It was only then that he realized that it was a strong person that the Water Chamber of Commerce had spent a lot of money to invite. Their cultivation realm was too high, and they were affected far more than the people of the other chambers. Even with Lin Mu's hand, they were still pale. Half the time he couldn't get up from the ground. Xing Xia, who had the highest cultivation realm, was even more shaped like a wither. His whole face was sunken, his eyes were high and bulging, and his eyes were lax. Xing Xia tried to struggle to stand up, but even after several attempts in a row, he was unsuccessful. He had no choice but to lie down on the ground and beg Lin Mu for help. Lin Mu, please also help. I'm dying. Lin Mu just glanced at Xing Xia and knew there was nothing he could do. Xing Xia was not just the sea of bitterness dried up, but even the divine bridge had been broken. The black power of the Forbidden Land had been tightly integrated with his flesh. From the bottom of the dry sea of bitterness, gusts of black smoke vaporized. It seems to be condensing a new sea of black bitterness. Lin Mu was no stranger to this scene. It wasn't too different from the scene Lin Mu himself had encountered not too long ago, and according to his guess, Lin Feng should have experienced a similar situation when he was first possessed. He shook his head. Xing Xia, you are hopeless. Xing Xia originally thought that he had already made a sufficient gesture by asking Lin Mu for help. Lin Mu will definitely make a move. Instead, he ended up hearing something like this. Xing Xia became furious. Lin Mu, are you saying this because my son once provoked you? I didn't realize that you were such a small-minded person. Lin Mu shook his head once again. You can think so, but I'll tell you anyway. I don't have to lie to you. If I was able to save and not save, I would have just told you, and it relieves me a little more to do so, but there's nothing I can really do about it. Hearing Lin Mu say that, the surrounding cultivators nodded their heads. Even Lin Xiao and the others, who had been in conflict with Lin Mu, secretly said yes. Lin Mu was right. If he really wanted to tease this diva one last time, then he should have said he had a way to save the day. Invoke this heavenly king to beg for mercy 100 times, as if he were a clown, and then finally watch him die in indignation. Lin Mu actually did not do this. So, he is still a thick person? In the minds of Lin Xiao and the others, such odd thoughts arose. But on the other hand, Xing Xia was in a state of madness. Lin Mu, you're still lying to me. At the moment of life and death, he had lost all sense of reason. Even if I die, I'll drag you along with me. He roared and summoned the last of his spiritual energy to lunge at Lin Mu. Chapter 147. A possessed person? The puppet of the Forbidden Land. Although Lin Mu wasn't battle-hardened, he was just as well tested. If Xing Xia was still in his heyday, he would really have to deal with it carefully. But the current Xing Xia was nothing but the end of his strength, so where would he be afraid? Lin Mu stood in place, coldly looking at Xing Xia who pounced over. However, the surrounding cultivators exclaimed in shock. Shu Weiyan even covered her mouth and exclaimed, Lin Mu, be careful. Lin Mu unhurriedly turned his head and gave Shu Weiyan a smile. Shu Weiyan, don't worry. This guy is seeking death. Shu Weiyan's eyes widened, not knowing why Lin Mu said that. But the next moment, she realized, if Xing Xia didn't deliver the final blow, he would still be able to survive for a while. But since he had struck out, that remaining vitality was completely insufficient to support him in launching an attack. Xing Xia had just rushed out a few steps when the last luster in his eyes disappeared. The whole thing flopped forward onto the ground. The crowd had very mixed feelings when they saw him in this state, especially Fairy Cold Smoke. As a great power of the second heavenly layer of the Immortal Terrace, she knew best. How much effort and good fortune did it really take for a cultivator to break through to the third heavenly layer? Even if she came from a few of the strongest holy places in the cultivation world, she had no chance of impacting the third heavenly layer in the future that was visible to the naked eye. Such a powerful person died so silently. Just die in front of Lin Mu? An inexplicable feeling arose in her heart. Very complicated, yet indescribable. Fairy Cold Smoke could only remain silent, and so did the rest of the cultivators. Shu Weiyan's mouth moved slightly, as if she wanted to say something to praise Lin Mu, but she couldn't say anything when she saw that no one around her was talking. She took small steps to Lin Mu's side, looking at Lin Mu with adoring eyes. However, in Lin Mu's eyes, after Xing Xia died, the black power in his body, instead, flourished. Lin Mu's eyes narrowed. Void Sword Technique. Boom! The Void Giant's sword appeared behind him. Lin Mu didn't hesitate and directly stabbed somewhere. None of the cultivators present were shocked. Lin Mu didn't react when Xing Xia attacked him just now. At this point, Xing Xia is already dead. So what is Lin Mu trying to do here? Right in the middle of their surprise, The tip of the giant sword seemed to have stabbed something. The giant sword stopped instantly, followed by a strange laugh coming out. Hee, Lin Mu, you really are capable. You can actually see through my position? Lin Feng revealed his true body. It turned out that Lin Mu's sword just now was aimed at him. However, at this moment, Lin Feng was even less human than he was a moment ago. He was no longer just wrapped in black power. Even the body has changed. The face was twisted and the limbs seemed to have a few extra joints. Even mortals without any insight could see that something was wrong with him. Lin Feng? Lin Xiu covered her mouth and exclaimed. Lin Feng had once worshipped in the Yaoqi Holy Land and became Lin Xiu's disciple in order to get back at Lin Mu. So Lin Xiu was not exactly a stranger to him. Lin Xiu looked at Lin Feng and could hardly believe his eyes. How did you become like this? Although he didn't treat Lin Feng as a personal disciple, he knew that Lin Feng had some talent and wasn't a generalist. Looking at such a future powerhouse, he was reduced to this state. Lin Xiu couldn't help but lament. What are you doing this for? Lin Feng turned his back to Lin Xiu. After he heard this, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What do you mean? What's the pain? Not only am I not bitter now, I'm having fun. He rolled his eyeballs, surprisingly turning them directly into his eye sockets and looking at Lin Xiu through his own head. Lin Xiu gave birth to a feeling of being seen through, and his whole body was cold. Fortunately, at this moment, the strand of Lin Mu's hair in his hand was starting to work again. A wave of heat radiated out, driving out this coldness. Lin Xiu hurriedly took a long breath while looking at Lin Mu gratefully. He sincerely bowed deeply to Lin Mu. Many thanks, Lin Mu. Lin Xiu knew very well that without that hair, then under Lin Feng's good disciple's commentary, his own body was bound to undergo some kind of weird change. Lin Mu casually waved his hand and didn't answer Lin Xiu. His attention was focused on Lin Feng. Lin Feng, are you a human now, or something else? Also, what did you do with Hyungha's body? When Lin Feng heard this, he hurriedly turned himself back to the front in the middle of his eyeballs and hesitantly said, What are you talking about? Lin Mu sneered. You still playing dumb? Do you think that I really can't see that Xingxia's body is changing? Without further ado, with a thought, he maneuvered the void giant sword and chopped down towards Xingxia's body. No! Lin Feng let out a roar. His body even dashed away, wanting to stop the giant sword. But Lin Mu was faster than him. Just before Lin Feng arrived, Lin Mu's giant sword fell, split Xingxia's body in two. The people present, it seemed, heard a scream. Shui Yan and other cultivators with lower cultivation levels felt even more like the hairs on their bodies were counting down. Shui Yan subconsciously moved closer behind Lin Mu. Lin Mu turned back to her and smiled. Don't be afraid. Only after pacifying Shui Yan did Lin Mu turn his head to look at the corpse again. Or it would be fine to call it a two-section corpse. Just in the time it took to turn his head, many black hairs grew on these two sections of the corpse. Lin Mu muttered. Luckily it's black hair. If it was red hair it would be a problem. When Shui Yan heard Lin Mu's words, she asked curiously, What are you talking about, Lin Mu? Lin Mu shook his head and didn't reply to those words, instead looking at Lin Feng. Now you can tell me what happened to the Xingxia's corpse, right? But Lin Feng had almost fallen into madness. Lin Mu, how dare you jeopardize my good deed? How dare you destroy this puppet? Lin Mu, I want you to die. Lin Feng roared furiously, then unexpectedly stopped fleeing and rushed towards Lin Mu to kill him. Lin Mu's face sank as he pushed Shui Yan aside. Watch yourself. After he instructed a sentence, he recalled the void giant sword to his body and prepared himself for a great battle with Lin Feng. Lin Mu had already noticed that as Lin Feng became more and more unlikable, his strength had increased a lot more. Fighting him this time wouldn't be as easy as it was just now. Beyond the Forbidden Land, the ancient exotic beasts gathered together, and they all shook their heads in disbelief as they looked at the scene in the Forbidden Land. This Lin Mu is quite bold. He even dares to fight a possessed person. That little chubby guy still keeps swallowing the source. In such a short period of time, he had many more stone debris under his feet. Little Fatty shook his head. He's not bold, but he doesn't see enough. These possessed people are nothing more than puppets of the Forbidden Land. As time passes, the tougher this puppet gets, the more forbidden power it can hold. It would have been fine if Lin Mu had killed Lin Feng right from the start, but now well. He shook his head and didn't continue, instead taking out another piece of gen and devouring it in one big bite. The surrounding ancient exotic beasts all shook their heads when they saw this, but what they had in mind was similar to Little Fatty. Lin Mu this time, I guess he's really going to suffer a big loss. Chapter 148 Lin Mu, what does he have the right to do? A small child's voice came at this time instead. Chu Lin clapped his hands and said, Uncles and uncles, just now, the means Lin Mu used to resist the infestation of the Forbidden Land. What exactly was it? She opened her mouth with kind words, very polite, making the surrounding ancient fey beasts extremely receptive. That's a good question. I see that he has a golden glow on his body. It should be some kind of special physique. Nonsense, Chu Lin's uncle said without a trace of anger. Chu Lin said no big deal to him, but was so polite to outsiders. The middle-aged man was angry in his heart and naturally spoke badly. He coldly said, "This Lin Mu's problem is not just in his physique." Hearing these words, the surrounding ancient bloodline were curious. Chu Ran, what do you mean by that? The Qilin clan all had the surname Chu, so even if this middle-aged man was Chu Lin's uncle, it wasn't a different surname. Chu Ran hadn't wanted to reveal the matter of the auction venue. After all, his own line of hiding was seen through by a human cultivator of the Four Extremes mysterious realm. It's a little too embarrassing to talk about. However, this matter Chu Ran himself had let his mouth slip, and it was no longer good to hide it. He spoke faintly of the situation at first. The ancient exotic beasts all looked surprised after hearing this. What? This Lin Mu still has such means? He can actually see through your concealment technique. He does have some skills then. Many of the foreign beasts shook their heads in lamentation. Someone else remembered something. Just now, when Lin Mu met that little girl from Yaoqi, he took the initiative to bring her into the Green Veil tent. Could it be that he sensed we were watching him? If these words were placed just a moment ago, absolutely no Fae would believe them. The fact that people like himself could see through the Forbidden Land was all due to the special talent inherited from his bloodline. This Lin Mu was just a human cultivator. How could he have such a skill? But after being told that by Chu Ran, they didn't dare to be sure. Lin Mu, someone murmured in a low voice, memorizing Lin Mu's name in his mind. For these long-lived beasts, it still took some effort to memorize the names of the human race as well. The many Fae beasts fell silent, their minds divided. However, at this moment, Chu Lin laughed again. Uncle, it turns out that you suddenly took me away that day because you were seen through by Lin Mu. Why didn't you tell me then? Chu Ran's old face blushed. Fortunately, Chu Lin didn't ask much. She asked again curiously with a twinkle in her eye. Since that's the case, then Lin Mu's body should have many secrets. Tell me, will this Lin Mu be able to leave the Forbidden Land? The foreign beasts that were silent a moment ago all shook their heads. How is this possible? Even if Lin Mu has some special means, the existence in this Forbidden Land. An elderly-looking alien beast seemed to want to say something, but no sooner had he gotten halfway through his sentence than he felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed as if something horrible would befall them if they went on and actually mentioned those existences. He hastily shut up, not daring to continue. So did all the other foreign beasts around them. They were reticent to mention those existences at all. In the end, it was Chu Ran who said in a deep voice. In short, Chu Lin, don't think too much. This Lin Mu doesn't even talk about escaping the Forbidden Land. He probably won't even be able to get past Lin Feng. Just as he finished the sentence, the two red beings in the distance. However, a strange luster suddenly emerged from their eyes. The many foreign beasts sensed this and hurriedly turned their heads to look. What's going on with them? Could it be that he saw some scene? They were very curious and also turned their heads once again to look at the Forbidden Land. Yet it didn't matter what they looked at. What? Lin Mu is actually still pressing Lin Feng? What the hell is he on? It turned out that in their line of sight, Lin Mu had brought the Void Giant Sword and was fighting with Lin Feng. At first, there was a back and forth between the two. Even as time went on, the aura on Lin Feng's body continued to grow, and at one point, he even had the upper hand. But before long, Lin Feng's aura actually gradually weakened, and he was also gradually not Lin Mu's opponent. Lin Feng roared furiously, but his tone revealed a hint of trepidation. Lin Mu, what kind of tactics did you use that you were able to absorb the power within me in turn? In fact, this wasn't what Lin Feng was really alarmed about. The power of the Forbidden Land within him already had the ability to spread outwards. When Lin Mu first began to absorb this power, he was not only not afraid, but was secretly rejoicing. After you absorb this power, you are bound to be assimilated by it. At that time, you will be reduced to a forbidden puppet just like me. So Lin Feng even took the initiative to let it go, allowing Lin Mu to unleash the 9 revolutions of Godslayer skill to absorb the power within him. But out of his expectation, after Lin Mu absorbed the power from him, not only did it not have any meaning to transform, but even physically, it kept emitting golden light again. Lin Feng was getting weaker and weaker and kept dodging Lin Mu's Void Giant Sword. Under his breath, he kept asking, Lin Mu, what exactly did you use? Are you really that loser brother of mine? By this time, Lin Feng actually began to doubt Lin Mu's identity. It was the other cultivators in the Forbidden Land that cast odd looks at Lin Mu, especially Lin Xiao and the others. They had actually long suspected that there was something odd about Lin Mu. A child of a small family who was originally unable to cultivate suddenly reversed his physique. Again, I don't know where I got the Void Emperor's inheritance from. It even showed outrageous alchemy talent at the end. To them, It was almost like a clear sign that Lin Mu was out of place. If you don't get it right, you'll be taken over by some great power. It was just that at the very beginning, when they saw the Lin family of Cloudsea City, as well as Qin Yan and the others, they didn't show anything. Therefore, even if there were some doubts, they were all put on Lin Mu's illusory great power behind. However, at this moment, Lin Feng had voiced such suspicions, and the doubts in their hearts burned like wildfire. Could this Lin Mu really be off? Granny Pai's gaze turned and came behind Shui Yan. Miss, if this Lin Mu is not right, then you should stay away from him in the future. However, Shui Yan shook her head and said, you don't have to say more. Granny, no matter what Lin Mu really is, it's all the same with me. A smile appeared in her eyes, and her beautiful eyes were nailed onto Lin Mu, not willing to move away at all. Seeing this, Granny Pai could only let out a long sigh and said nothing more. On the other side, Lin Mu heard Lin Feng's question, but he sneered. You're such an idiot. You actually doubt me? Then let me ask you, have you forgotten who took you out secretly to play when you were a child, before you awakened your physique? When you break someone's stuff, isn't it still me who takes the beating and suffers for you? Hearing Lin Mu mention these old events, Lin Feng seemed to recall something as well. But soon, the anger in his eyes took over again. So you're still the same loser. In that case, you're no match for me. He came barreling up and had no idea what he was going to use. Chapter 149 Lin Feng's Death. Changes in the Forbidden Land. Looking at the monstrous killing aura on Lin Feng's body, Lin Mu didn't panic in the slightest. He crossed the void giant's sword in front of him, his eyes staring tightly at Lin Feng. But out of Lin Mu's expectation, this offensive stance of Lin Feng was actually just a fake move. Lin Feng had just rushed out a few steps when he suddenly turned around and fled into the distance. This contrast made even Lin Mu freeze for a moment. What's he up to? But in a moment, Lin Mu reacted. It turns out that this kid is actually still afraid of me. And all those words just now were just for show. Looking for a chance to run away. Actually, Lin Mu's eyes went cold. Unfortunately, if you want to run, you have to ask me first. Void sword technique. Humph. Want to escape? Watch me flash. Cough. The void giant sword in front of Lin Mu suddenly grew larger, and in the blink of an eye, it grew dozens of times larger than the original. It was headed straight for Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng had thought that he had fooled Lin Mu and was able to successfully escape. He's being smug. This Lin Mu is really a fool. I fooled him with a little trick. Although he has a way to resist the power of the Forbidden Land, it's always impossible for him to keep going. With the passage of time, sooner or later, he will gradually weaken to the point of being impregnated by the Forbidden Land, and I get stronger and stronger. However, in the next moment, a look of horror suddenly appeared in his eyes. This sword chi is a void inheritance? No good. He turned around in a panic and mobilized the black power within his body in an attempt to fend off Lin Mu's void giant sword. But he had previously been too complacent, and he didn't react until the giant sword stabbed him in the back, and he was too late to mobilize all his strength. One can only respond in haste. Boom! The giant sword clashed with Lin Feng's body, sending out loud noises. The voice was even higher in this void forbidden place that was like a dead land. The cultivators not far away were filled with fear. Lin Xiu's eyes widened as he looked at Lin Mu and Lin Feng, his mouth chanting, Lin Mu, how could he be so powerful? In just a few months' time, he's actually gotten so much stronger again. But what surprised him more was indeed Lin Feng. The aura of this Lin Feng's body seems to have changed. His physique, it shouldn't be the original Star River King body anymore. What kind of means is it that can directly change his physique? Many thoughts flashed through Immortal Cold Smoke's mind when she heard her disciple's words. If I remember correctly, the old Yaoqi elders have rumored that there seem to be many powerful existences lurking in this starry sky Forbidden Land. If it was these existences that made the move, then changing Lin Feng's physique isn't incomprehensible. But, why would they do that? In the eyes of those existences, someone like Lin Feng is no different from a mole cricket. Lin Feng was originally equipped with the Star River King body, so it was indeed possible for him to grow into a generation of heavenly pride. But it ultimately takes time and luck. There were even more cultivators in the cultivation world who were stronger and more talented than him. In Fairy Cold Smoke's opinion, even if those existences wanted to find helpers, there was no need to pick Lin Feng. Can't figure it out. Fairy Cold Smoke fell into deep thought, not caring about the great battle in the distance. Although after entering the Forbidden Land, she was infiltrated by its power and relied on Lin Mu's help to save her name. But in terms of strength, she thought that her cultivation realm, as well as her true battle power, was far higher than Lin Mu. As for that Lin Feng, although he was eccentric, he wasn't a match for himself, so she didn't care about the brotherly battle between Lin Mu and Lin Feng. But it wasn't long before she realized that the sound of the duo engaging in battle didn't diminish, but instead gradually increased. The look on Fairy Cold Smoke's face also finally became grave. She raised her head to the sky and looked at the scene when the two of them fought, muttering under her breath, how could they be so strong? In the eyes of Fairy Cold Smoke, the aura of Lin Mu's body continued to grow, chasing after Lin Feng. And Lin Feng was somewhat of a 100-footed insect that never dies. No matter how many times he was struck by the giant sword of the void, he could always struggle to recover. The commotion of these two exchanging blows is barely inferior to a strong person of the immortal terrace first layer sky. Fairy Cold Smoke exclaimed in a low voice, and not far beside her, Shui Yan was filled with joy. Lin Mu is really powerful. Behind her, Granny Pai covered her head helplessly, not knowing what to say at all. The strong men employed by the Water Chamber of Commerce, on the other hand, silently looked at the sky. When someone said that Lin Mu was actually able to kill Shui Shouzheng, I actually didn't believe it. It's even suspected that someone was trying to make a name for Lin Mu, and that's why the killing of Shui Shouzheng was pressed on his head. But now that I look at it, it's only true. Lin Mu, not to be underestimated. They have lamented. There's also this Lin Feng who's equally strong. This pair of brothers is truly awesome. However, Lin Feng, who was in mid-air, had completely different thoughts in his mind. He looked at Lin Mu, who seemed to have inexhaustible spiritual energy, and his heart was already filled with bitter smiles. How is this punk of a brother of mine so powerful? Speaking of which, he hadn't really fought Lin Mu yet, so although he vaguely knew in his heart that Lin Mu had some skills, it seemed possible that he could not defeat him. However, he actually lacked an intuitive sense of Lin Mu's strength. Now, however, he understood completely. Lin Mu is not right. If I keep fighting him, I'm only afraid I'll really die here. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's eyes revealed ruthlessness, and he actually didn't dodge or avoid the attack that Lin Mu launched once again, caught the sword with his body. Lin Feng's flesh shook and countless black blood sprayed out of his mouth. However, his body managed to escape into the distance with the force of the sword. Lin Mu's face sank. This guy is already going to break his tail to survive? All the more reason I can't let him go. He instructed Shui Yan and the others who were not far away. You guys stand here and don't move around. I will go by. Cough. After I go and kill Lin Feng, I'll come back for you guys. After Lin Mu finished speaking, he didn't wait for them to reply and directly rushed out. Lin Feng's escape speed was extremely fast, and since his physique had changed, he was like a fish in water in this forbidden land. If it was a different person, even if a changing immortal stage powerhouse came over, they could only look at the ocean. But Lin Mu was different. 9 revolutions of Godslayer skill. With a flash of light in his eyes, he immediately noticed a faint devouring force in the space around him, and the intensity of the devouring power varied. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Lin Mu's mouth as he chased after him along the direction where the devouring power had gotten stronger along the way. It didn't take long to catch up with Lin Feng, who was fleeing. Lin Feng, let's make an end between us today. Lin Mu's eyes revealed killing intent. Lin Feng was startled. He was really a bit scared at this point. Lin Mu, you can't kill me. I'm your brother. He opened his mouth to beg for mercy, but Lin Mu was unmoved. Oh, now you remember you're my brother? Late. The void giant's sword reappeared in Lin Mu's hand, but without waiting for him to strike, a spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared behind Lin Feng. So you poked his head out from it, and in his hand, at some point, there was a small sword. The sword happened to stab Lin Feng in the back of his heart. Lin Feng turned around violently and tried to break away from the sword, but for some reason, he couldn't shake it off. A moment later, the life in his eyes gradually dissipated. Under his breath, he muttered, I can't believe I'm dying like this. He was filled with disbelief, but couldn't change anything, and with his death, Lin Mu suddenly realized that certain changes seemed to have occurred in the Forbidden Land. Chapter 150, It's over. It's all over. Lin Mu turned his head violently and stared dead on in a certain direction. With this action, he startled Suyu. She stood carefully in place, not daring to breathe. It wasn't until Lin Mu withdrew his gaze cast into the distance that she whispered, Husband, I accidentally killed your brother. You won't blame me, right? As she spoke, a hint of crying even showed in her tone. Lin Mu sniffed and hurriedly moved closer to Su Yu's side, carefully calming him down. Jade, don't think like that. How could I blame you? Even without you making a move, I'm still going to kill this bastard Lin Feng. You may not know that this time it was he who moved to suck you into this forbidden place. Since he's done all this, it's clear that he doesn't think of me as an older brother. In that case, you killed well. Jade, Lin Mu patted Su Yu's back, signaling her not to blame herself. Su Yu nodded blankly, but a hint of panic soon appeared in her eyes. Husband, what did you just say? This is a forbidden place? Lin Mu smiled and said, Ma'am, could it be that you still don't know? This is none other than the starry Forbidden Land. Su Yu's eyes widened as he hurriedly scanned back, muttering to himself, So this is the legendary Starry Sky Forbidden Land? No wonder this place is lifeless. After she lamented a few times, she looked at Lin Mu in panic. Then how did you come here? Husband? Could it be that they were also tricked into coming by Lin Feng? Lin Mu's eyes flickered and he didn't tell the truth. Instead, he nodded his head and said, yes, I also fell for this brat's trick and was inexplicably sucked into this forbidden land. After hearing Lin Mu's words, Suyu stomped her feet in hatred. Humph. No wonder you said that just now. Husband, this Lin Feng really is not worthy of death. She came to Lin Feng's corpse and even had the urge to whip it, but when she did get close enough to go over, she didn't dare to make a move, and exclaimed, what happened to his body? Lin Mu's heart stirred and he hurriedly came to Suyu's side. He looked down and instantly realized why Suyu had let out such a shocked cry. It turned out that after Lin Feng died, countless black tentacles grew out of his corpse. Each tentacle, which seemed to be separate beings, attacked and devoured each other. As for the sword that Suyu stabbed Lin Feng to death just now, it had long been gnawed into a pit by these tentacles. The spirit of the precious sword was lost, and it was not even as good as an iron sword made by a mortal. This horrifying scene, not to mention Suyu, even Lin Mu had some chills in his back after seeing it. This forbidden land really isn't right. He took Suyu's hand and said to him, let's go now. Suyu nodded her head hurriedly. I'll listen to everything my husband says. The two of them flew out a few miles before they finally felt somewhat relieved. Only then did Lin Mu ask again, after you entered this forbidden land, how did you persevere until now? A smile appeared at the corner of Suyu's mouth as he reached out and stroked his belly. In fact, when I just came to the forbidden land, I was also a little bit confused. But fortunately, our child has a strong bloodline power even before he is born. I relied on his power to carve out a small space in the forbidden land and have been hiding in it, and then never left. I didn't poke my head out until I felt your breath just now. Husband. Lin Mu nodded, then asked about the precious sword. Suyu was a little embarrassed after hearing this. This sword was actually given to me by Su Xia. Su Xia was Suyu's protector, and although her cultivation was not comparable to that of the Grand Elder, she had some good things on her. Only then did Lin Mu smile. It seems like after we leave the forbidden land, I'll have to thank Su Xia. The other side. After Lin Mu left, Shui Yan watched Lin Mu's back gradually fade away, and stars were coming out of her eyes. She was all smiles and whispered under her breath, at a time like this, Lin Mu still has the heart to care about me. He's just too good to me. Granny Pai was helpless again. She shook her head and signaled the Chamber of Commerce powerhouse next to her to take care of Shui Yan. Then she came to Cold Smoke Fairy's side and carefully asked, Senior Cold Smoke, I wonder what you think about this situation we are in at the moment. Fairy Cold Smoke froze. What opinion? Granny Pai sighed. We're deep in the forbidden land, and although we have Lin Mu's help and are able to steal our lives for the time being, it's impossible for us to live for too long if we stay here all the time. A slightly hopeful look came into her eyes as she said this. I've heard that Yao Qi's ancestor was once an ancient powerhouse. I wonder if she has passed down any methods that can allow us to escape from this forbidden land? When Fairy Cold Smoke heard this, she directly shook her head at her. How is this possible? This forbidden land is ancient. After hesitating for a moment, she didn't reveal the hidden secret passed down from Yao Qi. Instead, he said seriously to Granny Pai, it was even our ancestors from Yao Qi back then who also respected these forbidden places. If I were to say that it was any other forbidden land, then I might actually have some methods. But this starry forbidden land, well, Fairy Cold Smoke didn't finish her sentence, but the surrounding cultivators all understood what she meant. Their moods were also momentarily low. In that case, do we really have to die of old age in the forbidden land? Someone cried out. The man next to him lamented. It's good to die of old age. I'm afraid that soon, our bodies will also undergo a mutation and turn into ghosts similar to Xingxia. The one who said this was a cultivator from the Water Chamber of Commerce. He had seen what Hyunha looked like after she died. That's why he said that. When the cultivators present heard this, their moods turned a few more points worse. Someone laughed forcefully. Isn't there still Lin Mu? He exerted a means just now to help us repel the infestation of inexplicable power. As long as we invite him again, then we won't end up like that. Others, however, shook their heads. Although Lin Mu's battle prowess is amazing, in the end, he's just a cultivator of the Four Extremes mysterious realm. How can he contend with the power of the Forbidden Land? Many cultivators even despaired a bit. It's over. It's completely over. Are we going to be buried in this Forbidden Land? I'm not happy about it. They looked at the starry sky in the distance, and even entertained the thought of rushing straight into it for a quickie. However, at this time, Lin Mu returned with Suyu. He saw the crowd's expressions were off, so he watched carefully. Just by leaving himself for such a short time, black smoke was coming out of the crowd again. Lin Mu frowned. So the power of this forbidden land is not only able to change the cultivator's body, but also has a spiritual effect? They are so frustrated. It seems that they are also affected by this power. Lin Mu snorted coldly and injected his spiritual energy into his holy body. An extremely faint golden light flashed by. The eyes of the cultivators present instantly cleared up a lot. Some people were terrified to realize that they had, without realizing it, broken away from the crowd and were almost about to step into the starry sky. He returned in a panic, saying in alarm under his breath, "This forbidden land is truly bizarre." Chapter 151, This looks familiar. Most of the cultivators had ugly faces. Even Fairy Cold Smoke had some fear in her heart. Just now, she was also affected by that power and almost rushed into the endless starry sky as well. And she knew in her heart that if she did, it would definitely be 10 deaths. Even if Lin Mu wanted to save her, there was definitely nothing he could do. A trace of fear flashed in her eyes, and she actually subconsciously moved closer to Lin Mu's side. But just a few steps closer, Fairy Cold Smoke heard Lin Mu's voice transmission, the tone of which was full of frivolity. "Fairy, you come closer. Could it be that you want to relive old dreams with me? Unfortunately, there are too many people here for it to be appropriate. Why don't we change it some other time?" When Fairy Cold Smoke heard Lin Mu's voice transmission, she couldn't help but feel ashamed and angry. She subconsciously stomped her foot and said, "Lin Mu, what are you talking about again?" The crowd turned their heads to look when they heard her speak. "Senior, what are you talking about?" Lin Xiao snatched the question. However, when he asked this question, it left Cold Smoke Fairy speechless. She couldn't make public what Lin Mu had just said to her. Could she? Fairy Cold Smoke's face grew redder and redder. The crowd was only puzzled. However, at this moment, Shui Yan did trot over to Lin Mu and shushed him. At the same time, he asked with concern about what happened to Lin Feng. That's what diverted the crowd's attention. They looked at Lin Mu and began to listen to him talk about Lin Feng's death. Fairy Cold Smoke was relieved, but still cursed in her heart. Lin Mu, this asshole, would just molest me in secret. Humph. Even at this point, he's not honest. But for some reason, she suddenly felt some soft heat in her body. Fairy Cold Smoke lowered her head and no longer dared to actively look at Lin Mu. Meanwhile, outside the Forbidden Land, the ancient exotic beasts looked at all the things that were happening in the Forbidden Land, and their mouths all let out gasps of astonishment. This Lin Mu was really powerful. He was able to suppress that Lin Feng, and there's something really odd about his unborn child, too. That child has opened up a space that even we can't see through. This only has a few moments of a Void Emperor already. Yes, indeed. The Fey beasts all sighed with emotion as they remembered the scene just now. Even that little fatty no longer swallowed the source, but shook his head along with the other foreign beasts. If this Lin Mu can come out of the Forbidden Land alive, he's bound to grow into a powerful party in the future. It's even quite possible to become a new generation of great emperors. However, after little fatty finished speaking, the rest of the Fey beasts shook their heads. If you had put it before this, it would have been quite possible for you to say that. But now well, Chu Ran even spoke. Lin Mu, he can't even leave the Forbidden Land. If you can't cultivate in this Forbidden Land, how can Lin Mu talk about growing into a great emperor? Not to mention the presence in this Forbidden Land. Chu Ran seemed to have some concerns and didn't dare to finish his sentence. In fact, just by mentioning the word Forbidden Land, he felt that someone was watching him from the underworld. He hastily stopped his mouth and never dared to say more. However, Chu Lin beside him spoke childishly. "Uncle, it's not right for you to say that. How can you be so sure that this Lin Mu won't be able to leave the Forbidden Land?" Chu Ran did not answer directly, but first felt it with his heart. By the time he realized the feeling of watching, it faded away. Only then did he open his mouth to explain. "Do you really think this Forbidden Land is a joke? I'll tell you what, if Lin Mu can come out of the Forbidden Land, I'll let you go wherever you want to play in the future. Okay?" Chu Lin clapped his hands excitedly after hearing this. "Well then, let's make a deal." In the middle of the Forbidden Land, Lin Mu's ears suddenly heard the system's voice. Ding! The host triggers a nurturing quest. Fulfill Chu Lin's expectation and successfully leave from the Forbidden Land within 1 day, 10 days. Quest reward, Yin-Yang Harmony technique upgraded by 1 level. Penalty for failure, exile to the depths of the stars. Unable to return for all eternity. Lin Mu's eyelids fluttered and he looked odd. System, are you running out of ideas? The punishment for this mission seems to be similar to the last one. Also, you have an outrageous amount of time on this mission. Another day, another 10 days, how many days are you talking about? The system's emotionless voice immediately answered. Host, the tasks issued by this system are very strict and there will be no low-level errors. The problem of time is entirely a matter of time flowing differently inside and outside the Forbidden Land. 1 day in the Forbidden Land is equal to 10 days in the outside world. After the system finished explaining, a hint of surprise appeared in Lin Mu's eyes. So, he suddenly turned around and asked Suyu behind him. How long have you been in this Forbidden Land? Suyu didn't know why Lin Mu asked about this, but she still answered seriously. It should be 2 days now. After silently calculating in Lin Mu's mind for a while, he realized that the system was right. Between Suyu being sucked into the spatial ripples and entering the Forbidden Land himself, that's about an hour or so. If there was a tenfold difference between the flow of time inside and outside the Forbidden Land, then switch over and it's exactly 1 day. And about a day had passed since he had entered the Forbidden Land. So it is. Lin Mu nodded, but some thoughts arose in his heart. This time flow rate is different. Is the Forbidden Land itself in a special space? Or is there some existence that has deliberately distorted space and time? Wait, I think I heard someone say somewhere that this time is supposed to be a type of space. This distortion of the flow of time. How does it sound like the means of a void emperor? Lin Mu suddenly frowned and tentatively shouted, "Great Emperor?" The surrounding cultivators looked at him baffled. Lin Mu, what are you talking about? Lin Mu waited for half a day and didn't wait for any response, so he shook his head as well. It's nothing, I'm just saying. He turned his head to scan the surroundings and said to the crowd again, "Prepare yourselves, I'm going to take you out of the Forbidden Land." At these words, the crowd was shocked and delighted. Lin Mu, are you telling the truth? You really have a way to get us out of here? Especially Fairy Cold Smoke. After she heard Lin Mu's words, she raised her head to look at Lin Mu, her eyes full of incredulity. This Forbidden Land is not trivial, and since the beginning of time, I've never heard of anyone being able to leave alive. Lin Mu, you're not kidding, right? Lin Mu rolled his eyes at her. Why would I joke about that? Fairy Cold Smoke actually got a little angry when she heard him speak to herself like that. She subconsciously wanted to sneer back, but fortunately, a moment before she opened her mouth, she finally reacted and shut her mouth for good. Why was it somewhat like flirting when I was talking to Lin Mu just now? This is if anyone finds out. Fairy Cold Smoke panicked in her heart and hurriedly scanned her surroundings. Fortunately, most of the cultivators in the Forbidden Land were men. Moreover, they were all looking at Lin Mu with eyes full of anticipation, hoping that Lin Mu would really be able to take them out of the Forbidden Land. So it didn't even notice the difference just now. Only Granny Pie, who was behind Shui Yen, was looking at Fairy Cold Smoke oddly. Granny Pie's gaze swept back and forth between Cold Smoke Fairy and Lin Mu. Fairy Cold Smoke was startled in her heart, fearing that Granny Pie would see something, so she hurriedly gave Lin Xiu a wink. Lin Xiu didn't quite understand his master's meaning, but he reluctantly opened his mouth and asked along with the crowd's thoughts, "Lin Mu, on what basis do you say such things?" Chapter 152, Hurry up and prepare for the aftermath. When Lin Xiu opened his mouth like that, he really drew the attention of the crowd. It was Granny Pie who had stopped sizing up the Cold Smoke Fairy. She similarly stared at Lin Mu, hoping that he would give an explanation. Only then did she notice that Shui Yen, at some point, actually ran behind Lin Mu as well. Standing with the pregnant Suyu, Granny Pie's eyelids fluttered, and her entire body was completely speechless. Just how anxious are you, miss, to marry yourself into the Lin family? However, at this moment, Lin Mu opened his mouth and answered Lin Xiu's question. Well, that's not so hard. After saying this, Lin Mu stopped talking and instead narrowed his eyes and began to calculate all the tasks that the system has given me for so long. There are ways to accomplish them. No matter how hard it seems, there must be a silver lining in the end. This time is certainly no exception. And even without this mission, I have to find a way to get out of this weird forbidden place. Lin Mu thought of this and summoned his panel out. Name, Lin Mu. Age, 31. Cultivation, 3rd level of the Four-Pole Mystic Realm. Physique/bloodline, Desolate Ancient Sacred Body, Shackle Release Progress, April 9th. Techniques, Yin-Yang Harmony Technique, 1st level. 9 turns of Deicide Technique, 2nd turn. Dancer's Secret Code, 4th level of Heavenly Grade. Spell/martial art, Void Sword Technique, 2nd level. Female Emperor Raising Target, Qin Yen. Su Yu. And M.O. Shu Lin. Lin Mu's gaze swept over all of his feats and spells. The Desolate Ancient Sacred Body is estimated to be useless. If it was a great sacred body, there might still be a way to leave from the Forbidden Land, but definitely not now. His gaze continued downward. The Yin-Yang Harmonization Technique is even more of a no-no, unless those existences in the Forbidden Land have certain special hobbies. Lin Mu shook his head once again. Afterward, he landed his gaze on the 9 Revolutions Divine Regicide Technique. The scene that had just appeared flashed before his eyes. Wait, not long ago when I was chasing Lin Feng, I was using the 9 Revolutions of Deicide to discover the direction he was escaping in. Since this feat can sense the strength of the power of the surrounding Forbidden Land, then I might be able to rely on it to find a way out. Lin Mu thought of this and no longer hesitated. He sat cross-legged in mid-air and fully operated the 9 Revolutions Deicide technique. A moment later, the cultivators around Lin Mu felt a terrifying power coming from Lin Mu. Their sweaty hairs stood on end. They didn't dare to breathe, and subconsciously wanted to back away. but just as he took a few steps back, he remembered that there was an even more terrifying forbidden power in the distance. They are in a dilemma and don't know what to do. Lin Xiao and the others were horrified. Lin Mu, what are you doing? However, Lin Mu did not reply. As the 9 revolutions of God-slaying technique began to power up, he had already sensed that the inexplicable force in the space around him had indeed changed extremely slightly. The further you go in a certain direction, the stronger the force becomes, and the further it went in the other direction, the weaker the force became. I know. Lin Mu suddenly opened his eyes and pointed somewhere. The way out is over there. The cultivators beside him looked at each other in dismay, not understanding what Lin Mu was saying at all. He didn't just close his eyes for a while. How dare he say he found a way out? What the hell is he talking about? The cultivators of the Water Clan Chamber of Commerce looked at Shui Yan, hoping that this president of their own family would ask the doubts in their hearts for them. However, Shui Yan just looked at Lin Mu with eyes full of admiration. Since you said so, Lin Mu, then the way out must be over there, she said with a smirk. It seemed that no matter what Lin Mu said, she would agree. Lin Mu turned around and smiled at her, then took Su Yu's hand next to him. Jeju, come with me. Let's go home. It was naturally even more unlikely that Su Yu would object. She leaned against Lin Mu's side and whispered, listen to your husband in everything. The rest of the cultivators could only sigh when they heard this. Yeah, well, we'll just have to beat a dead horse now. We can only follow Lin Mu and take our chances. On the periphery of the Forbidden Land, countless cultivators were arriving in a steady stream. The news of the Starry Sky Forbidden Land's mutation had been thoroughly spread. Any strong person with some cultivation had heard about this matter. They were naturally very excited about this kind of thing that they wouldn't be able to come across once in a few thousand years. They were growing in number and even the starlight obscured a lot of them. Cultivators who could be considered strong in other places were only able to gather together like ordinary people in the outskirts of the Forbidden Land. They murmured. It is said that not long ago, there was a paragon emperor who stormed the Forbidden Land and ended up dying as well? This Forbidden Land is truly terrifying. I've also heard that the Forbidden Land had instantly expanded its range, absorbing many cultivators who got too close, right into it. Yes, the matter was witnessed by me. That Yao Qi's people, as well as the cultivators from the Water Chamber of Commerce, seemed to be among them. When these words came out, many people were surprised. How could they be so unlucky? Is that true or not? Someone sneakily pointed in the distance. Oh, I'm not going to explain. Just look over there yourself. The people nearby turned their heads to look, only to realize that not far away, several purple flying boats had appeared. The flying boat bore the seal of the Water Clan's merchant tax. Many people stood near the flying boat and exchanged words, their faces full of panic. At first glance, it seems that something has gone wrong. And not far from their neighborhood, there were many more Yao Qi disciples. They were similarly flustered, staring dead on in the direction of the Forbidden Land. Anyone who saw this scene was born with clarity in their hearts. That person didn't lie just now. It seems that the important people from the Water Chamber of Commerce and Yao Qi really did enter the Forbidden Land by mistake. Someone sighed. It seems that their two major forces are going to take a big hit this time. The monks nodded as they heard the words. It's natural. Since ancient times, anyone who has entered this Forbidden Land has never come out alive. At this statement, there was another snort of laughter. See what you mean by that? Let alone a living person. A corpse? Have you seen one come out? If the people of that Yao Qi and Shui's Chamber of Commerce were smart, they should be preparing for the aftermath at this time. Not far away, the Grand Elder and the others had gloomy faces. If the others were unable to leave, then Lin Mu and Su Yu, they had even less of a chance. After all, they entered the earliest. The Grand Elder and the others didn't say anything, but a sense of frustration arose in their hearts. Could it be that Lin Mu and Su Yu really couldn't come out alive? I'm not happy about it. The Grand Elder clenched his fists, but didn't know where to vent them. However, at this time, he heard a cry of alarm coming from beside the two red beings. This Lin Mu is actually so powerful? This kind of great battle, if it hadn't appeared before my eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. And that Lin Feng is strong too. The Grand Elder hurriedly brought his men closer to the past, only to realize that the scene in the Forbidden Land had changed again in the eyes of the living beings. The scene of Lin Mu and Lin Feng fighting appeared on the top. The crowd stared in disbelief. It took a long time for someone to marvel. Lin Mu's strength is so terrifying, but it's a pity that he is destined to die in the Forbidden Land. Such an amazing talent is also destined to fall in the Starry Sky Forbidden Land. Chapter 153, The Existence of the Forbidden Land. Will it finally reveal its true form? But just as the cultivators were discussing the scenes of the great battle, in the eyes of those ancient bloodlines, the situation was completely different. In their eyes, Lin Mu had already killed Lin Feng a long time ago. At this time, He was already leading the many cultivators beside him and began to travel through the Forbidden Land. What exactly is this Lin Mu doing? The foreign beasts watched Lin Mu move forward and backward, sometimes even circling in place. They all had a curious look in their eyes. Could this be that he's lost his way? That's right. I remember a few other forbidden places that seem to have similar situations. There are many more forbidden places in the world. Apart from the Starry Sky Forbidden Land, there were several other forbidden lands, but it wasn't a matter of certain death if you entered them. Still, people have come out alive. A certain forbidden place among them was even used by certain powerful forces as a secret realm to exercise their juniors. Every few years, the contemporary geniuses would be thrown into the Forbidden Land to be honed. So these foreign beasts that had lived for many years were not entirely ignorant of the situation in the Forbidden Land. A cold smile appeared in Shu Ran's eyes. Perhaps Lin Mu is no longer able to resist the power of the Forbidden Land, and has lost his mind and gotten dizzy. There were a few alien beasts around, and they nodded along. Maybe it's still true. For Lin Mu to last this long in the Forbidden Land is already an anomaly. He's only now infested with the power of the Forbidden Land, and it's entirely enough to be proud of. However, Chu Lin was displeased. What are you talking about, uncle? Do you think so little of Lin Mu? Humph. If you ask me, he might have found the way out as well. When this statement was made, the surrounding foreign beasts laughed out loud. Little Qilin, you're looking down on that Lin Mu too much, aren't you? And is this Forbidden Land so easy to get in and out of? They all disdained Shu Lin's words. Only that little fatty, on the contrary, helped Lin Mu with a few words. That's not necessarily true. I'm quite optimistic about this Lin Mu kid. He took out a piece of gen and tossed it around in his hand, finally swallowing it in one gulp. The other face shook their heads as they watched him eat the source. You guys must have eaten too much of the source and eaten your brains out. What makes you say that Lin Mu has such a skill? Feelings. The little fat man was decisive. Feelings, you know? The Fae don't give him a good look after hearing that. You're really out of your mind. Even as they spoke, the scene in the red being's eyes finally changed. The Grand Elder and the others saw Suyu suddenly appear and stab Lin Feng to death with his sword. They couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Jade is actually still alive? This is great. Their voices, however, startled the surrounding great powers. Some people looked curious and recognized the Grand Elder and the others at a glance. Gu, isn't this Su's man? Someone shades up. Why are you guys here too? I remember. The man slapped his head. Your family's heavenly pride and good son-in-law seems to have entered the Forbidden Land as well. So of course you have to come. That's not right either. Then Lin Mu is not your son-in-law. Your Su clan's heavenly pride is marrying him as a concubine. This can't be said to be a son-in-law. Ha ha ha. The man laughed openly, as if he was deliberately trying to give the Grand Elder a hard time. The Grand Elder's face was decidedly gloomy. Surname Shao. What do you mean by that? Many of the surrounding cultivators were a bit baffled. Why are they still arguing here? Immediately someone explained. These two. One of them is the Su clan's Grand Elder. As for the other person, he is the Supreme Elder of the Shao clan, Shao Chong. The two had a grudge years ago. It said that when they were still in the Dragon Transformation Mystic Realm, the two of them, as well as that cold smoke fairy of Yao Qi, had fought over a treasure. In the end, the treasure was damaged in the fight, but the beam between the three of them is considered to be knotted. Back then, the three of them were known as a generation of heavenly prides and often fought each other in various places, something that many people know. It's just that the three of them, after breaking through into the Xiantai realm, gradually faded out of the cultivation world and stopped moving around. So these things, too, are fading into oblivion. I didn't expect that after so many years, that Elder Shao actually hasn't forgotten the hatred from back then. As soon as he seizes the opportunity, he's going to taunt Grand Elder Su. The cultivators then nodded in understanding. But someone else suddenly thought, those who can know these things are only not ordinary cultivators, right? The man turned back hastily, trying to see who had said this, but when he looked, he realized that the cultivator who had spoken had long since disappeared without a trace. Any cultivator who noticed this had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. It seems that this Forbidden Land disturbance has truly attracted many great powers. There are even a lot of old-timers among them. This time it's a real hoot. Seeing that the fire between the Grand Elder and Shao Chong was getting bigger and bigger, the crowd very tacitly moved aside an area, just in case the two fought later and implicated them as well. The Grand Elder was already in a bad mood, and he said angrily to Shao Chong, Surname Shao, what exactly did you mean when you said those words just now? Shao Chong smiled coldly. What do I mean? I'm just telling the truth. What? You're not happy to hear me tell a few words of truth? A hint of killing intent appeared in the eyes of the Grand Elder as he stared coldly at Shao Chong, already ready to strike. In the distance, the ancient exotic beasts also turned their heads to look. These human cultivators, they just like infighting. Shu Ren shook his head slightly. seeming somewhat disdainful. The other Fae, on the other hand, saw things a little differently. That's not necessarily true. It's true that the human race usually has internal strife, but when it comes to crunch time, it can explode with extreme power. Chu Ran sniffed and seemed to recall something as well, so he didn't say anything more. However, at this time, he suddenly heard Chu Lin clapping his hands and laughing. Ha ha, uncle, this time the bet, but you lost. Chu Ran hurriedly turned back. What are you talking about? When he saw Chu Lin excitedly looking at the Forbidden Land, an idea suddenly arose in his heart. It won't really let Lin Mu and the others leave this Forbidden Land, right? He hurriedly turned his head to look, only to realize that Chu Lin really wasn't wrong. Lin Mu, who had been walking around chaotically just a moment ago, was somehow actually getting closer and closer to the edge of the Forbidden Land. Although he still occasionally headed towards the center of the Forbidden Land, there was no problem with the general direction. Counting the time, it should be dozens of breaths later that they would be able to leave the Forbidden Land. Chu Ran let out a long sigh, feeling a bit humiliated. He shook his head and said, "It seems that I have truly gone astray." After saying that, he unexpectedly left directly. Chu Lin hurriedly chased after him when he saw this. "Uncle, why did you leave? You won't keep your word." The rest of the Fey beasts saw this and followed suit. However, their mouths were filled with emotion. This Lin Mu is truly extraordinary. It seems that the cultivation world in the future is going to be lively. At the same time, those two red beings, too, seemed to have sensed something. With a sudden turn, they too departed into the distance. The cultivators immediately noticed the abnormality. They panicked. How did these foreign beasts suddenly leave? Someone remembers something, and a terrible suspicion suddenly arises in their mind. It can't be that the Forbidden Land is going to undergo another change and expand its scope. These cultivators immediately flew into the distance. And of the cultivators present, there were no cuties, and they all gave birth to this idea and followed suit and left. It was the Grand Elder and Xiao Chon who also put aside their hostility and flew away together. Not long after they left, they realized that a silhouette had unexpectedly appeared in the Forbidden Land. It's just blurry and it's impossible to tell them apart. The great powers present couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Surprisingly, someone was able to come out of the starry sky Forbidden Land? Not good. This can't be the existence in the Forbidden Land that's finally going to reveal its true form, right? Some made a move to flee, but were too scared to do so. One could only watch the silhouettes as they became clearer and clearer. An invisible pressure enveloped the hearts of all the cultivators present. Chapter 154, The Corpse of a Paramount Emperor. It is said that the Forbidden Land has existed for countless years, and no one has ever seen the Forbidden Landowner's real body. If the master of the Forbidden Land comes out today, the news will definitely spread throughout the entire cultivation world. But will we survive the day? What's the use of talking about this now? Can you still run away? The cultivators' faces were ugly. Even Xiantai powerhouses didn't dare to move easily. If they don't move, there may be a way to live. But if you make any noise, you might offend the master of the Forbidden Land. There will really be no living then. Many great powers had unsightly faces as they stared dead at the edge of the Forbidden Land. In the hands of some of the great powers, there were flashes of a different kind of light. It seems to be preparing for something. Some even stomped their feet. No wonder those ancient beasts just now actually left just like that. They must have realized that the situation was not right and that's why they fled in a hurry. If I had known, I should have run with them just now. Once this statement was made, many cultivators also regretted it in their hearts. This time when I came to the stars, I also carried a magic weapon, so if I ran right then and there, it would definitely be too late. I regret it. In the middle of the corner, the Xiantai powers around the Grand Elder suddenly showed joyful faces. They moved closer to the Grand Elder's side and whispered, "Great Elder, hurry up and use the divine ability in your bloodline to take us out of this place." Yes, today's Forbidden Land movement is just too odd. That Lin Mu and Su Yu. I'm only afraid they won't be able to get out. It's better to save our own lives. They opened their mouths and persuaded the Grand Elder. With the death of Lin Mu, Su has merely lost a strong support in this one great struggle, that is, to fall short. But if you die here, then the Su clan's direct lineage is going to be green and yellow, and may even decline directly. When the Grand Elder heard this, there was a definite twinkle in his eyes, but after a moment, he shook his head firmly. There's no rush. It's better to wait. I always felt that Lin Mu didn't die so easily. Maybe after a while, he'll be able to come out of the starry sky Forbidden Land. Hearing the Grand Elder's words, the surrounding great powers shook their heads helplessly. Grand Elder, why are you still daydreaming? Since the beginning of time, have you ever heard of anyone coming out of the starry sky Forbidden Land alive? Perhaps those legendary powerhouses? Or that great emperor from your family's ancestry? They once entered and exited the starry sky Forbidden Land. But that Lin Mu is just a cultivator of the Four Extremes mysterious realm when he talks about the big sky. Even if the battle power is comparable to some Xiantai mysterious realm powerhouses, it's completely impossible for him to escape from the ascension. The sound of them talking at that moment drew more attention. Some of the great powers who had come to the periphery of the Forbidden Land early lamented, "You guys are late to the party, so maybe you didn't see it." A few days ago, there was also a Paragon Emperor who attempted to storm the Forbidden Land, only to die on the spot just halfway there. Then how could Lin Mu have managed to escape? The Grand Elder finally fell silent. He knew that these cultivators had a point, but he still refused to leave. Seeing this, the surrounding cultivators could not be persuaded, but in their hearts they had already cursed angrily. This Lin Mu is such an asshole. If he hadn't entered the Forbidden Land, would we have rushed here? It's his fault. And this Grand Elder too. He must be senile. He can't see the situation at all. And at this time in the Forbidden Land, Lin Mu held his breath and carefully looked at an inexplicable creature in front of him. The cultivators behind him didn't even dare to breathe, afraid that he would make some noise and startle the inexplicable creature. What the hell is this? It appears to be in the shape of a human being, but the head has taken on the appearance of a round ball, and the limbs have been transformed into tentacles. There are still bone spurs at the spine of his back, protruding outward. Could this be some ancient demonic creature? Or maybe it's the real owner of the Forbidden Land? No, it's impossible for the owner of the Forbidden Land to show himself so simply. The cultivators behind Lin Mu didn't dare to speak, much less transmit their voices to communicate. One can only wonder in one's mind. But soon, they realized that Lin Mu was actually getting closer and closer to the inexplicable creature as he walked. These cultivators were all a bit flustered. What exactly is this Lin Mu trying to do? He's not going to be pulled into the illusion by this demonic creature and is going to take us there to die, is he? In the hearts of many cultivators, fear had already been born. They looked to their respective leaders. Fairy Cold Smoke turned around and shook her head slightly after sensing the gazes of the Yaoqi elders. She was in the highest cultivation realm and had already vaguely sensed that there was no problem with the direction Lin Mu was taking them. The omnipresent power of the Forbidden Land around them was indeed weakening. Perhaps that inexplicable creature is the gatekeeper of the Forbidden Land. To leave from here, you have to go through it. A glimmer of realization arose in Fairy Cold Smoke's heart, and she made another gesture to Lin Xiu and the others. This is a unique call to arms for Yaoqi. Lin Xiu and the others didn't dare to say anything else after seeing the hand signal. He could only continue to follow Lin Mu, but they no longer dared to look up for fear that their eyes would meet the creature's and they would attract its attention. As for the water chamber's side, Shui Yan's eyes were on the verge of sprouting stars, and her entire body followed Lin Mu to death, not noticing any abnormality at all. She didn't even have that inexplicable creature in her sights. She naturally responded even less to the movements of the cultivators of the Water Chamber of Commerce. This is really, for our president. The cultivators sighed in their hearts, giving birth to a lot of helplessness. But when they saw the cultivators from Yaoqi, they also followed Lin Mu in moving forward. Now there's nothing for it but to give up your life. They moved forward stiffly. As for Su Yu, it was needless to say that wherever Lin Mu went, she would follow. Soon, Lin Mu arrived beside the inexplicable creature. After surveying the creature for a few moments, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and even let out a soft eek. The monks were dying of fear. What is this Lin Mu up to? Isn't he afraid of startling the odd creature? It's over. It's over. Many cultivators were sweating like rain. Their teeth were chattering and shaking like chaff. But the Cold Smoke Fairy was fine. Her cultivation level was a bit higher. And at this time, she also realized something was wrong. This creature. No, it should be the corpse of a cultivator. Why do I look somewhat familiar? She began to survey the creature as well, but without waiting for her to take a few more looks, Lin Mu suddenly clapped his hands. I know. As soon as these words were uttered, the cultivators were even more afraid. But Fairy Cold Smoke asked, Lin Mu, what do you know? Lin Mu turned around and smiled. This thing is probably the corpse of some powerful person. It's just that it's been saturated by the power of the Forbidden Land, and that's why it's become like this. And from what I've observed, this person's realm in life was definitely not low. Perhaps it was a quasi-emperor as well. The monks had been scared to death, but they saw that Lin Mu had said so many things in a row, and the creature hadn't acted. Then he gradually relaxed as well. They all secretly shook their heads when they heard this last sentence from Lin Mu. This Lin Mu really knows how to talk big. He's only been alive for how long? What kind of paragon emperor could he have seen? Chapter 155, How can a corpse open its eyes? This time, Shui Yan did seem to notice something. She felt the strange stares from the crowd and turned back in displeasure. Since Lin Mu has said so, then this must be the corpse of a paragon emperor. Seeing this look, Granny Pai was completely used to it. She shook her head. Don't you say that. Miss, how could a hallowed quasi-emperor die here so easily? In the mind of Granny Pie, however, there was a terrible guess. Lin Mu wouldn't have led us the wrong way, would he? He unknowingly brought us to the center of the Forbidden Land, and that's how we came across the body of the Paragon Emperor. She was a little nervous and subconsciously moved closer to Sui Yun. In case the situation changed, she would immediately escape with Shui Yen. Though in the middle of the Forbidden Land, going anywhere was actually pretty much the same. But it's always better to just live a little longer. Just as the crowd's minds were divided, Fairy Cold Smoke suddenly opened her mouth. I seem to have seen this person before. He is indeed a Paragon Emperor. The crowd was shocked at this statement. They hurriedly looked at Fairy Cold Smoke. Lin Xiao was even the first to speak. Master, when did you meet this Paragon Emperor? He didn't ask Fairy Cold Smoke if she had told a lie. That's the kind of question he'd be really stupid if he dared to ask. A hint of reminiscence appeared in the eyes of the Cold Smoke Fairy. That was still many years ago. At that time, I was stuck at the great circle of the Dragon Transformation Mysterious Realm, and was slow to break through, and so traveled to the stars. By chance, I've met this Paragon Emperor once. He even instructed me at the time. If I remember correctly, this Paragon Emperor should belong to a certain powerful family in the starry sky. How did he die here? Fairy Cold Smoke seemed to be caught up in some sort of emotion, shaking her head and sighing. Hearing Fairy Cold Smoke's words, Lin Mu suddenly recalled the situation not long ago when he had fought with Lin Foam. The meteor that Lin Foam looked back towards at that time. Could it be that it was left by this Paragon Emperor? It should be that his lifespan is about to end. So he came to the Forbidden Land to try his luck. Lin Mu's gaze flickered and he didn't think much about it. No matter how powerful this quasi-emperor was in his lifetime, at this moment, he was already in an inhuman and ghostly state. It's hard to even tell what he was like in life. Lin Mu suddenly reached out and picked up something from next to the Paragon Emperor's corpse. He was able to determine that the corpse belonged to a Paragon Emperor precisely by virtue of something like this. It was a black lance, which emitted a strange aura, but no one saw it but him. This should be a heavy treasure that a quasi-emperor brought into the Forbidden Land. The heavy treasure has a special prohibition applied to it. Even Fairy Cold Smoke can't see through it. But I did have a system bonus and saw this lance at a glance. Lin Mu's mind moved as he attempted to refine the lance. However, this thing seemed to have a special spirituality, and in a short period of time, Lin Mu couldn't really refine it. He then put the lance into his nascent ring, and then he said to the crowd behind him, "Well, let's just move on." Those cultivators had long been a bit impatient. Although it was determined by Fairy Cold Smoke that the inexplicable creature was, indeed, nothing more than the corpse of a Paragon Emperor, but since even the titular quasi-emperor had died here, how would they be willing to stay here for much longer? Long ago, I hated to rush off. Good. Then Lin Mu, hurry up and lead the way. They spoke in unison. Lin Mu nodded slightly and continued walking somewhere. The cultivators couldn't hold back their curiosity as they passed by the body of the quasi-emperor and carefully looked over. This is the corpse of a Paragon Emperor? He's in this state now. And I don't know if it's his own characteristics or if he's been affected by this Forbidden Land. I'd say it's mostly the latter. They whispered. Lin Xiao and a few other elders of Yaoqi did the same. Lin Xiao shook his head and said, "I didn't realize that back then. If Master Teacher wanted to break through to the Xiantai mysterious realm, he could only go to the stars to practice. The Xiantai secret realm is indeed difficult to break through." The other elders nodded. "Patriarch, you are right. If this Xiantai mystic realm was so easy to break through, wouldn't there be so few Xiantai powerhouses in the cultivation world?" They walked past the bodies of the Paragon Emperors and poured out a slight salute. No matter what, this Paragon Emperor had also lifted up Fairy Cold Smoke. They also have to have the most basic manners. But just at this time, Lin Xiao suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. His entire body was like an ice cellar, and he didn't slow down for half a day. If it wasn't for the other Yaoqi elders pushing him forward, he could barely move. It was only after a few moments that someone noticed that Lin Xiao's body was stiff and seemed to be very out of place. Only then did someone ask him, "What's wrong with you, Sovereign? Could it be that it's been affected by the power of the Forbidden Land again?" One of the elders whispered, "If that's the case, why don't you go beg Lin Mu again and ask him to give you another hair?" It was only then that Lin Xiao slowed down, and he held the hair in his hand tightly, as if he was holding some kind of spiritual treasure. Feeling the heat in her hair, Lin Xiao let out a long breath. "I'm fine. The power of the Forbidden Land isn't affecting me anymore. I just seem to see something." As he said these words, Lin Xiao felt a strong urge to turn back and look at that quasi-emperor's corpse again, but he deadened the desire to turn back. This odd behavior of his even caught Lin Mu's attention. Lin Mu looked back at Lin Xiao. "Patriarch Lin, what's wrong with you?" Hearing Lin Mu's question, Lin Xiao showed a bitter smile on his face. More than a year ago, he himself was shouting at Lin Mu. He couldn't wait to kill Lin Mu and take away his great emperor inheritance. But now, one is left to fend for oneself. If it wasn't for Lin Mu, he would have died long ago. Lin Xiao had mixed feelings, but he didn't dare not to answer. He said in a deep voice, Lin Mu, when I passed by that Paragon Emperor's corpse, it seemed like I saw the corpse open its eyes. The eyes were so regal that they almost shook my divine sense. When the crowd of cultivators heard this, they all subconsciously shook their heads. How is this possible? That Paragon Emperor is dead. How can he still open his eyes? Unless he's not dead. No. One cultivator suddenly spoke up. There's also the possibility that after a Paragon Emperor dies, his corpse undergoes a mutation. When these words came out, a terrifying aura instantly enveloped all the cultivators. They felt chills and even goosebumps on their bodies. It had been a long time since they had embarked on the path of cultivation that they had been born with such mortal feelings. Lin Mu was thoughtful. That's right. He didn't say anything else, but gestured for the crowd to move on. Don't worry. Whatever changes that corpse has made, it can't affect us now, because we're about to leave the Forbidden Land. When the crowd of cultivators heard this, they were instantly surprised. Lin Mu, are you telling the truth? Lin Mu smiled slightly. What am I lying to you for? He took one step and instantly disappeared from the eyes of all the cultivators. The cultivators froze for a moment. Then all cheered. Lin Mu still really left? They hurriedly ran out after them. However, they had just left the Forbidden Land when they felt an enormous pressure. No! Why are there so many people watching us? And their eyes? Why are they still so weird? Chapter 156, Very Cold Smoke must have made a move. It wasn't just these cultivators who felt strange. It was Lin Mu, who had stepped out of the Forbidden Land first, who was similarly confused. What are these guys looking at? But without waiting for him to issue a question, he saw a silhouette of a person, running towards him at speed. The Grand Elder couldn't hide his excitement and landed beside Lin Mu and Su Yu. His eyes were filled with excitement and his mouth was filled with emotion. Lin Mu, you actually came out for real? This is really... He seemed to want to say something, but after half a day of tangling, he actually couldn't manage to say the next half of the sentence. What was in front of him was just too much out of his expectation. Although in the Grand Elder's heart, he had always believed that Lin Mu and the others would be able to leave. But it's more of an expectation. When this expectation was actually realized, the Grand Elder was instead a little disbelieving. I'm not falling into an illusion, am I? But soon, Very Cold Smoke and the others also left from the Forbidden Land. Feeling the familiar aura, the Grand Elder was finally sure that he hadn't been mistaken. Good, good. He danced happily and directly pulled Lin Mu. Let's get farther away from this Forbidden Land first. This place is so weird. Lin Mu naturally nodded his head. Although he was able to leave the Starry Sky Forbidden Land, he also knew the perils of the Forbidden Land. Lin Mu turned around and gestured for the crowd to leave together. But as they got farther and farther away from the Forbidden Land, he realized that the eyes of the large group of cultivators in the distance became more and more bizarre. Lin Mu frowned. Grand Elder, what's going on here? Why are they looking at me so strangely? The Grand Elder laughed out loud. Of course they're wacky. After all, it wasn't that long ago that someone said you couldn't leave the Forbidden Land. His eyes flickered to Xiao Chong, who was not far away. What do you say? Xiao Chong felt the mocking tone of the Grand Elder and instantly became furious in his heart. But angry as he was, he had nothing to say. After all, Lin Mu did leave the Forbidden Land. If one were to lash out, then it would fall into the eyes of the other cultivators as nothing more than incompetent rage. Xiao suppressed his anger and said coldly, "Humph, don't be complacent. Surname Su. They were able to leave the Forbidden Land, so maybe they had the help of other nobles." Xiao Chang's eyes swept over the cultivators behind Lin Mu and first landed on Cold Smoke Fairy. Fairy Cold Smoke came from Yao Qi, and was even the former patriarch of the Yao Qi Holy Land. If anything, someone in this group of cultivators could cast a spell and take the other cultivators away. Then the biggest possibility was that the Cold Smoke Fairy had made a move. Xiao Chong gritted his teeth. He used to have an old grudge with the Cold Smoke Fairy. In fact, but in order to strike the Grand Elder, he couldn't care less. Xiao Chong raised his hand and pointed at Fairy Cold Smoke. I think it must have been this Yao Qi's Taishang Elder who made a move to bring them out of the Forbidden Land peacefully. When these words came out, many cultivators secretly nodded their heads. That makes sense. Fairy Cold Smoke is after all a Xiantai powerhouse, and that Yao Qi is inherited from the Western Queen Mother. If their Yao Qi streams down some means, it is indeed quite possible. Many great powers, however, were sneering in their hearts. This Xiao Chong is really panicking. That's just wrong on his part. Without waiting for them to think more, the Grand Elder bristled and took the initiative to speak. Xiao Chong, you are simply full of... Are you blind? When they left the Forbidden Land just now, it was clearly Lin Mu who walked ahead. If it's this Xiao who made the move, then it must be her at the forefront. Surname Zhao? Before Xiao Chong could say anything, Lin Mu frowned and looked back at Cold Smoke Fairy. He also transmitted a voice to her. So your surname is Zhao? Fairy Cold Smoke didn't know why Lin Mu had such a reaction. Puzzled, she returned, my name is indeed Zhou. Why? Lin Mu shook his head inside. Pity, pity. If only your name was Fairy Violet Smoke. Fairy Cold Smoke frowned and said unhappily. What do you mean by that, Lin Mu? Is it to make fun of my name? Lin Mu laughed. I didn't say that. Fairy Cold Smoke wanted to say something else, but at that exact moment, Xiao Chong actually pointed at her. Surname Su. That's a big mistake. In my opinion, it's clearly because Fairy Cold Smoke was worried about the danger ahead, which is why she let Lin Mu scout ahead. This means of escaping the Forbidden Land could only be Fairy Cold Smoke's. At this time, the surrounding cultivators, on the contrary, were more certain. This Xiao Chong is definitely right. Where would Lin Mu, a mere cultivator of the Four Extremes mysterious realm, have such a skill? Someone else was puzzled. Isn't this Lin Mu a Dao Palace mystic realm? Why are you all saying that he's a cultivator of the Four Extremes mysterious realm? A well-informed cultivator replied. That's something you don't know. This Lin Mu seems to have certain means to conceal his true cultivation. He only broke through to the third level of the Four-Pole Mystic Realm not long ago in J-Tripod City. The cultivator who had asked the question then nodded his head, but soon lamented again. Even so, this Lin Mu was really somewhat powerful. Although leaving the Forbidden Land wasn't his doing, it's also evident that he's talented when he's able to cultivate to the third level of the Four Extreme Mysterious Realm at such a young age. It seems that soon, another heavenly pride will appear in the cultivation world. The rest of the cultivators nodded their heads as they heard the words. However, at this time, a hint of eccentricity appeared in Fairy Cold Smoke's eyes. In fact, at first she did want to take the false name. Fairy Cold Smoke knew in her heart that the means of leaving the Forbidden Land didn't seem like anything powerful, but when it really came down to it, it was bound to cause countless powerful people to covet it. There is no benefit in the starry Forbidden Lands, but this is not the case with the other Forbidden Lands, and the means of entering and exiting a forbidden place may not necessarily not be generalizable from one forbidden place to another. She herself was the Yao Qi's supreme elder, and it was not good for many powerful people to turn their backs on her directly. But if it were Lin Mu, it would not be easy to say. It was only the joke Lin Mu had just made that made her a little angry. Humph, let you talk nonsense. Fairy Cold Smoke was furious in her heart and spoke directly. Xiao Chong, you are wrong in this statement. The one who led us out of the starry sky Forbidden Land is indeed Lin Mu without a doubt. And it's more than that. In the Forbidden Land, there was an inexplicable force that made us almost die. It was Lin Mu again who stepped in and performed some sort of trick to help us repel that power. Everyone was silent at these words. Xiao Chang's eyes widened as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. The cultivators stared at Fairy Cold Smoke dead in the face, hoping that she would suddenly open her mouth and say that it was all a joke just now. And the Xiantai powerhouses present had already set their eyes on Lin Mu. It's unlikely that Fairy Cold Smoke would make such a joke. Those who were sucked into the Forbidden Land weren't just their Yao Qi people either. There were also cultivators from the Water Chamber of Commerce. It's not that well covered up. It must have been Lin Mu who made the move. But, what makes him tick? Chapter 157, Give Me Back My Hair. As time passed, the ordinary cultivators gradually reacted. They understood that Fairy Cold Smoke was not joking. Not long ago, it was indeed Lin Mu who had stepped in and led the crowd out of the Starry Sky Forbidden Land. They stared at Lin Mu with extremely complicated expressions in their eyes. This Lin Mu actually has such a skill? How the hell did he do that? It's unbelievable. Looks like I thought wrong just now. There's no need for the future. He's worthy of being called a heavenly pride now. If this news spreads, the entire cultivation world will be shaken. A maneuver that can leave the Starry Sky Forbidden Land. The means that countless powerhouses have sought for years is actually in the hands of a Four Extremes Mystic Realm cultivator? In the eyes of many cultivators, an unconcealable greed suddenly arose. The Grand Elder seemed to have sensed something. He frowned slightly and had the intention to take Lin Mu away. But before he left, he sneered and came to Xiao Chong. Oh, surname Xiao, do you still remember what you said yourself not long ago? Xiao Chong gritted his teeth fiercely. Humph, that's a lot for me to say. I just don't know which sentence you're referring to. The Grand Elder puffed out his chest and raised his head in triumph. So like a general returning from a victory, he turned his nostrils toward Xiao Chong and said under his breath, you know it in your own heart. I, Su's heavenly pride, have indeed given Lin Mu a concubine. But so what? You're Xiao clan's pride. I'm afraid you haven't had this opportunity yet. The moment these words came out, the cultivators always felt that something was wrong. You're proud to be a concubine? But when they thought about it, they realized that what the Grand Elder had said was really right. A genius like Lin Mu truly deserved such treatment. But the Xiao family's contemporary generation, it seems that there is no female heavenly pride. Only a few men. Even if Xiao Chong wanted to fight back, he probably wouldn't have a chance. Ha ha, man, you're way off base with that. Then even if the Xiao family has a female celestial pride, could they really marry Lin Mu as a concubine? A woman from the Xiao family is going to have a palace fight with Su Yu, right? It would be hilarious if this scene really happened. These words were in jest though, but Xiao Chang's face became more and more ugly after hearing this. What are you so proud of, Mr. Su? I'm telling you, I'll remember this today, and I'll have to pay back in the future. Xiao Chong snorted coldly and turned his head to fly toward the distant stars. His cultivation had already reached the second heavenly layer of the Dao Palace mystic realm. The district's stars couldn't stop him yet. The crowd watched his figure fade away. Suddenly someone burst out laughing. This Xiao Chong seems to be unable to speak to the Grand Elder, so he fled in disgrace. Ah ha 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 ha. The Grand Elder was likewise very happy. He turned back to Lin Mu and said, "Good, Lin Mu. This time it's thanks to you that I've been able to get out of a bad mood." Lin Mu waved his hand carelessly and said, "It's all nothing." He also noticed at that moment that there were many unsuspecting gazes around him, staring at him. Although Lin Mu wasn't afraid, he didn't have the heart to tangle with them. The moment he left the Forbidden Land, several system prompts came to his ears. Only his mind was on something else, so he hadn't been checking it out. If you read the prompt and accept the system reward, the rewarding installation is bound to leave me stiff and unable to respond externally. If I'm not mistaken, it seems like there are really a few quasi-emperors among these cultivators in the outside world who are secretly observing. It wouldn't be good for them to see anything. In fact, Lin Mu wasn't sure if the system's installation would be seen by them, but it was an unnecessary risk that he didn't want to take. Anyway, the reward for completing the quest was nothing more than the yin-yang harmony technique. It's not like he's going to be able to pull a double take right away. Thinking about the matter of dual cultivation, Lin Mu suddenly had a twinkle in his eye. Humph. What that woman Zhao Hanyan said just now was clearly a scourge of ill will. Lin Mu didn't mind exposing his abilities, but being poked and prodded by fairy cold smoke made him a little angry. No, this woman must be punished. Lin Mu's eyes turned and he suddenly said to the cultivators who had just walked out of the Forbidden Land, "And please, gentlemen, return my hair." After hearing this, the crowd of cultivators nodded their heads even though they were a bit reluctant. This hair contains Lin Mu's strange power. Perhaps it involves some of his secrets. It makes sense that he would take his hair back. Lin Xiu even guessed. The power in this hair should be the power of Lin Mu's physique. It's just that the power is plausible, and I can't see through to the bottom. But Lin Xiu didn't think much of it. It didn't matter if it was Fairy Cold Smoke's instructions not long ago, or Lin Mu's saving of their lives just now. At this point Lin Xiu wouldn't even object. He reached out his hand and handed the hair in his hand back to Lin Mu. Most of the other monks were like that. Only the Cold Smoke fairy face is very ugly. Dead fist. Half a day also refused to hand over the hair. Lin Mu laughed strangely. "Fairy Cold Smoke, why are you still refusing to return that hair to me? Could it be that you can't part with my hair?" The rest of the cultivators also turned around curiously. They couldn't figure out at all why the hallowed Cold Smoke fairy would do this. The Grand Elder also laughed. "Egu, what's wrong with our fairy? Could it be that you think my son-in-law's hair is excellent and you still want to collect it? If this news gets out, the world will only misunderstand." Oh. Lin Xiu frowned and carefully came to Cold Smoke Fairy's side. "Master, what exactly are you hesitating about? It's just a hair. Could you be using this hair to work out Lin Mu's physique?" A conjecture arose in his mind, and he hastened to urge it again. "If you think so, Master, then Su's people, and the cultivators of the Shuwei Chamber of Commerce, are definitely going to turn against us. Lin Xiu is no cutie pie. Lin Mu's physique was definitely not ordinary, and since he kept covering it up, then there must be a secret in it. If his own master had to tear his face off and forcefully leave the hair to be studied, then Lin Mu would show no mercy. Su's great power goes without saying. On the side of the Shuwei Clan Chamber of Commerce, at Shuwei Yan's request, they would definitely side with Lin Mu as well. Those of you who are on your own have no chance of winning. If they were taught a lesson by other great powers, they would end up reluctantly handing over their hair. That's a loss of face without landing a favor. Don't hesitate, Master." Lin Xiu was quite certain that his master would not be unable to figure out the reasoning behind this. He prodded again. However, Fairy Cold Smoke's face became more and more ugly. If Lin Xiu could think of something, she could naturally think of it even more. She gripped the hair in her hand tightly, looked helplessly at Lin Mu, and said in a low voice, "Do you have to make me lose face in public?" Lin Mu revealed a strange smile. "I'm not giving you a hard time. You're the one who got me in trouble in the first place. Besides, you're forcing my hair to stay. Are you even justified?" Fairy Cold Smoke lightly pooh-poohed. "What hair? That's clearly." She blushed and didn't continue. But where others couldn't see, Fairy Cold Smoke had already begun to secretly mobilize her spiritual energy. trying to straighten the twisted hair and make it look like normal hair. Chapter 158. This son should not be underestimated. When Lin Mu saw Fairy Cold Smoke's tangled look, the evil anger in his heart finally dissipated a lot. He laughed out loud and said, "Since the fairy doesn't want to return it, then you can keep it for yourself. But you don't want to see what you're seeing." "What you're seeing?" After saying this, Lin Mu returned to the Grand Elder's side. "Let's go back to Yuding City first." The Grand Elder frowned and said to Lin Mu, "Doesn't it matter about that hair thing?" The same thought as Lin Xiu was born in his mind. He was worried that Fairy Cold Smoke would use that hair to research Lin Mu's true physique. Lin Mu laughed. "It's fine. This fairy of ours, if she can really work on my hair, then I'll admit it." The Grand Elder felt more and more odd, always feeling that Lin Mu had something to say. As for Lin Xiu and the others, it was even more so. "I can understand what Lin Mu said just now about seeing things. It's nothing more than molesting the master. But his line about seeing things, what does that mean? Could it be that seeing Lin Mu's hair reminds you of something else? There's something really wrong with that." But Fairy Cold Smoke, she had blushed. She knew the meaning of Lin Mu's words by heart. Fairy Cold Smoke's gaze swept over a certain spot on Lin Mu's body, and she lightly poo-pooed it in her heart. "I'm not even going to bother to take another look at this thing, much less study it." She forced a cold face at the thought. "Lin Mu, don't worry. I won't do that." Lin Mu glanced at her and shook his head. "That's a shame." The distant cultivators were baffled, completely unable to understand what kind of riddle they were playing. However, some people could tell that Lin Mu was leaving with the Grand Elder. This Su clan's people all have bloodline aptitudes that can summon spatial fluctuations and return directly from the stars. If I wanted to stop them, I'd have to strike now. Someone's eyes changed as they took a step out and stopped in front of Lin Mu and the others. "Lin Mu, don't rush off just yet. How exactly did you leave the Starry Sky Forbidden Land?" When the other cultivators saw this, they all hurriedly got up and came not far away. There were already tens of thousands of cultivators in the Starry Sky at this point. It was the strongest of the Xiantai mysterious realm. Thousands of people die without disease. Numerous cultivators with greedy gazes all converged around Lin Mu. Even the Grand Elder felt a strong pressure. Cold sweat oozed from his forehead, and the alarm bells were even louder in his heart. Not good. There's trouble this time. The means Lin Mu displayed were too powerful and attracted their covetousness. The Grand Elder even had some regrets at this point. If I had known that, I shouldn't have said those words to Xiao Cheng just now. Instead, they should have taken Lin Mu away straight away. Xu Weiyan also sensed something. Her eyes were cold and she was about to stand beside Lin Mu, but Granny Pai, this time, was pulling her to her death. "Miss, you can't go out at this time. Those cultivators outside are more than 10,000 people. Among them, there are even hundreds of Xiantai powerhouses. You won't be able to help Lin Mu at all, and you might even cause trouble for him." Xu Weiyan couldn't break free and could only turn back angrily. "How could I cause trouble for Lin Mu?" Granny Pai smiled bitterly and said, "Miss, I see that Lin Mu is calm and relaxed, which means that he most likely still has the means to escape. But while he can run himself, he may not be able to take the others with him. Su's gang has their own methods, but we can't. You're sticking up for him now, seemingly for his own good. But when Lin Mu is leaving, do you think you should take us with him? If he doesn't bring it, then he is ungrateful. But if he brings it, this is naturally causing him trouble." Granny Pai's words actually made sense. Suiyun was also convinced. She bit her lip and helplessly looked back at the group of cultivators, thinking hatefully in her heart, "If something happens to Lin Mu today, then I will definitely not let them off the hook in the future." And at this time, Lin Mu instead turned back first and glanced at Suyu behind him. "Jade, you don't seem to be very scared." Suyu was full of smiles and kept both of her hands on her stomach. "Husband, have you forgotten that our child has divine powers? Even if they attacked right away, it would be too late. If you want to leave, we can leave any time." As she spoke, she also made a gesture to summon a space wave. Lin Mu smiled and shook his head. "That's not necessary." After he persuaded Suyu, he then turned back to the surrounding cultivators. Lin Mu took a deep breath, then coldly said, "Gentlemen, you seem to be a bit without greatness." The cultivators were a bit angry when they heard this. "What are you talking about, Lin Mu? How are we not big or small?" Many Xiantai great powers even flashed and appeared before the crowd. "Lin Mu, you're not trying to say that you yourself are big and we are small, are you? If that's the case, you really don't know your honor." The great powers that opened their mouths were simply murderous. However, Lin Mu shook his head again. "I didn't mean that. I'm trying to say that among the cultivators present, there are even more powerful characters. Where is your turn to speak when they haven't even spoken? A more powerful character?" The great power that spoke up earlier had a puzzled look on his face as he turned around and scanned the surroundings. "Who are you talking about?" But as soon as his words left his mouth, someone rose with laughter. A dozen or so silhouettes flew above the crowd. Their auras extraordinarily powerful. Even Xiantai second layer heavenly powers couldn't help but lower their heads. What kind of powerhouse is this? Their aura actually makes me feel fear. Their strength definitely surpasses that of a great power. Could it be the heavenly kings of the third heavenly layer? It might even be stronger. The other cultivators were silent. Only the dozen or so silhouettes remained, still laughing. Ha ha ha, Lin Mu, you have good eyesight. You can even see us. Lin Mu snorted at them. Come on, you guys, don't act like it. I'm not talking about you guys either. The dozen or so silhouettes burst into a rage and seemed to be about to lash out immediately. But Lin Mu's next sentence caused them to cave in. Lin Mu looked towards the center of the cultivators, his gaze sweeping over the two men. Then he blandly said, "Aren't you guys going to show yourselves yet? I didn't know that there were actually paragon emperors in the world who hide their heads and tails." Quasi-emperor? The crowd of cultivators cajoled. They ignored the pressure of the dozen or so silhouettes and turned their heads to scan the surroundings. Is what Lin Mu said true? There's actually a quasi-emperor among us? Even those dozen or so silhouettes were a bit suspicious. But without waiting for them to say something, two people actually did speak up. Lin Mu. Ah, Lin Mu. You really gave me a big surprise. How did you see through our method of concealment? Lin Mu shook his head and said, "Well, I can't tell you guys that. Anyway, two paragon emperors, are you going to stop me as well?" The two great paramount emperors had intended to observe in secret, but they were pointed out by Lin Mu. They held their status and could not do such a thing as bullying the small. So they shook their heads and said, "We really have no such intention." And since they had said so, it was even worse for the other cultivators to say anything else. Lin Mu laughed out loud. "In that case, I'm off." He pulled Suyu, held his head high, and walked through the crowd of cultivators. The cultivators had the intention of stopping them, but after thinking about it, they ended up making a path. Watching Lin Mu pass through the cultivators, he almost regarded the crowd of cultivators as if they were nothing. The two paragon emperors sighed in unison. This son, Lin Mu, should not be underestimated. Chapter 159, 10,000 Sect Assembly. Seeing the figures of Lin Mu and the others, they gradually disappeared at the edge of the starry sky. The two paragon emperors disappeared silently after glancing at each other. They left without alerting anyone. It had been a long time before the great powers present were startled by the departure of the paragon emperor. Is this the tactics of a quasi-emperor powerhouse? Come without a shadow, go without a trace. If such means were used to assassinate, then I'm afraid that no one would be able to survive. The one in front of you is out of your mind, right? The paragon emperor, even if he attacks and kills from the front, who do you think can withstand it? People don't even need sneak attacks and assassinations. The monks were talking. It just felt like an amazing scene to see today. Lin Mu actually managed to leave unharmed after entering the starry sky Forbidden Land, and he even has the means to see through the figures of quasi-emperor powerhouses. Lin Mu. I remember that name. Countless cultivators were determined to spread the news once they left the starry sky. Otherwise, wouldn't they have come to see the fun for nothing? As for those great powers, they likewise gathered together. It can't be for no reason that the starry sky Forbidden Land is experiencing strange movements. There is only some special reason behind this. That's right. This matter has attracted two, no, three paramount emperors. Someone remembered the very beginning, the quasi-emperor who had directly rushed into the Forbidden Land, so they hastily changed their words again. The fact that three paragon emperors have gathered together all indicates that this matter is not trivial. It's a pity that we were just intimidated by Lin Mu, and we were in the way of the two quasi-emperors' faces, so we couldn't stop Lin Mu and ask him a clear question. Many great powers shook their heads and sighed, all of them regretting it somewhat. If we can get Lin Mu to talk about what's going on in the Forbidden Land, that would be great. At this moment, however, another person suddenly spoke up. I do have an idea about this. The many great powers looked back and realized that this person's aura was extraordinary, and his cultivation realm was impossible to see through at a glance. Immediately, someone recognized him. Could you be from the immortal imperial dynasty of the Central State? When these words came out, other great powers looked sideways. The immortal imperial dynasty of the Central State? It is said that these imperial dynasties have been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, and their depth is unfathomable, even robbed many cultivation shrines. I seem to recognize this person. His name is Zhang Guang, and it's said that he broke through to the third heavenly layer of the immortal terrace hundreds of years ago. Many great powers whispered and transmitted messages, communicating with each other. Zhang Guang's appearance made them feel a hint of pressure. It was only then that many people remembered that before Lin Mu had called out the two quasi-emperors' hideouts just now, more than a dozen powerful cultivators had stepped in to stop them. In that case, besides this Zhang Guang in front of me, there are many other strong people from the third level of the immortal terrace sky who are still listening on the side? Many people immediately dared not speak. carefully shutting up and quietly waiting for Zhang Guang to speak. Zhang Guang couldn't help but smile when he saw this. Very good. Very good. You guys do no better manners than that Lin Mu. He put his hands behind his back and said to the many cultivators present, the starry sky Forbidden Land is moving differently. It is indeed a great event that can only be seen once in tens of thousands of years. The cultivation community must not be treated with caution. I wish to organize the 10,000 Clans Conference in the Central State, and I invite all the great clans to participate. What do you think? Zhang Guang spoke literally, but no cultivator present dared to point it out. The Immortal Terrace powerhouses all nodded their heads after glancing at each other. We all feel that this matter is feasible. Zhang Guang stroked his palm and laughed. That's good. In that case, after January, I will be in the Central State, waiting for you to come. After saying that, a small pagoda appeared in his hand. A burst of green light emanated from the pagoda, directly surrounding Zhang Guang in it. When the green light dissipated, Zhang Guang also disappeared. The great powers then breathed a sigh of relief. This strong person from the third heavenly layer of the Immortal Terrace is giving us too much pressure. They all shook their heads, but someone else thought. Just now, Lin Mu was actually able to withstand the heavy pressure of a dozen heavenly kings. It seems that this kid's mind, too, is extremely determined. Someone even whispered. Before Zhang Guang left, there seemed to be a cultivator beside me. But the moment Zhang Guang left, that cultivator also suddenly disappeared. If I'm not mistaken, this one is also a heavenly king of the third heavenly layer of the Immortal Terrace. The other cultivators nodded their heads at these words. Yeah, I think I had a character like that around me just now. As their chatter spread, a common thought arose in the minds of many cultivators. So many powerful people in old antiquities have been attracted by the strange movements in the starry sky Forbidden Land. It seems like the cultivation world is really going to be in chaos. Someone suddenly spoke. In that case, are we going to participate in the 10,000 Clans Assembly in a month's time? Of course I'm going. As soon as the words left his mouth, someone else picked up on them. Such a great event. How can I not go and join in the fun? Yeah, I'm in. Seeing that the crowd was united in their opinions, the cultivators present had nothing to say. They left the starry sky shaking their heads as they lamented what they had just seen. After everyone had left, a few quiet sighs suddenly came from the starry sky Forbidden Land. What exactly is this Lin Mu? It's probably the desolate ancient sacred body, but it's plausible. There seems to be other powers in the body. His 9 revolutions of Godslayer skill. Where exactly did it come from? Can't see through it. Can't see through it. Even Lin Feng, a good puppet, was destroyed by him. The cultivation world has entered a world of great struggle, and it seems that the path to immortality is about to open. All sorts of weird and wonderful characters have popped up, too. Several voices exchanged for a while before falling silent again. On the other side, Lin Mu and the others left the sight of the cultivators before the Grand Elder laughed excitedly. Lin Mu, you were really good just now. A hint of fear appeared in his eyes. When so many cultivators surrounded you just now, I was breathing a little too hard. Lin Mu turned back with a smile and said, thank you for your concern, Great Elder, but those of them, I don't actually have them in my sights. The Grand Elder was stunned at first. There were always tens of thousands of cultivators who tried to intercept Lin Mu. Among them, Xiantai great powers were even more numerous. How dare Lin Mu say such big words? But on second thought, he realized that Lin Mu did have the qualifications to speak like that. Who made him even walk out of the starry sky Forbidden Land? Unharmed? This is something that no one has ever been able to do in the past countless years. The Grand Elder felt a pang of emotion in his heart, so he did not continue with this topic. He said to Lin Mu, are we going back to Yuding City now? Lin Mu actually shook his head after thinking for a moment. Grand Elder, I would like to make a trip to your Su clan first. There's something I want to ask you nicely. He recalled certain situations that he had just discovered in the starry sky Forbidden Land, and he vaguely had some guesses in his heart. These guesses, however, were not good enough to ask about in front of the crowd. The Grand Elder immediately nodded. Alright then, let's go back first. After saying that, he summoned a spatial fluctuation and took Lin Mu and the others away. Chapter 160, Unspeakable Special Transactions. After Xu Weiyan saw this scene, she had the intention to follow, but she was pulled back by Granny Pai. Miss, this is a matter between Lin Mu and the Su clan. How is it a matter for you to go alone? Let's just go back to the Chamber of Commerce first. Xu Weiyan's face was torn, but in the end, she nodded. Alright then, let's go back first. After the Water Chamber of Commerce crowd left, Fairy Cold Smoke also waved her hand at the Yaoqi cultivators. Since they're all gone, let's go too. But at this time, Lin Qiu suddenly asked, Senior, this time when we leave the starry sky Forbidden Land with Lin Mu, the other supreme elders in the sect will definitely ask questions of us, trying to figure out what's going on in the Forbidden Land. Do you think we should tell the truth or? Lin Xiu's face showed hesitation, although he didn't know what had happened between his own master and Lin Mu, but he also had some guesses. Perhaps it's the master and Lin Mu, who have made some kind of deal in private. That's why Lin Mu stepped in and brought our Yaoqi people out of the Forbidden Land. It was quite normal for Lin Xiu to think so, although after Lin Mu took a concubine last time, Immortal Cold Smoke ordered that Yaoqi disciples were not allowed to go after Lin Mu again, but their previous conflicts have yet to be resolved as well. Just now, in the middle of the Forbidden Land, Lin Mu, however, disregarded his previous suspicions and used special means to help them get rid of the infestation of the Forbidden Land's power. Later on, it even took them out of the Forbidden Land. Lin Mu did this, and it certainly wasn't because he was a great person. Lin Xiu was silent for a moment and then whispered again, Master, what exactly did you trade with Lin Mu? Just now Lin Mu has been obsessing over that hair of his. Is this hair related to that deal? He inquired carefully. However, after Lin Xiu asked these words, he realized that his master's face, flesh reddened. Lin Xiu, what the hell are you trying to say? She was even a bit vain, afraid that what she was doing with Lin Mu would be discovered by this disciple of hers. If that's the case, then I really won't have the face to meet anyone in the future. Fairy Cold Smoke thought in her heart. It's just that Lin Xiu really doesn't know anything about it. He was puzzled. Master, could it be that you can't even tell me the contents of your deal with Lin Mu? Could it be that there is some hidden secret involved? Lin Xiu continued to pursue the question, but at the same time explained. Master, it's not like I have to ask for clarification. It's really true that after we return to Yaoqi, the other Supreme Elders will definitely ask about this as well. And there will surely be people asking for the Rimu hair you kept. You may not tell me these things, but plan ahead yourself. After speaking, Lin Xiu lowered his eyebrows and never continued, and Fairy Cold Smoke's face looked much better. Well, Lin Xiu, it's really not bad for you to think of that. She thought back to what happened in the green tent and suddenly felt a bit of weakness in her body again. Fairy Cold Smoke suppressed her shyness and said to Lin Xiu, for these matters, after we return to Yaoqi, Master will give an explanation to the other Supreme Elders. Just don't worry about it. Lin Xiu immediately nodded his head, but in his heart, he always felt that something was wrong. But since Fairy Cold Smoke had said so, he didn't dare to ask more. Then let's return to Yaoqi first. It was not only Lin Xiu who had doubts. After Lin Mu and the Grand Elder returned to the Su clan, the Grand Elder also suddenly asked about it. Lin Mu, I can understand this matter when you rescued the people from the Water Chamber of Commerce from the Forbidden Land. At first, Lin Mu had saved Xu Yan's life, and then Xu Yan had returned the favor. It was reasonable for Lin Mu to come to Xu Yan's rescue. Besides, the Grand Elder wasn't blind. The way Xu Yan looked at Lin Mu, it was almost lassoed. But anyone who was a human being could see Xu Yan's mind. This Lin Mu kid is quite the flirt. The Grand Elder laughed in his heart and continued to ask, but why do you want to save the Yaois as well? Especially that Zhao guy. Speaking of Fairy Cold Smoke's name, the Grand Elder was suddenly a little angry again. Seeing this, Lin Mu didn't answer the Grand Elder's question, but asked curiously in return. Grand Elder, what exactly happened between you and Fairy Cold Smoke back then? The Grand Elder fell into a burst of memories for a long time before sighing. Really, it's not really a big deal. The cultivation world back then wasn't like now though. There weren't that many strong physiques out there, but it's also a rare feast. The young generation's prides compete with each other. The one surnamed Zhao, and the one surnamed Xiao, and I all come from the northern border. So it's natural for us to fight each other. One thing leads to another, and then a feud is formed. Lin Mu then nodded slightly. So it is, but he laughed lightly in his mind. So Fairy Cold Smoke is really an old thing from the previous generation. No good. She's been given the old cow. The next time I see her, I'll have to get justice from her. The Grand Elder didn't know what Lin Mu was thinking and could only see Lin Mu bowing his head in deep thought. There seemed to be a strange smile on his face. He asked measurably, Lin Mu, did you reach some kind of agreement with that Zhao? Like if you get their people out, they'll give you certain favors later or something? Lin Mu looked up and shook his head with a smile. That's a no. Actually it's the opposite. It's not them giving me favors. It's me giving her favors yet. Ha! The Grand Elder stared wide-eyed, completely not understanding what Lin Mu was talking about. But Lin Mu didn't explain. He asked straight to business. Grand Elder, this time I'm going back to the Su clan with you. I actually want to ask, where exactly are the remains of that great emperor of your ancestors buried? It can't be. Buried right in the middle of the starry Forbidden Land. The Grand Elder was filled with bafflement. Why would you ask that? Rimu? The ancestors' remains are indeed in the depths of the starry sky, but they have nothing to do with the Forbidden Land. Where did you hear such an outrageous claim? Wait, it's not that guy named Zhao who's babbling in front of you, is it? Lin Mu was relieved to hear that. Grand Elder. This is not something that someone else told me, and it has even less to do with fairy cold smoke. Rather, I guessed it myself. He reached out and pointed at Su Yu in the distance. After Yu entered the Forbidden Land, she relied on the divine ability in the Su clan's bloodline to open up a small space. She's been hiding in it, and that's what lasted until I arrived. That's why I guessed that your ancestors might have some connection with this Forbidden Land. Otherwise, the divine abilities left in his bloodline would not be able to function in the Forbidden Land? The Grand Elder's brows furrowed even after hearing this. Is that even possible? He hesitated for a moment before he whispered. Lin Mu, what you're talking about is simply unheard of. I'm also not afraid to tell you that 10,000 years ago, among our Su clan, there was also a strong person of the third level of the immortal Terrace Sky who attempted to try his luck in the Starry Sky Forbidden Land, but he didn't come out alive in the end. So what you're saying, that's just not possible. Chapter 161, Watch Me Shoot Like a Dragon. Lin Mu instantly understood what the Grand Elder meant. If Su's ancestor, that Void Emperor, really had something to do with the Starry Sky Forbidden Land, then the Su clan would definitely receive some sort of favorable treatment when they arrived at the Forbidden Land. Or at the very least, they should have left an ancestral instruction for the descendants of the Su clan not to go near the Forbidden Land, lest we disturb our ancestors. However, the Su clan's first lineage had no such legends. No wonder the Grand Elder looked puzzled. Lin Mu threw that idea to the back of his mind as well after calculating in his mind for a while. Perhaps it's the child in Yuer's stomach. The strength of his bloodline is straight up to that of his ancestor, and the power of his divine ability is extremely strong. This divine ability was inherited from a great emperor after all, so it's not inconceivable that it could work in a Forbidden Land as well. But I just don't know what it would be like if a truly great emperor entered the Forbidden Land? Lin Mu's heart suddenly stirred again when he remembered that one quasi-emperor who had died at the edge of the Starry Sky Forbidden Land. He took out the long black spear. Grand Elder, what do you see here? The moment the black lance appeared, a lingering coldness instantly spread out. In the middle of the Forbidden Land, the lance hadn't revealed much of its power, but after leaving the Holy Land, the aura of such a heavy treasure could not be concealed. However, in the Su clan, there were prohibitions and formations almost everywhere. The chill didn't travel far before it was stopped by a fluctuation, so it didn't attract much attention. Even the other supreme elders of the Su clan, who had detected the fluctuation, glanced this way. Then he shook his head as well. What is this again, Great Elder? Then he began to continue practicing again. The Grand Elder himself, however, frowned at the lance. Lin Mu, how did you get this in your hands? Lin Mu smiled and said, I knew that you must recognize the Grand Elder. You hurry up and tell me what kind of gun is this? The Grand Elder didn't hide it either. Lin Mu, do you know that there are 5 great immortal imperial dynasties in the central state? This black lance is the heavy treasure of one of the great imperial dynasty powerhouses. This heavy treasure, it is said, was refined from the fragments of a certain great emperor's leftover treasure artifacts, hence its unrivaled power. Although it doesn't have any magical powers of its own, it is indestructible, or perhaps, invulnerability itself, is its special aptitude. Speaking of which, the Grand Elder seemed to want to do a little demonstration. With a flip of his large hand, a large gray net appeared in his hand. The Grand Elder seemed to be a little heartbroken, but in the end, he gritted his teeth. Lin Mu, you watch. He threw out the large gray net, which grew against the wind, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a huge net tens of feet long and wide, and there's a dead chill emanating from the internet. The Grand Elder knew that Lin Mu was bound to be curious, so he directly explained. This is a heavy treasure I obtained when I traveled the stars back in the day. Although it's not as good as that black lance, it's still pretty good. When I first broke through to the Xiantai mysterious realm, I had relied on this kind of big net to repel many strong enemies. After saying this, the Grand Elder no longer hesitated. He manipulated the large gray net and let it crash on top of the black lance. Lin Mu looked at it seriously. He had thought that 2 heavy treasures crashing together would inevitably cause shocking fluctuations. That was why he also mobilized the spiritual energy in his body and prepared himself for the impact. But Lin Mu didn't expect that what he expected to happen didn't happen at all. The tip of the black lance emitted a cold light after it came into contact with the giant net. Nor can I see any marvelous sights, but in the blink of an eye, the tip of the gun had pierced through the giant net. The giant net seemed to be greatly stricken, and its deadly coldness instantly weakened quite a bit. Seeing this, the Grand Elder hurriedly retrieved the giant net and put it away with heartache, and he couldn't stop saying under his breath, AI, to mend this giant net, it's time to go find that old guy again. But the Grand Elder didn't mention much about it. After he put away the giant net, he asked Lin Mu, now you know how powerful this black lance is. Lin Mu immediately nodded as he sighed. It's worthy of being a heavy treasure of a quasi-emperor. Grand Elder, Such a treasure was obtained from beside the corpse of a paragon emperor when I left the Forbidden Land. Lin Mu told the scene at that time, and only then did the Grand Elder nod his head. So it is. It seems that when that immortal emperor of the immortal imperial dynasty, he carried such heavy treasures with him when he stormed the Forbidden Land. It's a pity that he died in the Forbidden Land, and even such treasures were left behind in the Forbidden Land. If you hadn't happened to pass by, Lin Mu, such a heavy treasure would only have been lost to the light of day ever since. The Grand Elder's tone was somewhat complicated. He seemed to be feeling it. It's just that after that Paragon Emperor's death, the immortal imperial dynasty behind him lost a strong person one after another, and lost such a treasure. I'm just afraid it's going to go from strength to strength from now on. Lin Mu shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "What does this have to do with me? It's not like I pressed that Paragon Emperor's head and had to make him go to his death with his treasures." The Grand Elder sighed. "You're right about that." He returned the black lance to Lin Mu and instructed him again. "It's just that while reason is one thing, the heart is another. You keep this heavy treasure. It's best not to let anyone know about it in the short term. Otherwise, that immortal imperial dynasty in the central state is bound to send someone to claim it. Although Lin Mu is extremely powerful, he may not be able to withstand their pressure." Lin Mu laughed out loud and said, "I understand this. I'm not going to make a fool of myself." After he said goodbye to the Grand Elder, he brought Suyu with him, intending to return to Jade Tripod City. But before he left, he suddenly smiled oddly. I've suddenly obtained a long spear. Do you want to take a look?" Suyu's face was full of puzzlement. "What lance?" Lin Mu hemmed and hawed a few times and brought out his spear. Jade, look. Suyu was from the Su clan after all, and just like the Grand Elder, she also recognized the origin of this lance at a glance. Then she thought of something even more. "Husband, when we passed by that Paragon Emperor's corpse, you suddenly took a few steps outside. Could it be that you went to get this?" Lin Mu nodded his head. You really do have a bright heart and eyes. You noticed such a tiny movement on my part." He placed the black lance in Suyu's hands. "Jade, I'm giving this to you to use in your defense. What do you think?" It wasn't that Lin Mu was biased and refused to give the lance to Qin Yan. Rather, Lin Mu was clear that the curse on Qin Yan's body seemed to be of great origin. It cannot be removed in a short period of time. Therefore, Qin Yan's cultivation realm had always stayed at the peak of the Sea of Wheels, and was slow to break through to the Dao Palace mystic realm. Since that was the case, even if the lance was given to Qin Yan, she wouldn't be able to exert much effect. It might as well be given to Suyu then. Suyu's face showed joy, but she hesitated for a moment before refusing. "Husband, I can't have it. If you give me this heavy treasure, although Sister Qin Yan doesn't say anything on her lips, she will definitely be sad in her heart. You'd better keep this treasure for yourself." After Lin Mu heard this, a trace of emotion arose in his heart. "Jade, you're really deep." He nodded his head slightly, but quickly came back up to her ear and laughed. "Since you won't take this lance, I won't force myself. But well, I have another lance to give you. You can't refuse it this time." Suyu first turned back in confusion, but soon she understood Lin Mu's meaning. "Bah!" She spat lightly. "Husband, you really don't have a proper form." But she didn't really say no. "Husband, it's crowded here. Let's change places." She raised her hand and summoned a spatial fluctuation, then led Lin Mu inside. Chapter 162 Immortal Imperial Dynasty of the Central State. After following Suyu and leaving the Su clan, Lin Mu didn't rush to do anything. He first sat down on his knees and summoned his system. A series of several message alerts instantly appeared in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewards being distributed. A wave of familiarity rushed over me. The system directly poured the second layer of the yin-yang harmony technique into Lin Mu's mind. However, this time, Lin Mu's cultivation realm had improved a lot. He was able to maintain a trace of clarity when he received his initiation. If I remember correctly, after cultivating to the Xiantai mysterious realm, one also cultivates the pure land within the brain. In that case, I might be able to discover a sliver of the truth about the system when I arrive at the Xiantai secret realm. In the midst of Lin Mu's thoughts, the system infusion ended. Lin Mu didn't directly open his eyes, but instead recalled the events in the Forbidden Land again. This time, when I entered the Forbidden Land, although I was counted by Lin Feng, in the end it was a blessing due to a disaster. Not only did I obtain a heavy treasure of a Paragon Emperor, but I also raised the yin-yang harmony technique to the second level as well. Even made some deals with the Cold Smoke Fairy. 2. Thinking about what happened in the green tent, Lin Mu's heart was on fire. He opened his eyes and saw Suyu beside him. Lin Mu didn't say anything for a long time and sat cross-legged, causing Suyu to become a little worried. Lin Mu laughed out loud and pulled her into his arms. "Come on, Jade, I'll show you the gun." Several hours later, a bit of cold arrives first, followed by the gun coming out like a dragon. in the middle of a wilderness. Lin Mu danced the black lance in his hand. Although he hadn't injected any spiritual energy, the black lance was still tigerish. There was even a hint of distortion at the tip of the gun. Surprisingly, it caused the space around it to fluctuate. This is really the same heavy treasure. Lin Mu sighed with emotion before shaking his head. It's just a pity that I already have a lance on me. This carrying another lance seems a bit cumbersome. Not far away, Suyu rubbed his aching body and was resting aside. Her face flushed red when she heard Lin Mu's shameless words. Husband, what are you talking about? Lin Mu stood the black lance on his back and walked over with a smile. What's wrong with you? Could it be that when you're pregnant, your memory is all gone? This just happened. How did you forget all about it? Suyu was ashamed and angry. She struggled to get up and stomped her feet in place. Husband, if you keep making jokes like this, I'm going to flip out on you. Lin Mu then waved his hand. Alright, it's just a joke. Why are you so serious? Suyu pursed her lips. Husband, it's fine if you make a joke in front of me, but you can't say it in front of others. Otherwise I'd have no face. Lin Mu certainly knew the importance of lightness. Don't worry, I wouldn't do that. Suyu put his heart down, so he asked about the black lance again. Are you going to use this lance yourself, husband? Although she hadn't heard the Grand Elder's instructions, she knew the importance of the situation. If that's the case, then husband, when you use this lance, you must be more careful not to let others see it. Otherwise the Great Liang Imperial Dynasty will surely hear about it. Great Liang Dynasty? Lin Mu raised his eyebrows. Suyu hurriedly explained. It's a large immortal imperial dynasty in the central state. This imperial dynasty is still not to be underestimated even if it has lost its paragon emperor. There are many heavenly prides in their clan, and it is said that the daughter of the contemporary emperor, Yao Hitomi, has already cultivated to the dragon transformation mysterious realm, so it is evident that her talent is strong. If they knew that the heavy treasures of their own predecessors had fallen into the hands of husband, they would inevitably come to their door to claim them. Lin Mu nodded and said, Don't worry, the Grand Elder has already told me. Just what? Suyu asked curiously. Lin Mu shook his head. It's just that the royal family of this Great Liang Dynasty is actually surnamed Yao? This is really a bit interesting. To Suyu's ears, Lin Mu's words were somewhat inexplicable. Husband, the Yao surname is a surname passed down from ancient times. Isn't it normal for a descendant of the Yao clan to establish an immortal imperial dynasty? Lin Mu didn't explain why he said that, but instead turned to the matter of the black lance. I haven't practiced any spear techniques, and I don't think this lance is compatible with me. I'm going to give this to Lin Yun. What do you think, Yuner? Suyu's face looked odd. Husband, I know that Yuner is your consort, and had even run away from the Lin family with you back then, so it can be considered a deep bond. But, can she handle this black lance? Lin Mu seemed to think of something, and hemmed and hawed. Who knows about that anymore? Anyway, I'm just trying to see if I can build a Joe. Cough. Lin Mu didn't continue. Instead, he signaled Suyu to open the space door and take him back to J Tripod City. Although Suyu was still a bit curious, he didn't say anything. Never mind. Husband, do what you like. As long as this lance is not in my hands, then Sister Qin will not be angry. Suyu, however, knew very well that Qin Yan would at most be jealous of herself. Not so much that she would go and be jealous of Lin Yun. The lance in the other maid's hand should not be noticed by many either. This may also be a special arrangement by the husband. The so-called Great Hidden. When Suyu thought of this, he turned back and opened the spatial ripple. Husband, let's go home. Jade Tripod City. Within the past few days, the atmosphere in the city was very depressing. No matter if it was an alchemist or an ordinary cultivator, they didn't dare to speak up. But by the time the evening came, the cultivators were still discussing gossip as they sat down in the tavern. Tell me, can this Lin Mu still come back alive? The surrounding cultivators shook their heads as they heard this. How is this possible? Didn't you guys listen to what those great powers said back then? That's the Forbidden Land of the Stars. Forbidden Land, you know? In fact, this cultivator didn't know what Forbidden Land meant, but he just thought saying that would make him look like he knew more. But those other cultivators in the vicinity didn't have much insight. Indeed. All those great powers don't look favorably on Lin Mu. I think he's really in a bad way this time. That's a pity. That Lin Mu was able to refine the longevity pill and died just like that. The monks shook their heads. In the corner, a few cultivators of the dragon transformation mystic realm glanced at each other. A cultivator opened his mouth and asked, You also think Lin Mu is dead this time? That's natural. The other nodded. The Forbidden Land of the Stars is no joke. It's a bit of a shame though. After I heard that he was able to refine the longevity pill, I immediately rushed from the eastern wasteland and ended up pouncing instead. These dragon transformation powerhouses seem to be quite knowledgeable. counting the time. The news of Lin Mu's death should be coming back soon. They turned their heads to look at Lin Mu's compound, and a hint of greed suddenly appeared in their eyes. Lin Mu is cultivated to such a realm in such a short period of time, and his alchemist grade is so high. Among the things he left behind, there might be certain treasures. We must go and get these treasures before the others, before they react. That's right, even if we don't get the treasure, as long as we can discover a few longevity pills from it, it won't be a loss. Chapter 163. It's time to settle the score. It wasn't only these few dragon transformation powerhouses who had such thoughts. There were also many immortal terrace powerhouses that were eager to try out Lin Mu's compound. In the city lord's mansion, Wan Lin frowned. How can this be? After Lin Mu entered the Forbidden Land, the city was treacherous. I'm only afraid that there's already someone who's going to make a move on Qin Yan and the girls. The cultivators in the city lord's mansion all sighed as well. City lord, you shouldn't think about that either. Then what can you do if Lin Mu himself has to make a fool of himself? There are simply too many people who are interested in the treasures left behind by Lin Mu, and it's impossible to block them just by yourself. You can keep Lin Mu's widow, even if you have been kind to him. Wan Lin sighed quietly. I naturally understand what you're saying, but do you think there's a possibility that this Lin Mu didn't die in the Forbidden Land and managed to come back? Hearing Wan Lin say this, the cultivators revealed a crying and laughing expression. A friar stomped his foot. City lord, it's already this time. Why are you still saying such things? That Lin Mu, even if he's more powerful, it's impossible for him to escape from the starry sky Forbidden Land. A few other cultivators, too, helped out. Yeah, he's right. If it were any other Forbidden Land, Lin Mu would really have a good chance of escaping with his life. But the Forbidden Land of the stars, well, they shook their heads and didn't continue. Wan Lin let out a long sigh. That's just it. It does seem like I was overthinking things. He muttered and turned around, whispering under his breath. This Su clanspeople are also. How come they all left without leaving a single elder behind? But if there's a supreme elder here, those cultivators in the city won't dare to act recklessly. He walked to the courtyard of the city lord's mansion and looked at the starry sky, and all of a sudden, he recalled the scene when he first met Lin Mu. Hey, this Lin Mu actually died just like that? It's unbelievable. Just then, a shout came from the distance. Wan Lin listened with his sideways ear and instantly heard that this was Lin Mu's three sisters fooling around. After the Grand Elder had left with his men that day, Wan Lin had escorted Lin Lai and the others into the prison. No matter what, those three sisters of Lin Mu were counting on Su Yu and were also messing with his Wan Lin's territory. If Wan Lin wanted to dispose of them, no one else could say anything. And in the last few days, Lin Mu's three sisters, too, had gradually become divine. Humph. People of Jade Tripod City, you guys hurry up and let us out. That's right. Then Lin Mu and Su Yu should both be dead. What are you still holding us for? I'm telling you, if you still don't let us go, when our brother Lin Feng comes back, you'll be dead. Lin Feng is the Star River King body. Are you guys really not afraid? The three women let out a loud curse, and after hearing this, Wan Lin's face instantly grimaced. Those three women are stupid. Aren't they even a little bit sad that they pitched Lin Mu to death? I can't believe you're still gloating here. Men, give them a hard lesson. Only the cultivators in the city lord's mansion, after they glanced at each other, did not move. City lord, I'm afraid it's only wrong to do so. Those three women are right. Lin Feng is indeed the Star River King body, and his means of calculating Lin Mu and Su Yu are also profound. Lin Feng might be inextricably linked to the starry sky Forbidden Land. If we really have a grudge against these three girls, in case Lin Feng calls over one day to raise hell, we can't afford it. When Wan Lin heard their sophistry, he instantly realized it. He said in his heart, I kind of know why I can hear the words of those three women. Not only was the city lord's mansion extremely large, but it also had many formations. It was reasonable to say that the three women were being held in the prison. So even if they screamed their throats out, Wan Lin would not be able to hear any movement. It was clear that someone had deliberately opened the formation to allow their voices to come through. Then these people can take this opportunity to persuade themselves to release the three girls. Wan Lin clenched his fists and thought coldly. This is really a case of people leaving. If Lin Mu was still around, they wouldn't dare to do this. After a moment of silence, Wan Lin coldly grunted. This matter will be discussed later. The cultivators of the city lord's mansion gave each other a wink, but they didn't try to persuade them any further. After Wan Lin left, they turned around in the city lord's mansion and finally came before a cell. Then, they went so far as to directly release the people in the cell, to let them out. Wan Xing looked at the cultivators and asked suspiciously, why are you guys here? Did my uncle change his mind? Ever since he had pitted Lin Mu once back then, Wan Lin had become furious and had escorted this nephew of his to the prison. It has been held until now, and has not been released. Those cultivators were full of smiles and told the recent events. When Wan Qing heard that Lin Mu could refine longevity pills, he couldn't help but feel some regret. He turned out to be so good. However, after he heard Lin Mu enter the starry sky Forbidden Land, he laughed out loud. I knew it. This Lin Mu is completely thuggish, has no substance, and likes to find death. This starry sky Forbidden Land, is it also possible to enter at will? He patted his body and took a few pills from a side cultivator and swallowed them. Soon, his cultivation returned to its peak state. Let's go to Lin Mu's house here. I'm going to get back what I got in the first place. At the same time, a hint of greed appeared in his eyes. But I still remember that this Lin Mu's maiden is Qin Yan. Although this woman is cursed and her cultivation is not high, she looks like a heavenly fairy. I, Wan Cheng, am not a picky eater either, so I'll reluctantly let her be my concubine. He kicked open the cell door and rushed out of the city lord's mansion, and at the same time, all the other cultivators in the city began to move. It didn't take long before the outside of Lin Mu's compound was crowded with cultivators. Some of these four-pole mystic realm cultivators were obviously trying to come and pick up the slack, not squeezing forward at all. The cultivators in the front row, on the other hand, were at least at the dragon transformation mysterious realm. There were even a few whose auras were so obscure that no one could see through them at all. Perhaps it was a strong person from the Xiantai mysterious realm. Within the courtyard, and Mo couldn't help but feel a little nervous when he saw the scene outside. She trotted over to Qin Yan and asked worriedly, Ma'am, how can this be? Those people outside, they're probably going to break in soon. A hint of determination appeared in Qin Yan's eyes. It's come to this, so what else is there to do? She turned her head to an Mo and said, After all, you are the dance sect's heavenly pride, so I don't think they will make things difficult for you. Just go ahead and get out. A hint of exasperation appeared on Anmo's face. Ma'am, how can this be? If I leave now, won't I be on my deathbed? Qin Yan smiled at her and said, How is this considered clinical on your part? It's not like you're a member of our Lin family. Anmo huffed. Why wouldn't I be? Qin Yan was still about to say something when she heard Wan Qing outside yelling, Listen to me, everyone inside. Lin Mu is dead. If you are sensible, then come out yourselves. Or don't blame us for taking the initiative to fight our way in. Chapter 164, Do you want to be a furnace? Ha ha, the people inside won't come out. They're not so scared that they can't move, are they? If that's the case, all the more reason for you to open the door and let us in to take good care of you. Hearing the slurs from outside, Qin Yan's face clouded over, her willowy brows furrowed and her body tensed. As a result, Lin Yi in her arms even realized that something was wrong and actually cried. Only then did Qin Yan hastily lower her head and pacify her own daughter. At this time, an Mo said, Madam, you wait here for a moment. I'll go out and dispatch them all. After saying that, she turned her head and was about to open the door and leave. Qin Yan looked at her back and a trace of touching arose in his heart. I didn't realize that at this time of the year, Anmo was still not far behind. No wonder husband had to make her a maid in the first place. Qin Yan couldn't help but worry again when she thought of this. Husband, when exactly will you be back? As for whether Lin Mu could come back alive or not, Qin Yan never thought about it. Or rather, dare not think about it. Lin Yan stood in the corner and looked at Qin Yan, then at an Mo who was walking towards the door. After hesitating for a moment, she still followed Anmo out the door. An Mo opened the gate of the compound, and the clamor outside first suddenly disappeared, and then grew louder once again. Ha ha, I thought who came out. So it's that little girl from the Dan sect? An Mo. This matter has nothing to do with your Dan sect. If you leave now, we won't make things difficult for you. Most of the cultivators outside of the compound were unwilling to make any trouble. He would rather let Anmo go than involve the Dan sect and add more variables. However, an Mo took a deep breath and said aloud to them, I'm no longer the Dan sect's heavenly pride long ago, but Lin Mu's maid. Of course this matter concerns me. She sank her spiritual sense into her dantian. The sea of bitterness rolled over, and the spiritual energy vaporized upwards, passing through the 5 viscera and finally injecting itself into the limbs and bones. The aura that uniquely belonged to a 4 extremes mystic realm powerhouse emanated from her. The cultivators outside the courtyard were a bit surprised. This girl, an Mo, has actually really recovered her original realm? It was impossible for the Dan sect to keep the matter of her poisoning a secret in the first place. The news gradually trickled out. Most of the cultivators then guessed that Lin Mu had a way to cure an Mo after he showed his alchemist talent, especially since Lin Mu had also fought on the poison sect, and had even fostered a holy maiden in the poison sect. They were even more certain that an Mo had mostly succeeded in detoxifying the poison. But she's been poisoned for so long, and there's actually no after effects? I thought her realm would regress back to the Dao Palace mystic realm. Or maybe after she regressed in her realm, she practiced back again? This Lin Mu is truly extraordinary. Many cultivators lamented in their hearts. In their opinion, this must be Lin Mu's credit. If Lin Mu doesn't die, he'll really become a giant in the future. But fortunately, he's just too arrogant to dare to enter the starry sky Forbidden Land. Wan Cheng and some other cultivators who had a grudge against Lin Mu were gloating at this moment instead. Wan Cheng's eyes rolled, and he came directly in front of the crowd and said to Anmo, "Little, are you determined to protect Lin Mu's family? Oh, if that's the case, then you're our enemy too." Wan Cheng's tone gradually became obscene. "But I have heard that the women of your Dan sect are extraordinary. Eating pills on weekdays helps with cultivation. So every Dan sect female cultivator is a natural furnace. If anyone can double cultivate with them, their cultivation speed will be greatly accelerated. It's rumored that Lin Mu's cultivation speed being so fast has something to do with accepting an MO as his maid. This is complete and utter nonsense." Anmo stomped her foot in anger. "What are you babbling about? My Dan sect isn't the Acacia sect. Win Wood. I know those dual cultivation techniques." When she said this, Anmo's small face blushed, but the cultivators outside the courtyard subconsciously believed Wan Cheng's words. Wan Cheng is the nephew of City Lord Wan. If he says this, of course it's more believable. Not to mention that even if this Anmo can't be a furnace, she's still a little beauty. Many cultivators' hearts were instantly on fire. They took a step in unison and came towards Anmo. When Anmo saw this, she forced herself to calm down even though she was still a bit shy. She said in a deep voice, "If you guys take another step forward, then don't blame me for making a move. Then make your move. Do you still think that we will be afraid of you?" Wan Cheng said in a conspiratorial manner. However, he himself honestly took a few steps back and hid behind the other cultivators. If it came to the alchemist realm, most of the cultivators present could not compare to him. But when it came to cultivation, Wan Cheng was merely at the Dao Palace mystic realm. Although his realm was not bad in the cultivation world, he was not a match for Anmo at all. "I'll hide in the back and see if I can pick up the slack later." Wan Cheng's eyes glowed, even as his body became hot. "Anyway, Lin Mu is already dead. So in the future, I will be the only one left as the future star of this Jade Tripod City. As long as I give up favors, that's not just this Anmer, even." Wan Cheng was in the middle of chanting when he heard someone sneer in his ear. "Even what?" Wan Cheng froze for a moment, always feeling that the voice was somewhat familiar. However, he still subconsciously said, "Even that Qin Yen, I can also include it in my bag. Wait a minute, this voice is Lin Mu?" He reacted with a jolt, his entire heart plummeting to the ice. How could Lin Mu he come back alive? That's a starry Forbidden Land. Wait, it can't be someone pretending to be his voice to scare me on purpose. Wan Cheng's mind turned electrically, and he turned his head so that he could see the appearance of the person behind him. But Lin Mu, who was behind him, didn't bother to say much to this person. Lin Mu didn't want to startle too many people, so he looked down at Suyu in his arms. Suyu waved his hand in a hurry, and a spatial fluctuation appeared instantly without attracting anyone's attention. However, this fluctuation silently engulfed Wan Cheng. Lin Mu leaned in and laughed in her ear. Where did you send this guy?" Suyu whispered. "After all, he is the nephew of Lord Wan Lin City, so I didn't dare to be too harsh. It just sent him into an ice field on the northern border. With just his cultivation, he shouldn't be able to leave. Whatever you want to do with him in the future is up to your husband." In fact, Suyu didn't put Wan Lin in his eyes at all. He was only concerned about Lin Mu's opinion. Husband and Wan Lin were close friends. If I kill Wan Cheng directly, in case husband gets angry about it, how would that be? That's why she didn't directly lay her hands on him, but instead found a place similar to a prison cell and teleported Wan Cheng there. Otherwise, if Suyu had directly exiled Wan Lin to the stars, Wan Cheng would have died 10 deaths. Lin Mu nodded his head in satisfaction. "This is very good. This Wan Cheng intentionally counted on me last time, and I didn't pursue the matter because of the fact that City Lord Wan had already punished him. I didn't expect that he would never change, but he actually took advantage of me entering the starry sky Forbidden Land to come to my door to find fault again. I will kill him this time, but before I kill him, I'd better make it clear to City Lord Wan." After saying this, Lin Mu looked back to the front of the compound. What happened just now was a long story, but in fact, it was only a few breaths of time before and after. Wan Cheng's words of arching fire had only just been uttered a short while ago. The Dragon Transformation Mystic Realm powerhouses in the front rows were really heartened. "That's a good one." Chapter 165, A Ragtag Crowd. They had evil fire in their eyes, looking Anmo up and down, itching to swallow her straight away. Anmo was mortified, and the spiritual energy in his body strengthened a few more points. But in the eyes of those powerful people of the Dragon Transformation Mysterious Realm, Anmo's behavior was nothing more than a pointless struggle. It's similar to the resistance of dogs and cats. It only adds to the fling without really hurting them. Ha ha, kind of. It's good to know how to fight back. A middle-aged cultivator stood out, and the bags under his eyes were actually puffy. To be able to cultivate to the dragon transformation mysterious realm, one was already a deservedly powerful party. The 5 viscera and 4 limbs have all been quenched successfully. And even so, the cultivator still had a face that was addicted to alcohol. It shows just how much he usually plays with flowers. You little pussy, I'm just short of a beautiful concubine by my side. He directly flew up and rushed to attack Anmo. When the rest of the cultivators saw this, their gazes flickered for a moment. On some cultivators, there was actually a flash of fluctuation of spiritual energy, but in the end, they still subsided. This Ming Tao, when he really sees color, he forgets his life. But it's fine, let this guy try it out. Who knows if Lin Mu left anything behind? If there really is a backstabbing, then it's just the thing to make him go through the thunder. Even Su's cultivators may not have really left completely. It won't be too late for us to make a move when he takes down Anmo. They looked at Anmo and then at the gate of the compound. The greed in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. If Ming Tao succeeds in taking down an MO, I'm going to immediately rush in and seize the relics left behind by Lin Mu. But when the time comes, these people around here won't be friends, they'll be enemies. Thinking about this, the dragon transformation cultivators in the front row silently distanced themselves from the other powerhouses. As it turned out, after they took a few steps, they realized that everyone else was thinking the same thing. They looked at each other and could see the wariness in their respective eyes. Husband, these guys are really out of shape. Before they even stormed the compound, they started defending each other. I think they will kill each other even if they rush in. These people are a rabble. Suyu leaned in Lin Mu's arms and commented on those cultivators. Although those cultivators with evil intentions were all strong dragon transformation practitioners, but in Suyu's eyes, none of these people could possibly be Lin Mu's opponent. Lin Mu heard the trust in her words and smiled as he headed. You do have confidence in me. I'm only a cultivator at the 3rd level of the 4 extremes mysterious realm. I'm mostly no match for those dragon transformation mysterious realm powerhouses. Lin Mu deliberately said. Suyu didn't give him a good-natured look. Husband, you're joking with me again. You were the one who led us out of the starry sky Forbidden Land not long ago. Even more so, in front of so many powerful people, he nailed the 2 quasi-emperors' line of concealment, and then swaggered away. You would put these dragon transformation powerhouses in your eyes? She spat casually out of her mouth and thought even more in her mind. Even if husband really can't take these powerhouses, he'll definitely let me go and move help. The fact that he didn't do it naturally means he has something in mind. Lin Mu laughed out loud. You said it well, Jade. These dragon transformation cultivators are indeed like dirt in my eyes. Although Lin Mu had already placed formations around him to isolate sound and sight. Still, he laughed so loudly that he attracted the attention of those around him. Some cultivators turned their heads to look. And although they couldn't see Lin Mu and Suyu's appearance, they guessed in their hearts, why is someone hiding their head and laughing in this place? Could it be that they are also Lin Mu's enemies? Hey, this Lin Mu has a bit too many enemies. Seeming to notice the sights around her, Suyu was slightly shy and broke away from Lin Mu's arms. She hesitated for a moment, seeing that Anmo was no longer a match for that Ming Tao, but between a few rounds, he fell into the wind. She hurriedly said to Lin Mu, Husband, you'd better hurry up and make your move. Otherwise, Sister Anmo, it's only going to be a loss. Suyu knew in his heart that Lin Mu could not be said to be morally perfect, but he could also be said to be able to repay any favor. At the critical moment, Anmo did not leave and was even willing to take the initiative. Even if Lin Mu didn't say it on his lips, in his heart, he would definitely feel a few more points of favor towards an MO. Suyu touched his belly and said in his heart, I'll sell Anmo a good one now, and I'll save myself from getting into trouble with her later. This woman's skill at court battles may be innate. Suyu had been raised as a man since she was young, and no one had taught her how to compete for favor. But after she entered Lin Mu's house, she was untutored. After Lin Mu heard Suyu's words, he carefully watched the scene where an Mo and Ming Tao were fighting and couldn't help but nod his head. Jade, you say, it is indeed time for me to make my move. But at that moment, a hint of a smile suddenly appeared in his eyes. But it seems a bit pointless for me to just kill my way out. Suyu was puzzled, not knowing what Lin Mu meant by this. But the next moment, he understood. Lin Mu silently recited in his heart, the 9 revolutions deicide technique. Instantly, the aura of Lin Mu's body changed. It actually bore a slight resemblance to Lin Feng. Suyu was startled. Husband, what are you doing? She thought that even though Lin Mu had left the starry sky Forbidden Land, he had also been eroded by the Forbidden Land's power, leaving behind aftereffects. However, Lin Mu, whose breath had changed drastically, smiled at Suyu and said, What's your name? You're? Seeing the familiar bad smile on Lin Mu's face, Suyu was relieved in her heart. So husband didn't suffer from erosion. She was relieved, but curious to ask, "Husband, what kind of tactic is this that you can even change your breath?" Lin Mu waved his hand and didn't tell the truth, but just casually said, "This is a divine ability I comprehended in the starry sky Forbidden Land." Suyu actually believed it immediately after hearing it. After all, Lin Mu was able to take them out of the Forbidden Land, so it didn't seem incomprehensible to comprehend divine abilities in the Forbidden Land. Admiration bubbled up in her eyes and she smiled. Husband is really powerful. Lin Mu was a bit embarrassed himself when he saw her like this. He had thought that with this randomly made-up nonsense of his, Suyu would surely be able to hear the problem and laugh it off. However, he didn't expect that Suyu would actually take it seriously. This is great. No more jokes. Lin Mu smiled helplessly in his heart, then flew up into midair and headed straight for Ming Tao. The cultivators present, sensing a terrifying aura emanating from behind them, could not help but sweat. They hurriedly looked back and immediately saw Lin Mu's silhouette, arriving behind Ming Tao in almost an instant. And what's this guy's story? The aura on him is so weird. What does this person want to do with his sudden appearance? Countless thoughts arose in their minds, and their eyes fell dead center on Lin Mu, trying to see what he was going to do next. And Minto was taken aback. He withdrew his hand that continued to attack Anmo and looked at Lin Mu warily. "This fellow Daoist. I wonder what your last name is and from which sect?" Chapter 166, Are you a pure passerby? If you're also Lin Mu's enemy, then we're completely on the same page. There's no need for you to hide it. Ming Tao looked at Lin Mu and continued. Lin Mu's face was wreathed in a dark aura. Ming Tao had originally injected spiritual energy into his eyes, trying to see through Lin Mu's disguise. But after he tried, he realized that his sight was as if it was a mud cow entering the sea. Not only did he fail to see through Lin Mu's true colors, but even his eyes gave birth to a sharp pain. Ming Tao didn't dare to mess up again, so he had to say the previous part. Lin Mu laughed strangely. "I am not Lin Mu's enemy." Ming Tao sniffed, but his heart was relieved instead. "So, you're Lin Mu's friend and are coming to stand up for him? If that's the case, you've got a lot of guts." Ming Tao revealed a chesty expression and reached out to point at the other dragon transformation powerhouses who had yet to make a move. All of these people are also eyeing Lin Mu's legacy. If you want to stand up for Lin Mu, then you have to ask them about their attitude. The dragon transformation powerhouses on the ground were all a bit disgruntled when they saw Ming Tao pulling himself and the others out as a shield. Immediately, someone raised his voice and said, "Ming Tao, you are wrong. We didn't come here to collect Lin Mu's inheritance. We just..." That cultivator's eyes rolled, and he actually found something to say. "We just came here to protect Lin Mu's widow." This skill of theirs in opening their eyes made Ming Tao a little speechless. "I'm a true villain. You're all hypocrites, aren't you?" He skimmed his lips and didn't continue to communicate with the dragon transformation powerhouse on the ground, but instead looked at Lin Mu. "You're definitely not a cutie pie. This fellow Daoist. You must know in your heart of hearts what those people on the ground are up to, and what the posture is now. If you are sensible, then why don't you leave here, and we won't make things difficult for you." Lin Mu didn't get angry. He just smiled and asked, "Then what will you do if I don't leave?" Ming Tao sensed Lin Mu's contempt and sneered, "If you don't leave, then don't blame me." And at this time, an Mo suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "That fellow Daoist, this is a matter between them and my Lin family, and has nothing to do with you." She always felt that there was something familiar about the visitor, which was why she was so persuasive. And Mo thought in his heart, this person might be one of Lin Mu's friends, but if his cultivation is really extremely high, or maybe he's a member of the Su clan, then why hide your head? By directly displaying your strength or background, you can naturally repel those dragon transformation cultivators outside. The fact that he refuses to show his true colors just shows that he is not strong enough. If that's the case, why do I have to watch him come here to be buried? Anmo sighed again at Lin Mu as he thought of this. "You'd better get going." Lin Mu stared at an Mo for a few moments, and then laughed again in a strange manner. "Who told you that this Lin Mu thing has nothing to do with me?" Anmer froze for a moment. "You are not a friend of the master?" Lin Mu shook his head. "You're right. I'm not an old friend of Lin Mu." When these words came out, the cultivators present were all a bit puzzled. What the hell does this kid mean? He neither admitted to coming to rob Lin Mu's inheritance, nor refused to admit to being Lin Mu's friend. Who else could he be then? A pure passerby? Some cultivators joked in their hearts. Their cultivation realm was not high, and they recognized that they were nothing more than ants in front of the dragon transformation powerhouses. These people had already recognized the reality at this point and knew that Lin Mu had little to do with them whether he was dead or alive. So start watching with one eye on the prize. A cultivator laughed out loud. Then this friend. What exactly are you doing here? Lin Mu didn't answer positively, but instead, he dodged and came to Mo's side, actually pulling her into his arms. The old man doesn't have to do anything. That Lin Mu's things were originally mine. Hearing this, the cultivator's eyes snapped wide open. Ha! There are still such brazen people in the world? It was Ming Tao, who was also filled with tears and laughter. You guys, compared to you, all those hypocrites on the ground are much brighter than you. The dragon transformation powerhouses on the ground were all a bit dissatisfied when they heard Ming Tao's words. However, their fire was mainly vented at Lin Mu. You guys are just plain bold. What makes you say that all of this Lin Mu's things are yours? An idea suddenly came to someone's mind, and he asked tentatively, You're not Lin Feng, are you? When the surrounding cultivators heard this, they all hurriedly stared at Lin Mu as well, and a trace of fear arose in their hearts. The means to lure Lin Mu to the starry sky Forbidden Land is most likely something that Lin Feng came up with. If this person is really Lin Feng, then you can't underestimate him. But if I remember correctly, isn't this Lin Feng the Star River King body? He shouldn't have this aura on him. Lin Mu sneered. I don't have anything to do with that asshole. The questioning cultivator relaxed. It's good that it's not Lin Feng. We don't want to provoke the starry sky Forbidden Land and end up like Lin Mu. But soon, the dragon transformation powerhouses frowned. This guy is so shameless and isn't Lin Feng. So what exactly is he relying on if he dares to jump out? Just as they were wondering, Anmo and Lin Mu's arms had struggled violently. You asshole, get the hell off me. I thought you were Lin Mu's friend and that's why I was kind enough to remind you. But I didn't expect you to be wolfish. You wolf. And Mo had never cursed before. And at this time, even if he was so angry that he went crazy, he cursed in such a literal way. Lin Mu had a smile on his lips and said in her ear, Don't be mad. What makes me not angry? Anmo still struggled. I can't wait to just kill you. Lin Mu deliberately sighed. Hey, Anmo, I didn't expect you to be like this. You're actually going to kill your own master? Anmo froze and asked blankly, What did you say? Lin Mu then smiled. We mean, is there a possibility that I am Lin Mu? Anmo was completely dumbfounded, her mind full of doubts. That, you didn't lie to me? Lin Mu lowered his head and whispered in her ear, revealing certain details of their dual cultivation. Only then did an Mo believe that the man in front of him was Lin Mu. She lightly pooh-poohed. What's your game again, master? If you return safely, then just reveal your real body directly. Why are you still playing this game? As for how Lin Mu changed his breath, she didn't ask. Although she wasn't an alchemist, as the holy maiden of the Dan sect, she had eaten and seen far too many pills. And Mo treated Lin Mu's means as the effect of some kind of elixir. Lin Mu smiled. Don't you think it's fun to do that? Mo bristled. Humph. I don't think so. You hurry up and cut me loose. She was suddenly a little shy. Lin Mu, however, didn't let go and instead held her tighter. He then turned around and faced the many dragon transformation powerhouses present. Okay, you guys can cut the crap too. If someone develops a covetousness for Lin Mu's things, then just go ahead and make a move. You'll have to get past me first anyway. Chapter 167, Receiving a Sacred Soldier with His Unarmed Hand. Humph, not a lot of guts. As soon as Lin Mu's words fell, everyone present rose up in anger. You actually see all of Lin Mu's inheritance as your own private property? I'd like to see what you're capable of. Besides Ming Tao, another dragon transformation powerhouse flew up. The cultivators present were not surprised to see him fly. This is Beiho, right? That's right. He rose from the snowy wasteland 500 years ago and has always had a fiery personality. It's just that after he broke through to the dragon transformation mysterious realm, he unexpectedly fell into a bottleneck and was unable to break through to the second subrealm for a long time, and has been out of sight ever since. I didn't realize that this time around, it actually drew him here. Immediately, someone snickered. What's so unexpected about that? Calculating the lifespan. He is not expected to have many years left. Then of course he's going to come here to take his chances with Lin Mu. Although the cultivators were talking, their eyes were nailed to Baha without the slightest shift. Although in their mouths, Baha was trapped in the first layer of the dragon transformation and was considered a loser. However, in the eyes of the vast majority of cultivators, a strong person of the dragon transformation mysterious realm was already an unattainable figure. You don't even see many of them in your lifetime. Such a character striking out was completely worthy of their serious observation. I just don't know if that kid who hides his head can withstand Baha's attack. It's hard to say. Not only is this Baha hot-tempered, the technique he cultivates also emphasizes offense over defense. At the first level of the dragon transformation mysterious realm, he is considered invincible in the same realm. The distant dragon transformation mystic realm powerhouses did recognize these statements. Beiho does have some strength. It would be just right to let him try the boy. Actually, Ming Tao's cultivation realm was a bit higher. However, he was addicted to female sex and did not have a dual cultivation technique, so his foundation was a bit shaken. Ming Tao's true strength might not be as good as Beiho's yet. As the crowd watched, Baha rushed in front of Lin Mu. A large axe appeared in his hand and directly charged at Lin Mu's neck. Terrifying fluctuations emanated from this great axe. First, another heavy treasure. Anmo seemed to recognize the heavy treasure. She covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Rumor has it that in the ancient times, there was a great emperor who refined an axe-type imperial weapon called the Heaven-Opening Axe. Later on, during a great battle of the ages, the imperial soldier crumbled and the pieces fell apart. One of these pieces fell right in the middle of the snowy plains of the northern border. A certain saint found this fragment and remelted it into a holy weapon. The big axe in Beiho's hand. That should be it." Beiho laughed maniacally. "You're quite an insightful girl. Not bad. This great axe in my hand is indeed a holy weapon. For so many years, I've been trying to refine this sacred soldier. That's why my cultivation hasn't advanced an inch. By the time I reacted, my lifespan was almost exhausted." After saying this, Bahao looked at Lin Mu again. "You actually dare to block me from obtaining the longevity pill? Then eat my axe." Bahao shouted and poured his entire body's spiritual energy into the holy soldier. A terrifying pressure emanated from the great axe, instantly enveloping Lin Mu's entire body. The great powers on the ground were even more mesmerized. This Bahao has been stuck at the first level of dragon transformation, so there's a reason for that? If he is allowed to obtain the longevity pill and extend his lifespan, then his future can be unlimited. In the future, in the northern border, I'm afraid that a new Sentai powerhouse will appear, and it's still a strong man with unrivaled battle power. Some great powers, even more so, sighed at Lin Mu. This kid has managed to keep his composure up to now, so it seems it's not all bad. It's just a pity he met Beiho. Amidst their gazes, Lin Mu suddenly sighed. He turned to Anmo in his arms. "Mo or ah, you usually actually hide your clumsiness." And Mo looked at Lin Mu in surprise. "What are you talking about, master?" Lin Mu smiled and shook his head. "It's amazing how flexible your mouth is. That stupid big guy attacked in the blink of an eye. You can still talk so much, and it's not because you're smart-mouthed? Or, how come you never showed this skill when you served me before?" Anmo was confused. Where is all this? But after all, she has eaten and seen. After Lin Mu deliberately reminded her, she finally reacted. And Mo's pretty face was almost dripping red as she stomped her foot and said, "Master, it's already this time of the day. You still have the heart to talk about this?" She was about to say something else, but gasped, "Master, be careful." It turned out that just in this moment, Bahao's great axe had already swung in front of Lin Mu. Killing intent appeared in Beiho's eyes. "Humph, at a time like this, you kid still dares to be distracted? Then I'll just kill you, and then hold this might and charge straight into Lin Mu's home." Thinking of this, Beiho didn't hesitate even more and accelerated again. And at this moment, the saint soldier in his hand was even fast enough to cut through space. Even the black aura on Lin Mu's face was attracted to emit gusts of fluctuations. On the ground, many dragon transformation cultivators suddenly laughed coldly when they saw this scene. "Looks like this kid is going to die soon. There's absolutely no way he can block this axe." There were even cultivators that were ready. Once the heavens were divided, he was going to rush into Lin Mu's compound first. Their eyes, dead set on the gate of Lin Mu's compound, never looked into mid-air again. But the next moment, a violent fluctuation came from them, and they were subconsciously looked up by this fluctuation. What's going on here? It didn't matter if they didn't look at it, but when they looked at it like that, they instantly froze on the spot. It turned out that Lin Mu raised his hand without panicking when he heard Mo's shocked cry. He vibrated his holy body and injected spiritual energy into his hands. Although at this moment, Lin Mu's desolate ancient saint body still retained 5 shackles and was not considered a great success at all, but it was already 1,000 times stronger than an ordinary physique. Spiritual energy was injected into his hands, and the holy body exerted a hint of power, coloring Lin Mu's hands a golden yellow. Only under Lin Mu's deliberate concealment, no one could see this. Lin Mu reached out to catch Beiho's holy weapon. To an outsider, this looks like a total egg on the face of the earth. How can you catch a holy weapon with your bare hands? Even Anmo subconsciously covered his eyes, not daring to look again. But Lin Mu's hand, the moment it made contact with the great axe, a clear voice came out. It was not as if the great axe had struck a human hand, but as if it had cut into some impenetrable shield. Dang! As the voice spread, a strong wave followed. The fluctuations spread throughout the city, and any cultivators who were paying attention to the scene over here had their eyes blown open by the strong winds. What's going on here? It seems that the kid who appeared later caught Bahao's saint soldier with his bare hands. It can't be. We must be looking at it wrong. And at that moment, Wan Lin, who was in the city lord's mansion, finally awoke with a start. He jerked up and looked out. What's going on here? He rushed out of the city lord's mansion in a flash and arrived next to Lin Mu's compound. Chapter 168, Lin Feng? No, he's Lin Mu. Wan Lin wasn't a little cutie. With just a glance, He could see the situation at hand. He frowned, anger showing in his eyes. Friends, all of you suddenly surrounded Lin Mu's home. And you didn't even clear the air with me? Do you still have any regard for me as the city lord? It's outrageous. Wan Lin was, after all, also a heavenly alchemist. It wasn't as good as Lin Mu, but it was somewhat decent. The cultivators present, even those as strong as a dragon transformation powerhouse, had to give him face. Many people softened their attitudes and were about to apologize to Wan Lin first. Anyway, this Wan Lin is only one person, and there's no way he can stop this many cultivators of ours. Lin Mu is dead. All the things he left behind are unclaimed. Those who have the ability will take them. Even if Wan Lin has to force his hand, we just need to take a step back and not go after Qin Yan and the other ladies. That's all. As for Lin Mu's pills and inheritance, we are determined to get them. In the minds of many powerful people, such thoughts had already flashed through. There were even some people who had a twinkle in their eye and intended to pull out Wan Qing. After all, it was your nephew who led this thing anyway. Let's just push him out and see what else you have to say. Those who were interested turned their heads directly and scanned the crowd. I hope to find Wan Qing out, but these people are destined to be disappointed. Wan Qing had long been sent to the ice field by Su Yu, so where could they get a glimpse? If they could see, they would have to be at least quasi-emperor level powerhouses, and wouldn't have to come and compete for Lin Mu's things. The men's brows furrowed and they were just about to say something, but without waiting for them to open their mouths, there was suddenly a cultivator in the distance, flying into the city and heading towards the city lord's mansion. A special halo of light lit up on his body as he passed through the Jade Tripod City's grand formation. The large formation instantly dimmed and was not triggered. He should be a cultivator of the city lord's mansion, carrying a special token to enter and exit the grand formation at will. The crowd's eyes fell on his body, and they couldn't help but be a little curious. What is this man up to? But Wan Lin looked back and was pleasantly surprised. You're back? Tell me quickly, what's going on in the stars? It turned out that when the Grand Elder and the others went into the stars, Wan Lin was also very concerned. He sent out several cultivators and had them follow the Grand Elder into the starry sky, and it was agreed in advance that every so often, they would return to Jade Tripod City. Tell yourself the latest news. The previous few cultivators had not brought back any good news. When they came back, they all hung their heads and were even a little afraid to see Wan Lin. And the cultivator who came back this time was so high profile. Many thoughts flashed through Wan Lin's mind as he directly reached out and greeted the cultivator over. That cultivator was originally rushing towards the city lord's mansion, and he was still a bit surprised when he heard Wan Lin's greeting. Why is the city lord out of the house? However, this cultivator didn't think much about it as he came directly in front of Wan Lin. Respectfully, he pulled out a jade tablet. This jade token was the very treasure that allowed him to pass through the grand formation. Wan Lin casually took it and tucked it into his bosom without even looking at it, and then hurriedly asked, "How are things in the Forbidden Land?" The cultivator bowed, but his tone revealed a hint of awe. Reporting back to the city lord, the area around the Forbidden Land is still the same. There are more and more cultivators, and by relying on the eyes of those two red beings, we finally saw the scene in the Forbidden Land. And this time, we saw Lin Mu in the scenery. Wan Lin's eyes lit up. Oh, what exactly did you see? He hurriedly urged it on. That cultivator didn't dare to sell more. In the Starry Sky Forbidden Land, Lin Mu fought with a powerful person, and the two of them fought to the death. That strong person's origin is unknown, but the Grand Elder and the others guessed that that person should be Lin Feng. As he said this, the cultivator raised his head as if he wanted to gesture, but when he looked up this time, he happened to see Lin Mu not far away. He was startled. Lin Feng? As the words fell, the crowd was shocked. Many people turned their heads in panic to look in Lin Mu's direction. Take a guarded stance. Wan Lin was even more nervous and asked, "What do you mean by that? Didn't you just say that Lin Feng was fighting Lin Mu in the Forbidden Land?" The friar was alarmed and said in a trembling voice, "City Lord, when the Grand Elder teleported me back, there was some deviation from our Jade Tripod City, and it took me some time to rush back. Perhaps it is during this time that certain changes have occurred in the Forbidden Land. This Lin Feng is the one who will chase after them." Wan Lin pursed his lips and pursued the question. "How dare you be sure he's Lin Feng?" He had seen Lin Feng before and knew his details. That's why he asked this question. The friar laughed bitterly. "How dare I be sure who he really is? But the aura he carries is indeed extremely similar to the strongest person in the Forbidden Land." After these words were spoken, the cultivators present panicked even more. Could it be that there are still people who can go in and out of the Starry Sky Forbidden Land at will? This person is bound to be an extremely powerful and strong person. They hurriedly backed away, not daring to come any closer to Lin Mu. Seeing this, Lin Mu couldn't help but laugh. Moreover, he deliberately used the 9 revolutions of Godslayer skill to distort his laughter. The laughter instantly became shrill and piercing. and goosebumps grew on anyone who heard it. The hairs of sweat stood on end. Something is really wrong with this guy. Some even tried to turn their heads and run. However, at this moment, that Bahao didn't care about that in the slightest. He yelled, "I don't care what you are. Come die for me." Just now, Lin Mu caught the saint soldier with his bare hands, causing him to lose his mind. Bahao mobilized all of his spiritual energy and gathered it all on top of the saint soldier. This time, even Lin Mu didn't dare to receive it with his bare hands. This is just the saint body that has unlocked the 4 shackles. It's still not that strong. Lin Mu secretly sighed in his heart and didn't intend to play anymore. He retracted the 9 revolutions of Godslayer skill, and the black aura on his face gradually disappeared. Void sword technique. A huge sword of emptiness instantly appeared behind him. Lin Mu didn't hesitate any longer and directly slashed his huge sword horizontally, clashing with Bahao's great axe. Boom! 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 Both men used their best efforts. The power of a saint soldier was not to be underestimated. But Lin Mu's great emperor inheritance at the 2nd level was not something to be dealt with either. After he broke through to the 3rd level of the 4-pole mysterious realm, coupled with the increase of the void sword technique, the strength was no longer inferior to the powerhouses of the dragon transformation mystic realm. This, coupled with his holy body, allowed the spiritual energy in his body to far exceed that of different cultivators. Lin Mu didn't suffer any losses in this exchange. The great axe and the huge sword of emptiness collided several times in a row. The booming sound kept coming out. Cultivators with lower cultivation levels could only cover their ears. But even so, blood continued to flow from the seams of their hands. Just listening to the commotion of the exchanges injured them. As for the Jade Tripod City's grand formation, it was even more excited by the aftermath of the exchange. A shroud of light appeared, and gusts of ripples appeared on it. The cultivators all sighed with emotion when they saw the scene. This Lin Feng is really powerful. But soon, someone else realized something. Is that person really Lin Feng? I see his face. Why does it look so familiar? As for Wan Lin and the others who were familiar with Lin Mu, their eyes had widened. As the black smoke on Lin Mu's face cleared, they had recognized him. Lin Mu? So he's not Lin Feng. Many people exclaimed. Chapter 169, Did I let you go? After a few moments, the cries of alarm faded, but the cultivators present, the discussion grew more and more heated, especially the cultivators who were farther away. They had already made up their minds to watch the spectacle after seeing those dragon transformation mystic realm powerhouses. So at this time, seeing the hustle and bustle getting bigger and bigger, naturally more happy. Lin Mu actually really left from the starry sky Forbidden Land? This is unheard of, they murmured. However, the expressions of those dragon transformation powerhouses in the front row were all a bit ugly. This Lin Mu even came back alive. It's unimaginable. This is trouble. After today, we will never want to get any pills from him. No. It can't be that simple. Perhaps Lin Mu will even persuade other forces to come after us. Many strongmen, especially those dragon transformation strongmen who didn't have the shelter of a sect, were sweating profusely. This Lin Mu, why won't he just die honestly? They gritted their teeth. Some, moreover, placed their hopes on Bahao. As long as Bahao is so powerful that he can kill Lin Mu, then everything will be fine. Right, that Lin Mu, even if he was able to walk out of the starry sky Forbidden Land, his cultivation realm is only the 4 extremes mysterious realm. There's no way he's a match for Bahao. Many cultivators raised their heads to the sky and turned their fiery gazes towards Bahao, and silently cheering him on in my mind. But Bahao in the sky was in pain. This Lin Mu is simply not human. He's simply like an ancient beast. He was holding a large axe and had already fought with Lin Mu dozens of times. Every time the two exchanged blows, violent vibrations would be transmitted into his body along the weapons. Even though Bahao was already physically strong, he now felt his palms aching and his limbs tingling. Even the sea of bitterness in the Dantian was flooded with waves. Several times, Bahao was shocked by the force of the recoil, almost to the point of vomiting blood. It was all thanks to the strong willpower to suppress the blood that surged to his throat that he didn't show any weakness. Bahao had thought that if he was like this, then Lin Mu must be even more difficult. However, he looked up only to find that Lin Mu was calm and relaxed, and his face didn't even change much. There was even a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, as if he was enjoying such a great battle. It was no wonder that Bahao had voiced such sentiments. No, it's a complete waste of time if I continue to fight him. At this moment, Bahao had already realized that the man in front of him was Lin Mu. Unless he dared to kill him directly, there was absolutely no chance of obtaining the so-called Lin Mu's relics. But let's not talk about whether or not he had the ability. Even if he did have the ability to kill Lin Mu, the forces behind Lin Mu would not spare him? Bahao suddenly stopped his hand, crossed his great axe in front of his chest, and shouted at Lin Mu. So you are Master Lin Dan. We really don't know each other without a fight. He eased his tone. intending to shake hands with Lin Mu. But Lin Mu was a bit angry instead. "We're in the middle of a fight. What are you talking about? Come on, go on." Lin Mu excitedly waved his hand, and the void giant's sword swung away once again. Ba Hao secretly grumbled in his heart. How come this Lin Mu is still a fighting maniac? He couldn't advance or retreat at this moment, so he had to force himself to take Lin Mu's successive attacks, but he had already put him at a disadvantage by voluntarily closing his hand just now. The more time passed, the more obvious his disadvantage became. The dragon transformation powerhouses who saw the scene couldn't help but feel a trace of sigh in their hearts. Lin Mu was actually able to press Ba Hao. Although Ba Hao is only at the beginning of the dragon transformation mysterious realm, the saint soldier in his hand is no joke. Lin Mu shouldn't be this strong even if he has a great emperor's inheritance. It must be his physique at work. The speculations of many powerful people were already very close to the truth. In midair, Ming Tao in the distance was secretly rejoicing. Luckily, at the critical moment, that rash man Beho stepped in. Otherwise the one fighting Lin Mu at this time would be me. He was very self-aware and knew that his strength was not even a match for Ba Hao. If he were to go against Lin Mu, he would be even less of a match for Lin Mu. The thought that if he was defeated by Lin Mu, then he would definitely become the laughingstock of the entire cultivation world. Minto winced. He shook his head and turned around to leave. "Old Ba, I've kind of remembered this time. Don't worry, when you die, I'll remember to visit your grave alright." Ming Tao took advantage of the crowd's inattention and slowly dropped to the ground. But right at that moment, Lin Mu's voice entered his ears. "Did I let you go? Who is Lin Mu talking to?" The cultivators who were watching were suddenly curious. But soon, they realized, after all, there weren't many cultivators in the sky at this time, and Ming Tao secretly landed on the ground, which was actually very conspicuous. Only just now, the crowd's eyes were focused on Lin Mu and Ba Hao. That's why he didn't see him move. So it was Ming Tao who tried to escape, only to be discovered by Lin Mu. But at this moment, many more cultivators were surprised. Lin Mu is fighting a strong enemy and he actually has the heart to pay attention to this? Could it be that he didn't use his full strength just now either? Many cultivators looked up in surprise. The dragon transformation powerhouses in the front row even looked sideways. This Lin Mu really isn't simple. He's only at the Four Extremes mysterious realm. And not only was he able to fight against a powerhouse of the dragon transformation mysterious realm, but he even had the spare energy to focus on Ming Tao. There were a few dragon transformation powerhouses that even regretted it. Damn. When someone told me that this Lin Mu was able to kill Shui Shoujing all because of some kind of special technique, I actually believed it at the time. However, now that I look at it, this Lin Mu's strength would have been not to be underestimated. I shouldn't have come here if I'd known. This is great. Having angered Lin Mu for nothing. It's not going to be easy in the future, but it's all about comparing people and their situations. 2. Although these dragon transformation powerhouses were feeling sorry for themselves, they were happy when they remembered Ming Tao and Ba Hao. After all, they were still quite a bit better compared to these two. At this moment, Ming Tao only felt a chill on his back. He likewise didn't expect that Lin Mu had actually noticed his movements. Ming Tao forced out a smile and turned back to Lin Mu in the sky. "Master Lin Dan, are you calling me?" Lin Mu first swung his sword heavily, splitting the Ba Hao in front of him. Only then did he coldly say to Ming Tao, "Of course I'm calling you. What else am I barking at? Barking at a dog?" Ming Tao sniffed, and a wave of irritation ran through his heart. However, his face didn't dare to show any anger. Instead, he laughed once again. "You really know how to joke. Lin Dan sure. Where are the dogs in this Yuding city?" Lin Mu looked at Ming Tao with cold eyes. The void giant sword reversed its direction, and the tip of the sword pointed straight at Ming Tao's chest. "That's not true. Aren't you just a dog?" There was actually something wrong with Lin Mu's words, but none of the cultivators present had noticed. As for Ming Tao, he was even more furious. "Lin Mu, what do you mean by that?" Chapter 170, Battling Two Great Dragon Transformation Powerhouses. Ming Tao's eyes were crimson and his body radiated anger. Ever since he had broken through to the dragon transformation mysterious realm, there were people who secretly mocked him though, but the person who angrily scolded him to his face had never really appeared. Where could Ming Tao put up with that? He stopped sneaking down and instead flew back up into midair. "Lin Mu, you brat, do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Lin Mu sneered. "If you weren't afraid of me, then why did you wait for me to enter the starry sky forbidden land before you dared to come to my door to pick a fight?" Ming Tao's face twitched and he didn't know how to reply to that statement. After a moment of silence, he simply stopped answering and instead shouted to Beho in the distance. "You and I will join forces and take down this madman Lin Mu together." Beho had originally seen Lin Mu shift his target and had already had the idea of running away. He's reckless, but he's no cutie pie. Since he couldn't possibly be Lin Mu's opponent, he might as well hurry up and leave. When Ba Hao heard Ming Tao's words, he said disdainfully, "What did you call me for? We haven't known each other very well in the past, so why should I join forces with you?" In normal times, if Ba Hao spoke like this, Ming Tao would definitely sneer back, but at this time, Ming Tao had a request, so he had to be patient and said, "Ba Hao, if I'm not mistaken, your lifespan is about to end. You shouldn't have a few years to live, right? Think about it, is this Lin Mu some kind of magnanimous person? Anyone who has messed with him has not had a good ending. Even if you leave now, that Lin Mu is bound to hold a grudge against you, with his alchemy realm, as long as he puts out the word. Which alchemist, do you think, will refine the longevity pill for you? How many years can you live without the longevity pill? Even if you escape with your life today, you will definitely regret not joining forces with me today when your death is imminent in a few years." Ming Tao knew that Ba Hao had a one-track mind, so he would rather talk some nonsense to make his point clear, lest Bei Hao doesn't understand. As expected, as soon as he uttered these words, Ba Hao really stopped in his tracks and froze in midair. It was only after a moment that Ba Hao asked Ming Tao again, "Then if I join forces with you, what benefit would that be?" As soon as Ming Tao heard this, he knew that Bei Hao had moved. He exclaimed, "That's a huge benefit. As long as we defeat Lin Mu, or even capture him alive, we can ask him to refine longevity pills for you and me. You probably don't know that this kid is extremely fast at refining pills. It only takes a few breaths to refine a longevity pill. You and I only need to clamp down on him for a few moments, and we'll be able to refine enough longevity pills for you to support you until you break through to the next minor realm." When Ba Hao heard this, a hint of greed appeared in his eyes. "Good, then I'll team up with you, but I have to tell you, once I get enough longevity pills, but I will leave immediately. I won't care if Lin Mu comes after you again in the future." Ba Hao had already made up his mind that after he got the longevity pill, he would return to the snowy wasteland and shut down for a few decades to try to make a breakthrough in a hurry. Even if Lin Mu wanted to find trouble with him, it wasn't that easy. As for decades later, when the time comes, my cultivation realm will rise and I'll have this saint soldier. Even Lin Mu may not be my opponent. Ming Tao was secretly annoyed when he heard Ba Hao's words. This mangaka, that's a good little plan, but the situation was stronger than the people. No matter how dissatisfied he was in his heart, he could only nod his head and say, "Alright then, I'll listen to you." At this moment, Lin Mu suddenly interjected, "Are you guys done with the bull yet?" He yawned, an impatient look on his face. "If you have finished, then hurry over and die." When these words came out, both Ba Hao and Ming Tao burst into a rage. "Lin Mu, you really don't know the heights of heaven. With our two great dragon transformation powerhouses joining forces, you are bound to lose today. That sounds a little off the wall. Not to mention two dragon transformation powerhouses. Even one dragon transformation powerhouse should be able to securely win against the 4 extreme mystic realm cultivator." However, when these words were placed on Lin Mu, no one among the cultivators present felt that they were wrong at all. It seemed as if it was a normal thing for Lin Mu to fight at a transgressive level. Lin Mu sneered a few times. "You two know how to talk big." He took a few steps back so he wouldn't get caught in the crossfire between these two. Only then did he add, "One of you is like a dog and the other is like a wolf, but you really should be working together. Alright, I don't have time to bull with you guys. Hurry up and do it. Seek death." Ming Tao and Ba Hao roared angrily and attacked in unison, and at the same time, Anmo couldn't help but let out a gasp. "Lin Mu, be careful." In his busy schedule, Lin Mu had the heart to turn around and smile. "That's not true, Muriel. What's wrong?" Anmo subconsciously asked back. Lin Mu didn't panic and held the void giant's sword across his chest before he returned. "You should call me master." Anmo cried and laughed as he listened. "It's that time of day, and you have the heart to correct my address." But in the next moment, she knew that Lin Mu wasn't being generous in doing so, but that he had a plan in mind. One could only see Lin Mu suddenly take a deep breath, and then the void giant's sword in his hand actually grew much larger out of thin air again. It turned out that when he fought with Ba Hao just now, he hadn't even used his full strength. Seeing this scene, both Ming Tao and Ba Hao had some regrets, but at this point, the arrow was on the string, and there was no way back for them. It could only attack over hard. Lin Mu's face remained unchanged as he swung his sword to meet him. Boom! Boom! 2 loud bangs came out instantly. In the next moment, Ba Hao and Ming Tao unexpectedly retreated backwards. In this first exchange of blows, they were actually the ones who had fallen behind. The cultivators stared blankly over. "I'm not mistaken, am I? Even if Lin Mu is powerful, he shouldn't be this powerful." And in the hearts of those other dragon transformation powerhouses, even a trace of fear arose. This Lin Mu's strength is really outrageous. Even when Ba Hao and Ming Tao joined forces, they actually couldn't take advantage. At this moment, Suddenly a dragon transformation powerhouse's eyes rolled. Wait, that's a good one. If Lin Mu cleans up after those two guys, I'll be in an awkward position. Why don't we take advantage of this time to find a way to please Lin Mu? A long sword suddenly appeared in his hand, ready to sneak attack Ming Tao, but without waiting for him to strike. He realized that a hint of dangerous fluctuations had also appeared around him. He hurriedly turned his head, and then realized that the several dragon transformation powerhouses next to him had actually made similar moves. Those old foxes. The man cursed in his heart, but he didn't dare to hesitate any longer. There were only two of them, Ba Hao and Ming Tao, but there were more than a dozen dragon transformation cultivators on the ground. There are too many monks. The next moment, there was no telling who led the way. Anyway, after one of the dragon transformation powerhouses got up, all the other powerhouses followed suit. They rushed to kill Ba Hao and Ming Tao. These two had just suffered a big loss at Lin Mu's hands. Their chi and blood were churning, and their hearts and minds were shaken. They were having a hard time when they suddenly saw so many powerful people from the dragon transformation mystic realm rushing over, and they thought that these people were here to help them. Ming Tao rejoiced. Ha ha, I knew Lin Mu was so arrogant that he was bound to incur the wrath of the crowd. Bei Ho, on the other hand, has yet to figure out the situation. You guys come as you are, but those longevity pills, they're all mine. You can't rob them. The few dragon transformation cultivators rushing at the front sneered. Oh, of course we won't grab it from you. In the next moment, the magic treasures in their hands directly stabbed at the duo. Chapter 171, You Sugar. Is he decent? Almost just in the blink of an eye, a dozen or so magic treasures stabbed Ming Tao and Ba Hao. The two men's eyes were filled with disbelief. What are you doing? You're hitting the wrong guy. Made a mistake? On the faces of the other dozen or so dragon transformation cultivators, there were all sardonic smiles. I don't think so. As soon as the words left their mouths, they struck out again and continued to attack the two. The two had been hit by Lin Mu and were recuperating when they were attacked by a sneak attack and were seriously injured. At this moment, he was surrounded by a dozen or so strong people of the same realm. They only lasted a few breaths before more and more blood flowed from their bodies. Someone took the opportunity to pierce their sea of bitterness. Something must be wrong. I'm not happy. I'm not happy. Both hissed out of their mouths. But a moment later, their vitality was cut off. The body fell from mid-air. Snap, snap. It fell straight to the ground. The ordinary cultivators in the distance had not yet recovered from their shock at this point. They watched dumbfounded as the two bodies fell to the ground, until the blood in the body spread out and formed a small puddle of blood. They just snapped out of it. The dozen or so dragonized powerhouses actually suddenly struck out at them? It's not a nest egg. A smart person sighed. It must be those strong people who, after seeing Lin Mu's strength, want to change their stance. That's why the two of them were killed as a throwback. The rest of the cultivators lamented. The two great dragon transformation powerhouses have actually become cast-offs? What's even more outrageous is that a dozen or so dragon transformation powerhouses have to rely on killing each other, yet pleasing Lin Mu. If it were a different scenario and it was someone else telling them these things, they would certainly not believe it. We'll just treat these as jokes. But it happened right in front of them, and there was no room for disbelief. This Lin Mu was really... Someone seemed to want to emote, but he hesitated for a long time and didn't know what to say. However, at this moment, Lin Mu sneered a few times. Lin Mu wasn't really surprised that other dragon transformation cultivators jumped against him. He returned to Anmer and smiled at her. Are you relieved now? And Mo's small face turned red and whispered, Humph, I've never worried about you. Seeing her like this, Lin Mu wasn't angry. He tapped Anmo on the shoulder and whispered to her, You just did a good job. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt when I get rid of them. And Emo subconsciously shook off Lin Mu's hand and said unhappily, I didn't stand up for favors. Lin Mu smiled and nodded. I know. I'm not giving you the usual favors, either. How about I buy you some candy? Eating candy? Anmo gave Lin Mu an odd look. What do you mean by that? Could it be some sort of elixir you're talking about? Lin Mu shook his head, and his face was a bit odd, as if he was holding back something bad. It's not an elixir either, but a very specific type of sugar. Deoxyribose. What is this again? Anmo was even more confused. However, she saw those dragon transformation powerhouses in the distance, which had gradually approached over. She couldn't be bothered to ask more questions. I'll leave you to it then. Anne-Marie falls to the ground and runs towards the yard. As soon as he entered, he collided with Lin Yun. Egu, you little girl, what are you doing hiding in the doorway? Anmo cursed without a trace of anger. Lin Yun similarly rubbed his nose. What else could I be doing? Getting ready to sneak up on those assholes out there. Of course. Humph. If they dare to enter this door, I'll make them look good. As he spoke, Lin Yun also brandished a long sword. This seemed to be a magic treasure that Lin Yun had bought on the street a few days ago. Only that this magic treasure didn't have any grade, and it was only able to bully mortals. Anmer rolled his eyes at her. You girls are just doing nothing. What's the use of just this thing of yours? But even though she said that on her lips, in her heart she always felt that something was wrong. This Lin Yun's cultivation realm isn't even as good as mine. How come she didn't even fly out when I collided with her? The thought, however, was just a flash in her mind. She ran straight into the house and said to Qin Yan, Madam, Master, he's back. Qin Yan smiled. I already knew that. Anmer froze for a moment. How did you know that? Ma'am? Qin Yan pointed to somewhere in front, and an mo followed her finger. Only then did he realize that at some point, Suyu had already sat across from Qin Yan. And mo knew in her heart that this Suyu must have come back with Lin Mu, who was teasing herself by pretending to be a stranger outside. Suyu then went straight back to the compound. At this time, outside the courtyard in mid-air, Lin Mu looked at the many dragon transformation powerhouses that surrounded him and didn't feel the slightest bit alarmed. He even put away the void giant sword as well and asked calmly to them with his hands behind his back, What else do you have to do? These dragon transformation powerhouses hurriedly laughed. Don't misunderstand. Master Lin Dan. We came over this time to deliver something to you. They held out their hands and handed over a few things. Lin Mu looked down and saw one of the things at a glance, which was none other than Ba Hao's Saint Soldier. Then the other few should be relics of Ba Hao or Ming Tao as well. Lin Mu sneered in his heart. These people wanted to take my relics, but ended up delivering them to my door instead. Without changing his face, he collected them. Seeing Lin Mu accept the things, those dragon transformation powerhouses were also relieved. They had been worried that Lin Mu would be angry with them and wouldn't even accept these things, and had to split the difference with them. So much the better. So much the better. They celebrated in their hearts. A moment later, they added, Master Lin Dan, you have returned from the stars. This is truly something to celebrate. In a few days, we'll additionally pay a visit with a present. Then we'll leave you alone. After saying that, they turned around in ashes and ran off into the distance. It's like running for your life. When the cultivators on the ground saw this, they couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh when they remembered how arrogant they looked when they came over just now. Hey, if I had known that, why would I have done it in the first place? Immediately, however, there was a sneer. What do you mean you knew? Could you have known beforehand that Lin Mu would still be able to return from the starry sky Forbidden Land? If you ask me what they think and do, it's not a big deal. The problem is with Lin Mu. This person looked toward Lin Mu in the sky and whispered with emotion. It's this Lin Mu who is too heaven-defying to be able to walk out of the starry sky Forbidden Land. The previous cultivator, seeing someone refute himself, was at first a bit disgruntled, but when he heard this passage, the words that were originally going to come out of his mouth were directly forgotten to the back of his mind, and joining in with the sentiment, you're right, this Lin Mu is indeed heaven-defying. At this time, Wan Lin smiled and flew over. Just now, when Lin Mu was fighting with the two major powerhouses, he was not the least bit flustered. When Lin Mu had fought Shui Shouzheng, even though he had been trapped in a pillar of light, he had seen it clearly, so he didn't think Lin Mu would be in any danger. He kept pulling the cultivator who had just returned to the city, asking about the situation in the stars. It was only after the many powerful people had left that he finally came over. Lin Mu, after today, your reputation is only going to go to the next level. Chapter 172. Don't worry, he's dead. Lin Mu said indifferently. These are trivial matters. I didn't put them on my mind in the first place. Wan Lin looked at Lin Mu in front of him with very complicated emotions in his heart. He was silent for a long time before he finally said, AI, Lin Mu, your cultivation level isn't high yet, but with this heart, you're already comparable to many veteran powerhouses. When Wan Lin wanted to say something else, he saw another cultivator flying in the distance, and as soon as he entered the city, he shouted, Good news, City Lord, Lin Mu. He led the people from the starry sky Forbidden Land. This cultivator shouted as he flew this way. As a result, without waiting for him to finish his sentence, he saw Lin Mu beside Wan Lin. He couldn't get the next words out of his mouth. Wan Lin glanced at him and instantly understood. It must be that the Grand Elder sent someone back in the wrong direction once again. So much so that Lin Mu had been back for so long before this cultivator who had sent the message came late. Wan Lin shook his head and smiled. Are you trying to tell me that Lin Mu came out of the starry sky Forbidden Land? The cultivator laughed bitterly. Don't flirt with me, City Lord. Wan Lin waved his hand at him and told him to return to the City Lord's mansion first. Only then did he look at Lin Mu, and after hesitating for a moment, he said to Lin Mu again, I just heard that it was my nephew again that started this one. He's really guilty this time. Even I can't afford to harbor him. If you want to kill him, then just do it. Wan Lin looked a bit forlorn as he said this, but it's something you can only do for yourself. and I really can't do it if I'm asked to do it to him. Lin Mu wasn't angry either. He smiled at Wan Lin and said, I'm already happy that you can say that, City Lord. As for whether I should kill Wan Qing or not, oh, it depends on his luck. Wan Lin froze and asked suspiciously, what does that mean? Lin Mu told Wan Lin about the incident not long ago when he had Suyu teleport Wan Cheng away and throw him into the middle of the ice field. As long as he survives the wasteland, I won't intentionally go after him. When Wan Lin heard this, he laughed bitterly in his heart. I know about that wilderness as well, and with only Wan Qing's cultivation, it can be considered a life of 9 deaths. Even if he can survive with difficulty, I'm afraid he won't be able to walk out of that wilderness in this lifetime. It turned out that Suyu had just now, and hadn't told Lin Mu the truth. She explicitly told Lin Mu that she was only sending Wan Qing into the ordinary ice plane, but in reality that place is an extremely dangerous place. Only at this time, Wan Lin didn't have the face to plead for Wan Qing. He sighed and directly bypassed this topic, speaking to Lin Mu about another matter. Lin Mu, during this time, your 3 sisters, as well as your father, have all been imprisoned in my city lord's mansion. Look at this thing. Wan Lin's tone revealed a hint of exploration. If it was anyone else who was counting on Lin Mu, then Wan Lin wouldn't need Lin Mu to answer and would just kill the person directly. But the identity of these few people is just too special. Even Wan Lin was not in a good position to make an easy decision. After Lin Mu heard this, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Well then, I'll go over and meet them myself. Wan Lin sighed in relief. So be it. Then go to the city lord's mansion on your own. I have some business to attend to. The matter in Wan Lin's mouth was actually finding someone to repair the city guard formation. Just now, Lin Mu exchanged blows with the 2 great powerhouses, causing the great formation to be greatly impacted as well. If it is not mended in a hurry, it may leave a hidden danger. Wan Lin came to the eye of the formation and looked at the eye of the formation, which had already developed tiny cracks, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Hey, this is going to be a hemorrhage. On the other hand, after Lin Mu arrived at the city lord's mansion, the guards naturally wouldn't stop him. However, Lin Mu noticed that a few people seemed to be missing from the guards present. He asked about it suspiciously. Then he saw a trace of embarrassment on the faces of those guards. Reporting back to Master Lin Dan, hey, they hesitated for a moment, but finally told the truth. In fact, that Wan Qing has been imprisoned in the city master's mansion. But not long ago, some of us guards felt that you couldn't come back. So then someone sneaked into the prison and released Wan Cheng, and those guards, after seeing those scenes just now, knew it was bad and turned their heads to run away. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Lin Mu's mouth. Oh, these guys are pretty smart. The remaining guards were afraid that Lin Mu would get angry, so they hurriedly added, don't be angry, Master Lin Dan. Our city lord has already sent people to hunt them down. I don't think it will take long to get them back at your disposal. Lin Mu waved his hand carelessly. There's no need to ask me about these trivial matters. Just let your city lord take care of it himself. You guys might as well take me to the guys first. The guards didn't dare to be slow and hurriedly led the way in front. They circled around the city lord's mansion a few times and came to a downward passage. Then it was several hundred steps in a row, which brought him to the cell. Just as he got closer, Lin Mu heard his 3 sisters, still yelling, you guys let us out. Otherwise, when my brother Feng arrives, he will definitely kill all of you. You guys with no eyesight are just asking for it. When Lin Mu heard their voices, a hint of indifference appeared in his eyes. He turned his head and said to the guards behind him, don't worry, that Lin Feng won't come. At this point in time, the news in the starry sky hadn't completely spread. They didn't understand what Lin Mu meant either, so they had to nod blankly. However, Lin Mu didn't deliberately lower his voice. The 3 women in the cell instantly turned their heads when they heard Lin Mu's words. Lin Mu, how did you come back alive? Big sister suddenly tapped her head. I know. You never went to the starry sky Forbidden Land in the first place, did you? That's a blindfold. When she said that, the other 2 sisters actually believed it straight away. Humph, I knew that Lin Mu, you coward, would not be able to take any risks at all. Big sister sneered again at this moment, but even if you didn't enter the starry sky Forbidden Land, you still don't have a few good days left. When Feng Di's divine power becomes great, you will definitely die then too. Lin Mu saw that at this point in time, they were still talking about Feng Di, but treating themselves as outsiders. The last vestiges of his pity were finally gone. I'm not afraid to tell you guys, that what's-his-name Feng Di of yours has already been killed by me. The 3 women sniffed and instantly fell silent. However, at this time, Lin Lai, who had been silent and pretending to be dead from the sidelines just now, jumped out violently. Impossible. Lin Mu, you're lying. He stared at Lin Mu with glaring eyes. Deadpan, how could you possibly kill Fenger? Lin Mu bristled. How could I not? Lin Lai shook his head frantically. Feng Er, he is the Star River King body. And you? He pointed at Lin Mu as if he wanted to scold Lin Mu for being an ordinary physique. However, when he remembered Lin Mu's performance in the past, he didn't dare to say those words directly. Lin Lai hesitated slightly for a moment, then turned and added, Fomer doesn't die that easily. Chapter 173, My Physique. I have to be stronger than him. Lin Mu didn't reply to these words and just looked at Lin Lai coldly. However, the less he explained, the stronger the ominous premonition in Lin Lai's heart became. You're not really going to kill him, are you? It was only after a long time that Lin Lai finally asked back. Only then did Lin Mu speak. Could it be that I would lie to you? The image of me killing Lin Feng was seen by thousands of people. This has spread throughout the stars. Lin Lai's eyes went black as he listened. At this time, Lin Mu's three sisters also finally regained consciousness. They started yelling again, but Lin Lai no longer had time to care about them. Lin Lai took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He trembled and asked Lin Mu, how could you be so cruel as to kill your own brother? You're a bonehead. Lin Mu sneered. Oh, this is the time to talk about boneheads? He tricked those three foolish daughters of yours into using their means to scheme against you, and made me have to enter the starry sky Forbidden Land again. This is the time of year when you don't mention flesh and blood? Lin Lai had actually thought about this during this time in the prison cell. He gritted his teeth and said, it's not because you made Fenger suffer a few big losses and he couldn't think straight for a while. Besides, didn't you manage to escape? It's evident that starry sky Forbidden Land isn't a place of any great importance. Those who entered the Forbidden Land in the past are probably just some trash. His words were completely forceful, and Lin Mu was on the verge of laughing, but instead of pursuing the matter, he continued, then let's go further. You're saying that I made Lin Feng suffer and that's why he's trying to count on you. So let me ask you, how did he suffer? Isn't he the one who, 3 times, took the initiative to come after me? Lin Lai was having a bit of a hard time explaining this. His mouth was open, half speechless. However, Lin Mu continued, when I turned against the Lin family, this was also because Lin Feng was behind it. Did you know that? When I first married Qinyan, Lin Feng tripped behind my back and deducted my spirit stones. Did you know that? He tampered with the family competition. If I had participated, I would have fallen into his trap and been surrounded by several strong men. Do you know that? Before I married Suyu, my family refused to let me have normal access to food, clothing, and shelter, not to mention spirit stones. Do you know that? This time, Lin Lai wanted to answer, but Lin Mu didn't give him that chance. Oh, you know all these things, but you just pretend you don't. You think that Lin Feng has an excellent physique, a Star River King body, and will be able to revitalize the Lin family in the future. So you turn a deaf ear and a blind eye to these things. You never thought of it as bone-crushing. And once I had to fight back, you remembered all this talk. Lin Lai's lips trembled a few times and he didn't speak for half a day. At this time, Lin Mu's 3 sisters, on the contrary, rushed over. As they picked up Lin Lai, they put their hands on his back and injected their own spiritual energy into it to help him calm down. While turning to Lin Mu, he said angrily, how do you talk to your father? You ungrateful son. You killed Feng Di and you still wanna piss off your father? You hurry up and kneel down for your father. Lin Mu finally laughed out loud when he heard this. Ah ha 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 ha. At this moment, those guards of the city lord's mansion in the distance had already retreated far away. Just now, as soon as they heard Lin Mu talk about the old days, they were startled and didn't dare to listen anymore. This is all Lin Mu's family business. If we hear too much about it, it's not a good thing. After they exited the dungeon, they didn't dare to just stay there. Otherwise, in case something happened in the dungeon, when Lin Mu came out, he remembered that he and the others were considered half-informed. When he goes on a killing spree, won't their little lives be in jeopardy? So a few people hurriedly said, I'll go to Lin Mu's house and go invite Mrs. Qin over. The other guards then let out a long breath. That's right, you hurry over there. This scene, only Lady Qin Yan can stabilize it. A few guards immediately rushed out of the city lord's mansion. In the dungeon, Lin Mu's ears twitched and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. These guys are smart. It turned out that he had heard the movements on the ground surprisingly well. Lin Mu didn't care about the guards' actions, but instead looked at his 3 sisters again. You 3 idiots. What? The 3 girls were instantly furious. Lin Mu, how can you scold us? Yeah, you can't scold your sister even if we did something wrong. The elder sister even glared and said angrily to Lin Mu. You apologize to me. Apologize? Apologize your ass. Lin Mu waved his hand and a blast of wind slapped out, landing heavily on the big sister's face. Ouch! Big sister flew out violently, hitting the wall before landing on the ground. When she landed on the ground, the remaining 2 women rushed over, but without waiting for them to come closer, They saw that the older sister's face was swollen high up and a dozen teeth had fallen out. One look showed that Lin Mu had just moved for real. They were stunned and didn't dare say anything else. Lin Lai had also recovered some of his spirit at this time. He glanced at his eldest daughter and didn't get too angry. If Lin Mu really killed Lin Feng, then what he did to his big sister could even be said to have stayed his hand. Lin Lai lamented. Lin Mu, you remember these old days so well? Can't you be a bigger man than that? Lin Mu straightened his waist and said blandly, what do you mean by being a generous adult? After people have bullied me, I act like a little cutie, and take it like a little sweetie. Or is it that people are counting on me and want to kill me and I have to pretend I don't know? Lin Mu's tone gradually became cold. If you want to kill, be prepared to be killed. Whoever tries to kill me deserves to die. Even if that person is Lin Feng, I'll still kill him. That said, I'm still too late to understand this. Otherwise, when I first went out, I should have just killed Lin Feng, so that there wouldn't have been so many things behind me. Lin Lai finally broke down at this point. He yelled madly, you're just talking out of your ass. At that time, you were only just able to cultivate. Even if you had some skills, how could you kill Fenger? My son Lin Feng, that's the Star River King body. When he said these words, Lin Lai seemed to have returned to his old self, and there was even a hint of intent on his face. Lin Mu couldn't help but sneer. He moved to Lin Lai's ear. Did you not think that I was an ordinary physique? I'm telling you, my physique is far above Lin Feng's. Sure enough, Lin Lai instantly fell into silence after hearing this. He instantly recalled the strange fluctuations he felt when that Yaoqi disciple died after Lin Mu married Qin Yan. Lin Lai's lips twitched a few times as he asked in a low voice, then what exactly is your physique? I know you won't spare us, but the least you can do is let me be the one to understand. Lin Mu looked at Lin Lai's appearance and once again sneered. Oh, I'd rather not tell you. You're just going to rot and stink in this cell with your doubts. He turned his head and walked out of the prison, casually setting up a formation at the cell door. It was impossible for anyone whose cultivation did not exceed his to break in. When Lin Mu walked to the door, he happened to see Qin Yan's worried gaze. A hint of a smile appeared in Lin Mu's eyes as he quickly walked over, deliberately surprised. Mother, what brings you here? Chapter 174, do you want to see my black lance? Qin Yan didn't tell the truth. She just came to Lin Mu's side and lightly laughed. What? This city lord's mansion is some kind of dragon's den and I can't come? Lin Mu laughed out loud. Mother, if you let City Lord Wan hear this, he will definitely be saddened. Qin Yan carefully surveyed Lin Mu's expression. Seeing that he didn't show anything particularly unusual, she was relieved. In her mind she thought, I thought my husband would make a big deal out of coming to see his father. But by the looks of husband, nothing should have happened either. Qin Yan thought of this and stopped dwelling on it. After she dragged Lin Mu back to the compound, she directly asked about what happened in the Starry Sky Forbidden Land. Lin Mu raised his eyebrows slightly and said with some curiosity, didn't you ever ask her? Or did you ask her and she still won't tell you? Or maybe you were jealous of Su Yu, so you deliberately didn't ask her? Qin Yan gave him an angry look. Husband, could it be that in your eyes, I am someone who gets jealous so easily? Lin Mu laughed. It's hard to say. After hearing this, Qin Yan could only helplessly shake his head. I actually asked Su Yu. Only there were some things that she didn't say too clearly. Lin Mu was puzzled. Which thing? Qin Yan raised her head and stared into Lin Mu's eyes and asked. Of course it's about the Yaoqi Holy Land. Husband, if I remember correctly, you have said several times that you would personally go up to the Yaoqi Holy Land to get a claim for me. How is it that in the middle of the Starry Sky Forbidden Land, you're still defending Yaoqi's people back? Actually, Qin Yan was quite happy about these things. As a former holy maiden of Yaoqi, she still had some feelings for Yaoqi as well. What's more, she was even more worried that if Lin Mu really hit Yaoqi, it would inevitably trigger Yaoqi's underpinnings to launch a counterattack. Although Lin Mu was powerful, he might not be the enemy of these underpinnings. If something goes wrong then, it's not a joke. But Lin Mu's behavior in the Forbidden Land still made her unable to figure it out. Lin Mu immediately coughed a few times after hearing this. Well, Qin Yan and Lin Mu were almost an old married couple, and as soon as Lin Mu coughed, she understood. There must be something in there that you can't tell yourself, and Lin Mu is mostly making it up. Qin Yan sighed. If husband doesn't want to say it, then there's no need to make up lies to deceive me. I am not going to pursue this. After Lin Mu heard these words, a trace of emotion arose in his heart. You're so good, mother. Don't worry, I'm buying you candy tonight too. This stunt, Lin Mu had played with her a long time ago. Qin Yan glared at him without any good humor. Husband, you're making these jokes again. At that exact moment, Anmo walked in from outside. She hears candy and walks over quickly. Ma'am, Lin Mu, what exactly does he mean by this eating candy? These precious lost, if said between a husband and wife, are amorous. But if he were to tell a third person, then Qin Yan would be somewhat unable to open his mouth. Her face instantly turned a little red and she gave Lin Mu a displeased look. Husband, are you teasing Mo with that expression again? You're so. She gritted her teeth, but she didn't say the latter. Humph. Ignore you. Qin Yan got up and left, leaving only an Mo in place. She looked back at Lin Mu. Master, did I say something wrong? Lin Mu smiled at her. You didn't say anything wrong. It's just that the lady is shy. You remember to come to the bedroom tonight. Anmo's small face also flushed a bit after hearing this. She didn't know what Candy meant, but she knew the words "come to the bedroom" by heart. Anmo was silent for a moment before murmuring, "Well, I know." Lin Mu laughed and turned his head to leave the room. Early the next morning, Lin Yun was practicing in the courtyard. She had just taken a deep breath when she heard a commotion behind her. Lin Yun curiously turned around and saw an Mo covering her mouth and running out. Lin Yun asked in a loud voice, "Anmo, what's wrong with you?" Who knew that when Anmo heard this, he ran faster instead. Lin Yun scratched his head. What's wrong with this guy again? Cookie. At this time, Lin Mu walked out of the room in high spirits. After he heard Lin Yun's words, he walked slowly to her side. Kids are fine, don't pry into these things. Lin Yun was a little upset when he heard this. She puffed out her chest and said to Lin Mu, "Young master, you're wrong. I'm not a child anymore." Lin Mu's gaze swept over her and he couldn't help but shake his head. Yes. You're certainly not young, but otherwise, there's a lot of room to grow. Lin Yun's brows furrowed, always feeling that his young master's words seemed to contain some sort of malice, but without waiting for her to ask more, Lin Mu suddenly fished out a long black spear and threw it into Lin Yun's hand. "This thing is for you." A hint of delight appeared in Lin Yun's eyes after he received the lance. "Young master, what is this?" Lin Mu rolled his eyes. "You're full of crap. How can you not recognize a lance?" Lin Yun hurriedly shook his head. "Young master, of course I recognize this as a lance, and I can also see that this should be the same magic treasure. You really want to give it to me?" Lin Mu nodded. "That's natural. I see that you usually cultivate quite seriously, so I'm giving this to you." After saying this, Lin Mu also instructed, "But you should pay more attention in normal times. There are some problems with where this lance came from, so you can't let others see it." Lin Yun froze and asked petulantly, "Then if they are from their own family, can they know?" Lin Mu was all a bit helpless. "You're on your own." "Really? This silly girl." Lin Mu turned his head and retraced his steps back to the room before hooking the gate with his foot. Before the door closed, Lin Yun heard his own young master, as if he was saying something about sugar to Qin Yan, but she didn't take it to heart. Instead, he cheerfully took the black lance and trotted over in the direction where Anmo had just left. "Anmer, where are you? Come on out and see my black lance." Yasumoto was being shy, hiding in his room and fuming. She was even more startled when she heard Lin Yun's words. "Black lance?" She instantly thought out loud. "Lin Yun, so you're a guy?" Lin Yun, who had barged in, was also confused. "Who told you I was a guy?" However, she didn't think much of it, and instead handed over the manna that had just arrived. "Look, does my black lance look pretty?" It took Anmo a moment to realize. She was quite helpless, but she couldn't be angry at Lin Yun, so she could only sulk. "Humph, then I'll take a look at this gun of yours." After all, an Mo was the holy daughter of the Dan sect, and with just a glance, she could tell that the black lance was extraordinary. Wait, the fluctuation on this lance. A moment later, she covered her mouth in surprise. This is a heavy treasure, even more powerful than the saint soldier in that Bahao's hand. And Mo stared at Lin Yun and asked hurriedly, "Where did you get this from?" Chapter 175, Such a heavy treasure. You sent it directly to the maid? When Lin Yun saw this anxious look on Anmo's face, a hint of smugness appeared on his small face. "Humph, you're envious, aren't you? Let me tell you, this is a gift from the young master." A surprised look appeared in Anmo's eyes. "Lin Mu sent you?" She looked at the black lance, then at Lin Yun, and didn't say anything for half a day. After a while, she sighed. "Your young master is really good to you." Lin Yun was smug. "That's natural. Young master is the best to me." After saying this, Lin Yun suddenly stretched out his hand. "I've even shown you this treasure. Then shouldn't you call it something too? By the way, you should throw in the towel." "Too? Throwing in the towel?" Anmo was puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" Lin Yun bristled. "You're not being interesting enough. Don't think I don't know that the young master actually gave you a good thing too. You hurry up and hand over the candy." And Mo hadn't understood Lin Yun's meaning at first, but when she heard the latter, she instantly understood. "You dead girl." She was ashamed and angry, and she wanted to lash out, but as soon as she saw Lin Yun's look, she knew that Lin Yun actually didn't know anything. Mostly it's just a headless listen and coming over to ask for candy. It would be unreasonable to be angry with her yourself. Anmo could only gamble in the end. There's no more. All the candy is gone for me. Lin Yun was a bit deflated. Humph. You little glutton. Taking the young master's goodies and not even knowing to share them with me. Anmo was filled with helplessness. Lin Yun, you and your young master. You really aren't a family. Why are you always ambiguous in these words? Without waiting for Lin Yun to say anything else, she reached out and pushed him out, burrowing under the covers alone. A few days later, Lin Mu was cultivating in the courtyard with his eyes closed. He suddenly opened his eyes and shouted to the outside, "Great Elder, what brings you here? Come on in." The Grand Elder walked in quickly, but his face was a bit ugly. Seeing this, Lin Mu couldn't help but ask curiously, "Grand Elder, what's going on?" The Grand Elder sighed. "Lin Mu, you didn't know it originally? After we left the Starry Sky Forbidden Land that day, some of the strongest people were still undeterred and wanted to force the secrets of entering and exiting the Forbidden Land out of your mouth. But they didn't dare to come out in the open, so they found an excuse to organize some kind of 10,000 clans conference. 10,000 sect assembly? Lin Mu repeated. The Grand Elder nodded. That's right. There are some strong people who have practically traveled all over the Starry Sky in the past few days. Spread the news of the organization of the conference in all directions. Of course, he's explicitly saying that he's going to gather the Holy Lands and great clans of the cultivation world to discuss the matter of the Starry Sky Forbidden Land's strange movements. Yet I know that their ultimate goal falls on you. Lin Mu wasn't really surprised when he heard this. He laughed a few times and waved his hand without a care in the world. They're living points for this brain. Then, Lin Mu casually took out 2 chairs from his nascent soul ring and sat down on one himself, and then signaled the Grand Elder to sit down. Then surprisingly, he called out to Lin Yun to come over and pour the tea. Seeing Lin Mu's blithe look, the Grand Elder was a bit anxious instead. Lin Mu, you don't think this is something trivial, do you? With the news of this Starry Sky Forbidden Land spreading out, I don't know how many old antiquities have been startled. Don't think that they'll be as facetious as those several Paragon Emperors, and will leave immediately after having their whereabouts called out by you. A hint of nervousness appeared in the Grand Elder's tone. Lin Mu, however, remained unconcerned. If these old farts dare to come and jump in front of me, then I don't mind making a move to give them a ride. When the Grand Elder heard these words, his eyes instantly widened, and in his heart, he thought even more. This Lin Mu kid has a big mouth. He had wanted to persuade Lin Mu to say a few words, but as soon as the Grand Elder remembered all of Lin Mu's past, he suddenly deflated. This kid has the nerve to talk big. I would have been more arrogant than him if I had been able to do these things when I was young. Not to mention that Lin Mu still has a lot of secrets on him. Maybe he's really not afraid of those old antiques. The Grand Elder remembered that he had always speculated that behind Lin Mu, there was a supreme powerhouse guarding him. At this point he felt more certain. Whether it's leaving from the Forbidden Land or seeing through those Paramount Emperor's hideouts, it should be that strong person who made the move. Just, what exactly is this powerful person from that he can do all these things? Murphy's. The Grand Elder guessed some sort of possibility and instantly winced. At that moment, it so happened that Lin Yun walked over. She was carrying spirit tea in one hand, and in her other hand, she was carrying the lance that Lin Mu had given her upside down. Lin Yun handed it to the Grand Elder. She saw a hint of concern in her eyes as she saw the Grand Elder shivering. What's the matter with you? Are you freezing? Then hurry up and have a cup of hot tea to warm you up. The Great Elder face showed a bitter smile. You, this little girl is kind. Only this district a cup of spirit tea, but it is not useful. I am. He wanted to say something to Lin Yun, but as he took the teacup, he suddenly saw the lance in Lin Yun's hand. What's this? He voiced much the same question as Amo. Lin Yun was a bit puzzled. Grand Elder, why are you asking the same thing? This is a gift from the young master. Pust. The Grand Elder spewed hot tea from his mouth. Lin Yun shrieked and dodged out of the way. What are you doing? Great Elder. The Grand Elder did not have the heart to answer this inquiry at this time. He did not even think to wipe the tea stems off his body. Instead, he stared blankly at the black lance. Lin Mu shook his head at Lin Yun at this moment. You girl, didn't I tell you? This can't be seen by outsiders. Lin Yun held a gun in one hand and pinched his waist with the other. The Grand Elder is Mrs. Su Yu's family member, and has been busy and helped you so much. Young master, he's not an outsider. Lin Mu laughed out loud after hearing this. Good you Lin Yun, actually educating me in turn. But that's not a bad thing for you to say. The Grand Elder he really isn't considered an outsider. After laughing, Lin Mu looked at the Grand Elder. This girl is looking toward you. You said I gave this lance to Lin Yun. Did I give it away correctly? What else could the Grand Elder say at this point? A bitter smile appeared in his eyes. Hey, Lin Mu, you sent the right one. But in his heart, he had shrieked. This Lin Mu is simply a loser. I've seen this heavy treasure before. It's clearly a Dharma treasure of a Paragon Emperor. Lin Mu actually gave all such treasures to his own maids? The Grand Elder was unable to calm his heart for a long time, and only after a long time did he sigh. Lin Mu, you really elude me. After what happened just now, the Grand Elder didn't bother to persuade Lin Mu anymore. In the face of a figure who could give a heavy treasure of a paragon emperor to his maid, he was completely speechless. Anyway, that 10,000 sect assembly will be held next month. The exact location is right here. With that, the Grand Elder handed over a jade card. Just get yourself over there when the time comes. Chapter 176, 4 Heavenly King level powerhouses as bodyguards. After the Grand Elder said this, he shook his head and left. As he passed by Lin Yun, he carefully sized him up and muttered under his breath, "What a row!" After the Grand Elder left, Lin Yun was not happy. "Young master, there won't be any problems with this lance you gave me. Why do you have to make an emotional statement no matter what you see?" Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. Other than the Grand Elder, who else lamented? Lin Yun's expression instantly became odd when he told him about his trip to see Anmo. "Yunari, you really have no teacher. Black Lance. Why didn't I think of that?" Lin Mu muttered. Not far away, Anmo in the room suddenly felt a chill on her back, as if she was being targeted by some bad guys. After Lin Mu lamented for a while, the gaze that looked at Lin Yun again had already brought a hint of appreciation. "I see you have the potential to inherit the power of 16T as well. Here, leave an email and I'll give you a ride." This was something Lin Yun didn't understand at all. "What are you talking about, young master?" Lin Mu sniffed and couldn't help but shake his head. "Hey, it's no fun." He didn't say anything more, just barked at Lin Yun. "Anyway, just remember what I told you for yourself." After saying this, Lin Mu took the jade tablet and found Suyu. "Jade, what do you see here?" Suyu seemed to be very familiar with the jade tablet after seeing it. "These are the coordinates in the stars. Where did you get this from, husband?" Lin Mu shook his head and smiled, and told the party what had happened. Suyu couldn't help but exclaim, "This is someone trying to deal with you. Husband, how come the Grand Elder not only didn't advise you, but instead told you the location of the 10,000 clans assembly?" Lin Mu knew that this was Suyu caring about herself and simply sat beside her and held her in his arms. "Alright Jade, you don't really think those guys really dare to do anything to me, do you? Even the starry sky Forbidden Land didn't stop me. A mere 10,000 clans assembly can't turn the sky upside down? Not to mention, what's more what?" Suyu hurriedly pursued. Lin Mu's face returned to calm. "Besides, could it be that if I don't go to this 10,000 clans assembly, this participant will not come against me? On the contrary, the only way I can find out what they're really going to do and how they're really going to do it is to go to this convention." After thinking for a moment, Suyu realized that Lin Mu was indeed right. With a stirring in her heart, she couldn't help but lament, "It's still you, husband, who sees clearly. You're right, this 10,000 clans assembly, going is better than not going." At the same time she was a little happy inside. My husband is really great." She rubbed her stomach, a hint of happiness in her eyes. "In that case, I won't advise my husband. When we get to the day the convention starts, I'll take you there with me." In the days that followed, nothing much happened. It was only Bai Chang and the others who came in a hurry. "Lin Mu, you really scared us to death." Bai Chang's face had been filled with worry, but he relaxed after seeing Lin Mu unharmed. "I was so worried when I heard you entered the Forbidden Land." Lin Mu did believe that the strongest relationship in the world is one of interest. If Lin Mu was trapped in the starry sky Forbidden Land, then the longevity pills of Bai Chang and the others would be a mirror image. These people don't have much life left. If we don't have Rinmu, then we can arrange the aftermath straight away. So they are definitely speaking from the heart with these words. Lin Mu laughed out loud and said, "Then I have to thank you for your concern." Bai Cheng didn't take this to heart. He opened his palm, and a large pile of materials for refining spirit pills suddenly appeared in the open space. "In the meantime, we've also collected some materials. Lin Mu, I see that you have nothing to do, so this will help us refine some longevity pills first." A hint of sincerity appeared on Bai Cheng's face. As for that Lu's heavenly pride, he was even more anxious to the point of jumping up and down. What's left of his life is really counting the days. When Lin Mu saw this anxious look on their faces, he suddenly had a movement in his heart. "Oh, I'd be just in time to use them a bit." Lin Mu's eyes flickered and he sighed. "I'm afraid this won't work. I've been in panic and fear in my heart lately. I really don't have the heart to refine pills." Without waiting for Bai Cheng to open his mouth, Lu's Tianjiao hurriedly said, "Master Lin Dan, why are you still alarmed here? Did someone threaten you?" A hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. "You tell me who this man is, and I'll go kill them." Lin Mu was satisfied in his heart, but the expression on his face, however, became more and more disheveled. "Heavenly King Lu, there are too many of those people. You just can't kill them all." Lu's celestial pride was displeased. "What do you mean by that, Master Lin Dan?" In his opinion, Lin Mu's words were very outrageous. If Lin Mu had said that his enemy was strong and he couldn't beat him, then he could still understand. After all, there are people out there. But when Lin Mu said that there were too many enemies, he found it strange. Although my lifespan is short, my realm has not yet fallen. Cultivators below the Xiantai realm, I'll kill them like dogs. Lu's heavenly pride first bragged about himself, but just halfway through his words, he remembered something else and hurriedly said, "But you're not in it, Master Lin Dan Ha." Only after finding this sentence did he continue. "Even if it's a strong person from the first or second layer of the immortal terrace heaven, I can still turn my hand over and destroy them. Master Lin Dan, just tell me, who exactly are all your enemies, to actually say I can't kill clean?" However, at this time, Bai Chang and the other three heavenly kings had already heard the clues. Bai Chang beckoned to Lu's Tianzhou. "Old Lu, you don't know. Ever since Master Lin Dan left the starry sky Forbidden Land, there have been many cultivators eyeing him. They're also going to have some kind of 10,000 clans conference to find trouble with Master Lin Dan." When Master Lin Dan said that he had worries in his heart and that it was impossible for you to kill all those people, he was clearly referring to this 10,000 clans conference. After explaining to Lu's Tianzhou, Bai Chang said to Lin Mu again, "Don't be offended, Master Lin Dan. More than half of those materials I took out just now were collected by old Lu. That makes sense. After all, the one with the most urgent need for the longevity pills was the one surnamed Lu." At this time, Lu's heavenly pride also had some regrets, but he hadn't thought that Lin Mu's ability to cause trouble was actually so powerful. But he had already said his big words just now, and he couldn't face it if he just swallowed them back. Not to mention that he had a request from Lin Mu. Then Lu's Tianzhou gritted his teeth and said, "Isn't it just a 10,000 clans conference? Don't worry, Master Lin Dan. When the time comes, I'll be your bodyguard and accompany you to that conference together. I'd like to see who dares to hurt a hair on your head in front of me." Lin Mu was overjoyed in his heart, but he sighed under his breath. "Hey, it's only you, old Lu. I'm afraid it won't work." Bai Chang and the others weren't cuties. They knew as soon as they heard it that it was meant for them. After they looked at each other, they too could only arch their hands. "Don't worry, Master Lin Dan. We will also accompany old Lu." Only then was Lin Mu completely satisfied. He clapped his hands and said, "That's good. By the way, where did you put all your materials just now? I'll refine dozens of longevity pills for you guys first before I do so." Chapter 177, Does That Kid Dare to Come? In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. At night, Qin Yan leaned in Lin Mu's arms and said with a hint of worry, "Husband, do you really want to go to that 10,000 clans conference?" Although Lin Mu's explanation, Qin Yan had also heard it and also thought it was very reasonable, but as much as she understood, this emotional worry was always unavoidable. Lin Mu smiled and patted her back. "Don't worry, ma'am. It's just the district 10,000 sect assembly, let alone 10,000 clans. Even if it's 100,000 clans or 1,000,000 clans, I don't put it in my eyes." After Qin Yan heard Lin Mu's words, even though she was still very worried in her heart, she couldn't help but laugh. "Husband, you can joke. No matter how big the cultivation world is, where can we get together 1,000,000 clans that can enter the stars? Even that 10,000 of 10,000 zones is nothing more than a false finger. To have thousands of clans going to this is already an event." Lin Mu said unconcernedly, "That's what I mean anyway. Just understand it, ma'am." Seeing that Lin Mu completely disregarded this conference, Qin Yan couldn't persuade him much. She whispered, "Since my husband has already made up his mind, then I won't stand in the way. It's just that I wish husband would, in his spare time, think more about EE as well." Lin Mu smiled. "Don't worry, ma'am, I'll be careful. But you talking about Yui reminds me of something." Qin Yan was curious. "What is it?" Lin Mu had a strange smile on his face as he hugged Qin Yan. "Jade's child. I guess it'll be more than a year before she's born. She's so lonely. I think we'd better seize the opportunity to work hard and hurry up to give her a sibling." Qin Yan sighed helplessly. "Why are you always thinking about this, husband?" However, she did just say that, but didn't really push Lin Mu away. The two of them were an old married couple, and it would be too much to pretend to be shy at this time. Lin Mu laughed out loud and reached out to summon the green veil tent. Recently, it was by relying on such a magic treasure that the sound of Lin Mu's dual cultivation with someone else didn't get out. However, after Qin Yan saw the green veil tent, a hint of contemplation appeared in his eyes. "This green tent seems. What's wrong with you, ma'am?" Lin Mu noticed Qin Yan's eyes and casually asked. Qin Yan shook his head. "Nothing." Lin Mu didn't care as he smiled and pressed Qin Yan. "Mother, I'm going to start. Feel it and see what's different this time." He operated the second layer of the yin-yang harmony technique. A strange power burst out in Lin Mu's dantian. However, this power was limited to the dantian and did not travel outside the body. Qin Yan rolled her eyes heavily at Lin Mu. Husband, you just say weird things. But the next moment, she sensed something and snapped her eyes wide open. Husband, that dual cultivation method of yours, how come it doesn't seem quite the same? Linmu laughed a few times. Didn't I just tell you? Come on, tomorrow is that what's his name conference. We have to hurry up and cultivate. Early the next morning, Linmu walked out of his room early. He was going to enter the starry sky today, so he couldn't delay coming out until the last minute. But seeing that the others hadn't come out yet, Linmu found a place to sit down on his knees. While cultivating, he recalled last night's events. Shortly afterward, Bai Cheng and the others walked out. When they saw Linmu's calm face, they couldn't help but sigh. Master Lin Dan is really powerful. Even if he's about to go to that 10,000 clans assembly, he's still calm and relaxed. At this time, Linmu had a slight smile on his face. Bai Cheng and the others even gave a thumbs up. So Master Lin Dan is not only calm, he even has the heart to laugh. It's evident that he doesn't have those people in his sights at all. Not far away, Qin Yan simply knew why Linmu was laughing. She couldn't help but feel annoyed when she heard Bai Cheng and the others kissing their asses indiscriminately. Are these people really heavenly kings of the third heavenly layer of the immortal terrace? Simply ass kissers. But when she thought about it, even such a strong man, her own husband who she had to please, she was happy again. A moment later, Linmu opened his eyes, and after seeing Bai Cheng and the others, he smiled. He then said to Suyu, who was at the side, you send me into the starry sky, but this time, you don't have to follow me there. Suyu's eyes widened. What do you mean by that, husband? Then at the 10,000 clans assembly, in case something happens and I'm not beside you and can't take you away in time, that would be troublesome. However, Linmu waved his hand without caring. Don't worry, with these 4 powerhouses following, what could possibly go wrong? Speaking of this, he smiled at Suyu again and flipped his hand to take out something. Suyu looked familiar and hesitated for a moment before exclaiming, teleportation talisman? Husband, where did you get this from? Did the Grand Elder give it to you? Linmu smiled without saying anything and just glanced at Bai Cheng. Bai Cheng was speechless in his heart. This thing was naturally given to Linmu by him, with the intention of selling Linmu a favor. Who knew that Linmu took it directly and used it to appease Suyu? This kid loves his wife, and doesn't want to let Suyu go to the 10,000 clans conference with him. Bai Cheng secretly shook his head, but he wasn't too angry. To a strong person like him, this teleportation talisman wasn't something particularly precious. Suyu was putting his heart down at this point. Since you have this item, husband, then I really don't need to follow. With a smile on her face, she pinched the jade token sent by the Grand Elder in her hand and closed her eyes in contemplation. A few breaths later, a partial space ripple suddenly appeared around them. The ripples gradually converged together to form a spatial fluctuation. This scene was very different from before, so Linmu was inevitably a bit curious, what's going on here? But without waiting for Suyu to explain, Bai Cheng grabbed the opportunity to speak first. Master Lin Dan, this is a simple matter to say the least. The location of this 10,000 clans assembly is actually in another continent, which is really too far away from the northern border. That's why the power of the bloodline that Lady Suyu has to mobilize has to be more as well. That's why the scene is different. Actually, if we were to teleport to the stars, the scene would be even bigger. Linmu glanced at Suyu, and seeing that she didn't retort, he couldn't help but laugh. You know a lot, White Day King. Bai Cheng smiled faintly. This isn't really a secret among the strong. After a few more words of small talk from the few people, Linmu took a step and entered the spatial fluctuation. The next moment he felt that his body seemed to pass through a narrow tube. Squeezing sensation ensues, but the feeling came and went even faster. In the blink of an eye, he came to another place, and just as he came back to his senses, he heard someone in the distance say loudly, "Tell me, this Linmu kid, does he dare to come this time?" Linmu frowned slightly and didn't directly approach the past. Instead, he instructed Bai Cheng and the others who had teleported right after him. You guys should change your faces a bit first, lest your identities be revealed. The corners of Bai Cheng and the others' mouths twitched, and a wave of helplessness ran through their hearts. When did their hallowed immortal terrace third-layer sky powerhouses have to hide their heads and tails? But since Linmu had said so, they had no choice but to nod. Alright then, each of the 4 of them changed their appearance. Pretending to be a strong person from the dragon transformation mysterious realm, Linmu nodded his head in satisfaction after reading it. Not bad, not bad. Only then did he walk to the distance and ask the man who had just spoken. This brother, were you talking about Linmu just now? Chapter 178, Moving Mountains into Formation. The man said without turning his head, Are you deaf? I've made it so clear. Can't you hear me? This person's tone was very bad, and Linmu's face sank. However, the few friends beside that man arched their hands at Linmu. This fellow Taoist must not be angry. This is our senior brother. He just had a hard time not too long ago. That's why his attitude is so bad. And please don't get on his bad side. Lin Mu sniffed and was somewhat curious. What did he suffer? The men looked at each other and seemed to find something odd. It's such a big deal that you haven't heard about it? Soon. However, a hint of dawning realization appeared in their eyes. I see. You must have come from somewhere else and are here specifically to attend the 10,000 Clans Assembly. That's why there's nothing about it. A few people sighed and didn't seem to know what a family scandal was, actually explaining directly to Lin Mu. It's not because this senior brother of ours, who had his eyes on a woman from Lu, and as a result, that woman not only didn't give him face, but also humiliated him a bit. To say that this senior brother of ours is a toad trying to eat swan meat. One man suddenly stomped his foot. That's just downright mean. Although our senior brother's cultivation is not high, his physique is ordinary, and his appearance is not exactly handsome. He is nice. Hearing this, Lin Mu was speechless. He turned to the man and asked, "Do you have a grudge against your senior brother? Are you speaking for him, or are you taking the opportunity to mock him?" The man said blankly, "What are you talking about? This fellow Daoist? I'm like a brother to my senior brother, so I won't taunt him. Love is like a brother." Ha! When Lin Mu heard this, he remembered certain things and couldn't help but sneer. Those local cultivators were uncertain, but Bai Chang reacted instantly. He hastily interjected, "Which Lu is that Lu you speak of?" These cultivators were indeed diverted. Which other Lu clan could it be? Naturally, it's the #1 family in the southern region. It is said that thousands of years ago, a Lu clan's heavenly pride came out of nowhere, and after crisscrossing the southern region, he even attacked the northern border. Although he eventually disappeared into obscurity, his great name has been passed down to this day. What? You guys wouldn't have even heard of this one, right? Those few cultivators suddenly revealed a hint of doubt. Bai Chang's face looked odd, as if he was holding back some kind of laughter. I know too much. He glanced back and casually said, "Don't worry, no one knows this heaven's pride better than me." This was somewhat inexplicable, and those local cultivators, indeed, became suspicious. What the hell are you guys about? Their voices raised, drawing the attention of some other cultivators nearby. Bai Chang even saw that among the cultivators in front of him, someone secretly crushed a jade talisman, seemingly to pass on some message. Although he wasn't afraid, he still transmitted his voice to Lin Mu. "Master Lin Dan, are we leaving here first? I've already discovered that the venue for the 10,000 Clans Assembly is 3,000 miles ahead." Lin Mu nodded indifferently. "Alright then, let's just go first." Bai Chang immediately smiled and said, "Good." He suddenly waved his hand and a strong wind hit the local cultivators, obscuring their vision. By the time they opened their eyes again, Lin Mu and the others had already flown up into midair and headed into the distance. In this blink of an eye, they had flown dozens of miles. The cultivators were astonished for a while and looked at each other, half speechless. After a long time, the sect seniors summoned by the cultivator who had just crushed the jade talisman finally arrived late. After he listened to the person recounting the scene just now, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion and say, "With such means, he is at least a strong person of the dragon transformation mysterious realm. This 10,000 Clans Congress has really attracted too many strong people." However, after he said this, someone else in the distant crowd laughed coldly. "A mere dragon transformation mysterious realm. What kind of powerhouse can you call yourself? Yesterday, the Zhou clan came with a strong presence, and it was rumored that dozens of Xiantai powers accompanied them." At this statement, another person spoke up. "This Zhou family isn't the strongest either. I've heard that several great holy places in the cultivation world have also sent people. There are quite a few strong demon race members as well. I saw it with my own eyes yesterday when that group of foxes from Qingqiu passed by from a distance." A moment later, someone else brought the topic back to Lin Mu. "What do you guys say? That guy Lin Mu, can he really come out of the starry sky Forbidden Land? That's a big forbidden place, and it's still the scariest. This matter should be true. You may not know that my aunt's nephew's uncle's nephew is actually a great power, and this matter was witnessed by him." The people around him shook their heads in disdain. "Come on, your relative who can't be reached. Even if he really is a Xiantai powerhouse, even if he really saw this scene, how would he talk to you about these things?" Seeing the crowd talking like that, the sect elder secretly shook his head. These cultivators are just here to join in the fun. He didn't say much, but brought along his own clan's disciples and headed in the direction of the assembly. And at this time, Lin Mu and the others had already arrived outside the assembly, only to see that this 10,000 Clans assembly, the scene was dozens of times bigger than the auction that Xue Yan had put together. Even for Bai Chang, he couldn't help but be surprised after seeing the venue. "I don't know who's running this conference. This is really blood money." Lin Mu turned around and asked, "Where did that come from?" Instead of answering directly, Bai Chang said to Lu's Tianzhou, "Old Lu, you're a native of the southern domain. It's something you should be allowed to explain. Lu's celestial pride didn't dwell on it. He nodded his head and said, Master Lin Dan, this is actually something obvious, only that you've never been here before, so you can't see it. He pointed at several peaks in the distance and said to Lin Mu, it was originally a large plain, as if it had been cut by a knife, and there wasn't even a hilly hillock, and at this time, there are suddenly so many more peaks here. It's obvious that several powerful people were invited and moved here from afar, and there are faint traces of mana flickering in these mountain peaks. I think it's clear that someone has used these peaks as formations and set up a great formation, although I don't know exactly what the purpose of this grand formation is. This is indeed a masterstroke. Lin Mu listened and nodded along. That's right, it's a big deal indeed. Move mountains and fill seas. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes. I'm getting more and more curious about this 10,000 clans assembly. Come on, let's go over there and join in the fun. After a few people landed on the ground, Lin Mu also waved his hand and found a hood from his nascent sack to put on. If he were in a different place, he would have stood out in this getup. However, this 10,000 clans congress was just too big of a row and attracted too many cultivators. Many cultivators don't have clean butts either, and their enemies are all over the place. When it comes to places like this, they have to cover up just as much. As a result, Lin Mu was rather inconspicuous after he put on his hood. Chapter 179, Where did this strong man come from? After Lin Mu put on his hood, he raised his head again and looked at a notice in the distance. It was said to be a notice, but it was actually a handwriting that had been visualized with a formation. It turns out that this 10,000 clans assembly will not begin until tomorrow. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. Didn't you say that this conference is scheduled for today? Is there a time difference here too? Behind him, Bai Chung curiously asked, Master Lin Dan, what are you talking about? Lin Mu shook his head and didn't explain, only saying to a few people, let's find a place to stay first. Bai Chang and the others naturally wouldn't object, and he casually said, alright then, I remember that not far away is the capital city of a kingdom. The city is very prosperous, so we can just go over there and settle down. Lin Mu was a little curious in his heart after hearing this. There's even a kingdom in this southern region? When he asked this, Bai Chang and the others, instead, gave Lin Mu an odd look. What makes you say that, Master Lin Dan? The cultivation world is so vast, and if we cultivators want to refine our cultivation, we must even more diligently cultivate day and night. Where is the time for mortal trivia? If there is no dynasty to manage the world is bound to be chaotic. So where will the immortal cultivation sect go to select good seedlings? And who will be left to dig for spirit stones? We can't let the cultivators go to work as laborers. After Lin Mu listened, he actually felt that what they said made sense. Totally irrefutable. He nodded. That's true. A few people were extremely fast, and it didn't take long for them to fly out a few hundred miles and enter the capital city of this kingdom. They had just reached the gates of the city when they heard someone gossiping. I heard that there are immortals converging a few hundred miles away. Why don't you go over there and try your luck? A man asked. The other man shook his head helplessly. AI, how can I have such good fortune? Even if I went, it would be a wasted trip. The man who spoke earlier laughed again. It's fine if you don't go, but I've heard that many immortals secretly come to settle here. You're just going to be salty if you're lucky enough to run into them. The person who shook his head just now laughed loudly. That's true. Let's not forget each other. Lin Mu's eyes moved slightly when he heard these conversations. So in the eyes of mortals, those cultivators are called immortals? But yes, even a cultivator of the Chakra Sea realm can already live for over 100 years, and is even more powerful. Indeed, it's almost as good as being immortal. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly laughed again at Bai Chang behind him. It seems like we're not the only cultivators who come here for a small stay. Bai Chang and the others also heard the conversation of those few mortals just now clearly. Bai Chang said carelessly, it's natural. But don't worry, Master Lin Dan. There is no cultivation realm higher than mine in this city. That seems to mean something. Lin Mu pursued. Then what you mean by that is that someone is in the same realm as you? Pak Chang nodded. Indeed. He looked somewhere in the city, his face slightly serious. That person should be from one of the immortal imperial dynasties in the central state. I've only heard of his name before, but I've never actually fought him. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Lin Mu's mouth. This 10,000 sect assembly does seem to have crouching tigers and hidden dragons. And at the same time, in an inn in the city, a dignified old man, who had been sitting in a chair, sipping a small drink, comfortably looking at the pedestrians scanning the street. Occasionally, he even turned his head sideways, as if eavesdropping on the conversations of pedestrians. He even clapped his hands and laughed when he heard the happy part. But in the very next moment, the majestic old man's face changed drastically, staring dead on in the direction of the city gates, and an unbelievable look was even revealed in his eyes. How is this possible? A beautiful woman beside him had been boredly fiddling with the nascent ring in her hand. When she heard this, she immediately opened her mouth and asked, "Grandpa, what's wrong with you?" The old man didn't immediately answer the query, but frowned and thought. After a long time, waiting for the beautiful woman to become a bit impatient, the old man sighed. This 10,000 clans assembly has really attracted many strong people. The beautiful woman was not stupid. One could even say she was smart. With just that one sentence, coupled with the old man's behavior just now, she guessed what was going on. She asked in a low voice, "Grandpa, is it possible that a strong person has come to the city? And this strong man's realm is still similar to yours, Grandpa?" The old man nodded. "Hey, you're right. There was indeed a heavenly king of the third heavenly layer of the immortal terrace entering the city just now. And there is not just one such strong man, but 4. Having just heard the opening sentence, the beautiful woman wasn't too surprised. Over the past few days, there had been many strong people who had rushed to the 10,000 Clans Congress. She had also seen several great powers of the Xiantai mysterious realm with her own eyes. It was completely understandable that a heavenly king of the third heavenly layer of the immortal terrace had appeared at this time. But 4 heavenly kings popping up all at once still made it difficult to calm her heart. "Grandpa, is that really so? You can't be mistaken, can you?" Although the old man looked majestic, he seemed to be quite doting when facing his granddaughter. He rolled his eyes and said, "You girl, can I still look away from your grandfather?" The beautiful woman sucked in a breath of cold air. There was even an unbelievable look in her beautiful eyes. Is that even true? It wasn't that she didn't trust her grandfather. It was just that the news was so surprising. The 4 heavenly king powerhouses, without alerting anyone, arrived in the capital city of a mortal dynasty. If it wasn't for the fact that their grandparents and grandchildren were here and happened to notice, then it wouldn't have even caught anyone's attention. The beautiful woman covered her mouth and asked in a low voice, "Grandpa, what did you say those people were from? Could it be that the old undead from some cultivation sanctuary have come here in a group?" The majestic old man almost let that make him laugh. "What's going on in that head of yours? In this cultivation world, the forces that can send out 4 heavenly king powerhouses in one breath are not to say that there are only a handful of them, but they are famous. Your grandfather and I are very familiar with them, and if we encountered them, we would recognize them instantly. And these 4 people," a trace of reminiscence appeared in the old man's eyes. "In addition to one of them, the breath of the remaining 3 people, are all very unfamiliar." Speaking here, the old man suddenly got up. "Go, I'll take you to meet them for a while." The beautiful woman was startled. "Grandpa, are you really going to meet them? What if this?" The old man guessed what his granddaughter was worried about and he shook his head. "Don't worry, there's no such thing as an eventuality. Since these 4 people are hiding their behavior, they should have something difficult to say. If they make a move against me, they are bound to reveal their whereabouts, and I don't think they will take that risk." After saying this, he directly took his granddaughter's hand. With a flash, he disappeared from the spot. A few moments later, the restaurant's junior came over, and he nearly died of anger when he saw the scene. "What the? There's actually people skipping orders." But when he cursed and went over to clean up, he found a spirit stone that the old man had left on the table before he left. Junior's eyes instantly lit up. So they're not runaway orders, but high-coming immortals? He hastened to kneel and kowtow. The people around them saw this and followed suit, kneeling down. The words were still on his lips, hoping to be admitted to the door wall by the immortals. On the other hand, after Lin Mu and the others entered the city, they casually found an inn to stay at. A few people had only just settled in when Bai Chang raised his eyebrows. "Master Lin Dan, we have a guest." Lin Mu didn't even turn his head back as he directly spoke. "Is this old man the heavenly king you were talking about just now? And who is the woman beside him?" Chapter 180. There are 5 of the 4 heavenly kings. This is common knowledge. Bai Chang and the others were not surprised to hear Lin Mu call through the look of the visitor at once. Although they hadn't gone to the Starry Sky Forbidden Land that day, they had all heard about what happened when Lin Mu came out. Lin Mu, he can even see through a paragon's figure. A mere heavenly king. He can see through it. That's really more than normal. A few people sighed and didn't say much. Bai Chang even said, "You're right, Master Lin Dan. The visitors are indeed an old man and a young man. Would you like to meet them?" Lin Mu thought for a moment and then nodded his head instead. Since they all came to the door, it would be bad if we didn't see them. But well, you can't call me that anymore. He knew in his heart that there weren't many Dan masters in the entire cultivation world who could stay with so many heavenly kings. If we consider the 10,000 clans assembly not far away, then his identity was even more obvious. This reasoning was naturally understood by Bai Chang and the others. They nodded their heads hastily and said, "Then how shall we address you?" Lin Mu's eyes rolled and he said smilingly, "That's easy. It's only natural that the one who can be with the heavenly king should also be the heavenly king. I'll pretend to be one of Su's powerhouses and call myself the 4 heavenly kings alongside you. Bai Chang nodded slightly, but quickly asked curiously, Lin, oh no, Elder Su, if you want to be called alongside us, it should be the 5 heavenly kings. These 4 heavenly kings, what do they mean? Lin Mu smiled and didn't explain at all. Bai Chang was just about to ask again when he heard that the old man had arrived outside the inn. The old man opened his mouth and said, Bai Chang, it's been a long time since I've seen you. I didn't expect you old thing to still be alive. Although he was speaking to the inn, the other guests couldn't hear him at all. Only Bai Chang and the others could hear clearly. Bai Chang bristled. You're not even dead yet. How could I die? All right, you hurry up and get in here. The old man sniffed and actually walked in with his granddaughter. The customers and shopkeepers along the way acted as if they hadn't seen them. After the two walked in, Bai Chang took the initiative to get up and introduce both sides. Elder Su, this person's surname is An. Just call him Old Manon. Old Manon seemed a little upset, but didn't roll his eyes. He pointed at the beautiful woman beside him and said, This is my granddaughter and she. Then, Old Manon looked at Lin Mu with a hint of searching in his eyes. Elder Su, could you be someone from Su? Lin Mu pretending to be a member of Su's clan was practically a breeze. He nodded. Exactly. Without waiting for Old Manon to speak, and she covered her mouth and said, Grandpa, is this kid lying to us? I don't think he's very old and his cultivation isn't very high. How come he's an elder of the Su clan? And if I remember correctly, Grandpa, you've taken me to Su's territory a few times before. I've never seen this guy before. When she spoke, she used a special secret method and had thought that she would not be heard. But Lin Mu's ears twitched and he blandly interjected. Is this young lady a disbeliever? You haven't met me. That's normal. And she looked at Lin Mu in surprise, completely unable to believe that this person in front of her could actually see through her secret technique. Her grandfather was much calmer, though. Oh, so, after he looked at Lin Mu for a few moments, he didn't ask any more questions, but instead said to Sheer, now you know what it means that there are people outside of people, don't you? In the future, when you walk outside, you still need to be more careful. Don't always show off those tricks of yours. After being lectured by her own grandfather, and she was rather unhappy. Grandpa, how can you talk about me like that? I think this guy is clearly blowing up. Who? She huffed and puffed as she stood up and walked over to Lin Mu. Humph. If you can prove your identity, then I'll believe you. Lin Mu didn't reply, but simply waved his hand. A small void sword instantly appeared in the center of his hand. Old Man An's eyes suddenly lit up. It's certainly Su's people. But soon, a hint of disappointment appeared in his eyes again. So it's not the first family? No wonder. In his opinion, this Elder Su in front of him was most likely a descendant of the Void Emperor left behind in some nook or cranny. For so many years, he had been cultivating in the starry sky until he broke through to the 3rd heavenly layer of the Immortal Terrace. And only then did he finally recognize his ancestor. Old Man sighed. This great emperor bloodline is just extraordinary. Even after so many generations, it's still possible for someone to cultivate to such a level. As Lin Mu listened to his words, he realized that this old man in front of him seemed to know many of Su's hidden secrets. He was worried that if he talked too much to this man, he would see through his identity. So he turned defense into offense and took the initiative to ask, You guys came to that 10,000 clans assembly this time, also because of the Starry Sky Forbidden Land's strange movements? Without waiting for Old Manon to reply, and she, who was on the side, beamed, Losing you to say you're an elder of the Su clan. How come you don't even know about these things? We came over this time without any interest in that 10,000 clans assembly. We're here to find Lin Mu. When Lin Mu heard this, he almost thought that the woman in front of him had already seen something. He was subconsciously about to ask after him, but fortunately at this time, Bai Cheng finally spoke. Old Manon, you guys came to find Lin Mu. It's not for that ancestor of yours, is it? A hint of despondency appeared on Old Man's face. You're right. It doesn't really matter yet that our old ancestor died in the Starry Sky Forbidden Land. His old man for many years he has taken countless elixirs, in addition to the immortality pill, has been unable to extend his life. Even if they didn't die in the Forbidden Land, they won't live long. It's just as well that his old man died, but he even left the heavy treasures of our imperial dynasty in the Forbidden Land as well. I heard that Lin Mu had passed by the old ancestor's corpse when he left the Forbidden Land with his people, so I planned to find him and ask him about it. Although Old Manon spoke politely, the aura on his body gradually hardened. Lin Mu coughed and spoke. How are you guys sure that this Lin Mu will come to the 10,000 Clans conference? What if he doesn't come? Besides, even if he comes, if he just won't tell you the truth, there's nothing you can do about it. Old Manon sneered. Nothing to be done? Oh, I have my own way of making him talk. Speaking here, he suddenly remembered something. If I remember correctly, It seems that Lin Mu has taken your Su clan's young celestial pride as a concubine. You Su's this time. You wouldn't have sent someone over to protect him already, would you? Although Old Manon was questioning, his expression had gone cold. He even began to suspect that Lin Mu was hiding around. Old Manon looked around, and the space before his eyes even showed a hint of distortion. Bai Cheng hurriedly said to Lin Mu, "This is one of their ancestral pupil techniques. It is said to be able to see through many hidden formations, and even a quasi-emperor powerhouse would have nothing to hide in front of this kind of pupil art. Their clan was able to establish a large immortal imperial dynasty by relying on this secret art." Chapter 181, Is he prepared? Or is he not afraid of death? Old Manon had thought that after he had cast such a divine ability, the elder Su in front of him would definitely show a nervous expression. And in his mind, he was ready. Although these 5 people appeared together, they may not be the same people all the way. After I discover Lin Mu, I just need to engage this elder Su. As for the other 4, they can't be brought into this. But a moment later, his eyes snapped open. Ha! Where is everyone? Lin Mu naturally knew that this was because Old Manon hadn't discovered the so-called Lin Mu, and that was why he had to exclaim so. But he deliberately pretended not to know. What man? What the hell are you talking about? However, the more Lin Mu did so, the more skeptical Old Manon became. No, but anyone who can cultivate to the Xiantai mysterious realm, where could there be a little cutie? This elder Su in front of me definitely knows who I'm looking for, but he's deliberately playing dumb, which is clearly a joke on me. Lin Mu must be right here. Get this kid. He's still secretly mocking me in the dark. When Old Manon thought of this, a hint of anger was even more visible in his eyes. You don't really think that those minuscule measurements of yours can be hidden from Lao Fu, do you? He sprang to his feet, a strange power in his eyes. Even the light around them distorted under the force. This time, Old Manon didn't just scan the inn. His gaze crossed the courtyard wall and swept repeatedly directly within the capital. Although the city was mostly mortals, there were also some cultivators. They all felt a chill through their bodies after suddenly feeling this sight. What's going on here? It seems like there is a supreme powerhouse, probing me in the dark. There's a big smart guy who suddenly taps his head and kneels down to kowtow. Could it be that there is a great power who can see that I am endowed with a supreme talent? And he wants to take me as his disciple, so he checked my qualifications in advance? As he kowtowed, he cried out in a loud voice, "Many thanks for the master's favor." With this person leading the way, the other cultivators also realized it afterward. It didn't take long for the city to fall to its knees. Even many mortals followed, shouting, "Please, immortal, take me as your disciple. I'll serve you tea and water from now on. No questions asked." Some even put their hearts on the line. "It's just that it's okay to go into your room and serve you at night." A few mortals around them were startled. "No, you knew that the strong man was a female cultivator?" The man shook his head. "I don't know." The man next to him was utterly speechless. "But you're a guy." The man rolled his eyes. "So what if it's a man? How do you know that immortal is not good for South Wind?" As he spoke, he flew an orchid finger. The people around him almost vomited when they looked at his full face and then at his beard. At the same time, Lin Mu in the inn laughed. "Old Manon, you've made quite a commotion this time." He raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the bearded man from earlier. "I'm not sure what you're looking for, but I think he's right. Why don't you just take him as your disciple, and you won't be lonely at night in the future." Old Manon had looked for half a day and had not found any trace of the so-called Lin Mu, so he was already a bit furious. He was even more furious after hearing Lin Mu's mockery. "Good boy, how dare you say such things?" But without waiting for him to actually do something, Bai Cheng, who was next to him, took a step forward, his body surging with spiritual energy. The 3 heavenly kings of the Enterprise, too, looked over coldly. Old Manon instantly came to his senses and didn't dare to strike at Lin Mu again. But the anger in his heart couldn't dissipate for a moment. "Humph. I know. You must have used some technique to hide that Lin Mu. But don't get cocky. Wait until tomorrow's 10,000 clans assembly. Naturally there will still be people looking for your trouble. I'll see what you do then. As powerful as you Su are, you can't protect Lin Mu all the time." Lin Mu didn't get angry either, just laughed and said, "Then we'll see." Hearing Lin Mu speak like this, Old Manon snorted coldly a few times, but he didn't dare to say anything else. Not only because around him, there were 4 heavenly kings staring at him. Old Manon himself was a little scared. Their means of hiding people is actually so powerful that even my pupil art can't find that Lin Mu. It seems like Su, this time, has really put in the blood. But it's right, that Lin Mu does deserve such an investment from them. Old Manon shook his head slightly, not wanting to say any more to Lin Mu and the others. He turned his head and was about to leave. Watching their backs leave, Bai Cheng finally frowned and said, "Lin Mu, I think what this Old Manon said is not unreasonable. Tomorrow's 10,000 clans assembly seems to be really very treacherous. Why don't you just go back, and we'll just talk about the wind for you. Lin Mu knew that Bai Chang was saying good things, but he still shook his head. That's not necessary. Have you ever heard the saying? Bai Chang hurriedly asked. What words? Lin Mu laughed out loud. I've come all this way. How can I leave like this? I'm going to go to this 10,000 clans assembly. Bai Chang and the others were completely speechless. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day, and they left the capital, making their way to the distance. Old man and the grandparents and grandchildren seemed to have left long ago. Lin Mu even made a point of looking around when he left the city. After not finding anyone, Lin Mu shook his head and smiled. This old man is quite quick. When Bai Chang heard this, he laughed bitterly in his heart. You made him lose such a big man yesterday. Of course he doesn't have the face to see you. Actually, he ran away overnight last night, but Bai Chang didn't say anything about it either, and just advised Lin Mu again. Master Lin Dan, I think it's better like this. You stay in the city now, and let us go over and explore first. How about you wait to make sure there's no danger over there before you go over there? Lin Mu's face showed displeasure. Have I not made my words clear yesterday? With a flutter of his sleeves, he flew directly into mid-air. Seeing this, Bai Chang had to hurriedly chase after him. Don't be in a hurry, Master Lin Dan. Wait for us. In his heart, however, a hint of annoyance had grown. This Lin Mu, why is he so disobedient? He just has to make a fool of himself, doesn't he? This 10,000 clans assembly is completely a dragon's den. There are bound to be many strong people ready to strike as soon as they spot him. Does this Lin Mu really not know about this? Or is he not afraid even if he knows? Bai Chang stomped his foot heavily. What he had in mind, the other three also saw. Lu's heavenly pride suddenly said, don't worry too much. We haven't known Lin Mu for a long time, but how often do you see an adventure? Even a place like the Starry Sky Forbidden Land, he was able to walk out. A mere 10,000 sect assembly might not really be anything to him. Bai Chang was silent for a long time after hearing this before finally sighing. I hope so. Chapter 182, Almost Became a Son-in-Law? When Lin Mu and the others arrived at the venue, they found that it was already packed with people. Even in mid-air, there were many cultivators. There were even many powerful people, sitting on top of their flying boats, looking down on the living beings from above, their faces all smug. Lin Mu looked at those flying boats and suddenly remembered something and searched carefully in the sky. Not long after, he saw a purple flying boat and the markings of the Shui Clan Chamber of Commerce hanging on it, and a smile finally appeared in his eyes. Oh, it's good that Suiyun is fine. At this moment, Bai Chang also noticed Lin Mu's line of sight. Bai Chang had already sensed that the presence of himself and the others had been perceived by many powerful people. Although they were not yet able to see through the costumes of their people, if they left at this time, it would be somewhat of a no-brainer. So he didn't try to persuade Lin Mu any further and just said to him, Master Lin Dan, you're worried about the Shui Chamber of Commerce, aren't you? After you left the Starry Sky Forbidden Land that day, there were indeed many strong people who came to their doors and asked them about the situation in the Forbidden Land. But there were quite a few people who entered the Forbidden Land that day, and even if Shui Yan wanted to stop them, there was nothing she could do. That's why after those powerful people inquired about the situation, they didn't go after Shui Yan's trouble anymore. Lin Mu nodded his head indifferently, then asked, what about Yao Qi? This time Bai Chang shook his head instead. Yao Qi is a major cultivation holy land with a deep heritage. Where would anyone dare to come to the door of their own accord? To press them? But it's strange to say that during this recent period of time, Yao Qi hasn't moved much. Even for this 10,000 sect assembly, they didn't send anyone. Lin Mu laughed in his heart. This must be Cold Smoke Fairy's move. I guess she will remember what happened in the Green Veil tent as soon as she sees me now. It's more that I'm afraid I'll ask her for that hair. Then naturally she wouldn't dare to bring anyone here. When Lin Mu thought of this, he didn't say much more to Bai Chang, but instead led them down to the ground, mixing in with the other cultivators, and walked slowly towards the venue of the conference. But in the eyes of those with a heart, the existence of the five of them was simply too dazzling. It seems like 4 strong people came just now? No. When I looked over, I realized they were 5. It should be 4 strong men, and an entourage, right? That's where you're wrong. That man walks at the front. Instead those 4 strong men. It's like they're his entourage. Ha! How could this happen? Many Xiantai great powers gathered together and discussed. These people, they were all elders of the Zheng family. This time, the 10,000 Clans Conference was hosted by none other than their Zheng family. It's not surprising that they would say something like that. In that case, the one in the lead should be the strongest among the 5? No wonder I see his aura is so weak. This must be a disguise he made on purpose. It could also be that his cultivation level is not high in the first place. It's just that his status is honored. which is why he can be guarded by the 4 heavenly kings. Using the 4 heavenly kings to protect the Tao? If that's true, then what exactly is his origin? The elders of the Zhang clan all began to speculate. It's definitely not the immortal imperial dynasty, or else we would have recognized it for sure. Could it be any immortal cultivation holy land? It seems that the holy land of Taichu has recently produced a heavenly pride. It's a pity that this person isn't a woman, otherwise it would be similar to that little phoenix from the Zhou family. That's when someone else shook their head. You're way off base. Hasn't that phoenix from the Zhou family been here for a long time? A few days ago, I was the one who went over to greet them personally. After the elders discussed for a while, there was no result, so they had to send someone to inform Jiang Guang. Jiang Guang sniffed and also felt a hint of pressure, but soon he laughed again in triumph. Ha ha, the more powerful people that come to the conference, the better. The more of them there are, the more I'll be able to use their power to force Lin Mu. A hint of greed appeared in Jiang Guang's eyes. I don't know how many strong people the Starry Sky Forbidden Land has devoured over the countless years. The treasures on these powerhouses, getting even one of them would be enough to shake the cultivation world. For example, the quasi-emperor who died in the Forbidden Land that day. The heavy treasure he was carrying with him was left behind in the Forbidden Land. As he said this, Jiang Guang suddenly turned his head and found Old Man An's figure in the crowd. As long as I force Lin Mu to reveal the secrets of entering and exiting the Forbidden Land, I'll be able to crisscross the Forbidden Land. Then my Jiang family later. He was so excited that he was shaking, and it took a long time for him to calm down. Okay, you guys go ahead and get out. You don't have to inform me if any more powerful people arrive. After sending these elders away, Jiang Guang sat down on his knees and kept looking around. The words were still in his mouth. Zhou family, Shaking Light Holy Land, Tai Chou, and these 5 nameless powerhouses that just arrived. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Guang laughed triumphantly. The anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed as he recalled the way Lin Mu had completely ignored him the last time he was outside the Forbidden Land. Lin Mu, you're dead this time. No, it would be too cheap to kill him. I'm going to imprison you in my Jiang clan's prison and make you keep on refining pills until you die. At this time, there was another place in the venue. Zhou Yao sat on a chair and clapped her hands in boredom. Humph, why don't you guys let me go find Lin Mu, my cultivation realm? Haven't I already caught up? After not seeing her for 2 years, Zhou Yao's figure was much hotter again. Even between breaths, you could see the mountains towering. However, the Zhou clan powerhouses beside her were completely oblivious. They even laughed out bitterly. That's a big mistake. Miss, the celestial pride of those other clans have already struck the stars and begun to follow the path that their predecessors took in the past. You are merely catching up to the realm you were in before they went on their way. Where can you slack off? Another person sighed. Miss, today, this time, we're letting you be by your nature and letting you come over to this conference to go and support Lin Mu. Then after today, you must listen to us. It's time to enter the stars as well. Zhou Yao waved her hand in a good-natured manner. Okay, I'll go, okay? A bunch of old guys, they just talk about all this nonsense. It really annoys me. When the Zhou clan's strongest members heard this, they were not angry, but instead, they were relieved. Miss has finally figured it out. 2 of them were left behind and continued to stay beside Zhou Yao to guard him. The other powerhouses, however, retreated. After they stepped out of Zhou Yao's line of sight, they immediately gathered together. Truly speaking, this Lin Mu is indeed extraordinary. To be able to leave from the Starry Sky Forbidden Land. Some people recalled the time when they were in Jade Tripod City, when they and the others had backed Lin Mu up and forced Lin Xiu of Yaoqi to bow his head and apologize. This person sighed. The speed at which this brat is growing is also too fast. I even suspect that he is not from a small family, but a descendant of some powerful bloodline. In response to this statement, the rest of the powerhouses were instead shaking their heads. Isn't this something we've investigated for a long time? Lin Mu is indeed Lin Lai's child, but the inheritance on him did come from an inexplicable place. And his physique, we've never been able to figure that out either. As they talked, the conversation gradually took a turn. It's a pity that Lin Mu has already taken a wife. Otherwise, why don't we let him be Mrs. Son-in-law? With his skills, I think those guys, they won't object. Chapter 183 Bold Fanatic. Quickly make amends and apologize. Those people in this person's words were the true underpinnings of the Zhou family. The strength was so strong that it was almost transcendent. It was only that they had been silent for so long that even many of the strongest people in the current world had already forgotten about their existence. Even the Zhou clan's own powerhouses didn't dare to call them by their first names. It seems that mentioning their names is an offense. The other powerhouses sighed when they heard this. That's true. If Lin Mu is willing to be a flunky, then everyone from the young lady to the matriarch will certainly not object. But who let him get married a long time ago? But that Qin Yan, A strong man seems to have remembered something. His brows suddenly furrowed. The curse on her body. It seems like it's not quite right. Not waiting for him to finish his sentence, someone immediately snapped. Okay, stop it. Have you forgotten that some things will be tainted with karma even if you mention them? That strong man also shut up immediately, and a trace of fear even appeared in his eyes. It was a long time before someone whispered, "Well, you are not to mention this flunky business in front of the lady. Otherwise, if she really makes a scene and refuses to enter the starry sky, we can't afford the responsibility." The rest of the powerhouses all nodded their heads. "Don't worry, we know what's important." Just as they were discussing, the venue of the 10,000 Clans Congress was already packed to the brim. Jiang Guang suddenly appeared in the center of the crowd's line of sight. Several others stood behind him. Lin Mu recognized at a glance that these were the Heavenly Kings who had tried to intercept him after he had stepped out of the Forbidden Land. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. These guys, they've gotten together. Is this a hug? If others were to hear it, Heavenly King level powerhouses gathering together would actually have to be said to be hugging each other. Then the person is bound to think that this is someone talking nonsense. Yet Bai Cheng didn't have much of a reaction when he heard it. Luz Tianjiao gave Bai Cheng a wink and laughed in a low voice. "Old Bai, why aren't you talking?" Bai Cheng glared at him. "What can I say? What should have been said was said a long time ago. And weren't you the one who advised me just now that I didn't need to care too much about Lin Mu?" Luz Tianjiao's laughter gradually grew louder. "Ha ha, old Bai, you are listening to advice." In the distance, Jiang Guang and the others were crowning their speeches. The cultivators present, regardless of their cultivation level, were listening carefully and attentively. Lu's Heavenly Pride's laughter then seemed harsh. Not far away, a dragon transformation powerhouse turned back angrily. "Where did that little cutie come from? How dare you laugh at this moment? How rude! Aren't you afraid that you'll offend Senior Jiang and be slapped to death by him with a flip of his hand?" He seemed to have disciples with him, and those disciples helped. "That's it. You want to die yourselves? Then don't drag us down with you." They deliberately raised their voices to draw more attention. Immediately, some people guessed what this dragon transformation powerhouse was playing at. It's not true that he's cursing. It's true that he wants to curry favor with Jiang Guang. But it's also true that a strong person like Jiang Guang, who is at the third level of the immortal terrace sky, is usually a godly dragon. Even the core disciples of the cultivation sanctuaries and the children of the immortal cultivation families probably won't be able to see a character at this level. It's no wonder he's up to the pole to curry favor. Some, moreover, have developed a similar mindset themselves. They stood up and pointed their noses at Luz Tianjiao, cursing, "You fanatic, hurry up and apologize to Senior Jiang Guang." No, it's about getting on your knees and begging for mercy. Someone takes the lead and more people join in. Within moments, hundreds of fingers pointed at Luz Tianjiao. At this time, Lin Mu was laughing again. "Ha ha, old Lu, you've become a target now. Look, if you won't kneel down, they're just going to rush up and hold you down." After hearing Lin Mu's words, these people turned to Lin Mu again. "And where did you boys come from? Humph, a mere brat of the four extreme mysterious realm dares to speak here. I'll teach you a lesson." A hint of delight appeared in the eyes of the dragon transformation powerhouse who had spoken at the very beginning. He had just discovered that Bai Chang and the other four had very obscure auras, and their realms didn't seem to be low. But the Lin Mu who spoke was clearly just a junior. It's the perfect thing for him to use to make a statement. "Kid, listen carefully. I am an elder of the Han family. Han." This dragon transformation mysterious realm powerhouse was planning to announce himself so that Jiang Guang and the others in the distance would remember him. But just halfway through his words, Lin Mu impatiently picked at his ears. "I don't care who you are. Goods like you. Hearing your name is dirtying my ears." Elder Han's face turned white with anger. "Well, it looks like you're really not afraid to die." He stretched out his hand and grabbed toward Lin Mu. "Grandpa, look over there, on the other side of the meeting hall," and she extended her jade finger. "Isn't this the Elder Su from yesterday?" Old Man N's eyes didn't move as he casually said, "I saw it a long time ago. He's got a pretty bad heart, too." And she was puzzled. "Grandpa, what do you mean by that?" Old Man N sneered a few times. "That what's his name Elder Su? His cultivation realm is definitely not low. If he were to display his true realm, that unlucky bastard would definitely not dare to take a shot at him. But he deliberately showed weakness and drew others to attack him. Is this not called a bad heart?" And she shook his head. "Grandpa, maybe you're mistaken? Maybe that what's his name Elder Su doesn't have much strength at all, and is really just an ordinary for extremes mystic realm cultivator." Old Man sighed in his mind. "This granddaughter of mine is really a bit too naive." He was just about to explain when he heard a female voice beside him exclaim, "So it's him." Old Man frowned and looked back, realizing that the woman who had just screamed in alarm was about the same age as his granddaughter. But the cultivation would be very ordinary. Behind the woman stood a few middle-aged men, and these men had green faces and a somewhat sinister aura. Old Manon stared at the woman and asked her, "Who are you? What are you calling for?" The woman smiled apologetically at Old Manon. "This old gentleman. Excuse me," she introduced herself. "I'm the holy maiden of the poison sect, and these few behind me are the patriarch and elders of the poison sect." It turns out that she is Sui Chia. Poison sect? Old Manon hadn't heard of this name, and a trace of doubt appeared on his face. Su Jia hurriedly said, "We are a small sect in the northern border. It's normal that you haven't heard of us, old sir." Old Manon then realized, in this 10,000 clans conference, Jiangguang and other powerhouses could be said to be hemorrhaging money. They assumed teleportation formations and transported cultivators from all over. This what's-his-name poison sect, that's how it should have come to be. But this northern borders people just don't have any insight. They're such a weak sect and they dare to use such a big name? Old Manon laughed in his heart and changed the subject back. "What the hell were you screaming about?" After hesitating for a moment, Su Jia still said to Old Manon, "I actually know that Elder Su." Old Manon's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked, "How do you know him?" It was naturally impossible for Su Jia to tell the truth, and at this moment, she had some regrets, feeling that she shouldn't have exclaimed out in shock just now. But it's useless to talk about it at this point. She clenched her silver teeth. "This is of course because he is of our clan." Chapter 184, His realm really doesn't seem to be high? Your people? When Su Jia heard this, a trace of joy grew in her heart. Indeed. Old Manon looked her up and down, seeming a little less than convinced. However, Su Jia said seriously, "This old senior, I am indeed a descendant of a branch of the Su clan. It's just that the bloodline isn't pure enough to use the spatial power of the Su clan." When Old Manon heard her say all that, he no longer doubted it. He snorted a cold laugh. "The Su clan? Oh, they're doing a good job of hiding it. Little girl, your bloodline is definitely fine. The fact that you can't use that spatial power isn't a matter of whether or not the Su clan's bloodline is pure in you." Su Jia looked up in confusion. "Old senior, what do you mean by that?" But Old Manon didn't want to say much. On the contrary, and she, who was on the side, felt that the Su Jia in front of her was very good looking. She smiled and said, "This is an ancient secret involving two great emperors. This can't be said casually." Su Jia was even more curious, but without waiting for her to continue inquiring, she felt the poison sect patriarch behind her, pulling her sleeve in death. "Holy maiden, don't you dare ask again." He too was sweating profusely, pulling Su Jia while resisting the idea of looking at Old Manon. Su Jia felt even more curious. Why is this he too so scared? She turned around and asked, "What's wrong with you?" He too didn't want to speak, but he knew that if he didn't make it clear, and Su Jia kept asking questions, it would be fine. But if Su Jia accidentally said something that angered the inexplicably strong man next to him, this would be a big problem. So he too had to say stiffly, "Holy maiden, this old senior is indeed of high cultivation. His old man will get impatient if he keeps asking." He too understood that with his own little cultivation, even if he whispered his voice, it was impossible to hide it from Old Manon, so he simply said it right out of his mouth. Su Jia covered her mouth and said, "This can't be right?" She hastily turned her head to look at Old Manon again, but before she could say anything else, Old Manon actually admitted directly, "Oh, you guys do have eyes." Old Manon turned to he too and asked, "How did you tell that I have a high level of cultivation?" At this moment, and she, who was beside Old Manon, said with a smile, "It must have been a moment of carelessness on your part, Grandpa. That gave away your breath." He too smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Don't you make fun of me, this young lady, with your grandfather's realm of strength. Even if his old man let go of the water, it's impossible for me to see half of it. It is from your words that I hear that something is not right." Old Manon's eyes flashed with brilliance after hearing this. "So it is. That's right. I just spoke directly to the matter of the two great emperors, and this ordinary cultivator, indeed, doesn't have that much guts." He too was relieved to see that Old Manon didn't seem angry. He asked carefully, "I wonder how I should address you?" Old Manon said blandly, "You don't need to know that." He was just about to say something else, but he didn't expect that his unlucky granddaughter would directly leak his old story, and she took Su Jia's hand and was practically head over heels for her. Sister Su, don't listen to the things my grandfather said. Actually, we're from the Central States. My name is Shi, and my grandfather's name is Jiwei." Su Jia nodded her head plausibly, but he too had exclaimed, "Central State, last name An? You are." He instantly guessed that these two people in front of him were bound to come from some immortal imperial dynasty. Old Manon rolled his eyes at Shi. "You girl, you really don't let me worry." He waved his hand slightly to cover he too's shriek. "Come on, it's okay that you kids recognize us. What's the point of screaming? He too then barely suppressed his surprise. I just didn't expect to be able to be here and meet such a great person like you. He wanted to ask something more, but was interrupted by Seo Ja. This Elder I heard the meaning of your words just now. You seem to have encountered Elder Lin Su a long time ago. And how do you know him? Upon hearing this, Old Man was a bit embarrassed. He didn't want to talk about what had happened not so long ago. After all, it could be a bit humiliating. And this time, Old Man even took the initiative to glare at his granddaughter to prevent her from talking nonsense. After she felt this gaze, she couldn't say anything else. She gave Su Jia an apologetic smile. Sister Su, don't ask about this. Since she didn't answer the question, she changed the topic again. In short, you are not to worry about that Elder Su. This guy has awesome strength, and he has other cards. A mere dragon transformation powerhouse can't help him yet. She had thought that if she said that, Su Jia would at least ask a couple questions. But Su Jia laughed out loud and said, Sister you are right. Elder Lin Sui really isn't afraid of the cultivators of the dragon transformation mystic realm. She said to he too, who was behind her. Patriarch, don't you think so? He too showed a bitter smile. Holy maiden, this is a bad thing to say. Seeming to hear that there was some story behind this, and she hurriedly pursued. Sister Su, what's this about? After hesitating for a moment, Su Jia changed the story of what happened in the first place. Although she had the intention to deliberately conceal it for Lin Mu, describing what happened not long ago as several years ago. But she didn't know that Old Man's pupil art was very powerful, and he could tell Su Jia's age almost at a glance. This girl has only just passed 20, and it definitely hasn't been more than a few years since Elder Su hit on that poison sect. But since that's the case, then this so-called Elder Su, his cultivation realm is estimated to be really low as well. Otherwise, why would he need to use these external objects when dealing with that poison sect? Thinking about this, Old Man's face was puzzled. Then what exactly does he have that makes him the equal of a heavenly king powerhouse? Just as he was thinking, Lin Mu had already exchanged blows with the Han clan's elders. He knew that many of the people present had, in fact, already seen what he looked like when he struck, especially Jiang Guang and the others. It was estimated that they had already checked out his past, long ago. That's why he didn't perform his signature technique of summoning the immense void giant sword. He shrunk the void sword to the size of an ordinary longsword and held it in his hand as he fought with Elder Han. After the giant sword shrunk, its power also became much smaller. So for a moment, Lin Mu was completely pressed by Elder Han. Elder Han laughed openly. I really thought it was how powerful you were that you kid dared to talk to me like that. And that's all you've got. As it turns out, those cultivators behind him even followed. That's right, this kid speaks out of his mouth. He really doesn't know how to write the word death. Elder, you should hurry up and take him down and hand him over to Senior Jiang for disposal. Elder Han then remembered the main event. He himself had struck out at Lin Mu because he wanted to curry favor with Jiang Guang. Oh, boy, take your life. He confidently struck out and rushed to grab Lin Mu's neck, intending to directly lift him up, and Lin Mu was waiting for this moment. He sneered, take a life? I think you've come to take your life. Lin Mu backhandedly squeezed Elder Han's hand. 9 Revolutions of Deicide. Chapter 185, Technique Amazes the Four. The crowd of cultivators saw that Lin Mu actually dared to make an attempt to beckon Elder Han's large hand. They all laughed. This kid must have no other way to do this. If he uses that void sword to parry, then maybe there's still some chance. But this Su clan great emperor, there were too many descendants left behind in the first place. There's actually one here too. Our southern region is still considered small. The northern border is what's called a lot. They were talking a lot, and their words were filled with disdain for Lin Mu. It seemed as if Lin Mu was about to die. Not far away, Bai Cheng and the others were a bit nervous. Shouldn't we make a move? In case something happens to Lin Mu, I don't have to live. Lu's Tianjiao stomped his feet. Bai Cheng gave him a helpless look. Old Lu, that's a bit ambiguous. Make like a whiny. You're a man. Lu's Tianjiao shook his head helplessly. It's that time of day, and you still have the heart to talk about it? If Lin Mu has a good or bad accident, then who will refine the longevity pill for us? Bai Cheng had indeed been a bit nervous after hearing this, but he suddenly relaxed after hearing Lu's Tianjiao say this. Hold your horses. Lu, do you think this kid, Lin Mu, is some kind of good person? Aha, why are you asking that? Lu's Tianjiao froze, but Bai Cheng asked himself. He's not a nice guy. Didn't he pit the 4 of us at the 10,000 Clans Congress this time to make us come as bodyguards? Think about it carefully. If he wasn't sure about dealing with that Han guy, could he not let us do it? 2 rhetorical questions in a row caused the Lu clan's heavenly pride to fall into deep thought. The other 2 heavenly kings, however, had already reacted. That's true. If Lin Mu didn't have a clue in his heart, He would have asked us to help long ago. I see he still has his cards. At this time, Lu's heavenly pride had also figured this out. That's also right. Lin Mu's great emperor inheritance hasn't been unleashed at full strength yet. Could it be that he's trying to condense another void sword to cut off Elder Han's hand? He's so guessed. Bai Cheng and the others nodded along as they heard this. Most likely. That's what he reckons. But out of their expectations, Lin Mu's hand, after hitching onto Elder Han's large hand that was attacking over, did not appear as another void sword. Instead, there was an eerie aura that came from him. Bai Cheng and the others were puzzled. What's going on here? But in mid-air, those powerful people who had personally gone to the edge of the starry sky Forbidden Land all changed their faces drastically. They stared at Lin Mu's hand with wide eyes, a hint of worry, even fear, showing in their eyes. There were even a few strong people who, as if avoiding a flooding beast, took the initiative to take a few steps back. The cultivators who observed this couldn't help but be curious. What's going on with them? Could it be that Su clan descendants' tactics could still scare them? These people didn't dare to ask questions easily, but a few of the Jiang clan's celestial pride didn't have this concern. A young man flew into midair and came behind Zhang Guang. Uncle Joe, what's wrong with you? Zhang Guang turned around and sighed at the young man. Zhang Fei, you're asking a good question. I'm telling you, you must stay away from that man in the future. There's something not right about him. The celestial pride named Zhang Fei's eyes instantly widened. What makes you say that, uncle? That kid's cultivation realm is just the 4 extreme mysterious realm. He's not even an opponent of the dragon transformation mystic realm. So why should I be afraid of him? Zhang Fei's tone spat out strong confidence. In fact, his true realm was only just breaking through into the dragon transformation mysterious realm, and he was even inferior to that Elder Han. However, his true strength as the pride of the Zhang family was far beyond his realm, so he has that backbone as well. Zhang Fei said seriously, Uncle Ancestor, I returned from the stars on purpose, just to make a special appearance. Don't you dare hide it from me. Zhang Guang hesitated for a moment before nodding his head instead. Well, anyway, I guess you're going to encounter something similar in the future. So this will warn you in advance. Don't you look at that guy's cultivation realm as average, but this bizarre aura on him is something big. Zhang Fei was surprised. What's coming? There's an aura about him that I've never seen before. Could this be the secret method of some cultivation sanctuary? Zhang Guang smiled bitterly. This is reckoned to be a secret method indeed, but it's not from the holy land of cultivation. He saw that his own family's heavenly pride was already a bit impatient, and then he said seriously, that's a scent I've seen not too long ago. That would be in the starry Forbidden Land. Zhang Fei instantly froze. Starry Sky Forbidden Land? How is this possible? Zhang Guang sighed. Would I lie to you? This is true. According to my guess, this guy might have come out of the Forbidden Land. And, more than half of them are rushing toward that Lin Mu. For Lin Mu to leave the Forbidden Land, he definitely caught the attention of certain existences. That's why those presences are. Zhang Guang wanted to say more, but he was just halfway through when he felt a chill through his body. Even if he didn't call those existences by their names, and even swallowed his words deliberately, he had already attracted the attention of the underworld. He winced and never dared speak again. However, Zhang Fei, who was beside him, was less convinced. That Lin Mu being able to walk out of the Forbidden Land is already the first case in countless years. How is it possible for a second person to pop up here? In fact, this was also because Lin Mu's disguised appearance was too close to that of an ordinary person. If he had pretended to be some sort of tentacle monster, then Zhang Fei would definitely not have suspected it. A hint of arrogance appeared on Zhang Fei's face. I see that this kid just doesn't know from where he got certain treasures, and that's how he was able to reveal the aura of the Forbidden Land. He wouldn't be able to have the power of the Forbidden Land on him. He looked indifferently in Lin Mu's direction, as if he wanted to see his suspicions become reality with his own eyes. What happened next, however, made his jaw drop. Lin Mu pinched Elder Han's hand, and the strange attraction instantly drew all the spiritual energy out of Elder Han's body. Elder Han was shocked and hurriedly tried to draw his hand out, but this second layer of the 9 revolutions deicide skill, would it be possible for him, a cultivator of the dragon transformation mysterious realm, to break free? Elder Han's resistance was all useless. Within a few breaths, however, his complexion withered with the naked eye. Elder Han's mouth opened and closed, wanting to open his mouth to beg for mercy, but Lin Mu didn't give him that chance at all. He drained the last trace of spiritual energy from Elder Han's body, then kicked him out. I don't know if it's a coincidence or not. After Elder Han flew out, when he landed, he happened to land on his knees. Puff! He actually knelt directly in front of Lin Mu. In the eyes of the onlookers, it was as if they were kneeling down for Lin Mu. Someone suddenly remembered that not long ago, Elder Han wanted Lin Mu to kneel down and apologize, and a trace of coldness arose in his heart. This guy definitely did it on purpose. They looked at Elder Han's corpse and then at Lin Mu. A chill instantly rose. /P. Chapter 186. A great formation prepared for a quasi-emperor. The 10,000 clans assembly, countless cultivators, instantly fell into silence. In fact, in the cultivation world, it wasn't uncommon for people to cross levels to fight against each other. Those holy sons and daughters of the immortal cultivation Holy Land, the heavenly prides of the cultivation families, and the royal family of the immortal imperial dynasty. Pretty much every few years, word would get out that these characters, again, had crossed the line to defeat their enemies, but the means Lin Mu was using now really surprised them. The higher the cultivation realm, the more one saw, the more terrifying one felt. Among the monks, Granny Pai's heart tightened and she hurriedly pulled Shui Yan's hand. Miss, it's not good. Let's hurry. She was far too familiar with this scent. Not only her, but those other cultivators who had entered the Forbidden Land before also had their faces changed drastically. Chairman, Granny Pai is right. We should indeed leave in a hurry. This 10,000 clans assembly today seems to have attracted extremely powerful existences. It's too dangerous here. But Shui Yan frowned and shook her head. Don't you guys worry too much. Zhang Guang and the others on the high ground didn't run. So what are we in a hurry for? Besides, I always felt something wasn't quite right. Her eyes flicked back and forth over by Chang and the others. I always feel that these people look a bit familiar, as if I've seen them somewhere. Granny Pai laughed bitterly. What kind of dim-witted words are you talking about? Miss, those people's breaths are obscure, and their cultivation level is only high and formidable. Even I can't see through them. Why do they look familiar to you? Sui Yan didn't reply to that statement, but just sat where she was without the slightest hint of leaving. When Granny Pai saw this, she couldn't say anything else. However, she still secretly beckoned to the cultivator beside her. Go and get the teleportation talisman ready. As soon as the situation is not right, I'll immediately take Miss away. The cultivator hurriedly nodded. Don't worry, Granny. Aside from the people from the Water Chamber of Commerce, quite a few other sect elders and patriarchs also frowned and stared at Lin Mu. Although they hadn't entered the starry sky Forbidden Land, they had a heartfelt scorn for this bizarre aura. What the hell is this guy's deal? The men lapsed into silence for a long time. Since they didn't open their mouths, their disciples, even more so, didn't dare to speak. It wasn't until a long time later that someone whispered, "What the hell is going on here? I don't know. Could it be that there is something strange about this fellow's means just now?" They looked at Lin Mu, itching to see right through the hood on his face. However, early this morning, before he set off, Lin Mu deliberately asked Bai Chang and the others to make a move and apply a formation on this hood. Although Bai Chang and the other 4 heavenly kings, none of them were good at formations. But their realm is here. Cultivators whose cultivation level was less than Immortal Terrace couldn't even see Lin Mu's figure. They could only see a cloud of shadows. Lin Mu didn't know what was going on in the outside world. After he drained Elder Han's cultivation, he closed his eyes and cultivated. To Lin Mu at this moment, these spiritual powers of Elder Han were nothing more than chicken ribs. It was simply not enough for him to break through the realm. But after a few moments, Lin Mu came to his senses. As I unlocked more and more sacred body shackles, the amount of spiritual energy I need to cultivate seems to have increased along with it. Lin Mu frowned and muttered to himself, after I unlock all of my shackles, this is going to break through another small realm. And I'm afraid that sucking in a Xiantai powerhouse won't be enough. That's some trouble. But this future matter, Lin Mu wouldn't worry about it unwarrantedly. He raised his head and looked at the disciples and grandchildren surrounding Elder Han, and suddenly laughed. What are you looking at? Such an ordinary question startled them. No good. This guy must have moved against us too. They hurriedly turned their heads and ran far away, leaving the corpses of their own elders where they were and running away with their asses in the air. Seeing this scene, Lin Mu laughed out loud. He looked around. Now is there anyone else who wants me to kneel and make amends? Any cultivator whose gaze was swept by Lin Mu lowered his head and didn't dare to speak at all. After all, Elder Han's corpse, but it was still kneeling there. Lin Mu hummed lightly a few times. Bunch of cowards. In that case, I have nothing more to say to you. He walked back to Bai Chang and the others. Let's sit back down. As they resumed their seats, the surrounding cultivators were very uncomfortable. One by one, they all began to make excuses and ducked away into the distance, no longer daring to sit beside them. However, a few moments later, a huge space was empty beside Lin Mu and the others. In the distance, and she saw the scene and said to Old Man and with a smile, "Grandpa, this Elder Su is quite powerful. One random strike and the others are scared like this. Even stronger than you." Old Man and grunted coldly. "What's so strong about him? It's just killing a cultivator of the dragon transformation mysterious realm." And she covered her mouth with a smile. "Grandpa, you're talking big at this point. When Elder Su made his move just now, Your mouth was open wider than anyone else's. Old man felt a bit ashamed and simply didn't answer this sentence. His mind, however, turned many thoughts. This person's aura is definitely from the Forbidden Land. Wait, if that's the case, could it be that it wasn't a coincidence that he met me that day when he brought people to the capital city? Perhaps he has a heavy treasure of a quasi-emperor in his hands, and he came to test me on purpose. There was a hint of fire in his eyes, although I don't know what the so-called Elder Su was all about, but in order to get back the treasure, Old Man had also made up his mind. I've got to find a chance to meet this guy again. After losing a quasi-emperor, the immortal imperial dynasty under the control of the Yin clan wasn't considered to have suffered a great deal of damage. As early as when the Paragon Emperor was aging, their Yin family made preparations in advance. It wasn't as if they hadn't experienced similar things in the past hundreds of thousands of years, so they had long since become familiar with it. But the loss of that heavy treasure was unacceptable to the Yin family. As long as I can retrieve the heavy treasure, I'll agree to whatever he asks for. At this time, Zhang Guang and the others were relieved to see that Elder Su didn't continue to be furious and exert the power from the Forbidden Land. It seems that this person can't possibly exert that skill without limit. Only in their hearts, they were still a little afraid. After all, they knew something of the inner workings of that day. That Lin Feng didn't know what means he used to send Lin Mu and his concubine while into the Forbidden Land out of thin air. What if this guy has tactics like that too? But we haven't had the time yet to ask from Lin Mu about the means to enter and exit the Forbidden Land. After they glanced at each other, they whispered, "It's a good thing we're prepared for that. The formation we originally prepared to deal with the Paragon Emperor has really come in handy." The old saying is true. It never hurts to be prepared. /p. Chapter 187, The Locks of Everlasting Life. This 10,000 clans assembly was explicitly a response to that Starry Sky Forbidden Land's strange movements. Even if Zhang Guang had selfish intentions and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to entangle his power to force Lin Mu, yet this surface is always prepared for the appearance of a Paragon Emperor, even if it was just his physical body, in the cultivation world was enough to cause a tremor. That's why they are in the stars on weekdays. When the local Forbidden Land stirred and Lin Mu left the Forbidden Land with his people, there were paramount emperors secretly observing. Moreover, Lin Mu was able to point out his line of work. Therefore, it was also very likely that there would be quasi-emperors coming to the 10,000 clans conference this time. Zhang Guang and the others moved the mountain into a formation just to welcome the Paragon. That grand formation is strong enough to completely resist the aura of a quasi-emperor. Zhang Guang's eyes rolled as he suddenly opened his mouth. Cultivators, this fight just now has given me a reminder. At this time, it's already the time of the great struggle, and even the Starry Sky Forbidden Land, all sorts of anomalies have appeared, coinciding with this 10,000 sect assembly. Why don't you have a competition? If the competition produces a winner, I will personally send him into the Starry Sky Ancient Path to compete with other heavenly prides. Zhang Guang's intention was to trick Lin Mu into the formation, lest he suddenly invite himself and the others into the Forbidden Land. But he didn't realize that his words had triggered a huge backlash. The Ancient Path of the Stars? It's said to be a place where countless heavenly prides compete. A long river, spanning the stars, with no door for ordinary cultivators to enter. That man is capable of such a thing? Someone asked curiously. At these words, the people around turned back coldly. Where did the bumpkin come from? That one is a grand heavenly king of the third heavenly layer of the immortal terrace. Of course he has such abilities. After refuting the cultivator, they continue to be excited. If I can enter the Starry Sky, it would be worth dying. Seeing these cultivators leaping to their feet, Zhang Guang laughed coldly in his heart. A bunch of guys looking for death. With your realms, even if you enter the Starry Sky, you will die in an instant. He looked at Lin Mu, wanting to see if he would be moved. However, at this time, Zhang Fei suddenly opened his mouth. What do you mean by that, Uncle Ancestor? Kong Guangren was confused. What do you mean what? Zhang Fei coldly said. Could it be that you feel that I am not worthy of being the pride of this generation of the Zhang clan? And that's why you're purposely trying to humiliate me with this competition? It turned out that from the very beginning, he never felt that Zhang Guang was telling the truth. What strong man with the power of the Forbidden Land? He just thought it was nonsense. The competition and reward that Zhang Guang had created in order to pit Lin Mu against him made him even more certain. Uncle Ancestor, you must be thinking that your own grandson is the one who should enter the Starry Sky Ancient Path, right? Zhang Fei stared at his uncle to death, his eyes growing colder and colder. But I will tell you that I am the one who is best suited to be the pride of heaven. The winner of this so-called competition can only be me as well. When he said that, it made Zhang Guang directly speechless. Are you kids really stupid or are you just pretending? Can't understand a good word, can you? A trace of anger arose in Zhang Guang's heart. Well then, if you'd like to go in, go in. As a strong person at the third level of the immortal terrace sky, he was not without a temper. However, at this moment, a heavenly king next to him suddenly opened his mouth. Their family had been friends with the Jiang family for generations, so that's why he took it upon himself to ease up. Okay. The contemporary pride of the Jiang clan is naturally none other than Jiang Fei. It's only natural that Jiang Fei will win this bout as well. He pulled out a small stone lock. As soon as the stone lock appeared, it attracted the gazes of all the surrounding powerhouses. The vitality on this stone lock. Why is it so strong? As good as a living thing. Could it be that there is some kind of living being hidden in this? Blue Chen, where did you get this stuff? Lan Chen, who took out the stone locks, shook his head in a hurry. Where were you guys thinking? This is the longevity lock. He no longer sold out and directly stated the truth. The crowd still sucked in a breath of cold air after hearing this. Everlasting locks? This thing is even in your hands. It is said that if you wear this, you will live longer. Truly a supreme treasure. Although it can't enhance strength, it's a treasure that all the quasi-emperors desire. It is rumored that not too long ago, that quasi-emperor of the Yin clan sought something like this. How did it get into your hands? Blue Chen laughed triumphantly. What are you guys surprised about? Of course I know that Paragon Emperor is seeking this item, but I just won't give it to him. Humph, that guy has been running the show for so many years, but he hasn't bullied our blue family much. He turned around and placed the longevity lock into Jiang Wang's hand. Old friend, for this bout, let's use this as a prize. After saying this, he looked at Jiang Fei again. After you win, this longevity lock will be yours. After he took out such a treasure, Jiang Fei really wasn't angry either. His eyes glowed as he stared at the longevity lock. Almost drooling. Don't worry, Uncle Lan, I will not let you down. Lan Chen laughed out loud. It's not about not letting me down. It's about not letting my daughter down. When you return to the Starry Sky Ancient Road, remember to move with her. Though in every great struggle, there is only one person who can impact a great emperor, but I still want you to go all the way together. When Jiang Fei heard such words, a wave of disdain ran through his heart. Although this old thing's daughter is not bad, her appearance is really ordinary. I can't look at him. But since this old thing can even take out the longevity lock, he probably has other good treasures. With a twinkle in his eye, he hurriedly said, Don't worry, Uncle Lan, I know. At this time, Jiang Wang but spoke again. Although he was dissatisfied with Jiang Fei, he wouldn't tear down his own heavenly pride, but he was still worried. Lan Chen, don't forget, that guy is not simple. Jiang Wang reached out and pointed at Lin Mu. He mostly came out of the Forbidden Land. Blue Chen waved his hand carelessly. You're overthinking this. Think about it. Those existences in the Forbidden Land, do they look at this longevity lock? They must have come this time for that Lin Mu. And for countless years, the Forbidden Land has never sent anyone outside. So that means that in this, there must be some sort of taboo. So don't worry, that person won't take it easy on Fei. Jiang Guan was still a little worried, but in the end, he nodded his head. Okay then. He turned around and said to the countless cultivators in the venue. Then for this grand competition, we'll use the longevity lock as the prize. Boom! The cultivators were instantly sensationalized. It was even many long-established powerhouses that were moved. It's a longevity lock. If I possess this item, I might be able to break through to the next realm. An old man struggled to get up. More young cultivators, however, didn't care about this treasure. What they valued was the qualification to enter the Starry Sky Ancient Road. I must participate in this grand competition. /P. Chapter 188. I'd like to see what he's really about. In the crowd, Su Jiao was originally being curious and asked He Tu behind her, What is this longevity lock? But without waiting for He Tu to reply, she heard a gnashing of teeth from beside her. This thing turned out to be in the hands of the Blue family. It's downright deceptive. A hint of killing intent appeared in Inshi's eyes. If he hadn't been a troublemaker. Seeing that Inshi was about to reveal his identity, Old Man coldly said, Alright Sheer, don't get too angry. These things are in the past. Grandpa. And she looked up angrily. But Old Man, at this point, instead maintained amazing restraint. He transmitted his voice. We, the immortal imperial dynasties, are all in harmony on the surface, but behind our backs, we are scheming against each other. It hasn't been a day or two, or even 10, 000 or 20, 000 years. It's not like we, the Yin family, haven't counted them out before. And she was still dissatisfied and wanted to say something else. But Old Man raised his hand to gag her. Well, that's the end of the matter. Right now, the top priority is still to retrieve the Paragon Emperor's heavy treasure. He turned back to look at that Elder Su. Hey, in a moment, if that Elder Su is also going to participate in this what's-his-name grand competition, you'll have to participate in it as well, and then take the opportunity to contact him. As long as you can get back the heavy treasure, no matter what conditions he offers, you have to agree. Got it? Although and she was still angry, she also nodded her head when she heard her grandfather talk about business. I know, but soon she was a little curious again. Grandpa, why don't you go do something this big yourself? Old man and rolled his eyes at her. Do you think Jiang Guang and Lan Chen are sand shelters? He cracked. It seemed that although he was outwardly advising his granddaughter, he was actually angry in his heart. They'd both taken out their longevity locks, making it clear that they want to internalize the winner to Jiang Fei. A strong person like me? That definitely won't be able to participate in this grand competition. And she then realized, Grandpa says so. She took a deep breath and said, then I will participate in this grand competition. At this moment, Su Jia's eyes rolled and she followed suit. Then I'll go too. And she looked back at Su Jia. She had a real soft spot for Su Jia. And she smiled and said, Sister Su, this grand competition is very dangerous. You'd better not go. She guessed that Su Jia's purpose was to go towards Elder Su. So she whispered, Sister Su, is it that you've realized that Elder Su is not the same as he used to be, so you're worried about him? Don't worry. When I see him, I'll ask the question for you. Su Jia hastily shook her head. She had the intention to tell the truth, but after hesitating, she still didn't say it outright. She just said seriously, don't worry, sister, I won't mess around. If I were to participate in this grand competition, I definitely wouldn't cause any trouble for you. If you're not comfortable with that, then you don't have to take me with you. I'll just go in by myself. And she had no choice but to sigh at that. How is this going to work? She hesitated for a moment, but said, all right then, I'll take you in. At this time, Jiang Guang and the others in the sky also finally came before the grand formation. They came to the middle of several large mountains, closed their eyes and concentrated, and activated the formations in the large mountains. Instantly, a tremor emanated from the great mountain. Under this vibration, ordinary mortals couldn't even stand still. The vibrations even traveled hundreds of miles. In the capital city of the mortal kingdom, the people were horrified. What's going on here? The earth dragon has turned over. God have mercy. They began to get on their knees and beg for mercy. However, there were still some cultivators in the city who frowned and looked into the distance. Is there some kind of variation in this 10,000 clans assembly? Oi, what an eventful day. At this time, the scene of the 10,000 sect assembly. Several large mountains had already been cut apart by spiritual power. Countless amounts of spiritual energy were extracted out and merged back into Jiang Guang's body. On Jiang Guang's body, the mana was monstrous. After an unknown amount of time, his eyes snapped open and he yelled, up! Countless golden threads flew out of his hands and landed within a radius of several miles. Soon, a large formation appeared out of thin air. Seeing this scene, Lin Mu curiously asked, what is this guy doing? Bai Cheng explained in a low voice in his ear, Master Lin Dan. All the major immortal imperial dynasties in the central state have their own crushing skills. That in clan relies on pupil techniques, and this Jiang clan's skill is formations. He's taking on one of the original trapped formations and making modifications, seemingly to turn it into a martial arts arena or something like that. Lin Mu was a bit surprised. That's okay? I thought that as long as it's a formation, it can't be modified after it's set up. Bai Cheng shook his head. For those who are new to the gates of the array, it is true, but for Jiang Guang, modifying the formation and changing its purpose is a piece of cake. Lin Mu nodded lightly after hearing this, but his mouth muttered, isn't this just a programmer? Bai Cheng was curious. What are you talking about, Master Lin Dan? Lin Mu shook his head. I didn't say anything. I'm just worried that this guy isn't going to pull out a boa constrictor all of a sudden. Is he? Bai Cheng didn't understand what that meant at all. He shook his head. The Ginger family has nothing to do with snakes. The two spoke some more. At this time, Jiang Guang had already finished transforming the formation. A large golden-colored formation that covered an area of several miles in circumference. It's not a big place for a monk, but it was divided into dozens of layers, with a partition made of mana in the middle of each layer. As for the topmost layer of the formation, the longevity locks were placed. Jiang Guang withdrew the scattered spiritual energy and said in a deep voice, alright, those who wish to participate in the grand competition may enter. I would like to remind you all, however, that I have set conditions in the formation. Any cultivator of the Xiantai secret realm cannot enter. At that, he laughed again. But if you guys have reached the realm of Quasi-Emperor in cultivation, or even take that final step, then I can't stop you with this formation. That's a sneer. Of course, most of the cultivators just shook their heads, but Lan Chen laughed out loud. Well said. If a Quasi-Emperor comes, he can directly take away that longevity lock. Then we can live some more years. Deceitful. Hearing Lan Chen's words, and she stomped her foot heavily. She pulled away Su Jia and turned into a stream of light, rushing directly towards the formation. With her taking the lead, many more cultivators flew up. Among them, there were really a few Sentai powerhouses who tried to fish in troubled waters, trying to sneak in. As a result, it was indeed recognized by the big formation and became a laughingstock. Ha ha, there really is an Olden who wants to come along for the ride. Lin Mu hadn't been very moved. However, after he saw Su Jia beside and he was puzzled. Why is she here too? Bai Chang always felt that Lin Mu, everything he said today was too esoteric for him to understand. Just as he was about to ask a question, he heard another person beside him exclaim. He turned back helplessly. Lu, what are you ranting about again? Lu's Tianjia shook his head. I am seeing a descendant. Bai Chang raised his eyebrows and was just about to ask a rhetorical question when Lin Mu suddenly got up. Well, it looks like I'm going to have to get my act together this time. He also flew up and rushed towards the big formation. In mid-air, Zhang Guang and the others were originally staring at Lin Mu in death. Seeing him finally get up, these people had searching gazes in their eyes. I'd like to see what he's all about. It turned out that Zhang Guang had moved in the formation. As long as a cultivator passed through the formation, not only would they reveal their realm, they would also reveal their physical characteristics. They stared at Lin Mu, unable to take their eyes off of him. Chapter 189, A Puppet is Just a Puppet. As Lin Mu passed through the grand formation, the gazes of those who were interested in the matter fell on him. Zhang Guang and the others stared at Lin Mu and said in their hearts, the odds are that this guy is from a forbidden land. I'd like to see what he's all about. And Zhang Guang is still secretly ready. Once Lin Mu displayed a peculiar trait, then he would immediately have to launch a large formation to drive Lin Mu away. Although he didn't deal with Zhang Fei, he wouldn't stand by and watch his own family's heavenly pride go and fight with this eccentric fellow. Zhang Fei's cultivation level is still too low. It's best not to touch the guys coming out of the Forbidden Land. It was Bai Chang and the others who were also observing Lin Mu. Lin Mu's physique doesn't seem to be that simple. We speculated before that his physique could increase alchemy, but now that we look at it, it's plausible. And some other cultivators were also paying attention to Lin Mu. This person just made a move to kill a dragon transformation powerhouse, so I guess he is also quite extraordinary. Tell me, guys, what kind of physique is he supposed to have? That's hard for me to say. While they were discussing, Lin Mu had already touched the grand formation. Instantly, an intense golden light lit up. Cultivators with low cultivation levels felt their eyes being stung and couldn't see what was happening at all. What's going on here? What's that guy doing making such a racket? Quite a few people complained, but more cultivators, however, braced themselves and opened their eyes to look at Lin Mu's body. Is this golden light coming from the big formation? Or from his body? Can't tell the difference. Can't tell the difference at all. Wait, I seem to see a few shackles. It's chains, and they seem to be on his body. Where did the chains come from? The cultivators were talking, but they couldn't explore a result. Zhang Guang and the others, on the other hand, already had a guess. These shackles, could they be the means of those existences in the Forbidden Land? They didn't dare to speak out of turn. They just spun these thoughts in their minds. In that case, could it be that this guy is just a puppet? Perhaps that's true, or else the visions he displayed wouldn't have been so bizarre. Zhang Guang was relieved in his heart. If that's the case, then I don't have to worry too much. The presence in the Forbidden Land still seems to be restricted to sending out only one puppet. As for those four, he looked towards Bai Chang and the others. It's probably because those existences came up with certain favors, which bribed them. Zhang Guang's gaze swept back and forth over the Lu clan's heavenly pride. This person doesn't have much longevity, and even has the aura of a dying man coming out. A few others should do the same. They were about to die before they defected to the Forbidden Land. Zhang Guang himself thought he had discovered the truth, and a smile had appeared on his face. At his place, since the Forbidden Land had to use these small means to send out a puppet, then it would never be willing to give up and use puppets to deal with their own heavenly pride. In that case, with a wave of Zhang Dang's hand, a gap was revealed in the large formation. Lin Mu entered the large formation, and as he arrived in the middle of the large formation, the golden light from earlier suddenly disappeared. Only then did the cultivators reopen their eyes. Where's that guy? He seems to have entered the grand formation. Is that so? They were about to take a closer look when they realized that there was another intense glow coming from them. What's going on here? It's not over, is it? They looked down and realized that the commotion this time had nothing to do with Lin Mu. Instead, it was a beautiful woman. Her body flashed with a greenish-colored light, and her entire body directly rushed into the large formation. Someone recognized her immediately. Lovey? Who is she? She's a contemporary Lu's heavenly daughter. It is said that with her natural talent, she could have entered the starry sky ancient path. It's just a pity that the Lu family has been getting weaker and weaker in recent years. and they even have to rely on her to come out and hold up the fort, so that's why she just has to stay here. I heard that a few days ago, there were still ungrateful brats who dared to ask for her hand in marriage. Hearing these murmurs, Bai Cheng suddenly turned around and smiled. Old Lu, what do you think? Old Lu coughed a few times. What can I feel? I'm too busy taking care of myself. Where would I find the time to care about the Lu family? Bai Cheng laughed strangely. That's not right. You're the pride of the Lu clan's heavenly pride of the previous generation. You can't just leave the Lu clan alone. Old Lu grew more and more embarrassed and simply pointed at the big formation. Okay, just look over there. Lin Mu has almost reached the second level. When Bai Cheng saw this, he didn't joke anymore, but followed and looked back into the air. Well, that's really it. On the first level of the Great Formation, there was hardly any obstruction. It was that the gravitational force was so great that cultivators with low cultivation levels would have difficulty even walking. There were even some cultivators who actually crawled on the ground, making many jokes. However, cultivators with slightly higher levels of cultivation would already be able to ignore this attraction and fly through the air. That's nice. The first layer will be able to screen out the weak, saving them from continuing to take risks. The cultivators from the outside nodded their heads. Then they continued to look at the second level. The fastest person in the big formation today has come here. And she pulled Su Jia and whispered to her. I have something to say to that elder Su, so you should find a place to hide first. And she thought that Lin Mu had been contaminated by the power of the Forbidden Land, and was no longer the elder Su that Su Jia knew. That's why she was so persuasive. But Su Jia shook her head. I'm not leaving. She saw Anshi trying to push herself away directly, so she said directly with a twinkle in her eye. All the other cultivators in this neighborhood have cultivation levels higher than mine, and none of them seem to be good people either. If I leave you, I am not yet safe. Although Su Jia came from the Su clan branch, she had grown quite a bit after being the poison sex holy maiden for so long. Although Anshi's cultivation level was much higher than hers, in front of Su Jia, she was as simple as a blank sheet of paper. Seeing that Anshi had been persuaded by herself, Su Jia added, Don't worry Anshi, I won't take the initiative to talk to Elder Su even after I see him. He should be able to recognize me. When Su Jia said this, a trace of apprehension arose in her heart. She was very worried that Lin Mu had forgotten about herself, and she sighed at that moment, interrupting her thoughts. You have a point. Well then, let's wait here for him. The two stopped in place, intending to wait for Lin Mu to arrive. But the next one to appear in front of them was Zhang Fei. Yo, isn't this the Yin family's young lady? Zhang Fei actually stopped in his tracks after seeing Anshi. He already saw the longevity lock as his own possession, so he was in no hurry to rush the floor. How did you sneak in here without telling me? Zhang Fei was oily and his gaze was still constantly sweeping over Anshi's body. Is it that your Yin family can't support itself anymore? So it's coming to join our Zhang family? That's knowing the time. With the merger of our two immortal imperial dynasties, we will definitely be able to dominate the central state. When the time comes, I'll take some losses and let you be my concubine. How about that? A hint of possessiveness had appeared in Zhang Fei's eyes by the end of his words. Chapter 190, A Hungry Ghost of a Lustful Man. Noticing Zhang Fei's strange gaze, Anshi's face clouded over. What are you talking about, Zhang Fei? You are simply delusional. A fool's dream? Zhang Fei asked rhetorically. I think you're the one who's a dead duck. I do know that your Yin clan not only lost a paragon this time, but also the paragon's heavy treasure. Your Yin family took a big hit. You don't really think you can keep news like this from me, do you? Zhang Fei sneered. As for Anshi in front of him, her heart had completely sunk. This is a secret amongst the secrets of our family. How could Zhang Fei know? There must be a mole in our family. Bloody hell. Seeing that Anshi was slow to speak, Zhang Fei simply sat down in midair and scanned Anshi's body with abandon. With his sight, he couldn't wait to pull off Anshi's clothes directly. At this time, Su Jia did suddenly open her mouth. Sister An, where did this man come from to be a hungry man of color? He's just plain rude. For Anshi, although Zhang Fei was wanton, he didn't dare to be too reckless. But for Su Jia, he didn't have that concern. Where is the wild woman who dares to say I have no manners? Unbridled. Zhang Fei turned his head and looked coldly at Su Jia, and in the next moment, his eyes lit up. Oh, so it's a beauty too. Oh, I didn't think there would be a windfall this time. He stood up and came to a short distance in front of Su Jia. While a jewel like Anshi should be collected, a wildflower like you is worth picking. Little beauty, what is your name and where do you live? Zhang Fei asked this without any concern for Anshi who was on the side. Su Jia's face clouded over, but at the same time, he also had some regrets. She had thought that someone with a high level of cultivation should have some decency, not to mention being like Anshi, but she didn't expect Zhang Fei to be so shameless. She subconsciously took a few steps back. Fortunately, At this moment, and she spoke up, Jiang Fei, don't mess around. Don't forget, this isn't your Jiang family's immortal dynasty, nor is it the Starry Sky Ancient Road. There's a lot of people out there, looking right at this place. Jiang Fei's face grimaced as he listened. Humph, are you threatening me? But even though he said that with his mouth, he really didn't dare to mess around anymore, and he even took the initiative to take dozens of steps back. It seemed as if they were afraid of being seen, and she was relieved. In her heart, she said, no, Jiang Fei knows the secrets of my own family, so all the other immortal dynasties are probably about to find out as well. I must hurry to claim that heavy treasure back. And she's heart moved, and she no longer tangled with Jiang Fei, but flew out to the front. Although Su Jia had just escaped, she was still thinking about Lin Mu. Sister and, we're just leaving? You don't want to see Lin? See Elder Su? And she sighed. Of course I want to see him. It's just really inconvenient here. Don't you look at that Jiang Fei with a lustful look. But in fact, his cultivation realm is even higher than mine. And this is still a big formation set up by their Jiang family strongest. If we really fight here, I'm definitely no match for him. Su Jia nodded her head as if she understood, then asked, then what are you doing, sisterin? And she was not impatient. She said seriously, I was going to the entrance to the 3rd level. There's a lot of people there, and almost everyone pays attention. Jiang Fei probably wouldn't dare to mess around, and that Elder Su will inevitably pass through there if he wants to move on, so we don't have to worry about missing him either. Su Jia hurriedly nodded her head. It's still sisterin that you thought it through. The two continued to fly forward. A hint of anger appeared in Jiang Fei's eyes as he watched them walk away. This and she, how dare she threaten me? Humph, when I return to the Starry Sky Ancient Path, I'll definitely seize the opportunity to cultivate and try to kill my way back as soon as possible. When the time comes for me to break their family's immortal dynasty, I will definitely make this my. He gritted his teeth. A moment later, he let out a cold snort and rushed off into the distance. After they all left, 2 figures actually appeared on the ground. Sister, these humanoids are really scary. Su Tao leaned against a woman with a hint of mischief in her eyes. No wonder you usually always tell us to stay away from the human race. It turned out that they turned out to be Su Tao and her sister. I don't know what tactics they used to sneak into the big formation. The woman beside Su Tao looked plain and ordinary, almost as if she was a mortal woman. The looks weren't exactly outstanding. Even the figure is ordinary. Only the tail behind her revealed her true identity as a fox of Qingqiu. But in a strange way, while Su Tao was smoky, her sister was not at all like a beautiful woman. Something doesn't make sense here. Seeing that her own sister didn't speak, Su Tao couldn't help but pout. Sister, why don't you even say anything? You're not still mad at me, are you? She flung herself into her sister's arms and started rolling straight away. Su Tao's actions like this revealed something. Her little face didn't wait to get close to the woman's chest before something extremely resilient seemed to get in the way, preventing her from getting any closer. As Su Tao kept thrashing around, the thing shook with it. It turned out that on this woman, there was a layer of camouflage. Her appearance is completely fake, and presumably her likeness has changed. The woman sighed. Okay Peachy, don't mess around. How could I be mad at you? It's normal that you didn't take that auction. In terms of financial power, our Chamber of Commerce is no match for the Shui clan. Not to mention that we aren't human after all. It's normal for that Lin Mu to be a bit skeptical of us. Su Tao sniffed and got a little upset again. Humph. Sister, why are you speaking for that bastard Lin Mu? She was punching me in the face. She held out her jade fingers to her face. I'm still feeling some pain. My sister smiled helplessly. You? Just kidding. How long has it been? If you still feel pain, then Lin Mu's strength is too terrifying. Mentioning Lin Mu's name once again, sister seemed to remember something. She said in a deep voice, that's right Peachy. Tell me again, when you tried to charm that Lin Mu that day, was he really completely unaffected? Seeing her sister get serious, Su Tao didn't dare to fool around anymore. She said calmly, I dare not lie to my sister. This matter is true. Is that so? It shouldn't be. My sister frowned in thought. Curious, Su Tao asked. What shouldn't? My sister shook her head without explanation. You wouldn't understand if I told you. Anyway, you first come with me to get that longevity lock, and then use that longevity lock in exchange for a promise from the Jiang family, and then you'll come with me to Jade Palace. I'm going to personally meet Lin Mu for a while.